I wish to. What do you desire, fairy? Outside the imperial city of Yunin Kingdom, within a dilapidated temple, a woman draped in a white gauzy garment stood before the Buddha. Her skin as pale as snow, her long hair, cascading like a waterfall, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm that moment. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her breath quickened. It seemed as though she was desperately suppressing something within. Yi Fan gazed at the woman before him, his throat involuntarily constricting. In the next breath, she lunged at him like a ravenous wolf. She pinned him down fiercely, her hands frantically tearing at his garments. Her fingertips were icy, and upon contacting his skin, a wave of heat surged through him. Before the Buddha, a fairy must not act recklessly. Before Yi Fan could finish his words, her crimson lips sealed his mouth. Attempting to break free proved utterly futile. Then, the world turned upside down, and his very soul soared into the heavens. Yi Fan, once a beleaguered soul on Blue Star, had just recently traversed to this Qinxiong continent after perishing from overwork. Before he could fully grasp the reality of his transmigration, he found himself embroiled in this unexpected affair. Yet, it was overwhelmingly exhausting. More so than overtime work. 8 times. In a single night, a total of 8 times. When dawn broke, an utterly exhausted Yi Fan lay on the ground. Beside him, the woman's flushed visage had faded. Her eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was sharp as a dagger, instantly locking onto Yi Fan. My heavens! Startled, Yi Fan bolted upright, hastily grabbing a tattered cloth to cover himself, retreating to the corner. What have you done to me? The woman gestured, and a long sword from the ground flew into her grasp, its blade aimed directly at Yi Fan's throat, poised to claim his life with a mere inch. Fairy, spare my life. Terrified, Yi Fan dared not move, hastily explaining, I was forced into it last night, that I fought desperately against it, but your strength was simply overwhelming. Enough. Furrowing her brows, the woman reminisced about the events of the previous night. That had been her first time, and the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth. Yesterday I was deceived by a rogue and fell victim to a strange poison, which led to such outrageous behavior. You're not to blame. Her tone was icy as she slowly lowered her sword. However, should you utter a word of this, I shall take your life. I would never dare, absolutely not. Yi Fan, fearing her wrath, donned a fawning expression. Fairy, you need not feel guilty. I do not require you to take responsibility for me. The woman paid him no further mind, her demeanor devoid of compassion. Turning her back, she began to gather the scattered garments around her. At that moment, the eyes of the Buddha statue in the temple emitted a subtle, imperceptible glimmer, silently piercing into Yi Fan's brow. In the next instant, he found himself transported to a realm of chaos. What on earth is this place? Yi Fan exclaimed, startled, as he anxiously scanned his surroundings. Young man, I have awaited a millennium, and at last, you have arrived. A murky voice reverberated through the space. Emerging from the chaos was an elderly figure, his presence flickering as if he might vanish at any moment. Are you human or ghost? Yi Fan jolted, contemplating escape but finding no refuge. The old man spoke slowly. I am the Sun Divine Emperor. Alas, I am but a remnant of my soul, now residing within a Buddha statue. Buddha statue? Yi Fan paused, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he murmured, You couldn't have witnessed everything that transpired in the ruined temple last night, could you? I did not see it all. The old man, wholly unabashed, replied candidly, I was awakened only when you first embraced your Sun Divine body. Thus, I was not present for that initial moment. How shameless. Yi Fan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing that this ancient elder had witnessed his most intimate moment. Wait, you mentioned I awakened the Sun Divine body? What exactly is the Sun Divine body? The Sun Divine body, one of the 10 divine physiques of the vast world. The elder spoke with measured calm. I am the first to have cultivated the Sun Divine body to the level of a divine emperor, and you, my friend, may become the second. One of the 10 divine physiques. You must be jesting. Yi Fan scoffed, skepticism etched across his face. If the Sun Divine body were truly that formidable, you wouldn't have been reduced to a mere remnant of your soul. My downfall was due to this heavenly suppression tablet. The old man revealed a small, ancient stone tablet that materialized in his palm. This tablet, which I seized from the upper realm, is said to have once been used to suppress the heavenly tomb in ancient times. I had barely begun to explore its mysteries when I was besieged by the 10 divine emperors. In the end, I managed to escape with my remnant soul and the heavenly suppression tablet. Today, your awakening of me must be fate's design. My spirit is on the verge of dispersal. So I shall not linger. I bestow upon you my legacy along with this heavenly suppression tablet. With that, the old man's ethereal form began to fade. Countless tendrils reached out toward Yi Fan, penetrating his being. The heavenly suppression tablet descended, merging into his brow. An excruciating pain surged through Yi Fan's entire body. He felt as though his very soul was being ruthlessly torn apart. Yet simultaneously, a vast reservoir of memories surged forth, gradually becoming clear. This marked the second time he had been forcibly compelled since his arrival in this world. The elder had not even sought his consent, imposing this legacy upon him. The Sun Divine Body, is it capable of growing stronger by absorbing light? Upon receiving the legacy, Yi Fan grasped the true power of the Sun Divine Body. Not yet for you. The elder's voice resonated once more, sounding considerably weaker than before. Currently, you have yet to condense the divine sun and can only absorb natural light, such as sunlight, moonlight, and starlight. That doesn't seem right. Yi Fan noticed discrepancies between the information in his memory and the elder's assertions. There must be more than one Sun Divine Body, right? You old coot, how can you claim to be the only one? And I, the second? Are you just boasting? Throughout history, there have indeed been several individuals endowed with the solar divine body. However, I alone have succeeded in condensing the divine sun. Those who cannot consolidate the divine sun with the solar divine body are destined to meet an untimely demise by the age of 20. The elder's voice grew increasingly urgent, as if it were on the verge of dissipating. Condense the divine sun. You must engage in 9 unions with a woman possessing the chilling physique necessary to awaken the solar divine body, thereby achieving a duel. Cultivation to break through your calamity. As for the mysteries of the celestial tablet, you must rely solely on your own exploration. Why heavens? Yi Fan was infuriated, his indignation boiling over. The original owner of this body had just turned 18. Now, he had awakened the solar divine body. But if he could not condense the divine sun, he had merely 2 years left to live. As his curse echoed, Yi Fan withdrew from the chaotic space on his back. A radiant sun wheel imprint quietly materialized in his sea of consciousness. The elder's legacy memories lingered, indelible. Furthermore, a celestial tablet lay suppressed deep within his consciousness. All these signs assured him that this was not a mere dream. That moment, the woman within the dilapidated temple had donned her attire. Without uttering a word, she turned to leave the forsaken shrine. Fair maiden, please, halt. Recalling the elder's words before his disappearance, Yi Fan hastily called out to her. What is it? The woman paused, glancing back with an icy gaze. Are you in a hurry? Fair maiden? Yi Fan, desperate for survival, swallowed hard and mustered his courage to ask, shall we perhaps engage once more? Chapter 2. Breaking off engagement? Marrying while pregnant? Begone. The woman's voice thundered, shaking the dust from the ancient temple's rafters. Yi Fan hastily corrected himself to alleviate the awkwardness, forcing a smile of ingratiation. Fairy, I wish to take responsibility for you. The woman shivered slightly, her gaze fixed intently on Yi Fan. Her eyes bore anger, humiliation, and a trace of imperceptible wavering. If you truly wish to take responsibility, you may come to the Taichu Dao sect in 2 years. Her voice remained frigid, yet lacked some of its earlier sharpness. The Taichu Dao sect recruits new disciples annually. Do not miss that opportunity. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. Are you afraid? A glimmer of disappointment surfaced in the woman's eyes. It's not a matter of fear. Yi Fan straightened his posture, resolute. 2 years is too long. I will seek you out in 1 year. How about that? 2 years? You jest. The woman shook her head. In 2 years, you may no longer have the chance. 1 year from now, whether you can reach the 7th level of the Xuanhuan realm and qualify for the Taichu Dao sect's entrance examination remains uncertain. Yi Fan stood firm. Rest assured. I will come. You must put in the effort. A fleeting glimmer of hope flickered in her gaze. In 2 years, I shall hold a consecration ceremony. At that time, my master will select a partner for me from the entire sect. The young master of the Taichu Dao sect, Luo Feiyu, will be your greatest rival. I hope you— What nonsense, young master. Yi Fan interrupted, confidence radiating from his eyes. By then, I, Yi Fan, will certainly surpass him and marry you. Yi Fan. The woman frowned at the mention of his name, but offered no rebuttal. She produced 2 pills and tossed them to Yi Fan. These 2 9-turn gathering spirit pills will assist in your cultivation. If, a year hence, you have not met the standards for the Taichu Dao sect's entrance examination, consider these pills as compensation for last night's events. Yi Fan accepted the pills and grinned at her. Fairy, you haven't told me your name yet. She softly replied. My name is Qin Yimo. Before the words fully left her lips, she turned and exited through the door. Sunlight streamed through the temple entrance, illuminating Yi Fan. In an instant, He felt a warmth spreading from his lower abdomen. A surge of heat coursed through his body. The sunlight transformed into spiritual energy, continuously flooding his dantian. Could it be I've broken through? Yi Fan was momentarily stunned, then elated. That old man truly did not deceive me. Even basking in the sun can empower me. In the Tianxiong continent, the levels of cultivation are distinctly defined: body refinement, Qi martial, spirit martial, Xuanhuan, earth martial, and heaven martial. Beyond that lie the ranks of martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, and martial sovereign. The original owner of this body possessed only a 9th-level Qi martial cultivation. Just by basking in the sun, he ascended to the 1st level of spirit martial. Spiritual energy flowed incessantly into his dantian from the sunlight. The sun scripture. Yi Fan recalled the legacy he had inherited and immediately began to channel the sun scripture. The spiritual energy accelerated its flow, transforming into a radiant golden hue. At this moment, his body seemed to merge with the sunlight. Soon, he made another breakthrough, stepping into the 2nd tier of the spirit martial realm. Qin Yimo. Wait for me. Yi Fan chuckled with satisfaction, lifting his gaze toward the outside of the dilapidated temple, eager to return to the imperial city and find a comfortable spot to bask in the sunlight. Within the imperial city of Yunnan, numerous families of varying stature existed. The original owner of this body was none other than the young master of the Yi family. Suddenly, as Yi Fan stepped out of the temple, he noticed 2 corpses lying at the entrance. The fragmented memories of the original owner surged back to him. Just yesterday, he had visited the Lin residence to deliver medicinal pills to his fiancée, Lin Qingyue, only to encounter the 3rd prince, Duan Tianya, coincidentally within Lin Qingyue's chamber. He had eavesdropped from outside and overheard a shocking revelation. Lin Qingyue was pregnant, and the child was Duan Tianya's. The original owner, overwhelmed with fear, had panicked and fled, inadvertently alerting Duan Tianya. Consequently, Duan Tianya dispatched henchmen to eliminate him. In the course of his escape, he had arrived at this abandoned temple. It was likely that these 2 henchmen had been slain by Qin Yimo. How pitiful that the original owner had been a mere sycophant. Yi Fan felt a surge of indignation, truly empathizing with the original owner. Rest assured, I shall deal with this treacherous couple for you. At this moment, the servants within and around the Yi residence were bustling about. The courtyard was filled with spirit stones, medicinal pills, and fine silks. As Yi Fan stepped through the doorway, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Young master, you have finally returned. The butler, Yi Fu, greeted him with a beaming smile, hurrying over. Fu Bo, what is happening? Yi Fan inquired, his brow furrowed. Yi Fu replied with a smile, Young master, these are all gifts sent by Miss Lin. They are the betrothal gifts we previously delivered to the Lin residence. Is Lin Qingyue calling off the engagement? Yi Fan's anger flared instantly. Damn it. If anyone is to call off the engagement, it should be me. Yi Fan, rejecting this insipid woman. How dare she presume to call off my engagement? What are you saying, young master? Yi Fu's smile faltered, and he hastily explained. Miss Lin is returning the betrothal gifts not to call off the engagement. She wishes to expedite the wedding by 3 months. Due to the abruptness of the matter, she felt embarrassed to accept our gifts and is returning them as an apology. The head of the family and the madam are overjoyed and are busy preparing for the wedding. Yi Fan was infuriated. Calling off the engagement was disgraceful enough, but he never expected a more shameless act to follow. To marry him while heavily pregnant and expect him to take responsibility? To raise another's child? Where is she? Yi Fan demanded in a low voice. In the front hall, discussing the wedding arrangements with the head of the family and the madam, Yi Fu replied, bewildered by Yi Fan's fiery temper. Hadn't he been eager for Lin Qingyue to marry him sooner? Discussing what nonsense? Yi Fan retorted, turning sharply to stride toward the front hall. As he reached the entrance, a group of figures approached. Lin Qingyue, clad in a light purple gown, exuded an enchanting grace. Her demeanor gentle and poised, so much so that one might mistakenly believe her to be the epitome of a perfect wife. At this moment, accompanied by her close friend Qin Shuyi, Lin Qingyue was engaging in light-hearted conversation with Yi Fan's parents. Brother Fan, you have returned. Lin Qingyue greeted Yi Fan with a radiant smile. Yi Haijia, the head of the Yi family, approached with a beaming expression and patted Yi Fan's shoulder, saying, Fanner, your timing is impeccable. We have joyful news. Qingyue wishes to marry you in 3 months, but I think we should hold the wedding tonight. Yi Muhiyu also chimed in cheerfully. You and Qingyue have grown up together. You are both of age to start a family. The sooner you marry, the sooner we can hold our grandchild. Dad, Mom, I cannot agree to this. Yi Fan's gaze turned cold as he resolutely declined. The moment these words escaped his lips, those around him were taken aback. Yi Fan, do you truly believe yourself to be someone of significance? Qin Shuyi erupted in fury, immediately berating him. It is a blessing that Qingyue has taken a liking to a useless person like you. Now that she wishes to marry you, how dare you refuse? What right do you have to disagree? Why does it concern you? Yi Fan shot a look of disdain at Chen Shui. This sharp-tongued woman was nothing but trouble. She had humiliated the original owner in the past, treating them as insignificant. Brother Fan, do you not wish to marry me soon? Lin Qinghua asked. Her eyes filled with confusion. A few days ago, I received my admission notice from Tianwu Academy and will soon begin my studies there. That is why I thought it best to expedite our wedding. I realize this is sudden, but I have no alternative. Of course you have no alternative. Yi Fan interrupted Lin Qinghua's words with a cold laugh, glancing pointedly at her abdomen. In 3 months, your condition will be evident. If you do not marry now, how do you plan to conceal it? What are you saying, Brother Fan? Lin Qinghua's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. She wondered if Yi Fan had uncovered something. Stop with the brother nonsense. Are you planning to lay an egg? Yi Fan retorted with disgust, bluntly stating, yesterday, the third Prince Duan Tianya visited your residence, did he not? I heard everything. You are already carrying his illegitimate child and expect me to take responsibility? Do you truly think I am a fool to be trifled with? What? Yi Hai's eyes widened in shock, and his expression changed dramatically. He, unable to believe Yi Fan's words, trembled as she asked Lin Qinghua, Qinghua, is what Yi Fan said true? Was that person you? Realization dawned on Lin Qinghua, and her face darkened. Indeed, someone had been eavesdropping outside her boudoir the previous evening. However, Duan Tianya had already sent someone to silence them. She had simply not anticipated that it would be Yi Fan, and that he had not been silenced. So what if I am pregnant? Lin Qinghua thought defiantly. Chen Shui, as Lin Qinghua's confidant, clearly understood the intricacies of the situation. You can easily bear a child without much effort. Consider it a great fortune. Furthermore, to nurture the third prince's offspring is truly an honor. You, useless as you are, should learn to be grateful. Lin Qinghua appeared to be genuinely aggrieved, her feelings wounded. Though the child within me is not yours, once we are wed, I shall belong to you, will I not? The pain of childbirth is inherently excruciating. If you truly love me, there is no need to concern yourself with the paternity of the child I carry. Chapter 3. Eliminate the scoundrels. The insult is too much. Yi Hai could no longer endure the situation and shouted vehemently. Clenching his fists, veins bulged on his forehead. He, overwhelmed by emotion, fainted on the spot. Madam, Yi Hai exclaimed urgently, rushing to embrace He. Father, please take mother inside. I will handle this matter, Yi Fan urged, not wanting his parents to suffer any further distress. The audacity of these two shameless individuals was intolerable, their words utterly outrageous. Make them leave, Yi Hai commanded coldly, anxiously assisting He back into the house. Yi Fan then turned, his voice icy. Chen Shui, Lin Qinghua, do you still believe I am the same submissive wretch you once bullied? Isn't that the case? Chen Shui scoffed, curling her lip. With your pathetic self? How dare you refuse Qinghua? Don't overestimate your worth. I assure you, tonight's wedding will proceed, whether you like it or not. I advise you not to escalate matters. Just pretend you know nothing and play your part as the groom. Otherwise, do not blame us for being unkind. Yi Fan laughed mockingly. Do you expect me to obediently play the role of a sycophant, marrying Lin Qinghua, and once the child is born, taking her surname to satisfy you? That could be arranged. Chen Shui, misinterpreting his sarcasm, believed he had come to his senses and would actually agree. So ugly, yet so delusional, she thought. With a cold smirk, Yi Fan glanced at Lin Qinghua and remarked, a wretch like Lin Qinghua is unworthy to be my concubine. I would disdain even the thought of her as a mere maid. In terms of beauty, strength, and status, Lin Qinghua could not compare to Qin Yimo, having savored delicacies. Why would one settle for meager fare? Moreover, Lin Qinghua could only be considered leftovers. Suddenly, Chen Shui realized she had been mocked and swiftly drew her sword, pointing it at Yi Fan. You worthless thing, refusing to drink the wine of respect, only to taste the wine of punishment. You dare to speak insolently? Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson on behalf of Qinghua. Brother Yi Fan is merely confused. Shui, do not act impulsively, Lin Qinghua interjected, yet made no move to stop her. You truly are a good actress, Yi Fan thought, feeling nauseated, aware that Lin Qinghua was merely putting on an act. Lin Qinghua, at 31 should stand firm, yet you are but 18. Can you truly stand tall? Qinghua, do not restrain me. Chen Shui's fury intensified, her aura of the first level of martial spirit erupting. This useless wretch needs to be taught a lesson, otherwise he will believe himself to be something special. Before her words faded, the sword in her hand lunged toward Yi Fan. He stood still, unyielding, until the sword's tip was nearly upon his chest, at which point he suddenly raised his hand. The martial technique, Radiant Sun Grasp, manifested as his hand transformed into a golden grip that seized the blade. What? Chen Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. The sword she had thrust forth was caught barehanded by Yi Fan. With such meager skills, he dared to act so arrogantly before her? Yi Fan flipped his wrist, and effortlessly seized the long sword. How could you possibly? Chen Shuyi stumbled back, nearly losing her balance. Who told you that I am still at the Qi martial realm? Yi Fan harnessed the sun scripture, golden light bursting forth from his being. The golden spiritual energy then enveloped him, swirling around his form. His cultivation was not at the second tier of the spiritual martial realm, nor was it at the Qi martial realm. After basking in the sun on his way back to the imperial city, he had advanced. Now, he was a third-tier warrior of the spiritual martial realm. Spiritual martial realm? Lin Qinghua hastily positioned herself in front of Chen Shuyi. Shuyi is my dearest friend. You cannot harm her. Dearest friend? Yi Fan scoffed. Lin Qinghua, do you truly believe the world revolves around you? Do you think I will obey you as I once did? With that, he suddenly unleashed a sword strike, the golden light dazzling. Stop! Lin Qinghua, seeing the impending danger, swiftly drew her sword to defend. Her cultivation was slightly superior to Chen Shuyi's, yet still only at the second tier of the spiritual martial realm. When their swords clashed, she was sent flying with a resounding thud. Yi Fan's sword surged forward, piercing through Chen Shuyi's chest in an instant. You! Chen Shuyi's eyes widened as she looked down at the sword embedded in her chest, then back up at Yi Fan, unable to believe she would meet her end at the hands of this worthless fool. Shuyi! Lin Qinghua screamed, rushing to Chen Shuyi's side. Noticing her friend's breath had ceased, she turned to Yi Fan, her expression filled with shock. Yi Fan, you actually killed Shuyi. I was merely disposing of trash, Yi Fan replied, his heart devoid of any turmoil, even feeling a hint of satisfaction. You! Lin Qinghua's voice trembled as a sudden, sharp pain gripped her abdomen. Looking down, she was horrified to see blood. Ah, my child. Lin Qinghua clutched her stomach, her face paling instantly. Yi Fan, it was you. It wasn't my doing, Yi Fan retorted casually, a smirk gracing his lips. This is the child of His Highness, the third prince. Lin Qinghua's complexion turned ghostly white as she pressed her hands tightly against her abdomen, roaring at Yi Fan. You have killed the child of His Highness, the third prince. He will never let you go. You greatly overestimate your own allure, Yi Fan scoffed, disdain evident in his eyes. You have borne his child, yet he refuses to marry you. The reason is quite simple. The third prince's consort disapproves. Know your place, Lin Qinghua. You are truly cheap. You're worth too light. I share true love with the third prince. Lin Qinghua suddenly shouted, her voice piercing. She believed wholeheartedly that the third prince loved her. She thought that with this child, she could secure a marriage into the royal family. However, the third prince's consort opposed the idea of him taking a secondary wife. The third prince, vying for succession, needed to rely on his consort's family. Thus, he could only promise her to wait a little longer, which led her to marry Yi Fan first at Chen Shuyi's suggestion. Otherwise, an unwed pregnancy would not only lead to gossip, but could potentially invite dire consequences. Heh! Yi Fan silently mocked Lin Qinghua's naivety, yet he had no intention of persuading her to face reality. Instead, he retorted, if your love for the third prince is genuine, why then do you provoke me? Lin Qinghua fell silent, furrowing her brows as she cast her gaze downward to her abdomen. Since you are so concerned for your child, allow me to perform a good deed and send you down to accompany your offspring. After all, having already slain one worthless wretch, I am indifferent to taking another life. With that, Yi Fan's sword suddenly lunged forward, its blade glinting coldly as it aimed straight for Lin Qinghua's heart. Suddenly, a figure appeared, swiftly intercepting the thrust with a single sword strike. Yi Fan furrowed his brow and looked up at the newcomer, whom he recognized as Lin Qinghua's elder brother, Lin Qingyang. The sound of footsteps echoed from outside the Yi residence, as Lin Mo, the head of the Lin family, approached with a group. After all, when matters of marriage are discussed, how could the elders remain absent? Unfortunately, Lin Mo had been delayed by other matters and arrived late. Father. Upon seeing Lin Mo, Lin Qinghua seized the opportunity like a drowning person grasping at a straw, lamenting, Yi Fan has killed my child. What? Lin Mo's expression changed abruptly, his eyes narrowing furiously at Yi Fan. Lin Qingyang, enraged, shouted at Yi Fan, you worthless wretch, how dare you lay a hand on my sister? It seems you are all aware of this wretched woman's pregnancy with the third prince's illegitimate child. As expected, one cannot expect unity from a family so dissimilar. Yi Fan, observing their reactions, began to understand. The entire Lin family regarded him as a simpleton, seeking death. Lin Qingyang bellowed, unleashing his fifth-tier spirit martial realm energy. Presumptuous. A voice suddenly interjected from the side. Yi Hai, accompanied by a contingent of Yi family guards, rushed to the scene. You dare bully my young master in the Yi residence? Do you truly believe my family is without defenders? With that, the Yi guards dispersed, surrounding the members of the Lin family. Lin Mo shot a glare at Yi Hai, indignantly questioning, Yi Hai, your son has injured Qinghua and killed her unborn child. Does the Lin family not deserve an explanation? An explanation? Yi Hai scoffed. Lin Qingyue had the audacity to attempt marrying into the Yi family while pregnant, bringing disgrace upon us. The Yi family will not let this matter rest lightly. Ridiculous. Lin Qingyang retorted. Are you not aware of your son's incompetence? Surely you know he should be grateful that my sister would even consider marrying him. You speak of waste. It seems you are no less than a failure yourself. Yi Fan was most irritated by others calling him worthless. What? Is it because I have slain the illegitimate child in your sister's womb that I obstruct your ascent to the lofty branch of Duan Tianya? Lin Qingyang appeared to be struck where it hurt, and his anger surged. Though my cultivation may not be high, it far surpasses your mediocrity. Is that so? Yi Fan's lips curled into a faint smile as he pointed his sword at Lin Qingyang, lightly uttering, a life and death battle, do you dare? Chapter 4. The vixen is simply pretentious. Fanner. Yi Hai's expression shifted, gazing at Yi Fan in astonishment. Although Lin Qingyang was not particularly strong, he was at least at the 5th stage of the spirit martial realm. What cultivation level did Yi Fan possess to challenge Lin Qingyang to a fight to the death? Father, do not worry. Yi Fan raised his hand, offering Yi Hai a reassuring glance, then coldly fixed his gaze on Lin Qingyang, reiterating, do not remain silent. Do you dare? Do I fear you? Let us fight. Lin Qingyang snorted disdainfully, readily accepting the challenge. Lin Mo's icy gaze then fell upon Yi Hai. Since the life and death battle was proposed by Yi Fan, if he were too incompetent and perished beneath my son's sword, would the Yi family not seek vengeance? Of course. Yi Fan interjected before Yi Hai could respond. If Lin Qingyang dies, I hope the Lin family can retain some dignity. With your capabilities, you think you can kill me? Lin Qingyang's arrogance was palpable, completely disregarding Yi Fan. Having just advanced to the spirit martial realm, he had become insufferably arrogant, mistakenly believing that defeating Qin Shiyi rendered him invincible. In this battle, I shall leave you in pieces, first crippling your limbs before claiming your life with my 5th sword. Swish. Before his words could fully resonate, Yi Fan's sword sliced through the air. Lin Qingyang's expression shifted slightly as he hastily crossed his sword to defend himself. With a resounding crash, sword shattered and life extinguished. His body was cleaved in two, the wound bearing scorch marks. The battle had scarcely begun, yet it had concluded. They speak of a life and death battle, yet there is so much unnecessary chatter. Yi Fan cast a dismissive glance at Lin Qingyang's corpse, contempt etched upon his face. What of your 5th sword for taking my life? You couldn't even withstand a single strike from me. Where would your 5th sword come from? Yi Fan. Lin Mo's fury erupted, his voice booming like thunder. A terrifying aura emanated from him, pressing down upon Yi Fan. What do you intend to do? Yi Hai stepped forward, shielding Yi Fan. This is a life and death battle. Why the theatrics? Unfazed, Yi Fan boldly approached Yi Hai, meeting Lin Mo's gaze directly with a playful smile. Having declared a life and death battle, regardless of who perishes, the opposing family cannot seek retribution. Is the Lin family already retracting their words? You truly ought not to provoke me. Well done, Yi Fan. You are impressive. Lin Mo clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I shall see how long your Yi family can bask in glory. We have ample time. Qingyue, we depart. With that, he turned and swept away. A few warriors from the Lin family stepped forward to carry away Lin Qingyang's remains. Lin Qingyue, clutching her abdomen, paused at the threshold, casting a venomous glare at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, you have slain my child and my brother. This enmity is irreconcilable. The 3rd prince will surely avenge me. Vixens are simply pretentious. Such a loquacious one. Yi Fan's expression was one of disdain, uninterested in engaging further. Once the members of the Lin family had departed, Yi Hai turned to Yi Fan with a puzzled expression. Fanner, what is the nature of your cultivation? Just yesterday, you were at the 9th level of the martial realm. And yet overnight, you have ascended to the 3rd level of the spiritual martial realm. Moreover, you possess the extraordinary ability to slay Lin Qingyang. Could it be that you have encountered some fortuitous event? Father, that is not something you need to inquire about. Yi Fan replied with a mysterious smile, unwilling to elaborate. Last night, he had not only experienced an unexpected fortune, but also a romantic encounter. By the way, how is mother? Yi Fan suddenly recalled and expressed his concern. She is fine, just feeling a bit frustrated, Yi Hai replied. That's good to hear. Yi Fan nodded gently. I have some matters to attend to and must step out. With the inheritance of the Sun God Emperor, he lacked for martial techniques. However, what he truly needed now was a reliable sword. The sword he had acquired from Qin Shiyi was subpar, and during his confrontation with Lin Qingyang, he had nearly been overwhelmed by the power of the sun. After a single strike, the blade had already dulled and could no longer be used. Presently, the Yi family could only offer low-grade spiritual weapons. To obtain a superior sword, he would need to visit the Wanbao building within the imperial city. Interestingly, the Wanbao building had some connections to the third prince's consort. That's not advisable. Yihai urgently grasped Yi Fan's arm as he was about to leave. It won't be long before news of the events at the Yi residence reaches the third prince. I have heard that the third prince's consort is a barren woman and cannot conceive. Therefore, Lin Xingyue's child may very well be the third prince's only heir. Now that the child is gone, the third prince is unlikely to let this matter rest. Do not worry, Yi Fan assured him with a smile. Father, you need only to spread the word that Lin Xingyue was pregnant with Duan Tianya's child while attempting to marry into our Yi family. Then, let it be known that I have physically terminated that unwanted pregnancy. We shall allow the rumors to circulate for a time. Yihai furrowed his brow, hesitating. Fanner, such actions may provoke the third prince beyond measure. Rest assured, father, Yi Fan replied calmly. The child is already gone. How could Duan Tianya possibly acknowledge the child as his? If he were to seek revenge openly, would he not be confirming the rumors? Such an act would surely alienate him from the third prince's consort, which would not be advantageous for his claim to the throne. Thus, even if Duan Tianya wishes to harm me, he would be reluctant to do so openly. Yihai's expression shifted as comprehension dawned upon him. A look of relief crossing his face. Fanner, you have truly matured, thinking several steps ahead. You are no longer solely infatuated with Lin Xingyue. That woman is not worth it. With a newfound clarity, Yi Fan smiled serenely and exited the Yi residence. Upon entering Wanbao building, he approached the counter and produced 2 pills, placing them before the shopkeeper. Sir, could you assess the value of these 2 pills and spiritual stones? These 2 pills were the 9-turn gathering spirit pills gifted by Qin Yimo, and they were quite valuable. In the imperial city of Yunnan, no one could concoct pills of such quality. The shopkeeper initially appeared indifferent, but upon glimpsing the pills, his eyes widened in astonishment as he hurriedly examined them closely. What do you think? Seeing the shopkeeper's prolonged silence, Yi Fan urged him. 20 low-grade spirit stones. A glimmer of greed flashed in the shopkeeper's eyes as he gestured with 2 fingers. Who do you think you're fooling? Are you the one being foolish, or am I? Upon hearing this offer, Yi Fan's anger ignited. 2 ordinary spirit gathering pills could fetch 30 low-grade spirit stones, yet you dare claim these 2 pills are worth merely 20? This is simply an ordinary spirit gathering pill. The shopkeeper remained unfazed, stating that 30 was the selling price, while his purchasing price was merely 10 low-grade spirit stones per pill. Damn it, I won't sell them. Infuriated, Yi Fan reached out to reclaim the 9-turn spirit gathering pills. However, the shopkeeper swiftly snatched the pills away, tossing 20 low-grade spirit stones onto the counter. Declaring that Wanbao Tower had accepted the goods, and that with the spirit stones in hand, Yi Fan could leave. Do you all enjoy bullying honest folks? Yi Fan's gaze turned icy, a surge of murderous intent enveloping him. Dare to create a ruckus in Wanbao Tower? Have you lost your mind? The shopkeeper glared at Yi Fan, stepping back and shouting, Someone, throw this brat out. In an instant, several guards from Wanbao Tower rushed in, blades gleaming as they lunged at Yi Fan. Bang, bang, bang. Within a mere moment, the guards were sent flying, crashing into the counter and leaving chaos in their wake. What on earth is happening? The shopkeeper's face drained of color, cold sweat pouring down his brow. He recognized Yi Fan, otherwise, he would not have dared to provoke him. Yet, in his memory, Yi Fan was merely at the Qi martial realm, typically meek and submissive. Why was he so audacious today? A fistful of first-stage spirit martial realm guards had been so thoroughly bested by Yi Fan. Return my belongings. After dispatching the guards, Yi Fan cast a cold glance at the shopkeeper. Before the words left his lips, he reached out, seizing the shopkeeper's collar and yanking him from behind the counter. Who dares to cause trouble in Wanbao Tower? At this moment, a sultry voice floated down from above. Yi Fan looked up to see a woman descending gracefully in a flowing purple gauze gown, her hem swaying as her long, fair legs peeked through. Quite provocative. Is Wanbao Tower genuinely engaged in respectable business, or does it feel more like a brothel? Yi Fan silently lamented, unabashedly scrutinizing her. His gaze lingered on the exquisite curves of her figure, rendering him momentarily captivated. The woman was Su Meinyang, the renowned enchantress of the imperial city. With each delicate step, a fragrant breeze enveloped Yi Fan as she approached, her crimson lips parting to exhale softly. Little brother, you had better offer me a reasonable explanation, or else. Before she could finish her sentence, her slender fingers lightly tapped Yi Fan's chest. Chapter 5. Enchantress of the Imperial City, Su Meinyang. TSK. Su Meinyang's figure is becoming increasingly alluring. Are you seeking death? Any man entangled with Su Meinyang rarely survives beyond 3 months. They say they are utterly drained. They say 30 is like a wolf, 40 like a tiger. Su Meinyang, however, is akin to a millennia-old tortoise. Once she bites down, she never lets go. Are you all tired of living? Should these words reach the ears of the esteemed Su, take heed, for you may find yourselves all rendered impotent. That being said, it is evident that Yi Fan possesses an audacious spirit, daring to stir trouble within the illustrious Wanbao Tower. Indeed, should Su take offense, it is likely that the Yi family shall share in the ensuing misfortune. At this moment, a considerable gathering of onlookers had assembled outside Wanbao Tower. With men whispering among themselves, their gazes unwilling to part from the enchanting Su Meinyang. You must inquire of him. Yi Fan maintained his composure, gesturing toward the trembling shopkeeper beside him. With 20 inferior spirit stones, he forcibly extorted 2 9-transformation spirit gathering pills from me. Is this how Wanbao Tower amasses wealth? The mention of 9-transformation spirit gathering pills caused Su Meinyang's beautiful eyes to gleam with a hint of intrigue. She turned, beckoning the shopkeeper with a delicate flick of her finger. The shopkeeper, already paralyzed with fear, trembled as he presented the pills. Su Meinyang, with a graceful flourish of her fingers, picked up one of the pills for a closer examination. Ah, indeed, a 9-transformation spirit gathering pill. Pray tell, where did you acquire these 2? Yi Fan merely smiled, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Understanding his intent, Su Meinyang cast a glance at the shopkeeper before instructing her guards. From this moment forth, he is no longer the shopkeeper of Wanbao Tower. Dispose of him according to the rules. Please spare me, esteemed lady. I acknowledge my mistakes. I was momentarily bewitched. The shopkeeper fell to his knees with a thud, his head bowing repeatedly like a pestle. He was acutely aware of the merciless regulations of Wanbao Tower. Such a punishment could leave him severely scarred, if not dead. Yet, no matter how he pleaded, Su Meinyang could not be bothered to spare him even a glance. My dear, this 100 inferior spirit stones shall serve as Wanbao Tower's apology. Su Meinyang pushed the spirit stones toward Yi Fan, her eyes sparkling with allure. As for these 2 9-transformation spirit gathering pills, they are precious yet scarce in the Imperial City. How about we ascend to the upper floors and discuss this matter in detail? Are you certain that once we ascend, we shall speak solely of business? You wouldn't engage in anything extraordinary, would you? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, feigning apprehension as he took a half-step back. He had heard tales of Su Meinyang's formidable reputation. Oh dear, how could you think such a thing? Su Meinyang covered her mouth with a light laugh. In broad daylight. Do you truly fear that I might devour you? Come, let us ascend together. With that, her delicate hand grasped the collar of Yi Fan's garment, leading him up without allowing for any descent. Alas, this young man is doomed, daring to seclude himself with Su Meinyang in the loft. Given his slender frame, he is unlikely to withstand the trials of the night. He will surely be drained entirely, leaving not a drop behind. Such youthful ignorance of the world. I see that this lad has already lost his senses. Outside Wanbao Tower, the crowd murmured among themselves, their eyes filled with sympathy. Who does not know that while Su Meinyang appears charming, she is, in truth, a formidable character. Even the heads of the prominent families in the Imperial City must show her deference. Were it not for this, how could Wanbao Tower remain unyielding in the Imperial City? Yi Fan followed Su Meinyang into the room, the air thick with an elusive fragrance. A partially drawn curtain revealed a disheveled bed. The sheets rumpled as if a fierce battle had just taken place upon them. Su Meinyang approached the bedside and seated herself, patting the space beside her with a playful smile directed at Yi Fan. Come, little brother, do not be so reserved. Sit over here with your sister. Yi Fan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye upon noticing a nearby stool, hastily moving towards it. I believe sitting here is quite satisfactory, he replied awkwardly. How can we discuss serious matters from such a distance? Su Meinyang pouted in feigned annoyance, beckoning Yi Fan closer, clearing his throat. Yi Fan dragged the stool forward a few steps before taking a seat. This distance is just right. Very well, I shall not press you further, Su Meinyang said. Retrieving the 2 9-turn gathering spirit pills she had previously concealed, her face alight with mirth. Tell me, little brother, from whence did you acquire these exceptional pills? They were gifted by a master. Yi Fan had already prepared his response and answered promptly. Oh, which master? Su Meinyang inquired, her curiosity piqued. Is it of great importance? Yi Fan countered. Certainly, Su Meinyang replied, her eyes glimmering enticingly. To possess such high-quality pills suggests a person of extraordinary caliber. If their origin is dubious, it could place me in a precarious situation. What if I were to accept them and encounter trouble? Tai Chu Daozong, Yi Fan stated, uttering the 4 words with conviction. Su Meinyang's eyes widened in realization. Ah, so it is a master from Tai Chu Daozong. No wonder, little brother, you are quite fortunate. Seizing the moment, Yi Fan asked. Then, in your esteemed opinion, how many spirit stones are these 2 9-turn gathering spirit pills worth? 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones, Su Meinyang replied, extending her delicate fingers to indicate the figure. Is that all? Yi Fan's expression fell, disappointment evident on his face. That is already quite a sum, Su Meinyang explained. Though these 9-turn gathering spirit pills are of good quality, They are ultimately only fourth-tier pills. 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones is the highest price for such items. Yi Fan contemplated, then ventured to ask, could 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones be exchanged for a high-grade profound weapon at Wanbao Tower? What are you thinking, little brother? Su Meinyang feigned an exasperated glare at Yi Fan, chuckling lightly. 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones can at most be exchanged for the most inferior high-grade profound weapon. To acquire a superior one, you would need at least 60 to 70,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Yi Fan furrowed his brow, a look of dismay crossing his face. He could not possibly procure such a sum. The Yi family could manage it, but it would be a considerable strain. After all, maintaining the family business required sufficient liquidity. Producing such a large amount at once would undoubtedly disrupt many ventures. Perhaps, Su Meinyang suggested with a smile, noticing Yi Fan's distress. You could return and ask your father if he can provide a bit more spirit stones. Let us discuss this later, Yi Fan shrugged, suddenly looking at Su Meinyang with a grin. Mistress, you need not continually refer to me as little brother. It sounds rather awkward, and from what I can see, you do not appear significantly older than I. Oh dear, I am not much older than you. Su Meinyang laughed at Yi Fan's remark. Now take a guess. How old do you think I am this year? Yi Fan feigned seriousness as he scrutinized the host. You must still be under 18, right? Uft. Su Meinyang chuckled. Oh, little brother, you truly have a way with words. I am already 39. Impossible. Yi Fan pretended to be astonished. Your skin is even more delicate than that of the 18-year-olds I've encountered. You hardly resemble someone over 30. Do not flatter me, dear brother, Su Meinyang sighed, shaking her head. Next year, I shall turn 40, and my beauty fades with each passing day. I age swiftly. The hostess' words are misguided. Yi Fan solemnly declared. What time erodes is but fleeting moments. It cannot diminish your beauty. It is merely that time passes too swiftly, not that you age too quickly. In his previous life, he had diligently studied the guide to employment for university students, and now, the knowledge was proving useful. Am I truly beautiful? Su Meinyang's eyes sparkled with mischief as she inquired. I do not perceive myself as particularly lovely. It is quite normal for a beauty to be unaware of her own charm. Yi Fan nodded earnestly, as if stating a simple fact. Your sweet tongue could flatter anyone to death. Su Meinyang laughed, her demeanor lively. How about this? Today, I shall sell you a high-tier spirit sword for the price of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. What kind of sword does little brother desire? Do tell me. A sword. Yi Fan suppressed a laugh within, maintaining an innocent expression. This older woman was easily appeased. A sword indeed? Su Meinyang mused softly, pressing her delicate hand against the edge of the bed. With a soft click, a wall slowly slid open, revealing a hidden chamber. Su Meinyang rose gracefully, her skirt swaying, and beckoned Yi Fan with a playful gesture. Come, let us choose a fine sword together. I am certain little brother will be satisfied. Thank you, host. Yi Fan politely clasped his hands in gratitude, stepping forward to follow Su Meinyang. Ah, she paused, glancing back at him with a smile. Little brother, please do not call me host. It feels so distant. Just call me sister. Thank you, sister. Yi Fan quickly complied, still feeling a bit awkward. He added, however, when you address me, could you omit the little part? I am not so small. Chapter 6, The Sword of the Sun, A Fortunate Encounter. Is that so? Then I must take a good look at you. Su Meinyang suddenly halted, turning to scrutinize Yi Fan with a knowing gaze. Her eyes slowly descended, carrying a hint of playful mockery, as if she were examining him closely. Yi Fan abruptly stopped, instinctively shielding his vital points. Sister, your gaze is making me uneasy. I was merely teasing you. Silly brother, Su Meinyang chuckled, stepping into the hidden chamber, leaving behind a trail of melodious laughter. Yi Fan sighed in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. This woman was truly a reincarnated enchantress. As he stepped into the dimly lit chamber, he was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. Though the room was modest in size, it revealed an extraordinary world within. The walls were adorned with numerous luminous pearls, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the entire space. A dazzling array of spiritual weapons was meticulously displayed on the shelves, each exuding a unique aura, shimmering brilliantly under the radiance of the pearls. Among them, the sword known as Rays of the Sun was one of his sister's most cherished collectibles. Su Meinyang approached a long sword, its entire body radiating a golden sheen, and turned back to Yi Fan with a charming smile. However, acquiring it is not so simple, she teased. Please, sister, don't smile at me like that. It frightens me. Yi Fan responded awkwardly, swallowing hard. Hadn't they agreed on a price of 10,000 inferior spirit stones for a superior grade spiritual weapon? Why had she suddenly implied that it wouldn't be so easy? Surely, she didn't expect him to offer his life in exchange? That would be an exorbitant price indeed. Oh dear, where's your mind wandering off to? Su Meinyang chided playfully, noticing his expression. She then gently caressed the sword's blade and explained, This sword possesses a spirit. To obtain it, you must first earn its recognition. Wait a moment, Yi Fan interjected, sensing something amiss. Are you sure about this? I thought only royal-grade spiritual weapons could possess intelligence. Ah, my dear brother, you seem quite knowledgeable, Su Meinyang replied, a glint of surprise flickering in her eyes. Royal-grade spiritual weapons possess intelligence because they have a core spirit. This Rays of the Sun sword also incorporates a core spirit during its forging, hence it too possesses intelligence. However, what? Yi Fan inquired, curiosity piqued. Leaning closer to him, Su Meinyang whispered softly, its intelligence is not particularly high. How can I earn its recognition? Yi Fan felt his ears flush with warmth and quickly shifted the topic, moving toward the Rays of the Sun sword. Suddenly, the sword emitted a melodious hum. A wave of warmth surged within Yi Fan, causing him to pause. Su Meinyang's eyes widened with intrigue. It seems this sword is drawn to you. A smile crept across Yi Fan's lips as he began to channel his solar energy. He had distinctly sensed the sword's test. Perhaps it had recognized his solar divine body. Come, he called softly, as golden spiritual energy swirled in his palm. Whoosh! As he extended his hand, the Rays of the Sun sword responded, soaring into his grasp. It appeared his sister had underestimated him. Su Meinyang's eyes sparkled with delight as she assessed him. With the sword now acknowledging him, he merely needed to drop his blood upon it to complete the bond. As she delicately traced her finger across his wrist, she offered, "Shall I assist you, brother?" Yi Fan quickly retracted his wrist, chuckling awkwardly. "This is but a trivial matter. I can manage on my own." With that, he bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the Rays of the Sun sword. The sword suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, with runes swirling as if it had come to life. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Su Mei's eyes as she stepped closer, a fragrant breeze enveloping her. "Since the sword has acknowledged its master, why not allow me to teach you the art of wielding it? Dear sister, you are far too kind. I could never impose upon you." Yi Fan hastily waved his hand, thinking that if this continued, he might end up completely devoured by this enchanting woman. Seeking to change the subject, he said, "By the way, there is a matter I wish to inquire about." "Oh, what would my dear brother like to know?" Su Mei's beautiful eyes sparkled as her delicate hand lightly rested on Yi Fan's shoulder. "Shall we discuss it outside?" Without waiting for his response, she linked her arm with his and led him out. As they stepped out of the dim room, the door closed silently behind them. Su Mei guided Yi Fan toward the bed, her skirt swaying gracefully, filling the air with her alluring fragrance. Observing this, Yi Fan quickly extricated himself, chuckling awkwardly, "Sister, let us focus on the matter at hand. Would you not join me for a seat?" Lazily reclining on the bed, Su Mei regarded him with a hint of teasing in her gaze. Yi Fan feigned ignorance and said earnestly, "I wish to inquire about a certain individual. Might you be acquainted with the third prince's consort? Are you referring to Qingchen?" Su Mei raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. "Pray tell, has my brother taken a liking to her? She is already wed to the third prince and is a married woman. Could it be that you harbor such inclinations?" "How could that be?" Yi Fan quickly denied. "I merely heard that the third prince's consort has some connections with Wan Baolu recently. I inadvertently offended the third prince, and I was wondering if I could enlist your sister's assistance to have her speak a word on my behalf. Qingcheng is my junior sister." Su Mei gently stroked her hair. "However, to have her speak in your favor may prove to be quite challenging. Though she is wed to the third prince, they have never shared a bed. The third prince's consort, Mu Qingcheng, is the daughter of the Mu family in the imperial city. Another layer to her identity is that she is Su Mei's junior sister. Despite sharing the same master, their personalities are markedly different." Yi Fan gazed at Su Mei with curiosity, seeking confirmation. "Is it true that the third prince's consort is a stone woman?" "A stone woman?" Su Mei shook her head, a flicker of compassion in her eyes. "That is merely a consequence of her cultivation." "Ah?" Yi Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. "To become a stone woman due to cultivation? That sounds rather unusual. My sister practices the way of passion, while my junior sister follows the path of devotion," Su Mei explained with a gentle sigh. "Unless she encounters true love, she finds it difficult to engage in intimate relations. The appearance of a stone woman is merely a seal." As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward the window, her tone tinged with melancholy. "My junior sister is also a pitiful soul. Her marriage to the royal family was merely a matter of family intent. She is but a pawn in the game of power." "Now I understand," Yi Fan reflected thoughtfully, his mind clearing. "The Mu family is one of the three great clans of the imperial city, while the Yi and Lin families are but second-tier families in comparison. What the third prince, Duan Tianya, truly requires is the support of the Mu family. If the Mu family were to discover that Lin Qingyue is carrying Duan Tianya's child, this alliance, sustained through marriage, would instantly crumble to dust. What is my younger brother contemplating?" Su Meinyang noticed Yi Fan lost in thought and waved her jade hand before his eyes. "Do not worry. If that third prince bullies you in the future, Just come to find your sister. I shall protect you. Then I must extend my gratitude to you, sister, Yi Fan replied, regaining his senses and politely clasping his hands in thanks. Is that all? Just words of thanks? Su Meinyang's beautiful eyes sparkled, and her red lips curled slightly. Sister is eagerly anticipating your tangible actions, dear brother. Chapter 7. Practicing swordplay under the moonlight. 9 suns burning the heavens. Yi Fan suddenly jolted, stepping back 2 paces. Sister, I just remembered I have some urgent matters at home. I fear I cannot accompany you any longer. Having spoken, he turned to make his escape. Do not rush off. Su Meinyang called gently, yet did not impede him. Watching Yi Fan's hurried retreat, a playful smile graced her lips. What an interesting lad. He has indeed gained the recognition of the Daylight Sword. The Daylight Sword was left at the Wanbao Tower by her master years ago, said to be wieldable only by those of fate. The origins of this sword were never elaborated upon by her master, but she understood that it was far more than just an exceptional artifact. Yi Fan dashed out of the Wanbao Tower, his feet pounding the ground. The warm glow of the setting sun bathed him in light. As he ran, he greedily absorbed the sunlight. Oh, isn't that Yi Fan? Not so soon. TSK. Looks like he didn't fare too well. It's his first time, so it's only natural he rushed a bit. At least he didn't get completely drained. He should be pleased with that. Just look at his disheveled appearance. It's utterly hilarious. But even if he escapes the Wanbao Tower, can he truly evade Su Meinyang's grasp? Ha. A few individuals lingering outside the Wanbao Tower erupted into laughter. Upon returning to the Yi residence, Yi Fan wasted no time rushing into his small courtyard. He dragged out a lounge chair and reclined comfortably. Channeling the solar technique, he basked in the sunlight. As the sun dipped below the horizon, his cultivation reached the 4th tier of the spirit martial realm. This is the life. Yi Fan stretched lazily, unable to suppress a complaint. However, the speed of my advancement seems to be slowing. The higher the realm, the more spiritual energy is required for progression. This is entirely normal in the martial world. Yet, the time left for me is limited. Within a year, I must ascend to the 7th tier of the Xuanhuan realm. The moonlight? Yi Fan glanced upward at the newly risen moon, his eyes brightening. Moonlight is also a form of light. I wonder what effects it may have. With that thought, he began channeling the solar technique once more. The moonlight cascaded like water, but did not transform into spiritual energy. Yet, he suddenly felt a clarity washing over him. An inexplicable urge to learn surged within. I understand now, Yi Fan exclaimed excitedly, retrieving the daylight sword to absorb the moonlight, enhancing his understanding. Practicing swordplay under the moonlight would yield twice the results with half the effort. Buzz. As he rummaged through martial techniques, a tremor surged from the depths of his consciousness, emanating from the heavenly sealing monument. Moments later, a mysterious force drew him into an extraordinary realm. Surveying his surroundings, he beheld a vast expanse of chaos. In the void, 3 grand characters loomed. Heavenly Sealing Realm. Was this the world contained within the Heavenly Sealing Monument? The secrets of the Heavenly Sealing Monument remained elusive even to the Sun God Emperor. Now, he could only rely on his own exploration. He sensed that the flow of time within the Heavenly Sealing Realm differed from the outside world. Although this place lacked spiritual energy, practicing martial techniques did not deplete his spiritual power. Currently, absorbing moonlight in the outside world to enhance his comprehension and entering the Heavenly Sealing Realm to practice martial arts was indeed a perfect match. As he searched, various sword illustrations surfaced in his consciousness. Without hesitation, Yi Fan brandished his sword and commenced his training. After countless swings, the space trembled unexpectedly. The Heavenly Sealing Monument forcibly ejected him from the Heavenly Sealing Realm. What was happening? Was there a time limit for practicing martial techniques within the Heavenly Sealing Realm? Yi Fan pondered, still unclear about the situation. Suddenly, 3 figures clad in black burst into the courtyard. Each exuded a murderous aura, instantly locking onto him. Yi Fan rose with his sword in hand, seemingly enlightened. The Heavenly Sealing Monument must have sensed danger, prompting his exit. Sleeping here, and you're not afraid of catching a chill? One of the black-clad figures sneered as he scrutinized Yi Fan. Did Duan Tianya send you? Breaking into the Yi residence in the dead of night, Duan Tianya must truly wish to kill me. Yi Fan deduced their identities without a hint of fear. It's rather cool here. Are you 3 here to keep me warm? Just in time for me to practice my swordsmanship on you. With that, a faint golden light emanated from his sunlight sword. Arrogant. The 3 black-clad figures attacked simultaneously, their blades and swords enveloping Yi Fan in an instant. Each possessed formidable prowess, being at the 5th stage of the spirit martial realm. Yi Fan chuckled softly as the sunlight sword erupted in dazzling brilliance. First style of the 9 suns burning heaven sword technique. Sunrise. The sword light pierced through the darkness like the dawn sun. One black-clad figure let out a cry of agony as the sword light pierced through his chest. Yi Fan swiftly shifted his sword stance, executing the second style, blazing sun in the sky. The scorching sword light enveloped the second black-clad figure. No. The figure barely had time to react before being consumed by the sword light. How is this possible? The remaining black-clad figure panicked, astonished by Yi Fan's strength. Dare you to be distracted? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, tracing a blood-red arc with his sunlight sword. The last black-clad figure stared wide-eyed in terror, too late to evade. This is the third style of the 9 suns burning heaven sword technique, blood-red setting sun. With a swift motion, the sword light flashed, and the black-clad figure collapsed lifelessly. Is it over already? Yi Fan flicked the blood from his sword with a regretful expression. I still wanted to try the 4th style of the 9 suns burning heaven sword technique. Did Duan Tianya send such weaklings to kill me? How contemptuous. The 9 yang burning heaven sword technique is not the supreme sword art of the 9 yang divine emperor. However, at this current stage, it is the most suitable for Yi Fan's cultivation. The first 3 forms already possess the might of Xian-level martial skills. The 4th form reaches the level of low-grade earth techniques. As of now, he has only practiced the first 4 forms. Yet, the 4th form remains incomplete, as the time dedicated to training is rather insufficient. In the outside world, 2 hours equate to merely 20 hours within the heaven-suppressing realm. Yi Fan sheathed his sword and prepared to deal with the corpses on the ground when he suddenly sensed a chill creeping up from behind him. Not a bad sword. And the martial skills are decent. A chilling voice emerged from the shadows. Yi Fan turned to find a tall figure clad in black stepping forth, wielding a pitch-black long knife that glinted with a ghostly cold light. Oh, another one offering their head. Yi Fan scoffed, dismissing the opponent with a wave of his hand. Is this a buy 3 get 1 free deal? You'll soon find yourself unable to laugh. As the man in black spoke, he released a menacing aura of 9th-level spirit martial realm. Yi Fan's expression sharpened, his demeanor suddenly becoming grave. The black-clad figure, uninterested in further conversation, swiftly advanced, his long knife slicing downwards. Whoosh! Yi Fan drew his sword. His figure ruthlessly sent flying. As he regained his stance, he resolutely launched a counterattack, executing the 9 yang burning heaven sword technique. The black-clad man countered with ease, parrying each strike, his strength evidently several tiers above the previous 3 adversaries. Is this all you're capable of? He sneered, malice gleaming in his eyes. What else with the bravado? Yi Fan's expression soured, the sunblade erupting in a brilliant crimson light. If the first 3 forms were inadequate, then he would unleash the 4th form, Dusk's last glow. The sword light, like blood, seemed to stain the entire courtyard crimson, its momentum resembling the setting sun, imbued with boundless destructive force. Yet, despite the sword's searing intensity, its execution appeared somewhat disordered. Boom! The clash of blade and sword sent Yi Fan stumbling back several steps. As he steadied himself, a metallic taste filled his throat, and a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. Damn it! He grimaced, wiping the blood from his lips. His 4th form was indeed not mastered. While it reached earth-level prowess, it drained an immense amount of spiritual energy. Now, having failed to vanquish his foe with that strike, he found himself in a predicament. How he wished it were daytime. Harnessing the sun's power would surely facilitate the annihilation of his opponent. Die! The black-clad man snarled, lunging fiercely at Yi Fan. At that moment, the air before Yi Fan began to warp. An ancient stone tablet's phantom gradually manifested. The heaven-suppressing tablet? Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, slightly astonished. The heaven-suppressing tablet had actually chosen to reveal itself to protect its master? Boom! In an instant, the black-clad man struck the heaven-suppressing tablet with his knife. A wave of rebound force rendered his hand numb. Is this the soul of destiny? The figure in black narrowed his eyes in disbelief. How could this be possible? Only warriors of the earth martial realm could awaken their soul essence. Yet you are merely at the spirit martial realm. Chapter 8. The assassination in the front, the message delivered in the back. There is much you do not know. Yi Fan was filled with elation, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the awakening of the soul essence required a cultivation level of the earth martial realm. The monument before him, the town-suppressing monument, was not his soul essence. Its manifestation merely resembled that of a soul essence. Attack! Yi Fan's thoughts stirred as he attempted to manipulate the town-suppressing monument. The ethereal form of the monument trembled slightly and surged forward to suppress. The black-clad man raised his sword in front of him, attempting to block the impending assault. Boom! The overwhelming force shattered his internal organs. He then collapsed to the ground, blood pouring forth. So powerful. Yi Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Even he was taken aback. The town-suppressing monument was deadly, straightforward in its lethality. A single strike, and a 9th-tier spirit martial realm warrior was no more. Thud! 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 A series of hurried footsteps approached from outside the courtyard. Yi Fan quickly retracted the town-suppressing monument. Soon, he saw Yi Hai leading a group of individuals into the courtyard. Upon witnessing the 4 lifeless bodies on the ground, they were momentarily stunned. "Father, you all arrived somewhat late, didn't you?" Yi Fan grinned upon seeing Yi Hai and the others. Given the commotion in the courtyard, it was surprising they had only just appeared. If he lacked some capability, they would have only come to collect his remains. "Fanner, did you kill them all?" Yi Hai, recognizing the strongest of the fallen black-robed figures, was incredulous. "This Chinemo, I recall him being at the 9th tier of the Spirit Sea realm. It was I who killed him." Yi Fan nodded. "Father, do you know this person?" "A member of the Qin family," Yi Hai replied solemnly. "Not someone from Duan Tianya's faction?" Yi Fan's expression faltered, then realization dawned upon him. In this light, Duan Tianya indeed displayed considerable caution. The third prince would not send his own men to assassinate him. Should they fail, it would be akin to openly declaring a vendetta. Yi Hai continued thus. He could only enlist the Qin family to act. Moreover, the Qin family had sufficient motive, considering you killed Qin Shui. What puzzles me more is how you managed to kill Qin Emo. What is so surprising about it? Yi Fan shrugged nonchalantly. Could it be due to this sword? Yi Hai's gaze fixed on the sword in Yi Fan's hand, the Sunblade. He sensed its extraordinary nature. Is it of the high-grade Xian tier? Yi Hai asked, uncertain. Where did you acquire this sword? From the Wanbao building, Yi Fan replied candidly. Wanbao building? Yi Hai's expression shifted. How could Su Meinyang send you a high-grade Xian tier spirit sword for no reason? You wouldn't Ti. Father, please don't let your imagination run wild. Yi Fan hastily interrupted. Nothing happened between me and Master Su. It's merely that this sword resonates with me, and she gifted it to me. Is that all? Yi Hai wore a face of disbelief, yet upon noticing that Yi Fan had no intention of confessing, he decided against probing further. He merely cautioned, Fanner, do not fault your father for being overly talkative. This Su Meinyang is not someone you can provoke. It is said that no man who has entangled with her survives beyond 3 months. You are your father's only son. You must not perish because of this woman. Father. Rest assured, Yi Fan replied, a mix of laughter and exasperation in his tone. I cannot ease this concern. Yi Hai sensed Yi Fan's lack of seriousness towards the matter and grew increasingly anxious. Fanner, I understand you have grown and formed your own opinions. However, that woman, Su Meinyang, is truly untouchable. If you find it unbearable, I can find a respectable young lady for you. Or perhaps you could visit the Yichun courtyard. Father, your words grow ever more absurd, Yi Fan said, his lips twitching in disbelief. I am a respectable man. How could I ever set foot in such a place? Master. Just as Yi Fan wished to clarify further, an urgent voice called out from outside the courtyard. Yi Fu rushed into the courtyard, breathless, clutching a letter tightly in his hand. He hurried to Yi Hai's side and exclaimed, the Chen family has sent a letter through Chun-Li. A flicker of confusion crossed Yi Hai's eyes. The Chen family had just sent someone to invade Yi Manor and attempt to assassinate Yi Fan. What do they mean by sending a letter now? Upon receiving the letter and unfolding it, his brow furrowed even deeper. Father, what does the letter say? Yi Fan inquired, leaning in closer. It is a letter from Duan Tianya, Yi Hai replied solemnly, passing the letter to Yi Fan. A notice for admission to Tianwu Academy? Yi Fan took the letter, noticing that at the bottom of the parchment, there was indeed an admission notice. Duan Tianya had remarkably used his connections to secure his entry into Tianwu Academy. Fanner, you must not go to Tianwu Academy, Yi Hai said seriously, analyzing the situation. Once you enter there, Duan Tianya will have plenty of opportunities to strike at you. His extraordinary arrangement for your attendance is merely to create an opportunity to kill you. Father, to be honest, I genuinely wish to attend Tianwu Academy, Yi Fan said with a slight smile, a glint of cunning in his eyes. If I do not go, would that not squander his murderous intentions? It was evident to him that Duan Tianya's intentions were transparent. Within the borders of the Yunian Kingdom, if one were to speak of the most powerful force, it would not be the royal family, but rather Tianwu Academy. If he wished to reach the Taichu Dao sect, Tianwu Academy was the optimal springboard. In previous years, it was the students of Tianwu Academy who represented the Yunian Kingdom in the assessments of the Taichu Dao sect. With only a handful of exceptions. Fanner, you, Yi Hai, witnessing Yi Fan's defiance, was so enraged he began to stamp his feet. Are you jesting? Yi Fan slightly straightened himself and turned to ask Yi Hai, Father, can our Yi family sustain my cultivation? Of course, Yi Hai responded without hesitation. If I remain in the Yi family, I will consume its resources. Yi Fan shook his head, holding a contrary view, especially considering that the resources of the Yi family could not be compared to those of Tianwu Academy. Currently, there were indeed descendants of the Yi family within Tianwu Academy. In the imperial city, each prominent family strives fervently to send their progeny to the Tianwu Academy for superior training. The Yi family is certainly no exception. However, the risks are considerable. Yi Hai furrowed his brow, fully aware of this reality. Yet, the admission notice from Duan Tianya was overtly conspicuous, clearly intended to set a trap for Yi Fan to leap into. The Tianwu Academy has its own regulations. If Duan Tianya wishes to eliminate me, he must operate within those confines. Given my current capabilities, preserving my life is exceedingly feasible. A smile graced Yi Fan's lips as he spoke lightly. Indeed, Yi Hai remarked. Lost in contemplation, Yi Fan has undeniably transformed from his former self. He has the ability to slay even those at the 9th level of the spirit martial realm. What is there to fear? Within the Tianwu Academy, only the inner court disciples could pose a genuine threat. As long as Yi Fan is not foolish, he would not engage directly with those inner court students. Yi Fan muttered to himself, in 2 days. It will be the day of the new student trials at the Tianwu Academy. If I miss it, I must wait another year. Since you are determined to go, I shall not hinder you any longer. Yi Hai finally relented, speaking in a serious tone. I will have someone contact Yi Yao at the academy to escort you. Yi Yao? A figure flashed through Yi Fan's mind. Yi Yao, the prodigy of the Yi family, 3 years his senior, is already an inner court student at the Tianwu Academy. However, what lingered most in his memory was not her talent, but rather her fiery physique and tempestuous temperament. In their youth, Yi Yao had often bullied the original master of the Yi family, relying on her innate gifts. Yet, in recent years, she had been preoccupied with her cultivation, growing increasingly distant from him. Chapter 9. The third prince's consort, Mu Qingxing. After Yi Hai departed, Yi Fan continued his cultivation in the courtyard. By day, he basked in the sun, absorbing sunlight to enhance his abilities. By night, he entered the Zhentian realm, focusing intently on martial techniques. In addition to the 9 suns burning heaven sword technique, he also strengthened the blazing sun palm. His proficiency in martial skills had significantly improved, and he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Before long, the day of the new student trials at the Tianwu Academy arrived. Fanner. Yi Hai's voice echoed from outside the courtyard as he entered, finding Yi Fan lazily reclining on a lounge chair. He couldn't help but advise, Fanner, do not let a modicum of achievement breed arrogance. Always remember, there are those greater than you, and the heavens hold even more talents. The Tianwu Academy is replete with geniuses. I have not been complacent, Yi Fan replied with a slight smile directed at Yi Hai. You have not been complacent? Yi Hai clearly doubted him, sensing that Yi Fan was merely maintaining appearances. However, he had no intention of reprimanding him. It is acceptable to rest after rigorous training. Balance is essential. There is no need to show off in front of your father. Yi Fan shrugged in resignation, aware that Yi Hai had misunderstood him. He was not lounging for rest. Rather, he was cultivating. Let us go. Yi Yao has been waiting outside for some time, Yi Hai said, choosing not to prolong the conversation as he beckoned Yi Fan. Upon exiting the courtyard, Yi Fan's gaze was irresistibly drawn to Yi Yao. Today, she donned a form-fitting white dress that accentuated her graceful curves, particularly the impressive contours of her bosom, which seemed on the verge of straining the fabric. Sunlight cascaded upon her, illuminating her skin to a porcelain-like fairness, while her undulating silhouette captivated the eye. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a woman before? Yi Yao, sensing Yi Fan's scrutiny, crossed her arms and called out. In response, a playful smile danced upon Yi Fan's lips. Sister Yao, with a figure like yours, it's impossible not to look. Yi Yao's cheeks flushed crimson as she raised her hand, feigning a strike at Yi Fan. Haven't had the chance to hit you in years. Are you itching for it? Please, Sister Yao, I was wrong. Yi Fan quickly retreated a couple of steps, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Humph. Yi Yao appraised Yi Fan with a look of disdain. I've heard you've been honing your skills lately. Just don't go to Tianwu Academy and end up getting your teeth knocked out. Yi Fan grinned broadly. Rest assured, Sister Yao, if I find myself in such a predicament, you will be the first I seek for rescue. Stop being cheeky. Yi Yao shot him a glare, unwilling to engage further, and turned to Yi Hai. Master, we are ready to depart. Go ahead. Yi Hai nodded, unconcerned about the upcoming trials for the new students. Yi Fan's prowess was already unparalleled among the newcomers. Follow me, Yi Yao called, striding confidently toward the gates of the estate. The sway of her ample bosom caused Yi Fan, following closely behind, to glance once more, muttering under his breath, such a figure is truly captivating. The recruitment for Tianwu Academy was not confined to the imperial city. Various cities within the Union Kingdom had designated quotas. Today, those who passed the entrance examination gathered in the imperial city. The streets buzzed with a throng of people, pulsating with excitement. Under Yi Yao's guidance, Yi Fan made his way to Tianwu Academy. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves approached from behind, accompanied by the rumble of wheels rolling over the cobblestones. A magnificent steed pulled an opulent palanquin that glided forward, adorned with golden floral patterns, exuding an air of luxury. The crowd parted in awe. What a grand display! Yi Fan mused, his curiosity piqued as he focused on the palanquin. It's the third prince's consort. Yi Yao observed, instantly recognizing the significance. As a gentle breeze stirred, it lifted a corner of the palanquin's curtain, revealing a breathtaking visage within. The figure slightly tilted her head, showcasing an ethereal beauty. Her skin was as fair as snow, her features painted with grace, exuding a celestial aura akin to the moonlight that graces the heavens. Beautiful, yet unattainable. Such beauty. Is this truly the renowned Mu Qingcheng, the fairest in the imperial city? She is exquisite. To share a spring night with such a beauty would be a delight worth dying for. But Mu Qingcheng is the third prince's consort. Can mere mortals like you hope to approach her? I've heard she is a stone woman, untouched even by the third prince. What? A stone woman? Such a beauty being a stone woman is a cruel twist of fate. On both sides of the street, crowds whispered, their eyes filled with awe and regret. For a moment, Yi Fan found himself momentarily entranced. Even a fleeting glimpse of the enchanting beauty left an indelible mark on his mind. One that he could not easily dispel. Is she beautiful? A cold voice interrupted his reverie. Indeed. Yi Fan instinctively nodded, his tone laced with admiration. The beauty of Mu Qingcheng was no less than that of Qin Yimo. Unfortunately, she bore some imperfections. They've already walked away, yet you still gaze? The voice resounded again, tinged with displeasure. Yi Fan snapped back to reality and turned to see Yi Yao, arms crossed, regarding him with a teasing glint in her eyes. Sister Yao is also quite beautiful. Yi Fan chuckled awkwardly, glancing at Yi Yao's chest in jest. Moreover, in certain aspects, Sister Yao has more advantages, possessing far more charm than that third prince's consort. Stop showering me with flattery. Yi Yao huffed coldly, evidently unimpressed. In terms of appearance, Mu Qingcheng was indeed worthy of her title as the most beautiful woman in the cloud-hidden kingdom. But remember, she is not someone you can covet. Do not provoke her, or it will only bring you trouble. Trouble? Yi Fan laughed lightly, shrugging nonchalantly. Is there anyone more troublesome than the third prince, Duan Tianya? Let us go, lest we miss the time. As the crowd began to disperse, Yi Yao strode purposefully toward Tianwu Academy. Yi Fan followed her, casting a glance in the direction where Mu Qingcheng had departed. Sister Yao, I noticed that the third prince's consort seems to be heading to Tianwu Academy as well. Indeed. Yi Yao nodded. This time, Mu Qingcheng is one of the 3 overseers for the new student trials. Overseer? Yi Fan inquired, puzzled. During the new student trials, the instructors at Tianwu Academy do not intervene much. It is the responsibility of the 3 overseers to ensure fairness and impartiality, Yi Yao explained. As for Mu Qingcheng's appointment as an overseer, it is not surprising. She is also a student of Tianwu Academy, like me, a member of the Inner Academy. However, she surpasses me, ranking among the top 10 on the Tianwu Academy's honor roll. After walking a short distance, they came upon a towering arched gate. A gilded plaque hung above, inscribed with the 4 characters Tianwu Academy. The area was bustling with people, some being newly recruited students from the selection process, while others were friends and family bidding farewell. Yi Yao halted and turned to Yi Fan. Since you did not participate in the selection, you can present your enrollment notice to the instructor in charge of the trials to receive your Tianwu token. The Tianwu token symbolizes the identity of a Tianwu Academy student and is of utmost importance within the academy. Is the instructor in charge of the trials present? Yi Fan surveyed the crowd, his expression one of confusion. There were simply too many people. Over there. Yi Yao directed her gaze toward the entrance of Tianwu Academy, her brow furrowing upon spotting a middle-aged man. Why is it Mu Jian? Chapter 10. The 3-corpse transformation pill, refining the dead fetus within. A member of the Mu family? Yi Fan followed Yi Yao's gaze and noticed the middle-aged man. The man had a stern countenance, his features exuding an air of malevolence. Indeed, he was closely allied with the third prince, Duan Tianya. Yi Yao cautioned Yi Fan. I have heard that Mu Jia's alliance with the third prince was orchestrated by this Mu Jian. He also proposed marrying Mu Qingcheng to the third prince to solidify their bond through marriage. He does not seem like a good man. Yi Fan murmured with a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He pushed through the crowd and made his way directly to Mu Jian. Upon reaching Mu Jian, he lazily produced his admission notice and casually handed it over. Here, this is my admission notice. Such disrespect. Mu Jian glanced at Yi Fan but did not take the notice. Instead, he coldly reprimanded. Is this how you were taught, Yi Hai? A smirk played on Yi Fan's lips as he provocatively replied. This admission notice was forcibly given to me by His Highness the Third Prince. You refuse to accept it, is that so? He intentionally raised his voice, drawing the attention of those around them. Refuse? Then so be it. If I do not enter Tianwu Academy, it matters not. Yi Fan shrugged, feigning an intention to turn away. At his words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Was Yi Fan truly so audacious as to challenge the instructor? Did he genuinely believe that others would plead for him to enter Tianwu Academy? The commotion among the crowd grew, with many astonished by Yi Fan's audacity. Those not from the imperial city regarded Yi Fan with curiosity, speculating about his identity. Within the borders of Yunnan, young individuals took pride in entering Tianwu Academy. Yet, judging by Yi Fan's demeanor, it seemed he held the institution in disdain. Stop right there. Mu Jian's expression darkened upon seeing Yi Fan genuinely attempt to leave. He evidently did not anticipate such boldness from Yi Fan, and for a moment, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. What is it? Yi Fan paused and turned, a playful smile gracing his face. Do you have further instructions? Naturally. He desired to enter Tianwu Academy. However, he was confident that Mu Jian would not dare to deny him entry. After all, this admission notice was bestowed upon him by Duan Tianya. Humph. Mu Jian scoffed, not even glancing at the notice in Yi Fan's hand. Instead, he tossed him a Tianwu token. Take this. Yi Fan accepted the token, his smile widening. Mu Jian then turned to a young man beside him, saying, Nielin, this Yi Fan is the one recommended by His Highness the Third Prince for Tianwu Academy. During the upcoming freshman trials, you must look after him. Yes, master. Nielin responded with a bow, his demeanor respectful. He straightened up and cast a sharp gaze at Yi Fan. Nielin, I have not seen you before. You are not from the imperial city, are you? Yi Fan appraised Nielin with an amused smile. In a place like the imperial city, aligning with the wrong faction can swiftly lead to one's demise. Nielin's expression darkened, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Before he could respond, Yi Fan had already turned to leave. It seems that he was never taken seriously. As Yi Fan took a few steps forward, his gaze was drawn to several figures approaching from a distance. Among them, a woman clad in a gentle lavender gown exuded an aura of grace. Yet her eyes, fixed upon Yi Fan, were filled with icy hostility. It was none other than Lin Qingyue, the young lady of the Lin family. Have you all heard? Lin Qingyue is pregnant with the child of the third prince, but unfortunately, Yi Fan caused the loss of that child. This matter has been the talk of the town recently. It is said that Lin Qingyue intended for Yi Fan to take responsibility, which provoked his explosive reaction. My sources tell a different story. Isn't this child Yi Fan's? Guarantee they supposed to marry due to the pregnancy. But a disagreement over the betrothal gifts led to this conflict. The truth, I fear, is known only to the parties involved. However, I have heard whispers that Lin Mo acquired a 3-corpse transformation pill, which Lin Qingyue consumed, refining the deceased fetus within her and making remarkable progress in her cultivation, advancing 3 levels in a single day. As the Lin family made their entrance, the crowd stirred with excitement. Yi Fan, however, paid Lin Qingyue no heed and walked past her indifferently. Yi Fan. Lin Qingyue's expression darkened at this disregard. Her voice, cold as ice, carried a piercing chill. Only then did Yi Fan halt, lazily turning around as if he had just noticed her presence. Ah, is this not Miss Lin? What brings you to seek my attention? Lin Qingyue's fists clenched tightly, her nails nearly embedding into her palms as she glared at Yi Fan, her voice icy. In the upcoming new student trial, I shall personally end your life, to appease the spirit of my child. She spoke as if she meant it. Yi Fan chuckled mockingly. Do you truly believe that because your cultivation has soared, you are invincible? Your current prowess seems to be on par with your deceased brother, Lin Qingyang, does it not? Who granted you the audacity to threaten my life? At his words, Lin Qingyue's countenance darkened instantly. With the 3-corpse transformation pill, she had risen 3 levels in a single day, yet she had only just reached the 5th stage of the spirit martial realm. To kill Yi Fan, she was still woefully inadequate. Yi Fan, disinterested in further banter with Lin Qingyue, resumed his stride. A few steps later, he returned to Yi Yao's side. Yi Fan, do not be too arrogant, Yi Yao cautioned, observing his every move. While a direct attack can be dodged, a hidden dagger is hard to defend against. Once we leave the Yi residence, it would be wise to maintain a low profile and avoid trouble. Sister Yao, you are mistaken, Yi Fan replied earnestly. Look at how many years I've played the role of the docile fool. What has it brought me? Only more people seeking to bully me. Now, I intend to make it known to everyone in the imperial city that I, Yi Fan, am not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Yi Yao was momentarily rendered speechless by his words. Time is of the essence. At that moment, Mu Jian's voice rang out. The new student trial will take place in the Wolf Park, located to the north of the imperial city. As this is a trial, certain dangers are inherent. Those who fear for their lives may withdraw now. For those unafraid, follow me. With that, he turned and stepped into the Tianwu Academy. The crowd exchanged glances and then began to follow suit. The Tianwu Academy, situated in the northern part of the imperial city, resembled a city within a city. Yi Fan and his companions trailed behind Yi Yao, moving slowly with the flow of people. On either side, imposing towers and palatial structures stood tall, exuding grandeur. Before long, they entered a spacious city avenue, flanked by towering blue stone walls rising 10 zhang high. At the end of the avenue, A gate large enough for 20 individuals to pass side by side stood wide open, with 3 figures standing before it. The woman in the center was none other than the third prince's consort, Mu Qingqing. Her presence instantly captivated the attention of many. The 2 young men beside her emanated an extraordinary aura, undoubtedly the other 2 overseers for the upcoming new student trial. "Oh no," Yi Yao suddenly exclaimed, startling those around her, who turned to look in her direction. "Yao Jia, what's wrong? Why the alarm?" Yi Fan turned to her, a puzzled expression on his face. "It's Chunli," Yi Yao said, her brows furrowed as she focused on the young man standing to the left of Mu Qingqing. To her surprise, he was one of the 3 overseers. "Chunli?" Yi Fan mumbled, following Yi Yao's gaze towards Chunli, the very person who had delivered his admission notice. "Yi Fan," Yi Yao whispered, her eyes filled with concern, "I suggest you refrain from participating in the new student trial at Tianwu Academy." The connection between Chunli and Duan Tianya, who had sent Yi Fan his admission notice, was evident. During the new student trial, instructors and senior students of Tianwu Academy were prohibited from entering the Wolf Garden, with the exception of the 3 overseers. Can the overseers truly disregard the rules of Tianwu Academy? Yi Fan scratched his head, realizing he had underestimated Duan Tianya's influence. Chunli seemed to sense Yi Fan's gaze, turning to meet his eyes with a hint of disdain and provocation. "Principally, they should not," Yi Yao replied softly. "But we cannot gamble on his status as one of the top 10 on the celestial rankings. Even if discovered afterward, he may not face severe repercussions." At the forefront of the crowd, Mu Jian had already halted, his gaze sweeping over the assembly as he announced loudly, "The Wolf Garden houses 3 true martial towers, each with 9 levels. Entry is granted with the Tianwu token. Choose one, enter the tower, and activate your Tianwu token to be considered as having passed the trial. The duration is 12 hours. Those who fail to return will have their admission revoked. The floor you enter in the true martial tower will determine the specific academy you are assigned to, along with the corresponding initial points. Additionally, be reminded that students within the Wolf Garden are prohibited from harming one another. Now, you may proceed." As Mu Jian concluded, Mu Qingqing and the other 2 stepped aside, allowing the crowd to surge forward into the Wolf Garden. Yao Jia, Yi Fan, unable to suppress his rising impulse amidst the scene, thought, if he lacked the courage to face danger directly, how could he aspire to become a formidable martial artist? "I'm going." Without hesitation, he took a step forward. Moments later, Yi Fan crossed the threshold of the gate. Suddenly halting his steps, he turned to face Chunli. Their gazes met, sparking an electric moment between them. Afterward, he strode forward, vanishing into the wolf den. Soon, hundreds had entered the lair. Above, 3 azure-feathered eagles descended gracefully from the sky. Mu Qingqing leaped lightly, landing securely upon the back of one of the eagles. A flicker of coldness flashed in Chun Li's eyes as he followed closely behind. Another observer, Gu Yi, silently trailed them. "Your Highness, the 3rd prince." As the azure eagle soared into the air, Chun-Li suddenly suggested to Mu Qingqing, "Shall we switch? I will take the 2nd district and oversee it." "Suit yourself," Mu Qingqing replied, her beautiful eyes glinting with indifference. As soon as she agreed, Chun-Li rode the eagle swiftly away. Mu Qingqing gazed after him, her beautiful eyes fluctuating with uncertainty. Recently, rumors had been swirling through the imperial city. She had surmised that Duan Tianya sought Yi Fan's life. Chun-Li's choice of the 2nd district was simply because Yi Fan had entered it. Yi Fan navigated through the dense forest of the wolf den, sensing the presence of someone following closely behind. After advancing a considerable distance, he abruptly halted. Slowly turning, he fixed his gaze in the direction he had come, thinking, "So you wish to play? Very well, I shall indulge you." Moments later, a group of figures came to a halt. One, with a gaze as venomous as a snake, fixed intently on Yi Fan, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent. The leader was none other than Nye Lin. "Is this all? Come to meet your demise?" Yi Fan assessed Nye Lin and his companions, speaking with disdain. There were 5 in total, for we're at the 6th tier of the spirit martial realm, while Nye Lin stood out with an impressive 8th tier. Furthermore, none of them hailed from the imperial city. "You need not have brought so many to kill me," Yi Fan remarked. Nye Lin scoffed, his eyes filled with contempt, viewing Yi Fan as mere vermin. "With your cultivation at the 4th tier of the spirit martial realm, had it not been for the 3rd prince's letter of admission, you would not have even qualified to participate in the Tianwu Academy's entrance examination." As he spoke, the 4 companions flanked him, encircling Yi Fan entirely. "It seems Duan Tianya and Mu Jian have not informed you of my background," Yi Fan retorted, unfazed by Nye Lin's derision. "Before I received the admission notice from Tianwu Academy, I had just dispatched a few fools who dared to invade the Yi residence, one of whom was at the 9th tier of the spirit martial realm." "Is that so?" Nye Lin sneered dismissively. "That 9th tier spirit martial cultivator was slain by your father, was he not? How can I believe you? Why doubt it?" Yi Fan shrugged helplessly, drawing the Ri-Yao sword. Golden spiritual energy radiated from him, gradually converging upon the blade. Quickly eliminate him. Nielin waved his hand impatiently, instructing his companions, let us not waste time. We must finish this quickly and head to the Xuanhuan Tower. Upon receiving the command, the four of them surged toward Yi Fan, their murderous intent palpable. They were not from the imperial city, but hailed from various regions of Yunnan Kingdom, each a top talent in their respective locales. Upon arriving in the imperial city, I chose to serve Duan Tianya, for it is wise to seek shelter beneath the grand tree. My initial endeavor and loyalty to Duan Tianya must not be taken lightly. The four adversaries before me are formidable, charging forth with an overwhelming aura. If they are so eager for demise, I shall oblige. Yi Fan's gaze turned icy as he summoned the sun's energy within him. The daylight sword rose, unleashing a golden beam of sword light that forced the foremost assailant to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, the remaining three surged forward, their blades weaving a lethal tapestry of light. Yi Fan moved with the grace of a leisurely stroll amidst the chaos, wielding the daylight sword, its brilliance akin to the rising sun, exuding a fervent warmth as it swept forth. One unsuspecting foe was caught off guard, the sword light striking his chest, eliciting a piercing scream as he was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, never to rise again. Nielin observed this, her gaze sharpening. The three remaining attackers maintained their relentless assault, encircling him. Fortunately, they were unfamiliar with one another, and their first collaboration lacked harmony. Yi Fan flickered like a wisp, evading another S-blade. His sword momentum shifting as the daylight sword erupted with a radiance reminiscent of a blazing sun, piercing directly toward the opponent's throat. The man's pupils dilated in terror as he hastily raised his weapon to block. A sickening crack echoed as the blade shattered, and the sword tip swiftly penetrated his throat. In mere moments, two lay lifeless in a pool of crimson. This individual is no ordinary foe, Nielin muttered, unable to contain her agitation any longer. With a fierce resolve, she drew her long knife and dashed forward. Step aside. I shall take over. She bellowed, her form akin to a bolt of lightning. Her blade danced with deadly intent, each strike forcing Yi Fan to retreat. Help! Seeing that she could not claim Yi Fan's life alone, Nielin called out. The two who had previously withdrawn re-entered the fray, and together, the trio applied considerable pressure on Yi Fan. This is troublesome, he mused inwardly, already formulating a plan. While fending off the relentless assault of Nielin and her companions, he strategically brought down towering ancient trees surrounding them. Boom, boom, boom. As these majestic trees crashed to the ground, sunlight that had been obscured now illuminated Yi Fan, and his aura began to ascend. The golden energy within the daylight sword growing increasingly fervent. What is happening? Nielin furrowed her brow, a sense of unease creeping in. Yi Fan pushed Nielin back with a swift strike and darted to another adversary, unleashing a blood-red arc of light. The man had yet to react before being pierced through the heart. Damn it! Nielin roared, her fury intensifying. Boom! The clash of blades erupted, sparks igniting the air. With each skirmish, Yi Fan's resolve strengthened, his inner energy surging like a tidal wave. His aura suddenly broke through its confines, ascending to the fifth tier of the spirit martial realm. A breakthrough? Yi Fan's eyes widened slightly, a glimmer of astonishment illuminating his expression. He darted before another opponent, the daylight sword sweeping forth. Before the foe could raise his blade in defense, he slashed through the man's throat. Bang! As the figure of the individual fell, Yi Fan turned to gaze at Nielin, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Now, it is only you left. I must admit, your strength has taken me by surprise. Nielin's expression grew grave, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, yet he declared that he alone was sufficient to eliminate you. The presence of the other four would only hinder his strike. Is that so? Yi Fan remained unfazed, slowly raising the daybreak, sword to point at Nielin. At that moment, a piercing eagle cry echoed from the void above. A blue-feathered eagle circled over the two, with a young man seated upon its back, none other than Chun-Li. A mocking smile graced his lips as he looked down upon Yi Fan. Chapter 12. Your actions will lead to your demise. You have come to kill me as well, haven't you? Yi Fan regarded Chun-Li, unperturbed. The students of the Heavenly Martial Academy's inner court are all at the Xuanhuan realm, and Chun-Li ranks among the top 10 of the inner court's celestial list. His power far surpasses that of Nielin, rendering Yi Fan utterly incapable of resisting. Fortunately, he possessed the Heavenly Suppression Tablet as a trump card. Should Chun-Li choose to strike, he could easily crush him. No, Chun-Li shook his head, a cold smirk betraying his denial. Not so. Yi Fan, unconvinced by Chun-Li's deceitful words, scoffed. If that is not the case, then what brings you here? Is it merely for entertainment? Or are you simply bored and have come to be a spectator? I am an overseer, bound by my duty to observe. Chun-Li replied indifferently, a hint of mockery in his tone. This area is under my jurisdiction. Where I go and where I halt is not for you to dictate. You oversee nothing. Yi Fan retorted without reservation. The rules of the new student trials prohibit students from harming one another within the wolf den. Yet here they are, conspiring to kill me. And you act as if you are blind, pretending not to see. Oh, Chun-Li chuckled with interest. So, by your reasoning, should I eliminate both of you? After all, you are engaged in mutual destruction, which constitutes a violation. Are you out of your mind? Yi Fan rolled his eyes, mocking him without restraint. They are the ones attempting to kill me. I am merely resisting. Must I stand idly by for them to slay me to avoid breaking the rules? You truly embody the epitome of fairness as an overseer. Huh. Chun-Li allowed Yi Fan's insults to wash over him, unperturbed. He regarded Yi Fan's behavior as mere madness before death. Today, Yi Fan was doomed. However, he preferred to abstain from intervening. As an overseer, should the academy learn of him killing a trial participant, even if someone were to protect him from death, trouble would surely ensue. Have you gone mute? Noting Chun-Li's silence, Yi Fan lost interest in further insults. Very well, I shall first dispatch this Nielin, and then I will deal with you, you disabled individual. Do you possess the capability to do so? Chun-Li sneered, gesturing towards Nielin. Nielin understood the signal, his murderous intent surging. The long knife in his hand trembled, emanating a chilling, cold light. The blade, as sharp as ice, carried an icy aura as it sliced towards Yi Fan. As the blade sliced through the air, it seemed to freeze the atmosphere itself. A delicate layer of frost formed upon the ground. The low-grade martial technique was utterly insufficient. Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smile as he nimbly leaped aside. Humph. Nialin's expression darkened slightly, accompanied by a cold snort. He suddenly sprang into action, the long knife carving a sweeping arc. The momentum of the blade was akin to a tempest, freezing all in its path. The glimmer of the blade surged like a tide, exuding an oppressive chill. The frigid light of the knife appeared as though it intended to encase Yi Fan in ice. Yet, Yi Fan remained unperturbed, wielding the daylight sword, with golden spiritual energy dancing like flames, dispelling the encroaching cold in an instant. Boom! The clash of forces erupted, emanating a dazzling radiance. Nielin was forced back several steps, his countenance growing increasingly grim. Yi Fan shrugged with a grin, apologies. But my solar power is specifically designed to counter such frigid entities. Nielin, having discerned this truth, felt a flash of cold light in his eyes. Resolutely, he bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of essence blood onto the blade. Blood sacrifice of frost. Instantly, the blade was enveloped in a layer of crimson frost, increasing its chill several-fold. He swung the knife forward, the blade's light resembling a blood-colored ice dragon, lunging directly at Yi Fan. Yi Fan regarded Nielin's assault with unwavering calm, channeling the solar energy. His left hand gradually rose, gathering the power of the sun, transforming it into a brilliant gold. As he faced Nielin's incoming strike, he extended his palm forward, seeking death. Nielin, perceiving Yi Fan's actions as an affront, felt a surge of indignation. Boom! The icy blade engulfed Yi Fan's figure. In the void above, Chun-Li observed this with a smirk. However, in the next moment, golden light burst forth from within the blade's glow. Huh! Chun-Li's smile faltered, his gaze sharpening. In an instant, the golden light grew ever more radiant. As the blade's glow dissipated, it revealed that Yi Fan had indeed grasped the edge of Nielin's long knife with his bare hands. How is this possible? Nielin was utterly astonished, unable to believe that Yi Fan had caught his strike unarmed. It is time to end this. With a smile, Yi Fan spoke, gradually raising the daylight, sword in his grasp. Sunlight bathed him, converging upon the blade. The momentum of the solar sword surged ever higher. Nielin, release it. Chun-Li shouted urgently at Nielin. Should Nielin refuse to relinquish his weapon, he would surely perish beneath Yi Fan's sword. Infuriating. As a swordsman, relinquishing one's blade equated to conceding defeat. Abandoning the weapon was a last resort, one that must not be taken lightly. Yet, the current circumstances left him no choice. With a swift decision, Nielin retreated. At that very moment, Yi Fan's daylight sword descended almost simultaneously. What? Nielin's eyes widened in horror at the incoming strike. The sword's might had locked onto him, leaving no avenue for escape. Stop! Just as the tension reached its zenith, Chun-Li's icy voice resonated. He leaped from the void, positioning himself before Nielin. Boom! With a sweep of his long sword, he neutralized Yi Fan's attack. The overwhelming force even sent Yi Fan staggering back several steps. Could he not resist intervening? Yi Fan cast a sidelong glance at Chun-Li, his expression marred by displeasure. Moments ago, he had nearly taken Nielin's life. It seemed that I must personally intervene. Chun-Li sighed, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. Duan Tianya had issued a decree, at all costs. Yi Fan must be eliminated. Since Nie Lin had proven ineffective, he had no choice but to step in, even at the risk of incurring severe penalties from the Heavenly Martial Academy. Your intervention would result in certain death as well. Yi Fan gripped the sunblade, an icy demeanor settling upon his features. The moment their blades clashed, he discerned Chun Li's formidable strength. Without the aid of the Heaven-Suppressing tablet, he was no match. A palpable aura of hostility enveloped the space. From the void above, a shrill eagle cry pierced the air. Chun Li's expression faltered as he abruptly looked up. There, Mu Qingcheng was riding a blue-feathered eagle, hastening towards them. Moments later, she gracefully descended, landing elegantly before the group. Princess of the Third Prince, what brings you here? Chun Li inquired, his brow slightly furrowed in confusion. This locale was within the confines of Wolf Garden District 2. Mu Qingcheng should have been in District 1. What is your intention? Mu Qingcheng retorted, refusing to answer his question. Chun Li shrugged, feigning nonchalance as he explained. Yi Fan is here committing murder, having slain several freshmen, and just attempted to take Nie Lin's life. I happened to pass by and intervened. Yi Fan was taken aback by Chun Li's statement, incredulous at the audacity of such claims. He had merely been an audience member until now, clearly recognizing that Nie Lin had been no match for him before Chun Li chose to intervene. Now, however, Chun Li was turning the tables, accusing him of malice. How absurd. Moreover, it seemed evident from his earlier demeanor that Chun Li had intended to strike him down. It is indeed my intention to kill you, Chun Li asserted with righteous indignation. The freshman trials forbid any infighting among newcomers within Wolf Garden. You have violated the rules, and as an overseer, it is my duty to execute you. Was it Duan Tianya who instructed you to act thus? Mu Qingqing interjected, her gaze fixed on Chun Li, interrupting his words. She was not naive, no explanation was necessary. Chun Li's intent to eliminate Yi Fan could not be clearer. She merely sought to confirm whether this was indeed Duan Tianya's directive. Absolutely not. Chun Li, sensing Mu Qingqing's formidable presence, quickly denied the claim. He preferred to admit that this was solely his own decision. After all, he was Chun Shi's cousin, possessing legitimate reasons to eliminate Yi Fan. I will report this matter to the academy as it occurred. Mu Qingcheng, uninterested in probing further, issued a cold warning. Chun Li's denial left her with no grounds to force a confession. Princess of the Third Prince, I fail to comprehend, Chun Li remarked, his expression darkening as he furrowed his brow in inquiry. You have no ties to Yi Fan. Why do you choose to aid him? Some matters are best left unobserved. As one of the top 10 in the Inner Academy's rankings, he held no fear of Mu Qingqing. Referring to her as the Princess of the Third Prince was merely a gesture of respect towards Duan Tianya and mentor Mu Jian. My assistance is in upholding the rules of the Heavenly Martial Academy, Mu Qingcheng remarked, since the Academy has appointed me as the overseer for this new student trial. I bear the responsibility of monitoring all violations. Do you truly believe your own words? Chun Li scoffed, his tone icy. You should not be present in this area. It is you who ought not to be here, Mu Qingcheng replied, her gaze fixed on Chun Li. The Academy has instructed me to oversee Area 2. You merely exchanged positions with me temporarily. Now, I shall not exchange any longer. Chapter 13, The Covenant of Qingcheng, a secret meeting in the lush forest. Upon hearing this, Chun Li's countenance darkened instantly. The exchange of monitoring areas was merely a verbal agreement between the two, lacking any substantial proof. At that time, only Gu Yi had been present. If Gu Yi did not assist him, he would find himself at a loss for words. Return to your post, Mu Qingqing stated indifferently, offering a reminder. You cannot protect him, Chun Li asserted, his voice low and devoid of previous courtesy. With that, he turned away and signaled Nie Lin, who understood and departed first. Chun Li said no more, casting a cold glance at Yi Fan before soaring into the sky on his Qingyu eagle, vanishing into the distance. Yi Fan watched Chun Li's retreating figure and shrugged, turning to Mu Qingcheng with a smile. Thank you for your timely intervention, Princess Consort. However, will your assistance anger Duan Tianya? Cease your frivolous banter. Mu Qingcheng shot him a glare, emphasizing. I have made it clear that my assistance is solely for the rules of Tianwu Academy, not for you. Is that so? Yi Fan replied with an amused smile. From Chun Li's words, it seems you had previously agreed to exchange monitoring areas with him. Your presence here now suggests a particular interest in my affairs, does it not? Mu Qingcheng replied coolly. I have come solely to verify one matter, whether Duan Tianya intends to kill me. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Isn't that rather obvious? Chun Li ranks among the top 10 of Tianwu Academy. Few can command his allegiance. As for why Duan Tianya wishes to eliminate you, you should be well aware. It is merely a vendetta for a lost child. What I require is evidence, Mu Qingqing stated, fixing her gaze upon Yi Fan. Do you possess proof that Lin Qingyue was indeed carrying Duan Tianya's child? Isn't my testimony sufficient? Yi Fan replied with a hint of exasperation. I distinctly heard Duan Tianya and Lin Qinghua speak of it. Mu Qingqing shook her head. A witness can lie, but physical evidence cannot. Why should the princess consort be so entangled in the pursuit of proof? With a knowing smile, Yi Fan responded, I believe the answer lies within your own heart already. Does it not? It is not I who needs the evidence. It is the Mu family. Mu Qingqing sighed, appearing weary. Enough of this discussion. You possess the strength to defeat Nye Lin, so passing the new student trial should pose no challenge. I must advise you, once you enter Tianwu Academy, to refrain from causing trouble. Though she had married into the royal family and became the princess consort, her demeanor remained resolute. Deep within, I have always harbored a resistance to this marriage. However, the wishes of my family and the commands of my parents are not to be defied. The only way to part ways with Duan Tianya is if the Mu family consents. Once the Mu family confirms that Duan Tianya has been entangled with Lin Qinghua, resulting in her pregnancy, they will undoubtedly withdraw their support for him. There is no rationale for expending effort to aid Duan Tianya in seizing the position of heir, only to allow the Lin family to reap the benefits. I am not one to court trouble. Yi Fan feigned an innocent expression, glancing at Mu Qingqing with a hint of mockery, asking, but if I inadvertently provoke trouble, will the third prince's consort still assist me? I am not particularly fond of the title third prince's consort. Mu Qingqing did not acquiesce, appearing quite averse to that identity. She possesses her own name, not merely a subordinate to anyone. Oh, Yi Fan's eyes flickered with a brighter smile. Then how should I address you? Sister Mu? Sister Qingqing? Or simply Qingqing? Mu Qingqing cast a sidelong glance at Yi Fan, disinterested in engaging. She turned and gracefully leaped onto the back of the Qingyu eagle. At that moment, her gaze inadvertently caught sight of the sword in Yi Fan's hand, and she furrowed her brow, inquiring, where did you acquire that sword? You mean the Daybreak sword? Yi Fan looked down at the sword he held and replied casually, I purchased this sword from the Wanbao Tower. Did you receive the sword's acknowledgement? Mu Qingqing scrutinized Yi Fan, her tone suddenly urgent. Indeed, Yi Fan replied, somewhat puzzled, unable to comprehend Mu Qingqing's intense reaction. If I had not received the sword's acknowledgement, how could I have taken it from the Wanbao Tower? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Mu Qingqing murmured under her breath, wearing a look of melancholy. Yi Fan was even more bewildered, appearing confused. Sister Qingqing, of course, refers to Su Mainyang, the owner of the Wanbao Tower. But does Su Mainyang need to report to Mu Qingqing if she gifts me the Daybreak sword? I need you to do something. Mu Qingqing pondered for a moment, her gaze returning to Yi Fan, her expression significantly more serious than before. Yi Fan smiled at her words, hastily responding, if Sister Qingqing has a task, feel free to command me. It would be my fortune to serve you. Mu Qingqing then stated, you must find a way to persuade Lin Qinghua to publicly declare in the imperial city that she was previously carrying Duan Tianya's child. That may prove somewhat challenging. Yi Fan frowned, feeling quite troubled. Why? Do you not desire this fortune? Mu Qingqing's gaze was fixed, seemingly provocative. I will do my utmost. Yi Fan shrugged, appearing helpless. But if I fail to accomplish this task, Sister Qingqing cannot hold it against me. Mu Qingqing chuckled lightly before promising, if you succeed, in the future, both I and the Mu family will be your support in the imperial city. With that, she gently patted the neck of the Qingyu eagle. The eagle flapped its wings and swiftly carried Mu Qingqing away into the depths of the forest. Is there something particularly special about this sword? Judging by Mu Qingqing's demeanor, it seems she is quite concerned about it. Yi Fan lowered his gaze to the sword in his hand, murmuring to himself, forget it. I won't think about it for now. With that, he sheathed the sword and set off towards the direction of the Xuanhuan Tower at a brisk pace. Having traveled scarcely 3 miles, Yi Fan suddenly halted, raising an eyebrow as his gaze swept around. Faintly, he discerned a murmur emanating from the nearby thicket. Brother Gu Feng, you promised to take good care of me once we entered the Tianwu Academy. Rest assured, my brother ranks 3rd on the heavenly list, with him watching over you. Who would dare to bully you? Dear brother, you must keep your word. Fear not. When have I ever deceived you? Soon after, a soft rustle emerged from the bushes, akin to the sound of fabric brushing against itself, accompanied by a few light giggles. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, unable to restrain a smirk. This place was quite lively. The new student trial, and yet there were those engaged in a secret rendezvous? How amusing. Initially intending to bypass the scene, he reconsidered, finding it intriguing, and stealthily approached, taking refuge behind a tree to steal a glance. Before him stood a pair of lovers leaning against a large tree. The girl appeared somewhat disheveled, her cheeks flushed and her eyes imbued with a hint of shyness. The young man, on the other hand, wore a smug expression, his hand restlessly draped over the girl's shoulder. They truly don't fear the chill, Yi Fan mused to himself, turning to leave. Suddenly, the girl let out a startled cry. Ah, someone's there. Who goes there? Came the thunderous voice of Gu Feng. Yi Fan paused, resignedly shrugging his shoulders. turning to see Gu Fong hurriedly adjusting his attire. His gaze darkened, fixated on Yi Fan. He exclaimed, "Yi Fan? You useless fool." Chapter 14. Your egg should be fine. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yi Fan quickly smiled, saying, "I was merely passing by, just passing by. Please, continue, do not mind me." The Gu family is one of the 3 prominent families of the imperial city, and the second son, Gu Fong, is notorious for his debauchery. Yi Fan was acquainted with him, though their past interactions were far from pleasant. "What did you see?" Gu Fong approached menacingly, his attire now in order. Yi Fan raised his hands and feigned innocence. "I saw nothing, truly. However, Brother Gu Fong, your stamina is impressive. So spirited during the day. Seeking death." Gu Fong's face darkened, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. With a sudden motion, he raised his hand and struck towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan swiftly dodged, teasing, "Oh dear, Brother Gu Fong, your temper seems a bit excessive. Could it be that you were unsatisfied earlier and are now venting your frustrations on me? You scared me half to death. I will kill you." Gu Fong's face turned an ashen shade, gritting his teeth as he shouted at Yi Fan. With that, he clenched his fist and swung it towards Yi Fan, clearly enraged. "I truly did not mean to. Let us discuss this calmly." Yi Fan evaded once more, wearing a helpless expression. Gu Fong, at the 5th level of the spirit martial realm, was not particularly strong. It seemed that his admission to the Tianwu Academy was likely facilitated through backdoor means. Yi Fan sought to eliminate him with such ease that a second strike was unnecessary. However, Yi Fan felt a hint of guilt over the matter. It was not worth taking Gu Fong's life for such a trivial issue. How outrageous. Gu Fong seethed, launching a series of furious punches. Yi Fan, taken aback, countered with his blazing sun technique. His hand transformed into a golden hue as he clenched his fist to meet the attack. With a single blow, he sent Gu Fong staggering back several paces. How is this possible? Gu Fong gasped in astonishment as he absorbed Yi Fan's strike. Unable to comprehend the sheer power Yi Fan possessed. Was this truly the Yi Fan he knew? "Dear Brother Gu Fong, could it be that you have exhausted yourself just now?" Yi Fan implored, his expression one of exasperation. "As it stands, you cannot kill me. Shall we call it a day?" Gu Fong, trembling with fury, intensified his assault. Despite numerous attempts, he could not land a blow on the hem of Yi Fan's garment. Yi Fan continued to reason with him. "Brother Gu Fong, why not take a moment to rest? You appear as though you cannot endure much longer." "You scoundrel!" Gu Fong roared, retrieving a long sword with a swift motion. With a powerful step, he unleashed a brilliant sword light aimed directly at Yi Fan. "Are you serious?" Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, swiftly extending his palm forward. Employing his blazing sun technique, he gripped the sword's edge with ease. "Release it!" Gu Fong shouted in frustration, attempting to retract his sword, only to find it immovable. Glancing past Gu Fong, Yi Fan noticed a woman who had been watching, now frightened and fleeing. With a smirk, he quipped, "Your woman has run away. Are you not going to pursue her?" Gu Fong turned back to find no trace of the woman, his anger surging. "You've ruined my chances. I shall make you pay dearly." As Yi Fan refused to relinquish his grip, Gu Fong raised his leg to kick him. With a sigh, Yi Fan mirrored the action, landing a precise kick directly between Gu Fong's legs, sending him sprawling. "Ah, my jewels." Gu Fong clutched his injured pride. Rolling on the ground in agony, his face contorted in pain. "It should be fine," Yi Fan reassured with a chuckle. "I moderated my kick. Take a moment to recover. And it won't hinder your future endeavors." "Yi Fan, this is far from over." Gu Fong, still writhing on the ground, could not heed Yi Fan's words, roaring in frustration. "Please," Yi Fan replied with a sense of resignation. "Should you wish to pursue this further, I may have no choice but to end your life." You. Gu Fong stammered, his face flushed, a hint of panic in his eyes. Though he was a spoiled brat, he was not foolish. It dawned on him that he was no match for Yi Fan and dared not provoke him further, lest he lose his life. "Let us table this for now," Yi Fan said, observing Gu Fong's fear. Feeling disinclined to continue this pointless exchange, he noted the time. 12 hours passed swiftly. "I must head to the Xuanhuan Tower." As the words fell, he turned and leisurely departed from the scene. Gu Fong glared at Yi Fan's silhouette, yet dared not call out to him. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure and stood up. Suddenly, he felt a chill breeze sweeping from behind. Turning around, he saw a figure approaching with a knife in hand. "Nielin?" Gu Fong recognized the person and momentarily froze. Nielin was quite renowned among the new students of the Tianwu Academy. Not hailing from the imperial city, he had already been taken as a disciple by the mentor Mu Jian upon his arrival at the academy, possessing the strongest martial talent among the newcomers. "Yi Fan actually didn't kill you," Nielin murmured, his eyes glimmering with a cold light. After his escape, he had not strayed far, stealthily trailing Yi Fan, hoping for an opportunity to strike. By mere coincidence, he stumbled upon the unfolding events here. Previously, He had assumed that Yi Fan would swiftly eliminate Gu Feng. He dares. With Yi Fan absent, Gu Feng felt emboldened, for his brother was none other than the third on the celestial ranking, Gu Yi. How could Yi Fan possess the audacity to harm him? A scoff escaped Nielin's lips as he cast a sidelong glance at Gu Feng. Although he had limited interactions with Yi Fan, even fewer than Gu Feng, his understanding of Yi Fan assured him that he would never fear Gu Yi. After all, Yi Fan had dared to offend the third prince, Duan Tianya. The fact that he spared Gu Feng, to put it plainly, was a reflection of his disdain for killing. Since he spared you, it seems it falls to me. Nielin's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he abruptly raised his knife. What? Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, doubting his own hearing. Before he could comprehend the situation, a chilling aura enveloped him. With a swift stroke, Nielin severed Gu Feng's throat. Gu Feng clasped his hands around his throat, wishing to inquire further. Yet, no words escaped his lips as he collapsed into a pool of blood. His eyes wide open in death, refusing to close. A spoiled scion, deserving death. Nielin sheathed his knife, his eyes filled with contempt. Meanwhile, Yi Fan navigated through the dense woods of the Wolf Park. Traditionally, the area was rife with ferocious wolves. However, during the new student assessment, the Tianwu Academy had confined a portion of these beasts. Within this 12-hour period, only spirit beasts roamed the park, their strength comparable to human spirit martial realm warriors. Yi Fan sought out and casually dispatched several of these spirit wolves. After an hour's search, he finally located the Xuanhuan Tower. The tower stood majestically amidst the forest. Soaring several tens of zhang high, constructed entirely from grayish-blue stones, its surface adorned with ancient runes that faintly emitted a golden glow. The tower comprised 9 levels, each adorned with a ring of eaves, where copper bells hung, gently swaying in the breeze and producing a crisp ringing sound. The pinnacle of the tower pierced the clouds, seemingly connecting with the heavens, exuding a grand aura. At this moment, over a dozen figures had gathered outside the tower, yet they merely lingered, refraining from entering. Why aren't you going in? Yi Fan inquired curiously as he approached the assemblage of individuals seated idly. Chapter 15. Bearing more children. What could go wrong? Aline, dark-skinned youth, lifted his gaze to Yi Fan and replied nonchalantly, "There are people inside." People? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, perplexed. The Xuanhuan Tower only permits one person to enter at a time. If you wish to enter, you must queue, the dark-skinned youth patiently elucidated. Use your Tianwu token at the entrance of the Xuanhuan Tower to scan it. This will not only activate your Tianwu token, but also place you in the queue. Once your turn arrives, you may challenge the Xuanhuan Tower. How long must I wait? Yi Fan scratched his head, sensing the complexity of the situation. It won't be too long, the youth assured him. The Xuanhuan Tower has 9 levels. Most individuals can only reach the 4th or 5th level. How long could that possibly take? There are still more than 7 hours remaining before the 12-hour limit, so what's the rush? The 6th level has lit up. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the crowd nearby. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively looked up. Until now, only the first 5 levels of the Xuanhuan Tower had been illuminated. The fact that the 6th level was now aglow indicated that someone had ascended to that level. Is reaching the 6th level such a remarkable feat? Yi Fan murmured, bemused by the crowd's astonishment. Absolutely. The lean youth's eyes sparkled with envy. In the 3 Xuanhuan Towers of the Wolf Garden, fewer than 20 newcomers in past years have managed to reach the 6th level, and no more than 3 have ever reached the 7th. As for the 8th level, it may take years for even a single person to achieve that. Moreover, reaching the 6th level grants one the qualification to enter the first institute of the Tianwu Academy's outer court. The outer court of the Tianwu Academy is divided into 4 institutes. Those with varying talents will be assigned to different institutes, and the resources available to them will differ accordingly. If one does not reach at least the 4th level of the Xuanhuan Tower, they can only enter the least prestigious 4th institute. Reaching the 4th level allows entry into the 3rd institute, while reaching the 5th level grants access to the 2nd institute. To enter the 1st institute, one must at least conquer the 6th level of the Xuanhuan Tower. And what about the 9th level? Yi Fan inquired curiously. The 9th level? The youth gazed up at the pinnacle of the Xuanhuan Tower, a flicker of reverence in his eyes. Throughout the history of the Tianwu Academy, the number of individuals who have ascended to the 9th level can be counted on one hand. Someone has reached it. It must not be insurmountable. Yi Fan remarked with a faint smile. I see you are quite naive. The dark-skinned youth scoffed disdainfully at Yi Fan. When it comes to conquering the Xuanhuan Tower, one's cultivation is irrelevant. Only combat prowess matters. Upon entering the Xuanhuan Tower, everyone's cultivation is suppressed to the 1st level of the spirit martial realm. In other words, the higher one ascends, the stronger their combat capabilities and martial talent. The 7th level. The 7th level has lit up. Wow, another exceptional genius. I wonder if she can reach the 8th level. As the light of the 7th level illuminated the tower, the area before the Xuanhuan Tower buzzed with excitement. filled with envy and jealousy in the eyes of the onlookers. Who is this individual? Yi Fan found himself intrigued by the one challenging the tower. In previous years, no more than 3 individuals have successfully reached the 7th level. Judging by this, the current challengers within the Xuanhuan Tower possess talents that likely place them among the top 3 of this cohort. Who else could it be but Lin Xuanhuan? The lean young man remarked, having heard from the denizens of the imperial city that she had refined the stillborn fetus within her, not only advancing her cultivation, but significantly enhancing her innate gifts as well. Is it that wretched woman? Yi Fan was taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he silently mused. It appears that the physical abortion was not thorough enough, allowing her to turn misfortune into fortune. What wretched woman? Do refrain from making baseless claims. The lean young man, startled by Yi Fan's words, hastily lowered his voice to caution. Lin Xuanhuan's ability to reach the 7th level of the Xuanhuan Tower hints at a boundless future ahead. If you offend her, you shall not fare well at the Tianwu Academy. Huh? Yi Fan could hardly contain his laughter, yet chose to say little more. The lean young man was not from the imperial city and thus remained oblivious to its affairs, which explained his misguided comments. Clang. Moments later, the grand gates of the Xuanhuan Tower creaked open. Lin Xuanhuan emerged from within, clad in a flowing lavender gown, a hint of pride gracing her features. She is out. Lin Xuanhuan has emerged. Truly, a prodigy who has reached the 7th level. Her aura is indeed extraordinary. The crowd murmured in hushed tones, their eyes filled with envy and reverence. Lin Xuanhuan's triumphant gaze swept across the throng until it landed on Yi Fan, her expression instantly turning icy. Yi Fan, you are here too. You are Yi Fan? The lean young man's face fell into a look of astonishment upon learning Yi Fan's name. He promptly recoiled a few steps, deliberately creating distance between them. Though he had just arrived in the imperial city and had not yet met Yi Fan, he had heard tales of the enmity between Yi Fan and Lin Xuanhuan. Their feud ran deep, undoubtedly reaching a point of no return. Keeping too close to Yi Fan would surely offend Lin Xuanhuan. Why the panic? Yi Fan observed the lean young man's reaction and shook his head in exasperation. It was evident that those around them were intimidated by Lin Xuanhuan. Was it merely because she had just conquered the 7th level of the Xuanhuan Tower? I have said it before. Lin Xuanhuan fixed her gaze on Yi Fan, her murderous intent laid bare during the new student trials. I shall personally slay you to appease the spirit of my child. With that, her hand trembled, gripping her sword tightly. An overwhelming aura surged forth as she lunged at Yi Fan. Oh, have you broken through again? Yi Fan blinked in surprise. Before the new student trials, Lin Xuanhuan was merely at the 5th stage of the spirit martial realm. Astonishingly, just a few hours later, she had ascended to the 6th stage. To kill you. How could I dare neglect my cultivation? Lin Xuanhuan replied coldly, gradually advancing with her sword in hand. Her demeanor transformed from gentle to almost demonic. Have you not considered that your rapid advancement in cultivation may not be solely attributed to your martial talent? Is it not the result of the 3-corpse transformation elixir? Yi Fan, knowing Lin Xuanhuan all too well, recognized her true nature as she approached him, radiating a palpable aura of hostility, and could not help but jest. Refining a stillborn fetus for training is quite a potent method. A despicable creature sacrifices itself to the heavens, wielding boundless power. If this leads to the birth of multiple offspring, what a calamity that would be. Yi Fan, you court death. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuanhuan's eyes burned with an intensified murderous intent. With a furious cry, she thrust her long sword forward with great force. The crimson blade gleamed ominously, aimed directly at Yi Fan's vital points. Huh. Yi Fan let out a cold chuckle, unperturbed by the threat. He executed the Blaze Sun technique, deflecting Lin Xuanhuan's sword with ease. As her spiritual energy surged, she pivoted and unleashed another strike, no longer approaching Yi Fan, but instead sending forth a wave of bloody sword light. Boom. In an instant, the crimson radiance enveloped Yi Fan's figure. Is this truly the extent of Lin Xuanhuan's prowess? Remarkable. It is no wonder she has ascended to the 7th level of the Xuanhuan Tower. Yet, is it not against the rules for her to engage in such lethal actions? All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, astonishing the onlookers. The fury of Lin Xuanhuan rendered her power terrifying. Child, your mother has avenged you. Lin Xuanhuan gazed at the silhouette consumed by the bloodlight, envisioning the moment Yi Fan would fall beneath her blade. However, she felt no elation at the thought of slaying him. Rather, an unexpected emptiness filled her heart. Chapter 16. Dressed and unrecognizable. What are you thinking? Just a breath later, Yi Fan's melodious voice resonated. What? Lin Xuanhuan's pupils constricted as she fixed her gaze ahead. The crowd's attention also converged on the same point. As the bloodlight dissipated, Yi Fan's figure stood tall, raising his left arm in a defensive posture. Yi Fan had not perished and appeared completely unscathed. How could he have withstood such a formidable strike from Lin Qingyue with his bare hands? Why were his hands shimmering with gold? What sort of martial technique was this? The spectators gaped in disbelief. When Lin Qingyue unleashed her sword, Yi Fan had not even drawn his own weapon. Thus, everyone presumed that even if he survived, he would surely be gravely wounded. Yet, he stood there unscathed, with no signs of disarray in his breath. Why? Why could the Blood Moon reincarnation slash not harm you? Lin Qingyue was utterly bewildered, feeling as if the sky had collapsed. To eliminate Yi Fan, she had diligently cultivated the Lin family's Blood Moon sword technique. After refining the stillborn within her, she had finally mastered the mightiest form of the Blood Moon sword technique, the Blood Moon reincarnation slash. Yet, this strike had failed to inflict even the slightest injury upon Yi Fan. This martial skill is quite impressive. It must have reached the upper tier of the Xian rank. Alas, you have not yet perfected it, and thus cannot break through my Blaze Sun technique. Yi Fan replied with a smile, gradually lowering his raised left arm. The Blaze Sun technique, merely the initial stage of the Blaze Sun golden body, nonetheless reached the level of Earth tier martial skills. The more potent Blaze Sun arm represents the Celestial tier martial skills. The fully cultivated Blaze Sun golden body is a Royal tier martial skill. As a defensive technique, the requirements for mastering the Blaze Sun golden body are not particularly high. Yi Fan had chosen it as his primary focus and had diligently practiced it. After several nights of training, he had transformed half of his arm into gold. When one's entire arm can transform into a golden hue, it signifies the mastery of the Fiery Sun arm, the Fiery Sun hand. Lin Qingyue's expression was stern, filled with dissatisfaction. When did the Yi family acquire such formidable martial arts? Why was I unaware of this? Does the Yi family need to report to you about the martial arts they possess? Yi Fan said, his palm trembling slightly, the daylight sword in his grasp. And with a grin, he declared, next, it is my turn. With those words, he suddenly unleashed a strike, the blade's radiance akin to the dawn of a new day. As the sun rose, in the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance to Lin Qingyue. In a flurry, she swung her sword to deflect Yi Fan's onslaught, causing a spray of blood. Boom. With a single strike, her figure was ruthlessly sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Yi Fan shifted his sword's momentum, the blazing light of the sword shining like the sun at its zenith. With another slash, the scorching brilliance cascaded downwards. Boom. Just as Lin Qingyue regained her footing, another sword strike met her. Her body was instantly enveloped in a blinding golden light. Her legs sank into the earth, rendering her immobile. This is bad, Lin Qingyue thought, her eyes wide with terror, her heart racing in disarray. At this moment, Yi Fan had stealthily unleashed a third sword strike. The setting sun bled crimson, the daylight sword carving an arc of blood-red brilliance. In an instant, he was mere inches from Lin Qingyue. Boom. A sword fell, yet Lin Qingyue remained unscathed. However, the ground beside her had cracked open, a chasm appearing as a result. This strike ultimately did not land upon Lin Qingyue. Goodness, this is sheer domination. Yi Fan's combat prowess is astonishing. Judging by his strikes, he is merely at the 5th level of the spirit martial realm, yet he utterly overwhelms Lin Qingyue, who has reached the 7th level of the true martial tower. How could this be? How could Lin Qingyue, who managed to ascend to the 7th tier of the true martial tower, possibly be defeated by Yi Fan? Onlookers at the entrance of the true martial tower were left in shock by the unfolding battle. They had witnessed Lin Qingyue's formidable strength, each one feeling a sense of inferiority. Yet, the power Yi Fan displayed eclipsed that of Lin Qingyue. Do you now perceive the chasm that lies between us? Yi Fan smirked derisively, harboring no intention of eliminating Lin Qingyue. It was not that Lin Qingyue deserved to perish, but rather that she held some utility. Not long ago, he had promised Mu Qingsheng that he would have Lin Qingyue proclaim to the royal city that the illegitimate child she bore was indeed Duan Tianya's. Should Lin Qingyue die now, would it not leave him without evidence? Humph. Having narrowly escaped death, Lin Qingyue, under the impression that Yi Fan refrained from killing her due to the regulations of the new student trials, retorted defiantly, I have just exited the true martial tower. If it weren't for my significant energy expenditure within, how could I possibly be defeated by you? Your words are quite obstinate, are they not? Yi Fan shook his head, finding annoyance in such a woman devoid of any self-awareness. Does she truly believe that reaching the 7th level makes her remarkable? How laughable. Lin Qingyue coldly replied, her pride still intact. Those who have reached the 7th level in the true martial tower are few and far between among past new students. Ascending the true martial tower is independent of cultivation level. With a glint of mockery in his eyes, Yi Fan leisurely inquired, I trust you are aware of the matter I just mentioned? Since it is unrelated to cultivation, then what is it connected to? Lin Qingyue furrowed her brow, momentarily taken aback. She sensed an underlying implication in Yi Fan's words. Something felt amiss. It pertains to talent. Yi Fan replied leisurely, or rather, It is associated with the ability to combat beyond one's rank. With my cultivation at the 5th level of the spirit martial realm, I can effortlessly overpower you. It is needless to elaborate on my capacity for fighting above my level, is it? You have managed to reach the 7th floor. Does that not imply that I could easily ascend to the 8th floor? Perhaps even the 9th? Impossible. Lin Qingyue's expression darkened as she let out a low growl. Deep down, she found herself somewhat agreeing with Yi Fan's assertion, though she was reluctant to admit it verbally. Let us see. Yi Fan, disinterested in further discourse, shifted his gaze toward the Xuanhuan Tower. The queue to enter the Xuanhuan Tower was quite bothersome. In just a short while, numerous individuals had come and gone, none of whom had reached a high floor. The highest had only made it to the 4th. Thus, the efficiency was relatively swift. A few people still stood in line before him. I shall observe how far you can ascend, Lin Qingyue thought to herself, her face grim, deciding to linger for now. The freshman trial required returning to the academy within 12 hours, and ample time remained before that limit. Suddenly, a cry from a Qingyu eagle echoed through the air. The crowd looked up to see a Qingyu eagle rushing towards them. Before they could discern who was riding it, a woman fell from its back, as if she had been thrown down. Thud! The woman landed heavily on the ground, scrambling to her feet in a disheveled state. Her face covered in dirt and appearing to have sustained significant injuries. The onlookers were bewildered by the scene. The young man who had been riding the eagle leapt down with the grace of a great rock. It was Gu Yi. How had he arrived here? Someone recognized him and whispered. Yi Fan was even more perplexed. Wasn't this area under Mu Qingqing's supervision? Why was Gu Yi, another overseer, here? Do you know this woman? Gu Yi's cold gaze was already fixed on Yi Fan. This woman? Yi Fan was momentarily stunned, glancing at the girl Gu Yi had just cast down. He shook his head. I do not recognize her. She does not seem to be from the royal city. She was previously with my brother, Gu Fong. Gu Yi said coldly, prompting Yi Fan's realization. Oh, it's her? Yi Fan took a closer look at the woman and suddenly smiled. My apologies. I didn't recognize her with clothes on. Chapter 17. First kill Yi Fan, then eliminate Nie Lin. So, you admit to having killed my brother, Gu Fong? Gu Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, glinting with a chilling murderous intent. What? Yi Fan's eyes widened in shock as he hastily waved his hands. Don't unjustly accuse me. You are wrongfully blaming an innocent person. Which of your eyes saw me kill Gu Fong? Speak. Gu Yi turned his head and cast a sideways glance at the woman lying on the ground, his voice cold and commanding. The woman dared not conceal anything. Trembling as she spoke, at that time, I witnessed him fighting Gu Fong. When I saw Gu Fong at a disadvantage, I fled. Gu Yi's expression darkened like ink, his gaze shifting once more to Yi Fan, seemingly demanding a reasonable explanation regarding the matter. What does that signify? Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders, feigning innocence. I had some physical altercation with Gu Fong, but I did not kill him. I merely kicked him. It shouldn't have been enough to cause his demise, right? Gu Fong appeared quite robust, not likely to succumb so easily. Gu Fong was slain with a single stroke to the throat. Gu Yi suppressed his fury, speaking in a low tone, clearly unconvinced by Yi Fan's account. A stroke to the throat? Yi Fan suddenly realized something. Are you certain it was a sword that struck him, rather than a knife? What do you imply? Gu Yi, sensing the underlying meaning in Yi Fan's words, furrowed his brow slightly. I think I might have an inkling. Yi Fan's eyes glimmered as he boldly articulated his suspicions. The one who killed your brother was not me. It must have been Nie Lin. He did not strike at Gu Fong, yet now Gu Fong is dead. Undoubtedly, someone murdered him after he left. That location is not far from where I confronted Nie Lin. It is entirely plausible that Nie Lin killed Gu Fong after I departed, thus framing me for the crime. Nie Lin? Gu Yi scrutinized Yi Fan, his belief wavering. Yi Fan patiently elaborated. I previously engaged with Nie Lin, but allowed him to escape. After departing from the site of our confrontation, I encountered Gu Fong and inadvertently thwarted his plans. He cast a glance at the woman sprawled on the ground, a cryptic smile gracing his lips as he continued. Due to this, I had some conflict with Gu Fong, but I did not murder him. At that time, Nie Lin was certainly still nearby. He must have been the one who killed Gu Fong after I left. Why would Nie Lin want to kill Gu Fong? Gu Yi questioned sternly. To frame me, of course, Yi Fan replied with an air of nonchalance. And lo and behold, you fell right into his trap, coming here to avenge Gu Fong by attempting to kill me. Are you suggesting that Nie Lin intended to use my blade to slay you? Gu Yi began to grasp Yi Fan's insinuation, his eyes flickering with understanding. Precisely, Yi Fan affirmed. Nie Lin, that worthless fool, is not my match. Unable to kill me himself, he concocted such a nefarious scheme. It is truly unfortunate for Gu Fong. Nie Lin is at the 8th tier of the spirit martial realm. Yet he could not contend with Yi Fan. Is that even possible? I have heard that Nie Lin is formidable, possessing the strength of the top newcomer. Indeed, if he were not impressive, How could he have been taken as a direct disciple by Master Mu Jian upon his arrival in the imperial city? The crowd before the tower whispered among themselves, each expressing skepticism towards Yi Fan's claims, unable to believe that he possessed such strength, despite having recently demonstrated his overwhelming prowess against Lin Qinghua. However, Lin Qinghua was merely at the 6th stage of the spirit martial realm, while Nie Lin had attained the 8th stage. At this moment, Gu Yi's expression grew increasingly frigid. After a prolonged silence, he uttered in a chilling tone, "If that is the case, both of you must perish. Was there a misunderstanding? Big brother." Yi Fan had hoped that his explanation would appease Gu Yi, but upon hearing those words, he fell into silence. "This grievance has a source. If you seek vengeance, it is Nie Lin you should pursue, not me. If it were not for your conflict with Nie Lin, why would he have killed Gu Fong to frame you?" Gu Yi's voice was cold, his eyes revealing an unabashed intent to kill. "Today, I shall slay you. On another day, I will deal with Nie Lin." With that, his body surged with energy, the aura of the Xuanhuan realm manifesting as he lunged toward Yi Fan. Caution was paramount. Yi Fan recognized that he was no match for Gu Yi and had no desire to engage in conflict. "I did not kill Gu Fong, nor did I violate the rule against new students harming one another during the trials. How can you justify killing me? As an overseer, you must not break the law." "Humph," Gu Yi scoffed, drawing his blade. Wait. Yi Fan cast a glance at the Xuanhuan Tower, pondering his escape. Currently, he was still in the queue for the Xuanhuan Tower, with considerable time before it would be his turn. Facing Gu Yi, escape was futile. He could only seek refuge within the Xuanhuan Tower. "Do you have any last words?" Gu Yi slowly raised his long knife, his murderous intent undiminished. Yi Fan hastily replied, "I regret Gu Fong's death. I too wish to avenge him and ensure the true culprit does not evade justice. Allowing the true perpetrator to roam free would be the greatest disrespect to Gu Fong. Would you not agree? I have stated that one day, I will kill Nie Lin." Gu Yi coldly asserted, the blade's aura whistling through the air. The onlookers instinctively retreated, fearful of being caught in the crossfire should Gu Yi strike. "Do you believe the mastermind is solely Nie Lin?" Seeing Gu Yi's intent to attack, Yi Fan shouted, "Is there not someone else?" Gu Yi's gaze sharpened, his motion pausing momentarily. "Of course," Yi Fan continued, "as far as I know, you are not responsible for overseeing District 2 of the Wolf Park, are you? If you were not monitoring District 2, how could you have received news of Gu Fong's death so swiftly? If I am not mistaken, it must have been Chun-Li who informed you." "What do you mean?" Gu Yi inquired, sensing the peculiarity in Yi Fan's statement. His grip on the long knife relaxed slightly. "Chun-Li is no paragon of virtue." Through Gu Yi's response, Yi Fan confirmed his suspicions. Chun-Li had colluded with Nie Lin. They had established a connection within the Wolf Park. It was evident that Nie Lin had impulsively killed Gu Fong, then conspired with Chun-Li to frame him. Chun-Li's rapid notification to Gu Yi was merely an attempt to manipulate him into eliminating Yi Fan. "I see." Gu Yi appeared contemplative, as if he had grasped the situation. "That's good to hear." Yi Fan sighed in relief, smiling at Gu Yi. "We must not allow the true culprit to evade justice. You must ensure that Chun-Li pays for his actions and that Nie Lin avenges Gu Fong." Gu Yi's countenance remained icy as he raised his blade once more, declaring, "You, Nie Lin, Chun-Li, I shall spare none of you. Since you are here, I will first take your life." Yefan's smile abruptly faltered, his lips twitching in disbelief. Gu Yi's murderous intent was indeed excessive. Even upon knowing the truth, he still refused to relent. Was it merely to add Chun-Li to his list of targets? With a swift flash, the blade glimmered, its ominous aura lunging towards Yefan. The forceful strike descended from above. Chapter 18. Taking refuge in the Xuanhuan Tower. Ascending to the 9th level. "This fellow is truly impervious to reason," Yefan muttered under his breath, narrowly evading the attack. Regaining his stance, he glanced down at his torn garments, a faint, resigned smile playing at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted as the grand doors of the Xuanhuan Tower began to slowly open. The Tianwu token at Yefan's waist shimmered with radiant light. At last, he had endured. A glint of determination sparkled in Yefan's eyes as he leaped forward, his form shooting like an arrow into the Xuanhuan Tower. The doors promptly closed behind him, sealing off the chaos of the outside world. Gu Yi narrowed his eyes slightly upon witnessing Yefan's retreat into the tower. A flicker of impatience crossing his features. "Yefan, you may evade the initial strike, but you cannot escape the final one. I shall await your emergence here." In the crowd, Lin Qinghua gazed at the Xuanhuan Tower, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had silently observed as Gu Yi attempted to kill Yefan, torn between wanting Yefan alive and her own desire to slay him with her own hands. Now, witnessing Yefan enter the tower, curiosity ignited within her. Previously, Yefan had confidently proclaimed his intention to illuminate the 8th level. With a whoosh, the lights of the first 3 levels of the Xuanhuan Tower ignited in rapid succession. astonishing all who beheld it. The onlookers, particularly the newcomers who had just traversed the tower, widened their eyes in disbelief. How astonishing! In such a brief span, 3 levels have already lit up. At this rate, reaching the 7th level is not out of the question, they murmured. However, speed is not the only criterion for success in the Xuanhuan Tower, others countered. As the discussions unfolded, the lights of the 4th and 5th levels illuminated one after another, followed swiftly by the 6th. The crowd could no longer maintain their composure as they witnessed this spectacle. Gu Yi fixated on the Xuanhuan Tower, sensing that Yefan's pace was indeed remarkable. As a top 10 contender of the Tianwu Academy, he had once navigated the Xuanhuan Tower himself, successfully reaching the 7th level. He understood well that the depth one could achieve in the tower had little to do with one's cultivation level. Upon entering, all cultivations would be suppressed to the first stage of spirit martial realm. One could advance to the next level only by defeating the guardian talisman puppets of each level. Given Yefan's speed, it was evident that he had vanquished the initial guardians in no more than 3 moves. In mere moments, the light of the 7th level flickered to life. The 7th level. Yi Fan has also reached the 7th level. His speed in traversing to the 7th level far surpasses that of Lin Qinghua. The fact that he, possessing the cultivation of the 5th stage of the spirit martial realm, could defeat Lin Qinghua, who is at the 6th stage, and advance to the 7th level is, quite frankly, not surprising. At this moment, no one doubts Yi Fan's innate talent. Even if Yi Fan were to truly reach the 8th level, it would not be astonishing. How infuriating! Lin Qinghua clenched her fists, her teeth grinding in resentment. Although she had anticipated this scenario, the reality of it still incited her anger. After a brief moment, the lights of the 8th level illuminated. Outside the tower, a wave of astonishment ensued. Gu Yi's gaze grew increasingly frigid. This individual had actually managed to reach the 8th level of the true martial tower? If he were not eliminated today, it might prove difficult to do so in the future. The Tianwu Academy is a place that values talent and strength above all. A freshman who reaches the 6th level of the true martial tower gains admission to the first courtyard. Those who advance to the 7th level receive a substantial allocation of resources from the academy. However, reaching the 8th level catches the attention of several directors. Should Yi Fan be accepted as a direct disciple by one of them due to his talent, he would wield considerable influence within the academy, and few would dare to provoke him. Contemplating this, Gu Yi turned and leaped onto the crouching Qingyu eagle. Are you leaving? Lin Qinghua was taken aback by Gu Yi's actions and questioned in confusion, wondering if he had decided against killing him. Killing him? Gu Yi scoffed, unwilling to engage in further conversation with Lin Qinghua. Previously, Yi Fan had not revealed his true abilities. With Gu Yi's status, eliminating Yi Fan would not attract the Academy's ire, even if it contravened their regulations. The Academy would merely impose a symbolic punishment. However, now that Yi Fan has reached the 8th level, the Academy would not tolerate any attempt on his life. Therefore, if he were to kill, it must be done discreetly. Unable to disperse the crowd, he resolved to depart himself, waiting for Yi Fan to begin his return journey to seek an opportunity to strike. Look, the lights of the 9th level have also been lit. Before the Qingyu eagle could take flight, a gasp resonated from the crowd. Everyone's attention was drawn to the glowing lights of the 9th level. Following that, a golden light erupted, soaring into the heavens. 9th level. Lin Qinghua's gaze returned to the true martial tower, momentarily lost in thought. Gu Yi, who had intended to leave, was equally mesmerized. In the annals of Tianwu Academy's history, only 3 individuals had ever reached the 9th level. Today, Yi Fan astonishingly became the 4th. Chirp! The call of the Qingyu eagle echoed from both sides of the horizon. Mu Qingqing and Chun Li approached from opposite directions. Mu Qingqing. Lin Qinghua's brows furrowed upon seeing Mu Qingqing. A flicker of jealousy and inferiority flashed in her eyes. She had always yearned to be the consort of the 3rd prince. Yet now, standing before Mu Qingqing, she could not help but concede. Regardless of strength or appearance, I find myself woefully inadequate. Were it not for the constraints of my physical condition, the 3rd prince, Duan Tianya, would never forsake such a beauty to ascend to her bed. Upon noticing Gu Yi's presence once more, Chun Li swiftly scanned the crowd. The absence of Yi Fan immediately alerted her to something significant. Mu Qingqing disregarded Lin Qinghua, directing her gaze toward the Xuanhuan Tower, inquiring of those present, who resides within. It is Yi Fan, exclaimed a slender, dark-skinned youth who had previously conversed with Yi Fan, his excitement palpable. Among the onlookers at the tower's entrance, he was undoubtedly the most exhilarated. Having had a dialogue with Yi Fan, he considered himself acquainted with him, eagerly anticipating a more profound exchange upon Yi Fan's emergence. Should he align himself with such a formidable figure, he could potentially navigate the halls of Tianwu Academy with ease, if not boast of his connection for some time. Yi Fan. A flicker of surprise crossed Mu Qingqing's enchanting eyes as she murmured softly to herself, recalling that throughout the Academy's illustrious history, only 3 individuals had penetrated the 9th level of the Xuanhuan Tower. The fact that Yi Fan could become the 4th to reach this pinnacle was remarkable, yet it did not signify that he had conquered the tower. Chun-Li interjected coolly, her displeasure evident, stating, "To my knowledge, only one person has truly cleared the Xuanhuan Tower in the annals of the Academy. Even if he does not clear it, his prowess is undeniable." Mu Qingqing conceded with a smile. Ascending to the 9th level merely lights it up. However, within the 9th level lies a guardian divine puppet. Only by defeating this puppet can one claim victory. Humph. Chun-Li scoffed, choosing not to counter further. The unfolding events had evidently deviated from her intended plan. Yi Fan's displayed talents stirred a sense of unease within her. The task assigned by Duan Tianya had become increasingly formidable. As the conversation unfolded, the space surrounding the Xuanhuan Tower suddenly erupted with a surge of spiritual energy. This torrent of force converged upon the tower, manifesting as a formidable gale of spiritual power. The gathered crowd found themselves compelled to retreat repeatedly, their faces etched with astonishment and reverence. Could it be that Yi Fan was truly on the verge of conquering the Xuanhuan Tower? Lin Qingyue gasped softly, her voice quivering with trepidation. Gu Yi, Chun-Li, and Mu Qingqing, riding upon the azure-feathered eagle, exhibited a spectrum of expressions. Yet, without exception, they were profoundly shaken by the spectacle before them. Chapter 19. The Dean seizes a chance, departing in disappointment. Boom. The earth trembled, golden light sweeping across the heavens like a tidal wave. This tremendous commotion instantly stirred the entirety of the Wolf Garden. Nearby newcomers, having discerned the source, rushed toward the scene in haste. A cacophony of eagle cries and beast roars resonated through the void, deafening to the ears. A colossal black eagle soared through the sky, upon whose back stood a middle-aged man. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, fixated on the 9th level of the Xuanhuan Tower as he murmured, "Has he not yet emerged?" Not yet. Mu Qingqing recognized the individual and respectfully bowed in response. The individual in question is none other than the esteemed head of the 4th courtyard of the Tianwu Academy, a figure of unfathomable martial prowess and high standing. Cursed be it. The brows of the 4th courtyard head furrowed in distress as he cast a grim gaze towards the direction of the Tianwu Academy. For soon the 3 individuals would arrive. No sooner had he spoken than 2 piercing calls echoed through the sky. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 flying demonic beasts soared in, bearing upon their backs 2 middle-aged men. One donned a blue robe, his countenance stern, while the other was clad in gray, a faint smile gracing his lips. They were the heads of the 2nd and 3rd courtyards. "Thankfully, I have not arrived too late," the head of the 2nd courtyard murmured, his eyes fixed eagerly on the entrance of the Xuanhuan Tower, anticipating Yi Fan's emergence. "I arrived first. You two must not contest with me." The head of the 4th courtyard warned the others with a fierce glare, evidently determined to claim Yi Fan for himself. "Haha." The head of the 3rd courtyard chuckled mockingly. Refusing to yield, "You arrived first, and the person is yours? What kind of logic is that? A genius who conquers the Xuanhuan Tower would surely be wasted in your 4th courtyard. You speak nonsense." The head of the 4th courtyard retorted coldly. "This child has joined my ranks. As his mentor, how could I possibly treat him unfairly? His treatment will undoubtedly differ from that of ordinary disciples in the 4th courtyard. Differently, yet he remains part of the 4th courtyard." The head of the 3rd courtyard rubbed his nose, scoffing. "Quite right." At that moment, a clear and cold female voice resonated from the heavens. A magnificent white crane descended gracefully, upon which stood a woman clad in purple. "Master." Upon seeing her, Mu Qingqing immediately bowed in respect. The woman in purple was Xuanhuan, the head of the 1st courtyard, and also Mu Qingqing's mentor at the Tianwu Academy. Indeed. Xuanhuan smiled gently, nodding at Mu Qingqing, before turning her gaze towards the Xuanhuan Tower, her eyes glinting with profound meaning. "Xuanhuan, what brings you here?" The head of the 2nd courtyard, displeased by Xuanhuan's arrival, furrowed his brow and questioned, "Did you not claim that you would not accept male disciples? Is the one within the tower male?" Xuanhuan replied with a serene smile, her voice calm. The head of the 2nd courtyard momentarily fell silent, scanning the gathered students. He had just arrived and was unaware of the identity of the person within the tower. "Master, it's Yi Fan." Mu Qingqing dared not deceive and provided a reminder. "I know this lad." The head of the 3rd courtyard burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Young master of the Yi family from the imperial city. Ha ha, Xuanhuan. This boy seems to have no destined connection with you." Xuanhuan maintained her smile, yet her expression turned serious as she stated, "True genius knows no gender." "Damn it, Xuanhuan. You truly wish to forsake the promise made." The head of the 4th courtyard could not help but curse, exclaiming that she would betray the vow she had previously made to vie for disciples with them. The four heads of the courtyards engaged in a heated debate, the atmosphere growing tense. The surrounding students held their breath, not daring to utter a sound. Yi Fan had indeed sparked a contest among the four heads. Chun-Li murmured softly, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Gu Yi coldly gazed at the Xuanhuan tower, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, only to be swiftly suppressed. He understood that Yi Fan was no longer someone he could easily provoke. Get lost. Amidst the heated debate of the four deans, a voice rang out from within the Xuanhuan tower, resounding like thunder and causing everyone's eardrums to tremble. Yet, it was not Yi Fan's voice. Could it be that the other party had also been stirred? The smile on Xuanhuan's face instantly froze, her expression tinged with astonishment. The other three deans turned their gazes toward the Xuanhuan tower, realizing the implication. It appeared that none of us would be able to claim Yi Fan. With a soft sigh, the fourth dean mounted his black eagle and departed first. Witnessing this, the deans of the second and third academies could only return in dismay. Ching-chung. Xuanhuan stood atop the back of a white crane, looking at Mu Ching-chung. You will wait here for Yi Fan to emerge and ensure her safe return to the Tianwu Academy. Yes, master. Mu Ching-chung immediately bowed in acceptance. When she raised her head, Xuanhuan had already taken flight on her crane. At this moment, Yi Fan sat cross-legged within the 9th layer of the Xuanhuan tower. Not far away, a divine pattern puppet knelt, its head bowed. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into the Xuanhuan tower from the outside, continuously pouring into its body. With a breath, Yi Fan's aura shattered the confines of the spirit martial realm. He surged forward relentlessly, ascending steadily until he ultimately reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier. Refreshing. Yi Fan exhaled a breath of turbid air, his expression brimming with excitement, pleasantly surprised that reaching the summit of the Xuanhuan tower came with such benefits. However, the process had proven quite exhausting. In the earlier layers of the Xuanhuan tower, he had passed through with a single sword strike. Yet, as he progressed further, he distinctly felt the growing strain. Nevertheless, the most formidable opponent had been the divine pattern puppet before him, with whom he had engaged in over 100 exchanges before managing to subdue it. Of course, within the Xuanhuan tower, he was not at his strongest. Without the light of nature, his combat prowess suffered considerably. Otherwise, defeating the divine pattern puppet here would have been achieved much more swiftly. Has Gui left? Yi Fan pondered, slowly rising. Taking refuge in the Xuanhuan tower was a desperate measure, a temporary retreat from Gu Yi's sharpness, as he hoped to stall for time. He could only wish to delay until Mu Ching-chung from the inspection zone appeared. Buzz. As Yi Fan rose, the divine pattern light beneath his feet illuminated. The wondrous power of the divine pattern binding his steps. In the next breath, his figure vanished quietly from the spot. Simultaneously, the lights within the Xuanhuan tower extinguished. The tower's grand door began to slowly open. The door is open. Someone outside exclaimed. Everyone turned in unison towards the tower door, awaiting Yi Fan's emergence. However, time passed, and he still did not appear. At that moment, a figure in the crowd noticed the Tianwu token at their waist glowing. Can I enter the Xuanhuan tower now? The person gazed down in confusion at their Tianwu token, hesitating and feeling somewhat at a loss. Yi Fan had yet to emerge from the Xuanhuan tower. Yet his Tianwu order signaled that entry was now permitted. What are you hesitating for? Chun-Li cast a cold glance at the individual, commanding him to enter the Xuanhuan tower at once, and perhaps ascertain whether Yi Fan remained within. If he is indeed inside, do you expect him to find his way out? Gu Yi spoke in a chilling tone, feeling that Chun-Li's remarks were superfluous. If Yi Fan were still within the Xuanhuan tower, he would be on the 9th level, a place not easily accessible to just anyone. Humph. Chun-Li was momentarily silenced by Gu Yi's words, his expression darkening. Yi Fan is likely no longer in the Xuanhuan tower, Mu Ching-chung mused quietly. Perhaps the owner of that voice from earlier has taken him away. Chapter 20. The prejudice in the human heart is a great mountain. Having departed from the Xuanhuan tower, Yi Fan found himself in a cave dwelling. Surrounding him were jagged rocks, and the air was thick with a damp atmosphere. After taking a few steps forward, a moss-covered stone tablet came into view, inscribed with the ancient characters in Yin, indicating its age. Yanin? Is it related to the kingdom of Yanin? Yi Fan murmured as he circled around the stone tablet, continuing to explore. Young man, you stepped on me. Suddenly, a disgruntled voice echoed from beneath his feet. What? There's someone here? Yi Fan was taken aback, leaping back a couple of steps. Looking down, he discovered an elderly man with disheveled white hair lying behind the stone tablet. Dressed in tattered clothes and sporting a scruffy beard, he appeared quite unkempt, resembling a street beggar. The old man slowly brushed off the dust from his legs, sat up, and squinted at Yi Fan, saying, You passed the Xuanhuan tower. Not bad, young man. Yi Fan, on guard, inquired, Did you bring me here? Indeed. The old man nodded with a smile. Yi Fan scratched his head, perplexed. What do you want with me? Are you in need of company? Haha. The old man laughed heartily, not providing a direct answer, and instead asked mysteriously, "Why don't you inquire who I am?" Yi Fan shrugged, following the old man's lead. "All right then, who are you?" The old man stroked his messy beard, a proud expression on his face, and declared, "Hee hee. Throughout history, only one has passed the Xuanhuan Tower. You are the second, and I am the first. You may call me Old Xiao." "What?" Yi Fan exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise as he scrutinized Old Xiao once more, the corners of his mouth twitching. "You don't quite look the part." "How so?" Old Xiao shot Yi Fan an irritated glare. Yi Fan replied earnestly, "Those who conquer the Xuanhuan Tower are supposed to be extraordinary individuals, handsome and elegant like myself. Your appearance hardly fits the description of a genius. The prejudice in the human heart is a great mountain," Old Xiao lamented, shaking his head. "Who told you that martial arts geniuses must be handsome and suave? Moreover, my passing of the Xuanhuan Tower was over a century ago. People do age." "Over a century ago?" Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with surprise as he exclaimed, "Is it true that you are of such advanced age? Does it not deceive the eye?" Old Xiao, with a childlike grin, stroked his beard proudly. "Do you not see a hint of the youthful vigor I once possessed?" "Ah, no, you misunderstand." Yi Fan quickly waved his hand, feeling a bit awkward. "I merely find it curious that at your age, you have yet to, you know." Upon hearing this, Old Xiao's expression turned stern as he puffed out his cheeks. "You cheeky boy, are you insinuating that I have not yet departed from this world? Through martial cultivation, one extends their lifespan. The higher the realm, the longer the life. Living for several centuries is nothing extraordinary." "Oh." Yi Fan's eyes gleamed with realization. "So, in that case, your strength is quite formidable?" "Moderately so." Old Xiao feigned humility, yet his pride was unmistakable. Seeing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "Should I then address you as senior?" "That is of little consequence." Old Xiao waved his hand dismissively, before adopting a serious tone. "The reason I brought you here is not without purpose. I wish to request your assistance." "I figured as much." Yi Fan shrugged helplessly. "What is it that you require?" Old Xiao turned around and gestured towards the stone tablet behind him. "Do you see that stone tablet?" "I do." Yi Fan nodded, his gaze fixed upon it. "Shatter it," Old Xiao said nonchalantly. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to contain his laughter. "But aren't you quite powerful? Why must I do this for you? Do you know who erected this tablet?" Old Xiao squinted, feigning an air of mystery. Yi Fan stroked his chin and ventured a guess. "Could it be a powerful figure from the royal family of the Cloudy Hidden Kingdom?" "Incorrect." Old Xiao shook his head. "The one who erected this tablet was none other than the founding emperor of the Cloudy Hidden Kingdom, Xuanhuan." Yi Fan inquired. "So he erected this tablet to confine you here?" "Who says I am confined?" Old Xiao straightened his back, his beard bristling with pride, puffing himself up. Yi Fan, seeing through Old Xiao's facade, bluntly remarked, "If you're not confined, then why do you want me to shatter this tablet? Are you simply bored and wish to hear a crack?" "What confines me is a promise," Old Xiao sighed, adopting a serious tone. "Years ago, I lost a battle to Xuanhuan and vowed that as long as this tablet stands, I would protect the royal family of the Cloudy Hidden Kingdom and not leave this place by even a step." "Then you are indeed confined," Yi Fan retorted, rolling his eyes at Old Xiao's stubborn pride. "At your age, you should let go of such pretenses. Boy, just tell me whether you will help or not." Old Xiao's impatience was palpable. "Not so fast," Yi Fan replied, exasperated. "You've said so much, yet my question remains. If you cannot shatter this tablet, then how could I?" "This tablet, I cannot shatter," Old Xiao declared with conviction. "To do so would be to betray my word." With a roll of his eyes, Yi Fan dismissed the notion of further debate with the old man Xiao. "Fine, I shall lend you a hand." Given that Xiao had managed to bring him here, it was only reasonable he could facilitate his departure as well. Previously, Yi Fan had harbored concerns about leaving the true martial tower, fearing that Gu Yi might still be lurking outside, which would undoubtedly lead to complications. Zhao's intervention was indeed a timely assistance. Offering his support to Xiao now posed no detriment to him. With a slight tremor in his palm, he grasped the daylight sword, striding confidently towards the stone tablet. "Young man," Xiao called out, "though your sword appears commendable, it lacks the capability to shatter this tablet." "Is that so?" Yi Fan, clearly skeptical, felt that the old man was underestimating him. Channeling golden spiritual energy, he concentrated it at the sword's edge and, with a powerful swing, unleashed a strike with immense force. Boom! The blade of light cleaved through the air, resonating with a thunderous sound that echoed throughout the confined cave, reverberating with a deafening intensity. Yet, when the brilliance faded, the stone tablet remained unscathed, devoid of even a scratch. "What?" Yi Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Now do you believe?" Xiao, anticipating such a result, gazed at Yi Fan with a knowing smile. Defeated, Yi Fan sheathed the daylight sword and turned to Xiao. "It seems I cannot assist you after all. I apologize, but you should expedite my exit." I am in the midst of the new student trials at the Tianwu Academy, and time waits for no one. You can indeed help me, Xiao insisted, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. I require you to shatter this stone tablet, but not at this moment. Chapter 21. Upgrade the Tianwu Order, Infinite Points. What do you mean? Yi Fan scratched his head, his expression a mix of confusion and curiosity as he stared at Xiao. To shatter this tablet, there are only 3 methods. Xiao stroked his beard leisurely, continuing, first, one must possess the cultivation of the Tianwu realm to break the tablet with sheer strength. Second, one must be a 6th-tier rune master to decipher the runes inscribed upon it. And the third? Yi Fan queried eagerly, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. The Tianwu realm felt like a distant dream to him. It seemed no one in the entire Yun'in kingdom had reached such heights. As for being a 6th-tier rune master, that was even rarer. The path of runes was considerably more arduous than that of martial arts. Xiao smiled slightly and elaborated. As for the third method, the royal family of Yun'in possesses a sword known as the Hidden Dragon Blade. Once you attain the Xuanhu realm, wielding this sword will grant you the power to shatter the tablet. Are you jesting? Yi Fan's lips twitched in disbelief. You expect me to request the royal family for the Hidden Dragon Blade? Do you truly believe they would grant me such a favor? Xiao, unfazed, replied. The Hidden Dragon Blade is the sword of the Crown Prince. Currently, the Crown Prince of Yun'in has yet to be determined, and the sword remains in the king's possession. If you can assist a certain prince in securing the position of Crown Prince, borrowing the sword would be of no challenge. But what if I choose the wrong person? That could cost me my life. Yi Fan furrowed his brow, already contemplating retreat. The competition for the throne has always been ruthless. Among brothers, they can kill each other without hesitation. In the kingdom of Yun'in, there are numerous princes, and the ones most likely to seize the title of heir apparent are the second prince Duan Tianshu and the third prince Duan Tianya. If he were to choose sides, he could only ally with Duan Tianshu, as there is a history of animosity between him and Duan Tianya. However, the problem lies in the fact that Duan Tianshu may not regard him with favor. You have me to assist you. You shall not perish, Xia Lao said with an expression of calm conviction. Yi Fan rolled his eyes and retorted without reservation, you are trapped in this dreadful place. How can you possibly assist me? Assisting you does not necessitate my direct involvement, Xia Lao replied mysteriously. If you conquer the Xuanhu Tower, you will undoubtedly gain entry into the first academy of the outer court of Tianwu Academy. In due course, during the outer court competition, should you claim the title of first in the outer court, I shall bestow upon you a grand gift. At that time, it will be up to you to decide which prince shall extend an olive branch to you. What grand gift? Yi Fan's eyes gleamed with interest. Xia Lao smiled enigmatically. Intentionally withholding details, this great gift will ensure that no one dares to provoke you in Tianwu Academy in the future. I can't shake the feeling that you are trying to deceive me, Yi Fan frowned, gazing at Xia Lao with suspicion. In the martial arts world, strength reigns supreme. Only with formidable power can one guarantee their safety from being challenged. Yet, how can such strength be directly bestowed? Why would I deceive you? Xia Lao glared at Yi Fan, his expression serious. I am counting on you to acquire the Qianlong blade and assist me in shattering this stone tablet. Yi Fan scratched his head, feeling something was amiss. I am puzzled. If a practitioner of the Xuanhu realm can wield the Qianlong blade to shatter this stone tablet, why must you seek my assistance? Surely, any practitioner of the Xuanhu realm would suffice? This is an agreement between me and Duan Yunin, Xia Lao responded immediately, his demeanor turning grave. Yi Fan looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend. Only those who conquer the Xuanhu Tower may shatter the stone tablet. Xia Lao sighed, explaining. He posed such a demand to trouble me, intending to confine me here. As fate would have it, I indeed awaited the opportunity. Are you out of your mind? Yi Fan couldn't help but scoff. The person with whom you made the agreement is no longer around. And yet you choose to confine yourself for the sake of a promise? Meanwhile, you are desperately seeking a way to escape. What a conundrum. And what of it? Xia Lao intently fixed his gaze upon Yi Fan, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Are you willing to assist me? What are the benefits? Yi Fan's eyes glinted mischievously as he looked at Xia Lao. Benefits? Xia Lao was taken aback, then addressed Yi Fan. The grand gift I promised you. Does that not count as a benefit? A conditional grand gift hardly qualifies as a benefit, Yi Fan pouted, appearing dissatisfied. Besides, securing the title of first among the new students in the outer court is no easy feat. Many competitors are from the Xuanhu realm. Do you not intend to offer me any assistance? What an intriguing young man. Old Xiao was amused, extending his hand towards Yi Fan, saying, Come, hand over your Tianwu token to me. Why do you need the Tianwu token? Yi Fan inquired, his expression one of skepticism. Nevertheless, he removed the token from his waist and passed it over. Upon receiving the Tianwu token, Old Xiao gently tapped it with his finger. Instantly, a radiant golden light flickered from the token, transforming the originally dark emblem into a dazzling gold. Old Xiao returned the token to Yi Fan, stating, I have elevated this Tianwu token to its highest level, granting you boundless points to lavish as you wish within the Tianwu Academy. Is that true? Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Points, in other areas of the Imperial City, were utterly worthless. However, within the Tianwu Academy, they were indeed a valuable currency. The highest level with endless points. Did that not imply that whatever items required points for exchange, he could procure in abundance from the Academy? Do you think I would deceive you? Old Xiao stroked his beard, a smug smile adorning his face. Yi Fan pondered that Old Xiao, a man of his word, would not easily utter lies, igniting his curiosity regarding Old Xiao's identity. With such prowess, are you perhaps the headmaster of the Tianwu Academy? There are many deans at the Tianwu Academy, Old Xiao replied. There are 4 deans in the outer court, along with deans in the inner court. Yet, there is only one headmaster overseeing the entire Tianwu Academy. The rank of the Tianwu token and its points pertain to the resources within the academy. He racked his brain, feeling that only the headmaster could wield such authority. The headmaster? Old Xiao chuckled, shaking his head with a hint of disdain in his eyes. That fellow must address me as Shu Zhu in my presence. Wow. Yi Fan's eyes widened in shock at Old Xiao's revelation. The headmaster referred to Old Xiao as Shu Zhu? The hierarchy was astonishingly high. It was no wonder he had previously claimed he could assist Yi Fan even while trapped here. A mere mention and the headmaster of the Tianwu Academy would likely comply without hesitation. Haha. Old Xiao observed Yi Fan's astonished demeanor, seemingly relishing the moment. Aside from the Tianwu token, I shall also impart to you a unique martial skill. As for martial skills, I actually have no shortage, Yi Fan replied, slightly regaining his composure. He possessed the inheritance of the Sun God Emperor and lacked neither martial skills nor techniques. What he truly needed were resources for cultivation. Though possessing the Sun God body allowed him to grow stronger simply by basking in the sun, supplementing with elixirs and spirit stones would undoubtedly accelerate his progress to a higher level. The skill I am bestowing upon you is not an ordinary one, Old Xiao remarked, taken aback by Yi Fan's refusal. This martial technique is not catalogued in the Tianwu Academy's martial arts pavilion. It is an esoteric secret of mine. It is an assassination technique. Assassination? Yi Fan's eyes glimmered, his lips pursed in disbelief. He had expected someone of Old Xiao's esteemed character to be honorable and upright. Yet here he was, discussing assassination techniques. Wasn't that the behavior of a rogue? Indeed, you are absolutely correct. Old Xiao retorted. What do you know, young man? Old Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Yi Fan, producing a yellowed ancient tome from his bosom and placing it into Yi Fan's hands. Confronted by an adversary whose power far surpassed his own, the art of assassination in one hand could achieve the feat of slaying without inflicting harm. Peruse it first, and once you have committed it to memory, I shall assist you in departing from this place. Very well. Yi Fan, taken aback by Old Xiao's fervent enthusiasm, felt it impolite to decline and began to examine the ancient manuscript with great care. As he delved into the intricacies of the assassination techniques, his eyes sparkled with newfound enlightenment. This compilation not only encompassed exquisite skills for assassination, but also included a method named divine concealment, which allowed one to obscure their presence and aura. Once mastered, it would enable perfect concealment of one's cultivation level and essence. Unless the opponent possessed overwhelming power or practiced specialized probing techniques, they would be utterly unable to discern his true capabilities. Intriguing. Yi Fan devoted a considerable amount of time to memorizing the contents of the tome, feeling an immense satisfaction within. Beneath the cloak of night. Although his combat prowess might wane somewhat, this assassination technique would allow him to seamlessly blend into the darkness, effectively compensating for his shortcomings. Have you committed it all to memory? Old Xiao inquired with a beaming smile, noticing Yi Fan's excitement. I have. Yi Fan nodded in confirmation. Then will you return it to me? Upon hearing this, Old Xiao swiftly snatched the ancient book from Yi Fan's grasp and carefully tucked it back into his robe. Remember, I have entrusted this knowledge solely to you. It must not be disseminated. Rest assured, I shall keep it a secret, Yi Fan replied with a cheeky grin, readily assuring him. By the way, Old Xiao suddenly recalled something, producing a short sword and tossing it to Yi Fan. Your previous sword was too ostentatious. It is ill-suited for the art of assassination. This short sword is far more appropriate. Is this even a sword? Yi Fan gazed down at the short weapon in his hands, his lips twitching. The blade measured scarcely a foot in length. Comparatively, it seemed more akin to a dagger. What's the matter? Do you find it too short? Old Xiao chuckled. The essence of assassination lies in stealth. A weapon that is too lengthy is more likely to expose its wielder. This sword, named Hidden Edge, possesses the remarkable ability to contain its sword energy, unleashing a lethal strike at a crucial moment. That makes some sense, Yi Fan nodded, albeit only partially comprehending. Before inquiring further, may I ask, what is the rank of this sword? Shallow. Old Xiao cast a disdainful glance at Yi Fan. A fine weapon is one that is suitable. The rank is but a fleeting concern. So, you mean this sword isn't of high rank? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan immediately grasped the implication. I knew it. Such a fine item, you wouldn't be so generous as to give it to me. Get lost. Old Xiao shot Yi Fan a glare. The hidden edge may not be of a high rank, but it is at least of the lower Xian tier. For someone of your spiritual martial cultivation, it is more than sufficient. Indeed, you are absolutely right. Yi Fan, uninterested in further debate, waved his hand dismissively. As long as you are pleased. You little rascal. Old Xiao muttered under his breath, then pointed his finger. Suddenly, divine patterns illuminated beneath Yi Fan's feet, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position. Do not forget the agreement between you and me. The languid voice of Xiao Lao echoed in Yi Fan's ears. When he regained his bearings, he discovered himself ensconced within a dense forest. Was this the wolf garden? Yi Fan surveyed his surroundings, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. Surely, the elder would not have sent him to an unfamiliar place. Time seemed to slip away rapidly. Yi Fan estimated that he had lingered within that cave for quite some time. Hesitating no longer, he began to sprint southward with fervor. After a considerable while, he finally glimpsed the northern gate of the imperial city. This gate was directly connected to the northern entrance of the Tianwu Academy. However, at that moment, no figures were gathered at the northern gate. Only 2 young men stood guard there. Stop! The tall youth called out sharply as he noticed Yi Fan approaching. Excuse me. Gentlemen, Yi Fan halted, hurriedly inquiring, where is everyone else? Surely, they have not all entered already? Are you a new student? The tall youth scrutinized Yi Fan from head to toe. Yes, Yi Fan nodded, a sense of unease creeping over him. I apologize, I was delayed due to some matters. Are you not aware of the regulations for the new student trial? The tall youth replied coldly, since you have missed the time. You have forfeited your qualification to enter Tianwu Academy. You may enter the city through the east or west gates along the city wall. This. Yi Fan furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss. According to the rules, it seemed he had indeed missed the deadline. Yi Fan. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from within the northern gate. Yao Jia. Yi Fan looked up, his heart soaring with joy. He saw Yi Yao rush out of the gate, her hands anxiously searching over him. Where have you been? I thought something had happened to you. What could possibly happen to me? Yi Fan felt a bit uncomfortable, stepping aside and unable to suppress a smile. Yao Jia, I didn't realize you cared so much about me. How can you still be smiling? Yi Yao punched Yi Fan lightly in the chest, scolding him. Do you not know you've missed the time? You have now lost your qualification to enter Tianwu Academy. If you wish to enter, you must wait until next year. I doubt it will be so simple, Yi Fan said, scratching his nose with a calm demeanor. After all, he was someone who had conquered the Xuanhuan Tower. Would Tianwu Academy easily disregard him? Do not entertain such fanciful thoughts, Yi Yao sighed, offering consolation. Not entering Tianwu Academy may not be a misfortune, perhaps it will spare you from numerous calamities. I am not being fanciful, Yi Fan replied, his gaze shifting toward the northern gate, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yao Jia, look who has arrived. The academy has its own rules. It matters not who arrives, Yi Yao remarked, yet she turned to glance within the academy. Upon seeing the approaching figure, her expression bore no trace of joy. The newcomer was none other than Chun-Li. Let him in. As Chun-Li approached, he coldly addressed the 2 gatekeepers. Isn't this against the rules? The tall young man furrowed his brow, visibly troubled, since he had not passed the freshman trial. He was not considered a member of the Tianwu Academy, and thus could not enter. His Highness, the 3rd Prince, demands this individual be admitted into the Tianwu Academy. Chun-Li shot a sidelong glance at the tall young man, warning him in a frosty tone. Initially, his intention was to eliminate Yi Fan during the freshman trial. Since he failed to do so, he would have to devise a longer-term plan, contingent upon Yi Fan gaining entry to the academy. Who would have imagined that Yi Fan had already cleared the Xuanhuan Tower? He had returned just in time, but now he was late. Even if this was the 3rd Prince's directive, it would still be problematic. Faced with Chun-Li's admonition, the tall young man's expression darkened. He stubbornly replied, without orders from several deans, allowing him entry would be neglecting our duties and would result in punishment from the academy. You seek death. Chun-Li's gaze turned icy as he glared at the tall young man, suddenly raising his hand. Terrifying spiritual energy coalesced in his palm, exuding a chilling aura directed at the tall young man. Stop. At that moment, a clear voice rang out from afar, halting the confrontation. The group turned to see Mu Qingqing approaching slowly. The 2 gatekeepers were momentarily stunned, their minds racing with confusion. What was happening? Yi Fan had arrived late, yet it had simultaneously attracted the attention of both Chun-Li and Mu Qingqing. By the command of my master. After a few steps, Mu Qingqing halted and informed the gatekeepers, if Yi Fan returns, he shall enter the 1st academy. The two gatekeepers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Mu Qingqing's master, Xuanhuan, was the dean of the First Academy. The third prince, Duan Tianya, had no authority to grant Yi Fan any privileges. However, as the dean of the First Academy, Xuanhuan possessed that power. They couldn't help but wonder whether Mu Qingqing was relaying false orders. Let him in. Mu Qingqing discerned their hesitations and produced a token. Yes. Upon seeing the token, the two responded respectfully. This token represented Xuanhuan's decree. Seeing the token was akin to seeing the dean herself, and they dared not utter another word. Sister Yao, didn't I tell you? Yi Fan smiled with pride, completely unfazed. Stop gloating. Yi Yao shot him a glare, not perceiving this as a fortunate turn of events. Especially with Chun Li's appearance, it only heightened her unease. Mu Qingqing stepped forward, offering Yi Fan a gentle smile before turning to Yi Yao, saying, Yi Yao, please assist Yi Fan with the enrollment process. Are you ordering me? Yi Yao glared at Mu Qingqing, seemingly displeased. All of them were inner academy students. None held a superior position over the others. With a smile playing on her lips, Mu Qingqing chose not to argue with Yi Yao. She simply nodded at Yi Fan and gracefully departed. What else with the attitude? Yi Yao watched Mu Qingqing's retreating figure, pouting slightly, as if feeling a twinge of jealousy. Sister Yao, why are you so upset? She hasn't offended you in any way. Yi Fan could not resist teasing. Look at them. How magnanimous they are. Can we not be so petty? You brat, are you turning your elbow outward? Yi Yao was momentarily taken aback by Yi Fan's words and raised her hand to tap his head. Yi Fan. Chun Li's cold voice interrupted the playful banter between the two. They turned to find Chun Li glaring at them with a frosty gaze. At Tianwu Academy. We have plenty of time ahead. Chun Li's words were delivered icily as he slowly turned and casually walked away from the scene. What is he pretending for? Yi Fan watched Chun Li depart, his expression filled with disdain. Forget him. Yi Yao tugged at Yi Fan's arm and cheerfully exclaimed, Come on. Let me show you around Tianwu Academy. Tianwu Academy is divided into inner and outer courts. Students from the outer court are forbidden from stepping into the inner court. The outer court occupies a vast 6/10 of the entire academy. Yi Yao led Yi Fan on a leisurely stroll, providing an overview of the significant locations within the outer court, eventually bringing him to a residential area. What first caught their eye was a towering stone tablet inscribed with the words First Academy. Behind this monument lay a collection of residences, varying in scale, some opulent, others rather modest. This was the residential area for the First Academy. Yi Yao pointed at the stone tablet and explained, This monument is the Academy's tablet. Do you see the indentation in the lower left corner? Students from the First Academy can draw 1,000 points from the tablet each month. Oh. Yi Fan's eyes brightened as he glanced at the indicated spot on the tablet. Indeed, there was a recess shaped to accommodate the Tianwu token. The resources available to students from the 4 outer academies differ significantly, primarily reflected in the monthly points they can withdraw. Students from the First Academy receive 10,000 points, while those from the Second Academy get 7,500, the Third Academy 5,000, and the Fourth Academy 2,500. You can find a place to stay on your own later. I'm a bit tired from all the wandering, and it's getting late. I'll head back to the inner court now. With that, she turned and strode away from the area. Yi Fan found a well-lit courtyard to settle in. As was his habit, he moved a lounge chair into the yard and reclined comfortably. In the following days, he basked in the sunlight during the day and bathed in moonlight at night, delving into the assassination techniques he had recently acquired within the Zhentian realm. After 7 days, his cultivation smoothly advanced from the 6th to the 7th tier of the spirit martial realm, and he had made some progress in the assassination techniques. As night fell once more, Yi Fan glanced at the sky and stepped out of the courtyard. The outer court of Tianwu Academy remained brightly illuminated. These people at Tianwu Academy are truly intense. Yi Fan could not help but exclaim as he walked along the path. Soon, he arrived at a 7-story tower. The tower glowed with flames, known as the Alchemy Fire Tower of the outer court. Yi Yao had previously introduced this tower to him. It was not only a place to exchange for elixirs, but also a commendable location for cultivation. Yi Fan paused at the entrance of the Pill Fire Tower, when a voice called out from behind him. Turning his head, he saw a thin black-clad youth standing there, seemingly lost in thought. It really is you. The youth confirmed Yi Fan's identity and approached him enthusiastically. I am Guyu. We met outside the Zhenwu Tower that day. Oh, it's you. Yi Fan recalled upon this reminder. Indeed, we are quite fated. Guyu smiled warmly. Brother Yi, have you come to the Pill Fire Tower to exchange for elixirs or for cultivation? Just to browse, Yi Fan casually replied. This Pill Fire Tower is extraordinary. Guyu, evidently familiar with the place, began to explain excitedly. It is said that beneath the tower lies a unique flame, which acts as a furnace, nurturing the elixirs within and ensuring that they retain their potency as if freshly made. The efficacy of elixirs is at its peak immediately after they are crafted. Over time, their effectiveness diminishes. The lower the quality of the elixir, the more significant the decline. The pill fire tower ensures that every elixir maintains its optimal quality. Furthermore, the power of this unique flame imbues the tower with an exceptionally rich spiritual energy, making it ideal for cultivation. Guyu continued, seemingly unable to contain his enthusiasm. On each level above the second, there are numerous cultivation rooms. The higher you go, the better the cultivation effects. Unfortunately, the time available in these cultivation rooms is limited, and even with points, one cannot linger for long. Yifan found this puzzling. What do you mean one can't stay longer even with points? Because the cultivation rooms are limited. Guyu explained. The Tianwu Academy does not permit anyone to monopolize the cultivation rooms for extended periods. On the 2nd to 4th levels, each person can only stay for 1 hour a day. On the 5th to 6th levels, only half an hour, and on the 7th level, merely a quarter of an hour. However, even spending just a quarter of an hour in the 7th level cultivation room yields far superior results compared to an hour on the 2nd level. Interesting. A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Yifan's eyes as he stepped into the pill fire tower. Upon entering, he was greeted by an array of countless jars and bottles neatly arranged on shelves lining the walls, encircling the entire hall. At that moment, the hall was devoid of other students, giving it a somewhat desolate atmosphere, save for an elderly man with a crimson beard reclining in a central chair, eyes closed in meditation. Noticing Yifan's gaze on the elder, Guyu quickly introduced him. This is Elder Qi Lian. You must consult him to exchange for elixirs. Oh, Yifan acknowledged, walking directly toward Elder Qi Lian. Select your elixirs first, then come to me. Elder Qi Lian spoke without opening his eyes. The names, uses, and required points for the elixirs are on the shelves. If you haven't made your selection, do not trouble me. I want all the gathering spirit pills within the pill fire tower. Yifan declared boldly, producing the Tianwu Golden Order. Brother Yi, please don't. Guyu gasped in shock, questioning whether he had misheard. You're aiming to acquire all the gathering spirit pills in the pill fire tower right from the start. This statement is nothing short of a provocation towards Elder Qilian. Chapter 24, The Training Room. Is it still available for reservation? Outrageous. As expected, Qilian coldly rebuked, suddenly opening his eyes and rising to his feet. However, upon seeing the Tianwu Golden Order in Yifan's hand, his expression froze. I am quite serious, Yifan said with a smile, exuding calmness. Where did you acquire this Tianwu Order? Qilian fixed his gaze on the golden token before shifting his attention to Yifan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. It has always been the same one, Yifan replied, half-truthfully. After I cleared the Xuanhuan Tower during the freshman trials, the Tianwu Order transformed into this. You are the freshman who cleared the Xuanhuan Tower? Qilian's eyes widened slightly in astonishment as he continued to stare at Yifan. Indeed. Yifan nodded affirmatively. Qilian pondered for a moment, then furrowed his brow. The Tianwu Academy has its regulations. The spirit gathering pills you receive are meant solely for your personal use. There are plenty of spirit gathering pills in the pill fire tower, and you cannot possibly use them all alone. Why not take a portion for now? If Yifan were to take all the spirit gathering pills from the pill fire tower, it would likely render the tower inoperative for several days. Other individuals seeking to exchange for spirit gathering pills would find the tower unable to meet their needs, resulting in quite the spectacle. Very well, Yifan conceded, recognizing the validity of Qilian's words and choosing not to press the matter further. Let me have 4 pounds, then. Brother Yifan, Guyu exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Do you intend to consume spirit gathering pills as if they were food? How can one exchange them by the pound? Do you have any idea how many spirit gathering pills that amounts to? All right, just 4 pounds. Yifan insisted. Qilian readily agreed, turning and striding towards a nearby shelf. He pushed a hidden compartment and drew out a drawer filled to the brim with exquisite spirit gathering pills. With a swift motion, he extracted 200 pills and returned to Yifan, presenting them. This, Guyu's eyes widened in astonishment, and concern crept in. The spirit gathering pills circulating in the market are mostly of 60% efficacy. Yet, each of these before him is of 100% efficacy. Under normal circumstances, one would never encounter such a quantity at once. He wondered if Yifan possessed sufficient points to exchange for such a vast number of spirit gathering pills. Thank you. Yifan accepted the spirit gathering pills, storing them in his spatial ring. He glanced around and murmured, how does one ascend this pill fire tower? Use the stairs over there. Qilian pointed to a side, settling back into his recliner. Oh, Yifan acknowledged, striding towards the indicated direction. Wait a moment. Guyu felt that something was amiss, glancing between Yifan and Qilian. Are these spirit gathering pills not subject to points? Yifan had taken the spirit gathering pills without offering the Tianwu Order in return. Notably, Qilian appeared disinclined to demand any form of payment. Not at all. Xuanhuan waved his hand dismissively, clearly uninterested in the procedure. Within the Tower of Alchemical Flames, the points are boundless. Whether points are deducted or not makes little difference. At this moment, Yi Fan had already ascended the stairs. Guyu paused for a moment, then hurried to catch up. On the second floor of the tower, numerous training rooms came into view. Neatly arranged, the doors either stood wide open or were firmly closed. Yi Fan counted roughly, estimating there were dozens of rooms. I shall ascend further, Yi Fan said to Guyu, continuing his ascent. The training rooms on the upper floors yielded increasingly superior results. Engaging in training within these rooms also required the expenditure of points. With an abundance of points at his disposal, he naturally sought the finest training rooms. All right then, Guyu replied, choosing not to follow Yi Fan up the stairs. His points were limited, and he could only make do with the second floor. Ascending further would be beyond his financial means. Yi Fan continued his ascent and soon reached the sixth floor. Here, the number of training rooms was noticeably diminished. With barely 10 remaining, each door firmly shut. Outside, many individuals queued to enter the training rooms. Yi Fan, disinterested in waiting, pressed on to the seventh floor. Within the seventh floor of the Tower of Alchemical Flames, only 2 training rooms were available. One door was tightly closed, while the other stood ajar. A young man clad in black sat at the entrance. Do you wish to enter the training room? Yi Fan inquired as he approached the young man. I shall not enter. The young man shot a sidelong glance at Yi Fan, answering coldly. If you are not entering, then please step aside, Yi Fan replied, relieved. Fearing he would have to wait. This training room is reserved by Du Fei. The young man said somewhat impatiently. If you intend to train, wait over there. The person currently inside will be out shortly. Huh. Yi Fan was puzzled. This training room is vacant. Why must I wait for someone else to exit? Are you incapable of understanding human speech? The young man glared at Yi Fan, emphasizing, this training room is reserved by Du Fei. Reservations are permitted? Yi Fan scratched his head, bewildered. I was under the impression that each person could only occupy a training room for a mere quarter of an hour per day on the 7th floor. Not even a quarter of an hour to wait. And yet there's a reservation system? Others cannot, but senior brother Du Fei can. The young man glared at Yi Fan. He instructed me to guard this spot until he arrives. You should wait over there. Who granted him such authority? Yi Fan inquired, intrigued. He possesses the heavenly martial golden order, yet lacks such privileges. Is Du Fei more powerful than he? You don't even know who Du Fei is? Are you a newcomer? The young man asked, noticing Yi Fan's bewildered expression. Indeed, Yi Fan nodded. Since you are a newcomer, I shall overlook your ignorance, the young man huffed. Remember, Du Fei is the foremost individual in the Outer Academy's spirit martial realm. Oh, Yi Fan chuckled. The foremost in the Outer Academy's spirit martial realm? So he is still within the spirit martial realm, then? I had thought this individual was a formidable character. Among the students of the Outer Academy, there are certainly those at the Xuanhuan level, though they are mostly of the lower tier. They await the Outer Academy competition to ascend to the Inner Academy. This Du Fei is merely at the spirit martial level, clearly insignificant within the Outer Academy. How could such a person possess such audacity? With that thought, Yi Fan stepped forward, disregarding the young man in black as he intended to enter the training room. Outrageous. The young man in black, infuriated, rose and hurled a fist at Yi Fan, exclaiming, how dare you disrespect Du Fei? You must be tired of living. Yi Fan raised his hand in response. Golden spiritual energy swirling around him. Utilizing the burning sun hand, he seized the young man's fist. With a sudden exertion of force, a cracking sound echoed. Ah! The young man in black cried out, his face contorting in pain. After tossing him aside, Yi Fan entered the training room, embedding the heavenly martial golden token into the door, which promptly closed behind him. The spiritual energy in this place is indeed extraordinary. Feeling the surge of energy around him, Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He settled into a meditative position, extracting a spirit-gathering pill and consuming it directly. As he refined the power of the pill, he began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy for his cultivation. Damn it! The young man in black, momentarily disregarding his pain, gazed at the now-closed door of the training room, his expression turning ashen. He had bungled the task entrusted to him by Du Fei. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Shortly after, a man with a dark complexion appeared on the 7th floor. What is happening? The man was Du Fei, and upon noticing the tightly closed training room doors, he glared unhappily at the young man in black. The young man, looking pitiful, explained, a new student just forced his way into the training room I reserved for you. Chapter 25. A dog catching a mouse. Mind your own business. A new student? Du Fei cast a glance at the injured hand of the young man in black, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. How could a waste like you be hurt by a mere newcomer? This newcomer possesses formidable strength. The young man in black furrowed his brow, wishing to elaborate. In that brief exchange, he had realized Yi Fan's prowess. His own cultivation at the 6th level of Spirit Martial was no match. Nevertheless, he is still just a new student. Du Fei coldly retorted, his gaze fixed on the door of the training room. As far as I know, the most formidable among the new students is Nielin, the recently accepted disciple of Mentor Mujian. Did you inform him that I had reserved this training room? I did, the young man in black replied softly. So you are refusing to show me respect? Du Fei narrowed his eyes, irritation brewing within him. This newcomer does not seem to be Nielin, the young man in black muttered, his voice barely audible. Du Fei glared at him. Are you certain? I have met Nielin and would not mistake him. Indeed, the young man affirmed. Du Fei laughed in a fit of rage. If it were Nielin, I would let it pass. A disciple of Mentor Mujian deserves some respect. I never expected that besides Nielin, there exists another newcomer so audacious. The door to another training room swung open, and a young man in white stepped out. Sensing the low atmospheric pressure, he refrained from speaking. Min Hao, I need a favor. Du Fei called out to the young man in white. A favor? Min Hao, unwilling to disregard Du Fei's request, replied, if it's you asking, of course I will help, but what exactly do you need? Stay guard here. Du Fei gestured towards the training room where Yi Fan was, his voice cold. Who is inside? Min Hao furrowed his brow, inquiring cautiously. A reckless freshman. Du Fei scoffed, striding towards the training room that Min Hao had just exited. Unfazed by the possibility of Min Hao refusing. A freshman? Min Hao smirked and decided to remain. He was confident he could easily handle a newcomer. Why not do Du Fei a favor? 15 minutes passed swiftly. Yi Fan, engrossed in his cultivation, had no intention of leaving. He continued to consume spirit-gathering pills one after another, aiming to leverage the environment to break through to the 8th tier of the spirit martial realm. Upon exiting the training room, Du Fei noticed Min Hao and the young man in black were still present, but Yi Fan was nowhere to be seen. His expression darkened instantly. Min Hao, where's that freshman? He hasn't come out, Min Hao replied, his lips twitching, his expression complicated. Impossible, Du Fei shouted angrily. That freshman entered the training room before me. 15 minutes have passed. How could he not come out? The disciples of the outer courtyard were expected to cultivate in the Danfire Tower's training room with self-discipline. There were strict regulations on the duration of cultivation, and one had to exit promptly. Otherwise, minor infractions would result in point deductions, while severe violations could lead to being blacklisted. He truly hasn't come out, Min Hao said, raising his hands in resignation. Could it be that this freshman is a complete novice, unaware of the rules of the Danfire Tower? That kid is doomed. Du Fei, sensing Min Hao's certainty, felt a thrill of schadenfreude. I'll wait here a little longer and relish in how he meets his fate. The three remained at the entrance, but as time dragged on, restlessness began to set in. It's been an hour, Min Hao muttered. It's strange. Why hasn't Elder Qi Lian come to pull this freshman out after such a delay? Patience, Du Fei thought to himself, hoping Yi Fan would linger longer. The longer he stayed, the heavier the punishment would be. By the time he finally emerged, it might be more than just being blacklisted from the Danfire Tower. At that moment, after an hour of cultivation, Yi Fan had refined 200 spirit-gathering pills, elevating his cultivation to the 8th tier of the spirit martial realm. At this rate, reaching the 7th tier of the Xuanhuan realm was not far off. Yi Fan mused to himself, stretching lazily. Refining spirit-gathering pills and absorbing external spiritual energy was exhausting and monotonous, leaving no room for other activities. It was not like cultivating under the sun, where one could enjoy a delightful nap. Perhaps I should explore elsewhere. Yi Fan approached the training room door, retrieved his Tianwu golden order, and opened the door. With a sudden clang, Du Fei and the others perked up at the sound of the door opening. They stood in unison, their gazes fixated on Yi Fan. Are you all in line? I've finished. You may enter, Yi Fan said, feeling somewhat uneasy under their scrutiny. Unfamiliar with Du Fei, he assumed they were merely queuing. Get lost. Du Fei barked, his temper flaring. Do you know who I am? Should I? Yi Fan replied, momentarily taken aback by the harsh words, his expression innocent. The young man in black stepped forward with a puffed chest, proudly declaring, he is Du Fei, the foremost of the spirit martial realm from the outer court of Tianwu Academy. What are you boasting about? Yi Fan cast a glance at the young man in black. Dismissing him. You're merely a lackey, so why the excitement? Besides, being the top in the spirit martial realm of Tianwu Academy isn't something to brag about. Du Fei, feeling belittled, suppressed his anger and chuckled. So arrogant, are you? You'll be the one crying soon enough. I'm not one to shed tears easily. Yi Fan retorted, uninterested in their antics as he descended the stairs. Are we just letting him go? The young man in black looked astonished, glancing at Du Fei. The best is yet to come, Du Fei replied with a smirk, beckoning Min Hao and the others. Let us follow him and see how Elder Qi Lian will teach him a lesson. With that, the trio trailed behind Yi Fan silently. Upon reaching the first floor of the Pill Fire Tower, Yi Fan caught Elder Qi Lian's attention. However, The elder merely cast a sideways glance without uttering a word. Du Fei noticed that Elder Qi Lian had no intention of stopping Yi Fan. Furrowing his brow, he called out, "Stop right there. What is it? Do you need something?" Yi Fan halted and turned back to inquire. Du Fei addressed Elder Qi Lian. "Elder Qi Lian. This fellow lingered in the cultivation room of the 7th floor for an hour." "I am aware," Qi Lian replied succinctly. "You knew? Then why didn't you stop him?" "He violated the rules of the Pill Fire Tower." Du Fei pressed, puzzled. "Are you instructing me on how to do my job?" Qi Lian shot Du Fei a disapproving look. "Not at all." Du Fei's expression stiffened, muttering, "I was merely curious why you didn't intervene. Mind your own business." Qi Lian retorted, closing his eyes in disinterest. Yi Fan held the Tianwu Golden Order, granting him privileges and access to all resources of Tianwu Academy. He could stay for an hour, or even longer, without consequence. Du Fei's expression faltered, as if he had swallowed something distasteful, anticipating Yi Fan's punishment. He was instead met with silence. "Yi Fan, you're still here?" At that moment, Guyu descended from the 2nd floor and greeted Yi Fan. "Yi Fan." Du Fei was taken aback, suddenly staring at Yi Fan with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. "You are Yi Fan?" Chapter 26, The Misty Forest. The Duel of Two Alliances. "Have you heard of me?" Yi Fan chuckled lightly, a hint of pride gracing his expression. It appeared that he had garnered quite a reputation in the Outer Academy. Du Fei's excitement grew palpable as he shouted at Yi Fan, "Yi Fan, are you brave enough to join me at the life and death stage for a duel?" Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. A death match right off the bat. Had he lost his senses? What enmity could possibly warrant such a challenge? Over a mere training room? Guyu Minhao. And the others were equally startled. Even Qi Lian could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Du Fei. "Are you brave enough?" Du Fei pressed on, noticing Yi Fan's momentary daze. Was he being so direct? Yi Fan's curiosity piqued regarding Du Fei's motives. Seeing that Yi Fan remained unresponsive, Du Fei hastily provoked him. "You were so arrogant just now, and now you hesitate to accept a death match? Why do you wish to kill me?" Yi Fan inquired with interest. "If you tell me honestly, I might just grant you an opportunity to take my life. Someone has placed a bounty on your head." Du Fei hesitated briefly before revealing the truth. "Who?" Yi Fan's mind immediately conjured the name Duan Tianya, but upon further reflection, he found it rather implausible. The Du Fei before him did not strike him as particularly astute. If Duan Tianya were to hire an assassin, he would not choose a fool. Chun-Li. Du Fei stated directly, "He has issued a bounty through the Assassin's Alliance, offering 100,000 points for your life." The Assassin's Alliance? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, an expression of confusion crossing his face. The Assassin's Alliance was one of the two major student alliances within the Outer Academy. Guyu had already approached Yi Fan, whispering, "I've heard it said that the Assassin's Alliance is a force cultivated by the third prince outside the Tianwu Academy." Upon hearing this introduction, Yi Fan quickly grasped the situation. Du Fei was anxious, likely fearing that someone might beat him to it. Did he truly believe that Yi Fan was an easy target? Was it so simple to obtain that 100,000 points? Sighing, Yi Fan mused, "Chun-Li is rather stingy. My life is worth merely 100,000 points? Such a low offer? 100,000 is not an insignificant sum." Du Fei insisted impatiently, his gaze locked onto Yi Fan as he urged. "I've already told you the reason. Why not accompany me to the life and death stage now?" "I refuse," Yi Fan replied decisively. "What?" Du Fei's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted. "Did you not just say that if I told you the reason, you would grant me an opportunity to kill you? Did you really believe me?" Yi Fan retorted. "What benefit do I gain from agreeing to this death match? If you kill me, you earn points. But if I kill you, what do I gain?" "Who says you gain nothing?" Du Fei scoffed. "If you kill me, all the points I possess will become yours. The Academy permits killing and point acquisition on the life and death stage. Points are the least of my concerns," Yi Fan scoffed disdainfully. He currently lacked nothing more than points. "It seems you either do not value them, or perhaps you are simply afraid," Du Fei muttered, growing increasingly irritated with Yi Fan's persistent refusals. "I truly envy your confidence." Yi Fan teasingly scrutinized Du Fei. "Chun-Li offered a price of 100,000 points, correct? If you had that amount in hand, I would accompany you to the life and death platform." 100,000? Du Fei's brow furrowed deeply. 100,000 points is no trifling sum. Few in the outer court could produce such an amount at once. None. What a pauper. Yi Fan derisively tossed the remark aside and turned to leave. "Stop." Du Fei, noticing Yi Fan's departure, urgently called out. "Are you saying that if I manage to gather 100,000 points, you will agree to the life and death duel?" "Gather it first," Yi Fan replied lightly without pausing his stride. Just as he reached the doorway, a young man rushed in, nearly colliding with Yi Fan. "Damn it. Can't you watch where you're going?" The young man glared at Yi Fan before hastily approaching Du Fei, saying, "Du Fei, the deputy leader has summoned you to the Misty Forest immediately." The deputy leader's summons? Du Fei's expression stiffened as he frowned and inquired, "What is the urgency?" "We are about to engage in battle with the Qing alliance." The young man's gaze was sharp as he spoke in a low voice. "Let us go." Without another word, Du Fei strode out. As he passed Yi Fan, he abruptly halted and coldly stated, "Yi Fan, keep your life intact for me. Once I leave the Misty Forest, I should be able to gather 100,000 points, so do not let anyone else kill you." With that, he departed the Danhua Tower without looking back. Misty Forest? What kind of place is that? Yi Fan muttered, somewhat puzzled. Yi Yao had never mentioned it to him before. "It is a territory that the Academy does not oversee," Guyu explained to Yi Fan. "It is said that many spiritual herbs grow there, and numerous outer court students go there to collect these herbs to exchange for points at the Academy." A territory that the Academy does not oversee? Yi Fan's eyes sparkled. "So, in that place, even without a life and death contract, one can kill at will?" "Indeed." Guyu nodded. "After killing someone, you can seize their Tianwu order and claim their points as your own. However, to transfer those points, you must take the Tianwu order to the Tianwu Pavilion of the Academy and find one of the elders there." "Take me to see it," Yi Fan said. His interest piqued as he waved to Guyu. "What do you want to go there for?" Guyu asked, perplexed. "Haven't you heard? The Killing Alliance is about to engage in battle with the Qing Alliance. Anyone else entering the Misty Forest will surely be the first to be eliminated by the two alliances. Are you planning to fish in troubled waters and steal a few Tianwu orders? The Tianwu Academy has two major student alliances, the Killing Alliance and the Qing Alliance. The Killing Alliance is a force cultivated by the third prince, Duan Tianya, while the Qing Alliance is backed by the second prince, Duan Tianshu. The two factions are like oil and water in the outer court, and this impending battle is likely to involve a significant portion of the outer court. Well, it wouldn't hurt to take a look," Yi Fan shrugged. "All right then, I will take you to see it." Guyu, unable to resist Yi Fan, let out a resigned sigh. "You may watch the commotion outside, but do not venture into the Misty Forest. This is no trifling matter." Yi Fan did not respond, for he had already formulated a plan in his mind. In recent days, Duan Tianya had been a persistent source of trouble, sending waves of assassins after him. Now, Chun-Li had issued a bounty through the Assassins' Alliance. Although he did not regard the insignificant Du Fei as a threat, the presence of numerous Xuanhuan realm warriors within the alliance posed a considerable danger. Remaining in a passive stance was untenable. It was time for him to take the initiative. The two exited the Danhua Tower and made their way deeper into the Tianwu Academy. Before long, an ancient palace came into view. The entrance was crowded with people, and a heavy, oppressive atmosphere filled the air. Inside, several inner courtyard disciples were carrying out bodies clad in black or white masks, obscuring the faces of the deceased. Blood dripped from the stretchers onto the ground, producing a rhythmic sound. Guyu swallowed hard, tugging at Yi Fan's sleeve, and whispered, "That is the transmission hall. It contains the array that leads to the Misty Forest." Chapter 27. Only corpses can escape. In just a short hour, over 20 corpses had been delivered. This time, the Assassins' Alliance was genuinely at odds with the Qing Alliance. After this conflict, it was likely that only one student alliance would remain in the outer courtyard. The crowd at the palace entrance wore solemn expressions, whispering amongst themselves. At that moment, a group of individuals donned in black masks approached with an air of intimidation. Upon seeing them, the crowd parted, eyes filled with awe and apprehension. "Brother Yi Fan, look, that person is Du Fei." Guyu pointed to one among them and spoke softly. Yi Fan followed her gesture and caught a glimpse of Du Fei, who had not changed his attire. Even with the mask, he was easily recognizable. As Du Fei and his companions entered the transmission hall, their gaze fell upon the corpses being carried out. Was there time to transport the bodies amidst the fierce battle between the Assassins' Alliance and the Qing Alliance? "The bodies are automatically delivered," Guyu explained. "Those who perish in the Misty Forest are transported to the transmission hall after a brief period. Then, the inner courtyard disciples responsible for guarding the hall will carry them out." "I see," Yi Fan said, contemplating. "Do you have any knowledge of the situation within the Misty Forest?" "I have never been inside, but I have heard some accounts," Guyu replied. "Using the transmission array within the hall, one is sent to Misty Valley. That is the only safe zone within the Misty Forest, where everyone's abilities are sealed, and fighting is prohibited. Beyond the valley lies the forest, but its expanse remains unknown." Understood, Yi Fan resolved to wait before entering the Misty Forest. Otherwise, encountering Du Fei's group in Misty Valley could prove troublesome. Meanwhile, several more bodies were transported out, indicating that the fighting within had reached a fever pitch. After half an hour, Yi Fan's figure vanished from view. "Brother Yi Fan, are you truly going?" Guyu exclaimed, hastily grasping Yi Fan's arm. Yi Fan offered no reply, gently patting Guyu's shoulder before stepping forward into the teleportation hall. Who is this person, entering the Misty Forest without a mask? They don't appear to be affiliated with either the Kill Alliance or the Azure Alliance. It seems they wish to take advantage of the chaos during the battle between the two factions. Such ignorance is perilous. Currently, members of both alliances are in a frenzy, and entering now would surely lead to their demise. Many onlookers at the hall's entrance regarded Yi Fan with expressions of mockery and pity. As Yi Fan entered the teleportation hall, his gaze fell upon the teleportation array at the center of the chamber. Several inner courtyard students, preoccupied with their tasks, turned to look at him. "What do you want?" One of them inquired, stopping Yi Fan due to his lack of a mask. "What else could I want?" Yi Fan replied with a subtle smile, his tone indifferent. "I intend to enter the misty forest." The inner courtyard student scrutinized him from head to toe and cautioned. "The Azure Alliance and the Kill Alliance are engaged in battle inside. Are you certain you wish to enter at this time?" "I am certain," Yi Fan responded calmly, nodding. The students exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise illuminating their eyes. Initially, they had assumed Yi Fan was unaware of the situation in the misty forest. Entering at such a time could easily lead to him being the first to fall victim to the Azure or Kill Alliance. The inner courtyard student reiterated, "You seem unfamiliar. You must be a newcomer, correct? With your strength, you won tea last half an hour inside. I must ask you one last time. Are you sure you want to go in?" "Absolutely," Yi Fan affirmed, his patience thinning. Acknowledging the other's good intentions, he refrained from retorting, "That's all I have to say. Do as you wish." The inner courtyard student shook his head and stepped aside. The others scoffed, regarding him as a fool. Yi Fan stepped forward, entering the teleportation array. The divine inscriptions beneath his feet glowed brightly, and in an instant, he vanished. In the next heartbeat, Yi Fan materialized in the misty valley. The mist here was not dense, allowing for decent visibility. At that moment, the surroundings were utterly deserted, creating an eerie silence. Without hesitation, Yi Fan swiftly exited the valley and employed his concealment technique to mask his presence. Proceeding cautiously, he navigated through the misty forest. After walking for a while, he faintly heard the sounds of combat nearby. As he approached the source, the sounds abruptly ceased. Suddenly, he was met with the hurried sounds of footsteps. Yi Fan's heart raced, and he swiftly climbed an ancient tree, holding his breath and focusing intently on the scene below. Damn it! How can Bai Bin, having just entered the third tier of the Xuanhuan realm, possess such combat prowess? He is suffocating me. Leader, this cannot continue. The Kill Alliance intends to eradicate us completely. Let us retreat to the base. We must regroup with the others. This matter requires careful deliberation. Moments later, 3 injured figures hurriedly passed beneath the tree, their expressions frantic, clearly having just survived a fierce battle. The individual in question is the leader of the Qing Alliance. Yet he appears so feeble? Yi Fan mused silently as he observed the 3 figures fade into the mist. The young man clad in green, without a doubt, was Meng Qing, the leader of the Qing Alliance. His cultivation level was comparable to that of Bai Bin, both standing at the third tier of the Xuanhuan realm. However, from his recent remarks, it was evident that he had been defeated by Bai Bin. This Bai Bin, on the other hand, was merely the deputy leader of the Killing Alliance. In this upcoming duel between the two alliances, the leader of the Killing Alliance did not participate. Not long after Meng Qing and his companions departed, 5 figures, exuding a palpable aura of menace, hastily pursued them. At the forefront, Bai Bin cursed vehemently, lamenting the escape of Meng Qing and the missed opportunity. "Deputy leader, should we continue the pursuit?" inquired a young man in black, his voice low and steady. "Pursue? Where shall we chase? We can't even see their shadows," Bai Bin retorted, halting in his tracks and sitting down in frustration beneath a tree. He had initially planned to eliminate the Qing Alliance within an hour and then devise a method to deal with Yi Fan. Now, it appeared he would have to delay that plan. The young man in black, perplexed, queried, "Deputy leader, who exactly is Yi Fan? Why is he deemed worthy of Chun Li's 10,000 points for his life? Previously, he was merely a useless young master of the Yi family." Bai Bin replied with a hint of disdain. However, he seems to have recently risen in prominence, successfully passing the true martial tower during the new student trials. Perhaps he merely stumbled upon good fortune. Past the true martial tower? The young man in black was slightly taken aback and pressed further. What did this fellow do to offend Chun-Li? Do you think he merely offended Chun-Li? Bai Bin's eyes glinted with a cruel light. The true offense was likely against His Highness, the third prince. Have you not heard the recent rumors circulating within the imperial city? He killed the third prince's illegitimate son. By the heavens, is that so? The young man in black was astounded. To dare offend the third prince, this fellow must truly be courting death. Meanwhile, concealed within the trees, Yi Fan had quietly drawn the Tsangfeng sword, inwardly amused. Did they still harbor thoughts of eliminating him after escaping? The only ones who would leave this place would be their corpses. With that thought, he stealthily made his move. In the mist, his figure flickered like a specter. The Tsangfeng sword gleamed with a cold light, its blade approaching the target silently like a venomous serpent striking its prey. Chapter 28. Concealment and Revelation. The Hunt for the Killing Alliance. Who goes there? Bai Bin's ears perked up, and he sprang to his feet, his gaze sweeping the surroundings like a hawk. Simultaneously, his companions also rose swiftly, alertly scanning the area, their weapons gripped tightly, ready to confront any unforeseen circumstances. However, one individual remained seated, head bowed, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events around him. "Get up. There is an ambush," Bai Bin exclaimed sharply, noticing the unmoving figure. Yet, the person showed no signs of response. Sensing something amiss, the young man in black stepped closer to the seated individual, gently nudging him. The person tilted and collapsed, emitting a dull thud as he fell. The young man in black felt a shiver run through him as he gazed down at the throat of the fallen figure. A slender line of crimson began to emerge, followed by a violent eruption of blood that stained the ground beneath. Was it the work of the Qingming? A cold glimmer flickered in Bai Bin's eyes, rage boiling within him. How could Qingming possess such formidable assassins? To kill so stealthily beneath my very nose, with a single stroke to the throat. Suddenly, a shadow darted through the mist once more. Thud! Another figure fell silently, a similar crimson line appearing at their throat, blood seeping forth and staining their collar. The remaining three grew tense, forming a protective circle, their breaths quickening. "Show yourself." Bai Bin's voice rang out coldly, scanning the surroundings. "What merit is there in hiding? If you possess true skill, emerge and face me." His furious words echoed through the stillness, met only with a suffocating silence. "What should we do?" The young man in black's voice trembled, cold sweat trickling down his back. The two who had just perished were both at the 9th level of the spirit martial realm. Though not the pinnacle of strength, the ability to achieve a silent kill upon them was truly unnerving. "This person is a master of assassination," Bai Bin spoke solemnly, swiftly coming to a conclusion. "In the misty forest, such an adversary is exceedingly troublesome. If they do not reveal themselves, we must flee." "Flee?" The young man swallowed hard. "Indeed," Bai Bin replied coldly. "We must separate and escape. They can pursue only one of us at most. We will settle this score with Qingming later." With that, he vanished into the mist, charging ahead. The young man exchanged a glance with another before swiftly dispersing, their figures soon lost in the fog. Quick reactions. In the shadows, Yi Fan chuckled inwardly, a glint of coldness in his eyes. He then moved like a specter through the mist, honing in on the weakest of the three, a first-level Xuanhuan realm warrior. Swish! The concealed blade struck out like a viper, precisely slicing through the man's throat. Another life extinguished. Yi Fan appeared beside the corpse, gazing down at his handiwork, a self-satisfied smile curling at the corners of his lips. This assassination technique is indeed remarkable. Killing is surprisingly effortless. Though his own cultivation was merely at the 8th level of the spirit martial realm, his mastery of assassination enabled him to easily slay a first-level Xuanwu warrior without a trace. This ability would instill fear in any opponent. The heavenly martial token? Yi Fan caught sight of the token beside the body and picked it up. "It seems of little use to me. I shall leave it for someone fortunate." With that, he carelessly tossed the token aside and turned his attention to the opponent's spatial ring. After collecting the 3 rings, he swiftly departed the scene, making his way toward the direction from which the sounds of battle had emanated. Soon, he arrived at the location where members of Qingming and Killing Alliance had clashed, finding the lifeless bodies of 2 Qingming warriors lying on the ground. Now, the celestial martial orders and spatial rings from both individuals have been confiscated, evidently plundered thoroughly by Bai Bin and his associates. Since the Killing Alliance has mistaken me for a member of the Azure Alliance, I shall feign being one of their own. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he decisively removed the white mask from one of the individuals and donned it himself. The hunting expedition within the misty forest is now truly underway. In the subsequent 2 hours, Yi Fan encountered several groups of people, including both Azure Alliance squads and Killing Alliance teams. However, he only engaged with the members of the Killing Alliance. Each strike was executed with precision and left no trace behind, though he was not able to annihilate every adversary. The cumulative toll had already claimed the lives of 15 beneath the blade of his concealed edge. Meanwhile, within a temporary base of the Killing Alliance in a certain part of the misty forest, Bai Bin sat amidst the crowd, his gaze icy and menacing. "How many more are yet to return?" he seethed. "Several are still missing," murmured a member of the Killing Alliance, his voice betraying unease. "It seems they may not be coming back." Bai Bin cast a sweeping glance over those present, his teeth grinding in frustration. "I never anticipated that the Azure Alliance harbored a skilled assassin among them, resulting in our needless losses." Deputy Leader, one dared to question. Could it be that the Azure Alliance has summoned a master from their inner courtyard? Otherwise, how could so many have been silently eliminated? Indeed, Deputy Leader, another chimed in. Among the slain were not a few from the Xuanwu realm, all dispatched with a single stroke to the throat. Such efficiency could only be achieved by someone of at least third-tier Xuanhuan cultivation. Aside from Meng Qing, are there any others of such caliber within the Azure Alliance? It cannot be a student from the inner courtyard. Bai Bin shook his head, perplexed. The students guarding the teleportation hall would never allow outsiders from the inner courtyard to enter. Perhaps we should seek reconciliation with the Azure Alliance? One suggested timidly, having grown fearful of Yi Fan's prowess. What did you just say? Bai Bin shot up, glaring fiercely at the individual. His Highness the Third Prince has decreed the annihilation of the Azure Alliance. You would have me negotiate with them now? But the individual lowered his head, daunted into silence. Deputy Leader, another voiced anxiously, with that person from the Azure Alliance present, we can no longer afford to split into smaller teams. What shall we do now? Then we shall march together to the Azure Alliance's base. Bai Bin declared, his eyes ablaze with fury. We still hold the numerical advantage. Let us strike decisively and obliterate the Azure Alliance. After a period of conflict, the gap between the two factions had widened. Currently, within the Misty Forest, the Azure Alliance had dwindled to just over 50 members, while the Killing Alliance boasted more than 80. Initially, splitting into smaller teams could have mitigated casualties. But the prevailing circumstances no longer permitted such a strategy. They were left with no choice but to launch a full-scale assault, staking everything on a fight to the finish. Concealed in the shadows, Yi Fan observed everything unfold. He had secretly followed a member of the Killing Alliance to this location half an hour ago, refraining from taking action out of concern for alarming the snake. To strike at the Blue Alliance's base? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, formulating a plan in his mind. With so many members gathered from the Killing Alliance, including several formidable Xuanwu realm warriors, it would be arduous to hunt them down without revealing his presence. However, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos between the Killing and Blue Alliances would undoubtedly simplify matters significantly. Chapter 29. To kill you, there is no need for assassination techniques. Within the Blue Alliance's base, its members had also convened. Alliance leader, should we consider surrendering? A member suggested quietly from the corner. After prolonged battles, the morale of the Blue Alliance was waning. Many had begun to harbor thoughts of retreat. Surrender? Meng Qing spoke softly, a flicker of struggle in his eyes. Do you understand what surrender entails? It meant disbandment. The one who proposed surrender hesitated, fearful of inciting Meng Qing's wrath. A sense of helplessness enveloped Meng Qing as he nodded and sighed. Indeed, it signifies disbandment. Once we disband, we shall become the laughingstock of the outer court, and the Killing Alliance will continue to suppress us. Alliance leader. At that moment, a figure dashed through the mist, arriving breathlessly before Meng Qing. White Bin is leading the members of the Killing Alliance towards us. Alliance leader. The members of the Blue Alliance grew frantic, turning their gazes toward Meng Qing. Let us surrender. Meng Qing, no longer hesitating, sighed with resignation. Once we leave the Misty Forest, the Blue Alliance will disband. We must each strive to cultivate diligently and enter the inner court as soon as possible to avoid the oppression of the Killing Alliance. Having spoken, he stood and proceeded toward the direction from which the Killing Alliance approached. The members of the Blue Alliance, disheartened, rose one after another to follow Meng Qing. As the two alliances confronted one another, standing firmly in their respective camps, Meng Qing was about to voice the proposal for surrender when White Bin erupted with indignation. The Blue Alliance truly has remarkable patience. It took until now for you to send someone. What? Meng Qing was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending White Bin's words. Still feigning ignorance? White Bin retorted, that individual, skilled in assassination techniques, has eliminated over a dozen of my Killing Alliance members within just a few hours. Assassination techniques? Meng Qing was bewildered, astonished by White Bin's statement. A person proficient in such arts could slay over a dozen members of the Killing Alliance? If the Blue Alliance possessed such a figure, why would they even contemplate surrender? Yet, as the leader, he was entirely unaware of this individual's existence. Having suffered losses at Yi Fan's hands, White Bin, upon witnessing Meng Qing's demeanor, felt an even greater surge of anger. Do not tell me that this person is not one of your Blue Alliance members. At this moment, is it plausible for anyone else to enter the Misty Forest? Whoosh. Just as his words fell, Yi Fan, who had been stealthily tailing them, made his move. Bang! The hidden blade sliced through the air, and a member of the Killing Alliance collapsed without warning. He has arrived, shouted one of the fallen man's companions, triggering panic within the crowd. Scoundrel! Upon witnessing this, Bai Bin glared fiercely at Meng Qing and proclaimed, Are you not from the Qing Alliance? Eliminate them. Wipe out this rabble. With a resounding command from Bai Bin, the members of the Killing Alliance decisively engaged. The Qing Alliance fighters, initially contemplating surrender, were caught off guard, faced with the onslaught from the Killing Alliance. They had no choice but to retaliate. The sounds of combat erupted, and blood stained the earth. Amidst the chaos, the Tsangfeng sword glimmered ominously through the mist. each flash heralding the demise of a Killing Alliance member. In mere moments, 5 warriors from the Killing Alliance had fallen, each slain with a swift strike to the throat. Clearly, there was someone adept in the art of assassination. In the fray, Meng Qing caught sight of Yi Fan. Upon noticing the mask adorning Yi Fan's face, his heart leaped with joy. He was certain that the Qing Alliance had no one like Yi Fan. Yet now, Yi Fan donned a white mask, taking down members of the Killing Alliance. The implication was unmistakable. The assassination aimed at the Killing Alliance was executed by their adversary. The enemy of my enemy can indeed be a friend. Everyone, we may not yet be defeated. Attack. Initially prepared to surrender, Meng Qing now glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Although the others in the Qing Alliance had not spotted Yi Fan, they sensed that someone was covertly assisting them against the Killing Alliance. Energized by Meng Qing's command, they felt revitalized. As the strongest member of the Qing Alliance, Meng Qing was naturally pitted against Bai Bin. Though he had previously faced Bai Bin and found himself at a disadvantage, the threat posed by Yi Fan now distracted Bai Bin, presenting an opportune moment for Meng Qing to strike. Should Bai Bin fall, it would be akin to claiming victory in this battle. Now was the time. Yi Fan, too, awaited his chance, his murderous intent firmly fixated on Bai Bin. As Bai Bin and Meng Qing became embroiled in their confrontation, Yi Fan subtly maneuvered the Tsangfeng sword, its blade shimmering coldly, aimed directly at Bai Bin's vulnerable back. The chill emanating from the blade was palpable, sending a shiver deep into the marrow. Suddenly, Bai Bin, a third-tier warrior of the Xuanhuan realm, sensed a lethal threat just as the sword was about to pierce him. Almost instinctively, he veered aside, narrowly evading a fatal blow. The Tsangfeng sword plunged into Bai Bin's right shoulder, blood gushing forth. In retaliation, he swung back a palm, sending Yi Fan reeling. Bai Bin staggered back several steps, his countenance paling. "It's you," Bai Bin bellowed, his gaze sharp and predatory as he focused on Yi Fan. He had always been wary of Yi Fan, anticipating an attack. At this moment, he had successfully forced Yi Fan into the open, albeit at the cost of sustaining an injury. "Is it you?" A member of the Killing Alliance recognized Yi Fan, feeling a sense of familiarity wash over him. After multiple confirmations, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Du Fei. Do you know this person?" Upon hearing the words, Bai Bin immediately confronted Du Fei, his foremost desire being to ascertain the identity of Yi Fan. Otherwise, once they emerged, he would be unable to seek vengeance. At that moment, Yi Fan also turned his gaze towards Du Fei. Before Du Fei could utter a word, the Tsangfeng sword lunged forward, seeking death. Du Fei, undaunted, advanced, proclaiming, "Aren't you proficient in assassination techniques? Engaging me directly, you stand no chance." Whoosh. The Tsangfeng sword sliced through the air, a spray of blood erupting. In a fleeting encounter, Du Fei collapsed, a crimson line appearing at his throat. Just like the previous few, silenced by a single stroke. "Fool." Yi Fan regarded the fallen Du Fei with disdain, declaring, "To kill you requires no assassination skill. A single strike suffices in direct confrontation." What an imbecile. Bai Bin seethed with anger, cursing Yi Fan. Du Fei had clearly had an opportunity to reveal Yi Fan's identity, yet he squandered it with meaningless words before meeting his demise. Meng Qing, witnessing Bai Bin's injury, surged forth once more. Enduring his pain, Bai Bin turned to parry Meng Qing's assault, shouting to those closest to Yi Fan, "You lot, take this person down first." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. No sooner had he spoken than 3 figures lunged at Yi Fan, each possessing a first-tier Xuanhuan realm cultivation. Their fierce attacks forced Yi Fan to retreat repeatedly. Damn it. This fellow is at the 8th tier of the Lingwu realm. How could he have slain so many? I shall rend this brat into pieces. The trio, enraged upon discerning Yi Fan's cultivation, were driven by a mix of anger and humiliation. Chapter 30. The leader of the Killing Alliance, De Gupa. After several exchanges, Yi Fan vanished in a blink, utilizing the cover of the mist. By now, night had fallen, and the area was enveloped in fog. In such surroundings, assassination techniques flourished. This is bad. The trio, failing to locate Yi Fan, fell into a state of panic. Boom, boom, boom. The Qing Alliance and the Killing Alliance continued their fierce combat, the clash of blades and the cries of battle resonating throughout the air. Yi Fan, concealed in the shadows, calmly observed the battlefield, refraining from hastening to act again. Assassination relies on efficiency and safety. Following recent events, he had come to realize that targeting a third-tier Xuanhuan realm warrior proved somewhat challenging, especially when the opponent was on guard. Thus, he resolutely shifted his focus to others. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Learning from his earlier experience, Yi Fan seized opportunities to strike intermittently, elongating the intervals between his assaults. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the bodies of the Killing Alliance warriors fell. From the previous 80 or so, fewer than 30 remained, half of whom had perished at Yi Fan's hands, while the other half had been slain by the Qing Alliance warriors. In the midst of the brutal skirmish, the Qingming warriors also suffered considerable losses. The morale of the Xiaomeng members gradually crumbled, with many beginning to panic and flee in all directions. Damn it! Bai Bin roared in fury and frustration, acutely aware that he could no longer maintain control over the situation. It was then that Yi Fan seized the opportune moment to launch another assassination attempt on Bai Bin. Already injured and suppressed by Meng Qing, Bai Bin remained vigilant against Yi Fan, his senses heightened. Yet, when faced with the imminent attack, he found himself unable to mount an effective defense. The hidden blade of Yi Fan's sword pierced Bai Bin's heart, causing his pupils to constrict. Who on earth are you? Bai Bin glared at Yi Fan, who was now disturbingly close. With a feeble attempt, he reached out a hand to remove Yi Fan's mask, but his strength faltered, and his hand fell limply to his side. As Yi Fan withdrew his sword, Bai Bin's body collapsed to the ground. Thank you for your timely assistance. Meng Qing sighed in relief upon witnessing Bai Bin's demise, turning to Yi Fan's retreating figure and inquiring, might I know your esteemed name? The outcome of the battle had been determined, with the Qingming emerging as the victors, albeit at a tragic cost. The few surviving members of the Xiaomeng had already fled the scene, while the Qingming warriors, consumed by bloodlust, were in hot pursuit. In response to Meng Qing's question, Yi Fan turned back momentarily, offering nothing but a glance, devoid of words. With a swift motion, he vanished once more into the mists. To exit the misty forest, one must first traverse the misty valley. The remnants of the Xiaomeng fell one by one under the relentless pursuit of the Qingming. At that moment, Yi Fan too had embarked on his journey back. Within the transmission hall, the bodies were being dispatched one after another. What transpired? How did so many members of the Xiaomeng perish? Has the Qingming suddenly grown so formidable as to reverse their fortunes? Exclaimed the onlookers. Look, many of them have been slain by a single strike to the throat. Is this individual Bai Bin? He has also met his end. Several inner courtyard disciples gazed in astonishment at the continuous flow of corpses being transmitted out. Once the bodies were transported outside the transmission hall, chaos erupted. Shortly thereafter, Meng Qing emerged from the misty forest, accompanied by a dozen remaining members of the Qingming. Meng Qing, an inner courtyard disciple, promptly approached, demanding, what transpired in the misty forest? Did you annihilate the entire Xiaomeng? Yes, Meng Qing nodded, not intending to boast about their achievement. He clarified that it was with the assistance of a mysterious individual proficient in the art of assassination that they had completely eradicated the Xiaomeng. A mysterious individual skilled in assassination? The inner courtyard disciples pondered. Is this person not one of your Qingming members? No other individuals entered the misty forest during the battle between the two alliances, did they? Wait, there was one. One exclaimed, are you referring to that new student? Yes, that new student. Another confirmed. It seems I have yet to see his body being transmitted out. He must still be alive. The remaining members of the Qingming, all bearing their own injuries, departed promptly. After a while, the transmission hall shimmered with arcane symbols. Yi Fan left the misty valley and was transmitted back into the hall, where the gazes of the inner courtyard disciples converged upon him. In the eyes of those around, there was an abundance of astonishment and skepticism. Why are they all staring at me? Yi Fan felt somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny of the crowd. Are you the mysterious figure? A student from the inner courtyard inquired, seeking confirmation. What mysterious figure? Yi Fan shrugged, already suspecting a few things in his heart. The enigmatic expert proficient in assassination techniques. The inner courtyard student elucidated as Yi Fan feigned ignorance. What do you all think? Yi Fan realized that he could no longer keep this under wraps. There was but one way to exit the misty forest, and with someone guarding the path, he had no means of evasion. It really is you. The inner courtyard students exclaimed in disbelief. While they were momentarily dazed, Yi Fan seized the opportunity to escape the teleportation hall. Feeling rather fatigued, he returned to his dwelling to rest. As the events fermented overnight, news spread swiftly throughout the Tianwu Academy. By dawn of the following day, a throng had gathered outside Yi Fan's courtyard. Early in the morning, Yi Yao arrived, her face marred with worry, anxiously awaiting Yi Fan's emergence. She simply could not comprehend how a person could create such a monumental mess. The cacophony of voices roused Yi Fan from his slumber, eliciting a hint of irritation as he emerged from his quarters. Finally, he has come out. The crowd murmured. Did he really annihilate the assassination alliance? It doesn't seem likely, does it? I heard he practiced assassination techniques. Otherwise, how could he be so formidable? Upon sighting Yi Fan, the onlookers began to whisper and point. Yi Fan. Yi Yao dashed forward, her steps quickening, and landed a fist against his chest. What were you doing in there? Ouch. Yi Fan clutched his chest, grumbling, Sister Yao. What else could I have done? It was early morning. Naturally, I was sleeping. You can actually sleep through all this? Yi Yao exclaimed in exasperation. Last night, Did you venture into the Misty Forest? Did you assist the Qing Alliance in obliterating the entire Assassination Alliance? You already know. Yi Fan chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head, realizing the speed at which news traveled exceeded his expectations. And you can still laugh? Yi Yao scolded. The leader of the Assassination Alliance, Du Gu Pe, has been in seclusion these past few days. Once he learns you have destroyed the Assassination Alliance, he will stop at nothing to eliminate you. During the conflict between the Assassination and Qing alliances, Du Gu Pe had refrained from participating, fortuitously entering seclusion to break through to the 5th tier of the Xuanhuan realm. His strength far surpassed that of many inner courtyard students. Sister Yao, you might not be aware, Yi Fan responded with a chuckle. Chun-Li has issued a bounty through the Assassination Alliance, offering 100,000 points for my life. Even if I hadn't assisted in their destruction, the Assassination Alliance would have continually sought me out, posing a threat to my existence. Now that they are annihilated, I've actually avoided a considerable amount of trouble. Is that truly the case? Yi Yao's expression shifted to one of complexity, and she sighed. You really shouldn't have come to Tianwu Academy, Yi Fan. Just then, a cold voice rang out from the back of the crowd. The throng parted, making way for a young man striding forward. With a flick of his hand, a letter was tossed into Yi Fan's grasp. What is this? Yi Fan questioned, glancing in confusion at the stranger before him, whom he did not recognize. A challenge, the young man declared solemnly. Du Gu Pe invites you to a life-or-death duel at the Life and Death platform in 7 days. Should you choose not to attend, you may bear the consequences. Chapter 31. Kill without hesitation, pay no mind to injury. Bear the consequences? Yi Fan scoffed derisively. He challenges me, and I must comply? Does Du Gu Pe think himself so formidable? He decided he would not accept this challenge. Rather, he was curious to see what repercussions would ensue. The Tianwu Academy has its own rules against arbitrary killing. Conflicts among students can only be resolved at the Life and Death platform or within the Misty Forest, an area devoid of oversight. Should one commit murder outside these designated locations, the Academy would impose severe penalties. Look at this challenge. The young man sneered, gesturing toward the letter in Yi Fan's hand. Yi Fan, intrigued, opened the challenge and furrowed his brow. What is the matter? Yi Yao quickly snatched the letter from him, and her expression darkened upon reading it. At the end of the challenge, several names were glaringly listed. Yi Quan, Yi Shu, Yi Tong. All of them belonged to the Yi family within the Tianwu Academy. Du Gu Pe's intentions could not have been clearer. If Yi Fan did not accept the duel, these individuals would be in jeopardy. Students at Tianwu Academy require points to survive, which are allocated monthly, but must also be earned through tasks assigned by the Academy. Yi Fan, however, did not lack points and had little need to undertake such tasks, limiting his opportunities to leave the Academy. Yet, the other members of the Yi family needed those points. If they departed the Academy to complete tasks, they risked falling prey to Du Gu Pe's treachery. If they did not, they would suffer from a lack of points, hindering their cultivation. Has Du Gu Pe emerged from seclusion? Yi Fan suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the young man. Judging by the contents of the challenge, Du Gu Pe was intent on killing him. If he was so eager to end Yi Fan's life, why had he set the duel for 7 days hence? Not yet, the young man replied, a smirk playing on his lips. But rest assured, he will emerge in 7 days. If he hasn't emerged, how could you deliver this challenge? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Was this challenge truly sent by Du Gu Pe, or is there another orchestrator behind it? Does it matter? The young man retorted with a cold laugh. All you need to know is that you must appear at the Life and Death platform in 7 days. Should you fail to do so, you shall face the repercussions. With that, he turned and strode away with an air of arrogance. I knew the Killing Alliance would not let this matter rest so easily. By the time Du Gu Pe emerges after 7 days, he will likely have ascended to the 5th stage of the Xuanwu realm. This fellow, now targeted by Du Gu Pe, may soon find his life in jeopardy. As the young man departed, the crowd surrounding them stirred restlessly. What are you all still doing here? Yi Yao's voice suddenly boomed, her brow furrowed in concern. Her fierce gaze swept over the crowd, her face etched with dissatisfaction. The throng fell silent in an instant, as if daunted by her imposing aura. Moments later, only Yi Yao and Yi Fan remained standing before the courtyard gate. Yi Yao then turned to Yi Fan, her expression filled with concern. Yi Fan, how do you intend to respond to the life and death challenge from Du Gu Pe? Not much, Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, stepping away. After a few strides, he turned back to Yi Yao and added, by the way, Sister Yao, for the time being, ensure that Yi Quan and the others refrain from leaving the Tianwu Academy. At present, he found himself somewhat eager for the grand gift promised by Elder Xiao, which was said to safeguard him within the Academy. However, to obtain this precious gift, he must first secure the top position in the Outer Academy competition. The date for the competition still lay nearly half a month ahead. Yi Fan departed from the residential area of the First Academy and made his way directly to the Danhua Tower. Inside, he procured some spirit-gathering pills before returning to his quarters. In the following days, he spent his afternoons basking in the sun and napping while practicing. Nights were dedicated to the training chamber within the Danhua Tower, where he continued his cultivation. After 7 consecutive days, he had consumed a significant number of spirit-gathering pills. Frequent visits to the Danhua Tower had also familiarized him with Elder Qilian. Yi Fan. One evening, as Elder Qilian spotted Yi Fan entering the Danhua Tower, he inquired with curiosity, "Isn't today the day of your life and death duel with Dugupa? What brings you here? Have you already finished?" "I did not attend." Yi Fan replied casually. "Did not attend?" Elder Qilian's eyes flickered momentarily before he broke into a smile. "That makes sense. It is indeed rare to remain composed and make sound judgments in the face of a life-and-death challenge when the lives of your kin are at stake." "Why?" Yi Fan, upon hearing Elder Qilian's remarks, felt a twinge of displeasure. "Do you think I am no match for Dugupa?" Elder Qilian stroked his beard, chuckling softly. "If you believe yourself to be his equal, why not accept his life-and-death invitation?" "My refusal stems from not wanting to indulge him," Yi Fan retorted with a dismissive smirk. "If I were to accept, today I would slay one Dugupa, and tomorrow another would emerge. Should anyone dare to challenge me to a life-and-death duel, threatening my kin, must I acquiesce?" "There is some merit to your argument," Elder Qilian conceded, raising an eyebrow. "Indeed, the Academy ought to establish new regulations in this regard, otherwise it becomes rather chaotic." Yi Fan ascended the stairs directly to the 7th level of the Danhua Tower, entering the training chamber. After several days of cultivation, he sensed he was on the verge of a breakthrough. His purpose for visiting the Danhua Tower that night was to strive for a breakthrough into the 9th tier of the spirit martial realm. After several hours of intense training, he ultimately succeeded. As dawn approached, "Yi Fan, are you there?" An anxious voice called from outside the training chamber. "Guyu?" Yi Fan recognized the voice and rose to exit the chamber. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Guyu standing there, battered and bruised. "What happened to your face?" Yi Fan asked, perplexed. Embarrassed by the beating he received, Guyu scratched his head, his mouth opening and closing several times as he hesitated to speak, words lingering on the tip of his tongue before he swallowed them back. Yi Fan, observing this, couldn't help but chuckle, encouraging him to voice his thoughts freely, for they were alone and there was no one to silence him. "It's Yi Quan. Something has happened to him," Guyu finally murmured after much contemplation. Yi Fan's expression shifted, the smile vanishing as he furrowed his brow. Hadn't he instructed them to remain at Tianwu Academy during this period? Why were they so disobedient? "He hasn't left Tianwu Academy," Guyu quickly clarified. Noticing Yi Fan's misunderstanding, Yi Quan was attacked within the academy. "Really?" Yi Fan was taken aback. "Even within the academy, they dare to harm others?" Guyu mumbled softly. "The rules of Tianwu Academy only concern themselves with murder, not injuries." "Who summoned you here?" Yi Fan pondered, his curiosity piqued. From what he knew, Guyu was not particularly close to Yi Quan. Why had Guyu come to relay a message? Well, Guyu hesitated, appearing quite troubled. "Is it Dugupa?" Yi Fan discerned, sensing Guyu's distress, and decided not to press further. "Where is he now? Take me to him. I wish to understand the situation." Chapter 32. Disregarding Academy Rules, Murder on the Spot. At this moment, in a plaza of Tianwu Academy, Yi Quan, clad in a blue robe, lay sprawled on the ground, covered in dust and footprints. His expression was one of rage and resentment as he gritted his teeth, attempting to rise from the ground, each movement appearing painfully arduous. Not far from him stood 3 figures, 2 men and a woman. "Yi Quan, weren't you quite arrogant before? Why the silence now? Do you understand why you were beaten?" mocked a young man in black, his foot resting on Yi Quan, looking down at him with disdain. This individual was Xing Ji, the one who had delivered the challenge to Yi Fan on behalf of Dugupa. The man and woman flanking Xing Ji were familiar to Yi Fan, Lin Qingyue and Ye Lin. Lin Qingyue wore an indifferent expression, as if the unfolding events were of no concern to her, while Ye Lin crossed his arms, observing coolly. Yi Quan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and mustered the strength to stand. "You cowardly scoundrels, if you have the guts, face me one-on-one." 3 against 1. What kind of skill is that? Despite being a 9th-tier spirit martial realm cultivator, he was not afraid of Xing Ji in a fair fight. The only one among them who posed a challenge was Ye Lin, who had just advanced to the Xuanhuan realm. "Fair fight? You think you are worthy?" Xing Ji scoffed, mercilessly kicking Yi Quan back to the ground. "Kneel and kowtow to me, call me father, and acknowledge your mistakes, and I might let you off this time. Dream on." Yi Quan roared defiantly, stubbornly clutching his abdomen as he struggled to rise once more. Onlookers shook their heads in resignation, sighing at the scene. Yet, none dared to intervene, unwilling to invite trouble upon themselves. "Very well." Xing Ji observed Yi Quan's unwavering demeanor, a mocking glint intensifying upon his visage. I shall see how long you can endure this, he declared, stepping forward to deliver a forceful punch to Yi Quan's chest. Weakened and already gravely injured, Yi Quan could scarcely withstand such an onslaught. His body propelled backward as he crashed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Just wait. Master Yi Fan will surely avenge me, he cried. Xing Ji, chuckling derisively, approached Yi Quan. You still pin your hopes on that useless Yi Fan to seek retribution? After yesterday's life and death duel was missed, Dugu Po was rather displeased. Do you think that's why you're enduring this beating today? Huh. Spitting in disdain, Yi Quan seized the moment of Xing Ji's laughter to expel a mouthful of bloodied saliva, which landed directly in Xing Ji's open mouth. The surrounding crowd stood in stunned silence, as if the very air had thickened. Damn it! Xing Ji's laughter abruptly ceased, his expression darkening instantly. Overcome with nausea, his eyes blazed with fury. Do you dare to challenge me today? I dare, Yi Quan retorted through gritted teeth, his gaze unwavering. What do you have to fear? Xing Ji sneered, his arrogance palpable. Today's beating is sanctioned. Even if I were to cripple you, there are those who will support me. The Academy will not punish me. Do you believe that? He raised his foot, poised to stomp down upon Yi Quan's knee. What dog is barking so loudly? At that critical moment, Yi Fan's languid voice broke through the tension. The crowd turned to see Yi Fan, accompanied by Guyu, making his way toward them. Yi Fan. Upon recognizing him, Xing Ji withdrew his foot. Yi Fan approached Yi Quan, bending to assist him to his feet. My apologies for arriving late. With a swift motion, he produced a healing elixir and placed it in Yi Quan's hand, a gift from Elder Qi Lian when he departed the Danfire Tower. Master Yi Fan, I have brought shame upon the Yi family, Yi Quan said, steadying himself, guilt written across his face. It is not your fault, Yi Fan reassured, patting Yi Quan's shoulder before passing him to Guyu. He then cast a cold glance at Xing Ji. So it was you who left Yi Quan in this state? Huh. Xing Ji sneered, unabashedly arrogant. What of it? You, hiding like a turtle, what audacity do you possess? Do you intend to avenge Yi Quan? Do you have the capability? Without waiting for a response, Yi Fan took a decisive step forward, his figure darting like an arrow to close the distance with Xing Ji. How swift, Xing Ji thought, startled, and hastily retreated a step. Yet Yi Fan's hand had already shot out like a vice, seizing Xing Ji by the throat. He lifted him effortlessly from the ground, leaving Xing Ji flailing his legs, his face reddening as he struggled for breath, panic evident in his eyes. Yi Fan regarded him with icy disdain, a smirk of derision curling his lips. Weren't you quite loquacious a moment ago? Why the silence now? The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Xing Ji, despite being a 9th-tier martial artist in the spirit martial realm, is considered a genius outside the Heavenly Martial Academy. Yet, in the face of Yi Fan, he exhibited no resistance whatsoever. How could this be? Had Yi Fan's strength ascended to such heights? Simultaneously, many were left speechless by Yi Fan's words. At that moment, Xing Ji was being throttled by Yi Fan, struggling to breathe, rendering him incapable of uttering a sound. Yi Fan, Lin Xingyue, witnessing the increasingly dire expression on Xing Ji's face, urgently called out, "Let him go. He is going to die? Going to die?" Yi Fan cast a disdainful glance at Lin Xingyue, his eyes brimming with contempt. Are you pretending again, Lin Xingyue? Wouldn't you rather I eliminate him? Lin Xingyue was taken aback by Yi Fan's words, her face paling. Just as she was about to retort, she saw Yi Fan exert sudden force. With a sickening crack, Xing Ji's neck snapped. Xing Ji was dead? Astonishment rippled through the crowd. Yi Fan had actually killed him. Insanity. How dared he commit murder within the academy? Everyone present gaped, the atmosphere thick with disbelief. Young Master Yi Fan. Yi Quan was equally startled, his voice trembling. He had assumed Yi Fan would merely teach Xing Ji a lesson, never anticipating that he would actually take his life. How could a worthless individual, lacking both lineage and strength, dare to bark so brazenly? Yi Fan dismissively curled his lip, casually discarding Xing Ji's corpse to the side. He turned to Yi Quan and said, in the Heavenly Martial Academy, if you wish to avoid being bullied, you must be ruthless. The more honest you are, the more others will take advantage of you. Yi Quan opened his mouth, at a loss for words. He found himself unable to agree with Yi Fan's perspective. Such wanton killing would surely bring the Academy's wrath. Yi Fan, you lunatic. Lin Xingyue secretly reveled in the chaos, though her face feigned shock and anger. With a murder committed, the Academy would undoubtedly not let this slide. No one could save him now. Do you wish to die as well? Yi Fan turned back, casting a cold glare at Lin Xingyue. Her expression stiffened, and she instinctively took a step back. The current Yi Fan was genuinely unhinged. If he dared to kill Xing Ji, he would not hesitate to kill her as well. 1 life lost, 2 lives lost. What difference did it make? Heh. Nielin was unfazed by Yi Fan's ferocity. Stepping forward with a cold smirk, he brandished his knife. Yi Fan, I was just lamenting my inability to kill you. the coward who shies away from a life-and-death battle. Today, having disregarded Academy rules and committed murder, you have incurred the death penalty. I shall enact the law of the Academy and take your life. Death penalty. To be executed? Yi Fan feigned cleaning his ears, looking at Niao Lin with mockery. Did I hear you correctly? What are you? Just a defeated foe. If you wish to engage me in a life-and-death battle, now is the time. Enacting the law of the Academy? Spare me. Who do you think you are? You may not know yet. Niao Lin coldly declared, my master, Mu Jian, has been promoted to the head of the execution court, overseeing the entire Tianwu Academy's penal system. As his disciple, once I enter the inner academy, I shall become a member of the execution court. You will never ascend to the inner academy. Yi Fan shook his head, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips, his tone suddenly chilling, because you won't survive until the outer academy competition. With that, his palm trembled slightly, and the daylight sword materialized in his grasp. Huh, Niao Lin scoffed, his aura of the Xuanhuan realm erupting fiercely. Do you think I am still the 8th stage of the spirit martial realm from the new student trials? I can kill you with ease now. In the Xuanhuan realm, I have slain quite a number in the misty forest. Yi Fan's derisive words reflected his surprise at Niao Lin's rapid cultivation. It had been less than a month since the new student trials. Niao Lin had advanced from the 8th stage of the spirit martial realm to the Xuanhuan realm. Such a pace of cultivation was indeed commendable. No wonder he was once hailed as the top new student and accepted as a disciple by Mu Jian right upon entering Tianwu Academy. However, this speed paled in comparison to his own. In the misty forest, you merely relied on your underhanded assassination techniques to take advantage of the chaos and slay a few Xuanhuan realm practitioners. Niao Lin had evidently heard of Yi Fan's exploits in the misty forest, yet he remained dismissive. Besides, those individuals cannot be compared to me. You have quite the tongue. I shall see whether your words are as tough as my sword. Yi Fan's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. Before his words had fully settled, the solar energy within him began to circulate quietly. The daylight sword instantly radiated a blinding golden light, its blade slicing through the air like the dawn sun breaking forth. So swift, Niao Lin's pupils constricted as he swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the incoming strike. However, the sword's edge still grazed his left arm, blood gushing from his shoulder in an instant. Niao Lin let out a scream, his face paling immediately. He could not comprehend how Yi Fan could be so formidable. He had witnessed the same sword technique in the Wolf Garden. Yet today's sword's might was on an entirely different level. The onlookers widened their eyes, rendered speechless in shock. Lin Xuanhuan stood there in a daze, her eyes filled with disbelief. Yi Quan and Guyu were equally astonished, their mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. A single strike severed Niao Lin's arm? Even a third-stage practitioner of the Xuanhuan realm might not be capable of such a feat. Not to mention, Niao Lin himself possessed the ability to fight across realms. How could you possibly possess the cultivation of the 9th stage of the spirit martial realm? Niao Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Yi Fan, gritting his teeth. You've spent your days sleeping and only secretly cultivating at night. How could your advancement be so rapid? Perhaps this is what genius truly is. Yi Fan shrugged, a mocking smile gracing his lips, as he gently waved the sun blade, its tip directed at Niao Lin. I must commend you. My recent strike was indeed lethal. Yet you survived, albeit with the loss of an arm. Quite impressive. Warriors of the spirit martial realm, and even those of the profound martial realm, cannot remain vigilant without rest. Occasionally enduring sleepless nights may not seem burdensome, but prolonged fatigue inevitably follows. However, while Yi Fan basked in the sun during the day, he did not neglect his cultivation. The strength of his swordsmanship stemmed not only from his mastery, but also from his profound cultivation level. You seek death. Niao Lin trembled with rage, fire blazing in his eyes. With a violent shake of his shoulders, blood splattered onto his long blade. A sudden chill erupted around him, frost forming in the air, as if even space itself had frozen. Blood sacrifice frost. Niao Lin roared, wielding his blade with fierce determination. The frost transformed into countless sharp blades, surging toward Yi Fan. This was his ultimate technique, drawing power from his own blood, capable of slaying formidable foes beyond his rank. Yet, Yi Fan merely smiled faintly, raising the sunblade high. He brought it down with force. The sword of the sun gathered the power of sunlight, its blade radiating a blinding golden light. In an instant, it devoured the icy blades entirely. The momentum of the sword remained undiminished, advancing toward Niao Lin's chest. He had no time to react. Receiving the full brunt of the blow, his body flew back like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood erupted from his mouth, and his breath faltered instantly. Yi Fan approached Niao Lin slowly, the sun blade pointed at his throat, and with a cold laugh, he inquired, Niao Lin, is your bravado still intact? Lying on the ground, Niao Lin's eyes brimmed with resentment and fear. He could not fathom that he would fall so thoroughly. He opened his mouth, attempting to speak, but only coughed up blood. Not so defiant anymore. Yi Fan sneered, a lethal intent surfacing. Then you shall meet your end. With that, he raised his sword, poised to end Yelin's life. Stop! A commanding voice suddenly rang out. Mu Jian, clad in a black robe, approached slowly, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixated on Yi Fan. Behind him followed a young man in a purple robe, his expression severe. Master, save me. Nielin cried out with all his strength upon seeing his savior. Yi Fan, how audacious of you to commit murder within the academy. Mu Jian's voice was frigid as he closed in on Yi Fan, sternly admonishing. Do you realize this is a capital offense? You shall be punished. I have yet to kill Nielin, Yi Fan muttered, still feeling unjustly accused. And what of Xingji? Mu Jian's gaze fell upon Xingji's lifeless body, demanding coldly. Did you slay him? It was he who killed him. Lin Xingyue interjected fervently before Yi Fan could respond. I even tried to dissuade him beforehand, informing him of the academy's regulations. Yet, he disregarded them and insisted on killing Xingji. Yi Fan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xingyue upon hearing her words. This woman truly spares no opportunity to court her own demise. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xingyue. This woman indeed knows how to seize every chance to bring about her own end. Feeling Yi Fan's gaze, Lin Xingyue swiftly turned her head, terrified to meet his eyes. Even for a fleeting moment, committing murder within the academy is a capital offense. To disregard the academy's rules only compounds the crime. Mu Jian fixed his steely gaze upon Yi Fan, coldly inquiring, do you wish to end your own life? Or shall I take matters into my own hands to escort you on your way? A capital crime, you say? Then what does it matter if I take one more life? Yi Fan smirked mockingly, his hand wielding the sunblade, which suddenly pierced through Nielin's throat, claiming his life. You! Mu Jian's eyes widened in fury, glaring at Yi Fan. The onlookers gasped in shock. Before the head of the disciplinary court, Mu Jian, Yi Fan had slain one of his disciples. This was an act only Yi Fan could dare to commit. Chapter 34. To seize the first place is to be absolved of sin. Headmaster Mu Jian, Lin Xingyue, pale with fear, turned to Mu Jian and bowed deeply, pleading urgently. Yi Fan is far too audacious. Please, swiftly apprehend him. He must face the academy's justice. Call. Yi Fan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xingyue, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. In a flash, he appeared beside her, his hand reaching out to grip her throat tightly. Let me go? Lin Xingyue, her eyes wide with terror, desperately clawed at Yi Fan's hand, but to no avail, her gaze darting towards Mu Jian, her voice shrill, save me. Dugupa. Mu Jian's expression remained impassive as he barked an order. The stern young man behind him stepped forward. Yi Fan turned his gaze, realizing that this was Dugupa. Apprehend Yi Fan. Mu Jian's voice was as cold as ice, and a murderous intent surged from Dugupa. Aren't you afraid I will kill her? Yi Fan, still holding Lin Xingyue hostage, regarded Dugupa as he approached. If you wish to kill, then do it. Dugupa replied coldly, his murderous intent unwavering. Hearing this, Lin Xingyue's face turned as pale as death. Haha. Yi Fan shot Lin Xingyue a mocking smile, unable to suppress his derision. I told you. Your life is of little concern to anyone. Do you truly expect them to save you? As his words hung in the air, a fierce gust of spiritual power surged through the space. Dugupa, with a swift motion, wielded a long spear, purple spiritual energy surging like a tide towards its shaft. The weapon's might ascended gradually, instilling a sense of dread. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes as he observed Dugupa. A fifth-tier warrior of the Xuanhuan realm indeed possessed considerable prowess. Stop! A clear, cold voice rang out from afar. Mu Qingqing appeared like a wisp, instantly materializing in front of Yi Fan. Her gaze, calm as autumn waters, fixed upon him. Mu Qingqing. Dugupa's gaze turned icy, his long spear firmly grasped in hand, showing no intention of retreat. The momentum of the spear had already formed, leaving no room for withdrawal. He thrust forward, intent on drawing blood. As he spoke, his spear shot forth abruptly, its brilliance resembling that of a dragon, entwined with purple spiritual energy, roaring into existence. Presumptuous. Mu Qingqing coldly admonished, her delicate hand waving lightly. Instantly, a tempest erupted before her, effortlessly dissipating the ferocious spear's aura with a single move. Dugupa's figure was swept back repeatedly, and only by bracing his spear against the ground did he manage to stabilize himself. Impossible. Dugupa's expression darkened, shock evident in his eyes. How could his full-force strike be so easily neutralized by Mu Qingqing? Was she truly this powerful? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, surprised by Mu Qingqing's strength as well. Lin Xingyue's eyes widened in astonishment, an unwelcome pang of bitterness surging within her. The disparity in power between her and Mu Qingqing was indeed staggering. Qingqing, what brings you here? Mu Jian's dissatisfied voice broke the tension, expressing his displeasure at Mu Qingqing's interference. Second uncle. Mu Qingqing steadied herself, turning to Mu Jian with a respectful bow, then straightened her posture, declaring earnestly, Yi Fan must not be harmed. To commit violence within the academy is against the rules and warrants punishment. Mu Jian's expression hardened, refusing to entertain Mu Qingqing's nonsense. Your mere words cannot shield him from death, he retorted. This is the will of the master. Unfazed, Mu Qingqing reiterated, Your master? Mu Jian's expression faltered momentarily before coldness returned to his eyes. Even if your master is the head of the First Institute, they cannot override the academy's regulations. Stand aside. Otherwise, you will be deemed in defiance of the law. And what if it were the head of the institute? A clear, chilling voice interjected, causing everyone to turn in surprise. Approaching gracefully was a dignified young lady, none other than Mu Qingqing's master, the esteemed head of the First Institute, Xuanhuan. This commotion had indeed escalated to such a degree that even the head of the First Institute had arrived. Did this imply that the head intended to protect Yi Fan? Unbelievable. Would he really escape punishment for committing violence in public? As Xuanhuan made her entrance, the stunned crowd began to stir. The head? Yi Fan mused, his eyebrows raised in contemplation. It must be old Xiao, right? Why is that old fellow showing such concern for me? The head of the Tianwu Academy was a stranger to him, and it seemed unlikely that he would offer assistance without reason. Old Xiao, however, was a different matter entirely. If the head were to speak, it would be an effortless affair. Yi Fan found himself puzzled, wondering how old Xiao had come to know of the events unfolding here. Mu Jian regarded the approaching Xuanhuan with a glimmer of suspicion in his eyes. You claim the head wishes to protect Yi Fan? Indeed. Xuanhuan replied with a smile, nodding gently. Do you have proof? Mu Jian questioned skeptically. None. Xuanhuan shook her head, her smile unwavering. Without proof. Why should I trust your words? Mu Jian scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. Moreover, the regulations of the Tianwu Academy are of supreme importance. Especially regarding the rule of punishing those who commit violence within the academy, it has been in place since the inception of the institution. Even the head of the academy must not show favoritism. Otherwise, would not the rules be rendered mere child's play? The regulations are immutable, while humans are dynamic. As Xuanhuan spoke, her gaze drifted towards Yi Fan, suggesting that for certain extraordinarily rare talents, one might exercise discretion. You mean Yi Fan? Mu Jian cast a disdainful glance at Yi Fan, scoffing. What makes him an extraordinary talent? Just because he has passed the true martial tower? Certainly. It encompasses more than that. Xuanhuan replied calmly. Whether he is an extraordinary genius remains to be seen. Therefore, the head of the academy intends to defer any judgment upon Yi Fan for the time being. If, in the upcoming Outer Academy competition in half a month, Yi Fan secures first place, his transgressions will be pardoned. But what if he fails? Mu Jian's eyes brightened with interest as he looked at Xuanhuan. Clearly, the head's words left room for interpretation. Securing first place in the Outer Academy competition is no trivial feat, especially with the formidable Du Gu Pe, who has already reached the 5th level of the Xuanwu realm, still present in the Outer Academy. Should Yi Fan manage to defeat the now 5th level Du Gu Pe in 2 weeks, he would indeed qualify as an extraordinary genius. Yet, that seems improbable. Then let the Academy's rules take their course. If punishment is due, then it must be executed. Xuanhuan shrugged, exhaling a casual remark. Very well. Mu Jian heard the response he sought and promptly agreed, trusting that the head of the Academy would not go back on his word. Since the head has spoken, it would be remiss not to show respect. However, he now represents the regulations of Tianwu Academy. Establishing such an agreement signifies a mutual concession. Seeing Mu Jian acquiesce, Xuanhuan added, during this period, the head wishes for no one to harm Yi Fan in the slightest. Otherwise, whoever it may be will face severe repercussions. A man on the brink of death merely gains an additional half-month of life. Mu Jian, appearing indifferent, turned and left. Du Gu Pe, witnessing this, also sheathed his spear and coldly regarded Yi Fan, declaring, in the Outer Academy competition, I will certainly claim your life. I only hope you do not perish before we meet. To kill me? You are not worthy. Yi Fan retorted coldly, dismissing Du Gu Pe's threat. No matter how powerful Du Gu Pe may be, he remains merely a student of the Outer Academy. Even though his strength surpasses that of many Inner Academy students, there are still several who are stronger than him within the Inner Academy. We shall see. Du Gu Pe snorted derisively and departed. At this moment, Xuanhuan turned. Noticing Yi Fan still gripping Lin Qingyue's neck, and with a smirk, said, Yi Fan, will you not release her? At this juncture, if you were to kill again, it would be rather unjustifiable. Chapter 35, Doubts in the Bet, the Outer Academy competition. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan glanced at Lin Qingyue, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Her life is of no interest to me. With that, he casually loosened his grip. Lin Xingyue immediately collapsed to the ground, clutching her neck and gasping for breath. Before such a crowd, being so utterly humiliated by Yi Fan, she felt a profound sense of disgrace, wishing desperately to find a hole in which to hide. You have half a month left. You must exert yourself diligently. Xuanhuan nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of profound meaning. After offering her admonition, she departed with a composed stride. Yi Fan watched Xuanhuan's figure fade away before turning to Mu Qingqing. Sister Qingqing, you have saved me once again. I merely delivered a message. It is not your time to perish, Mu Qingqing replied, shaking her head with an indifferent expression. Then I must express my gratitude, Sister Qingqing. Yi Fan touched his nose, smiling as he teased. Perhaps this is fate? Otherwise, why would the messenger be someone else? Fate, Mu Qingqing murmured softly, inadvertently glancing at the daylight sword in Yi Fan's hand. Humph. Yi Fan, your laughter will not last long. Lin Xingyue, witnessing the light-hearted exchange between Yi Fan and Mu Qingqing, felt a surge of jealousy and could not help but exclaim, in half a month. Even if you manage to break through to the Xuanwu realm, you will still be no match for Dugu Pa. Besides, advancing to the Xuanwu realm is not something one can simply declare. When the time comes for the outer courtyard competition, you will surely perish at the hands of Dugu Pa. Such certainty? Yi Fan glanced at Lin Xingyue, suddenly struck by an idea. How about we make a wager? A wager? Lin Xingyue was taken aback. What shall we wager on? Let us wager on whether I can secure first place in the outer courtyard competition. Yi Fan's lips curved into a sly smile, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. If I win, you shall publicly announce the identity of the father of the child you once carried. Mu Qingqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Lin Xingyue. The public announcement of this matter was exactly what she desired. And if you lose? Lin Xingyue's eyes were filled with caution. Then my life will belong to you. Yi Fan replied with a calm demeanor, unwavering in his conviction. He had never entertained the thought of defeat. I refuse to wager. Lin Xingyue promptly rejected the proposal, unwilling to fall into Yi Fan's trap. Even if you fail to claim first place, not to mention the possibility of dying at Dugu Pa's hands, the subsequent disciplinary measures would also ensure your demise. I have nothing to gain from this bet. Why should I partake? She understood that this matter could not be spoken of lightly. Rumors within the imperial city were one thing, but they held no weight. However, once confirmed, it would be detrimental to Duan Tianya. That is a different story, Yi Fan said, a playful glint in his eye as he provoked her. The disciplinary measures would be enacted by the disciples of the Enforcement Academy. What I offer you is the chance to take my life yourself. Do you not wish to avenge your child with your own hands? Survive against Dugu Pa first. Lin Qingyue scoffed, turning to leave. Ah, Yi Fan, you are far too presumptuous. Mu Qingqing anticipated that Lin Xingyue would not easily accept such a wager. After Lin Xingyue departed, she sighed softly. Such a bet was certainly not one she would agree to. Even if she did, there was a possibility she might backtrack. And could one truly expect such a person to honor their promises? Whether she agreed or not was of little consequence. Yi Fan's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he calmly remarked, what matters is that such a wager has indeed transpired. What does that mean? Mu Qingqing inquired, her eyes filled with confusion. Sister Qingqing, you ought to be familiar with Duan Tianya, correct? Yi Fan said with an intriguing expression. What do you think would happen if Lin Xingyue were to accept such a wager? If I were to truly secure first place in the outer court competition, what would Duan Tianya do? He would certainly render Lin Xingyue unable to speak, perhaps even to the point of death. Mu Qingqing's tone turned icy, and she shook her head, her brows furrowing. But Lin Xingyue did not accept this wager. Yi Fan chuckled. Once the seed of doubt is sown, it can take root and grow into a towering tree. My recent discussion with Lin Xingyue regarding the wager will inevitably reach Duan Tianya's ears. Even if Lin Xingyue did not accept, would Duan Tianya not harbor suspicions? Mu Qingqing regarded Yi Fan with astonishment. She did not dismiss his words, but remained puzzled. If you desire Lin Xingyue's demise, why go to such lengths? I do not wish for her death, Yi Fan replied casually, turning to Mu Qingqing. On the day of the outer court competition, should I secure first place and someone indeed makes a move against her, I hope Sister Qingqing will be vigilant and, if necessary, come to Lin Xingyue's aid. Save her? Mu Qingqing was taken aback, unsure of Yi Fan's intentions. The feeling of being abandoned is quite unbearable, Yi Fan stated. To compel Lin Xingyue to speak, one must first lead her to despair. Of course, if it ultimately does not come to pass, we have nothing to lose. Mu Qingqing seemed to grasp the concept, her heart filled with astonishment. Yi Fan's proposition of the wager today was merely a facade, crafted to plant seeds of doubt in Duan Tianya's mind. If Duan Tianya were truly driven to silence Lin Xingyue, her desolation might lead her to betray him. Thus, their objective would be achieved. For the next half-month, Yi Fan's life was simple and regimented, shuttling between the Danfire Tower and his residence, diligently honing his skills day and night. One morning, he opened the door to his training room, stretched languidly, and descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. Are you going to participate in the outer court competition? The voice of Qi Lian echoed from behind him. Yi Fan paused, turned, and smiled, nodding in affirmation. Indeed. Have you not advanced to the Xuanhu level? Qi Lian squinted, appraising Yi Fan from top to bottom. Not quite. Yi Fan shrugged, a hint of helplessness on his face. Relying solely on arduous training and elixirs to absorb spiritual energy is akin to building a tower on sand. It lacks stability. Qi Lian advised. The Academy has established a task hall to assign missions, not merely to provide students with opportunities to earn points, but also to furnish them with an environment for training. You have been at the Academy for quite some time without undertaking any tasks from the task hall, which has resulted in a lack of adequate experience. Is that the reason I cannot advance to the Xuanhu level? Yi Fan pondered, muttering softly as he contemplated. Qi Lian said no more, producing a pill from his palm and tossing it casually to Yi Fan. What is this? Yi Fan took the pill, examining it closely, his curiosity piqued. It was a fourth-tier pill, the Battle Spirit pill. Qi Lian explained. Taking this pill before battle can stimulate your cultivation through the activation of spiritual energy, potentially aiding you in breaking through during combat. With such a marvelous item at hand, why didn't you present it to me sooner? Yi Fan's eyes sparkled as he playfully complained. Qi Lian shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, every type of pill in the Pill Fire Tower is displayed here, with their functions clearly labeled. Have you ever bothered to take a proper look? Day after day, all you do is request gathering spirit pills. Yi Fan scratched his head, offering an embarrassed smile as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder Qi. With that, he dashed out of the Pill Fire Tower. The annual competition in the outer courtyard was approaching. The battle stage was set at the martial arts arena of the Academy, though the time had not yet arrived. The arena was already teeming with people. Many inner courtyard disciples had also arrived early to witness the contest. Chapter 36. Complicated rules. Better to invite all to battle. Yi Fan had indeed found it difficult to remain seated, arriving just in time. For others, this was merely the outer courtyard competition, but for him, today marked a fight for his very survival. I see it as a certain death. Do you truly believe he can defeat Dugupa? As Yi Fan made his entrance, a wave of murmurs erupted around him. All eyes converged upon him, some filled with curiosity, others with ridicule, and still others with schadenfreude. Dugupa and his entourage glared menacingly at Yi Fan. Feeling several icy glares directed his way, Yi Fan turned his gaze to the side. To his surprise, Mu Qingcheng was standing alongside Chen Li, with another person between them. This individual, clad in a golden robe, was handsome and exuded an ethereal aura. It was Duan Tianya. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, deducing the identity of this person. His impressions of Duan Tianya were solely based on the memories of the original owner of his body. This seemingly refined prince was indeed the instigator of the original owner's demise. Yi Fan. The voice of Yi Yao called out from another direction. Yi Fan turned to see her jogging toward him, accompanied by several young men and women from the Yi family, all disciples of the Tianwu Academy. You. Yi Yao approached and delivered a punch, chiding him incessantly. I already warned you to avoid trouble at the Tianwu Academy. Why did you dare to kill someone within the academy? You've made a mess of things. Is it really a mess? The outer courtyard competition is merely a formality. I'll just take a stroll and eliminate Du Gupa. Yi Fan rubbed his chest, finding it hard to tolerate Yi Yao's unique greeting. With a look of grievance, he added, but Sister Yao, could you refrain from being so physical next time we meet? I still need to participate in the outer courtyard competition. Please don't injure me. Enough nonsense. Yi Yao scolded, unable to suppress her curiosity upon seeing Yi Fan's confidence. Have you advanced to the Xuanhu realm? Almost. Yi Fan replied casually. Then that means you haven't. Yi Yao's countenance darkened suddenly, her brows furrowing as she remarked, you haven't even advanced to the Xuanhu realm. What confidence do you have to defeat Dugupa? I acknowledge your prowess in fighting above your level, yet Dugupa is at the 5th tier of the Xuanhu realm. The disparity between you two is insurmountable. Yao Jia, just watch and see, Yi Fan replied with unwavering confidence. That insignificant Dugupa is within my grasp. Yi Fan, are you still spouting nonsense? At that moment, Lin Qingyue's voice emerged from the crowd. She squeezed through the throng and approached Yi Fan directly. Oh, you've come too? Yi Fan said, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his eyes as he greeted her. It seems you haven't forgotten our wager. What wager? Lin Qingyue's previously proud demeanor shifted abruptly. Stealing a glance towards Duan Tianya's direction, she noticed him staring at her, prompting her to scold Yi Fan, don't speak carelessly. I never agreed to anything. Oh, right, I understand. Yi Fan chuckled, nodding repeatedly, a playful smile dancing on his lips. Seeing Yi Fan's cheeky demeanor only incensed Lin Qingyue further. and she raised her voice, declaring, "I never agreed to you in the first place." "Absolutely." Yi Fan continued to smile, his eyes brimming with mockery. "You." Lin Xingyue was so exasperated that she stomped her foot, feeling a mix of anxiety and anger. She could clearly sense that Duan Tianya had begun to harbor suspicions. However, given the current circumstances, she found it impractical to clarify. "Hey, have you all heard about Yi Fan and Lin Xingyue's wager? Are you referring to the public announcement about who she previously wronged?" "Exactly that matter." Previously, in the Imperial City, there had been two rumors circulating. Some claimed it was Yi Fan's doing, while others attributed it to the third prince. What are you all anticipating? Lin Xingyue's announcement hinges on Yi Fan securing first place in the competition. Can he achieve that? The crowd stirred with excitement at the exchange between Yi Fan and Lin Xingyue. Clearly, for the past half-month, rumors had been rampant within the Tianwu Academy regarding their wager, which had become a hot topic of discussion. Duan Tianya stood at a distance, observing everything with a detached demeanor, his expression calm, as if the surrounding chatter bore no significance to him. However, a subtle chill flickered in his profound gaze. "The deans have arrived." Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. All eyes turned towards the distance, where 5 figures approached side by side. Among them were the 4 deans from the Outer Academy, led by Xuanhuan, and the 5th figure was Mu Jian, who had just been promoted to the head of the Enforcement Academy. The Outer Academy's competition. Could it be that he is presiding over it? Yi Yao murmured as she watched the 5 approach. "Who?" Yi Fan inquired, tilting his head. "Mu Jian," Yi Yao replied in a hushed tone, appearing somewhat uneasy. Yi Fan smiled gently, responding with composure. "So what if he is in charge?" Yi Yao frowned, expressing her concern. "I fear he may manipulate the competition against you." "No need to worry." Yi Fan smiled confidently, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. "Before absolute strength, all conspiracies and schemes are rendered futile." Moreover, with the presence of 4 esteemed deans from the Outer Academy, what tricks could Mu Jian possibly employ? "You truly worry me," Yi Yao exclaimed, casting a disapproving glance at Yi Fan, utterly baffled by his unfounded confidence. The Outer Academy competition is voluntary for its students. Those who rank among the top 100 may ascend to the Inner Academy, with additional rewards for the top 10. At this moment, the 4 deans had taken their seats, and Mu Jian stepped into the center of the martial arts arena. Yi Fan, undeterred, strode purposefully toward Mu Jian. "What are you doing?" Yi Yao gasped in surprise, unable to restrain him in time. The onlookers in the arena were equally taken aback, uncertain of Yi Fan's intentions. "Who permitted you to come up here?" Mu Jian glared, his voice icy. As the host of the competition, he was taken aback by Yi Fan's audacity to interrupt before he had spoken. Ignoring Mu Jian's reprimand, Yi Fan approached directly, stating, "The rules of the Outer Academy competition are tedious and time-consuming. Instead of merely vying for first place, I propose a challenge to all Outer Academy students. If none can defeat me, then the title of first place is naturally mine." This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Had Yi Fan lost his mind? Who did he think he was, challenging all the Outer Academy students? Such arrogance. The murmurs among the spectators were rife with derision. What is he thinking? Yi Yao fumed, questioning Yi Fan's sanity. Even if he sought death, there were more prudent ways to do so. Challenging everyone in a battle royale, he would be utterly exhausted. Not to mention that many Outer Academy students surpassed him in cultivation level. At that moment, Mu Qingqing's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Meanwhile, figures like Dugu Pe and Chun Li sneered in amusement. The 4 deans displayed varied expressions. Their interest in Yi Fan piqued even more by his audacious words. "Do you truly believe you possess such capability?" Mu Jian scoffed, relishing the prospect of Yi Fan's self-destruction. Yi Fan casually touched his nose and replied with an air of nonchalance. "Whether I have the capability or not will be revealed in due course." Mu Jian turned to the 4 deans, and upon noticing their lack of opposition, his smile grew colder. "Very well. Since you are so presumptuous, I shall indulge you." Yi Fan seized the opportunity, confidently addressing the entire assembly, "And let us not take turns. Anyone wishing to battle may step forward. However, heed my warning. Swords and blades are unforgiving. If you come forth and perish, I shall bear no responsibility." Chapter 37. 1 sword, 10 retreats, 7 wounded. What does this imply? Is he intending to face the multitude alone? Good heavens, extending a challenge to everyone was already audacious enough. But now he dares to take on an entire crowd? It seems Yi Fan is deliberately courting death, perhaps eager for a swifter demise. As his words echoed, the crowd erupted once more in astonishment. Nevertheless, no one dared to step forward for a confrontation. Yi Fan, though reckless in demeanor, possessed formidable strength. Previously, he had slain Ye Lin, a practitioner of the first tier of the Xuanhu realm, among the outer court's spirit martial realm practitioners. Who would be bold enough to challenge him? Even those of the Xuanhu realm would not underestimate him. Moreover, Yi Fan had declared that his blade and sword were merciless. Those who could not withstand his might risked perishing beneath his sword. Did no one dare to fight? Yi Fan smirked mockingly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd until it finally settled on Dugu Pu. In the outer court competition, he regarded only Dugu Pu as a worthy opponent. For anyone else to approach would be tantamount to courting death. Humph. Dugu Pu, sensing Yi Fan's taunting gaze, scoffed. I initially thought you were someone of substance. But upon closer inspection, you're merely a fool unworthy of dying by my spear. Fearful are we? Speak no more, Yi Fan retorted with a derisive laugh. Learn from the others. Observe how they remain silent in their dread. To admit defeat to me is not disgraceful. Fear you? Dugu Pu chuckled coldly, glancing at his companions behind him. You lot, advance together. Spare no effort. Take his life. At his command, the others revealed fierce glints in their eyes. After exchanging glances, they surged forward in unison. A total of 10, all members of the Killing Alliance, comprised 3 from the second tier and 7 from the first tier of the Xuanhuan realm. They had previously been engaged in tasks outside and had not participated in the battle within the misty forest. Yi Fan, undaunted, gripped his daylight sword firmly. The blade shimmered with blinding golden light under the sun. He then flipped his hand, producing and consuming a pill. Battle Spirit Pill? Xuanhuan recognized the pill Yi Fan had just ingested, her eyes flickering with understanding. I believe I comprehend his intentions. What? Inquired the dean of the second courtyard. Turning his head, Xuanhuan explained, the pill he just consumed is a Battle Spirit Pill. He aims to seize a breakthrough opportunity through this battle, hoping to ascend into the Xuanwu realm. Is this not reckless? The dean shook his head, disapproving of Yi Fan's approach. If he possesses the Battle Spirit Pill and seeks a breakthrough through combat, why challenge everyone? Why face many alone? The outer court competition continues. He could have had ample opportunities to showcase his prowess. Perhaps he fears the hassle. Xuanhuan shrugged with a smile, not contesting the dean's words. Now, Dugu Pu, noticing the 10 encircling Yi Fan hesitating to strike, urged coldly. The 10 exchanged knowing glances and, without further delay, launched their assault. In an instant, spiritual energy surged, and the clash of blades filled the air, converging upon Yi Fan. Yet he stood his ground, his expression calm, sweeping the daylight sword before him. The golden radiance intensifying dramatically. The sun sword harnessed the power of sunlight. The sword light blazed as brilliantly as the sun, instantly consuming the collective assault of his adversaries. The momentum of his strike remained unabated, hurtling toward the chests of the 10. Boom. With a resounding explosion, all 10 figures were sent reeling backward. The 7 from the first tier of the Xuanwu realm spitting forth blood uncontrollably. With a single stroke, he repelled 10 adversaries and wounded 7. The expressions of several deans transformed dramatically upon witnessing this. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Xuanhuan's eyes, while the other deans appeared utterly astounded, clearly not anticipating Yi Fan's formidable prowess. Duan Tianya's gaze grew increasingly frigid, revealing an emerging intent to kill. Yi Fan's strength was beyond his expectations. Harboring such an enemy would undoubtedly lead to future calamities. Chunli. Duan Tianya cast a sidelong glance, conveying a silent message. Chunli understood and nodded, moving away through the crowd to stand beside Dugu Pu. What did you send him to do? Mu Qingcheng noticed this and furrowed her brow as she questioned Duan Tianya. You seem quite concerned for this person's life. Duan Tianya did not respond, but his meaningful gaze lingered on Mu Qingcheng. Do I? She murmured softly, feeling somewhat uneasy. This is unlike you, Duan Tianya remarked, not probing further, merely stating, in the past, you never cared about my actions. Mu Qingcheng fell silent, redirecting her gaze to the arena. She seemed to realize she was perhaps overly anxious. Was it due to her anticipation of Yi Fan claiming the first place in the grand competition, compelling Lin Qingyue to reveal the truth of her pregnancy? Or was it simply a genuine concern for Yi Fan's life? The 10 of the Assassination Alliance, though astonished by Yi Fan's strength, quickly regrouped and pressed forward once more. Yi Fan, unfazed, flickered across the training ground, evading the onslaught of 3 second-tier Xuanwu realm fighters while unleashing a series of strikes. Boom, boom, boom. Every swing of Yi Fan's sword was precise. Several first-tier Xuanwu realm warriors fell one after another, blood splattering and staining the training ground crimson. Assassination techniques. Meng Qing in the crowd observed this with a glint in his eyes. As a fellow student from the Outer Academy, he too was present today. He had witnessed Yi Fan's prowess within the misty forest. At that time, Yi Fan wielded a different blade, not the daylight sword, employing the cover of the night mist to strike unseen. Now, witnessing Yi Fan's swordplay again, though lacking in stealth, the ferocity and sharpness of his strikes remained unchanged. In an instant, 7 first-tier Xuanwu realm warriors met their demise. The spectators in the training ground were profoundly shaken. Dugu Pu's countenance had darkened to an alarming degree. and the intent to kill in his eyes intensified. The remaining 3 second-tier Xuanhu realm fighters began to feel a flicker of fear. Xiongda, Xiong'er, assist me. One of them, named Chen Chong, with a furrowed brow, suddenly shouted. He was the strongest among the trio. As his words fell, he brandished his blade, and his momentum surged dramatically. Upon hearing this, Xiongda and Xiong'er charged from both sides, executing fierce attacks to restrain Yi Fan. This strike seems quite powerful. Yi Fan caught a glimpse of Chen Chong, as the sun's energy subtly began to gather in his left hand, a soft golden light emanating from his palm. Kill! Chen Chong shouted, leaping into the air to deliver a downward slash. The glint of the blade transformed into a celestial curtain, descending with the ferocity capable of obliterating the very heavens and earth. Seeing this, Xiongda and Xiong'er swiftly retreated, fearful of being caught in the onslaught. Yet, Yi Fan remained unperturbed. He raised his left arm, and a golden radiance emanated from his palm. With a resounding crash, the crowd focused their gaze. There stood Yi Fan, astonishingly catching Chen Chong's blade with his bare hands. The blade disintegrated inch by inch within his palm, dissipating into sparkling motes of light. Not formidable enough. Yi Fan shook his head in disappointment and gently waved the sunblade with his right hand. At that moment, Chen Chong was still in shock, momentarily forgetting to resist against Yi Fan's strike. The sword's edge sliced across his throat, and blood gushed forth. Chen Chong's body slowly crumpled to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. Silence enveloped the arena, as everyone was rendered speechless by the shocking display. To catch Chen Chong's gathered strike with bare hands and instantly counter with a lethal strike, was Yi Fan even human? Suddenly, a gust of spiritual energy swirled through the training ground. Yi Fan's internal spiritual power surged wildly, spilling outward and enveloping his form. Is he about to advance? Yi Fan sensed the transformation within himself, his heart swelling with joy. The effects of the battle spirit pill erupted at this moment, allowing his cultivation to break through the bottleneck and step into the Xuanhu realm. Chapter 38, Blood Spirit Pill, The Frenzied Duel with Dugu Pe, the Xuanhu realm. He has broken through. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. We concede. We concede. Xiongda and Xiong'er's faces turned pale, their legs trembling, and they knelt on the ground, their voices trembling with fear. Leave. Yi Fan, in high spirits, had no desire to slay the two. They felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and scrambled away in a panic. A smile played upon Yi Fan's lips as his gaze fell upon Dugu Pe, his expression laced with provocation. Let us see you take the stage. The others pale in comparison. Yi Fan. Yi Yao, upon hearing this, immediately shouted at Yi Fan, urging him to rest after battling 10 opponents. She, too, had been stunned by Yi Fan's prowess. However, Dugu Pe was no ordinary adversary. He could effortlessly contend against 10 foes. Rest? Yi Fan chuckled at the suggestion, dismissing it nonchalantly. I hardly exerted myself in that last battle. I have ample energy to spare. With the solar body, he absorbed sunlight to recover his spiritual power. Battling under the blazing sun meant he could consume and recuperate simultaneously. The 10 opponents had not posed significant pressure upon him. His recovery outpaced any exhaustion, keeping him in peak condition. Yi Yao wished to offer more counsel, but Dugu Pe had already ascended to the arena. Seeking death? I shall oblige. Dugu Pe's voice was icy, his murderous intent palpable. With a spear in hand, he unleashed the aura of a 5th-tier Xuanhu realm warrior. Could Yi Fan truly defeat Dugu Pe? It seemed implausible. After all, Dugu Pe was a 5th-tier Xuanhu warrior. Indeed, it would be a miracle if Yi Fan emerged from this battle unscathed. The crowd fixated on the two individuals, a wave of murmurs rising among them. In their collective perception, Dugu Pe was undeniably the foremost champion of the Outer Academy. Not only did his cultivation surpass Yi Fan by 4 levels, but even were their abilities equal, most would still favor Dugu Pe. Let the battle commence. Mu Jian's expression darkened, wishing fervently for Yi Fan's swift demise. As the host, he had no desire to indulge in superfluous chatter at that moment. With a deft flick of his wrist, Dugu Pe's spear shimmered with a violet aura. He then advanced, thrusting the spear forward with tremendous force. Yi Fan remained unperturbed as he sidestepped. He elegantly countered with a sword strike, the blade reflecting the first light of dawn, effortlessly deflecting Dugu Pe's attack. Standing firm, he mocked, "Is this all you can do?" Humph. Dugu Pe snorted coldly, his spear whirling in a dance of deadly intent. The violet spear light surged forth like a tempest, each thrust imbued with lethal ferocity, aiming to rend Yi Fan into fragments. Yet, Yi Fan moved with grace, his figure flickering as he wielded the daybreak sword, its fiery brilliance neutralizing Dugu Pe's onslaught. How can this be? Dugu Pe wondered, perplexed. Is he not utilizing his full strength? Why do I feel as though Dugu Pe cannot contend with Yi Fan? Something felt amiss. Yi Fan's movements were indeed peculiar, his swordplay formidable. The spectators initially anticipated a complete domination by Dugu Pu, yet the duel unfolded as an even match, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Is this your only skill? Yi Fan taunted after exchanging a series of blows. His movements, derived from assassination techniques, were ghostly and elusive, rooted in the earth-level martial art known as phantom steps. Dugu Pu, Mu Jian, now visibly agitated, suddenly barked at Dugu Pu, "What are you doing? Hurry and eliminate Yi Fan." This outburst drew numerous curious glances from the crowd. Mu Jian's words seemed rather inappropriate under the circumstances. Xuanhuan, observing Mu Jian's anxious demeanor, couldn't he help but chuckle as she advised, "Dean Mu Jian, as the host of the competition, do not lose your composure." Mu Jian's expression darkened further, frustration boiling within. His desire for Yi Fan's demise was becoming all too conspicuous. With a fierce grip on his spear, Dugu Pu's eyes blazed with fury. Suddenly, he drove his spear into the ground with a resounding crash. Violet energy surged from the earth, soon morphing into countless tendrils that enveloped the arena in a violet prison. Yi Fan regarded Dugu Pu's technique with mild astonishment. "Where do you think you can hide now?" Dugu Pu bellowed, raising his spear high. The weapon's aura sword, its tip gleaming with blinding violet light. While Yi Fan had previously managed to parry Dugu Pu's assaults, it was largely due to his evasion of the spear's most potent strikes. "Why would I need to evade?" Yi Fan replied, a smile gracing his lips as the daybreak sword erupted with searing red light. "Kill!" Dugu Pu leaped into the air, thrusting his spear forward, the violet beam transforming into a colossal dragon, roaring with the force to annihilate the world, bearing down upon Yi Fan. In response, Yi Fan swung his daybreak sword downward, its blade glowing with fierce crimson radiance. The setting sun casts a sanguine hue over the training ground. A resounding clash reverberates as the crimson sword light collides violently with the violet dragon. The deafening noise echoes throughout the space, accompanied by a tumultuous wave of energy that sweeps across the arena, fracturing the ground beneath. The violet dragon retreats under the relentless onslaught of the sword light, ultimately succumbing to its overwhelming might. Dugu Pu's expression shifts as he hastily withdraws, yet he is still caught by the residual energy of the sword light, leaving several shallow wounds on his chest from which blood begins to seep. Staggering, Dugu Pu steadies himself, gazing incredulously at his injuries. "What do you mean?" Yi Fan chuckles softly, his demeanor exuding confidence, while he cannot resist a mocking retort. "I told you, you are nothing but this." The arena falls into a stunned silence. The spectators rendered speechless. Lin Xuanhuan clenches her fists, her face flushed with indignation as she grapples with the inconceivable strength Yi Fan has displayed. Had he been feigning all these years they had known each other? Mu Jian grits his teeth, wishing he could take matters into his own hands. In contrast, Xuanhuan remains composed, a faint smirk lingering at the corner of his lips. Beside him, Mu Qingqing grows increasingly anxious. "Do you believe you have won?" Dugu Pu bellows, his voice tinged with madness. He produces a crimson pill from his hand and unhesitatingly consumes it. Instantly, his eyes turn blood red, and a surge of spiritual energy envelopes him, drastically altering his presence. "Taking drugs?" Yi Fan raises an eyebrow at this sight, while the expressions of the several deans subtly shift. "The blood spirit pill?" Mu Qingqing furrows her brow and glances at Xuanhuan, who remains unfazed, with a cold smile still playing on his lips. The blood spirit pill exhausts the body's limits to temporarily enhance combat power. However, its consumption may ultimately harm one's foundational martial arts. This particular pill is classified as a forbidden substance in Yunnan country, and it is inconceivable that it would be found within the pill fire tower. It is evident that Xuanhuan must have instructed Chun-Li to deliver this pill to Dugu Pu. "Damn it!" Yi Yao exclaims as she witnesses Dugu Pu's aura becoming increasingly frenzied. She calls out to Mu Jian, "Dean Mu, isn't it against the rules for Dugu Pu to consume a pill?" "Against what rules?" Mu Jian replies, somewhat surprised that Dugu Pu would go to such lengths to take the blood spirit pill. Nevertheless, now that it has been consumed, he will ensure Dugu Pu does not go unchallenged. There is no regulation prohibiting the use of pills in this competition, and besides, did Yi Fan not consume a pill earlier as well? That is not the same. Yi Yao, aware of Mu Jian's bias against Yi Fan, turns to cast a pleading glance at Xuanhuan and the others, hoping they might intervene. Yet, Xuanhuan's gaze is deep in thought, while the other deans appear indifferent to the unfolding drama. In the heart of Yi Yao, a wave of helplessness surged as her gaze remained fixated on Yi Fan. "Yi Fan, I shall slay you." With a thunderous roar, Dugu Pu gripped his long spear tightly. As he stepped forward, his figure lunged towards Yi Fan with astonishing speed. The spear glimmered like rain, each thrust imbued with lethal intent. Yi Fan brandished his sword, radiating brilliant golden light. The clash between sword and spear reverberated with piercing sounds. Naturally, Yi Fan's cultivation fell short compared to Du Gupo's. Confronted by the frenzied onslaught, he appeared somewhat disheveled. How ferocious! Yi Fan marveled inwardly, having underestimated the potency of the blood spirit pill. He could only evade, darting around in search of an opportunity. Yet, Du Gupo's relentless assault bore down upon him like a tempest, forcing him into retreat. Yi Yao and Mu Qingqing both felt a pang of anxiety for Yi Fan, while Lin Qingyue's expression turned triumphant, as if she had already envisioned Yi Fan meeting his demise beneath Du Gupo's spear. Are you truly unwilling to intervene? Xuanhuan could no longer bear to watch and turned to the several deans by her side. Du Gupo's consumption of the blood spirit pill was a blatant violation of the rules. Their prior tacit consent was merely to gauge Yi Fan's limits. However, Yi Fan had not provided them with the anticipated surprise. Even so, he remained a paragon of genius. To stand idly by as such a talent perished was unbearable for Xuanhuan. Yet, how could they intervene now? The dean of the Second Academy shook his head, stating, "We could halt this battle, but we fear it may not allow Yi Fan to claim the championship. Without the title of champion, Yi Fan's previous transgressions would warrant reckoning. Ultimately, it would lead to his demise. Let us first ensure his survival and allow the Academy heads to decide." Xuanhuan furrowed her brow deeply, contemplating before rising to her feet. Just then, a tempestuous wind swept through the arena. Yi Fan was hurled away by Du Gupo's spear. And as he regained his footing, an extraordinary force surged from within him. The dean of the Second Academy observed with astonishment as a phantom stone tablet emerged behind Yi Fan, exuding an overwhelming aura that suppressed the surrounding space. In an instant, the tempest raged uncontrollably, crashing toward Du Gupo and interrupting his nearly frenzied assault. A soul of fate? Du Gupo stared at the stone tablet's phantom behind Yi Fan, disbelief etched across his face. This stone tablet, was it Yi Fan's soul of fate? Can a practitioner in the Xuanhu realm awaken a soul of fate? How could that be? Is it not only those in the earth martial realm who are capable of such an awakening? Could it be that Yi Fan's soul of fate has awakened prematurely? I have heard that only a celestial tier soul of fate could awaken ahead of time. As the phantom stone tablet materialized, an unprecedented turmoil engulfed Yi Fan. Haha. The dean of the Second Academy erupted in joyous laughter, his elation unmistakable. It seems we have placed our bets wisely. Yi Fan truly possesses a hidden card. This soul of fate appears formidable, yet its precise utility remains uncertain. The dean of the Third Academy's eyes sparkled with intense interest, brimming with anticipation. What purpose does it serve? The director of the Fourth Courtyard smiled and shook his head. Since Yi Fan had unleashed his soul, it was evident that he intended to utilize the power of the soul to vanquish Du Gupo. The purpose would soon be revealed. Xuanhuan, who had just risen, took her seat once more, feeling greatly reassured. The director's keen eye had not misjudged the individual. The training arena echoed with a cacophony of voices, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Mu Jian, absorbing the surrounding clamor, felt a surge of anger, his countenance darkening ominously. Observing Du Gupo still dazed, he shouted coldly, "Don't let him intimidate you. This soul must have awakened when he recently advanced to the Xuanhu realm. He likely does not know how to harness its power. Finish him off quickly." A newly awakened soul. Du Gupo's gaze sharpened momentarily before turning frigid. A heavenly tier soul could potentially awaken prematurely, but such an event would only occur during the Xuanhu stage. Yi Fan had only just recently ascended to this realm. With this realization, Du Gupo ceased to falter. His eyes glimmered with bloodlust, and purple energy coiled around the tip of his spear. He advanced boldly, thrusting his spear with ferocity. The spear's glow transformed into a dragon, roaring as it surged towards Yi Fan. "The Towning Monument, I must rely on you." Yi Fan observed the incoming Du Gupo, a smirk forming within. Mu Jian's assessment was evidently flawed, though it was not entirely his fault, as the Towning Monument was not, in fact, a soul, merely a misconception shared by all present. Yi Fan remained motionless, his gaze chilling. Under his command, the Towning Monument surged forward with terrifying might, swiftly obliterating the purple dragon. Boom. The onlookers witnessed the brilliant purple light shatter in an instant. Du Gupo's figure was propelled backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground with a thunderous impact. He struggled to rise, spewing blood violently, only to collapse once more. Such a formidable strike had utterly devastated Du Gupo. With this soul, who could stand against Yi Fan? Unless, of course, a martial artist of the earth martial realm had similarly awakened a soul. The crowd, witnessing the spectacle, was left astounded. Yi Yao and Mu Qingqing were too stunned to rejoice for Yi Fan. Their minds were blank. Lin Qingyue's complexion was as pale as parchment, frozen in shock. Duan Tianya's smile had vanished, replaced by a chilling expression. How could it be that he had not managed to kill Yi Fan? I concede. A faint voice suddenly emerged. Lying on the ground, Du Gupa stirred slightly. Crushed by Yi Fan's blow, he had completely lost his will to fight. Experiencing a fear of death for the first time in his life. He had not perished? Yi Fan, hearing the voice, felt somewhat astonished. It appeared he had overestimated the might of the Towning Monument. Perhaps he had misused it. With a grin, Yi Fan withdrew the Towning Monument and, without mercy, thrust the daylight sword towards the prostrate Du Gupa. As Du Gupa finally fell, devoid of life, Yi Fan, what are you doing? Mu Jian was taken aback by Yi Fan's formidable prowess, momentarily stunned. Now witnessing Yi Fan slay Du Gupa, he suddenly erupted in fury. What else could I be doing? Yi Fan smirked, turning to the enraged Mu Jian, and replied nonchalantly, of course, I am killing. The Outer Academy competition does not stipulate that killing is forbidden, does it? Prior to this, I have already slain 8, and I did not hear you raise any objections. Du Gupa has conceded. Mu Jian glared at Yi Fan, his eyes wide with rage. Conceding means this battle is over. Do you still dare to kill? You openly defy the rules of the Outer Academy competition and challenge the regulations of Tianwu Academy. You deserve to die. Why do you so relish invoking the Academy's rules? Yi Fan shrugged helplessly, a playful expression on his face. Apologies, but Du Gupo's voice was too soft. I truly did not hear him concede. I thought he was lying there cursing me. You are merely quibbling. Mu Jian roared, an aura of terror pressing down on Yi Fan. He raised his hand. Murder in his eyes, treating the Academy's rules as child's play. Prepare to die? Chapter 40. Bestowing the hidden star, publicly disrobing. With that, a palm print roared forth, carrying an overwhelming force directed at Yi Fan. The air was torn asunder in its wake, producing a piercing howl. Halt! A voice rang out abruptly. As Xuanhuan appeared like a specter, instantly positioning herself before Yi Fan. With a casual wave of her hand, she effortlessly dissipated Mu Jian's attack. Mu Jian, what is the meaning of this? Xuanhuan inquired with a slight smile, her gaze calm as she regarded Mu Jian. Did you not see? Mu Jian, deeply dissatisfied with Xuanhuan's intervention, retorted coldly, Yi Fan treats the Academy's regulations as trifles. Should he not be punished? As the head of the enforcement court and the presiding officer of today's competition, I must uphold the law and execute him. Yi Fan, has there been any violation? Xuanhuan feigned ignorance, smiling as she posed her question. Humph. Mu Jian scoffed. Du Gupa conceded, yet Yi Fan still killed him. Is that not a violation? I did not hear Du Gupa concede. Xuanhuan responded, glancing towards the heads of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th academies, asking, did you hear anything? No. Did Du Gupa say anything just now? I did not hear anything. The 3 heads of the academies answered without hesitation, each wearing a smile. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood. Although Du Gupo's concession was uttered softly, there were still students present who had heard it. The heads of the academies undoubtedly had superior hearing. It was impossible for them not to have heard. Their claims of not hearing were a blatant cover for Yi Fan. If Mu Jian insisted on punishing Yi Fan, it would be a direct confrontation with the 4 heads of the academies. Mu Jian's gaze turned to the heads of the academies, his face ashen with fury. Xuanhuan paid no heed to Mu Jian's intentions, turning to face the entire assembly as she spoke on behalf of Mu Jian. In this battle, Yi Fan emerges victorious. Are there any students from the Outer Academy willing to challenge him? A profound silence enveloped the crowd, with no one daring to respond. Yi Fan had even vanquished Du Gupa. Any who dared to confront him would surely meet their demise. Even if they charged en masse, the outcome would remain unchanged. Anticipating this reaction, Xuanhuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as she declared, since no one dares to fight, Yi Fan is the champion of this Outer Academy competition. With her proclamation, the crowd erupted in fervor. Although they had all foreseen this outcome, Xuanhuan's announcement still sent ripples of excitement through their hearts. Yi Yao exhaled in relief, a smile gracing her features, while Lin Qingyue stood pale and motionless. Duan Tianya cast a sidelong glance at Chun-Li, who then discreetly slipped away once more. Mu Qingqing noticed this but refrained from asking further, her gaze following Chun-Li as he intentionally gravitated towards Lin Qingyue. Yi Fan. Xuanhuan ignored the ashen face of Mu Jian and approached Yi Fan with a smile. Congratulations on securing first place in the Outer Academy competition. As per our agreement, your prior infractions of Academy rules are hereby absolved. Furthermore, the Dean has decreed that on this momentous day, you shall be bestowed with the title of Hidden Star. What? Mu Jian's expression changed dramatically, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Xuanhuan. The Inner Academy students present were equally astonished. Yi Fan, puzzled by Mu Jian's strong reaction, inquired, Dean Xuanhuan, what exactly is the title of Hidden Star? It cannot be merely an empty title, can it? This is no mere title, Xuanhuan replied with a smile. The title of Hidden Star represents the highest honor for students within the academy. Henceforth, you shall have unfettered access to the academy's resources, your status elevated to that of the various deans. Externally, you will represent Tianwu Academy. To oppose you is to oppose the academy itself. Oh, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, musing internally, could this be the grand gift that Elder Shao spoke of? While he was not particularly concerned about the academy's resources, having already acquired the Tianwu Gold token, which granted him access to all the academy's provisions, he found the prospect of a status equal to that of a dean intriguing. Although he would still be a student, he would stand above his peers. In the future, ordinary instructors and elders at Tianwu Academy would likely greet him with respect. Why has the academy not conferred the title of Hidden Star in decades, only to do so today? And why had I not heard a whisper of this beforehand? Mu Jian questioned Xuanhuan, his expression darkening and brows furrowing. Moreover, historically, the title of Hidden Star has only been awarded to the top of the inner academy rankings. Yi Fan has merely claimed first in the outer academy competition. What qualifies him to become the Hidden Star of Tianwu Academy? Xuanhuan cast a glance at Mu Jian, smiling. Based on the potential Yi Fan has displayed, should he reach the 9th stage of the Xuanhu realm, the top of the inner academy rankings would be within his grasp. This is merely a preemptive bestowal. As for your lack of prior knowledge, well, as the head of the judiciary, you lack the authority to partake in such decisions. Humph. Mu Jian let out a cold snort, his eyes ablaze with fury. Bestow a title prematurely? I doubt it. On the heavenly ranking, all the inner courtyard students can easily defeat him. Strength today does not guarantee strength tomorrow. Who can assure that in a year or so, Yi Fan won't fade into obscurity? Xuanhuan chuckled lightly, her expression provocatively directed at Mu Jian as she suggested. Why not persuade the dean? Mu Jian's face darkened, leaving him momentarily speechless. How could he dare to advise the dean? Dean Mu Jian seems to doubt my potential? Yi Fan, noticing Mu Jian's expression akin to one who had tasted something foul, couldn't he help but laugh. Very well. Today I shall boldly challenge all the inner courtyard students present, including those on the heavenly ranking. If any of you can suppress your cultivation to the 6th level of the Xuanhu realm and defeat me, I shall relinquish this position of Hidden Star. As he finished speaking, his gaze swept over the gathered inner courtyard students. Upon hearing his words, they felt a wave of provocation wash over them. However, no one was willing to step forward to duel. Suppressing their cultivation to the 6th level of the Xuanhu realm to face Yi Fan was daunting. Losing would be a significant loss of face, and winning would bring no real glory. Unless they could manage to defeat Yi Fan while suppressing their cultivation to the 1st level of the Xuanhu realm, which was virtually impossible. Is there no one? Yi Fan waited in silence for a while, and upon receiving no response, he shrugged helplessly and turned his gaze to Mu Jian, teasingly remarking, "It seems the inner courtyard students have unanimously acknowledged my position as Hidden Star of the Tianwu Academy." Humph. Mu Jian's face darkened further, letting out a cold snort. His discontent was not rooted in doubt of Yi Fan's abilities, but rather in personal irritation. What infuriated him more was that if Yi Fan attained the position of Hidden Star, their statuses would be equal, a reality more unbearable than death to him. Yet, this was the dean's will, a matter he could not alter. Yi Fan, Xuanhuan, pleased to see Mu Jian in a difficult position, produced a black robe and handed it to Yi Fan. This robe, known as the Hidden Star robe, is to be donned as you assume the title. Yi Fan accepted the black robe, awkwardly scratching his nose. What is there to feel embarrassed about? Xuanhuan, amused by his reaction, mischievously scrutinized him, saying, "You're not completely undressed underneath." "That is true." Yi Fan shrugged and smiled, deciding to undress publicly. As he unfolded the Hidden Star robe and draped it over himself, the 6-pointed star insignia on his chest suddenly radiated a brilliant light, transforming his aura entirely. Is this a terrestrial-grade spirit weapon? Yi Fan's pupils constricted in surprise as he looked at Xuanhuan. Indeed. Xuanhuan nodded with a smile. The Hidden Star robe is a terrestrial-grade defensive spirit weapon. Without the cultivation of the Earth Martial realm, it is difficult to breach its defenses. Even when facing attacks from Earth Martial practitioners, it can significantly reduce damage. What a remarkable item. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Terrestrial-grade spirit weapons are inherently rare and valuable, and among them, defensive spirit weapons hold even greater worth. In the training grounds, a crowd gathered, captivated by the dialogue between two individuals. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. After the initial excitement, Yi Fan recalled the matter at hand, turning to scan the crowd, ultimately fixing his gaze on Lin Xingyue. Raising his voice, he declared, "Lin Xingyue, I have secured the 1st place in the Outer Academy competition." Lin Xingyue was taken aback by this unexpected mention, her expression momentarily vacant, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind Yi Fan's words. In that fleeting moment, a glint of cold light flashed in the eyes of Chun-Li. who had been lurking in the crowd. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, the blade slicing through the air like a venomous serpent, aiming for Lin Qingyue's vulnerable back. "Watch out behind you," Yi Fan shouted urgently as he noticed Chun Li's attack. Lin Qingyue, startled by the warning, turned around, her body chilled by the imminent threat. Upon recognizing Chun Li, her complexion drained of color, and she staggered backward in terror. In a critical moment, a streak of sword light flashed from the side, akin to a shooting star. Mu Qingqing appeared, her long sword deftly deflecting Chun Li's lethal strike. The clash of blades igniting a dazzling spark. "Damn it!" Chun Li's expression shifted dramatically, having failed to notice Mu Qingqing. His brows furrowed in frustration, and his gaze instinctively darted towards Duan Tianya in the distance, a flicker of panic crossing his features. Duan Tianya stood afar, his fists clenched in agitation. It was he who had incited Chun Li to eliminate Lin Qingyue. Yet, the opportunity was missed. What enraged him further was that the one who intervened was none other than Mu Qingqing. At that moment, Mu Qingqing had shielded Lin Qingyue behind her, coldly questioning Chun Li. "What do you intend to do?" Lin Qingyue stood frozen, her mind engulfed in disbelief. Chun Li, being a confidant of Duan Tianya, was undoubtedly acting on his orders. She could hardly fathom that the man she cherished deeply would wish her harm, while her supposed rival, Mu Qingqing, had come to her defense. This sudden turn of events left the surrounding onlookers in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances, their expressions rife with confusion. Chun Li, confronted by Mu Qingqing's inquiry, averted his gaze, falling silent. What could he possibly say at that moment? "Of course, to kill you," Yi Fan interjected lazily, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Lin Qingyue, I have told you before, you are not that significant. Do not overestimate your importance. To some, you are merely a vessel of modest beauty, easily discarded." These words sent a ripple of commotion through the crowd. Although Yi Fan had not been explicit, his insinuations were enough to provoke speculation. Was it truly so? Lin Qingyue, unwilling to accept this revelation, looked towards Duan Tianya in shock. At that moment, Duan Tianya was devoid of his earlier composure, standing in silence, his countenance chillingly cold. Lin Qingyue grasped the truth, her gaze dimming instantaneously. She stumbled back a step, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Mu Qingqing was quick-witted and managed to support her. "Lin Qingyue, the wager." Yi Fan discerned Lin Qingyue's despair and reminded her with a smile. "Since he is heartless, why must you cling to righteousness? One must not allow the cold-hearted to have it easy." Lin Qingyue's complexion turned pale as paper, stubbornly breaking free from Mu Qingqing's grasp. Even if abandoned by Duan Tianya, she refused to accept Mu Qingqing's assistance. With heavy footsteps, she approached Yi Fan, resembling a mere shell of a person, slowly moving beside him. The crowd wore various expressions, vaguely guessing Lin Qingyue's intentions. The wager she made with Yi Fan half a month ago had long since spread throughout the academy. At this moment, everyone tacitly fell silent. The entire martial arts arena was eerily quiet. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Duan Tianya, Lin Qingyue's once exquisite makeup was now marred by tears, her voice trembling violently. "You must tell me, did you ever love me? Even if just for a fleeting moment?" Duan Tianya remained silent, slightly turning his face away, deliberately evading Lin Qingyue's gaze. This action shattered the last remnants of hope within Lin Qingyue's heart. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, a chilling sound that echoed with madness, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. It turned out Yi Fan was right. "In your eyes, I am merely a vessel for reproduction, a walking womb." With that, she abruptly tore open her garment, revealing her flat abdomen, and screamed at Duan Tianya in a frenzy. "Look, this is what you desire. Alas, it is now empty. Empty." The crowd gasped in shock, all taken aback by this frenzied spectacle. Mu Qingqing instinctively wanted to step forward, but was gently held back by Yi Yao. "To prevent any obstruction to you, I schemed against Yi Fan, even at the cost of my own dignity by marrying him, and even..." Lin Qingyue's voice suddenly dropped, laced with heartbreaking sobs. "Even allowing our child to acknowledge Yi Fan as their father, simply because you once said it was not the right time. Enough." Duan Tianya finally reacted, his brow furrowed as he coldly interjected. "Not enough." Lin Qingyue suddenly screamed, her voice piercing the heavens. "I shall let everyone know what a hypocrite you, Duan Tianya, truly are." With that, she turned her head to cast a glance at Mu Qingqing, her frenzied gaze returning to Duan Tianya. "You once told me that Mu Qingqing is a hen that cannot lay eggs. That marrying Mu Qingqing was merely a means to exploit the Mu family's power. As long as you seize the position of crown prince, you would then be able to openly marry me. When you ascend the throne, you shall certainly make our child the crown prince. Deceiver, you have been deceiving all along. You deceived me, and you deceived Mu Qingqing. You deceived the Mu family. The Lin family deceived everyone." As Lin Qingyue spoke, The expressions of the crowd in the martial arts arena gradually shifted, whispering and exchanging glances. Silence. Duan Tianya finally erupted in fury, a terrifying aura suddenly emanating from him. In a flash, he raised his hand, unleashing a fierce palm strike that surged forth. Earth Martial Realm. Yi Fan's eyes widened in astonishment at Duan Tianya's formidable prowess. Despite their similar ages, Duan had already ascended to the realm of Earth Martial Arts. In an instant, Duan Tianya lunged toward Lin Qingyue. In her despair, the frenzied Lin Qingyue showed no inclination to evade. Perhaps, her earlier words hinted at a desire for death. However, Yi Fan was unwilling to see Lin Qingyue meet such an end. With determination, he stepped forward, positioning himself before her and thrusting his sword forward. Regrettably, he had somewhat underestimated the might of Duan Tianya's strike. The sword slipped from his grasp, and the force of the palm strike continued unabated, crashing heavily against his chest. Boom! Yi Fan was jolted back several paces, a sharp pain radiating from his chest. Grimacing, he rubbed his sore ribs, feeling a sense of frustration. Was the hidden star robe truly so ineffective against pain? When he finally lifted his gaze to Duan Tianya, a provocative smile crept onto his lips. What is this? Is the third prince intent on silencing me? Boom! Just as his words fell, a deafening sound erupted from behind him. Yi Fan whipped around, only to find Lin Qingyue lying in a pool of her own blood. The figure standing beside her was none other than Mu Jian. Chapter 42. Without the Tianwu Academy, what worth is the royal family? You killed her? Yi Fan's pupils constricted, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. He did not particularly care for Lin Qingyue's life, but he was astonished that the murderer was Mu Jian. As the head of the enforcement court, to publicly slay an academy student was a bold move indeed. Framing a prince is a capital offense. Mu Jian's face was grim, his voice as cold and unyielding as steel, justifying his act of murder. Huh. Yi Fan could not help but let out a derisive laugh at Mu Jian's words. Do you oversee the punishments of Tianwu Academy or the laws of the Yunnan Kingdom? Setting aside the truth of Lin Qingyue's claims and whether she framed the prince. What business is it of yours, as the head of the enforcement court? Was it she who framed the prince, or are you merely acting as Duan Tianya's assassin? Is there any land in the world that does not belong to the king? Is there any subject beneath the heavens that does not serve the king? Duan Tianya interjected coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Fan. Lin Qingyue's actions in framing the prince warrant death. Any righteous individual of the Yunnan Kingdom may slay her. What fault lies with Dean Mu Jian in this? To spare her would be to protect her, Yi Fan retorted, already anticipating Duan Tianya's counterattack, his voice rising like thunder, shocking all present into silence. They exchanged glances, unable to believe their ears. Yi Fan had dared to admonish the third prince for his audacity? You are outrageous. Mu Jian was the first to regain his composure, his face ashen as he chastised. Silence. Yi Fan shot back without reservation, fixing his gaze on Duan Tianya. Framing a prince is a capital offense. Then your previous remarks about framing the hidden star of Tianwu Academy are equally a death sentence. What? Duan Tianya's expression faltered, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. What was Yi Fan insinuating? Such audacity. How dare you rebuke His Highness the Third Prince? Not only does he dare to rebuke the Third Prince, but he even dares to claim that the Third Prince deserves the death penalty? The crowd in the martial arts arena whispered among themselves, utterly bewildered by Yi Fan's remarks. Faces turned towards one another, filled with shock and confusion. Do you truly believe that the kingdom of Yunnan belongs to your Duan family? Yi Fan, no longer courteous with Duan Tianya, spoke with a voice as frigid as ice. Stepping forward, he infused his spiritual energy into the hidden star robe, causing the six-pointed star emblem to radiate a dazzling golden light. The kingdom of Yunnan does not belong to your Duan family. It belongs to the Tianwu Academy. Yi Fan enunciated each word with deliberate emphasis, as if each syllable struck the hearts of those present like a hammer. There are many princes in the kingdom of Yunnan, but there is only one hidden star of Tianwu Academy, me. You, a mere prince, dare to frame the hidden star? You are courting death. As his words fell, his aura erupted suddenly. The hidden star robe billowed without wind, creating a resonant sound. In the martial arts arena, silence enveloped the crowd, all rendered speechless by Yi Fan's imposing presence. Preposterous. Duan Tianya felt his face burn with shame, losing all semblance of his former grace, and glared fiercely at Yi Fan, exclaiming with indignation, "How dare you speak such nonsense and belittle the royal family?" "I don't care," Yi Fan retorted without hesitation, coldly mocking. "Go back and ask your father. Without Tianwu Academy, what is the royal family worth? The kingdom of Yunnan does not belong to the Duan family. It belongs to the Tianwu Academy." This assertion was not a fabrication. The current kingdom of Yunnan is under the protection of Elder Xiao, who represents the Tianwu Academy. Even though this was a promise made by Elder Xiao to the royal ancestor Duan Yunin, it still stands that the Tianwu Academy supersedes the royal family. The hidden star of Tianwu Academy can be compared to the royal heir. How dare a mere prince like Duan Tianya even consider himself in the same league as the hidden star? Nonsense. Duan Tianya's eyes widened in fury, his aura roaring fiercely. His fists clenched, veins bulging, intent on teaching Yifan a lesson. Your Highness the Third Prince. Ziyuan's voice rang out at the opportune moment, cautioning Duan Tianya. Are you certain you wish to strike the hidden star of Tianwu Academy? Duan Tianya's expression darkened, his raging aura slightly calming. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the anger boiling within him. Yifan wore a mocking smile, turning to Ziyuan and inquiring, Director Ziyuan, I have been pondering one thing. Is it not forbidden for those who are not students of Tianwu Academy to set foot within its grounds? How then, does Duan Tianya find himself here today? Oh, it is like this. Ziyuan smiled gently, patiently explaining, Duan Tianya was previously a student of Tianwu Academy. However, 2 months ago, he advanced to the Earth Martial Realm and successfully graduated from the Academy. According to Academy rules, graduated students may also enter the Academy. Is that so? Yifan raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, and then asked Ziyuan, Can I expel him now? That might not be appropriate. Ziyuan's eyes flickered, seemingly in a dilemma. Not permitted? Yifan curled his lip, appearing somewhat displeased, muttering softly, It seems that the power of Hidden Star is rather limited. It was certainly unacceptable to expel someone. Ziyuan, with a smile gracing her lips, shifted the conversation, stating, However, if it is a matter of requesting him to leave, that would pose no issue. Therefore, I kindly ask His Highness, the Third Prince, to vacate Tianwu Academy. Upon hearing this, Yifan broke into laughter and immediately gestured to Duan Tianya, indicating that the Academy had certain matters to attend to. Graduating students ought not to be present. Huh. Duan Tianya's lips curled in a cold smile, remaining motionless in place. With his hands clasped behind his back and chin slightly raised, he ignored Yifan's words, adopting an air of superiority. The entire training ground fell silent, with all the students of Tianwu Academy holding their breath, none daring to wade into this turbulent water. Ziyuan and several other deans maintained their silence as well. After all, it was not their place to personally escort Duan Tianya away, was it? Seeing that no one responded, Duan Tianya's expression of smugness deepened. Casting a sidelong glance at Yifan, his eyes brimmed with provocation. I kindly ask His Highness, the Third Prince, to leave Tianwu Academy. Yifan's expression remained unchanged as he raised his voice once more. The sound rang out clearly in the stillness of the training ground. Is anyone responding to you? Duan Tianya sneered repeatedly, his disdainful gaze sweeping across the assembly. Finally settling on Yifan's face, a smirk of derision lingering at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the crowd, striding forward with steady steps, expressionless as he approached Duan Tianya. Gui. Yifan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Your Highness, please. Gui's countenance was as cold as ice as he gestured dismissively. What if I refuse to leave? Duan Tianya glared at Gui, his expression darkening in an instant. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to confront him. If it came to blows, it would be quite a spectacle. Gui met Duan Tianya's gaze steadily, calmly warning, I believe that by that time, the deans will not remain indifferent. As the heir of the Gu family, Gui felt no trepidation in the face of Duan Tianya's might. Moreover, he was the third-ranked individual in the Inner Academy's celestial rankings. Although his current strength fell short of Duan Tianya's, the future held different possibilities. Chapter 43. Expulsion of Chun-Li, Dismissal of Mu Jian. Duan Tianya's expression fluctuated between dark and light. After pondering for a moment, he let out a cold snort, abruptly sweeping his sleeve in a gesture to summon Chun-Li from a distance. Chun-Li, we are leaving. Though this departure would cost him face, it was certainly preferable to being publicly expelled. Stop. Yifan suddenly called out upon witnessing this. What more do you desire? Duan Tianya spun around, his eyes ablaze with fury. You may leave, but Chun-Li cannot. A playful smile danced on Yifan's lips as his gaze flitted towards Chun-Li. Duan Tianya. He cannot act against him just yet. Can you not handle a mere Chun-Li? Your Highness. Chun-Li furrowed his brow, glancing at Duan Tianya. Rest assured, he dares not take action against you. Duan Tianya cast a cold glance at Yifan before striding away without a backward glance. Yifan, what are your intentions? Chun-Li inquired, his face shadowed with displeasure, feigning calmness. Please mind your tone. Yifan lazily scratched his ear, responding nonchalantly. I am but a hidden star of the Tianwu Academy. As a fellow student of the Tianwu Academy, you ought to address me with respect. Using you rather than thou. A petty man revels in his small victories. Chun-Li retorted with disdain, showing no regard for Yifan. Hee. Yi Fan chuckled dismissively, turning to Mu Jian and asking, "Just now, Chun-Li drew his sword against Lin Qinghua, and all present bore witness. Do you not think that Chun-Li's actions constitute a violation of the Academy's regulations? How should we proceed? Spare me the pretense of Lin Qinghua's alleged framing of the prince." At that moment, Lin Qinghua said nothing. What is there to address? Mu Jian raised his chin defiantly, asserting, Chun-Li did not kill Lin Qinghua. He merely drew his sword. What rule has he broken? The regulations of the Tianwu Academy concern murder, not injury, and moreover, Chun-Li did not inflict harm. If you cannot pass judgment, then do not judge. Yi Fan retorted coldly, turning sharply to face Chun-Li, his eyes glinting with cold light. Acts of violence and murder within the Academy warrant capital punishment. A failed attempt at murder does not absolve one of consequence. The death penalty may be evaded, but lesser charges remain unavoidable. As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand, pointing at Chun-Li. Chun-Li, I hereby revoke your status as a student of the Tianwu Academy and expel you. What? Chun-Li's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. Yi Fan, Mu Jian bellowed, greatly displeased with Yi Fan's overreach. What authority do you possess to act as a representative of the enforcement court? Do you dismiss my existence? The status of hidden star of the Tianwu Academy is not sufficient? Yi Fan replied with a light laugh, his expression one of provocation. Not sufficient. Mu Jian shouted angrily. Is that so? Yi Fan smiled slightly. Do you truly believe that as the head of the enforcement court, only you possess the authority to judge students of the Tianwu Academy? Certainly. Mu Jian held his head high, exuding an air of superiority. Do you treat the Academy's regulations as a tool for personal gain and favoritism? Yi Fan had anticipated this response from Mu Jian, mockingly stating, perhaps you should relinquish your position as head of the enforcement court and focus on being a mentor. The crowd in the training arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted into hushed murmurs. What does Yi Fan mean? Is he attempting to dismiss Head Mu? How audacious! Does he possess such authority? As a hidden star of the Academy, he might indeed have the power. The onlookers whispered among themselves, eager for the unfolding drama. Haha. Initially taken aback, Mu Jian then burst into raucous laughter. You wish to dismiss me from my position as head of the enforcement court? What a joke, an utterly ludicrous notion. Do you believe yourself qualified? Not qualified. Yi Fan tilted his head, feigning innocence as he cast an inquiring glance at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan smiled knowingly and introduced to Yi Fan that in the Tianwu Academy, unless the Academy head speaks, at least half of the Academy heads must agree to dismiss any director. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with interest as he inquired about the number of directors at Tianwu Academy. There are 9. Xuanhuan responded. In the outer academy of Tianwu, there are 4 directors. The inner academy is divided into left and right, each with 2 directors. Additionally, there is 1 director each for the Task Institute, the Enforcement Institute, and the Martial Arts Institute. Hehe. Mu Jian undoubtedly knew this rule and looked at Yi Fan with a mocking expression. Dismiss me? Yi Fan, do you have the numbers? Perhaps I do, Yi Fan murmured, then turned to address the gathered students, proclaiming, Mu Jian, your enforcement is unjust. Chun-Li harbored murderous intent, but, due to his failure, you refuse to impose punishment. Lin Qinghua has committed no violation of Academy rules, yet you enforced the law against her, abusing your power. Today, in my capacity as a hidden star of Tianwu Academy, I propose the dismissal of Mu Jian from the position of director of the Enforcement Institute. Upon finishing, he turned, casting his gaze across the 4 outer academy directors, including Xuanhuan. I concur. Xuanhuan smiled and was the first to raise her hand, her promptness seemingly eager to prevent others from getting ahead. Humph. Mu Jian let out a cold snort, unperturbed. Given Xuanhuan's previous actions, which had all favored Yi Fan, her support for his proposal was entirely expected. Yet, with only one agreement, it was far from sufficient. I agree. Suddenly, the director of the Second Institute raised his hand, his voice steady and powerful. Mu Jian's expression darkened, his sharp gaze directed at the director of the Second Institute. They had no prior grievances. So why would this individual choose to strike at this moment? I also agree. Agreed. The directors of the Third and Fourth Institutes subsequently expressed their support, as if merely making a casual decision. Mu Jian's protection of Chun-Li could still be viewed as partiality. However, the unwarranted execution of Lin Qinghua was a blatant abuse of authority. Moreover, Yi Fan was appointed as a hidden star by the Academy head himself. How could they disregard Yi Fan's proposal? You all. Mu Jian glared, his eyes darting among the directors, before suddenly breaking into a sinister laugh. Haha. There are 9 directors in Tianwu Academy. To dismiss me, you need at least 5 to agree. Just the 4 of you is insufficient. Mu Jian, have you forgotten? Xuanhuan chuckled softly, her eyes gleaming with a hint of mockery, her voice gentle yet sharp. Yi Fan, as a hidden star of Tianwu Academy, holds a position equivalent to that of a director, and he also possesses a vote. What? Mu Jian's pupils contracted sharply, as if struck by lightning. Yi Fan smiled with satisfaction, calmly addressing Mu Jian. Mu Jian, from this moment forth, you are no longer the director of the Enforcement Institute of Tianwu Academy. Hand over your director's decree. Hand over the decree? Mu Jian muttered through clenched teeth, retrieving the director's decree of the Enforcement Institute. He held it tightly in his grasp, showing no intention of relinquishing it. He had expended countless efforts to ascend to this position. How could he be so effortlessly stripped of everything by a mere phrase from Yi Fan? Hand it over. Yi Fan's voice thundered as he observed Mu Jian's hesitation. Infuriating. Mu Jian lowered his head, his voice hoarse. In the next moment, he suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Mu Jian, dare you? Xuanhuan sensed the impending danger and sharply commanded him to halt. Mu Jian's drooping arm abruptly rose, infused with a fierce desire to kill, as he launched a strike aimed directly at Yi Fan's face. Chapter 44. Mu Jian's death, Qing Cheng's injury. A bone-chilling aura surged forth, causing Yi Fan's pupils to constrict in shock. He never anticipated that Mu Jian would dare to attempt his life in such a public setting. Just as the situation reached a critical point, Mu Qingcheng's graceful figure swooped in like a startled swan, firmly placing herself before him. Seeing Mu Qingcheng intervening, Mu Jian's ferocious expression froze, and he hastily tried to retract his strike. However, the chilling gust of wind that accompanied his attack had already been unleashed. Bang! The dull sound of impact resonated as Mu Qingcheng was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Qingcheng, senior sister. Yi Fan dashed forward, catching her delicate form. The beauty in his arms was pale, her hair and brows glistening with icy crystals, crimson blood continually spilling from the corners of her lips. Qingcheng, have you lost your mind? Mu Jian's eyes blazed red, veins bulging on his forehead. He had not anticipated Mu Qingcheng's self-sacrificial act of defense. His niece, not only the fiancée of the third prince, but also a pivotal figure in fortifying the alliance between the Mu family and the third prince, could not be allowed to perish. Uncle. Mu Qingcheng struggled against the frigid force ravaging her body, her pale lips quivering slightly. The hidden star Mu clan cannot bear this. Mu Jian. Xuanhuan, relieved to see Yi Fan unscathed, exhaled deeply, her expression turning frosty. To dare lay a hand on the hidden star was to court death. Before her words could fully escape, she had already darted in front of Mu Jian like a specter. The three deans followed closely behind, forming a tight encirclement around Mu Jian. "Want to kill me?" Humph. Mu Jian scoffed, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. His spiritual energy surged violently around him, attempting to break free. "Seize him!" Xuanhuan bellowed, coordinating her strike with the three deans simultaneously. The rampant spiritual energy wreaked havoc in the training arena. Where the energy passed, the bluestone tiles cracked, and dust billowed into the air. The spectators, already astonished, retreated in fear, desperate to avoid being caught in the chaos. Seeing Yi Fan still holding Mu Qingcheng at the storm's eye, Yi Yao urgently called out, "Yi Fan, why are you still standing there? Senior sister Qingcheng, you must not come to harm." Yi Fan cradled Mu Qingcheng in his arms, feeling her gradually fading warmth, his heart aching like a knife. "Hold on, I will take you to the Pill Fire Tower." Without a backward glance, he sprinted towards the Pill Fire Tower. Within the Pill Fire Tower, Elder Qi Lian, a renowned alchemist, reclined lazily in a lounge chair, resting as usual. Elder Qi Lian. Yi Fan hurriedly rushed in, cradling Mu Qingcheng in his arms. His voice laced with urgency. "Quick, save Sister Qingcheng." Qi Lian lazily lifted his gaze, and upon noticing the black robe draped over Yi Fan, he straightened up abruptly. As his eyes fell to Mu Qingcheng, who lay breathless in Yi Fan's embrace, a perplexed expression crossed his face. Who has harmed her? Mu Qingcheng was no weakling. She ranked among the elite of the Inner Academy. Few students of the Tianwu Academy possessed the strength to injure her. Yi Fan hastily approached Qi Lian, carefully supporting Mu Qingcheng, fearful of exacerbating her injuries. Qi Lian then reached out, placing his hand on her wrist. The moment his fingers grazed her skin, he recoiled slightly, startled by the bone-chilling cold. It was the power of ice. He swiftly flipped his hand and produced a crimson pill, placing it into Mu Qingcheng's mouth. Her meridians are frozen, and her blood flow is obstructed. If you had arrived even a moment later, she might have lost her life. The pill began to take effect, causing Mu Qingcheng's body temperature to rise slightly. Yet, there were still no signs of her awakening. "Why hasn't Sister Qingcheng woken up yet?" Yi Fan asked, furrowing his brow. "The pill she just ingested, known as the spirit-stopping pill, merely halts the deterioration of her condition," Qi Lian explained. "The one who harmed her must be Mu Jian. The members of the Mu family all cultivate the eternal calamity ice technique. Mu Qingqing must have been struck by Mu Jian's eternal calamity ice palm. To dispel the ice within her, the one who inflicted the injury must intervene. Panic gripped Yi Fan as he realized the implications. He gently laid Mu Qingqing on a recliner and turned to Qi Lian, saying, "Elder Qi Lian, please watch over Sister Qingqing. I will return shortly." Without waiting for a response, he dashed toward the door. With Mu Jian's strength, he would be unable to withstand the combined might of the four from Xuanhuan. According to Qi Lian, to save Mu Qingqing, Mu Jian needed to expel the coldness from within her. Otherwise, her injuries would prove fatal. If they delayed any longer, Mu Jian might very well meet his end. As he reached the entrance, Yi Yao hurriedly entered the Pill Fire Tower. Sister Yao, Yi Fan, knowing she had come from the training grounds, grasped her arm urgently, asking, "What about Mu Jian? Was he captured?" "That scoundrel has been slain by Dean Xuan and the others," Yi Yao replied. Her gaze then shifted to the unconscious Mu Qingqing. "What is her condition?" "What? Mu Jian is dead?" Yi Fan's heart sank, and he staggered back a step, his eyes filled with self-reproach as he looked at the unconscious Mu Qingqing on the recliner. What is happening? Yi Yao's heart tightened. She had never seen Yi Fan in such a state. At that moment, Yi Fan could hardly explain himself. In a flash, he was at Mu Qingqing's side, frowning as he asked Qi Lian, "Elder Qi Lian, Mu Jian is dead. Is there truly no other way?" Alas, Qi Lian shook his head with a sigh, an expression of reluctance evident in his eyes. Yi Fan's fists clenched tightly, his chest heaving with intensity. If it were not for the purpose of rescuing him, how could Mu Qingqing possibly find herself in such a predicament? Perhaps, Qi Lian, stroking his beard, pondered aloud. There is one who could assist. Who? Yi Fan's eyes flickered as he abruptly turned his gaze towards Qi Lian. Qi Lian continued, within the imperial city. When it comes to alchemy and medical arts, only Su Mainyang, the mistress of Wanbao Tower, surpasses me. However, persuading her to lend her aid is no simple task. And this woman, I shall go at once. Hope reignited within Yi Fan's heart. Without waiting for Qi Lian to finish, he carefully lifted Mu Qingqing and exited the Danhua Tower. While others may struggle to solicit Su Mainyang's assistance, Mu Qingqing is her junior sister. This young man is so eager. I haven't even finished speaking, Qi Lian thought, shaking his head in resignation. Su Mainyang is as fierce as a wolf. I am truly not afraid of being devoured. Yi Yao stood in a daze before the entrance of the Danhua Tower, a wave of unease washing over her. Yi Fan's concern for Mu Qingqing clearly exceeded ordinary boundaries. After all, she is the consort of the third prince. If Duan Tianya catches wind of this, he is certain to fly into a rage. Departing from Tianwu Academy, Yi Fan hurriedly sprinted down the main street of the imperial city, cradling the unconscious Mu Qingqing in his arms. Is that not the consort of the third prince? Why is she covered in blood? Look, the one carrying her is Yi Fan from the Yi family. How could the consort of the third prince be with Yi Fan, and so intimately? Mu Qingqing's gown was stained with mottled blood, appearing particularly striking under the sunlight, her pale cheek resting against Yi Fan's shoulder, her long hair dancing in the wind, drawing countless astonished gazes. Yi Fan remained oblivious to the murmurs around him as he rushed straight into Wanbao Tower. Quickly, summon the mistress. The newly appointed shopkeeper paused in confusion, unable to grasp the situation. Is my younger brother here? What could be so urgent? A sultry, enchanting voice wafted down from above. And soon Su Mainyang gracefully descended the stairs, each step radiating elegance. Her red lips parted, ready to deliver a teasing remark. But her expression abruptly shifted upon recognizing the person in Yi Fan's arms. Qingqing, junior sister? What has happened to her? Chapter 45, The Solar Divine Body, an Unsolvable Enigma. She has been harmed by Mu Jian. Yi Fan replied, his face etched with worry. The allure faded from Su Mainyang's countenance as she approached, gently brushing aside Mu Qingqing's disheveled hair, a flicker of compassion in her eyes. Her delicate fingers rested on Mu Qingqing's wrist, and her brow furrowed. Sensing a formidable icebound force, she must have been injured by Mu Jian's eternal ice palm. Fortunately, she has taken the spirit-restraining pill in time. Mu Jian is already dead. Yi Fan's voice was low, his gaze drifting away from Mu Qingqing's face as he looked hopefully towards Su Mainyang. Elder Qi Lian from Tianwu Academy mentioned that the only one who could save Qingqing, here in the imperial city, is you, sister. Sister, that is not possible. Su Mainyang suddenly smiled, the corners of her red lips curling into a meaningful arc. The only one who can save Qingqing now is you, dear brother. Me? Yi Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Su Mainyang gently tapped Yi Fan's chest with her fingertips, stating, your solar divine body can dispel this frigid force. Solar divine body. Yi Fan's pupils constricted in astonishment at Su Mainyang's unexpected awareness of his possession of the solar divine body. However, there was no time to ponder further. Noticing Su Mainyang hesitating to speak, he urgently inquired, What do you mean by as long as? Is my brother truly oblivious, or merely pretending to be so? Su Meinyang chuckled sheepishly, her eyes dancing with intrigue. The chilling aura of the eternal ice palm has already infiltrated Qingqing's heart pulse. Only the supreme solar energy, channeled from the Dantian, can resolve it. Yet, the essence of the solar divine body requires intimate union, a merging of spirit and flesh, to be transmitted. Yi Fan began to grasp Su Meinyang's implication, casting a glance at Mu Qingqing in his arms. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he queried, didn't T senior sister Qingqing refrain from engaging in intimate relations due to her cultivation? As Su Meinyang raised her crimson lips in a teasing smile, she elongated her tone. Now it is permissible. Now it is permissible? Yi Fan recalled Su Meinyang's previous explanation, feeling a twinge of skepticism. Didn't T my sister say that senior sister Qingqing's cultivation in the path of devotion has rendered her a stone woman, sealed unless she encounters true love? At this juncture, Yi Fan paused, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Su Meinyang regarded him with an inscrutable expression and nodded knowingly. This, Yi Fan swallowed hard, astonished. How could he have become Mu Qingqing's true love? Until now, he had not perceived any such sentiments from her. Was it possible that Mu Qingqing's act of saving him stemmed not from fear of retribution from the Mu family, but from destiny? Anticipating his thoughts, Su Meinyang smiled with amusement. Yet, Yi Fan's brow furrowed, his heart in turmoil. Do not impose upon others what you do not desire for yourself. The sensation of being compelled was anything but pleasant. He had experienced coercion before. Without Mu Qingqing's consent, how could he dare to proceed? With their lives hanging in the balance, why was he still hesitating? Su Meinyang leaned closer to Yi Fan, her breath fragrant as she gazed at him with an unusual seriousness. You need not worry that Sister Qingqing will object. You are the one who will help her break the stone woman seal. If not you, then who? At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed outside Wanbao Tower. A dozen figures entered in succession, led by a middle-aged man with hair as white as frost, who struck the ground heavily with his dragon-headed cane. His piercing gaze locked onto Mu Qingqing in Yi Fan's arms. Hand over Qingqing. A glint of coldness flashed in Su Meinyang's eyes as she gracefully stepped in front of Yi Fan. Oh, the head of the Mu family, what a grand display. The middle-aged man, Mu Su, head of the Mu family, and also Mu Qingqing's father, had hurried here upon learning of the events at the Tianwu Academy. Su Luzhu. Grant us a favor, Mu Su said curtly, unwilling to elaborate further, yet showing due respect to Su Meinyang. Qingqing has been injured by Mu Jian. And now that Mu Jian is dead, Su Meinyang maintained her playful demeanor. Does the Mu family possess a way to heal Qingqing's injuries? Or is it that only Su Luzhu has the means? Mu Su furrowed his brow tightly. If not, even if Qingqing were to perish, she must do so within the confines of my Mu residence, rather than in the embrace of this individual. I do not. Su Meinyang's crimson lips parted, suddenly shifting her tone, but my brother does. With a glance over her shoulder, she signaled to Yi Fan, brother, why not allow the Mu family head to witness your solar divine body? Otherwise, matters may become rather troublesome. Yi Fan understood her intent, and as he channeled the solar energy within him, a radiant golden light enveloped the entire hall of Wanbao Tower, making the very air feel scorching. Indeed, it is the solar divine body. Musa's eyes widened slightly in surprise. The primordial yang energy of the solar divine body could dissolve the frozen power within Qingqing. Su Meinyang beamed with delight, though she noted that it required an intimate union of lips and flesh. Musa's expression darkened suddenly, the veins on his forehead subtly throbbing as he gravely inquired, does the Lord of Su not know that Qingqing bears a flaw? Surely, you jest. You are Qingqing's father. You should be most aware that she was not always thus. Su Meinyang chuckled softly, her gaze flitting to Yi Fan before returning to Mu Su. As of now, Qingqing's body is no longer flawed. What? Upon hearing this revelation, Musa's expression grew increasingly complex. The ability of the solar divine body to dissolve the frozen power was indeed a positive development. However, the method of doing so was difficult to accept. Qingqing was the consort of the third prince. How could she engage in such intimacy with another man? Should word of this spread, both the Mu family and the royal family would be utterly humiliated. Observing Musa's tortured expression, Su Meinyang chuckled lightly. Does the Mu family head not wish to save Qingqing's life? Some matters are more significant than mere existence. Musu's countenance darkened further. His teeth clenched as he shot a piercing gaze at Yi Fan. Boy, hand Qingqing over to me. What could possibly be more important than life? Yi Fan, incensed by Musu's words, unconsciously tightened his embrace around Qingqing. Previously, she had been treated as a pawn by the Mu family, a sacrifice for power. Now, with her life hanging by a thread, her father seemed willing to forsake her for something utterly trivial. Boy, what do you understand? Musu, deeply pained by his daughter's plight, retorted sharply, gripping his dragon-headed staff. Qingcheng is esteemed as the third prince's consort. If I were to permit you to save her, what face would the royal family and the Mu family have left? Your Yi family would face utter ruin. And what if Sister Qingcheng were to divorce Duan Tianya? Yi Fan pondered this point before suddenly posing the question to Mu Su. Divorce? Mu Su shook his head, incredulous. Would His Highness the third prince ever agree? Is it Duan Tianya who objects, or is it the Mu family? Yi Fan retorted coldly. Since you have arrived here, you must have heard of the events that transpired at the Tianwu Academy's martial arts arena. Does the Mu family still harbor any hope for Duan Tianya? He is merely exploiting the Mu family. Should he ascend to the throne one day, he would surely cast the Mu family aside. Chapter 46. Divorce. Directly to the third prince's residence. You intend to? Mu Su was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Yi Fan's words. I shall venture to the residence of the third prince. Yi Fan's expression was resolute as he gazed down at the faintly breathing Mu Qingcheng in his arms. Her injuries could not be delayed. As long as you give your consent, I shall go to the third prince's estate to petition Duan Tianya for a divorce on behalf of Sister Qingcheng. With what authority do you intend to approach him? Mu Su scrutinized Yi Fan, skepticism evident in his eyes. As her father, it could be deemed acceptable for him to approach Duan Tianya on behalf of Mu Qingcheng. But what standing did Yi Fan possess? To petition Duan Tianya for a divorce would only provoke his ire, and it could invite a multitude of unwelcome gossip. The likelihood of success was nearly non-existent. The Heavenly Martial Academy, the Hidden Star. Yi Fan replied without hesitation. Mu Su suddenly turned his gaze sharply toward Yi Fan, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his eyes. He understood perfectly what the title of Hidden Star from the Heavenly Martial Academy entailed. If Yi Fan, as the Hidden Star, were to approach Duan Tianya for a divorce on behalf of Mu Qingcheng, it was likely that this so-called divorce would transform into something entirely different. Master Mu, the truth is, your family finds itself with no other option. Yi Fan observed Mu Su's hesitation and continued boldly. Mu Jian publicly sought my life at the Heavenly Martial Academy, a death that would be insufficient if the Mu family were to be implicated. Do you truly believe Duan Tianya would safeguard the Mu family? Mu Su furrowed his brow, his breathing growing noticeably rapid as he instinctively glanced at his unconscious daughter, a struggle evident in his eyes. Once Sister Qingcheng is divorced from Duan Tianya, I assure you this matter will cease with Mu Jian. Yi Fan's tone softened, yet his gaze remained unwavering. Mu Su pondered deeply, weighing the pros and cons of the situation. He had always been opposed to involving himself in the struggle for the crown, while Mu Jian had been the one pushing for an alliance. With numerous elders of the Mu family supporting him, he had no choice but to acquiesce, enduring the pain of marrying Mu Qingcheng to Duan Tianya. Now that Mu Jian was dead, he had brought calamity upon the Mu family. Perhaps this could serve as an opportunity. What do you propose? Yi Fan's gaze remained fixed on Mu Su, awaiting his nod of agreement. Without Mu Su's approval, he would be embarking on this endeavor without justification. And a reckless visit to the third prince's estate would render him a mere fool. He could only hope that Mu Su, as a father, would act with integrity. After a moment, Mu Su finally raised his head, his murky eyes locking onto Yi Fan's. If His Highness the third prince consents to the divorce, I shall allow you to save Qingcheng. However, what are your plans thereafter? Thereafter? Yi Fan's expression faltered. A vision of Qin Yimo from the Taichu divine sect flashing through his mind. He closed his eyes briefly, and when he reopened them, clarity washed over him. Afterward, I will wed Sister Qingcheng. He had yet to fulfill his promise to Qin Yimo, but he could not stand idly by while Mu Qingcheng suffered due to his inaction. If he saved Mu Qingcheng, he must also take responsibility for her. Should he choose to save her, he must see it through to the end. Excellent. A spark of excitement ignited in Mu Su's eyes. He had been waiting for Yi Fan's declaration. He was delighted to gain a son-in-law in the form of the Hidden Star from the Heavenly Martial Academy. Go forth. I shall quell the dissenting voices from the Mu family. However, for now, Qingcheng must return to the Mu residence with me. Take good care of her. Yi Fan gently nodded, cautiously cradling Mu Qingcheng as he approached Mu Su. As he entrusted the beloved figure into Mu Su's hands, his eyes shimmered with profound reluctance. I trust you will bring the divorce decree to my Mu residence later. Mu Su accepted Mu Qingcheng, casting a deep glance at Yi Fan before turning to lead the Mu family away from Wanbao Tower. Yi Fan watched the departing figures of the Mu family, golden light flickering in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he stepped forward, striding towards the entrance of Wanbao Tower. Brother. Su Meinyang's languid voice suddenly echoed as she sauntered forward, her waist swaying gracefully. Are you truly planning to rush in so recklessly? You might not even get past the gates of the third prince's residence. Yi Fan had intended to return to Tianwu Academy first, but upon hearing Su Meinyang's words, he quickly implored, I beseech you, sister, lend me your aid. My dear brother, how could I possibly refuse to assist you? Su Meinyang beamed, waving her hand at Yi Fan. You may go ahead. Shortly, I shall send the Xianming twins to the third prince's residence. Additionally, I shall inform Tianwu Academy. The Xianming twins? Yi Fan's pupils contracted, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. The Xianming twins, notorious figures ranked 9th and 10th in the cloudy Hidden Kingdom's strength list. He never anticipated that they were also associated with Wanbao Tower. What are you dawdling for? Su Mingyang chuckled lightly, covering her lips as she observed Yi Fan's momentary stupor. Thank you, sister. Yi Fan solemnly clasped his fists in gratitude before turning and striding purposefully towards the third prince's residence. Behind him, Su Mingyang gazed at his retreating silhouette, her crimson lips curling into a meaningful smile. Where is Yi Fan rushing off to? Wasn't he just with the third prince's consort? That direction seems to lead to the third prince's residence. Is he indeed heading there? My goodness, this is quite the scoop. Quickly, let us follow him. Yi Fan hurried along the main street of the imperial city, once again drawing many curious gazes. Numerous onlookers, eager for gossip, trailed behind him. By the time he reached the exterior of the third prince's residence, a throng of no fewer than 100 had gathered behind him. At this moment, a squad of armored guards wielding spears stood at the entrance. The captain of the guards, noticing Yi Fan's approach, pointed his spear at him and barked, "Halt! No unauthorized personnel are allowed near the third prince's residence." Yi Fan sneered coldly, his pace unwavering. With the daylight sword in hand, he harnessed the power of the sun. With a single swing, a terrifying wave of sword energy surged forth. Boom! More than 10 guards instinctively raised their spears in defense, only to be sent flying by the force of the strike, crashing heavily against the sides of the gate. Heavens! In just one move, how long has Yi Fan been at Tianwu Academy to achieve such prowess? These guards are all at the spirit martial realm. The onlookers erupted into astonished gasps as they witnessed the spectacle. Yi Fan, you are exceedingly bold. Yi Fan maintained an impassive expression, continuing forward. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, a chilling voice emanated from within the residence. As I lifted my gaze, I beheld Chun-Li emerging with deliberate steps. His cold and sinister gaze fixed upon Yi Fan, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. To trespass upon the estate of the third prince is to invite death. Death? Do you dare to kill me? Yi Fan retorted with disdain, casting a sidelong glance at Chun-Li, a mocking smile gracing his features. Shall I lend you a modicum of courage? Upon hearing this, Chun-Li's expression darkened. The thought of killing Yi Fan was one he dared not entertain. Should he act on such an impulse, even Duan Tianya could not shield him from the consequences. He might well be cast aside without hesitation. Dare not. Then why feign bravado? Step aside. Yi Fan anticipated Chun-Li's reluctance, and with a sharp command, he advanced further. Seeing this, Chun-Li stepped forward, obstructing Yi Fan's path once again, his voice icy. You rely solely on borrowed strength. Do you truly believe yourself formidable? Today, I shall not allow you entry, and you shall not pass. As his words fell, a chilling wind swept through the entrance of the third prince's estate. Chapter 47. The third prince's consort remarries Yi Fan. Borrowed strength? Yi Fan scoffed, aware that the Xianming duo had arrived. Casting a frigid glance at Chun-Li, he declared, Very well. Today you shall learn what true borrowed strength entails. With that, 2 figures emerged from the crowd. One was clad in a black robe, the other in white. With each step they took, the ground trembled ever so slightly. Moments later, they stood resolutely behind Yi Fan, a terrifying aura emanating from them, surging towards Chun-Li. These 2 were none other than the formidable Xianming duo, ranked 9th and 10th on the power list. Who are you? Chun-Li's face paled, instinctively retreating a half step. The 2 before him were, astonishingly, peak practitioners of the earth martial realm. The Xianming duo remained silent, each revealing a gilded token inscribed with the words Wanbao Tower. Wanbao Tower. Chun-Li's pupils constricted in disbelief as he turned to Yi Fan. How did you summon the might of Wanbao Tower? If the Heavenly Martial Academy represents the most formidable force in Yunnan Kingdom, then Wanbao Tower stands as its most fearsome entity. The Heavenly Martial Academy operates with transparency, yet the practitioners of Wanbao Tower are known for their unpredictability. To offend Wanbao Tower is to court death without forewarning. Do you even deserve to inquire? Yi Fan dismissed Chun-Li's query, stepping forward unperturbed. Chun-Li's lips twitched involuntarily, and he no longer dared to obstruct Yi Fan, who turned and made his way back to the estate, intent on reporting to Duan Tianya. Duan Tianya. The moment Yi Fan entered the estate, a thunderous voice echoed through the halls. The resounding clamor reverberated within the third prince's estate. Over 100 guards rushed in response, forming layers of encirclement around Yi Fan and his companions, yet they refrained from making a move. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps approached from the side. Duan Tianya, accompanied by Chun-Li, hurriedly arrived. At this moment, an elderly man in gray robes accompanied him. The Xianming duo? The gray-robed elder's expression shifted upon noticing the two formidable figures behind Yi Fan. Duan Tianya's expression shifted at the sight of the gray-robed elder, and he quietly inquired, "Qiu Lao, how do these two compare to you? In a one-on-one confrontation, I hold no fear. However, if they were to join forces..." Qiu Lao lowered his voice, shaking his head midway through his response. Upon hearing this, Duan Tianya's countenance darkened, and he stepped forward to confront Yi Fan. "Yi Fan, how dare you trespass into my third prince's residence and injure my guards? Do you think that being a hidden star of the Tianwu Academy grants you the liberty to act recklessly?" Yi Fan replied calmly, "Today, I merely came to pay a visit to your highness, the third prince. It was your guards who lacked discernment and attacked me. Am I not allowed to defend myself? Are you suggesting that it is my guards who are at fault?" Duan Tianya's face hardened, angered by Yi Fan's words. When it came to twisting the truth, he found himself at a loss. Otherwise, Yi Fan retorted earnestly, glancing sideways. "Do not push your luck." Duan Tianya suppressed his fury, coldly warning Yi Fan. "As a hidden star of the Tianwu Academy, you represent the institution. Should you commit wrongdoing, it would tarnish the Academy's reputation. And the headmaster may very well revoke your hidden star robes. Having not harmed a single soul in your residence, I cannot be accused of wrongdoing." Yi Fan gazed directly at Duan Tianya, assuring him, "Rest assured, my visit today is not to settle our grievances, but rather for one specific matter." "What matter?" Duan Tianya's eyes narrowed slightly, his curiosity piqued. Given Yi Fan's current standing, it was inadvisable to engage in open conflict, especially with formidable figures from Wanbao Tower standing behind him. Even if he wished to eliminate Yi Fan, it would have to be done covertly. "I require you to draft a letter of separation from Mu Qingqing," Yi Fan declared, his tone resolute. "What? Did I hear incorrectly? Yi Fan is asking His Highness the Third Prince to part ways with Mu Qingqing?" The crowd surrounding the Third Prince's residence was taken aback by Yi Fan's proclamation, creating a stir as whispers erupted like a boiling cauldron. Does the Mu family know of this? Duan Tianya had already sensed that Yi Fan shared an unusual connection with Mu Qingqing, but he never anticipated that Yi Fan would publicly demand a separation, leaving him humiliated. Yi Fan maintained a calm demeanor, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Do you think I would come here without the Mu family's consent?" He continued, "Without the Mu family's agreement, I would lack justification for my actions. I have come on their behalf. Then why didn't Team Musu come in person?" Duan Tianya's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze on Yi Fan, his voice rising sharply, his right hand instinctively clenching. "What do you mean by this?" "Because Musu has chosen me as his son-in-law." Yi Fan stood tall, his voice resonant like a bell. At this declaration, an immediate silence enveloped the entrance of the third prince's residence. "Did I hear incorrectly? Mu Qingqing wishes to part ways with the third prince and marry Yi Fan? This is an utter affront to the third prince's dignity. He would never agree to such a thing. If this agreement is reached, it would not merely be the face of the third prince at stake, but the dignity of the entire royal family." After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in an uproar. "How outrageous!" Chun Li's face flushed crimson, veins bulging at his temples, as he drew his sword and pointed it at Yi Fan, bellowing, "Yi Fan, daring to insult His Highness the Third Prince, I shall slay you." Yi Fan, too lazy to even raise his eyelids, cast a scornful glance at Chun Li, retorting, "Your master is not in a hurry, yet here you are, barking like a dog." Haha. The corners of Duan Tianya's mouth twitched uncontrollably, laughter tinged with rage. "With me and Healy, you wish to take her as your bride? Ha ha ha. You shall never possess this decree of divorce. Think carefully." Stepping forward with an imposing aura, Yi Fan declared, "In light of Lin Qingyue's incident, the Mu family has already begun to harbor discontent towards you. Moreover, with Mu Jian's demise, maintaining an alliance with the Mu family has become exceedingly difficult. Today's divorce will simply eliminate one ally, but should you refuse, you will gain another enemy. Is that so?" Duan Tianya murmured, his expression shifting unpredictably. To him, Mu Qingqing was merely a pawn. Though she possessed unparalleled beauty, she was not worthy of his affection. Their marital bond was superficial, intended solely to bind the Mu family and sustain the alliance. If the alliance could no longer be upheld, or worse, if they became adversaries, what purpose would this marriage serve? Yet, he was reluctant to let Yi Fan take advantage of the situation. Suddenly, the proclamation arrived. Duan Tianya's brows furrowed deeper, and just as he hesitated, a sharp voice pierced the air from outside the estate. The crowd before the third prince's residence parted like a tide, creating a pathway. A eunuch clad in a brocade robe approached, holding a bright yellow scroll, flanked by a retinue of golden-armored guards. Wei Gonggong. Duan Tianya recognized the approaching eunuch, surprise flickering in his eyes. At this critical moment, a royal decree had arrived. It was unlikely to be a mere coincidence. Chapter 48. The Monarch of Yunin Nation. The Decree of Divorce. Third prince, receive the decree. Wei Gonggong came to a halt, flicking his feather duster, raising the bright yellow edict high, which gleamed with blinding golden light under the sun. Duan Tianya's brows slightly knitted, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. He slowly knelt, and all the guards in the estate followed suit, kneeling on one knee. Only 4 remained standing. Yi Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his black robe billowing without wind. The 2 ghostly figures of Xianming stood like statues behind him. Beside Duan Tianya, the old Xiu squinted, his withered fingers incessantly stroking his beard. Yi Fan, the emperor has issued a decree. Dare you not kneel? Chun Li, kneeling beside Duan Tianya, watched as Yi Fan remained standing, and with a strained neck, he hissed under his breath. The 2 ghostly figures and old Qiu were prominent figures on the Yunnan nation's strength rankings and enjoyed certain privileges. Thus they need not kneel before the decree. However, Yi Fan did not hold such a status. The hidden star of Tianwu Academy does not kneel. Wei Gonggong chuckled lightly at the remark, and before Yi Fan could respond, he delicately tapped the edict with his orchid-like fingers and pronounced, "The decree is absolute." Chun Li's expression stiffened, his lips quivering yet unable to articulate a response. Ultimately, it was his own loose tongue that betrayed him. However, Duan Tianya was gripped by an ominous feeling upon hearing Wei Gonggong's words. Yi Fan had been conferred the title of Hidden Star, and merely over an hour had passed. How could news have spread so swiftly, even to Wei Gonggong? By the grace of divine authority, the emperor decrees. Suddenly, Wei Gonggong assumed a serious demeanor, his high-pitched voice rising sharply as he unfurled the imperial edict, proclaiming in a resonant tone, "Mu Jian, for plotting against the hidden star of Tianwu Academy. You shall be punished. The Mu family cannot escape culpability. The Yunnan royal family shall sever all ties with the Mu clan. It is hereby ordered that the 3rd prince Duan Tianya shall divorce Mu Qingqing. So be it." "What?" Duan Tianya abruptly raised his head, disbelief etched across his features, fixating on the bright yellow edict as if trying to scorch it with his gaze. Yet, all he felt was humiliation. At this moment, Yi Fan could not help but smile wryly. He had been waiting for someone from Tianwu Academy to arrive, but instead, he received such an imperial decree. It must have been old Zhao's suggestion, with the academy head exerting pressure on the ruler of Yunnan. Had he known it would be so simple, he would have sought old Zhao's counsel sooner. Wei Gonggong, with a delicate gesture, snapped the edict shut, and noticing Duan Tianya still kneeling, urged him, "Your Highness, are you not going to accept the decree?" "Your Highness." Chun Li, kneeling beside him, watched in concern for Duan Tianya. "I accept the decree." Duan Tianya managed to force out those words through clenched teeth, slowly raising his hands. As Wei Gonggong stepped forward to place the edict in his grasp, he turned and departed the 3rd prince's residence, flanked by a retinue of golden-armored guards. The emperor has indeed issued a decree commanding the 3rd prince to divorce Mu Qingqing. Using the Mu family's offense against Tianwu Academy as justification, the emperor left the 3rd prince with a semblance of dignity. It seems His Majesty also fears crossing Tianwu Academy. Previously, while Wei Gonggong was present, no one dared to utter a word. Now that he had left, the crowd erupted in a flurry of murmurs. Duan Tianya's complexion shifted from green to pale, then to a deep shade of black as he listened to the unrestrained discussions around him. The edict in his hands felt unbearably heavy, suffocating him. "Your Highness." Yi Fan sauntered forward, extending his hands toward Duan Tianya with a victorious smile. "Where's the divorce decree? Quickly write it down and hand it to me." "Humph." Duan Tianya rose abruptly, flinging his sleeves with fury, his eyes ablaze as he glared at Yi Fan. "Fetch ink and paper." Moments later, a guard brought forth the necessary materials, and Duan Tianya penned the divorce decree. Before he could voluntarily extend it, Yi Fan snatched it from him, confirming its accuracy before flashing a satisfied smile at Duan Tianya. "Thank you." With that, he turned and strode out of the 3rd prince's residence alongside the 2 specters of Xianming. The onlookers outside parted like a tide, granting them passage. Duan Tianya stared at Yi Fan's retreating figure, his expression dark and inscrutable. "Your Highness, you let him leave just like that?" Chun Li seethed, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Should we not stop him? Shall we kill him?" Duan Tianya's countenance was grim as he cast a glance at Chun Li, who was flanked by the 2 specters of Xianyin. "Even without these 2, if I commanded you to take his life, would you dare to do so?" However, Chun Li's brow furrowed, his expression alternating between pallor and flush. The price of assassinating Yi Fan was exorbitant. The retribution from the Tianwu Academy was a burden he could not bear, nor could the Qin family withstand it. Even Duan Tianya would likely face dire consequences. "This matter shall not conclude so easily." Duan Tianya's eyes glinted with a cold resolve, as if a plan was already forming. "What do you intend to do, Your Highness?" Chun Li inquired urgently. "Yi Fan must not be touched," Duan Tianya replied softly, each word laced with venom. "Is the Yi family beyond reach?" The moonlight washed over the land as Yi Fan, stepping upon starlit paths, made his way to the Mu residence. Upon meeting Mu Su, he immediately presented the divorce document. Inside the Mu family's conference hall, the elders wore expressions of disbelief. Upon hearing Mu Su's account of Yi Fan seeking a divorce from Duan Tianya, they deemed it a fanciful notion. Yet, to their astonishment, Yi Fan truly returned with it. Esteemed elders, Mu Su began, as the divorce document circulated back to him. I trust you have all perceived the power of the hidden star of Tianwu Academy. I wish for Qingsheng to sever ties with the third prince. Once she awakens, I intend for Yi Fan to organize the wedding. Head of the family. Before Mu Su could finish, the eldest elder interrupted. This is inappropriate. To divorce and then marry Qingsheng to Yi Fan so swiftly is a grave affront to the third prince and the royal family. Moreover, have you considered the repercussions? How will Qingsheng navigate the royal city? How will our Mu family maintain our standing? Mu Su's brow furrowed slightly, having contemplated this issue. His gaze involuntarily drifted to Yi Fan, who displayed no discernible emotion. He then turned to the eldest elder and inquired, "What do you suggest we do? Delay the marriage?" The eldest elder replied, his tone laden with significance. The struggle for the heir has not yet reached its conclusion. It would be wise to observe further. The elder's implication was clear. Wait until the third prince's bid for succession fails. Musa's pupils constricted. At this juncture, his tone suddenly turned frigid. But what if he succeeds? If he does, our Mu family shall be in peril. The eldest elder abruptly turned to Yi Fan, offering a profound bow at that time. We hope you will assist the Mu family in overcoming this crisis. Isn't it too early to discuss this? Yi Fan shook his head helplessly, perceiving the intentions of those present. Ultimately, they still regarded Mu Qingsheng as a pawn, aiming to tether him, the hidden star of Tianwu Academy, through her. However, he was not inclined to engage in such discussions at this moment. He clasped his hands respectfully towards Mu Su, head of the Mu family. The priority is to save her. Indeed, Mu Su suddenly rose, his sharp gaze sweeping across everyone in attendance. Issue the order to seal off any news regarding Yi Fan healing Qingsheng. Anyone who dares to leak this information shall face execution without mercy. Yi Fan proceeded to treat Mu Qingsheng's injuries, requiring a profound bond between them, a fusion of spirit and flesh. Undertaking such an act before marriage would tarnish his reputation. Yi Fan harbored no objections to Musa's actions, following him with an impassive expression as they exited the conference hall and traversed the lengthy corridor to a secluded courtyard within the Mu residence. The moment he pushed open the door to the courtyard, an icy chill assailed him. Enter, Musa said, his brow furrowed, his eyes reflecting a tumultuous array of emotions. With a soft sigh, he added, I shall have the entire courtyard sealed off until you emerge with Qingsheng. Understood. Yi Fan nodded gently, inhaling deeply as he stepped inside. The door closed silently behind him, severing all ties to the outside world. Circumventing the screen, he beheld Mu Qingsheng lying serenely upon the bed, a chilling aura enveloping her, causing the bed curtains to frost over. Yi Fan's breath quickened involuntarily as he approached and seated himself at the edge of the bed, gazing at her enchanting visage mere inches away. Her delicate lashes glistened like frost, her ruby lips pale, yet they could not conceal her breathtaking beauty. A mysterious flutter stirred within him, leaving him somewhat at a loss. He understood what he needed to do, yet lacked the requisite experience. The last time had been forced upon him. Now, in taking the initiative, he felt uncertain. Forgive me, senior sister Qingsheng. Yi Fan swallowed hard, cautiously untying her garments, his movements as gentle as if handling fragile treasure. As the fabric slipped away, a figure sculpted like jade emerged, her icy skin shimmering under the moonlight, igniting a fierce blush upon his ears. With a deep breath, Yi Fan closed his eyes and activated the Solar Sutra. Golden spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave, illuminating the dim room as if it were day. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with unwavering resolve. Leaning down, his lips softly met her cool, supple ones. In that instant, a piercing chill coursed through him, causing Yi Fan to shudder, yet he embraced her even tighter. His starry robe slipped away, revealing the youthful strength of his physique. Outside, a meteor streaked across the night sky, followed by another, and then a third. Countless stars converged, their brilliant light piercing through the roof, weaving a luminous tapestry within the room. As Yi Fan and Mu Qingsheng's bodies intertwined, he continuously transferred his primal yang energy through the Tanzhong acupoint into her being. Unbeknownst to him, the ethereal silhouette of the Zhentian tablet quietly manifested behind him. The meteor's light transformed into myriad threads, which, after being absorbed by the tablet, coalesced into a peculiar force that flowed between their entwined forms. On the streets of the imperial city, many people emerged from their windows, gazing skyward. A meteor shower, a celestial phenomenon. Could it herald significant events? Look, all the starlight is heading in one direction. That direction was the Mu residence. The tranquil night was shattered by the arrival of the meteor shower, and those within the Mu residence were equally astonished by the extraordinary spectacle. The place where the starlight converged left everyone in astonishment. The head of the family and the elders gazed at Mu Su in disbelief, their hearts profoundly shaken. Mu Su's eyes glimmered with brilliance as he took a deep breath and spoke. This Yi Fan is no ordinary individual. Perhaps this will be a fortuitous event for my Mu family. Within the secluded courtyard of the Mu residence, two youthful hearts gradually synchronized their rhythm in a remarkable cadence. With each touch between them, a strand of primordial yang energy flowed through the Dantian point into Mu Qingqing's body. Her pale skin began to blush with color, and the ethereal shadow of the Zhantian Bay behind Yi Fan grew increasingly substantial. When the last trace of primordial yang energy was depleted, Yi Fan collapsed onto Mu Qingqing like a marionette with severed strings, succumbing to a state of stupor. Time slipped away, and suddenly, his consciousness plunged into a realm of chaos. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the Zhantian Bay standing majestically. The ebony surface of the stele erupted with radiant characters that proclaimed the power of the heavenly Tao. Is this the Zhantian realm? Yi Fan thought in astonishment. Just as the heavens above began to descend upon him, his legs weakened, and he knelt upon the ground. Simultaneously, a torrent of obscure memories surged into his mind. The power of heavenly Tao repression was unleashed, imposing its formidable pressure. Those subjected to this force would find their realms forcibly suppressed, the duration dependent on the wielder's strength. It could only be activated once a day, with diminishing effects against opponents of equal or greater strength. The power of heavenly Tao repression, Yi Fan murmured, his pupils contracting violently. How did the Zhantian Bay suddenly awaken this power? Before he could ponder further, the scenery around him warped. In the next instant, his consciousness abruptly returned to his corporeal form. Yi Fan sprang up from the bed, cold sweat soaking his temples. Realizing he was barely clothed, he hastily grabbed for his garments. Qingqing. Mu Qingqing slowly opened her eyes, her gaze meeting Yi Fan's with a watery intensity. Before he could explain, her soft form suddenly leaped into his embrace, leaving him bewildered, his body frozen in place, hands suspended in the air, unsure where to rest them. Thank you, Yi Fan. Mu Qingqing's voice was as gentle as a feather, yet it sent a tremor through Yi Fan's heart. When he raised his face, his eyes were filled with burgeoning affection. Despite being in a state of unconsciousness, her mind remained alert, fully aware of everything Yi Fan had done for her. Yi Fan's ears flushed with warmth. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qingqing, you need not thank me so. If it weren't for you, I might have perished before he could finish. Mu Qingqing raised her delicate finger to his lips, silencing him. Do you still call me senior sister? Qingqing. Yi Fan understood, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Just then, a fit of violent coughing interrupted their tender moment. Quick, lie down. Yi Fan hurriedly assisted Mu Qingqing to recline. As he examined her injuries, his brow furrowed deeper. The ice-cold force was exceedingly stubborn. Despite exhausting his primordial yang energy, he had only managed to dispel a mere 10%. The eternal frost palm of the Mu family is not without a solution. Mu Qingqing, her voice frail, explained to Yi Fan that her second uncle had sacrificed his own blood essence to unleash a power of ice that ordinary people cannot dispel. The more blood essence expended during the execution, the harder it becomes for your innate yang energy to resolve the frozen force. It seems that at that moment, Mu Jian truly wished to end my life. Yi Fan murmured in response, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Since Mu Qingqing had intercepted that strike for him, he could still dissipate the ice's hold. Had he been the target of Mu Jian's attack, he could only wonder if his solar divine body would withstand the blow. Cough, cough. As they spoke, Mu Qingqing was seized by a fit of violent coughing. Yi Fan gently caressed her face, his fingertips feeling the chill upon her skin, his heart aching for her. Qingqing, you must rest well. Once my innate yang energy has been restored, I shall bestow it upon you. Possessing the solar divine body, his innate yang energy was inexhaustible. However, his Xuanhuan realm body could only store a limited amount. Once depleted, it required time to gradually recover. Suddenly, a flush appeared on Mu Qingqing's pale face, her long lashes trembling as she subtly nodded. She understood well what it meant when Yi Fan offered her his innate yang energy. Chapter 50, Awakening of the Fate Soul, Ice Soul Stars. Time passed like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had gone by. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Fan's cultivation had ascended to the 4th stage of the Xuanhuan realm. The ice force within Mu Qingqing was nearly dissolved. One deep night, with the moonlight flowing like water, the candlelight flickered within the room, casting shadows of 2 entwined figures. This was the 10th time Yi Fan had transferred his innate yang energy to Mu Qingqing, and they were now well versed in the process. Mu Qingqing suddenly let out a muffled sound, her delicate fingers digging deeply into Yi Fan's back. As the last vestige of the ice force dissipated, the dormant spiritual energy within her erupted like a volcano. Hiss! Yi Fan was caught off guard, rolling to the foot of the bed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Qingqing, you have broken through to the earth-martial realm? No sooner had he spoken than a wave of frigid air erupted from Mu Qingqing, causing the curtains to frost over instantly. As she slowly sat up, a magnificent star map materialized behind her. Countless ice crystals formed constellations, suspended in the air, exuding an intense chill. This as Yi Fan felt a shiver run down his spine, goosebumps rising on his arms. The Fate Soul, Mu Qingqing, equally astonished, reached out to touch the constellation, her fingertip instantly crystallizing into delicate ice flowers. The Fate Soul is one of the hallmarks of Earth Martial Realm warriors. Upon entering the Earth Martial Realm, one can awaken their Fate Soul. Your Fate Soul? Yi Fan's eyes widened as he gazed at the chilling constellations, exclaiming in disbelief. Such a potent Fate Soul power must be of heavenly rank. Ice Soul Stars, Mu Qingqing murmured, then turned to Yi Fan, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. Yi Fan, it must be because of you that I awakened this Ice Soul Stars. Because of me? Yi Fan was taken aback, instinctively scratching his head. The Ice Soul is the inherited soul of my family, the Mu clan. Most members of the Mu clan awaken their soul as Ice Souls. Mu Qingqing, draped in a delicate veil, gracefully approached Yi Fan, patiently explaining. As she spoke, her charming face flushed slightly, yet she added, but this starry phenomenon occurred because of you. Yi Fan looked utterly bewildered, failing to grasp Mu Qingqing's meaning. On that night, when you first healed my wounds, a celestial event transpired. A meteor shower streaked across the night sky, and your celestial steel soul absorbed the radiance of the stars. Mu Qingqing's voice grew softer. While you were transferring your original yang energy to me, you also imparted a portion of stellar power. A celestial event? Is that so? Yi Fan exclaimed, his mind racing with confusion. I have no recollection of such a thing. His eyes widened as he strained to recall the details of that night. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the only memory that surfaced was of a room filled with springtime warmth. He remembered Mu Qingqing lying on the bed with her eyes closed. How could she perceive such occurrences while he remained oblivious? Perhaps, Mu Qingqing suddenly leaned in closer. Lightly biting her lip, someone's attention was directed elsewhere. Coughing awkwardly, Yi Fan's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly grabbed his clothes to put them on. All right. Mu Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle softly. Her disheveled hair gathered gracefully, her cheeks still glowing with a lingering blush. I have just broken through to the Earth Martial Realm, and my breath is still unstable. You should rest for now. I need a moment to adjust my energy. Okay. Yi Fan quickly agreed, having donned his garments. After every transfer of original yang energy, he felt a profound sense of emptiness. Relaxing completely was beneficial for the restoration of his original yang energy. This recovery process greatly aided his cultivation. Otherwise, he would not have advanced to the 4th stage of the Xuanhuan realm in just over a month. Yi Fan, get out here. Are you dead in a woman's embrace? If you're not dead, hurry up and crawl out. As dawn broke, a cacophony of harsh curses echoed from outside the courtyard. Sister Yao? Yi Fan sprang from his bed, wide awake and confused as he glanced at Mu Qingqing beside him. At that moment, Mu Qingqing had already sat up, elegantly fastening her clothing, casting Yi Fan a reassuring glance. Go see what is happening. Outside the courtyard, 2 Mu clan warriors stood with their spears crossed, blocking the path of Miss Yi Yao. We allowed you to enter the Mu residence out of respect for Yi Fan. Do not overstep your boundaries. If you continue to shout, do not blame us for being impolite. I won't shout if you call that scoundrel Yi Fan out. Yi Yao declared, hands on her hips. Having suffered a setback during her previous attempt to force her way in, she refrained from acting rashly but did not hold back her words. You invite me to the Mu residence yet deny me an audience. Were you expecting me to come for tea? I have no interest in your subpar tea. The clan head has given orders. The Mu clan warriors remained resolute, stating, unless Yi Fan or the young miss come out, no one shall enter this courtyard. Miss Yi Yao, if you have no urgent business, please take your leave. If it weren't urgent, would I come to this wretched place? Yi Yao's chest heaved in anger as she bellowed at the courtyard gate. Yi Fan, if you don't come out now, you might as well never show your face again. Just die right in Mu Qingqing's presence. Sister Yao, why are you so furious this early in the morning? As soon as the words left her lips, Yi Fan's voice echoed from within the courtyard. The gate creaked open, revealing Yi Fan and Mu Qingqing, hand in hand. They reluctantly released each other only upon reaching the entrance. Yi Fan, the moment Yi Yao spotted him, her anger flared, especially upon witnessing their intimate demeanor. You seem to be living quite freely, abandoning your family, are you? Sister Yao, that is not fair. I'm doing this to save someone. Yi Fan chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his nose and stealing a glance at Mu Qingqing. He added, besides, I haven't neglected my training these past few days. Enough of your nonsense. Yi Yao sprang forward, seizing Yi Fan's wrist to drag him away. Now, come back with me immediately. Under normal circumstances, Yi Fan would acquiesce to her pull. However, with Mu Qingqing beside him, he felt a sense of pride. He exerted just enough force to remain stationary, resisting her attempts to pull him. You. Yi Yao's face flushed with anger, and suddenly, she lowered her voice. The Yi family is in trouble. What? Yi Fan's expression shifted dramatically, staring at her in disbelief. You can't be joking, right? Do you think I would jest about such matters? Yi Yao glared at him, her frustration palpable. After a moment of silence, she pressed, Are you coming or not? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mu Qingqing gently grasped Yi Fan's wrist, her eyes filled with concern. Yi Fan, you should go with Yi Yao to see what is happening. All right. Yi Fan nodded slightly, regaining his composure. Humph. Yi Yao tossed her long hair and turned, rushing out. Yi Fan immediately followed her, and together they dashed through the gates of the Mu residence and onto the main street of the imperial city. Sister Yao. As they made their way, Yi Fan couldn't help but ask, what exactly has happened to the Yi family? Chapter 51, The Yi family's calamity. The disruption of the elixir. Now you're anxious? Yi Yao replied without looking back, her voice laced with suppressed fury. Suddenly, she came to an abrupt halt, her chest heaving heavily. Over the past month, the Yi family's caravans have been repeatedly attacked, resulting in many casualties. 70% of our businesses in the imperial city have been impacted, forcing us to sell at a loss. Last night, a group even invaded the Yi residence. And the family head, what happened to my father? Yi Fan's voice rose sharply as he sensed her hesitation. The family head was gravely injured, Yi Yao stated solemnly. Fortunately, a mysterious powerful figure intervened and saved him. Otherwise, you would never have seen your father again. Who is responsible for this? Yi Fan's voice sank to a menacing tone. Who else could it be? Yi Yao responded coldly. In the imperial city. After several attacks that decimated my family's caravans and paralyzed our businesses, only the royal family and the 3 great clans possess such capability. Is it Duan Tianya? Yi Fan's gaze hardened, already knowing the answer in his heart. In the imperial city, 3 prominent families reign, the Gu family, the Mu family, and the Du family. While he was still engaged in rescuing individuals from the Mu family, it was inconceivable that they would be involved. The Gu and Du families bore no grievances against the Yi family either. After much contemplation, the only plausible suspect seemed to be Duan Tianya. Although Duan Tianya had lost the support of the Mu family, he still wielded considerable influence within the imperial city. Families such as the Chun and Lin families, which were of secondary status, remained loyal to him. Yi Yao and Yi Fan hastened their way to the Yi residence. The once imposing gates of the Yi manor now stood ajar, with members of the Yi family exiting and entering, their heads bowed and their footsteps laden with despair. The young master has returned. A member of the Yi family, upon spotting Yi Fan, exclaimed with trembling excitement. The young master has returned. How wonderful. The young master has finally come back. The previously somber estate was suddenly invigorated, as family members surged forth from various corners, their eyes rekindled with hope. The news of Yi Fan being bestowed the title of Hidden Star at the Tianwu Academy had already spread throughout the Yi residence, and preparations for a grand celebration were underway. Little did they know that joy would swiftly be followed by misfortune. Young master, the steward, Yi Fu, rushed forward, his face etched with concern. Where is my father? Yi Fan inquired anxiously. He is resting in the main courtyard. Please follow me, Yi Fu replied, turning to lead the way. As they traversed the estate, Yi Fan noticed numerous new sword marks on the courtyard walls, and several ancient trees, centuries old, had been severed in half, clearly indicating a fierce battle had taken place. Upon reaching the main courtyard, 2 guards knelt before Yi Fan in respect. Ignoring them, he forcefully pushed open the door and rushed inside. Within the room, He sat beside the bed, gently wiping the cold sweat from Yihai's forehead with a silk handkerchief. Upon hearing the commotion, she turned her head, her swollen eyes instantly brimming with tears. Fanner, mother. Yi Fan dashed to the bedside, and upon seeing his father's appearance, his heart tightened. What has happened to father? At that moment, Yihai's complexion was as pale as parchment, his lips tinged with an unnatural shade of purple. The once vigorous aura he possessed had now dwindled to a mere flicker, akin to a candle struggling against the wind. His life has been preserved, He choked. Elder Seven has already examined him. Your father's injuries will require at least a year and a half of recuperation, and his cultivation may suffer a decline as a result. Yi Fan, this calamity is all you're doing. Yi Yao, who had followed closely behind, could no longer contain her fury. She struck the doorframe with her fist. If it were not for your reckless intrusion into the third princess residence, forcing him to divorce Mu Qingqing, Would the Yi family have faced such a disaster? Cough. Cough. Yi Hai, overhearing Yi Yao's reproach, quickly intervened, attempting to rise but triggering a fit of violent coughing. Father, this is indeed my fault. Yi Fan spoke in a low voice, not denying Yi Yao's accusations. A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. I should have killed Duan Tianyao that day. With what means would you do so? Yi Yao retorted angrily, incredulous that Yi Fan was still lost in fantasy. Duan Tianyao is at the Earth Martial realm. You cannot kill him. Even if you possess the ability, you must not. You are a hidden star. Should you kill Duan Tianyao, the Tianwu Academy would protect you. But the Yi family? No one will protect us. Yi Fan fell silent. At that moment, the two specters of Xianming found themselves powerless to eliminate Duan Tianyao. However, uncertainty clouded their minds regarding whether Tianwu Academy would extend its protection to the Yi family. This predicament was not the fault of Fanner. Yi Hai, despite his frail state, managed to assert that the emergence of such a prodigious talent as Yi Fan within the confines of their modest family was both a blessing and a curse. He struggled to catch his breath, but as long as Yi Fan remained, the Yi family could rise anew from the ashes. The current tribulations were merely fleeting. Father. Yi Fan grasped the icy hand of Yi Hai, his voice steady as he inquired, do you have any clarity on the identity of your assailant? As the head of the Yi family, Yi Hai possessed considerable strength, being at the 7th tier of the Earth Martial realm. Few in the Imperial City could contend with him. With the characteristics of the martial techniques, identifying the perpetrator should not prove too challenging. Yet, Yi Hai weakly shook his head, a flicker of humiliation crossing his eyes. That individual is at the 9th tier of the Earth Martial realm. In last night's battle, I was nearly defenseless. Just 3 moves, and I was left gravely injured. I scarcely glimpsed the opponent's techniques. Could it have been old Xiao, the one accompanying Duan Tianyao? Yi Fan murmured, recalling their encounter at the Xuanhuan mansion. Old Xiao's prowess rivaled that of the two specters of Xianming. He was undoubtedly at the 9th tier of the Earth Martial realm. It couldn't have been him. Suddenly, a voice, sultry and enchanting, floated in from outside the courtyard. Following that, 2 dull thuds echoed, as if heavy objects had collapsed to the ground. Yi Yao turned sharply, only to see Su Meinyang, adorned in flowing purple silk, gracefully entering the room, with 2 guards lying motionless behind her. How audacious! Yi Yao, already simmering with anger, felt a surge of indignation at Su Meinyang's brazen intrusion. The very air around her seemed to crackle with fury. Yet, Su Meinyang did not spare her a glance. Her delicate fingers clutched a lustrous pill as she approached Yi Fan. Sister is here to deliver medicine to your father. Yi Fan accepted the pill with a gentle nod, turning to administer it to Yi Hai. Yi Fan. Yi Yao stepped forward, grasping his wrist tightly. Have you lost your mind? Are you not afraid that this could be poison? Su Luzhu would never harm my father, Yi Fan asserted, shaking off Yi Yao's grip with resolve. He then gently lifted Yi Hai's head, placing the pill in his mouth. Oh, dear brother. Su Meinyang suddenly feigned annoyance, her delicate sleeve covering her lips. You called me sister before, and now it's Su Luzhu? As the pill entered his system, Yi Hai's pallor visibly began to improve, and the once faint aura around him gradually grew stronger. Noticing Yi Fan's silence, Su Meinyang continued, unperturbed, this 7th tier continuation pill can indeed prolong life. But the head of the Yi family must still recuperate for a month. After that, he shall return to his former self. A 7th tier continuation pill? Yi Fan's pupils constricted in astonishment. He quickly rose, respectfully clasping his hands towards Su Meinyang. Thank you, sister. I shall remember this kindness. Such a 7th tier pill would be unattainable in the Imperial City. The fact that Su Meinyang had so generously bestowed it upon him was remarkable. Why be so formal with your sister? Su Meinyang covered her lips and let out a light laugh, a faint fragrance wafting with the gentle movement of her purple sleeves. Yi Fan recalled what Su Meinyang had said upon her arrival, a glimmer of sharpness flickering in his eyes. Sister, are you suggesting that the one who harmed my father is not the old Xiao by Duan Tianyao's side? Chapter 52. Indeed, you are coveting Yi Fan's physique. Certainly not. Su Meinyang replied, her crimson lips curving slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. How did you come to know? A spark of insight flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he suddenly pondered. Could it be that the one who saved my father was a powerful figure from Wanbao Tower? Have you deduced it? Su Meinyang raised an eyebrow. My little brother is quite astute. Yi Yao, who had been listening nearby, felt a reduction in her hostility at this exchange. Yet, upon witnessing Su Meinyang almost leaning against Yi Fan, she instinctively clenched her fists, displeasure evident upon her countenance. She appeared reluctant to allow Yi Fan to have any prolonged interaction with Su Meinyang. Sister, Yi Fan felt a surge of gratitude, momentarily unsure of what to articulate. Last night, a formidable expert had been sent to rescue Yi Hai, and today, they had bestowed spiritual medicine. The weight of such kindness was overwhelming. Seeing Yi Fan in this state, Su Mingyang couldn't help but smile. You are certainly a good brother to me, and Qingcheng is my junior sister. With such capability, how could I not lend assistance? Yi Fan's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze upon Su Mingyang and inquired, Sister, have you discovered the identity of the assailants who ambushed my Yi residence? This individual possesses considerable strength, capable of ranking among the top 10 in the Yunnan Kingdom's power list. A flicker of solemnity passed through Su Mingyang's eyes. Yet she reasoned that based on their techniques, they were certainly not one of the listed individuals and thus could not be Qiu Sanshi from the third prince's residence. Perhaps they are not from the Yunnan Kingdom. Could it be that Duan Tianya has enlisted the help of a foreign expert? Yi Fan asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. That, I cannot ascertain, Su Mingyang replied, abruptly shifting the topic with a mysterious smile. However, there is something rather intriguing you may be interested in. Do you not wish to know who acquired the properties that the Yi family sold off at a loss? Who? Yi Fan's heart raced, looking at her in bewilderment. This was a matter he had previously overlooked, but now that Su Mingyang brought it up, it clearly held significance. The Du family and the Gu family, Su Mingyang stated, her gaze penetrating as she regarded Yi Fan. These two families have deep ties with the second prince, Duan Tianshu. Really? Yi Fan's expression froze. Does the Gu family also support the second prince? The current empress is from the Du family of the imperial city. The second prince, Duan Tianshu's mother, is the reigning empress. It is only natural for the Du family to back Duan Tianshu. However, until now, the Gu family has maintained a position of neutrality. There has been no indication of their involvement in this contest for succession. Haha, Su Mingyang chuckled without revealing more. Sister, are you implying that the recent actions against my Yi family were not orchestrated by Duan Tianya, but rather by Duan Tianshu? I did not assert that. Su Mingyang denied with a smile, casting a sidelong glance at the ailing Yi Hai on the bed. The head of the Yi family requires rest. I shall not intrude further. With that, she turned gracefully, her purple veil swirling. If my brother finds himself with free time in the future, do come to Wanbao Tower for a visit. Sister. Yi Fan's mind was in turmoil as he noticed Su Mingyang preparing to leave. He hurriedly called out to her. In my absence from the Yi residence, may I request my sister to look after the affairs of the Yi family? That is certainly possible, Su Mingyang replied. Turning back with a smile, her alluring gaze fixed on Yi Fan. How does my younger brother intend to express his gratitude to me? At a loss for words, Yi Fan found himself momentarily speechless. I knew it. Yi Yao suddenly erupted, her previously softened expression now clouded with anger. You indeed covet Yi Fan's figure. Senior sister is not such a person. Yi Fan quickly defended Su Mingyang, though his ears betrayed a subtle flush. Through their interactions, he had come to understand Su Mingyang's temperament. She either harbored no genuine intentions toward him or simply enjoyed teasing him. How could my sister possibly vie for a man with her junior sister? Su Mingyang, amused by Yi Fan's defense, giggled, causing her delicate shoulders beneath her purple veil to quiver slightly. This favor, I shall remember for the time when I decide how you should repay me. Very well, Yi Fan responded without the slightest hesitation. Hee hee, Su Mingyang chuckled lightly as she turned to depart, leaving behind a lingering fragrance. Once Su Mingyang was a distance away, Yi Fan promptly returned to the bedside, taking hold of Yi Hai's hand with unwavering resolve. For the next month, focus solely on your recovery. I will uncover the truth behind the previous events. Yi Hai nodded weakly, his eyes filled with gratitude, though no words were exchanged. The trust reflected in his gaze was unmistakable. As Yi Fan and Yi Yao stepped out of the room, they encountered Yi Fu, who hurriedly approached them. Young Master Gu Yi from the Gu family seeks your presence. Gu Yi. Yi Fan furrowed his brows, immediately recalling Su Mingyang's earlier words. He should have realized that Gu Yi was likely associated with Duan Tianshu. Previously, at the Tianwu Academy's martial arts arena, he had expelled Duan Tianya. And while others hesitated to intervene, only Gu Yi had stepped forward. At that time, he had found it puzzling why Gu Yi would act in such a manner. Now, it became clear that Gu Yi was indeed aligned with Duan Tianshu, who sought to discomfort Duan Tianya. Where is he? Yi Fan asked in a low voice. He is waiting in the discussion hall, Yi Fu replied. Nodding, Yi Fan strode purposefully towards the discussion hall. Inside the Yi residence's discussion hall, Gu Yi stood with his back to the entrance, admiring a landscape painting hanging on the wall. Upon hearing footsteps, he slowly turned, his austere expression betraying no emotion. Before Yi Fan could speak, Gu Yi flipped his hand and presented a gold-embossed invitation. What is this? Yi Fan inquired as he took the invitation from Gu Yi. With an indifferent demeanor, Gu Yi replied, His Highness the Second Prince is hosting a banquet at his residence and invites you to join him this afternoon. And for what purpose? A hint of suspicion flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. Attend, and you shall know, Gu Yi stated before striding past Yi Fan, leaving the Yi residence without a backward glance. The second prince, Yi Fan, fixated on the invitation in his hand, his brow furrowed in contemplation. What scheme was he concocting? Do you wish for me to accompany you? Yi Yao, noticing Yi Fan's grave demeanor, stepped forward with a suggestion. You? Yi Fan glanced at Yi Yao, a sheepish smile gracing his lips. Sister Yao, I believe it would be best if you didn't. He felt ill-equipped to manage her temperament. The intentions of Duan Tianshu remained unclear, and should Yi Yao attend, there was a risk she might disrupt Duan Tianshu's gathering. That would surely lead to an awkward situation. No, I must go? Yi Yao was not one to heed Yi Fan's counsel, insisting, do you truly believe I am seeking your approval? I am merely informing you. With a reluctant sigh, Yi Fan found himself yielding to Yi Yao's determination. Very well, but Sister Yao, please do not act impulsively. Rest assured. Yi Yao huffed, her eyes glinting with indignation. I shall see whether these days of our Yi family are indeed connected to Duan Tianshu. By afternoon, the two arrived at the gates of the second prince's residence. The guards, aware of Yi Fan's presence, respectfully ushered them towards the banquet hall. Inside, Duan Tianshu sat at the head of the table, adorned in a moon-white brocade robe, his handsome visage radiating warmth. Flanking him were 4 seats on either side, already occupied by 7 guests. Gu Yi occupied the seat of honor on the right, maintaining his icy demeanor. As Yi Yao approached the banquet hall, she caught sight of the attendees, her expression shifting slightly. What is it? Yi Fan inquired softly, noticing her disquiet. There are 5 among the top 10 of the Tianwu Academy's rankings. Yi Yao whispered, explaining, the other 2 are ranked 11th and 12th. As they entered the hall, Duan Tianshu greeted them with a smile. Ah, Yi Fan has arrived. Rising from his seat with poise, his royal bearing evident in every movement. He paused briefly as his gaze fell upon Yi Yao, before continuing. Miss Yi Yao has also come? I trust His Highness the Second Prince does not mind my bringing Sister Yao to the banquet? Yi Fan maintained his composure. Yet his gaze pierced Duan Tianshu's with a steely resolve. Of course not. Duan Tianshu laughed heartily, signaling to a maid, bring another seat. At his command, a maid swiftly approached, setting an additional place at the right side of the table. Brother Yi Fan, please, take a seat. Duan Tianshu warmly invited. As the guests settled, Yi Fan surveyed the room, preparing to speak, yet Duan Tianshu interjected. I have heard that the Yi family has encountered some difficulties lately and has sold off several properties at a loss. Is His Highness feigning ignorance? Yi Fan's lips curved into a smirk, though his eyes held no mirth. The properties that my family sold off have all found their way into your Highness's possession. Have they not? Haha. Duan Tianshu laughed heartily. Indeed, I have requested the Gu and Du families to assist in acquiring those properties. As the words fell, a maid approached with a ledger in hand, kneeling before Yi Fan and raising the tome high above his head, offering it to him. What is this? Yi Fan did not immediately take it, raising an eyebrow towards Duan Tianshu. It's the ledger, Duan Tianshu replied, lifting a white jade wine cup and taking a sip before continuing. The Yi family has encountered difficulties, and I merely requested the Gu and Du families to temporarily take over. Now that these enterprises have resumed normal operations, the Yi family may reclaim them at any time. Furthermore, all profits accrued during this period belong entirely to the Yi family. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened slightly, sensing Duan Tianshu's intentions, yet he feigned ignorance. I cannot accept such a generous gift from His Highness the Second Prince without merit. Of course, it is not given freely, Duan Tianshu replied, his deep-set eyes locking onto Yi Fan's, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Oh, Yi Fan inquired tentatively, what does His Highness require of me? Duan Tianshu teased. I need Brother Yi Fan to assist me with a small matter. Haha, Yi Fan chuckled lightly. Your Highness possesses extensive connections, with so many talented individuals present. Why would you require my assistance? Among the 7 present, each possessed formidable martial prowess. Following Chun Li's expulsion from the Heavenly Martial Academy, Mu Qingcheng had entered the Earth Martial Realm. Previously ranked 11th and 12th on the Heavenly Rankings had now ascended into the top 10. Thus, 7 of the top 10 in the Heavenly Rankings were now under Duan Tianshu's command. Brother Yi Fan is a hidden star of the Heavenly Martial Academy. Duan Tianshu noted, stroking his white jade cup, his eyes shimmering with insight. Naturally, you can accomplish what they cannot. You simply wish for Yi Fan to deal with Duan Tianya, do you not? Yi Yao interjected, rolling her eyes. Such roundabout methods are quite tiresome. Haha. Duan Tianshu laughed heartily, turning his gaze to Yi Yao, seated at the end of the table, unfazed by her candor. I have heard of Miss Yi Yao's straightforward nature. It is indeed as I was told. Humph. Yi Yao huffed, turning her face away, disdain evident towards someone like Duan Tianshu. Your Highness, I find this perplexing. Yi Fan expressed, having discerned Duan Tianshu's intentions, yet some confusion lingered in his heart. Is Duan Tianya truly worth such effort from your Highness? In terms of lineage, He is neither the legitimate nor favored son, while you are the true heir. In terms of power, you have the support of the Du and Gu families. While Duan Tianya has recently lost an ally in the Mu family, by all accounts, he does not possess the qualifications to contest with you for succession. Oh, Duan Tianshu chuckled lightly at this juncture, gesturing for the maidens to withdraw. The heavy banquet hall doors creaked shut, isolating them from the outside world. Brother Yi Fan is unaware of certain matters. Duan Tianshu began slowly once only the 10 of them remained within the hall. Though my mother holds the title of empress, she is not favored. In the past, my father married her to gain the support of the Du family in his quest for the throne. In contrast, the mother of my third brother is my father's favored concubine, which has led to my father's greater affection for him. Is that all? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical that matters were so straightforward. His father, well aware of the support he received from the Du family, had devised numerous schemes to suppress him. Even though his third brother had lost the backing of the Mu family, his influence remained formidable. The imperial guards of the capital were currently under the control of his third brother, with his uncle as the commander. Duan Tianshu raised his cup and drained its contents, forcing a bitter smile as he remarked that, more critically, in terms of martial talent, he was far inferior to his third brother. The Yunnan kingdom was established on martial prowess, and thus, the emperor naturally leaned towards appointing him as the heir. Yi Fan shook his head with a light chuckle, perceiving from the second prince's tone that the emperor had already favored Duan Tianya, rendering any efforts by the second prince futile. Sighing deeply, Duan Tianshu lamented that if he wished to vie for the position of heir, he had only 3 paths to pursue. Oh, Yi Fan's eyes glinted with intrigue. He sensed that the individual before him possessed greater cunning than Duan Tianya. The first is rebellion. Duan Tianshu suddenly lowered his voice. Yi Fan's expression stiffened, nearly dropping his cup. Such treasonous words, openly declared by Duan Tianshu? Huh. Duan Tianshu gave a self-deprecating smile. The likelihood of a successful rebellion was minuscule, and in truth, he had no desire to confront his father with arms. Yi Fan remained silent, smiling knowingly. What familial bonds could remain among royalty? Were there not enough tales of brothers clashing and fathers turning against sons? The second, Duan Tianshu said with newfound seriousness, is for my third brother to perish. With no rivals, the position of heir would naturally be mine. So, you wish for me to assassinate Duan Tianya? Yi Fan interjected abruptly, a flash of sharpness in his gaze, swiftly followed by a shake of his head. Your Highness should be aware that Duan Tianya is a practitioner of the earth martial realm, while I am merely a novice in the Xuanhuan. If it comes to a matter of eliminating Duan Tianya, who among us here possesses greater capability than I, to slay Duan Tianya? He harbored such thoughts. Yet behind him loomed the presence of the Yi family. Should he assist Duan Tianshu in this endeavor, would Duan Tianshu safeguard the Yi family in return? In the end, they might merely become pawns sacrificed for the cause. No, Duan Tianshu insisted, shaking his head vigorously. If our father favors my third brother, should he discover that I orchestrated his assassination, how could he ever grant me the position of heir? Ultimately, I would only provide an opportunity for my other brothers to benefit. Thus, the most suitable course of action now lay in the third path. What? Yi Fan gazed at Duan Tianshu, curiosity intensifying in his eyes. The 54th chapter. Deliver Yi Fan to the blade of Duan Tianya, the Qianlong blade. Duan Tianshu suddenly lowered his voice again, his gaze sharp. Brother Yi, you may not be fully aware. The Qianlong blade is the blade of the heir. Whoever possesses this blade, isn't that in the possession of His Majesty? Yi Fan interjected, a flicker of insight crossing his eyes. How could he be unaware of the Qianlong blade? He had previously heard whispers about it from old Xiao. Are you familiar with the Qianlong blade? Duan Tianshu raised an eyebrow in surprise, then shook his head. That blade is not in my father's possession. Yi Fan regarded Duan Tianshu's words with skepticism, wondering if old Xiao had deceived him. To be precise, the dragon-slaying blade in my father's possession is a counterfeit. Duan Tianshu explained that years ago, in his quest for the throne, his father forged a replica of the dragon-slaying blade. The authentic blade has long been taken to the imperial tomb by his great-grandfather. The imperial tomb? Yi Fan murmured, casting a puzzled glance at Duan Tianshu. This has been a lingering concern for my father over the years. Duan Tianshu's voice suddenly grew ethereal as he continued, stating that his father intends to open the imperial tomb soon, publicly claiming that it houses a plethora of royal treasures and the legacies of esteemed ancestors. Those who inherit such legacies may claim them as their own, while those who obtain royal treasures may surrender them to the royal family in exchange for wealth and honor. In truth, this is a ploy to recover the genuine dragon-slaying blade. Will everyone present partake in this venture? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel intrigued. Securing the dragon-slaying blade could directly aid Elder Xiao in his predicament, thus allowing him to avoid further entanglement in the disputes over the crown prince. Not only would they attend, but Duan Tianya would also be present. Duan Tianshu nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. What? Yi Fan suddenly turned to Duan Tianshu, narrowing his eyes. Brother Yi Fan, there is no need for concern. Duan Tianshu exclaimed with a hearty laugh. The imperial tomb is safeguarded by mystical formations that impose a restriction on spiritual forces. Once inside, one's cultivation will be confined to the Xuanhu realm. Thus, even though Duan Tianya has attained the Earth Martial realm, he will only be able to exert the power of a 9th-tier Xuanhu within the tomb. Even so, Yi Fan murmured, his expression growing somber. Duan Tianya has already entered the Earth Martial realm and awakened his life soul, while his cultivation is suppressed within the tomb. His awakened life soul will remain unimpeded. Moreover, prior to entering the Earth Martial realm, Duan Tianya ranked first on the celestial leaderboard. Even under restrictions, his strength would surpass that of those present. Duan Tianshu observed Yi Fan's countenance, and after a moment of silence, tentatively inquired, Brother Yi Fan, what are your thoughts? Yi Fan smiled, but did not immediately acquiesce. If I acquire the dragon-slaying blade, may I borrow it from the second prince for a time? What purpose do you have for the dragon-slaying blade? Duan Tianshu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Yi Fan with evident confusion. If I recall correctly, you are a swordsman, yes? It is of use. Yi Fan replied succinctly, assuring him, rest assured, I will only borrow it for a day. Only for a day? Duan Tianshu pondered for a moment before breaking into a broad smile, raising his cup. Very well. I hope Brother Yi Fan will take good care of this blade and not lose it, for it holds immense significance for the royal family of Yunin. That goes without saying. Yi Fan smiled as he raised his cup in acknowledgement. With that, he drank deeply from his cup. Their agreement sealed. The two reveled in jovial conversation within the banquet hall. After several rounds of drinks, Yi Fan set down his cup and stood to take his leave. Yi Yao, unable to contain herself any longer, followed closely behind him as he rose, her steps slightly hurried. Yi Fan, as they exited the second prince's residence. Yi Yao grasped Yi Fan's sleeve, lowering her voice to question him. Why did you agree to accompany Duan Tianshu to the imperial tomb? Aren't you afraid of being killed by Duan Tianya there? Gu Yi and others may not necessarily protect you well. Not only will they not provide protection, Yi Fan's lips curled into a smirk, his gaze slightly cold. Perhaps, Duan Tianshu is eagerly wishing for Duan Tianya to eliminate me. Yi Yao was momentarily taken aback, her pupils slightly constricting as she lowered her voice in urgency. What do you mean by that? Sister Yao, think about it. I am the hidden star of the Tianwu Academy. If Duan Tianya truly dares to kill me. Yi Fan paused, a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. The Tianwu Academy will surely be enraged. At that time, even the royal family would be unable to protect him, even if he could escape death. The position of crown prince would be forever out of his reach. Having spoken, he turned his gaze towards Yi Yao and chuckled lightly. Duan Tianshu's apparent goodwill today is merely a scheme to use a knife to kill, sending me into Duan Tianya's grasp. Since you are aware, why still go? Yi Yao's breath hitched, her fingers instinctively clenching as she fixed her gaze on Yi Fan, filled with anger, confusion, and a touch of worry. Because, Yi Fan suddenly smiled, his eyes devoid of fear, instead radiating a spark of eagerness. I need the long-hidden dragon blade. What do you need the long-hidden dragon blade for? Yi Yao's brow furrowed deeply, her eyes filled with confusion. That blade belongs to the crown prince. You are not a royal. Obtaining it would be of no use to you. Are you dreaming of becoming the crown prince? Ha. Yi Fan replied with a mysterious smile, showing no intention of elaborating, as he produced the ledger that Duan Tianshu had given him and handed it to Yi Yao. Sister Yao, take this ledger back to the Yi residence and present it to the elders of the Yi family. Aren't you returning to the Yi residence? Yi Yao accepted the ledger, frowning as she gazed at Yi Fan. Recently, the Yi residence has been tumultuous and unstable. With you there, perhaps we could avoid some troubles. After all, you bear the title of Hidden Star of the Tianwu Academy. I must seize the time to cultivate. Yi Fan's eyes flashed with sharpness. There should be a few days until the royal tomb opens. I plan to head straight back to the Tianwu Academy. All right then. Yi Yao nodded in agreement, acknowledging Yi Fan's decision. Nothing offers a greater sense of security than one's own strength. After walking together for a while, they parted ways at a fork in the road. Yi Yao hurried back to the Yi residence, while Yi Fan made his way to the Tianwu Academy. At that moment, a cool and graceful figure stood silently before the academy's entrance. Ching Cheng. Seeing this figure, Yi Fan approached with a smile. Did you visit the second prince's residence? Since Yi Fan had left the Mu residence, Mu Qingcheng had learned from her father about the recent changes in the Yi family, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. Upon hearing that he had gone alone to an appointment, she became restless and decided to wait at the academy's entrance. Yes, Yi Fan did not conceal the truth. Nodding in response, Duan Tianshu mentioned that in a while, the emperor would open the royal tomb, and he invited me to go in to handle some matters. You agreed? Mu Qingqing's brows furrowed slightly as she hurriedly reminded Yi Fan. Duan Tianshu is not a benevolent character. I once heard Duan Tianya mention that if it weren't for the emperor's intention to suppress him, the position of crown prince would already belong to Duan Tianshu. I am aware. Yi Fan chuckled softly, then unexpectedly reached out to brush away the furrow of Mu Qingqing's brow. He then tugged at his hidden star robe, declaring confidently, "With this robe, who in the imperial tomb could harm me?" Chapter 55, The Kingdom of Wind and Song, 4 Swords and 3 Blades. After a moment of silence, Mu Qingqing suddenly lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes sparkling like cold stars as she inquired, "Will you allow me to accompany you into the imperial tomb?" "You wish to accompany me?" Yi Fan pondered briefly before readily agreeing. "Very well. For the next few days, I shall train with you at the Tianwu Academy." As Mu Qingqing spoke, a hint of shyness graced her delicate features. "Perhaps I can assist you in advancing to the 5th stage of the Xuanhu realm." During their days of healing, she had discovered that the harmonious energies produced during their dual cultivation greatly benefited their training. However, this method of cultivation could not be practiced too frequently. It was advisable to engage in it only once every 3 days, lest the two opposing forces spiral out of control. "Are you still residing at Tianwu Academy?" Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, clearly delighted at the prospect of spending time with Mu Qingqing. Yet, she had already reached the Earth Martial realm. According to the Academy's regulations, she had effectively graduated. "Currently, no one is aware of my Earth Martial status," Mu Qingqing replied with a smile. "So I should be able to remain at the Academy until we venture to the Imperial Tomb. Even after graduation, I would have the freedom to come and go. Although my Tianwu token would be confiscated, leaving me without accommodation. Then you can stay at my place," Yi Fan teased, drawing closer with a mischievous grin. Before Mu Qingqing could respond, he took her hand and led her into the Tianwu Academy. After claiming first place in the outer court competition, Yi Fan had ascended to the inner court. Now, accompanied by Mu Qingqing, he was formally stepping into the inner sanctum for the first time. The students bustling about the academy widened their eyes at the sight of the two holding hands, whispers of astonishment rippling through the air. "Isn't that senior sister Mu? Goodness. She's with Yi Fan." They aren't even trying to hide it. Everyone was aware that Mu Qingqing had only recently parted ways with the third prince, yet here she was, intimately together with Yi Fan, seemingly oblivious to the prince's reputation. However, the most astonishing revelation was yet to come. Upon entering the inner court, Yi Fan did not bother to apply for his own quarters. Instead, he boldly moved into Mu Qingqing's residence. Within half a day, the news spread like wildfire, setting the entire Tianwu Academy abuzz. "Have you heard? Yi Fan has taken up residence in senior sister Mu's chambers." "What does this mean?" "It's said that someone spotted them at night." In the blink of an eye, 15 days had passed. Yi Fan's training routine was both regular and fulfilling. By day, he languidly basked in the sun in the courtyard, allowing the sunlight to nourish his solar divine body, while by night, he delved into rigorous martial arts practice within the Xintian realm. Every 3 days, he would engage in a passionate dual cultivation session with Mu Qingqing. Under such nearly extravagant training conditions, his cultivation progressed rapidly, culminating in a breakthrough to the 5th stage of the Xuanhu realm. "Yi Fan." One day, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from outside the courtyard. "Is it time?" Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes and stretched his limbs. Mu Qingqing emerged from her chamber, and their gazes met as they clasped hands and exited the courtyard, where they found Gu Yi waiting. Gu Yi's eyes lingered for a moment on their entwined hands before he spoke expressionlessly. "His Highness, the second prince, awaits at the royal tomb." With that, he turned and strode towards the outer reaches of the Tianwu Academy. Yi Fan and Mu Qingqing followed Gu Yi, departing the Tianwu Academy and the Imperial City, each commanding a flying beast as they journeyed southward. Upon reaching a precipice, Gu Yi suddenly urged his black eagle to dive down. Atop the cliff stood a grand mausoleum, surrounded by 9 coiling dragon stone pillars, with a dim blue lantern silently flickering at its apex. At the entrance, 2 bronze sentinels stood guard, their spears held steadfast, while the rusted armor bore dark crimson moss resembling dried blood. At that moment, hundreds of black-armored soldiers had encircled the entire mausoleum, leaving no room for escape. The commander stood at the center of the altar, his dark golden armor reflecting a sanguine glow. Brother Yi Fan, Duan Tianshu approached in a pristine white brocade robe, flanked by a host of promising young talents, all renowned figures from the Tianwu Academy's elite list. "Is this the Imperial Guard?" Yi Fan nodded towards Duan Tianshu and squinted to scrutinize the menacing black-armored soldiers. "Indeed," Duan Tianshu affirmed, a hint of helplessness surfacing in his expression. The matter of opening the royal tomb had been entirely entrusted to the Imperial Guard commander, Xuanhuan. "Isn't Xuanhuan the uncle of Duan Tianya?" Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, turning his gaze toward the man in dark golden armor standing on the distant altar. At that moment, he began to comprehend Duan Tianshu's predicament and understood the extent of his desire for Duan Tianya's demise. The task of opening the royal tomb was left to the Imperial Guard commander, and if Xuanhuan were to claim the Qianlong blade instead of Duan Tianya, the commander might turn against them on the spot. Duan Tianshu smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Yi Fan promptly inquired, "Your Highness, are there any other arrangements?" "What arrangements?" Duan Tianshu feigned ignorance. Yi Fan's tone grew icy. "If I obtain the Qianlong blade and leave the royal tomb, will you not worry that this Imperial Guard commander will seize it from my hands?" "Brother Yi Fan, you worry too much," Duan Tianshu replied, his smile stiffening. "You are the hidden star of the Tianwu Academy. Jiangzhan would not dare." "The blade of the air, a royal artifact," Yi Fan interjected with a cold smirk. "That reason is sufficient for him to act. If Duan Tianshu had any plans, matters would be more manageable." The absence of plans, however, indicated that his focus lay elsewhere. The so-called pursuit of the Qianlong blade and contention for the heir was nothing but a ruse. The Qianlong blade is indeed the heir's blade, a royal treasure. Duan Tianshu, noticing the change in Yi Fan's expression, smiled and clarified, "However, my father has stated that anyone who acquires a royal treasure may exchange it for wealth and glory. Brother Yi Fan can present the Qianlong blade to my father as a reason to refuse Jiangzhan, ensuring he would not dare to seize it." Alas, it seems that is the only way. Yi Fan understood Duan Tianshu's intent and chose to remain silent thereafter. At that very moment, Jiangzhan abruptly raised the bronze command flag. In the distance, a cloud of dust billowed as 20 snow-white dragon steeds galloped towards them. Duan Tianya led the charge, with Chun Li closely following. Additionally, over 10 figures trailed behind the two. Who were those individuals? Mu Qingcheng gazed into the distance, her eyes fixating on 7 of them. Including Duan Tianya, there were a total of 20 people in this expedition. Apart from Duan Tianya and Chun Li, among the remaining 18, 6 were also students from the Inner Academy of Tianwu Academy, all notable figures on the Tianbang rankings. However, Mu Qingcheng did not recognize the remaining 7. Comprising 5 men and 2 women, their garments fluttered, revealing glimmers of blades and swords. The most striking among them was the leading woman, clad in a black robe, her long hair resembling blazing flames, cradling a flaming sword that emitted a crimson glow. Duan Tianshu, observing the 7, couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. He never anticipated that his third brother would summon these 7 individuals. It seemed he was determined to acquire the Qianlong sword. "Are they formidable?" Yi Fan inquired, scrutinizing the group before him. "They are the elite of the younger generation from the kingdom of Fengyin," Duan Tianshu replied with a shrug and a smile. "Each possesses the capability to rank within the top 10 of the Tianbang at Tianwu Academy, and with my third brother's involvement." "Fengyin Kingdom?" Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, murmuring under his breath. He was not particularly concerned about the 4 swords and 3 blades of Fengyin Kingdom. The fact that Duan Tianya could summon such individuals suggested he could also attract powerful warriors from the realm of martial arts. This perspective led him to contemplate the potential identity of the assailants who had invaded the Yi residence on that fateful night. As Duan Tianya and his entourage dismounted, he strode toward the altar. Jiangzhan immediately stepped forward, laughing heartily. "Tianya, this expedition to the royal tomb is destined for you and the Qianlong sword." "Thank you for your kind words, uncle," Duan Tianya replied with a smile, exuding confidence. Upon finishing his statement, he turned and provocatively glanced at Duan Tianshu and Yi Fan. Duan Tianshu's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves, turning pale. "Tingqing." Yi Fan chuckled lightly, winking at Mu Qingqing. Startled, she was momentarily taken aback before Yi Fan grasped her fingers. He then took a deliberate step forward, intertwining their hands in front of Duan Tianya. The latter's face instantly turned ashen, his knuckles cracking ominously. "Tianya, she is merely a woman," Jiangzhan remarked casually, noticing Duan Tianya's change in demeanor. "Once you secure the position of heir apparent and ascend the throne, what kind of woman will you not have?" "Indeed, uncle speaks wisely," Duan Tianya replied in a low voice, yet a murderous intent surged in his eyes. His concern was never about Mu Qingcheng as an individual. However, Yi Fan's public provocation felt like a blatant affront to his dignity. Having recently separated from him, their intimate display was tantamount to broadcasting his humiliation to all. As a dignified prince, how could he endure such indignity? "Your Highness, the third prince, do you wish to eliminate this person?" The woman with fiery long hair sensed a trace of murderous intent and followed Duan Tianya's gaze towards Yi Fan, yet she could not see through him. She was the foremost among the 7 of Fengyin Kingdom, codenamed the First Sword. If she could effortlessly eliminate him, that would be ideal. Duan Tianya did not conceal his murderous intent, his voice lowered to a near whisper. This individual appeared extraordinary. What level of cultivation did he possess? The first sword, intrigued, inquired of Duan Tianya. Duan Tianya replied coldly, stating that he merely practiced some techniques to conceal his aura. His cultivation was not high. He had only advanced to the Xuanhu realm 2 months prior. Even with exceptional talent, achieving the 3rd tier of the Xuanhu realm was commendable. The first sword raised an eyebrow, skeptical of Duan Tianya's assertion. Entering the royal tomb without sufficient strength was akin to courting death. Those venturing into the royal tomb included not only 2 princess factions, but also around 50 or 60 young talents eager to prove themselves. Among them were students from the Tianwu Academy, some ranked on the Academy's celestial list, with the strongest being Di Wuming, the top of the celestial ranking. The weakest among the rest were at least at the 7th tier of the Xuanhu realm. The first sword found it hard to believe that someone at the 3rd tier of the Xuanhu realm would dare to enter the royal tomb. Such a level of cultivation barely qualified one to be cannon fodder. Although this individual's cultivation was low, his combat prowess was formidable. Duan Tianya maintained a stern expression and, though reluctant to admit it, explained to the first sword that he had once slain a 5th-tier Xuanhu warrior while at the 1st tier. Oh, the first sword's eyes sparkled with interest. It was not uncommon to kill opponents of a higher tier, but to overcome 4 tiers was indeed rare. This individual had awakened his life soul before entering the Diwu realm. Duan Tianya ominously added, fixing his gaze on Yi Fan, that it was precisely due to the power of his life soul that he accomplished such a feat. Life soul? The first sword licked her lips, her fighting spirit ignited. No wonder then. Tianya, shall we open the royal tomb now? Xuanhuan inquired, noticing the time was ripe. Indeed. Duan Tianya's voice was low as he nodded. Boom. Xuanhuan swiftly turned, his bronze battle spear crashing heavily against the ground. A wave of crimson ripples emanated from the altar's center. The ethereal blue lanterns atop the 9 coiling dragon stone pillars flared simultaneously, illuminating the entire cliff like a realm of phantoms. The royal tomb had been opened. Standing at the altar's center, Xuanhuan's voice thundered as he surveyed the gathered prodigies, coldly proclaiming, life and death are determined by fate. With a rumble, the massive tomb door creaked open, releasing a chilling, decayed aura. Inside lay an abyss of darkness, with only the 1,000-level jade steps glimmering with an eerie sheen under the blood-red moonlight. Move, Duan Tianya commanded, leading the charge, with Chun Li and the others closely following. Brother Yi Fan, I must rely on you, Duan Tianchu stated, remaining stationary and watching Duan Tianya's group enter the royal tomb. Before turning to give Yi Fan a knowing glance, Yi Fan smiled quietly, offering no words. After exchanging a glance with Mu Qingcheng, their fingers entwined, they stepped into the tomb's entrance. Spirit power suppression. As soon as Mu Qingcheng stepped through the tomb gate, she whispered softly. The suppression of spiritual power constrained her cultivation to the Xuanhu realm. Among those present, only she and Duan Tianya sensed the change. After 10 breaths, the colossal tomb doors slowly closed behind the crowd, emitting a deep, resonant rumble. At that moment, a blood moon above their heads suddenly radiated a brilliant crimson light. A piercing scream shattered the silence. A young man clad in white, his eyes blood-red, frantically wielded his long knife against his companions, crying out, "Return my sister's life." In an instant, over a dozen cultivators succumbed to madness. Some knelt in despair, banging their heads against the ground, while others slashed at themselves with swords, their flesh a gruesome mess. There were even those who, like wild beasts, lunged at their surroundings, attacking indiscriminately. Mu Qingqing's figure swayed as the scene before her twisted abruptly. In a daze, she glimpsed her younger self trapped in an ice cellar, her father's indifferent visage flickering through the cold mist, uttering, "The Mu family does not require an emotional heir." Qingqing. Yi Fan noticed something amiss with Mu Qingqing's expression and called out sharply, as the sun's energy quietly circulated. The searing warmth of his palm pulled her back to reality. Do not gaze at the blood moon. A wave of alarm washed over Mu Qingqing as she regained her senses. The radiance of the blood moon could evoke illusions born of inner demons. Those with weak wills were prone to spiraling into madness. The others sensed the abnormality and dared not raise their heads again. Ahead lay the blood moon, soul-illuminating steps within the royal tomb. Gui, standing close to Yi Fan, whispered a warning. This is the only path deeper into the royal tomb. With each step up the staircase, the weight on the body doubles, making it feel as if one is bearing a mountain by the time they reach the 100th step. Let us proceed, Yi Fan responded, bowing his head as he began the ascent. With each step, his feet grew increasingly heavy. Meanwhile, Duan Tianya and his companions had already reached a higher point on the blood moon soul-illuminating steps. Each of them was enveloped in a faint golden glow, their steps steady as if unaffected by the gravitational force of the staircase, clearly having prepared in advance. Your Highness, the second prince, have you made no preparations? Yi Fan felt a surge of frustration upon witnessing the ease with which Duan Tianya and the others navigated the stairs. It was evident that Duan Tianya had known the circumstances within the royal tomb beforehand and had prepared talismans to counter the gravity of the blood moon soul-illuminating steps. Thus, aided by the talismans, they ascended effortlessly. Gu Yi, aware of the blood moon's soul-illuminating steps, remained silent, unwilling to meet Yi Fan's gaze. This only served to reinforce Yi Fan's conviction that Duan Tianya had never intended for him to escape alive. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed from above. More than 10 steps of the staircase collapsed violently, and the 3 individuals who had been standing upon them screamed as they plummeted into the abyss, vanishing from sight. As the dust settled, the third blade of the wind-whispering kingdom stood poised, its blade still resonating with the force that had severed the steps. From this elevated position, he gazed down at Yi Fan and the others with a malevolent grin. Chapter 57. Gu Yi paves the way, twin dragons guarding the tomb. Damn it! Cried a young man in a blue robe behind Yi Fan, his voice laced with fury, suddenly biting down on the tip of his tongue. A mouthful of essence sprayed onto the blade of his sword. With an unyielding spirit, he leaped into the air against the crushing weight of gravity. Just as he was about to clear the shattered steps, seeking death, the third blade let out a sinister laugh as his long knife swung down ferociously. The blade's energy transformed into a crimson arc, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. Boom! The young man in the blue robe hastily crossed his sword to block, sparks flying in all directions. His grip shattered, and the sword nearly slipped from his hands. Though he barely managed to deflect this lethal strike, his body was jolted, suspended in midair. Despairing cries echoed above the abyss. While onlookers watched helplessly as the young man plummeted into the inky darkness, instantly swallowed without a trace, their expressions darkening, Yi Fan gazed toward the end of the steps, where Duan Tianya and his group had long since vanished. Only the third blade remained, standing with his sword, mockingly looking down at the crowd below. Suddenly, the blood moon unleashed several beams of scarlet light. One individual, caught off guard, was pierced by the crimson glow, their eyes turning red as they fell into madness, instinctively pushing a companion into the abyss. We can delay no longer. Gu Yi frowned, speaking in a grave tone. Ignoring the blood moon will not spare one from its malevolent influence. The longer we linger, the more formidable its power will become. While the light of the blood moon is still sparse, we can evade it, but soon, that may no longer be possible. Before he could finish, another beam of crimson light grazed past his temple. We must eliminate that watchdog, Yi Fan murmured, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Gu Yi furrowed his brows, stating, though this individual is merely at the 8th level of the Xuanhuan realm, he is currently unaffected by gravity and holds the advantage of terrain. Without the strength to withstand the gravitational pressure, it may be difficult to dispatch him in one strike. Are you afraid to? Yi Fan shot a sidelong glance at Gu Yi. Perhaps only Di Wuming among us can slay him. Gu Yi replied, directing his gaze toward Di Wuming, who stood as the first on the heavenly rankings, his strength unmistakable. At that moment, he showed no inclination to respond to Gu Yi's words. Prolonging this is not a solution. A sudden idea struck Yi Fan. A group of several individuals surged forward, simultaneously attempting to leap across the abyss. He could strike at most one, allowing the others to seize the opportunity to kill him. This is a viable plan. Gu Yi's eyes flickered with intrigue, focused intently on Yi Fan. However, it may cost one life in the process. Better than all perishing here, Yi Fan replied in a low voice, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Let us give it a try. Gu Yi stepped forward, positioning himself at the edge of the abyss, followed closely by 5 others wielding blades. Yet, Yi Fan remained still, his figure steadfast. Brother Yi Fan, will you not join us? Gu Yi fell silent, while Meng Lan, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. He was Meng Qing's elder brother, ranked 10th on the heavenly rankings, who had encountered Yi Fan at the second princess residence. If I make a move, that mad dog will surely bite me. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan cast a seemingly amused glance at Meng Lan. Do you wish for me to perish beneath the blade of this mad dog? Is this perhaps the intention of His Highness, the second prince? Meng Lan's expression faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. You think too much, Gu Yi interjected, noticing Yi Fan's suspicion. The hidden star of the Tianwu Academy should indeed avoid unnecessary risks. We are here to pave the way for you. Then I am most grateful, Yi Fan replied, feigning gratitude, though internally he couldn't help but chuckle. He had anticipated Gu Yi's response. Duan Tianshu intended for him to meet his demise at the hands of Duan Tianya. Only in such a manner could Duan Tianya be ensnared here. Should he fall to the third blade, the Tianwu Academy would find it difficult to pin the blame on Duan Tianya, for no one could attest that the third blade's actions were commanded by him. While Gu Yi verbally acquiesced, he did not rush into action. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Di Wuming. The stone steps can accommodate 12 people standing side by side. Are you not considering sending a few? Although over 100 individuals had entered the imperial tomb, they could essentially be divided into 3 factions, Duan Tianya, Duan Tianshu, and the remaining group, led by Di Wuming. Numerically, Di Wuming's faction was the most substantial, yet the capabilities of his followers varied greatly. It is indeed time to send a few forth, Di Wuming concurred, eager to depart this place. His gaze swept over the crowd behind him, ultimately pointing to 6 individuals. You 6 shall accompany them and attempt to leap across the abyss. Why must it be us? A youth with a gaunt face instinctively protested. But before he could finish his sentence, whoosh, Di Wuming's sword was abruptly unsheathed, and with a single stroke, it severed the youth's throat. Gasp. A collective intake of breath echoed among the onlookers. Such ruthlessness. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed at the sight. Should you choose to follow me, do not question my commands. Di Wuming sheathed his sword, his expression impassive as he coldly warned those behind him. His gaze then locked onto another individual. He falls, and you take his place. Those selected by Di Wuming turned as pale as ghosts. However, having witnessed the grim fate of their predecessor, they dared not defy his orders anymore. To obey did not guarantee survival at the hands of the third blade. To disobey, however, would surely lead to death by Di Wuming's sword. They were not yet capable of contending with the top of the heaven ranking. Proceed. Upon the 6 taking their places, Gu Yi issued the command. With the weight of gravity pressing upon them, all 12 figures surged upward simultaneously. The third blade stood menacingly, his weapon gleaming with a sanguine glow. A violent blade aura swept outward, and he decisively turned to flee up the staircase. He was not foolish enough to linger and await his demise. His task was merely to delay the others for a moment. If he could no longer hold them back, then he would escape. Boom, boom, boom. Though the sweeping strike was terrifying in its appearance, it was ultimately superficial, easily dissipated by Gu Yi and the others. Only 2 unfortunate souls were cast into the abyss by the residual force, their screams echoing for an extended period. Leave him, Yi Fan bellowed, only to see Gu Yi stagger to a halt after just a few steps. The weight of the stairs had intensified to a terrifying degree, each step feeling as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Unable to catch up, Gu Yi whispered through clenched teeth, frustration boiling within him. The power of the talismans from the third blade still lingered on his body. His ascent up the stairs was remarkably swift, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the summit. Yi Fan, however, merely exchanged a knowing glance with Mu Qingqing. The 2 nodded in tacit agreement and simultaneously leaped across the abyss. As the others struggled to reach the top, the sight before them rendered everyone breathless. Above the unfathomable chasm, a bronze chain bridge swayed ominously in the chilling wind. Below, a black mist writhed, and at the bridge's entrance loomed 2 bronze dragon sculptures. Duan Tianya and his companions had already begun to traverse the bridge's center, while the third blade, who arrived last, now stepped onto the chain bridge. Yet the first sword and second sword remained at the bridge's threshold. Slower than anticipated, aren't we? The first sword leaned casually against one of the bronze dragon sculptures, his languid voice cutting through the tension. After casting an enigmatic smile at Yi Fan and the others, he gestured towards the other dragon sculpture beside him. Simultaneously, both drew forth the long swords previously embedded in the dragon sculptures' mouths. The eye sockets of the 2 dragon figures began to glow with a sinister crimson light. Seizing this moment, the 2 men dashed onto the chain bridge. Chapter 58. Ice and fire block the path. Drive the tiger and swallow the wolf. Retreat. Yi Fan shouted as he noticed Gu Yi preparing to advance. Boom. Almost instantaneously, the left dragon sculpture erupted with a torrent of searing flames, engulfing the entrance of the bridge in a fiery barrier. The right dragon sculpture followed suit, exhaling a chilling breath that froze the very air into crystalline ice. At the entrance of the chain bridge, one side was cloaked in flames while the other was enshrouded in frost. Hiss. Gu Yi inhaled sharply, a few strands of hair singed by the intense heat. The onlookers, confronted with this deathly realm of intermingled ice and fire, furrowed their brows in deep concern. One individual beside Gu Yi stared in shock at the swords wielded by the first and second swords. It dawned upon him that it had been a formidable figure from the Wind-Whispering Kingdom who had stolen the Crimson Flame sword and the Frost Blade years ago. Do you recognize this sword? Yi Fan turned his gaze towards the speaker. This individual, stronger than Gu Yi, was none other than Du Ru Feng from the Du family, ranked 2nd on the heavenly rankings. Recognize it. More than that, Du Ru Feng clenched his fist, fury igniting in his eyes. The Crimson Flame Sword and the Frost Blade are the keys to the Twin Dragon Guardian Bridge. Since the construction of the Imperial Tomb, these 2 swords have been hidden within the palace. However, 20 years ago, a notorious thief broke into the palace and absconded with them. leading to my grandfather's dismissal from his post as the commander of the Imperial Guards. Huh, Yi Fan scoffed, his disdain unmistakable. Such an important sword was simply stolen? Are the Imperial Guards of the Yun'an Kingdom truly that incompetent? Your grandfather's demotion was well-deserved. What did you say? Du Rufeng's expression darkened, glaring furiously at Yi Fan. Now is not the time for such words. Gu Yi furrowed her brows, gazing at the distant figures of Duan Tianya and his companions. Before her lay an impassable barrier of ice and fire. Should they fail to cross the bridge, all opportunities within the Imperial tomb would be claimed by Duan Tianya and his ilk. Their entry into the tomb was not solely for the coveted Xuanhuan blade. In truth, it was never about the blade at all. Within the tomb resided the ancestral legacies of the Yun'an royal family, which, if obtained, would greatly aid their martial pursuits. Di Wuming and his group shared the same ambition. Why else would they take such risks to enter the tomb? What difficulty could there be in breaking through this barrier of ice and fire? Yi Fan had just observed the two dragon sculptures and was struck by a bold idea. Do you have a plan? Gu Yi suddenly turned to Yi Fan, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. The gazes of the others also converged upon him at that moment. There is indeed a plan. Yi Fan glanced toward Duan Tianya and his companions, currently traversing the chain bridge, muttering, however, continually following in their wake is not a viable strategy. It puts us in a passive position. Indeed, Gu Yi's expression darkened as she nodded in agreement. What do you propose? Di Wuming interjected with a hint of coldness. I will forge a path, and you shall eliminate our foes. Yi Fan's gaze swept over the group, ultimately resting on Di Wuming. Without the interference of these individuals, the subsequent journey would be considerably smoother. Eliminate Duan Tianya? Di Wuming's demeanor grew serious. The commander of the Imperial Guards was stationed just outside the tomb. Should Duan Tianya perish here, it was likely they would never return to Tianwu Academy. Moreover, Duan Tianya was no easy target. Although he ranked first on the celestial leaderboard, there was no absolute certainty in slaying him. Just months prior, he had yet to step into the realm of earth martial arts, and his position on the leaderboard had been lower. Furthermore, Duan Tianya was a prince of Yun'an Kingdom. Is the top of the leaderboard so timid? Yi Fan scoffed, not allowing Di Wuming the chance to retort. If you lack the courage to slay Duan Tianya, surely you can confront the seven from Fengyin Kingdom? I have long harbored disdain for them. Di Wuming replied coldly, bloodlust flickering in his eyes. Once you clear the way, I shall strike down the seven from Fengyin Kingdom. Excellent. Yi Fan grinned with satisfaction, then turned to Gu Yi and Du Rufeng, instructing, when the time comes, lend your strength to Di Wuming. This expedition into the Imperial tomb was ostensibly under the banner of the second prince, Duan Tianshu. In reality, however, Gu Yi, Du Rufeng, and the others wished for his demise. While they had no intention of directly killing him, they hoped he would fall to Duan Tianya's hands. By deftly manipulating this sentiment, they could seize the opportunity. Hurry, Di Wuming urged, casting a glance at Duan Tianya and his companions on the chain bridge. If we delay any longer, they will surely cross. Yi Fan's solar essence surged to its zenith, his eyes ablaze with golden light. He stepped toward the dragon sculpture on the left, which exhaled fiery flames. With each step, the azure stones beneath him bore burning golden imprints. As he extended his palm, golden spiritual energy coiled like flowing water around the dragon sculpture, clashing violently with the crimson flames, producing a sizzling sound of scorching heat. Roar! Suddenly, the dragon sculpture emitted a thunderous roar, its eyes gleaming with a sinister crimson light. Seal! Yi Fan bellowed, his golden spiritual energy surging forward, pouring into the dragon's mouth. The flames belched forth from the dragon's maw extinguished instantly, akin to a candle's flame snuffed out. The scarlet glow in its eyes gradually dimmed, ultimately crystallizing into two dull gemstones. The onlookers, witnessing Yi Fan's prowess, were struck with intrigue. How fascinating! The first sword narrowed his eyes, studying Yi Fan, revealing a rare seriousness. Be cautious. At that moment, Mu Qingqing's alarmed voice rang out. Roar! The dragon sculpture on the right let out a thunderous roar, a chilling white aura sweeping forward like an angry tide. Yi Fan hastily turned, only to find his vision engulfed by a storm of ice crystals. Qingqing! He shouted, locking eyes with Mu Qingqing. From the very beginning, he had no intention of tackling the icy flames alone. With his abilities, he could only attempt to seal the dragon sculpture on the left. To seal the one on the right, only Mu Qingqing, awakened with the Ice Soul Star, might succeed. However, before successfully sealing the left dragon, he dared not let Mu Qingqing take the risk. Now that he had achieved the seal, he sought her assistance. Without the need for further words, Mu Qingqing grasped Yi Fan's intent. Lightly tapping her toes, ice crystals blossomed beneath her feet, quickly forming a barrier before Yi Fan. As her palms overlapped, the Ice Soul Star's life force erupted. Countless starlights intertwined behind her, transforming into a magnificent celestial map. Life force. Gu Yi's pupils constricted, gasping in astonishment. Has she advanced to the Earth Martial Realm? Di Wuming realized something, murmuring softly. At this moment, shock was evident on the faces of the others. Mu Qingsheng had previously been a 9th-level practitioner of the Xuanhu realm, while she had ranked among the top 10 of the Tianwu Academy. She was not within the top 3. Now, with the apparition of her life force behind her, she must have stepped into the Earth Martial Realm. With a flourish of her delicate fingers, the star patterns on her forehead radiated brilliantly. The approaching chill coalesced mid-air into an ice mirror. A single reflection froze the dragon sculpture into an icy statue. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Qingsheng soared forward, her fingertip precisely directing the ice-blue starlight into the dragon's mouth. With a crisp crack as the ice crystals spread, the dragon sculpture fell into complete silence. Yi Fan exhaled a sigh of relief, the golden light surrounding him still undiminished. At this moment, the entrance to the chain bridge was devoid of the icy flames. The first sword trio, witnessing this, abruptly quickened their pace across the bridge. What are you all dawdling for? Yi Fan observed the first sword trio hastening, and, with a surge of murderous intent in his gaze, suddenly barked at Di Wuming. Gu Yi and the others. Chapter 59. The dragon's gaze like lightning, pressure like a mountain. Kill. Di Wuming's eyes flickered with murderous intent as he was the first to leap forward. With a resounding draw, his heavy sword emerged, the crimson patterns on the blade writhing as if alive. Each step he took upon the chain bridge caused the chains to tremble violently. Gu Yi and Du Rufeng exchanged glances, simultaneously launching into action. The ancient blade of Gu Yi shimmered with a cerulean light, while Du Ruofeng's sword was entwined with violet arcs of electricity. The trio advanced in a formation resembling the character for Pin, their murderous intent surging forth along the chain bridge. The others did not hesitate, rushing to follow suit. Let us proceed. Once everyone had set foot on the chain bridge, Mu Qingsheng gently pushed forward, causing an ice bridge to materialize beneath Yi Fan's feet. The two strolled onto the chain bridge as if in a leisurely garden, when suddenly, the roar of the awakened dragon sculptures echoed behind them. Roar! The crimson light in the eyes of the two dragon sculptures flared intensely. Flames and frost once again gushing forth, sealing off the entrance to the chain bridge. They are closing in. We must hasten. The first sword noticed the surge of figures pursuing them, and quietly alerted the second sword and the third blade. No sooner had he spoken than Di Wuming was already a mere 20 paces away, the force of his heavy sword whipping up a gale that stung their faces. Prepare to meet your end, Di Wuming bellowed, sweeping his heavy sword. The obsidian blade, adorned with crimson patterns, suddenly blazed to life, unleashing an overwhelmingly fierce blade of light that surged directly towards the third blade. Crack! The third blade hastily raised his sword to block, but the finely forged steel shattered under the force, shards slicing into his cheek. Is that all you can muster? Di Wuming licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. As he closed the distance to the trio once more, he unleashed another strike, the momentum unabated, aimed directly at the throat of the third blade. Freeze! The second sword pivoted sharply, his frost sword carving an elegant arc, the biting cold instantly encasing Di Wuming's blade light in ice, crystalline frost spreading along the sword's length. Interesting, Di Wuming remarked, not angered but amused, as he shattered the ice with a forceful grip. In the brief exchange, Gu Yi had already reached Di Wuming's side. The first sword, seeing the situation, halted and brandished his crimson flame sword, conjuring 7 dazzling blossoms of sword light. Gu Yi met his advance with her blade, only to witness the blossoms suddenly explode, transforming into a torrential rain of fire. Be cautious. Du Ruofeng, with quick reflexes, seized Gu Yi by the collar. 3 streams of fire rained perilously close to Gu Yi's chest, incinerating her robe to ashes and revealing the scorched skin beneath. This woman is mine. Di Wuming's gaze ignited with murderous intent upon witnessing the first sword's capabilities. He pressed forward relentlessly, charging directly at the first sword. Meanwhile, Du Ruofeng diverted his attack, his violet electricity targeting the lower defense of the second sword. Gu Yi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, advancing menacingly towards the third blade. With each step, the azure light on her blade grew more pronounced. Di Wuming's strength was on par with the first sword, and Du Ruofeng matched the second sword equally. However, it was the wounded Gu Yi whose relentless strikes forced the third blade into a retreat. Weren't you quite arrogant on the Blood Moon's soul stairs? Gu Yi's voice was icy, her eyes filled with lethal intent. Moments later, an increasing number of individuals arrived in the area. The chain bridge was several meters wide, ample space for dozens to walk side by side. Although this expanse was insufficient for a chaotic battle among many, a significant number had nonetheless reached the vicinity of the first sword and his companions. We cannot linger. The first sword wielded his crimson flame sword, acutely aware of the precariousness of their situation. As she cast a fleeting glance into the distance, she beheld Yi Fan and Mu Qingqing strolling leisurely. She had not missed the conversation between Yi Fan and Di Wuming and his companions moments ago. It was clear to her that the sudden assault on them was orchestrated by Yi Fan. Duan Tianya had previously instructed her to eliminate Yi Fan with ease. But given the current circumstances, such an opportunity seemed utterly elusive. Suddenly, a jarring metallic snap pierced the air. The once stable chain bridge trembled violently, akin to a great beast shifting its weight, tilting abruptly at a 45-degree angle. "Help me!" A few individuals, caught unawares, shrieked as they plummeted, their hands futilely clawing at the slick iron chains, only to be engulfed by the abyss's dark mist in an instant. It was Chun-Li. Gu Yi's eyes widened in fury, his blade aimed menacingly at the bridge's edge. There stood Chun-Li, ominously at the break in the chain, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, the tip of his sword resting upon the last intact chain. As the swaying intensified, the combatants were compelled to cease their conflict. Further fighting would only exacerbate the bridge's instability. "Let's go," the first sword whispered, and with the second sword and third blade, they soared gracefully across to the opposite shore, akin to agile swallows. Chun-Li then raised his sword high, its cold gleam directed at the final chain. Should he strike, all upon the bridge would surely plummet into the abyss. "Fool! How dare you!" Di Wuming bellowed like thunder, hurling his heavy sword. The blade spun through the air with a sharp whistle. Chun-Li, compelled to evade, sidestepped just in time, the sword's edge grazing his neck, leaving a thin trail of crimson. Seizing this fleeting moment, Du Ruofing dashed across the chain bridge. One strike, and his sword, entwined with violet lightning, aimed straight for Chun-Li's heart. Yet, Chun-Li, unwilling to engage further, wore an enigmatic smile and swiftly retreated. Du Ruofing, intent on pursuing, soon discovered that Duan Tianya remained on the scene. Behind him stood over 10 figures, a sight that forced Du Ruofing to halt abruptly. Fortunately, shortly thereafter, Di Wuming, Gu Yi, and others crossed the bridge in succession. The two factions faced each other, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Relax, everyone, just take it easy." Duan Tianya spoke with a smile, surveying the disheveled crowd before him, as if the mortal peril they had just faced was but a game. "Duan Tianya, did you instigate this?" Gu Yi's voice trembled as he questioned, his blade quivering in his grip. "And if I did? And if I did not?" Duan Tianya replied with a mocking grin, unperturbed by the assembly before him. Initially, there had been over 100 individuals upon entering the royal tomb, yet now only 50 remained. Duan Tianya's side alone boasted over 20 members. Despite being outnumbered, Duan Tianya showed no signs of concern. "Then you shall meet your demise," Di Wuming declared, his heavy sword crashing into the ground, blood-red patterns surging wildly. "Oh," Duan Tianya retorted with a taunting smile, stepping forward. "Roar." The thunderous roar of the dragon reverberated through the void. A spectral white dragon emerged, soaring high from behind Duan Tianya. Its eyes sparkled with electricity, exuding an oppressive force akin to a mountain, causing the crowd to momentarily lose their breath. "Is this your soul?" Di Wuming's eyes widened slightly, instinctively taking a half-step back. The blood marks on his heavy sword dulled noticeably. Fear etched itself onto the faces of the others as they recognized that even though Duan Tianya's cultivation had been suppressed to the 9th level of the Xuanhuan realm, he was still beyond their reach. "Has this frightened you?" Yi Fan's derisive voice echoed from behind the crowd. As they turned, they beheld him strolling in with Mu Qingqing, hand in hand, as if taking a leisurely walk through the throng. Observing Yi Fan unharmed and still entwined with Mu Qingqing, Duan Tianya's gaze turned icy. The spectral white dragon behind him suddenly glared with fury, its whiskers flaring. Chapter 60. Mutual destruction? Impossible. The blood moon of the soul stage obstructs the path, slaying the twin dragons guarding the bridge. Yi Fan stepped forward, fixing a piercing gaze on Duan Tianya. "Duan Tianya, do you think this matter can be easily resolved? Do you truly believe the people here are cowards?" Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Di Wuming's grip on his sword tightened. Gu Yi's expression darkened, while Du Ruofing averted his gaze uncomfortably. Yi Fan's statement overtly questioned Duan Tianya, yet it was a pointed rebuke aimed directly at the cowardice displayed by them all moments before. "A coward, you say?" Duan Tianya raised an eyebrow in mockery, the white dragon swirling behind him, scrutinizing Yi Fan with derision. "Then I am eager to hear how you intend to proceed. Will you kill me? Kill you?" Yi Fan chuckled, his gaze drifting toward the third blade and Chun-Li. "With debts come their rightful claimants. At this moment, I am far more inclined to seek the lives of those two who severed the bridge." At the mention of their names, the expressions of the third blade and Chun-Li darkened. They knew Yi Fan referred to them. If Duan Tianya were to cast them out, their demise would be inevitable. Yet, their actions were all under Duan Tianya's directive. They could hardly believe he would abandon them now. If I were to protect them, what would you do? Duan Tianya scoffed dismissively, unable to tolerate Yi Fan's arrogance. Then you shall die alongside them. Yi Fan shrugged nonchalantly. You think you can kill me? Duan Tianya laughed scornfully, bewildered by Yi Fan's audacity. Suddenly, he took a step forward, and the white dragon's eyes widened in fury, its dragon might surging toward Yi Fan like a tidal wave. I may not be capable, but Qingqing can. Yi Fan gestured toward Mu Qingqing at his side. Understanding his cue, Mu Qingqing summoned her soul power. In an instant, her ice soul star manifested in full splendor. Countless ice crystals coalesced in the void, forming a resplendent star map that stood defiantly against the chilling dragon might. Duan Tianya's pupils constricted, his expression growing grave. Previously, upon the chain bridge, he had learned that Mu Qingqiang had ascended to the earth martial realm and awakened her destiny soul. However, due to the considerable distance, he had not sensed the terrifying power of the ice soul, star destiny soul. Now, in close proximity, he was acutely aware of the overwhelming pressure emanating from her soul. The ethereal form of the white dragon, affected by the chilling aura, began to writhe uneasily, fine frost forming upon its scales. Though he too had awakened a destiny soul, he felt no fear towards Mu Qingqing. Yet at this moment, he lacked the absolute certainty to defeat her. Yi Fan noticed the change in Duan Tianya's expression and smiled with satisfaction. With our group of over 30, we should be able to eliminate you completely. Do you think they will heed your words? Duan Tianya retorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over Di Wuming and Gu Yi, doubting the unity of those present. It is not about them obeying me, Yi Fan replied indifferently, glancing at Di Wuming and Gu Yi beside him. This is merely about revenge. It is for ourselves. Humph. Di Wuming scoffed, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he fixated on Duan Tianya. Duan Tianya, hand over the person. Indeed, these two must die. Gu Yi slowly raised his blade, pointing it toward the third blade within the crowd. Du Ruofeng, filled with righteous indignation, declared solemnly, having caused the demise of so many of us, these two truly deserve death. Kill. Let them pay in blood for blood. The roar of fury surged like a tidal wave, resonating throughout the space. The third blade turned pale, instinctively retreating behind the first sword. Chunli furrowed his brow deeply, his grip on the sword causing his palm to bead with cold sweat. My people, the third prince cannot be left without authority. The first sword observed the tense atmosphere and chuckled mockingly, directing his gaze at Yi Fan. If you wish to kill the third blade, you must come forth yourself. You believe I cannot slay him? Yi Fan shot a disdainful glance at the first sword. Huh. Duan Tianya suddenly comprehended the implication of the first sword's words. Smirking in derision. You? All you do is hide behind women. What other abilities do you possess that we have not seen? Very well. Let him come forth to meet his demise. Yi Fan shrugged nonchalantly, retrieving the sunblade. Yi Fan. Mu Qingqing suddenly grasped his wrist, shaking her head. The expressions of Gu Yi and Du Ruofeng shifted as well. They did not wish for Yi Fan to perish at the hands of the third blade. It's fine. Yi Fan gently extricated himself from Mu Qingqing's grip. The tip of his sword pointed toward the throat of the third blade. Kill him. The first sword parted her crimson lips, casting a knowing glance at the third blade. Understood. The third blade nodded, stepping forward with a smile. Despite the wound on his cheek still bleeding, his grip on the knife remained steadfast. He was uncertain of Yi Fan's cultivation level, but gathered from Duan Tianya's words that it was not particularly high. Even injured, he felt confident in a fight. With a sudden burst, Yi Fan activated the Sun Meridian, his figure leaping into the air. Golden spiritual energy gathered upon the sun blade, a single strike heralding the dawn. The sword light pierced the darkness like the morning sun breaking at dawn. Humph. The third blade snorted coldly, sweeping his blade with an air of dominance. Yi Fan's sword tip flickered slightly, deftly avoiding the opponent's fierce strike, allowing the formidable blow to come at him. Simultaneously, his sword aimed directly for the third blade's throat. A mutual demise? The first sword was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Yi Fan to adopt such a tactic. Boom. Almost simultaneously, both combatants' attacks landed upon one another. Yi Fan was hurled into the air by the ferocious blade aura, yet he skillfully rotated in midair to dissipate the force upon landing. His black robe billowed dramatically in the wind, not bearing a single tear. In stark contrast, the third blade remained frozen in his striking pose, a gaping wound in his throat continuously oozing blood. The residual solar energy from the radiant sun sword ignited at his wound, fueling the flames of his injury. How can this be? The first sword's eyes widened in disbelief, losing the composure she previously held. Yi Fan's strike had laid bare his cultivation level, the fifth stage of the Xuanhuan realm. She understood the sheer ferocity of the third blade's attack. A fifth stage Xuanhuan realm Yi Fan had taken a blow head on. Even if he survived, he should be gravely injured. The hidden star robe. Duan Tianya's gaze sharpened as realization dawned. Yi Fan was clad in the hidden star robe. The first sword looked at Duan Tianya in confusion. I forgot to mention. He is from the Heavenly Martial Academy's Hidden Star Division, and this robe is a Geo-class spiritual weapon bestowed by the Academy head. Duan Tianya spoke solemnly. Wearing this robe allows one to disregard the attacks of Xuanhuan realm warriors. For them to kill him, they must strike his throat. Attacks to other areas are nearly futile. Why didn't you mention this earlier? The first sword's tone turned icy, a flicker of anger glimmering in her eyes. Had she known, she would not have allowed the third blade to engage. Even if he had to fight, she would have ensured he remained cautious. Now, the third blade had died in vain. Next, Yi Fan's lips curled into a smile, his languid voice ringing out as he slowly raised his sword, pointing it at Chun-Li, who cowered behind Duan Tianya. With the third blade fallen, it was now Chun-Li's turn. Chapter 61. 5 Coffins Drink Blood. The blade tomb opens. Your Highness. Chun-Li's throat bobbed, his face as pale as parchment. Gripping his sword tightly, he frowned at Duan Tianya. Yi Fan. Duan Tianya, unsure if Chun-Li could defeat Yi Fan clad in the hidden star robe, suddenly shouted, "Show mercy where you can. Do not take advantage further." Take advantage further? Yi Fan burst into laughter, his sword tip playfully pointing towards the abyss beneath the chained bridge. I am a man of reason. If Chun-Li gives me an inch, I will return a mile. Is that not fair? When he severed the bridge, did he ever consider the word mercy? Since you wish to protect him, then let us perish together. Kill. Di Wuming shouted coldly, raising his heavy sword. Though Duan Tianya was formidable, Mu Qingqing kept him in check. With their numbers, they could eliminate everyone except Duan Tianya. With fewer competitors, the probability of seizing opportunities would undoubtedly increase. However, hold on. Duan Tianya noticed Di Wuming and his companions were intent on taking action, and suddenly raised his hand, saying, "Ahead lies the 5 elements mysterious coffin array. Are you certain you wish to engage in a deadly struggle with us here? What of the 5 elements mysterious coffin array?" Yi Fan scoffed dismissively, showing no concern. It's merely a few broken coffins. I might as well reserve one for you in advance. Du Rufeng furrowed his brow and quietly cautioned Yi Fan. Yi Fan. The 5 elements mysterious coffin array contains the legacies of royal ancestors. Many were previously unaware of the true nature of the array. Upon Du Rufeng's revelation, the bloodthirsty crowd immediately stirred. While engaging in combat with Duan Tianya's group might yield a high probability of victory, those behind Duan Tianya were no ordinary adversaries. Their final desperate resistance could very well cost them their lives, especially for the weaker among them who dared not take such risks. It would be wiser to preserve their lives and vie for the legacies within the 5 elements mysterious coffin array. Fewer competitors would make the pursuit of the legacies more advantageous, wouldn't it? Yi Fan surveyed the crowd, only to find no one responsive. Although Di Wuming still held his heavy sword aloft, its tip had begun to droop slightly. Do you truly wish to kill Chun-Li? Duan Tianya feared that Yi Fan and his companions would engage him in a fierce battle, but he did not want to send Chun-Li to his demise, as that would dishearten the others. After exchanging a glance with Chun-Li, the latter promptly turned and stepped into a nearby passageway. Trying to escape, Yi Fan erupted into pursuit, with Mu Qingqing shadowing him closely. Strangely, this time Duan Tianya made no attempt to obstruct them, instead stepping aside to allow Yi Fan passage. Shall we all proceed together? Duan Tianya's expression darkened as he called out to the others. Having spoken, he turned and followed Yi Fan and Mu Qingqing into the passageway. As the group moved through the passage, they were astonished by the sight before them. 5 obsidian coffins were arranged in the 5 elemental positions within the chamber. One coffin lay wide open, its interior pulsating with an ethereal light. Yi Fan stood poised with his sword, closely accompanied by Mu Qingqing. Yet, Chun-Li's figure had long vanished without a trace. Where's Chun-Li? Di Wuming asked Yi Fan and Mu Qingqing, perplexed by Chun-Li's absence. Is it not obvious? Yi Fan lightly nudged the tip of his sword towards the open coffin. He has gone inside. Di Wuming's brow tightened, instinctively raising his heavy sword. Does this coffin lead to another realm? Indeed. Du Rufeng interjected suddenly. Each coffin connects to a separate world within, holding the legacies of royal ancestors. However, once one enters, there is no turning back. They will be directly transported out of the royal tomb. Then what are we waiting for? The glint in Di Wuming's eyes intensified as he strode purposefully toward the nearest coffin. Why the haste? Yi Fan swiftly crossed his sword to block Di Wuming's path, casting a glance at Duan Tianya and the others still present. Have you not considered why Duan Tianya remains? Di Wuming suddenly turned around, only to find Duan Tianya composed and unperturbed. His calm demeanor at this moment was a stark contrast to moments prior. Duan Tianya had evidently come well prepared for his expedition into the royal tomb. The talismans resisting gravity on the blood moon soul steps. the crimson flame sword on the dual dragon guardian bridge, and the frost sword. He had already crossed the bridge first, and could have proceeded to the 5 elements bewildering coffin array. Yet, upon seeing them step onto the chain bridge, he chose to wait for them, clearly with ulterior motives. Chun-Li has already entered. Are you still afraid of a trap? Duan Tianya remarked, sensing the unusual gazes directed at him, spreading his hands in feigned innocence. Yi Fan pressed, if there is no deception, why do you not enter? I'm in no rush. Duan Tianya deliberately elongated his tone, his gaze sweeping over the coffin with its lid wide open. If you are not in a hurry, then suit yourselves. However, the inheritance within that coffin may very well end up benefiting Chun-Li. Gu Yi, anticipating Duan Tianya's response, whispered suddenly, send two to pursue Chun-Li. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi exchanged a knowing glance with Meng Lan behind her. Meng Lan understood immediately and swiftly leaped into the open coffin with another companion. Chun-Li, upon observation, was clearly not the type to recklessly risk his life. Even if he entered the coffin, the danger was not insurmountable. Meng Lan's strength was slightly inferior to Chun-Li's. A single pursuer might fall victim to Chun-Li's counterattack, so bringing another for assistance would be sufficient to contend with him. There was even a chance to slay Chun-Li. Only 2. Duan Tianya raised his brow, surprised by Yi Fan's caution. If you do not leave, neither shall we, Yi Fan declared, standing firm with his sword, a taunting smile gracing his lips, prepared to engage in a war of attrition. Heh, Duan Tianya chuckled lightly, shrugging in feigned resignation. At his signal, 4 individuals moved toward the remaining coffins. The moment the coffin lid was lifted, a ghostly blue light flowed out like water. The 4 did not hesitate, decisively leaping into the coffin. In the end, only 13 individuals remained behind Duan Tianya. I see no problem, Di Wuming observed, promptly leaping into a nearby coffin. However, he did not choose the one Chun-Li had entered earlier, for Chun-Li had already been inside for a while and had gained the upper hand in seizing the inheritance. Fool, Yi Fan shook his head, finding Di Wuming's behavior absurd. Such impatience would lead to nothing significant. No sooner had he spoken than several others could no longer contain themselves, each making their choice to leap into different coffins. Only Gu Yi and a few others remained by Yi Fan's side. You are down to just 10. Duan Tianya mocked with a smirk, his icy gaze locking onto Yi Fan. What? You are not avoiding me. You do not intend to wait for them to leave so that you may kill me, do you? Yi Fan retorted, raising his daylight sword slightly. You really think highly of yourself, Duan Tianya scoffed, shifting his gaze towards the 5 coffins. At that moment, one of the coffins suddenly emanated a scarlet glow, illuminating the entire crypt as if it were a hell of blood. Following this, the 2nd and 3rd coffins also began to radiate light. Indeed, upon witnessing this scene, Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. The path to the hidden dragon sword tomb does not lie within the coffins. Duan Tianya discerned that Yi Fan would not easily enter the coffins, his voice suddenly turning cold as he declared, only when 5 coffins drink blood will the sword tomb reveal itself. So, there is truly no inheritance within. Upon hearing this, a flicker of coldness passed through Yi Fan's eyes. Is Duan Tianya truly so ruthless? He would even sacrifice the lives of his own kin? Chapter 62, The Hidden Dragon Sword Tomb, Unsealing the Enchantment. Not at all. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Duan Tianya's lips. Indeed, there exists a legacy from my royal ancestors, and there is a path to exit the royal mausoleum. However, it is not so easily obtained. No sooner had he spoken than the 4th and 5th coffins simultaneously ignited with a scarlet radiance. 5 crimson beams of light converged at the apex of the crypt, tearing open a pitch-black rift in the air. Roar! The thunderous sound of a dragon's roar emanated from the rift. A bronze staircase appeared out of thin air, leading deep into the shadows. Go! A glimmer of determination flashed in Duan Tianya's eyes as he commanded, accompanied by the first sword and others. They swiftly ascended the bronze staircase. In a series of swift movements, they plunged into the rift. Following closely behind, Yi Fan stepped forth. The moment he entered the sword tomb, a heavy stench of blood assailed him. Before him lay a perfectly circular underground palace, approximately 100 feet in diameter, its walls adorned with grotesque dragon-shaped reliefs. The central altar rose 3 feet above the ground, constructed of obsidian, surrounded by a seething pool of blood. 5 chains, as thick as bowls, extended from the blood pool, entwining around the suspended black blade. The blade was etched with dragon scale patterns, and at the hilt, a blood-red dragon eye was partially opened and partially closed. Duan Tianya stood atop it. Gu Yi fixed his gaze upon the altar ahead. At this moment, Duan Tianya had reached the edge of the altar. The first sword, accompanied by 12 others, formed a human wall at the foot of the steps. It is said, Du Ruofeng murmured, eyes fixed on Duan Tianya at the altar, that only those of royal blood can awaken the hidden dragon blade. The hidden dragon blade is destined to be mine, Duan Tianya proclaimed as he approached the blade, his face alight with glee. With that, he swiftly sliced open his palm. Blood oozed forth, cascading onto the hidden dragon blade. With my bloodline, I awaken the dragon's soul, Duan Tianya intoned loudly, reaching for the hilt of the blade. The 5 chains binding the hidden dragon blade began to tremble violently. In an instant, the blood pool surged even more tumultuously. Buzz, roar. Waves of radiance burst forth from the hidden dragon blade. The deafening sound of a dragon's roar resonated throughout the chamber. The seal of the Qianlong blade has been broken. Upon witnessing this, Du Rufeng furrowed his brow deeply, realizing that he must not allow it to be claimed by anyone else. Is there still time for idle chatter? Yi Fan glared at Du Rufeng and the others, commanding coldly, attack. With a whoosh, the air was filled with cries of kill. Du Rufeng's sword glimmered with a purple light as he was the first to charge towards the steps. Gu Yi and the others wore solemn expressions, no longer hesitating. The inheritance within the Imperial Tomb had become unattainable for them. This expedition to the Imperial Tomb had been a personal failure. However, they could not stand idly by while the Qianlong blade fell into the hands of Duan Tianya. Should Duan Tianya become the heir apparent, they would all face dire consequences. It was unrealistic to hope that Duan Tianya would eliminate Yi Fan afterward. Duan Tianshu intended to deliver Yi Fan into Duan Tianya's hands, using the power of the Tianwu Academy to eliminate Duan Tianya. Yet such plans are inherently difficult to control. Yi Fan, possessing the hidden star robe, was not easily dispatched. Block them. The first sword, witnessing Gu Yi and the others advancing, immediately took action. The 12 behind him followed suit, each employing their abilities. Qingqing, assist. Seeing that Gu Yi and the others were struggling, Yi Fan signaled subtly to Mu Qingqing. As he spoke, he quietly sheathed the Riyao sword, drawing forth the concealed dagger. Boom, boom, boom. Below the altar, the clash of blades formed a deadly net. Yi Fan did not remain a mere spectator. He moved like a specter through the crowd. The seemingly unremarkable concealed dagger emitted no glimmer of cold light. A smile played at the corners of his mouth. Yet his gaze was as frigid as ice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Perhaps due to a lapse in vigilance, 2 individuals fell beneath Yi Fan's blade in the blink of an eye. The third, Yi Fan's ghostly voice echoed, causing a young man to suddenly widen his eyes as a line of blood slowly surfaced from his throat. Before he could comprehend how Yi Fan had approached, his body collapsed with a resounding thud. The concealed dagger remained unstained by blood, nearly invisible in the dimly lit palace. Be cautious of that, Yi Fan. One person nearby sensed something amiss and swept his sword towards Yi Fan. Just as the words left his mouth, Yi Fan unexpectedly stumbled. Appearing unsteady, he flashed a cold light from his sleeve as he fell. The assailant felt a sudden chill at his ankle. His Achilles tendon had been severed at the root. Ah! The man screamed as he knelt, unable to utter another word. The concealed dagger had already pierced his heart with precision. The fourth. Yi Fan's expression gleamed with satisfaction as he casually counted. In mere moments, 4 had perished by his hand, though he had slain the weakest among the 13. Each of these 4 was at the 8th stage of the Xuanhu realm, individuals of lesser renown from the Tianwu Academy. The art of assassination proved its strength in ambushes. Killing those 3 stages beneath him was as effortless as eating or drinking. After dispatching 4, Yi Fan set his sights on the 4th sword of Fomin Kingdom. Among the remaining individuals, only the 4th sword stood at the 8th stage of the Xuanhu realm. Bang! Just as he was about to assassinate the 4th sword. With the blade poised to pierce his opponent's throat, a fiery sword light intercepted before him, deflecting the concealed blade and causing Yi Fan's palm to tingle with shock. Assassination techniques? The first sword stood defiantly before the 4th sword, gazing provocatively at Yi Fan. Do you dare to perform such tricks in my presence? How naive. Show me your soul of destiny, and let me witness the true prowess of the hidden star from the Heavenly Martial Academy. See my soul of destiny. Huh, do you even deserve it? Yi Fan scoffed, regretfully flicking his wrist. As he retreated swiftly, he called out to the nearest Du Rufeng. Du Rufeng, you handle this person. Before Du Rufeng could respond, an unexpected change occurred at the altar. It succeeded, roared the voice of Duan Tianya, filled with elation. The entire dragon tomb fell into an eerie silence, with both combatants involuntarily halting their actions. Atop the altar, the dragon eye of the concealed dragon blade suddenly opened. 2 beams of bloodlight shot forth. Congratulations, Your Highness the 3rd Prince. The first sword's lips curled into a smile, while the expressions of Gu Yi and others darkened. Bang! Just as everyone believed Duan Tianya had successfully claimed the concealed dragon blade, the bloodlight within the dragon eye abruptly turned pitch black. 5 chains suddenly tightened, unleashing a chilling wind that forced Duan Tianya backwards. No, this is impossible. Duan Tianya's eyes widened as he stepped forward once more, his palm dripping with blood. attempting to reintroduce it to the concealed dragon blade. However, the blade showed no signs of absorbing the blood. Boom. A surge of dragon might erupted from within the concealed dragon blade, instantly sending Duan Tianya flying, crashing heavily onto the steps. Failed. Yi Fan's expression froze, then erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. It seems the concealed dragon blade does not acknowledge you. How could this happen? Duan Tianya, rising from the ground, stared blankly ahead. I possess royal blood. Why can I not claim the concealed dragon blade? Perhaps you're a bastard? Yi Fan couldn't help but mock. Maybe you're not even your father's son. Could it be that your mother had an affair? Chapter 63. The dragon soul submits. The royal tomb in turmoil. Impudent. Duan Tianya's eyes burned red as he coldly rebuked. As a prince, how could his bloodline be impure? Perhaps, Du Rufeng murmured, gazing at the trembling concealed dragon blade. I sense it has a will of its own in choosing its master. There might already be someone here it favors. Absurd. Duan Tianya interrupted sharply. The concealed dragon blade is the sword of the crown prince of the Yunnan kingdom. Among us, I alone possess royal blood. Who is more qualified than I? Bang, bang, bang. No sooner had he spoken than the 5 chains binding the concealed dragon blade snapped. The blade trembled violently, erupting with an earth-shattering roar of dragon might. As the blood pool surged, blood spouted into the air, coalescing into a Tinzhonglong phantom of a blood-red dragon. The pitch-black dragon eye surveyed the entire scene like an abyss. Disdainful snorts escaping from its nostrils as it swept past Duan Tianya, finally fixating on Yi Fan. Me? Yi Fan arched an eyebrow, glancing around to see the varied expressions of the crowd, all of whom were now focused on him. Gu Yi stared wide-eyed. Du Ruofeng's fingertips trembled, and even Mu Qingqing's crystalline gaze shimmered with ripples. This confirmed to him that the dragon was indeed looking at him. How intriguing. Yi Fan chuckled softly, sheathing his concealed sword into his storage ring. Although he had yet to grasp the situation, he began to walk slowly toward the altar. Could it be that Yi Fan was the illegitimate son of the emperor? Impossible. Even if the emperor had a secret child, how could he possibly be raised within the imperial city? Yet without royal blood, how could the Qianlong sword choose a master? The onlookers regarded Yi Fan's approach to the altar with shock and confusion. The ethereal dragon figure lingered in the dome of the underground palace, and the Qianlong sword emitted a joyful hum. Suddenly, it transformed into a streak of light and flew directly into Yi Fan's hand. At that moment, the phantom of the Zhuntian monument gradually appeared behind Yi Fan. The dragon scale patterns on the Qianlong sword began to illuminate sequentially, while the dragon figure in the dome bowed its head in acknowledgement. So that is it, Yi Fan murmured as he gently caressed the dragon-eyed hilt of the sword. The dragon figure in the palace was merely a fragment of a dragon's soul, left behind by a powerful royal ancestor to guard the Qianlong sword. It was merely intimidated by the aura of the Zhuntian monument. It was not a matter of choosing a master. Why? Duan Tianya, witnessing Yi Fan firmly grasping the Qianlong sword, erupted in fury, his jade crown shattering above him, his black hair whipping wildly in a frenzy. The Qianlong sword is mine. Mine. Up. The first sword shouted in response to this situation. The members of Fengyin Kingdom behind him revealed their murderous intent, all rushing toward Yi Fan. They had come to Yunnan Kingdom at the behest of the Crown Prince of Fengyin Kingdom to assist Duan Tianya in seizing the Qianlong sword and solidifying his position as the heir of Yunnan Kingdom. If the Qianlong sword were to fall into another's hands, how could they report back to the Crown Prince? At this moment, behind Mu Qingqing, the ice soul starlight suddenly erupted. Countless ice crystals floated toward Yi Fan, forming an icy star shield. When the blade of the first sword struck the star shield, it emitted a piercing shriek. In the surging white mist, the figures of the Fengyin Kingdom's entourage momentarily froze. Kill. Duan Tianya's temples bulged as he issued the command. Boom, boom, boom. A series of terrifying assaults rained down upon the star shield. In an instant, the ice crystals shattered like a cascade of stars. Duan Tianya, do you not want the Qianlong sword? Mu Qingqing shouted to Gu Yi and the others, swiftly positioning herself with her sword at Yi Fan's front. Wherever the blade pointed, a new icy star shield formed in an instant. At this moment, Gu Yi and the others finally regained their senses. Initially, they had no intention of seizing the Qianlong sword, for they knew only those of royal blood could wield it. Even just moments ago, they had merely intended to obstruct Duan Tianya. Now, however, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Yi Fan, astonishingly capable of wielding the... Then why did they not aid Duan Tianshu in seizing the blade? Huh. Shadows flickered forward in succession, arriving at Mu Qingqing's side to shield Yi Fan. Those who impede my way shall perish. Duan Tianya, witnessing the audacity of the crowd, bellowed in fury. Behind him, the ethereal visage of the white dragon spirit roared with rage. Waves of dragon roars reverberated through the underground palace. Roar. At that moment, the blood-red demon dragon let out a furious roar. Before Duan Tianya could strike, 5 new chains erupted from the boiling blood pool, coiling toward him like colossal serpents. The first swordsman, seeing this, immediately drew his sword, attempting to sever the chains, only to be violently repelled. Hee. Yi Fan toyed with the in his grasp, mockingly remarking, "It appears that your royal ancestors did not wish for you to possess the. Will you still defy their will?" "Why?" Duan Tianya howled as he tore apart the chains, glaring fiercely at the blood-red dragon spirit. He was the scion of the royal lineage, the 3rd prince of the cloud-hidden kingdom. How could the guardian dragon spirit not assist him and instead aid Yi Fan? Roar. The blood-colored demon dragon raised its head and let out a long, disdainful roar. Nonsense. Duan Tianya's brocade robe ripped apart, revealing a chest adorned with dragon patterns. "If heaven does not permit me, I shall slay heaven. If my ancestors deny me, I shall annihilate my lineage." With that, he suddenly unleashed a fist, transforming it into a ferocious white dragon that surged towards the vaulted ceiling. Roar. The blood-colored demon dragon, incited by Duan Tianya's actions, roared with a thunderous dragon cry. Blood light spewed from its maw like a suspended river, instantly obliterating the ethereal white dragon. "Dare you annihilate your lineage?" Yi Fan cast a sidelong glance at Duan Tianya's frenzied demeanor, unable to suppress a sneer. "No wonder your royal ancestors do not acknowledge you. Those who forget their roots, like you, deserve to rest here for eternity." With those words, he raised the and pointed it at Duan Tianya. Without the surge of spiritual power, the entire underground palace suddenly trembled violently. Roar. The blood pool boiled like a tempestuous sea, and dozens of chains shot through the air towards Duan Tianya. In a fit of rage, Duan Tianya twisted and turned to evade. After several attempts, a chain struck him harshly across the back. In the next instant, he found himself ensnared by 4 chains, suspended in midair. Crack, crack, crack. Chains mercilessly lashed at Duan Tianya, leaving gruesome blood marks upon his body, seemingly a punishment for his earlier disrespectful words. "TSK, not to kill?" Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, observing the punitive strikes from the blood-colored demon dragon. He had just pointed the blade at Duan Tianya, indicating a desire for execution. The dragon spirit manipulated the chains, chastising Duan Tianya, yet it was evident that it harbored no intent to slay him. Perhaps it was due to the royal blood coursing through Duan Tianya's veins. The blood-colored demon dragon merely sought to punish, without the intent to kill. "Brother Yi." Gu Yi suddenly approached, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he suggested, "Since the dragon spirit does not slay Duan Tianya, why not take matters into your own hands? At present, it is indeed an opportune moment to eliminate Duan Tianya." At this juncture, Duan Tianya has been severely battered by chains, his body marred with wounds. No matter how formidable he was prior, he now finds himself at the end of his strength. Should Yi Fan desire to kill him, he possesses ample opportunity to do so. As for the likes of the First Sword and others, they are more than capable of assisting. This notion is quite astute. Yi Fan, with a smile that dances between mirth and mockery, gazes at Gu Yi, fully aware of his ulterior motives. His calculations ring true. Aiding Duan Tianshu in removing Duan Tianya as a rival, while allowing him, the hidden star of the Tianwu Academy, to bear the responsibility of slaying the prince. Nevertheless, he harbors no fear of such responsibility. With a thunderous roar, Yi Fan steps forward with his blade, poised to strike. Suddenly, a dark fissure opens in the dome above, and chaotic spatial currents surge like a breached river. The crowd finds themselves unsteady, helplessly witnessing countless transparent tendrils extending from the rift towards them. Chapter 64. Hostage of Yi Yao, a blade for a life. The echoes of the spatial distortion have yet to dissipate, and the crowd is cast out of the royal mausoleum like fallen leaves. Night has fallen, illuminated only by the ethereal blue perpetual lamps perched atop 9 coiling dragon stone pillars, casting light upon the surrounding space. Tianya. Xuanhuan hastens towards Duan Tianya, his brow furrowing upon seeing the tattered state of his brocade robe and the myriad lash marks upon his body. What has transpired? Where's the Qianlong blade? The Qianlong blade. Duan Tianya coughs up blood, casting a glance at the departing figure from the mausoleum, his bloodied finger pointing resolutely towards Yi Fan. It is with him. Xuanhuan's expression shifts, his gaze turning towards Yi Fan. Meanwhile, Duan Tianshu, who has been waiting, beholds Yi Fan brandishing the Qianlong blade, his eyes brimming with ecstatic delight. He strides 2 steps to Yi Fan's side, a rigid smile gracing his lips. "Brother Yi Fan, I truly did not misjudge you. I believe the second prince has underestimated my capabilities." Observing Duan Tianshu's demeanor, Yi Fan cannot help but chuckle softly. Realizing that the other party is quite astonished that he still lives, let alone that he has seized the Qianlong blade, A most unexpected turn of events. Yi Fan. Xuanhuan strides forward, approaching within 3 steps of Yi Fan, extending his palm. The blade you possess is the prince's blade, not yours to claim. Hand it over to me. And what are you? Yi Fan retorts, casting a scornful glance at Xuanhuan. You expect me to relinquish the blade? Have you the merit to demand such a thing? Impudent. Xuanhuan suppresses his fury, imploring Yi Fan. I am the commander of the Imperial Guard, tasked with overseeing the opening of the royal mausoleum. The Qianlong blade is the treasure of the royal family of the Yunnan Kingdom. You cannot lay claim to it. Temporarily surrender it to me, and I shall present it to His Majesty, who will reward you in return. Do you think I need your intercession for a reward? Yi Fan scoffs at Xuanhuan's words. If His Majesty desires the Qianlong blade, I will personally present it to him. What am I? The hidden star of the Tianwu Academy, not worthy of the privilege to present the Qianlong blade to His Majesty? Xuanhuan's expression darkens, left speechless by Yi Fan's retort. In the case of another, he could argue that they lacked the qualification to present themselves before His Majesty. However, Yi Fan, as the hidden star of the Tianwu Academy, represents the academy itself. The qualifications to meet the sovereign of the Cloud-Hidden Kingdom are undoubtedly present. Uncle, why are you engaging in idle chatter with him? Duan Tianya pushed aside the supporting guard and stepped forward, addressing Yi Fan forcefully. Yi Fan, will you surrender the Qianlong blade or not? Annoying. Yi Fan turned completely away from Duan Tianya, disregarding his words, and lowered his voice to Duan Tianshu, saying, Your Highness, the Qianlong blade was taken from the royal tomb. But have you truly left no contingency plan? Duan Tianya and Xuanhuan will not allow him to depart easily. If they attempt to seize it by force, I find myself rather helpless. As long as they do not take my life, the Tianwu Academy may not raise any objections. After all, this Qianlong blade holds no significance for them. Even if a complaint reaches the sovereign, it is unlikely he would intervene on my behalf. Duan Tianshu's expression became awkward, leaving him momentarily speechless. Bring her up. Duan Tianya bellowed in fury for being ignored by Yi Fan. 4 elite guards ushered forth a bloodied figure from the side. Sister Yao. Upon recognizing the face of the person, Yi Fan's countenance darkened instantly. The elite guards had actually taken Yi Yao hostage. She was covered in injuries and dirt, with blood streaming from a wound on her forehead, obscuring her left eye. Likely a result of her resistance during capture. Change the person. Duan Tianya coldly declared as he approached Yi Yao, his eyes glinting with malice. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he drew a guard's sword and pressed it against Yi Yao's neck. Duan Tianshu had left no backup plan. However, Duan Tianya had prepared for the worst by taking Yi Yao hostage, and now that very contingency had come to pass. Brother Yi Fan. Duan Tianshu suddenly seized Yi Fan's wrist, his eyes twitching as he growled. You cannot surrender the Qianlong blade. If you give it to me, once I am established as the crown prince, I will surely avenge Yi Yao. In the future, I shall secure prosperity for your family, elevating the Yi clan to the 4th house of the imperial city. A life lost renders revenge meaningless. Yi Fan slowly withdrew his arm, fixing his gaze upon Duan Tianya. It seemed he had underestimated Duan Tianya's character. A prince of noble birth resorting to such underhanded tactics as taking Yi Yao hostage to exert pressure was truly disheartening. Brother Yi Fan, Duan Tianshu's face turned ashen at these words, filled with regret. At that moment, Gu Yi and others stepped forward to shield Yi Fan, seemingly worried he might approach and hand over the blade to Duan Tianya. Stand aside. Yi Fan snapped, displeased with Gu Yi and the others' actions. The Qianlong blade was in his possession. Whether to relinquish it was solely his decision. He resented any interference in his choices. Sensing Yi Fan's ire, Duan Tianshu despondently waved his hand. Provoking Yi Fan now was not a wise course of action. He had no choice but to gamble that Yi Fan would not easily surrender the blade. As Gu Yi and the others stepped aside, Yi Fan strode forward. Huh! Duan Tianya observed Yi Fan's advance, a blood-stained smile curling at the corners of his lips, feeling as though he had completely ensnared Yi Fan in his grasp. The hidden dragon blade cannot be given to you at this moment. Yi Fan abruptly halted, the tip of the hidden dragon blade pointing towards Duan Tianya's brow. If you desire it, I will deliver it to your residence before noon tomorrow. Do you take me for a fool? Duan Tianya scoffed at this remark. If you escape tonight, will you still come to my estate tomorrow? Yi Yao's life is in your hands. Do you truly fear my change of heart? Yi Fan replied in a low voice. Should I fail to arrive at your royal residence by noon tomorrow, you may take Yi Yao's life without hesitation. Absolutely not. Duan Tianya vehemently rejected this, the blade drawing a thin line of blood across Yi Yao's neck. You must surrender the hidden dragon blade tonight, whether you wish to or not. I will count to 3. If the blade is not handed over, she shall die. If she perishes, you shall accompany her. Yi Fan's gaze was as frigid as ice, fixed intently on Duan Tianya. 3. Duan Tianya ignored Yi Fan's words entirely. Kill him? On what grounds? He was a master of the earth martial realm and a prince. Yi Fan could not possibly kill him. Duan Tianshu's expression grew grave, his fists clenched tightly, his back already drenched in sweat. 2. Duan Tianya's eyes glinted with malice, his stare locked on Yi Fan. Yet, Yi Fan remained focused on Yi Yao, silent. The hidden dragon blade was not something he hesitated to relinquish, but he understood that allowing Duan Tianya to succeed today would only embolden him to threaten the lives of others from the Yi family in the future. This precedent must not be set. 1. Duan Tianya gritted his teeth, uttering the word with difficulty, as he observed Yi Fan's unwavering resolve to retain the blade. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. It seems I misjudged you. I thought you valued loyalty over fame and fortune. It turns out you and I are of the same ilk. Since threatening Yi Yao's life proves ineffective, her life is of no further value. With that, Duan Tianya raised his blade high. Yi Yao closed her eyes, lifting her chin, a serene smile gracing her lips. She bore no resentment towards Yi Fan and supported his decision, wishing not to be the cause of his subjugation. Caw! Before the raised blade could descend, a majestic crane's call echoed through the air. The celestial white crane. Upon hearing the familiar sound, Mu Qingqing's heart leaped with joy, and she immediately looked skyward. Chapter 65. Master Xiao, I wish to cause some trouble. Duan Tianya, what are you doing? A cold female voice sliced through the air like a blade, startling Duan Tianya, causing the steel knife in his hand to tremble. Is that Director Xuanhuan? Duan Tianya squinted at the celestial white cranes soaring through the sky. In the imperial city of Yunnan, who else could command the celestial white crane but the esteemed Director Xuanhuan of the Tianwu Academy? A gust of wind from the crane's wings swept up fallen leaves as Xuanhuan, clad in a purple robe, gracefully perched on its back. Director Xuanhuan, what brings you to my royal family's mausoleum? Duan Tianya sensed the gravity of the situation. The blade he had raised ultimately did not fall. Xuanhuan's visit was likely in pursuit of Yi Fan, rather than for Yi Yao's sake. If Xuanhuan intends to take Yi Fan away, then Yi Yao would become his only bargaining chip. How could he easily dispose of her? Head of the academy, I must meet with Yin Xing. Xuanhuan waved his sleeve gracefully, the tail feathers of the celestial crane tracing a shimmering arc in the night sky. He may leave, but the Qianlong blade must remain. Duan Tianya's eyes flickered, his voice resolute. This blade belongs to the crown prince, a treasure of the royal family. Even if Yi Fan is Yin Xing of the Tianwu Academy, he has no right to claim it as his own. Yi Fan. Xuanhuan suddenly lowered his gaze, his tone softening. Are you willing to part with the blade? Absolutely not. Yi Fan clutched the Qianlong blade tightly, lifting his chin defiantly. Since Yi Fan was unwilling, no one could force him. Upon receiving Yi Fan's answer, Xuanhuan's lips curled slightly, and he turned to Duan Tianya, saying, if the royal family desires the Qianlong blade back, they may send the monarch to Tianwu Academy to negotiate with the headmaster. Duan Tianya's expression darkened, his lips twitching ever so slightly. The concept of his father obtaining the Qianlong blade was entirely different from his own acquisition. Though his father favored him, he still retained some reservations. Otherwise, he would not have delayed in naming him the crown prince. Should the Qianlong blade fall into his father's hands, it would be preferable to its direct acquisition by Duan Tianshu, yet everything previously done would be rendered futile. After toiling for so long, he would certainly not be pleased with a lack of results. Duan Tianya. At that moment, Yi Fan suddenly called out to him, what I just said still stands. What? Duan Tianya's blade quivered, confusion etched on his face as he looked at Yi Fan. If you wish for the Qianlong blade, I shall deliver it to your residence tomorrow at noon, Yi Fan replied coldly. Duan Tianya was momentarily stunned, glancing at Yi Yao beneath his blade, and then burst into laughter. Very well. Tomorrow, I shall await you. If you do not appear by noon, Yi Yao will meet a most dreadful fate. Before Duan Tianya could finish his sentence, the celestial crane descended. Qingqing, Yi Fan. Xuanhuan beckoned to the two. Come forth. Mu Qingqing nodded gently, about to step forward when she noticed Yi Fan still rooted in place, gazing at Yi Yao beneath Duan Tianya's blade. Sister Yao, wait for me, Yi Fan murmured, an unusual calm enveloping him. Yi Yao's blood-stained lashes trembled. Through Yi Fan's gaze, she sensed his sincerity. She did not wish to become a burden to him. She wanted to say not to come, to express that the Yi family needed Duan Tianshu's protection, but looking into the fire in Yi Fan's eyes, she ultimately just nodded gently. Once Yi Fan and Mu Qingqing mounted the celestial crane, the night wind surged, and the majestic bird soared away. Tianya, Xuanhuan, troubled in heart, approached Duan Tianya and whispered, do you truly believe this lad will come to your residence tomorrow? It is not a matter of belief, Duan Tianya replied, his fingertips brushing against the wound on Yi Yao's neck, blood-stained fingers glinting ominously in the moonlight. Given the circumstances just now, does my uncle have any assurance of reclaiming the Qianlong blade from Yi Fan before Xuanhuan? Xuanhuan shook his head. Xuanhuan had arrived with the celestial white crane, intending to take Yi Fan away, and the Imperial Guard was utterly incapable of stopping her. At this moment, Duan Tianya had cast aside Yi Yao, allowing her to stumble and kneel, observing just how much value this woman held in Yi Fan's heart. This woman? Jiang Zhan's eyes flickered with intrigue. Yet he chose not to elaborate. Come forth. Duan Tianya commanded the surrounding guards coldly. Take this woman back to the Imperial City and confine her in the water prison. Ensure she remains alive until noon tomorrow. The celestial white crane glided across the night sky of the Imperial City before finally landing at the northern gate of Tianwu Academy. Beyond this exit lay the Wolf Garden. Master, what brings us here? Mu Qingqing's eyes flickered with confusion. Wasn't the headmaster supposed to meet Yi Fan? Could it be that the headmaster was in the Wolf Garden? Xuanhuan smiled enigmatically, choosing not to answer Mu Qingqing's question, and simply addressed Yi Fan. Yi Fan. You know where to go. Indeed. Yi Fan nodded gently, already having deduced the truth. In reality, it was not the headmaster who sought to meet him. The person truly wishing to see him was old Xiao. Qingcheng, wait for me at the academy. Yi Fan informed Mu Qingcheng before dashing out of the northern gate like an arrow, disappearing into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. The Qianlong blade carved a crimson arc through the night, slaying the approaching beasts before they could draw near, as though he were venting his inner fury. It was not long before he arrived outside the true martial tower. At this moment, the tower's great door stood firmly shut. Without hesitation, Yi Fan retrieved the Tianwu Gold Order, unlocked the tower's entrance, and stepped inside, only to be met with darkness. Brat, you've arrived. Before he could discern his surroundings, old Zhao's familiar voice echoed. Strangely, old Xiao was seated before the stone tablet, a rare sight compared to his usual languid demeanor. Without uttering a word, Yi Fan brandished the Qianlong blade, its dragon-eyed hilt shimmering with blood-red light in the gloom. I shall shatter this wretched tablet. Wait. Old Zhao's bony fingers suddenly spread wide, and the Qianlong blade flew into his grasp. The dragon patterns on the blade glowed with a crimson hue, deepening the crevices on his face. As he traced the half-open dragon eye on the hilt, he suddenly spat at the Qianlong blade, exclaiming, Indeed, it is the Qianlong blade. That scoundrel Duan Yunin is exceedingly cunning, allowing his descendants to accompany him in death with the Qianlong blade. Even I have been deceived. He had established an agreement with the ancestor of Yunin Kingdom, Duan Yunin, stipulating that as long as the stone tablet remained unbroken, he must not depart from this place. However, without the cultivation of the Tianwu realm or the mastery of a sixth-tier divine inscription master, it was impossible to shatter the Yunin tablet. A Xuanwu realm warrior seeking to break the Yunin tablet must harness the power of the Qianlong blade. And it had to be a genius who passed through the true martial tower. Under such constraints, Duan Yunin had ensured that his descendants concealed the true Qianlong blade, evidently not intending to permit him to leave this place, unless he was willing to forsake his dignity and betray the agreement of your old Xiao. Yi Fan gazed intently at old Xiao, his eyes shining with an unsettling intensity. What? Old Xiao glanced at Yi Fan with a smile, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized him. Why are you so much more anxious than I? As he spoke, he deftly hurled the hidden dragon blade back. With the blade firmly in hand, Yi Fan resolutely summoned his spiritual energy. Boom. A single slash was unleashed, the blade's light resembling a crimson rainbow piercing the sky. The cloud concealment monument shattered with a thunderous crash, transforming into countless fragments. Old Xiao leisurely stroked his beard, seemingly unperturbed. After all, he was ensnared by a promise. If he truly wished to depart, it would be a trivial matter. Damn brat, old Xiao exclaimed, kicking aside the debris that had rolled to his feet. Tilting his head to scrutinize Yi Fan's tense profile. I see you are burdened with thoughts today. What is amiss? Where has that rebellious spirit of yours gone? Yi Fan sheathed the hidden dragon blade, gazing intently into old Zhao's eyes amidst the falling stone dust. Old Xiao, I wish to cause some trouble. Chapter 66. Walking with the Blade. Inviting Duan Tianya to life and death. Cause trouble? Haha. Old Xiao erupted in laughter, his murky old eyes gleaming with a fierce light. Now that is more like you. What kind of trouble can you stir in the imperial city of cloud concealment? Whatever you intend to do, pursue it without hesitation. Even if you poke a hole in the heavens, this old bone of mine can patch it up for you. Thank you, old Xiao. Yi Fan solemnly clasped his fists in gratitude. Although he was uncertain of old Zhao's true strength, he was confident that the latter was invincible within the realm of cloud concealment. With a light chuckle, old Xiao stroked his beard, a glint of amusement dancing in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the two departed the cave, revealing themselves in a certain location within the wolf garden. Old Xiao, I shall take my leave, Yi Fan said with a deep bow, turning with his garments billowing behind him. By the time he returned to the Tianwu Academy, dawn was breaking. Upon exiting the academy, Yi Fan strode through the main street of the imperial city, the hidden dragon blade trailing behind him. The blade's edge grazed the bluestone, sending sparks flying. Is that Yi Fan? The murderous aura surrounding him is palpable. Look at that blade. Could it be the legendary hidden dragon blade? I just heard that Yi Fan acquired the hidden dragon blade from the imperial tomb. He can't possibly be headed to the third prince's residence, can he? The citizens of the imperial city, bustling about, instinctively made way, murmurs of speculation rising all around. Word of Yi Fan's journey to the third prince's residence spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching the Tianwu Academy and echoing throughout the entire imperial city. By the time he reached the city center, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. His destination was clear, yet his strides were measured and unhurried. Your Highness, trouble is afoot. Inside the second prince's residence, Duan Tianshu was enjoying his breakfast when the hurried footsteps of the guards caused him to frown slightly. Is Yi Fan delivering the blade to the third prince's residence? Your Highness, it appears that Yi Fan, the guard swallowed hard, his demeanor suggesting that it was not merely a delivery, but rather an intention to kill. What? Duan Tianshu's eyes widened, a glimmer of insight flashing within. He abruptly rose and commanded the guard, quickly, prepare the horses. Meanwhile, within Tianwu Academy, Mu Qingcheng awaited Yi Fan's arrival. Upon learning that he was heading alone to the third prince's residence, she immediately pursued after him. Along the way, she noticed the scars left by the blade on the bluestone path, her brows furrowing in concern. Even through these marks, she could sense the overwhelming intent to kill emanating from Yi Fan. Within the Yi residence, Yi Hai reclined on his bed, while He Yu attended to him, diligently changing his bandages. After several days of recuperation, his injuries had healed considerably. Master, Yi Fu stumbled into the room, nearly tripping over the threshold. Ignoring the beads of sweat on his forehead, he trembled as he spoke. Young master has gone to the third prince's mansion. He has indeed gone. Yi Hai sighed deeply, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Both he and He Yu were already aware of Yi Yao's detention by Duan Tianya. Despite being the head of the Yi family, he felt utterly powerless in this situation. Upon learning that Yi Fan had acquired the Qianlong blade, he suspected that Yi Fan would use it to bargain for Yi Yao's release. In his heart, he still believed his son to be one of deep loyalty. Master. Yi Fu hesitated. There are rumors circulating that the young master might cause a commotion at the third prince's mansion. Surely not. Yi Hai sat up abruptly, disregarding the pain that surged through his wounds. With He Yu's support, he staggered toward the door. Let us hasten to the third prince's mansion. The prominent families of the royal city were quick to act, dispatching numerous spies toward the third prince's residence. As the sun gradually ascended, a dense crowd had already gathered outside the third prince's mansion. Duan Tianya lounged lazily in a grand chair placed at the entrance, squinting down the street, filled with both anticipation and curiosity. Why such a spectacle, when Yi Fan was merely delivering the Qianlong blade? The sound of the blade being dragged along the ground approached, and the crowd parted like the tide. As Yi Fan's figure emerged, silence enveloped the scene. Yi Fan, brother. Duan Tianshu squeezed through the throng, accompanied by Gu Yi and others. He reached out to halt Yi Fan as he passed, but when their eyes met, Yi Fan's gaze shimmering with murderous intent, his arm froze mid-air, as if choked by an unseen force. Mu Qingqing exchanged a glance with Yi Fan, nodding slightly. Regardless of Yi Fan's intentions, she chose to offer her unwavering support. Fanner. A quivering voice called from behind. Yi Fan paused and slowly turned. There stood Yi Hai, struggling forward with He Yu's assistance, his complexion pale. Father, your injuries are not yet healed. Why have you come? Yi Fan's brow furrowed, his voice softening instinctively. Do not concern yourself with me. Yi Hai grasped his son's wrist tightly, his fingers trembling slightly. Tell me, why have you come to the third prince's mansion? Is it not to deliver the blade to his highness? Deliver the blade? Yi Fan gently extricated himself, turning to He Yu with a warm gaze. Mother, please take care of father. I am unscathed. With that, he resolutely turned away, each step reverberating against the ground. Yi Fan, you have come to deliver the blade? Duan Tianya crossed his legs, scrutinizing Yi Fan with a teasing smile. Is this grand display to proclaim to the royal city that I, Duan Tianya, shall become the crown prince of the cloud-hidden kingdom? You are far too courteous. Haha. With a clang, Yi Fan drove the Qianlong blade deep into the bluestone ground, coldly fixing his gaze upon Duan Tianya. Where is he? Duan Tianya maintained a smile, clapping thrice. Before long, two guards dragged Yi Yao into view. Her disheveled and pitiful appearance drew gasps of horror from the crowd. The wounds were festering and laid bare to the bone, with frost clinging to her fallen locks. Sister Yao. Yi Fan's pupils constricted, and a surge of blood boiled within him. As he took a step forward, Duan Tianya's icy voice rang out. Switch the blade. You wish for a weapon? That depends on whether you possess the capability. Yi Fan's gaze turned frigid as he produced the death contract he had meticulously prepared and cast it before Duan Tianya. Sign it. Today, I, Yi Fan, challenge you, Duan Tianya, to a battle to the death. Should I perish, the blade shall be yours. What? Yi Fan dares to challenge the third prince to a fight to the death? The third prince is a master of the earth martial realm. How could Yi Fan be so audacious? The crowd erupted in tumult. Duan Tianya's expression shifted dramatically, while Mu Qingqiang felt a tightening in her chest. Yi Hai stood frozen, his lips quivering, speechless. To invite Duan Tianya to a battle to the death? Was there any difference from courting death? Haha. Duan Tianya was taken aback for a moment before a fit of maniacal laughter erupted from him. He rose abruptly, declaring, Yi Fan, are you out of your mind? You dare challenge me to a fight to the death with your mere Xuanhuan realm cultivation? Enough of your prattle. Yi Fan coldly rebuked, his murderous intent surging. Duan Tianya sneered. Do you truly believe that because I am injured in the imperial tomb, you can defeat and slay me? Regardless of your condition, you shall surely perish today. Yi Fan had no intention of further discourse, his gaze fixated on Duan Tianya, resolute in his intent. A battle to the death, is it? Duan Tianya bent down to retrieve the death contract, a glint of cold malice flashing in his eyes. You wish for a fight to the death? Very well. However, you must first remove your hidden star robe. Is that all you are capable of? Do you think you can best me while clad in that robe? Yi Fan chuckled coldly at the remark, suddenly tearing off the black robe and tossing it to Mu Qingqiang. Even without the hidden star robe, I shall still slay you. Chapter 67. Defying orders, severing the imperial decree with a blade. Excellent. Duan Tianya's eyes sparked with fierce coldness, a sinister smile forming on his lips as he decisively drew blood from his fingertip to sign the death contract. Since you seek death, how could I deny you? He tossed the death contract aside, the battle of life and death now sealed. Even in the absence of impartial witnesses, the contract remained valid. The crowd stirred restlessly, retreating to create ample space for the lethal confrontation between Yi Fan and Duan Tianya. Duan Tianya stepped forward, chest held high, his earth martial realm aura erupting with a thunderous force. The oppressive pressure surged toward Yi Fan like a tidal wave, causing his long hair to whip wildly. His complexion appeared flush, indicating that the wounds from his earlier beatings in the imperial tomb had evidently improved after consuming medicinal pills. To shed the hidden star robe for this battle was tantamount to courting certain death. Who could argue otherwise? How could he possibly be a match for the third prince? It was truly bewildering to comprehend his mindset, relentlessly seeking his own demise. The crowd murmured among themselves, many shaking their heads in sorrow, already beginning to mourn for Yi Fan. Although Yi Fan was a hidden star of the Tianwu Academy, possessing remarkable martial talent, his cultivation level, being merely at the Xuanwu realm, rendered the gap between him and Duan Tianya insurmountably vast. Mu Qingqiang, with her delicate fingers digging into her palm, felt a cold sweat for Yi Fan, yet she understood that this battle was unavoidable. She could only choose to believe in him. Duan Tianxu wore a frown, his expression shifting between dark and light. Previously, he had indeed wished for Yi Fan to perish at Duan Tianya's hands, but certainly not through a life-and-death battle. In such a duel, even if Yi Fan were to die, the Tianwu Academy would have no reason to pursue accountability, leaving Duan Tianya entirely unscathed. Moreover, this battle wagered not only their lives, but also the coveted Qianlong sword. As for Yi Hai and He Yu, they were at a loss for words at this moment. All they could do was pray, powerless to intervene. The imperial decree arrived. Before the gates of the third prince's residence, the atmosphere was tense. A sharp voice pierced through the heavy air. At one end of the street, Grand Eunuch Wei approached, accompanied by a retinue of golden-armored guards. Upon seeing Grand Eunuch Wei coming to deliver the decree, Duan Tianya's expression darkened. The last time Wei had visited the third prince's residence, he had ordered him to divorce Mu Qingqiang. Although he had been granted a fa of respect, it still left him feeling utterly humiliated. Now, with Wei returning once more with a decree, anxiety crept in. Yi Fan, receive the decree. As the crowd parted, Grand Eunuch Wei strode directly to Yi Fan's side. My decree? Yi Fan inquired, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Grand Eunuch Wei slowly unfurled the bright yellow imperial edict. Raising his voice dramatically, by the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. Yi Fan has retrieved the Qianlong sword from the imperial tomb, a great achievement. Henceforth, Yi Fan is to wield the sword and enter the palace to meet the emperor and receive his reward. Thus it is decreed. What? Duan Tianya's pupils contracted sharply, his fists clenching involuntarily. The timing of this decree was utterly inopportune. If he could eliminate Yi Fan in a life-and-death battle, the Qianlong sword would be his. Yet, his father, the emperor, had commanded Yi Fan to enter the palace with the sword and be honored. Mu Qingqiang, Yi Hai, and the others, upon realizing the intent of the decree, breathed a collective sigh of relief. The imperial edict had arrived, sparing Yi Fan from the life-and-death duel with Duan Tianya. Conversely, Duan Tianxu's expression was complex, his gaze flickering uncertainly. The life-and-death battle between Yi Fan and Duan Tianya was not his desire. Neither was it his wish for Yi Fan to present the Qianlong sword before the emperor. Yi Fan, receive the decree. Grand Eunuch Wei closed the edict and extended it towards Yi Fan. Wait, Duan Tianya interjected sharply, furrowing his brow at Grand Eunuch Wei. Grand Eunuch, I have just established a life-and-death contract with Yi Fan. He cannot leave. If he is to depart, it should be after this battle concludes. Your Highness the Third Prince. Grand Eunuch Wei replied with a cold laugh, his slanted eyes regarding Duan Tianya with disdain. Do you truly believe that a life-and-death contract can supersede an imperial decree? Duan Tianya found himself momentarily speechless, his lips pressed tightly together in frustration. At this moment, Yi Fan suddenly slashed with his sword. A cold gleam flashed, and the bright yellow imperial edict was severed with a resounding crack, its fragments fluttering like butterflies. What had Yi Fan done? He had dared to cut the imperial edict. Was he truly mad? Did this imply a refusal to comply with the decree? A collective gasp escaped the crowd, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Yi Hai's legs wobbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Disobeying an imperial order was already a capital offense. To slash the edict was a crime that could annihilate 9 generations of one's family. Now, it was not just Yi Fan who faced death. The entire Yi family was doomed to perish alongside him. This man, Duan Tianya, staggered back a step, his eyes wide with incredulity. To defy the decree, to cut the imperial edict, Yi Fan had done what he himself dared not contemplate. Outrageous. Eunuch Wei's face turned ashen, his delicate fingers trembling as they pointed at Yi Fan. How dare you? He exclaimed. The sovereign of the Yunnan kingdom has issued a decree. How dare you oppose it? Yi Fan stood tall, his gaze as sharp as a blade, fixing his eyes on Eunuch Wei. Return and inform the sovereign that today I shall take his son's life. You. Eunuch Wei trembled with fury. What of it? Get lost. Yi Fan barked, his eyes filled with murderous intent. His sole desire was to swiftly deal with Duan Tianya and bring Yi Yao back to tend to her wounds. Humph. Eunuch Wei's complexion was ashen. He flicked his dust whisk fiercely. Accompanied by his guards, he awkwardly pushed through the crowd and retreated. Duan Tianya, no one can save you today. Yi Fan once again drove the Qianlong sword into the ground and grasped the Ryu sword in his hand. Save me? Haha. Duan Tianya suddenly burst into laughter, shaking his head incessantly. Yi Fan, where do you derive your confidence to utter such words? This decree is meant to save you, not me. But now, all that is irrelevant. To kill you requires but a single strike. Yi Fan ceased his words, slowly raising the Ryu sword. The sun's energy flowed through him, gathering in the sword he held. The blade radiated a brilliant golden light, as if he wielded a blazing sun. Throughout his journey to the third prince's residence, he had intentionally slowed his pace, not only to build momentum, but also to await the sun's ascendance. The more intense the sunlight, the stronger his solar sword became. Huh. Duan Tianya observed the rising momentum of Yi Fan's sword with disdain. Even if your sword is powerful, can it surpass mine? With that, he shook his arms, summoning the power of his life soul. A phantom white dragon materialized behind him, emitting a deep, resonant roar. Your life soul is not unique to you, Yi Fan retorted coldly, revealing the towering steel of heaven. Having awakened his life soul at the Xuanhuan realm, Yi Fan truly was a prodigy. It was no wonder he possessed the ability to slay foes beyond his level. Yet, he was merely at the 5th stage of the Xuanhuan realm. Even with the awakening of his life soul, it would be of little use. Indeed, had he attained the 9th stage of the Xuanhuan realm, with his life soul awakened, he might have been able to contend with the third prince. Many within the imperial city had heard of Yi Fan's possession of a life soul, yet most had yet to witness it with their own eyes. In this moment, the terrifying talent of Yi Fan became palpably evident. Yet, despite this, the onlookers remained skeptical about Yi Fan's chances of victory. Is this even of any use? Duan Tianya cast a dismissive glance at the ethereal shadow of the Zhentian monument behind Yi Fan. With that, he suddenly unleashed a powerful punch, the radiant force morphing into a white dragon that charged ferociously towards Yi Fan, shattering the stone tiles in its wake. Chapter 68. The Suppression of Heavenly Tao, One Sword to Slay Duan Tianya. The Suppression of Heavenly Tao. Yi Fan raised the Riyao sword high, its blade reflecting a blinding golden light under the sun. The tip of the sword trembled slightly, yet it remained poised, unyielding. With a soft utterance, the engravings on the Zhentian monument flared to life. The oppressive force of the heavenly Tao descended abruptly, causing Duan Tianya to feel an immense weight settling upon his shoulders, as if he bore an insurmountable burden. What is happening? Duan Tianya was struck with horror as he realized that the white dragon punch he had unleashed was visibly dimming. The once ferocious assault withered instantaneously. His legs buckled uncontrollably, knees crashing heavily against the azure stone ground with a dull thud. The surging power within him, akin to the might of the earth martial realm, felt as though it had been abruptly severed by an invisible hand, his cultivation inexplicably suppressed to the first level of the Xuanhuan realm. The power of the Zhentian Monument's heavenly Dao suppression could be activated only once each day, although its duration depended on the user's strength. Its effectiveness diminished with the disparity in realms between the adversaries. Kill. Yi Fan, uncertain of how long he could maintain Duan Tianya suppression to the Xuanhuan realm, dared not linger. Exhaling a chilling breath, he swung the Ri Yao sword, its resplendent golden light cleaving downward with ferocity. The air around him warped and twisted under the searing glow. The already feeble white dragon punch was effortlessly torn apart, its momentum undiminished as it hurtled towards Duan Tianya. No. Duan Tianya's eyes widened in terror as he hastily swung his fist in defense. An unprecedented fear flickered in his gaze. The sword's brilliance cascaded like the Milky Way, engulfing him entirely in an instant. Boom. The spectators collectively held their breath, their eyes wide with disbelief. Bang. Moments later, the blinding sword light dissipated. Duan Tianya collapsed to the ground, his ornate robe reduced to tatters. A gaping wound, the size of a bowl, marred his chest, wisps of smoke still rising from its edges. One sword? Yi Fan has slain the third prince with a single strike. Heavens, how could he have accomplished this? The crowd gazed at Duan Tianya's lifeless body, erupting into incredulous exclamations. Mu Qingcheng, Duan Tianshu, Yi Hai, and others wore expressions of shock. Your Highness. A piercing scream suddenly echoed from within the third prince's residence. Xiao Lao darted out like a specter, and upon seeing the corpse on the ground, he froze as though struck by lightning. His aged face contorted in anguish, and his murky eyes bore into Yi Fan with a chilling, murderous intent. He had been practicing within the residence, convinced that Duan Tianya could easily handle Yi Fan, and thus had not intervened. Sensing the terrifying power of the heavenly suppression outside the manor, I rushed out at once, only to find I was a step too late. Yi Fan, you dare to slay His Highness, the third prince. Old Xiao's hair stood on end, and his frail fingers curled like eagle's claws. I shall demand your life. It is a battle of life and death. Either you live or you die. Yi Fan cast a cold glance at old Xiao, the tip of his sword pointing at the life and death contract on the ground. You old dog, your master's contract is still warm. Why do you bark? What life and death contract? In a fit of rage, old Xiao swept his sleeve, unleashing a fierce energy that shattered the contract into pieces. Huh? Yi Fan sneered, curling his lips disdainfully. Do you think that destroying the life and death contract renders it void? Everyone present is a witness to the fairness of this battle. If you have the capability, kill everyone here. Old Xiao's sinister gaze swept across the crowd, his expression darkening further. To kill everyone here? Even if he had that power, he would not dare. Plop, plop, plop. At that moment, the sound of orderly hooves echoed, approaching with a tremor that shook the earth. The crowd turned to see hundreds of golden-armored guards surging like a tide. Leading them was General Jiang Zhan, clad in battle attire, his sword gleaming ominously at his waist. The guards have arrived. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in old Xiao's eyes as he grinned malevolently at Yi Fan. Disrespecting the imperial decree, beheading the edict, and slaying a prince. Each act is a capital offense. Yi Fan, today you shall not escape unscathed. Is that so? Yi Fan remained undaunted, boldly turning to face the guards. As the crowd parted, Jiang Zhan rode forth, his gaze falling upon the corpse of Duan Tianya, and his murderous intent erupted instantly. He glared at Yi Fan, demanding, Did you kill Tianya? Needless to say, Yi Fan met Jiang Zhan's gaze with defiance. You shall die? Jiang Zhan, furious, unsheathed his sword in an instant. Qingqing. Yi Fan tilted his head, offering a knowing glance to Mu Qingqing. She understood and gracefully draped the hidden star robe over his shoulders. To kill me? Have you considered the consequences? Adorned in the hidden star robe, Yi Fan's confidence surged as he fixed his icy stare upon Jiang Zhan, his voice cutting like ice. Are the guards parading through the imperial city at the behest of the monarch? Or is it you, Jiang Zhan, acting on your own accord? So what if it's the hidden star? I will not hesitate to kill. Jiang Zhan barked coldly, pointing his sword at Yi Fan and issuing his command. Yi Fan, you have disrespected the decree, beheaded the edict, and slain a prince. You deserve 1,000 deaths. Kill him. Duan Tianya was his own nephew. With his death, Jiang Zhan's path ahead had been severed. If he did not kill Yi Fan, his hatred could never be quelled. Plop, plop, plop. As Jiang Zhan's words fell, the guards surged forward like a relentless tide. The sound of iron hooves thundering on the ground was deafening, and the glinting blades formed a dazzling array under the sun. The onlookers gasped in shock and scattered in panic. Yi Hai attempted to step forward, but was firmly restrained by He Yu's grip on his sleeve. Only Mu Qingcheng remained steadfast, closely by Yi Fan's side, without a hint of retreat. Huh. Yi Fan's expression was one of contempt, unafraid of the oncoming guards. At this moment, he quietly sheathed the daylight sword. Boom, boom. With a thunderous roar, 9 streaks of light descended from the heavens like falling stars, crashing heavily before the ranks of the Imperial Guard. The war horses neighed in terror, and chaos ensued as men and beasts were thrown into disarray, dust swirling in the air. From the skies came a series of melodious bird calls. The crowd looked up to see 9 flying beasts of varied forms circling above, each bearing a figure upon its back. The Tianwu Academy. Jiang Zhan's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively loosened his grip on his sword. Each of the 9 was none other than the head of Tianwu Academy. Jiang Zhan, you possess great audacity. The voice of Xuanhuan, perched upon the back of a white crane, was soft yet resonant, reaching the ears of all present. Dare to touch the hidden star of Tianwu Academy? Are you seeking death? It was Yi Fan who killed the prince first. Jiang Zhan ground his teeth, his fury palpable. Huh. Xuanhuan scoffed lightly, her jade fingers stroking the crane's feathers. Do not mention that Yi Fan has a life and death contract with Duan Tianya. Even without it, he would not be faulted for killing Duan Tianya. A mere prince? So be it. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, eyes widening in disbelief. A mere prince? And so easily dismissed? Xuanhuan, how tyrannical. Arrogant. Jiang Zhan laughed bitterly in his rage, sword raised towards the heavens. Is Tianwu Academy inciting rebellion? Rebellion? Xuanhuan turned to Yi Fan, amusement dancing in her eyes. Yi Fan, how should we deal with this fool? Kill. Yi Fan declared with unwavering determination, his eyes ablaze with intent. Yi Yao was captured by the Imperial Guard. Even if Jiang Zhan acts on Duan Tianya's orders, he deserves death. Chapter 69, The Headmaster Strikes. Slaughtering the Imperial Guard. Indeed, he deserves to die? Xuanhuan smiled enchanting, gently patting the crane's neck. With a resounding cry, the white crane soared down like an arrow. Simultaneously, a brilliant purple light surged from Xuanhuan's palm as she unleashed a powerful palm strike directed at Jiang Zhan's crown. Is that all you've got? Jiang Zhan scoffed, raising his sword with sudden resolve. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a roar akin to a tiger, as golden sword energy transformed into a fearsome tiger's head, charging towards the palm strike. Boom. The collision of the two forces erupted, sending shockwaves through the air. Jiang Zhan's hands shattered, his sword flying from his grasp. He looked down at his trembling right hand, then stared in horror at Xuanhuan. This is impossible. How could you be so strong? Should I not be this strong? Xuanhuan replied playfully, challenging Jiang Zhan's disbelief. Jiang Zhan's brow furrowed, confusion overwhelming him. I, Jiang Zhan, am ranked 5th on the strength list. You are not among the top 4. Why? Tianwu Academy does not belong on the strength list. Xuanhuan regarded him as if he were simple-minded. With that, she lightly stepped off the crane's back and, in a flash, lunged at Jiang Zhan once more. Damn it! Jiang Zhan realized the gravity of the situation, his expression darkening. Boom, boom, boom. Without his sword, he was swiftly suppressed by Xuanhuan. Nevertheless, he still held the title of 5th on the strength list. Xuanhuan harbored intentions of murder. Yet the task was far from simple. Several deans, are you still watching? Yi Fan, upon witnessing the scene, lifted his gaze towards the 8 figures suspended in the void. Haha, it has been a long time since I have stretched my limbs. The Tianwu Academy has indeed been too low-key in recent years. It is time to let the royal family know who truly holds power in the Yunnan Kingdom. 3 of the deans spoke in succession, descending like falling stars. Jiang Zhan, besieged from all sides, found himself in a dire predicament. Where are the Imperial Guards? Jiang Zhan roared defiantly, facing 4 adversaries alone. Hearing his call, hundreds of Imperial Guards rushed to his aid. Seeking death, a voice echoed from above, shattering the stillness. The remaining 5 deans were no longer passive observers. They plunged into the ranks of the Imperial Guards, like wolves among sheep. An elder in a green robe unleashed countless vines from his sleeves, ensnaring both soldiers and steeds alike. A middle-aged man in white, with a deft flick of his fan, sent invisible blades slicing through the air, decapitating a line of foes. Most terrifying was the black-clad matron, whose withered hand pressed against the ground, transforming the surrounding tiles into quicksand. At this moment, Yi Fan, alongside Mu Qingcheng, strolled nonchalantly towards Yi Yao. Old Qiu and the guards of the 3rd prince dared not intervene, allowing them to carry the unconscious Yi Yao away. Boom, boom, boom. In mere moments, hundreds of Imperial Guards lay slaughtered. Jiang Zhan could not endure much longer, having already been struck down by Xuanhuan's devastating palm. Collapsing into a pool of blood, the scattered onlookers, witnessing the carnage, were profoundly shaken. In an instant, the atmosphere stilled, as if the very air had solidified. Tianwu Academy. How formidable. How tyrannical. With just 9 deans taking action, they had annihilated hundreds of Imperial guards, including the 5th-rank commander, Xuanhuan. Meanwhile, Duan Tianshu felt a surge of secret delight. With Duan Tianya dead and Xuanhuan along with his confidence extinguished, he found himself without rivals in the struggle for the Crown Prince's position. Even without the Longting Blade, the title of Crown Prince was within his grasp. The Emperor has arrived. At that moment, a sharp voice cleaved through the heavy atmosphere like a dagger, from the direction of the royal city. 12 elders in golden robes rode upon pure white flame steeds, drawing a resplendent chariot that floated through the air, with golden lotus flames blooming beneath their hooves. Duan Jiuxiao, clad in a dragon robe of black and gold, stood with his hands clasped behind his back atop the chariot. What a remarkable Tianwu Academy! Duan Jiuxiao's gaze swept over the fallen Imperial guards, finally resting upon the 9 deans. Engaging the Imperial guards in slaughter. Do you not fear that I shall dismantle the Tianwu Academy? Your Majesty might as well give it a try, replied Xuanhuan, wiping the blood from her face and suddenly breaking into a laugh. To dare lay hands on the hidden star of Tianwu Academy, not to mention mere Imperial guards. Even your Majesty would not escape unscathed. Hidden star? Duan Jiuxiao narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Yi Fan, who was adorned in the robes of the hidden star. You are the hidden star of Tianwu Academy, Yi Fan? Why must your Majesty feign ignorance? Yi Fan held his head high, his gaze unwavering and unflinching. A cold glint flickered in Duan Jiuxiao's eyes as he questioned Yi Fan. Retrieving the Qianlong blade from the Imperial Mausoleum is indeed a grand achievement. I wish to bestow a reward, yet you choose not to present yourself before the throne? The Emperor has already granted a reward, Yi Fan replied, suddenly scoffing at the remark. Granted a reward? Duan Jiuxiao's expression faltered. Pointing to the lifeless body of Duan Tianya beside him, Yi Fan mockingly remarked. The Emperor has rewarded Duan Tianya with his life. Alas, you arrived too late to witness how his life was lost. Impudent, Duan Jiuxiao bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder as he reached out with his claw-like hand. The Qianlong blade, embedded in the ground, trembled violently, its hilt gleaming with crimson light as it soared into Duan Jiuxiao's grasp. The blade emitted a mournful wail, as if resisting his control, yet fell silent once he pricked his fingers, allowing his blood to mingle with the weapon. Who just spoke? Duan Jiuxiao gently caressed the edge of the Qianlong blade, his gaze, filled with murderous intent, darting towards Xuanhuan. Even if I wished to slay the hidden star of the Tianwu Academy, would the Academy not dare to retaliate? It was I who spoke. Xuanhuan stepped forward casually, responding with indifference. The Tianwu Academy indeed possesses an overwhelming presence. As Duan Jiuxiao spoke, the Qianlong blade swept horizontally, transforming its aura into a golden dragon that lunged toward Yi Fan. Xuanhuan swiftly positioned herself in front of Yi Fan, conjuring a violet shield. The golden dragon collided with the barrier, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The dispersing energy obliterated the bluestone ground, yet not even Yi Fan's garments were disturbed. I wish to witness how the Tianwu Academy dares to retaliate. Duan Jiuxiao stood atop his royal carriage, casting a cold gaze over Xuanhuan and her 9 companions. Your Majesty, are you courting death? Xuanhuan asked, her shoulders rising in resignation at Duan Jiuxiao's provocation. Once spoken, words cannot be retracted. If they were to cower now, what would become of the Tianwu Academy's authority? With that, an overwhelming surge of violet spiritual energy erupted from Xuanhuan's being, akin to a surging sea. The other 8 deans stepped forward simultaneously, their battle spirits igniting fiercely. In the corner, Duan Tianshu's breathing grew increasingly labored, his pale visage tinged with a sickly flush as his pupils constricted sharply. It would be better if they were all dead. In his mind, he conjured images of himself adorned in royal yellow. Duan Tianya was dead. If his father were to perish as well, he would ascend the throne immediately. The thought nearly made him burst into laughter, though he quickly forced himself to regain composure. To assassinate his father was no trifling matter. As a prince, he possessed knowledge of certain royal secrets. For years, the royal family had been constrained by the Tianwu Academy. His father had been secretly amassing strength to extricate himself from this predicament. Now, he had long since acquired the capability to withstand the Academy's influence. It was time for a change in the leadership of the Tianwu Academy. Seeing that Xuanhuan and her group were genuinely willing to engage in battle, Duan Jiuxiao suddenly chuckled coldly. He raised the Qianlong blade, pointing it towards Xuanhuan and her companions. The 12 elderly figures in golden robes simultaneously bit their tongues, unleashing 12 streams of blood arrows. The blood droplets coalesced in the air, forming an ancient formation, with each line radiating a blinding golden light. Amidst the thunderous dragon roars, 12 ethereal 5-clawed golden dragons surged forth, shattering the array. As the dragon whiskers swayed, the air within 1,000 zhang radius instantaneously solidified. In Chapter 70, the venerable Xiao made his appearance, pointing decisively to dismantle the formation. The golden dragon locking heaven formation. Xuanhuan recognized the illusory array, her expression becoming slightly grave. The hidden onlookers dared not even breathe. Kill. Duan Jiuxiao spat the word through clenched teeth, his voice as frigid as eternal ice. The 12 golden dragons writhed, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Observing this spectacle, Yi Fan instinctively shielded Yi Yao and Mu Qingqing behind him. Stop! A voice like thunder erupted from the void. There, at the horizon, an elderly man in a white robe strode through the air. His sleeves billowed in the wind, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. He was a practitioner of the heavenly martial realm. Yi Fan's eyes flashed upon seeing the white-robed elder. The ability to traverse the skies was exclusive to those of the heavenly martial realm. Previously, whether it was the various deans or Duan Jiuxiao, they had only managed to achieve flight by riding on flying demonic beasts. Dean, Ziyuan, and the others bowed in solemn respect. Duan Tianshu's expression shifted slightly as he discreetly retreated further into the shadows. Was this man truly the head of the Heavenly Martial Academy? Yi Fan scrutinized the white-robed elder, a slight smile gracing his lips. As far as he knew, the number of heavenly martial practitioners in the Yunyin Kingdom was exceedingly limited, with the head of the Heavenly Martial Academy being the only one publicly recognized. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest in the kingdom. To establish the Golden Dragon locking heaven formation and threaten the head of the Heavenly Martial Academy. Was the royal family intending to declare war against the academy? The dean's voice was calm, yet resonated with enough force to stir the clouds. He stood suspended in the air, perfectly positioned between Yi Fan and the deans. And what if I do? Duan Jiuxiao sneered, having anticipated the dean's appearance. His hand remained steady on the concealed dragon blade, asserting that the Heavenly Martial Academy had grown increasingly audacious over the years, blatantly disregarding the royal family. A mere hidden star of the academy dared to kill my royal son, and these deans had even slaughtered the forbidden troops. Before Duan Jiuxiao could finish his remarks, the dean suddenly raised a hand and interrupted with a smile. Have we ever regarded the royal family with any semblance of respect? Upon hearing this, Duan Jiuxiao's countenance darkened like ink. Duan Jiuxiao, have you forgotten? The dean stepped forward, a blue lotus blooming beneath his feet. How did you become the crown prince of the Yunyin Kingdom and ascend to the throne back then? Humph. Duan Jiuxiao laughed in fury. Indeed, I relied on your favor to become the crown prince. However, my tolerance towards the Heavenly Martial Academy during my reign has balanced the scales. Today, the academy's actions have gone too far. Too far. The dean shook his head, his eyes, glimmering with brilliance beneath his white brows, intensified. With a wave of his sleeve, 12 azure lotuses materialized, forcing the golden dragons back. If you withdraw the golden dragon locking heaven formation and return to your palace, there may still be room for negotiation. However, if one insists on taking action, the throne of the Yunyin Kingdom must be occupied by another. Duan Tianshu's eyes brightened with anticipation. A change in the occupant of the Yunyin throne? Surely, that was a reference to him. Ha! Duan Jiuxiao's raucous laughter reverberated, shaking the ground beneath. Did he truly believe that over the years, he had made no preparations? As the words fell, the Qianlong blade in his hand was abruptly raised. The blade's aura surged, twisting back toward his own arm. In an instant, numerous deep gashes, revealing bone, appeared on his arm. Blood gushed forth, spraying onto the blade like a fountain. The Qianlong blade greedily absorbed the blood, its patterns gradually emanating a sinister red glow. Begone! Duan Jiuxiao bellowed, the bloodied tip of the blade pointing directly at the array in the sky. The bloodlight slithered into the heart of the formation like a venomous serpent, transforming the originally resplendent golden array into a sea of crimson, as 12 dragon shadows let out agonized roars, their scales stained red. The golden dragon locking array could not contend with you. Duan Jiuxiao licked the blood that had splattered onto his lips, his eyes flickering with a frenzied light. What if it were the blood dragon locking array? Could it vanquish you? He understood the headmaster's formidable strength, daring to engage in battle with the Tianwu Academy. He would not be without his preparations. The 12 golden-robed elders who had set up the formation were not even as powerful as the various deans of the Tianwu Academy. Yet, they were all members of the Yunyin royal family, cultivating the Yunyin dragon secret, sharing a common lineage. With their combined efforts, the golden dragon locking array possessed the might to rival Tianwu realm warriors. However, to confront a warrior of the headmaster's caliber, they still fell short. At this moment, Duan Jiuxiao, using his own true dragon blood as a catalyst, combined with the royal treasure, the Qianlong blade, upgraded the golden dragon locking array to the blood dragon locking array, enhancing its power. Now, it harbored the capacity to annihilate the headmaster. The roar of dragons echoed as 12 blood dragons, their scales glinting with a sanguine sheen, circled menacingly around the headmaster. A terrifying dragon might press down, warping the very fabric of space. Mu Qingqing's expression turned anxious as she leaned on Yi Yao, whispering to Yi Fan, who stood protectively in front of her. Can the headmaster withstand the blood dragon locking array? If the headmaster cannot, surely there are others of great prowess. Yi Fan remained unperturbed, his expression calm, devoid of any trace of worry. Regardless of how the situation evolved, he maintained his composure. You have truly gone to great lengths to deal with an old man. The headmaster, with his flowing white beard, remained unfazed. After a sigh and a shake of his head, he turned toward the Tianwu Academy, respectfully bowing and requesting, I implore the venerable uncle to take action and break the array. At that moment, the world fell silent. Duan Jiuxiao's face twisted into a sinister grin, suddenly freezing. The hand gripping the Qianlong blade began to tremble involuntarily. Was there an existence even more terrifying than the headmaster within the Tianwu Academy? As he turned to look, he saw at the end of the street an old man, ragged and resembling a beggar, approaching with hands clasped behind his back. Yi Fan recognized him and smiled knowingly. Who else could it be but Elder Xiao? Who are you? Duan Jiuxiao furrowed his brows, casting a downward gaze to scrutinize the Elder Xiao. Though he sensed no palpable aura, an overwhelming dread emanated from the elderly figure. Master Uncle. The head of the academy once again bowed deeply to Elder Xiao. Elder Xiao dismissively waved his hand at the blood dragon locking heaven array, his murky old eyes scanning the 12 blood dragons suspended in the void, before suddenly chuckling. This array, created by the old man, is intended to slay me? How amusing, truly amusing. Absurd. Duan Jiuxiao's dragon robe trembled, veins bulging on his forehead as he coldly retorted, this array was crafted by the ancestors of our Yunin kingdom. It has nothing to do with you. Did Duan Yunin not inform you? Elder Xiao casually dug in his ear and flicked away the earwax from his fingertip. Did I teach him this array? Before his words had fully dissipated, his right hand slowly rose, and his index finger lightly pointed towards the void. What appeared to be a slow gesture was, in truth, as swift as lightning. The moment the fingertip made contact with the first blood dragon, boom, the dragon's head exploded suddenly, unable to emit even a whimper before disintegrating into a cloud of crimson mist. Following suit were the second and third dragons, with each delicate point of Elder Xiao's finger. Another dragon met the same explosive fate. 12 dragons were dispatched in mere moments. When the 13th finger aimed at the array in the void, the overwhelming blood-red formation dissipated as swiftly as morning mist before the rising sun. Duan Jiuxiao staggered backward, nearly tumbling from his throne. The 12 golden-robed elders simultaneously coughed up blood, their faces ashen. Who on earth are you? Duan Jiuxiao fixed his gaze on Elder Xiao, filled with disbelief and resentment. The blood dragon locking heaven array was an unparalleled killing formation capable of annihilating those in the Tianwu realm. Yet Elder Xiao had effortlessly shattered it with but a flick of his finger. What's the point of standing so high? Elder Xiao rubbed his aching neck, suddenly waving his hand in irritation as he observed the commotion. In an instant, a fierce wind erupted. The 12 fiery steeds let out terrified neighs, as if struck by an invisible hand, plummeting alongside the throne from the lofty heights. Duan Jiuxiao tumbled to the ground, his dragon robe soiled with dust, utterly devoid of any imperial dignity. You little rascal. Elder Zhao's figure steadied as he beckoned to Yi Fan, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd. Was such a formidable presence here for Yi Fan? Yi Fan smirked slightly, aware that Elder Xiao was creating an aura for him. Adjusting his concealed star robe, he strode towards Elder Xiao under the watchful eyes of the multitude. Elder Xiao. Upon reaching Elder Xiao, Yi Fan respectfully bowed. Why all this formality? Elder Xiao grinned, revealing a few yellowed teeth, casually gesturing towards Duan Jiuxiao and the others. What do you think should be done with them? A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Having witnessed Elder Zhao's terrifying prowess, they understood that he could eliminate anyone present with the slightest effort. Yet now, he had entrusted Yi Fan with the power of life and death. Eliminate them. Yi Fan's response was crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Duan Tianshu trembled slightly, his eyes glinting with a morbid excitement. Fixating on the silhouette of Duan Jiuxiao, his lips quivered involuntarily. If the Emperor Duan Jiuxiao were to perish, would the throne be taken? Old Xiao raised his grizzled eyebrows, the wrinkles on his face easing into a smile. You, my boy, seem to harbor quite the murderous intent. To dare contemplate the annihilation of the Heavenly Martial Academy, such a fate is insufficient. Yi Fan cast a cold glance at Duan Jiuxiao, his voice as frigid as ice. Moments ago, Duan Jiuxiao sought not only his demise but also the lives of the esteemed directors and the head of the Heavenly Martial Academy. If all these individuals were to perish, Would the Heavenly Martial Academy still retain its essence? The implication was akin to its complete destruction. That is indeed the case. Old Xiao remarked with an amused expression, yet when he turned to face Duan Jiuxiao, the smile vanished abruptly. What did this young man just utter? Did you hear that? Senior. Duan Jiuxiao scrambled to his feet, disregarding the dust on his clothes, staggering forward with a hoarse voice. You share a past with my ancestors. Why pursue the bloodline of an old friend to the ends of the earth? Do you know who I am, and yet you ask? Old Xiao replied, casting a sidelong glance at Duan Jiuxiao. Previously, he had made it clear that the blood dragon locking heaven formation was of his own creation and had been taught to Duan Yunin. It was not difficult to deduce his identity. Duan Jiuxiao sought to delve deeper, yet he failed to consider whether he was worthy of such inquiry. Senior. Duan Jiuxiao's expression darkened, momentarily rendering him speechless. I have no intention of exterminating the bloodline of Duan Yunin, Old Xiao said nonchalantly, scratching his ear. There are not fewer than 800 descendants of Duan Yunin. Simply select one with a modicum of sense to assume the throne. He paused, casting a glance at Duan Tianshu, who was lurking in the corner. For instance, that young man appears quite suitable. Duan Tianshu was initially taken aback, but was soon filled with elation. However, when he met Old Zhao's enigmatic gaze, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, leaving him chilled to the bone. Are you not concerned that this could plunge the kingdom of Yunin into chaos? Duan Jiuxiao's brow furrowed deeply as he attempted a final struggle. Indeed, Old Xiao nodded, refraining from recklessly issuing a death sentence. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Duan Jiuxiao. Very well, I shall grant you 6 months' time to choose a new sovereign. After that period, you shall come to me to meet your fate. Comply obediently, and I shall ensure the longevity of the kingdom of Yunin. Otherwise, Duan Jiuxiao's eyes widened slightly, feeling a mix of indignation and frustration. However, Old Zhao's lips curled into a smile, yet abruptly shifted his focus to the 12 elderly men in golden robes. As for the 12 of you, there is no need for your continued existence. Upon hearing this, the 12 golden-robed elders changed color in unison. Just as they prepared to flee, a terrifying pressure descended upon them, rendering their bodies immobile. Old Xiao raised his hand, conjuring a palm imprint in the void. With a mere gesture, the palm descended to suppress the 12 golden-robed elders, who barely had time to scream before their fate was sealed. The oppressive palm imprint crushed into a mist of blood. Duan Jiuxiao's face turned ashen, and he finally lowered his proud head, devoid of any spirit to resist, dutifully adhering to the elder's command. Still not departing? Elder Xiao glanced at the motionless Duan Jiuxiao, a teasing smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Junior takes his leave. Duan Jiuxiao's expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness. Ultimately, he performed a deep bow. Rising, his sharp gaze sliced through Duan Tianshu. Tianshu, the matter of the mission to the Taiyuan dynasty in a month's time rests entirely upon your shoulders. Now, follow me back to the palace for further discussion. A mission to the Taiyuan dynasty? Duan Tianshu was momentarily taken aback, a wave of ecstatic joy igniting in his eyes. He hurriedly stepped forward, almost obsequiously grasping Duan Jiuxiao's arm, accompanying him to the palace. The Taiyuan dynasty, one of the 4 great dynasties of the southern realm. The Yunin kingdom is merely a vassal state of the Taiyuan dynasty. Each year, the Taiyuan dynasty hosts the Junlin feast, inviting the prodigies of its vassal states to attend. The leader of the delegation is typically the crown prince of the vassal country. Last year, it was indeed Duan Tianya who represented them. This year, the designated individual was still supposed to be Duan Tianya. Yet now, this responsibility has fallen upon Duan Tianshu. The implications of this are self-evident. The Junlin feast? Prompted by Duan Jiuxiao's reminder, Elder Xiao suddenly recalled, turning to pat Yi Fan's shoulder. You rascal, if you're interested, you too may attend the Junlin feast of the Taiyuan dynasty. What is the Junlin feast? Yi Fan inquired, puzzled. The Junlin feast is a banquet of prodigies, a gathering where the elite converge for competition. At this moment, the head of the academy descended gracefully, approaching Yi Fan to elucidate. The Taiyuan prodigy list is determined through this event, and those who make the list are granted direct qualification for the Tai Chi Dao sect's assessment. Yi Fan found it curious. Does this mean that if one does not make it onto the Taiyuan prodigy list, they cannot participate in the Tai Chi Dao sect's entry examination? Initially, Qin Yimo had not mentioned so much to him, only stating that the minimum requirement was the 7th level of the Xuanhuan realm. Naturally, one could still participate. The head of the academy stroked his beard thoughtfully. However, if one fails to make the Taiyuan prodigy list, they will face a more arduous path, as there will be an additional round of selection, with heightened difficulty and danger. You've harbored thoughts of attending the Tai Chi Dao sect, haven't you? Elder Xiao guessed Yi Fan's intentions upon hearing his question. Yi Fan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Being in the Heavenly Martial Academy while yearning for the Tai Chi Dao sect, wasn't he that akin to feasting at the table while gazing longingly at the pot? Don't be embarrassed, Elder Xiao laughed heartily, pulling Yi Fan closer. People strive to ascend, just as water flows downward. If you truly wish to participate in the Tai Chi Dao sect's assessment, you must not falter, otherwise, I shall have no choice but to discipline you. How could that be? Yi Fan grinned widely. Yi Fan, the head of the academy, suddenly adopted a serious tone, raising his hand to interrupt the banter between Elder Xiao and Yi Fan. If you intend to attend the Junlin feast of the Taiyuan dynasty, you must leave behind this hidden star robe. As the conversation unfolded, one could not help but steal glances at Elder Xiao, seemingly gauging his disposition. The bestowal of the hidden star position and the granting of the hidden star robe were originally Elder Xiao's intentions. Therefore, reclaiming these privileges necessitated his consent. Elder Xiao merely yawned nonchalantly, clearly indifferent to the matter at hand. Very well, Yi Fan readily acquiesced, promptly shedding the hidden star robe and presenting it to the head of the courtyard. A faint, feeble call emerged from the side. Yi Yao, having awakened after receiving medicinal pills from Mu Qingqing, approached with a pale visage still marked by traces of dried blood. Supported by Mu Qingqing, she slowly made her way to Yi Fan. Yi Fan's smile dissipated as he turned to Elder Xiao and the head of the courtyard, saying, Elder Xiao, head of the courtyard, Sister Yao is gravely injured. I shall take her home to recuperate. Go ahead. Elder Xiao waved his frail hand dismissively. The head of the courtyard nodded slightly, securing the hidden star robe into his spatial ring. Yi Fan turned, assisting Yi Yao from Mu Qingqing's grasp, and together they made their way back to the Yi residence, accompanied by Yi Hai and He Yu, whose figures elongated in the sunset's glow. The crowd from the Tianwu Academy did not linger, returning in succession, leaving behind a scene of disarray. The suppressed crowd finally erupted into a cacophony of voices, discussions spreading like a tidal wave. Each face bore the marks of shock and trepidation. At this moment, atop the highest pinnacle of Qitian Tower in the imperial city, stood a man and a woman. The woman, with fiery hair cascading to her waist, was none other than the foremost swordswoman of the Fomin Kingdom. Beside her, a man clad in resplendent robes stood, his piercing gaze shadowed with a hint of gloom. He was Feng Wujing, the crown prince of Fomin Kingdom, who had recently arrived in the imperial city of Yunin. Such a formidable figure exists within the Tianwu Academy. Feng Wujing's cold voice sliced through the air as he surveyed the chaotic scene before the residence of the third prince. With Duan Tianya's demise, our plans have been thrown into disarray. The foremost swordswoman sighed. The competition for the crown prince of Yunin Kingdom is now devoid of uncertainty. According to Elder Zhao's intentions, if Duan Zhouxiao is willing to meet his end in 6 months, he will ensure the enduring legacy of Yunin Kingdom. Devoid of uncertainty? I beg to differ. Feng Wujing narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of cunning flashing within. Dare I say, the absence of a crown prince for Duan Zhouxiao is puzzling. Why the delay? Feng Wujing suddenly lowered his voice, disdain evident. Is it not due to his avarice for imperial power? Will he truly resign himself to death in 6 months? I find that hard to believe. Would he dare to oppose Elder Xiao? The foremost swordswoman muttered, a hint of doubt creeping in. The chilling memory of Elder Zhao's terrifying prowess in shattering formations sent a shiver down her spine. It is hard to ascertain. Feng Wujing's eyes glimmered, his smile cold. Duan Zhouxiao and the royal family of Yunin possess no means to contend with Elder Xiao. However, the Taiyuan dynasty does. I suspect he will make a grand display at the Taiyuan dynasty's coronation banquet. The coronation banquet? Upon hearing the words, the first sword could not help but feel even more perplexed. The Junlin banquet is a gathering of the extraordinary. What relevance does it hold for old Xiao? Let us depart. Feng Wujing harbored thoughts within, yet at this moment, he had no intention of voicing them. We must prepare for the matters concerning the Junlin banquet. In due time, we shall observe the unfolding events. As he spoke, he suddenly leaped down from the Qitian Tower. Within the golden Luan Hall of the royal palace, the flickering candlelight cast wavering shadows. Duan Zhouxiao dismissed the others, leaving only Duan Tianshu kneeling upon the cold golden bricks. Tianshu, Duan Zhouxiao, seated upon the dragon throne, gently caressed the blade of the Qianlong sword, and suddenly inquired of Duan Tianshu, do you desire this Qianlong sword? Duan Tianshu's pupils constricted violently, his throat involuntarily convulsing as he looked up at Duan Zhouxiao, only to find an intense murderous intent reflected in his father's gaze. He hastily bowed his head, his forehead striking the golden bricks with a dull thud. I dare not, father. Dare not. Or do you simply not wish to? Duan Zhouxiao rose slowly, the sound of his dragon boots echoing on the steps, each step akin to treading upon Duan Tianshu's very heart. Your father is the true son of heaven. The Qianlong sword rightfully belongs to him. Duan Tianshu's voice quivered, his back already drenched in cold sweat. Over the years, he had been nearly terrorized into maturity by his own father. Such scenes had transpired countless times before, even after Duan Tianya's demise. His father's attitude towards him had not changed in the least. As Duan Jiuxiao approached and halted before Duan Tianshu, he lifted the Qianlong sword, using its back to gently raise Duan Tianshu's face. Your father has but 6 months left to live. Duan Tianshu's entire body stiffened, breath held in trepidation. As he clenched his fists and declared, I am willing to journey to the Tianwu Academy to accept death on behalf of my father. Such determination is indeed rare. Duan Jiuxiao remarked, as the tip of the Qianlong sword slightly deviated. Changing his tone, he continued, however, old Xiao will not accept you. You shall die in my stead. I shall strive with all my might. Duan Tianshu maintained his kneeling posture, his voice brimming with sincerity. He was acutely aware that a single misstep could cost him his life. Very well. Duan Jiuxiao sheathed the Qianlong sword, turned, and resumed his seat upon the dragon throne. He sighed and said, this throne should rightfully be yours. Duan Tianshu's head snapped up, a flicker of uncontainable joy flashing in his eyes, only to quickly lower his gaze once more. I am frightened. When the time is ripe, I shall pass the throne to you, Duan Jiuxiao stated. Stroking the armrest of the dragon throne, his voice suddenly turned cold. However, before that, I require you to undertake a task. As long as you issue the decree, even amidst 1,000 difficulties, I shall not fail in my mission. Duan Tianshu immediately pledged, his voice resonating throughout the hall. Good. Duan Jiuxiao commanded coldly. In 1 month's time, you will lead the prodigies of the Yunnan Kingdom to the Taiyuan dynasty to attend the Junlin banquet. I want you to avenge your third brother in the imperial city of the Taiyuan dynasty. What? Duan Tianshu felt as though struck by lightning, rising abruptly. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Duan Jiuxiao, his lips trembling. To kill Yi Fan? But Yi Fan is connected to old Xiao. Did you not declare that, despite 1,000 difficulties, you would not fail in your mission? Duan Jiuxiao's gaze was as piercing as a blade, and he sternly questioned Duan Tianshu, son. Duan Tianshu gritted his teeth and replied with somber resolve, as you command. In that moment, he finally grasped the truth. His father, the emperor, had never intended to pass the throne to him. From the very beginning, he had merely been a pawn in the grand game. Setting aside the risks involved in eliminating Yi Fan, even if he were successful, he would inevitably become a discarded piece. You may withdraw, Duan Jiuxiao said, his expression softening upon hearing Duan Tianshu's acquiescence. I take my leave, Duan Tianshu responded, bowing deeply before exiting the hall. As he turned to face the world outside, the fear in his eyes vanished, replaced by an endless chill. Chapter 73. The day of the wedding, the pain of parting. In the days that followed, the Yi residence was bustling with visitors. Prominent families nearly trampled the threshold of the Yi estate. Though Yi Hai's injury had not fully healed, he forced a smile to welcome guests. After several days of recuperation, Yi Yao's wounds had nearly mended. However, the focal point remained the union between the Yi and Mu families. With Duan Tianya deceased, although Yi Fan had lost his status as a hidden star at Tianwu Academy, his connections with Elder Xiao ensured that no one in the imperial city dared to provoke him. Mu Su believed the time was ripe and conferred with Yi Hai to select an auspicious date for a grand wedding between Yi Fan and Mu Qingqing. With Duan Tianya gone, Yi Fan may have lost his status, but who was unaware of his relationship with Elder Xiao? Throughout the imperial city, no one dared to show him disrespect. Observing the favorable circumstances, Mu Su personally visited Yi Hai for an intimate discussion, ultimately finalizing the date. On the wedding day, as the sun rose, the Yi residence was decorated festively, with 100 red firecrackers strung from the main entrance to the end of the street, showering the area with red paper confetti like falling blossoms. The golden Nanmu wedding sedan, adorned with phoenix and dragon motifs, shimmered in the morning light. Clad in a bright red wedding robe, with a pearl-studded jade belt at his waist, Yi Fan led the procession astride a pure white steed. The streets were lined with eager onlookers, and children chased after attendants scattering lucky coins, cheering joyfully. The new groom has arrived. At the entrance of the Mu residence, the matchmakers held red dates and longans, eagerly anticipating the arrival. As Yi Fan dismounted, the vermilion doors of the Mu residence slowly swung open. Musa stepped out alone, the clouds of worry on his brow heavier than the morning mist. Uncle Mu? Upon seeing Musa's expression, Yi Fan's heart sank sharply. He rushed forward, his voice tightening with concern. Where is Qingqing? Musa did not respond, but trembled as he retrieved a letter from his sleeve. The fiery wax seal bore the striking inscription, Yi Fan, by the time you read this letter, I will have left the imperial city. Forgive my cowardice. I ultimately cannot walk towards you in bridal attire. Though Duan Tianya has departed from this world, The matter of our union remains indelibly imprinted upon my existence. The world may whisper, questioning how one as illustrious as Yi Fan would wed a woman of a second marriage, a supposed disgrace. Yet, I know you remain unfazed by such societal judgments. However, I am not so indifferent. Those murmurs will coil around our lives like venomous serpents. Let me indulge in this whim. I yearn to behold the snow of the northern lands and the seas of the southern territories. Should fate allow our paths to cross again in the future. The parchment rustled softly between Yi Fan's fingers. Musu understood that this was a debt the Mu family owed to Yi Fan. After bowing in apology, he presented a scroll of land deeds to Yi Fan. Esteemed nephew Yi Fan, these are the deeds to 3 iron ore veins belonging to the Mu family, a gesture of goodwill. There's no need. Yi Fan gently closed the letter, his fingertip lingering over the word disgrace. She wished to see the wonders of the world, and I shall wait for her to indulge in her desires. The return palanquin swayed empty, the red silk along the route appearing particularly garish. Yi Fan did not return to the Yi residence, but made his way directly to Tianwu Academy, to the quarters they shared there. Upon pushing open the familiar wooden door, he found the celadone tea cup, often used by Mu Qingcheng, still resting upon the table, and the lingering fragrance of her hair seemed to remain by the pillow. Residing here, he felt as though Mu Qingcheng had not truly departed. Days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan continued to recline in the courtyard, training under the full embrace of the sun. Yet, during the stillness of night, he would often find himself gazing towards the courtyard gate, as if expecting to hear that familiar footstep any moment. Memories would surge forth in solitude, from the first glimpse of her enchanting figure, to her resolute protection of him, and the tender moments shared beneath the moonlight. Yi Fan, brother. On this day, Gu Yi's voice shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. Yi Fan rose from his chair and ambled out of the yard. Gu Yi approached with haste, presenting a gilded invitation. Your Highness, the second prince has finalized the list for the upcoming envoy to the Taiyuan dynasty. You are included among the chosen, and I hope you shall prepare for the assembly outside the palace in 3 days. The list comprised 10 individuals, with both Yi Fan and Gu Yi named. Most were among the top ranks of Tianwu Academy, many of whom Yi Fan recognized as old acquaintances. Yi Fan's gaze lingered on one name, a frown crossing his features upon seeing Chun Li's name on the list. Why would he be included, even after Duan Tianya's demise? The second prince still harbored his loyal dog. The envoy to the Taiyuan dynasty for the Juntian banquet represented the Yunnan kingdom. In consideration of the kingdom's reputation, the second prince selected the 10 most formidable individuals within the realm of Xuanhuan, all of whom were exceptionally strong. Gu Yi, seemingly resigned, explained. Chun Li did not perish in the royal tomb that day. He was bestowed with the legacy of a powerful royal ancestor. His current strength surpasses even mine. Moreover, with Duan Tianya gone, Chun Li has chosen to submit to His Highness, the second prince. Oh, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. His Highness, the second prince, truly possesses a remarkable breadth of spirit. Only 3 days remain, and Yi Fan finds little to prepare. As he departs from the imperial city of Yunnan Kingdom, the date of his return remains uncertain. Though his time in this world has been brief, he has felt the warmth of family within the Yi clan. Choosing to forego cultivation in these remaining days, he dedicates himself to the company of his loved ones. The day of parting arrives, and Yi Fan bids farewell to Yi Hai, Yi Yao, and others. Just as he is about to step out of the estate, a familiar, delicate fragrance wafts in with the breeze. You're leaving for a journey without bidding your sister farewell? Su Meinyang, clad in a flowing purple gauze gown, leans against the doorframe, her jade fingers gently twirling a strand of her hair. Sunlight filters through the sheer fabric, accentuating her graceful figure. Sister? Upon recognizing Su Meinyang, Yi Fan suddenly recalls something and strides forward to inquire. Sister, do you have any news of Qingcheng? Do you know where she has gone? Mu Qingcheng is indeed Su Meinyang's junior sister. The Mu family is oblivious to her whereabouts, and perhaps Su Meinyang might have some insight. That foolish girl did come to see me before she left, Su Meinyang replies, her lips pressed together in a slight frown, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. But she doesn't even know where she is headed, so how could she tell me? Yi Fan has fists clench instinctively, then slowly relax. After a brief silence, he raises his head, his expression now composed. Sister, what is it that you need from me? We have uncovered the identity of the one who harmed your father. Su Meinyang's lips curve into a subtle smile. Wanbao Tower has exerted considerable effort in this regard. Who is it? Yi Fan's eyes gleam with intensity as he immediately queries. Su Meinyang had previously mentioned that this individual was not a citizen of Yunnan Kingdom. It is a powerful figure from Qiyan Kingdom, Yanfeng. Su Meinyang's face bears a playful expression as she teasingly asks, Brother, care to guess who invited Yanfeng to the imperial city of Yunnan? Could it be Duan Tianya? Yi Fan's brows furrow suddenly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. If it is not Duan Tianya, then it could only be Chapter 74, Qin Yimo, from the Taiyuan royal family? Su Meinyang chuckles silently, the answer evident upon her countenance. I understand now. Yi Fan's gaze turns icy, having pieced together the truth. If it is not Duan Tianya, then it must be Duan Tianshu. This second princess ruthlessness is far beyond what he had anticipated. A scheme of fratricide, framing, and using others as pawns. A most intricate plot indeed. Sister, there is one more matter for which I must trouble you. Su Meinyang suddenly extends her hand, her fingertip gently touching Yi Fan's brow. A faint, enchanting fragrance wafts from her as she performs this intimate gesture. What is it? Yi Fan meets Su Meinyang smiling. Flower-like eyes. Sister, feel free to speak. As long as I am able to assist, I shall not hesitate. Without Su Meinyang's aid, his father might have succumbed to his injuries. Thus, when she requests his help, he has no reason to refuse. With her lips slightly parted in a smile, Su Meinyang says, I have a daughter in Taichu Dao sect. When you enter the sect, please look after that little girl for me. Sister, you have a daughter? Yi Fan's expression momentarily froze, his face betraying disbelief. Instinctively, his gaze scrutinized Su Meinyang. Such an alluring figure. Such delicate skin, she hardly resembled a mother. Is that so surprising? Su Meinyang feigned seriousness, yet the mirth in her eyes could not be concealed. Is it not normal for a woman of my age to have a daughter? Normal? Yi Fan's lips twitched slightly. To enter the Taichu Dao sect, one must possess at least a cultivation level of the 7th stage of the Xuanhuan realm. Su Meinyang's daughter must be around 18, which would mean she had given birth at the tender age of 20. For an ordinary woman, having children at 20 might be considered acceptable. However, those with exceptional martial talents would hardly bear children so early, as the 10 months of pregnancy could significantly hinder their cultivation progress and impact their martial journey. A sigh escaped Su Meinyang's lips, her eyes momentarily clouded with reminiscence, seemingly unbothered by the implications. Perhaps my sister was simply naive in her youth. By the way, what is your daughter's name? How old is she? Yi Fan inquired, deftly shifting the topic. Su Xiaoro, Su Meinyang replied, her tone softening involuntarily at the mention of her daughter's name. In 2 months, she will turn 18, about your age. Su Xiaoro? Yi Fan echoed the name, his astonishment evident. It seemed that the sister's daughter possessed remarkable martial talents. Did she require my assistance? The entrance examination for the Taichu Dao sect occurs once a year, following the standard admission process. Su Xiaoro must have joined the sect no later than last year. This meant she had achieved the 7th stage of the Xuanhuan realm before turning 17. After a year of training in the Taichu Dao sect, she may have already advanced to the Earth martial realm. Such martial prowess could easily overshadow everyone in the royal capital of Yunnan Kingdom. After all, she was still a child. Suddenly, Su Meinyang turned with a smile, her purple silk skirt trailing gracefully behind her. With her back to Yi Fan, she waved her hand. All right, I shan't keep you any longer. It's getting late. You should be on your way. Yi Fan watched as Su Meinyang departed, quickly regaining his focus. As he turned his gaze towards the palace, a chill settled in his eyes. He then stepped forward, making his way to the royal palace of Yunnan Kingdom. Upon his arrival outside the palace, he found the others already assembled. Duan Tianshu, clad in a brocade robe, stood at the forefront, flanked by 10 figures. Among them, 9 were the prodigies of Yunnan Kingdom sent to the Tai Yuan dynasty. Yi Fan's gaze abruptly fixed on the last hunched figure, his steps halting in surprise. Why was this old man here? The figure was none other than Xiao Lao, the elder from the 3rd prince's residence. Duan Tianshu quickly approached, perceptively noting Yi Fan's gaze. This trip to the Tai Yuan dynasty, Elder Xiao is responsible for our safety. So, this old fellow has also aligned himself with the 2nd prince? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Duan Tianshu. He could somewhat comprehend the latter's decision to recruit Chun-Li, for the latter was merely a martial artist of the Xuanhuan realm, easily manageable for the 2nd prince. However, what of Qiu Sanshi? This individual was a prominent figure on the strength rankings of Yunnan nation, possessing formidable prowess that placed him at the pinnacle of the realm. Having such a person accompanying them posed a significant threat, not only to Yi Fan, but also to Duan Tianshu. Brother Yi Fan, you jest. Duan Tianshu replied with a wry smile, attempting to clarify. I lack the ability to recruit Elder Qiu under my banner. He is here by the command of my father, tasked with escorting us to Taiyuan Imperial City. Oh. Yi Fan observed Duan Tianshu closely and detected a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Brother Yi Fan, we should set forth, Duan Tianshu suggested, adeptly shifting the conversation when he noticed Yi Fan's silence. His father had ordered him to eliminate Yi Fan in Taiyuan Imperial City, but it was clear that he was not to let Elder Qiu take action against him, should anyone from Yunnan nation strike. The Tianwu Academy would undoubtedly retaliate against the royal family of Yunnan. The underlying intention was evidently to leverage the power of the Taiyuan dynasty to eliminate not just Yi Fan, but the entire Tianwu Academy as well. Let us depart. Yi Fan surmised this truth and felt no apprehension. As Duan Tianshu turned and waved his hand, 12 snow dragon steeds were brought forth by the imperial guards. Yi Fan mounted his horse with a swift and decisive motion. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Qiu Sancher's piercing gaze, which curled into a disdainful smirk. The procession commenced, traversing the most vibrant streets of the imperial city. Along the way, citizens paused, casting envious glances. Young maidens threw flowers towards the entourage, while children jubilantly chased after the horses, cheering in delight. The Taiyuan dynasty lay to the west of Yunnan Nation, its territory expansive. After passing through the western gate of the imperial city, the 12 riders galloped onward. Several hours later, they had crossed the boundary marker, officially entering the domain of the Taiyuan dynasty. Brother Yi Fan. Upon entering the Taiyuan dynasty, Duan Tianshu lowered his voice to caution Yi Fan. As we proceed to Taiyuan imperial city, there is one person you must be particularly wary of. Who? Yi Fan inquired casually, though his gaze sharpened subtly. The 9th prince of the Taiyuan dynasty, Qin Shao. Duan Tianshu's voice was soft, yet it commanded Yi Fan's immediate attention. Qin, the figure of Qin Yimo, with her frosty demeanor, flashed through Yi Fan's mind. Indeed, Duan Tianshu nodded gently. Qin is the surname of the Taiyuan dynasty. Yi Fan squinted, deep in thought. The southern region was already under the jurisdiction of the Taichu Dao sect, and the 4 great dynasties all held the Taichu Dao sect in high esteem. Within the sect, numerous disciples hailed from the Taiyuan dynasty. Although the Qin surname was indeed prominent, it was not beyond possibility that Qin Yimo bore a connection to the imperial family of Taiyuan. Unaware of Yi Fan's contemplations, Duan Tianshu continued. The 9th prince of the Taiyuan dynasty, Qin Shao, is the sole son of the emperor of the Taiyuan dynasty. Sole? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Wasn't Qin Shao the 9th prince? How did he become the sole heir? In chapter 75, for Qin Yimo, a bloody rampage? Previously, the other 8 princes had all met untimely ends, naturally leaving the 9th prince as the only surviving heir. Duan Tianshu smiled wryly, remarking that the internal strife within the Taiyuan royal family was far more intricate than that of my Yunnan kingdom. Only one prince, and it is still complicated? Yi Fan cast a sidelong glance at Duan Tianshu, a smirk playing on his lips. While there may be only one prince, there are multiple lords. Duan Tianshu elaborated that aside from the 9th prince, Qin Shao, all the heirs from the major royal houses held claims to the throne. The true arbiter of the crown prince's selection was not the one seated upon the dragon throne of the Taiyuan Empire, but rather the esteemed elder residing far away in the Taichu divine sect. Yi Fan's pupils constricted, growing increasingly convinced of Qin Yimo's connection to the Taiyuan royal family. Straying from the point, Duan Tianshu suddenly chuckled lightly, interrupting Yi Fan's thoughts, a trace of gravity flickering in his eyes. What I wish to convey to you, brother Yi Fan, concerns the 9th prince, Qin Shao. How so? Yi Fan inquired, turning his gaze towards Duan Tianshu. Qin Shao is one of the 3 heroes of Taiyuan, Duan Tianshu said solemnly, his voice lowered to an almost conspiratorial whisper. Huh? Yi Fan scoffed, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Noticing Yi Fan's expression, Duan Tianshu promptly asked, do you know who the other 2 are? Spit it out quickly if you have something to say. Do not keep me in suspense. Yi Fan, lacking patience, found Duan Tianshu's manner irritating. One is Feng Wujing, the crown prince of Fengmin Kingdom. Duan Tianshu paused, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Yi Fan, and the other is Duan Tianya. Upon hearing Feng Wujing's name, Yi Fan maintained an indifferent demeanor. However, upon hearing Duan Tianya's name, his previously nonchalant expression suddenly sharpened. Duan Tianshu continued. The 3 heroes of Taiyuan symbolize both status and strength, and they share a commendable rapport. Oh, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a curious smile gracing his features. The 3 heroes of Taiyuan consist of the sole prince of the Taiyuan Empire, the crown prince of Fengmin Kingdom, and the 3rd prince of Yunnan Kingdom. Their identities are indisputable. Duan Tianya possesses formidable strength at the earth martial realm. It stands to reason that Qin Shao and Feng Wujing must not lag behind. Judging from Duan Tianya's previous invitation to Fengmin's prodigy for assistance, it appears their relationship is quite cordial. Yet, one must wonder, can someone like Duan Tianya truly have sincere friends? It is all merely a matter of mutual benefit. Seeing that Yi Fan seemed to miss his point, Duan Tianshu hastily added, the news of your killing Duan Tianya must have reached Taiyuan Royal City and found its way to Qin Zhao's ears. You mean to say, Yi Fan interrupted Duan Tianshu, a trace of mockery in his voice, that Qin Shao will seek vengeance for Duan Tianya? Precisely. Duan Tianshu nodded gravely. Then, Qin Shao must be at the earth martial realm, right? Yi Fan inquired. Is it possible for warriors of the Earth Martial Realm to attend the upcoming banquet of the Taiyuan Empire? Certainly not. Duan Tianshu remarked that Qin Shao would not attend the Junlin banquet, but I suspect he will be the one to preside over it. If he seeks revenge for Duan Tianya, he may dispatch the talented individuals from the Taiyuan Empire to eliminate you during the banquet, or even orchestrate an assassination within the Taiyuan Imperial City. Hehe. Yi Fan smiled nonchalantly, declaring that since he dared to attend the Junlin banquet, he was unafraid of dying there. As for assassination, he cast a sidelong glance at Qiu Sanshi beside him. Was this old man merely a decoration? If I were to fall victim to an assassination, would the Yunin royal family escape responsibility? Upon hearing this, Qiu Sanshi's gaunt face flushed crimson. Yi Fan showed him no courtesy, yet he found himself unable to retort. His mission to the Taiyuan Imperial City was to protect Yi Fan with 10 guards. Should Yi Fan be assassinated in his presence, he would undoubtedly bear the burden of Yi Fan's demise. Furthermore, he acted under the orders of Duan Jiuxiao. The consequences would extend to Duan Jiuxiao and the royal family of Yunin, and none could foresee how Xiao Lao and the Tianwu Academy would retaliate. Moreover, a meaningful smile curved Yi Fan's lips as his gaze pierced Duan Tianshu with the sharpness of a sword. If I were to perish in the Taiyuan Imperial City, would it not suit your intentions perfectly? Yi Fan, why do you say such things? Duan Tianshu's expression shifted dramatically, tightening the reins in his hand. Qiu Sanshi beside him also furrowed his brow. Is it not so? Yi Fan scoffed, unflinchingly meeting Duan Tianshu's gaze. Yi Fan, it appears we have a profound misunderstanding between us. Beads of sweat formed on Duan Tianshu's forehead as he attempted to explain, only to be interrupted by Yi Fan raising his hand. If I were to die in the Taiyuan Imperial City, Yi Fan's voice suddenly turned frigid. Xiao Lao would indeed vent his anger upon the royal family of Yunin. However, at worst, you would only be accused of poor arrangements and inadequate protection. The true target of Xiao Lao's wrath would be the assailant within the Taiyuan Imperial City. Do you truly believe that Xiao Lao would storm into the Taiyuan Imperial City for my sake? Duan Tianshu's complexion darkened at these words, and he instinctively licked his cracked lips. Are you hoping for Xiao Lao to attack the Taiyuan Imperial City, resulting in mutual destruction? Yi Fan suddenly raised his voice. Or are you relying on the hands of the experts from the Taiyuan Empire to eliminate Xiao Lao? Yi Fan, my dear brother. Duan Tianshu hastily signaled with his eyes, shaking his head in an almost exaggerated manner, glancing at Qiu Sanshi before solemnly addressing Yi Fan. I believe you have truly misunderstood. This notion is entirely Duan Jiuxiao's. Presently, I do not dare to entertain such thoughts. Given Qiu Sanshi's presence, it is inappropriate to speak plainly. Is that so? Yi Fan's eyes flickered with understanding. It seems that Duan Jiuxiao and his son indeed harbor ulterior motives. Perhaps Duan Tianshu truly does not intend to harm him. Yet he recognizes that Duan Tianshu is no benevolent character either. Some debts will have to be settled in due course. For now, he is more eager to uncover the truth regarding Qin Yimo. Your Highness, the second prince. Yi Fan smiled slightly, abruptly shifting the subject and offering the other party a way out. I wonder how much you know about the Taiyuan royal family. What does brother Yi Fan wish to know? Duan Tianshu straightened his back, instantly invigorated. A smile returned to his face, albeit this time with a hint of genuine flattery. He was fervently eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with Yi Fan, hoping to leverage Yi Fan's influence and the power of the Tianwu Academy to not only preserve his own life, but also to seize the throne of the Yunin kingdom from his father. Duan Jiuxiao, have you heard of a person named Qin Yimo? Yi Fan, discerning Duan Tianshu's thoughts, asked pointedly. Qin Yimo? Duan Tianshu's pupils constricted sharply as a realization struck him, and he inquired with astonishment, what is this person's connection to brother Yi Fan? An acquaintance. Yi Fan, catching the flicker of surprise in Duan Tianshu's eyes, eagerly pressed on. Your Highness, the second prince, what do you know? Brother Yi Fan's acquaintance is quite remarkable, isn't she? Duan Tianshu's voice lowered, continuing, a month ago, I received intelligence that Luo Feiyu, the young master of the Taichu Dao sect, appeared in the Taiyuan Imperial City, creating havoc as he seemed to be investigating matters concerning Qin Yimo. Chapter 76, Luo Feiyu's Dao partner? How absurd. Luo Feiyu? Yi Fan was not unfamiliar with this name, and immediately recalled that Qin Yimo had mentioned her master would choose a Dao partner for her during her consecration ceremony. This young master of the Taichu Dao sect would undoubtedly be her fiercest competitor. Indeed, Duan Tianshu nodded, elaborating. It is said that Luo Feiyu is not only the young master of the Taichu Dao sect, but also Qin Yimo's Dao partner. His rampage in the Taiyuan Imperial City is an inquiry into who has taken Qin Yimo's maidenhood before him. What does he qualify as Qin Yimo's Dao partner? How laughable. Yi Fan scoffed dismissively. Luo Feiyu is at best a mere suitor for Qin Yimo. As of now, She has not yet been consecrated and has not confirmed a Dao partner. As for who has taken her maidenhood, no one knows better than he. However, the term taken is misleading. In truth, he was the one who was deprived. A glint of insight flashed in Duan Tianshu's eyes as he tentatively asked Yi Fan. Brother Yi Fan seems to know quite a bit about Qin Yimo. They say she is an acquaintance, so I know a thing or two. Yi Fan replied with a smile and a shrug. Then do you know? Duan Tianshu hesitated momentarily, but eventually inquired. Who was it that took Qin Yimo's maidenhood? Do you truly believe she would confide such matters to me? Yi Fan spread his hands in response, casting a sidelong glance at Duan Tianshu. Duan Tianshu, feeling the weight of Yi Fan's gaze, smiled awkwardly. I thought that brother Yi Fan and Qin Yimo were more than mere friends. You think too much. A forced smile adorned Yi Fan's lips as he chose not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Qiu Sancher, standing nearby, sensed something from Yi Fan's response. A cunning glimmer flickered in his eyes, yet he refrained from uttering a word. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky was bathed in a golden hue. In the distance, the majestic Taiyuan imperial city finally came into view for a few. It loomed like a colossal entity stretching across the horizon, its walls towering over 100 feet high, banners fluttering atop, and its gates resembling the gaping maw of a beast. Unlike the exquisite elegance of the Yunnan Kingdom's imperial city, Taiyuan exuded an aura of primal oppression. The walls, as if forged from iron, were heavy and unyielding, each stone seemingly steeped in blood, emanating a suffocating atmosphere of ruthlessness. With the imminent grand banquet of the Taiyuan dynasty, the gates buzzed with the commotion of traffic. Yi Fan and his companions dismounted, blending into the throng as they entered the Taiyuan imperial city. Let us first rest at the post station, Duan Tianshu suggested once they passed through the gates. The group mounted their horses again, arriving at the royal post station, a luxurious complex that epitomized the grandeur of a great nation. The entrance of the post station rivaled that of the palace of the Yunnan Kingdom. Esteemed guests, from where do you hail? Approached an elderly man in white, scrutinizing Yi Fan and his companions. Stepping forward, Duan Tianshu straightened his back and replied, from the Yunnan Kingdom. Ah, the prodigies of the Yunnan Kingdom. The elderly man responded dismissively, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. I regret to inform you that the influx of visitors to Taiyuan Imperial City has been overwhelming these past few days. Unfortunately, you have arrived too late. There are no available rooms at the post station. Too late. Duan Tianshu's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Yi Fan, however, remained unperturbed, casually suggesting, since there are no rooms at the royal post station, we can simply find an inn. Is that truly advisable? Duan Tianshu's brow furrowed, revealing his reluctance. The royal post station was a property of the Taiyuan royal family. Those who resided there were either affluent or noble. If their visit to Taiyuan Imperial City were for other matters, they might manage. Yet this time, they were attending the grand banquet of the Taiyuan dynasty. Not lodging at the royal post station would diminish the prestige of the Yunnan Kingdom. Plop, plop, plop. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from a distance. A group of 12 rode in like the wind, halting before the post station. 11 of them appeared youthful, accompanied by an elder. The Thundersound Kingdom. Duan Tianshu recognized the identity of this group, whispering. Yi Fan squinted, sizing them up. Who might you be? The elderly man in white inquired, adhering to customary protocol to confirm the visitors' identities. I am Lei Mo, the Prince of the Thundersound Kingdom, the leading young man declared, his demeanor proud and unyielding. Oh, it is Prince Lei Mo. Upon recognizing the young man's identity, the elderly man instantly changed his demeanor, greeting him with a smile. I received word from the White King earlier, and I have prepared rooms for you at the royal post station. Please follow me. Excellent. Lei Mo smiled with satisfaction as he dismounted. What is the meaning of this? Yi Fan, initially indifferent to the matter of lodging, grew displeased upon witnessing the preferential treatment given to the white-clad elder. Did you not just say there were no rooms available at the royal post station? Indeed. The elderly man maintained a smile, nodding in response. Am I deaf? Yi Fan exclaimed, his irritation palpable as he confronted the white-clad elder, who lied without a hint of remorse. You said there are no available rooms, yet when the people from Lei Kingdom arrived, you claim to have kept a room for them. Is this preferential treatment? Brother Yi Fan, Duan Tianshu tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve, lowering his voice. They had made a reservation. And what of it? Yi Fan's cold laugh intensified, for he had already discerned the underlying deceit. Reserving a room is indeed a commonplace occurrence. However, if reservations were genuinely allowed, why would Duan Tianshu not have made arrangements? It was likely that only those from Lei Kingdom were permitted to reserve. Brother Yi Fan, Duan Tianshu replied, his expression laced with helplessness. The royal post station is backed by the White King. And this Lei Mo is the nephew of the White Queen. A smug smile graced Lei Mo's lips. while those behind him regarded Yi Fan and his companions with a mix of amusement and mockery, as if they were observing a troupe of clowns. Yun'in Kingdom is truly declining, one of Lei Mo's companions remarked, his eyes glinting as he scrutinized Yi Fan. To attend the royal banquet of Tai Yuan dynasty. They even brought along a mere 5th-tier Xuanhuan realm warrior. Is this a mockery? Huh. Yi Fan turned sharply to face the speaker. You can actually see through my cultivation level? He had practiced the art of concealment, capable of masking his aura. For someone at the Xuanwu realm to discern his level, they must possess some means of probing. Huh. Xuanyin scoffed derisively. It's merely a technique for hiding one's aura. What are you trying to appear profound for? Weaklings share a common flaw. They love to pretend. With that, he shifted his gaze to Duan Tianshu. The cultivation level of this Yun'in Kingdom prince is even lower, barely at the 1st tier of Xuanwu realm. He shouldn't even be here for the royal banquet. Lei Mo suddenly grasped this point, puzzled. Where is Duan Tianya? Wasn't he the one leading the group here last year? Why has a useless prince come this time? Duan Tianya is dead, Duan Tianshu replied coldly, following Lei Mo's gaze. Dead? Lei Mo's pupils constricted in shock. Who would dare to kill Duan Tianya in Yun'in Kingdom? How did he perish? Chapter 77, The Sun God Body. Rare throughout history. As one of the 3 heroes of Tai Yuan, Duan Tianya shared a profound friendship with Qin Shao. Had it been Duan Tianya leading Yun'in Kingdom's entourage today, Lei Mo would have afforded them some respect. The news of Duan Tianya's death struck him with astonishment. Huh. Duan Tianshu laughed coldly, casting a meaningful glance at Yi Fan and raising his voice. The one responsible for killing Duan Tianya is precisely this so-called imposter you speak of. Him? Lei Mo stared incredulously at Yi Fan, as if appraising some rare creature. Absurd. Xuanyin suddenly laughed scornfully, his expression dripping with disdain. Once again, weaklings love to pretend. To use Duan Tianya's death as a means of boasting is simply laughable. As far as I know, Duan Tianya has already entered the Earth Martial Realm, a mere 5th-tier practitioner of the Xuanwu realm, capable of slaying one in the Earth Martial Realm. If he truly possessed such prowess, why would he bother attending the Junlin Ban? The Taichu Dao sect, upon receiving this news, would likely rush to the Yun'in Kingdom to demand an explanation. Huh. As Xuanyin's reminder echoed in his mind, Lei Mo's initial skepticism began to dissipate, replaced by a palpable sense of derision. Duan Tianshu, if you wish to boast, at least do so with some credibility. It is more accurate to say that Duan Tianya was slain by the old man behind you than by this individual. Whether true or false will be revealed at the Junlin Ban. Duan Tianshu shrugged, unwilling to provide an explanation. This matter is indeed difficult to believe. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have remained doubtful. Yet, the truth stands undeniable. Why wait for the Junlin Ban? Xuanyin scoffed, casting a sideways glance at Yi Fan. The veracity of the claim can be easily tested. Are you bold enough to engage in battle and prove your capability to have slain Duan Tianya? You suggest battle so casually? Yi Fan could hardly be bothered to lift his eyelids, disdainfully glancing at Xuanyin. Who do you think you are? If you are afraid, just admit it. Xuanyin smirked with contempt, not insisting on a fight with Yi Fan. Should you choose to battle, the royal and S accommodations shall be offered to your Yun'in Kingdom S representatives. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Lei Mo's eyes as he smiled and proposed. Though he did not believe that Duan Tianya had truly perished at Yi Fan's hands, it is perplexing for a 5th-tier Xuanwu realm warrior to attend the Junlin Ban. Even if the Yun'in Kingdom were lacking, surely there are enough 8th-tier Xuanwu realm prodigies of suitable age? The choice to send a mere 5th-tier warrior instead of those more qualified is undoubtedly suspicious. Yi Fan, my brother. Duan Tianshu lowered his voice to address Yi Fan, his eyes filled with inquiry. This matter extends beyond mere accommodations. It pertains to the dignity of the Yun'in Kingdom. If the opponent challenges us and we refuse to fight, we will earn the reputation of being cowardly, and our previous assertions will morph into mere boastful claims. Very well, I shall oblige. Yi Fan reluctantly acquiesced, lazily drawing the Ryo sword. Huachin, you go and test his strength. Upon hearing this, Lei Mo's lips curled into a smile as he gestured towards a tall, lean youth behind him, then addressed Yi Fan, stating, with your 5th-tier Xuanwu realm cultivation, do not accuse me of bullying. Huachin ranks the lowest among our Lei-In Kingdom's prodigies. Should you prove unable to contend with him, I advise you to reconsider attending the Junlin Ban. Your Highness. The youth named Huachin stepped forward, licking his lips as a bloodthirsty glint sparkled in his eyes. From the moment he accepted the challenge, he had forfeited his chance to attend the Junlin Ban. With that, he grasped his sword, emanating a fierce killing intent. Wait. Yi Fan suddenly raised his hand, halting Huachin's sword momentum. What, afraid of death? Huachin smirked mockingly, pointing his sword at Yi Fan's throat and sneering, kneel. Bow your head. Admit your wrongs. Let this battle be the end of it. Does the weakest of the Lei kingdom even deserve to fight me? Yi Fan did not cast a glance at Huachun. Instead, he pointed the daybreak sword directly at Xuanhuan, demanding a duel. Come forth if you wish to battle. Xuanhuan was momentarily taken aback, but then burst into laughter. A mere fifth stage of the Xuanwu realm dares to challenge me? Xuanhuan, indulge him, Leamo said, narrowing his eyes and signaling Xuanhuan. Enough. With a sigh, Xuanhuan shook his head, feigning helplessness, and cast a disdainful glance at Yi Fan. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Tell me, where do I rank on the Thundersound Kingdom's genius list? I have no interest in knowing. Yi Fan activated the solar energy within him, and the daybreak sword suddenly radiated a blinding brilliance. The remnants of the setting sun flowed like water along the blade. As the sword sliced through the air, it distorted and scorched the atmosphere. With a swift motion, he unleashed a fierce strike, sending a blazing sword light hurtling towards Xuanhuan's throat, akin to the sun plummeting to the earth. Xuanhuan's eyes widened in surprise. He hastily raised his palm to counter the attack. The palm erupted with thunderous energy. Yet he was still forced back 3 steps by the strike. By the time he regained his footing, his palm was charred black, and a searing pain caused his eyes to twitch. Xuanhuan, what is happening? Leimo's expression darkened at Xuanhuan's retreat. The others from the Thundersound Kingdom were equally astonished. Xuanhuan ranked 5th among the 10 strongest in the Thundersound Kingdom. Being pushed back by a 5th-stage Xuanwu realm Yi Fan was utterly unexpected. What a pity, Yi Fan mused, stroking the blade of the daybreak sword while gazing at the descending sun. Had it been noon, this solar sword technique would have drawn blood from Xuanhuan. What a pity, Xuanhuan retorted, shaking his pained hand, his face darkening as he tried to salvage his dignity. I wasn't prepared when you struck, he added. The opportunity for a sneak attack is fleeting. Are you lamenting that? As he spoke, his hand trembled, summoning a curved blade entwined with violet lightning. Solar divine body. An elderly man beside Leamo, sensing the unfolding events, suddenly appeared beside Xuanhuan, gripping his wrist tightly. Master, what do you mean? Xuanhuan looked at the elder in confusion, utterly bewildered. Having just lost face, he had yet to reclaim his honor. Young man. The elder disregarded Xuanhuan entirely, his murky eyes fixed intently on Yi Fan, as if seeking to penetrate his very being. You are nearly 19 years of age? What is the purpose of this question? Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by the inquiry. I must not have misjudged. After scrutinizing Yi Fan for a moment, the elder stroked his beard with a cold smirk and turned to Leamo. Your Highness, there is no need to concern yourself with this individual. He has but a year or so left to live. Oh, Leamo was puzzled by the elder's implication. Elder Dong, what do you mean by that? Solar divine body, rare in both ancient and modern times. Elder Dong explained ominously. This boy possesses the solar divine body, allowing him to defeat foes beyond his level, which is not surprising. Though he is merely at the 5th stage of the Xuanwu realm, he must not be underestimated as such. However, throughout history, no wielder of the solar divine body has survived past their youthful years. Upon hearing these words, Yi Fan cast a sidelong glance at Elder Dong, unable to suppress a newfound respect for him. The Kingdom of Thunder, how remarkable it is to possess such insight into the solar divine body. Yet, it must be noted that Elder Dong's understanding remains but superficial, who asserts that the bearer of the solar divine body is destined to perish before the age of 20. As long as one awakens the divine yang, the specter of early demise is dispelled. Thus it becomes clear. Leamo, with unwavering faith in Elder Dong's judgment, suddenly burst into laughter. The solar divine body, indeed intriguing. No wonder someone at the 5th level of the Xuanwu realm dares to attend the Junlin banquet. Alas, even if one were to achieve a place on the Taiyuan talents list, entry into the Taichu Dao sect remains elusive. Would the Taichu Dao sect accept a soul on the brink of death? Haha. Chapter 78. The Moon King opposes Qin Yimo's canonization as saint. With that, Leamo flicked his sleeve and exchanged glances with the elder in white. The elder understood the cue, bending slightly and gesturing invitingly as he led the entourage from the Kingdom of Thunder toward the gates of the station. Stop! Yi Fan's sudden cold shout echoed in the air. What do you intend to do? Leamo halted mid-step, slowly turning around, his voice laced with evident impatience. Is he to retract his earlier statements now? With a disdainful expression, Yi Fan lightly uttered, What did I say? Leamo paused, taken aback, and countered. What did you say? Yi Fan replied calmly. You stated that should I engage in battle, the guest rooms of the royal station would be granted to our people from Union Kingdom. Yet, you have not won. With a scoff, Leamo retorted, Haha. Yi Fan scoffed back, Are you deaf? You said, should I engage in battle, the guest rooms of the royal station would be granted to our people from Union Kingdom. You did not stipulate that I must win for the guest rooms to be granted. Upon hearing this, Leamo's expression darkened like stormy waters. The others from the Kingdom of Thunder cast displeased glances at Yi Fan. In truth, I am not overly concerned about the guest rooms at the royal station. Yi Fan suddenly relaxed his posture, chuckling casually. If the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Thunder speaks, as if releasing gas, it is entirely acceptable for us from Union Kingdom not to stay at the royal station. My word is my bond. Lei Mo glared at Yi Fan, his face darkening as he turned to the elder in white, commanding, allocate the guest rooms reserved for us to them. Arrange for us other accommodations. The elder in white appeared troubled, yet the other guest rooms had already been. Can you not evict some people? Lei Mo interrupted sharply, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Within the royal station, the guest rooms are not merely one or two. Not everyone is someone we cannot afford to offend. The scions of the families from Taiyuan Imperial City will not deign to stay at the royal station. Aside from the prominent talents from various vassal states, only the distinguished talents from the Taiyuan dynasty remain. Is it truly beyond your capacity to manage these individuals, elder? This old man shall make the arrangements forthwith. The elderly man in white forced a smile, more sorrowful than weeping, bowed slightly to Lei Mo, and turned to walk towards the grand entrance of the royal post station. As he passed by Yi Fan and others, he called out, "Gentlemen of Yunnan Kingdom, please follow this old man." Duan Tianshu wore a smile that revealed his satisfaction with the outcome. He led the members of Yunnan Kingdom through the grand entrance of the royal post station. Under the old man's arrangements, everyone settled into adjacent courtyards within the station. At this moment, a few days remained until the grand banquet of the Tai Yuan dynasty. In the stillness of the night, the moonlight flowed like water, quietly enveloping the courtyard. Yi Fan lay on the blue stone slab, allowing the silver light to wash over him. His consciousness sank into the realm of Zhen Tian, diligently practicing martial arts. Suddenly, a series of deliberately softened footsteps approached from the side. Yi Fan's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. "Yi Fan, my brother," called Duan Tianshu, his figure emerging from the shadows, stopping 3 steps away and smiling as he spoke. "I have investigated the matter regarding Qin Yimo." "Oh." Yi Fan sat up straight, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he looked toward Duan Tianshu. "Qin Yimo is the second daughter of the Moon King from the Tai Yuan royal family," Duan Tianshu explained. "Currently, the lineage of the Moon King is dwindling, and the Moon King's residence is gradually diminishing, rumored to be on the verge of losing its royal title." To ingratiate himself with Yi Fan, he had exerted considerable effort. Just moments ago, he had leveraged his connections in Tai Yuan City to uncover information about Qin Yimo and her ties to the Moon King. That cannot be right, Yi Fan squinted, puzzled as he gazed at Duan Tianshu. Qin Yimo holds a significant position within the Tai Chu Dao sect, on the verge of being conferred as a saint. Shouldn't the Moon King be benefiting from his daughter's stature? Why then is the Moon King's residence declining and facing the potential revocation of its title? The Tai Yuan royal family has always favored males over females. With Qin Yimo's generation, there are no male heirs left in the Moon King's line, Duan Tianshu elucidated. As for your mention of Qin Yimo's impending sainthood, it is indeed peculiar. It is said that the Moon King does not wish for Qin Yimo to be conferred by the Tai Chu Dao sect. Yi Fan sensed something amiss and rose to his feet. "Brother Yi Fan, where are you going?" Duan Tianshu quickly called out, blocking his path. "To the Moon King's residence." Yi Fan replied, his eyes glimmering. He felt that Qin Yimo must harbor some secret. Whatever could not be uncovered by Duan Tianshu would likely be known to the Moon King. There had to be a reason for opposing Qin Yimo's recognition by the Tai Chu Dao sect. "You won't be able to see the Moon King going there," Duan Tianshu interjected, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Why not?" Yi Fan frowned, questioning him. "What is there to question?" Duan Tianshu spread his hands, countering Yi Fan's inquiry. "What identity do you possess to seek out the Moon King?" "A former acquaintance of Qin Yimo. She is currently not residing in the Moon King's residence. With your status, you might not even cross the threshold. Moreover, the Moon King has refused visitors for years and has not appeared in the Tai Yuan dynasty for a long while." In a moment of contemplation, Yi Fan pondered and then turned to Duan Tianshu, saying, "The Moon King refuses to meet with guests and does not dwell within the Taiyuan Imperial City. But what of the others in the Moon King's residence? Surely, they cannot all be absent from the city?" Duan Tianshu quickly grasped Yi Fan's intent. Meeting the Moon King through others in his residence would not be an easy task. However, seeking an audience via the Moon King's eldest daughter, Qin Xiangru, might present an opportunity. Qin Xiangru? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow at the mention of her name. Duan Tianshu continued, "She is a close confidant of Wan Miaoyan, the daughter of the Wan family in Taiyuan. Perhaps we could enlist her assistance. Are you able to reach Wan Miaoyan?" Yi Fan felt a glimmer of hope, yet harbored some doubts about Duan Tianshu's capabilities. This should not pose a challenge. Duan Tianshu replied with a smile. "The Wan family manages the Wan Dan Pavilion in Taiyuan, and for the past few years, it has been under the care of Miss Wan. Let us visit the pavilion tomorrow, We might just encounter her. Why wait for tomorrow? Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with determination as he immediately stepped forward. However, before he could exit the courtyard, a cacophony of shouts and curses erupted outside. Scram! You worthless trash from Yunnan Kingdom. How dare the ants of a mere subordinate nation act so brazenly in Taiyuan Imperial City? If we do not teach you a lesson today, do you truly believe our Taiyuan dynasty's elites are easy to bully? Outside the courtyard, dozens of young men and women stood with crossed arms or leaned against the pillars, their shouts growing increasingly raucous, clearly indicating their hostile intent. What is happening? Duan Tianshu furrowed his brow, a flicker of seriousness passing through his eyes. It was evident that these individuals had come specifically for them, the people of Yunnan Kingdom. Let us step outside and see for ourselves, Yi Fan replied calmly, pushing open the courtyard door. Outside, Gu Yi and the others were already prepared for confrontation. Upon seeing Duan Tianshu and Yi Fan, they immediately clasped their fists in greeting. Your Highness, the second prince. Duan Tianshu nodded slightly, scanning the hostile crowd outside, and asked Gu Yi in a low voice, who are these people, and what do they want here? Some of them were residing at the Royal Inn, but were subsequently driven out by those from the Thunder Sound Kingdom, Gu Yi replied, his eyes cold as he suppressed his anger. Why are they seeking trouble with us, then? Duan Tianshu's irritation grew upon hearing Gu Yi's words. Did they truly believe that the Yunnan Kingdom was more vulnerable than the Thunder Sound Kingdom? Typically, those who prey on the weak are mere cowards. Yi Fan scoffed, dismissing the group before him. Impudence. Yi Fan's words ignited a fierce anger among the crowd. A young man clad in a brocade robe stepped forward, his eyes ablaze with fury. How dare a mere subject of a subordinate nation speak so boldly here? Enough of the idle chatter. Shall we engage in a life-and-death duel? Do you dare? Yi Fan cast a glance at the challenger, directly inviting him to battle. What? The young man in the brocade robe was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by the unexpected challenge of a life-and-death duel from Yi Fan. Deaf. Yi Fan regarded him with a scornful expression and raised his voice, demanding, I ask you, do you dare to accept this life-and-death challenge? If not, then begone. Wang Xing, agree to his challenge. This audacious individual could not be left unpunished. Indeed, accept his challenge. The crowd began to jeer and incite the young man in the brocade robe to engage in combat. At this moment, Wang Xing found himself in a precarious situation. He was unaware of Yi Fan's true capabilities and lacked the confidence to defeat him. Although he was not afraid of a mere skirmish, after all, losing was not the end of the world. This life-and-death duel was a different matter altogether. The stakes were far too high. A defeat could cost him his life. Had he known, he would have refrained from stepping forward. Too afraid to fight? As Wang Xing remained silent, Yi Fan's disdain only deepened. He stepped forward, drawing his blazing sun sword, radiating the intense aura of a 5th-level Xuanhuan realm warrior. So it is merely a 5th-level Xuanhuan. The onlookers, sensing the energy emanating from Yi Fan, quickly began to taunt Wang Xing. Wang Xing, surely you are not afraid of a mere 5th-level Xuanhuan warrior? What talents can possibly emerge from a vassal state like Yunnan? To send a 5th-level warrior to the Juntian feast, Yunnan must truly be out of options. Initially, the crowd had been somewhat cautious, given Yi Fan's brazen demeanor. However, upon realizing he was only a 5th-level Xuanhuan, their arrogance surged. I accept your challenge of life and death. Wang Xing, now emboldened, launched himself toward Yi Fan with lightning speed. His right fist, imbued with a fierce gust of wind, aimed directly at Yi Fan's face. Yi Fan's eyes glinted with cold light as he remained rooted in place. Just as Wang Xing's punch was about to land, Yi Fan suddenly raised his hand. Employing the technique of the blazing sun hand, he effortlessly grasped the incoming fist. With a resounding thud, the forceful punch was firmly halted in Yi Fan's grip. Wang Xing's expression shifted dramatically, attempting to withdraw his hand, yet finding himself immovable. Death. Yi Fan's voice was icy as he lifted his sword. The blade shimmered ominously as it swiftly sliced across Wang Xing's throat. Wang Xing's eyes widened in disbelief, blood gushing from the gash in his neck. As Yi Fan released him, Wang Xing's body crumpled to the ground. How can this be? He was defeated in just 2 moves. Wang Xing, an 8th-level Xuanhuan warrior, should not have fallen so easily. He must have underestimated his opponent. Otherwise, how could such a fate have befallen him? The spectators were stunned by the turn of events, unable to fathom the outcome. In contrast, Gu Yi and his companions remained remarkably composed. Yi Fan possessed the strength to slay Duan Tianya. Eliminating an 8th-level Xuanhuan warrior like Wang Xing was surely a trivial task. Is there anyone else? Yi Fan inquired, brandishing his blazing sun sword and shaking off the remnants of battle, with a cold smirk gracing his lips. An overwhelming sense of oppression radiated from him, rendering the space momentarily silent. Just moments ago, Yi Fan had effortlessly dispatched Wang Xing with 2 strikes. Who would dare to engage in battle without comparable abilities? What of the so-called prodigies of the Taiyuan dynasty? Those who look down upon the Yunnan kingdom? Observing the silence around him, the mockery in Yi Fan's smile deepened. If no one dared to confront him alone, then let two come at once. He longed to witness just how formidable the prodigies of the Taiyuan dynasty truly were. How audacious! Some could no longer tolerate Yi Fan's arrogance. They swiftly drew their swords, the glint of steel cutting through the air. "I'll assist you," cried another, forming seals with his hands as a fiery serpent erupted forth. Upon witnessing the simultaneous assault, a trace of disdain flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. Sheathing his daybreak sword, he vanished like a specter. The sword-wielding youth found himself striking air, momentarily stunned. As he turned, a shadow flickered before him. Yi Fan had, unbeknownst to him, drawn the concealed sword, its blade slicing through the youth's throat with a single stroke, claiming his life. The fire mage, witnessing this, felt a pang of panic. As he took a step back, Yi Fan silently appeared behind him. With one swift thrust, he pierced through the heart of the fire mage. Is that all? Like a phantom, Yi Fan reappeared before the crowd. Assassination technique. Someone gasped in terror, recognizing the method employed. What Yi Fan had just executed was undoubtedly an assassination technique. Shrouded by the cover of night, eliminating foes without a trace. Was he truly at the 5th level of the Xuanhuan realm? To resort to such underhanded tactics in a life-and-death battle, it was despicable. Are the people of the Yunnan kingdom all so base? The crowd, filled with dread, seethed with indignation. In a mere instant, 3 lives had been extinguished, each of them at the 8th level of the Xuanhuan realm, significantly surpassing Yi Fan's cultivation by 3 tiers. In a life-and-death battle, one must confront death. Yi Fan scoffed at the murmurs of disdain regarding his assassination technique. What was there to be considered despicable? If you disagree, you too may employ assassination techniques. Whoosh! As soon as his words fell, a sharp blade pierced through the darkness. Yi Fan felt a chill at his back and swiftly evaded. A shadow flashed before his eyes, leaving a cold breeze in its wake. So, there was indeed someone skilled in assassination techniques. Yi Fan felt a flicker of surprise, his vigilance sharpening as he scanned his surroundings. It was the shadow. Someone recognized the assailant and gasped. The shadow was known as the 11th prodigy of the Taiyuan dynasty, surely capable of slaying this man. Indeed, even the top 10 prodigies of Taiyuan would not dare to underestimate the shadow. This arrogant fellow was surely doomed now. The crowd erupted in excitement, their faces alight with mockery. The top 10 prodigies. Only 10 positions exist among the strongest of the younger generation in the Taiyuan dynasty. However, the individuals of the Taiyuan dynasty prefer to refer to the solitary shadow as the 11th prodigy. In a direct confrontation, he cannot hold his own against any of the 10 prodigies. Yet, when it comes to stealthy ambushes and assassinations, he poses a significant threat to their lives. Brother Yi Fan, I believe it is time to cease. Upon learning that Yi Fan was targeted by the solitary shadow, an expert in assassination, Duan Tianshu could not help but feel anxious, especially as he could not pinpoint the shadow's whereabouts. Time to cease. What do you mean by that? Yi Fan, ever vigilant, murmured, if we pulled back now, it would not only tarnish my reputation, but also that of the Yunnan kingdom. Chapter 80, Shattering the Assassination, Transforming Night into Day. Whoosh. The murderous intent once again slithered towards him like a venomous serpent. In the darkness, the blade silently lunged towards Yi Fan's back. There was no sound of slicing air, as though the very atmosphere was cleaved by this strike. A chill ran down Yi Fan's spine, and every hair on his body stood on end. With a sudden twist, he brandished his concealed sword just in time. Clang! The clash of weapons echoed with a piercing sound. The tremendous force sent Yi Fan staggering back several steps, causing the stone pavement beneath him to crack with each retreat. Just as he steadied himself, a single strand of hair, severed by the sword's energy, floated before his eyes. 9th stage of the Xuanhuan realm. Yi Fan keenly sensed the fleeting, formidable presence and felt a chill of foreboding. This solitary shadow was not only proficient in assassination, but also possessed the cultivation of the 9th stage of the Xuanhuan realm. Hidden in the darkness, he was nearly impossible to guard against. Brother Yi Fan, Duan Tianshu, witnessing the situation, felt a surge of urgency. He did not wish for Yi Fan to perish so easily. Not only would it ruin his plans, but it would also diminish the prestige of the Yunnan kingdom. Without waiting for Yi Fan's reply, he immediately gestured to Gu Yi and the others to retreat. Step back. Just as Gu Yi and his companions were about to advance, Yi Fan's sharp command rang out. He flipped his hand, sheathing the concealed sword before drawing the sunlight sword. The sun's essence surged within him, and a torrent of golden spiritual energy erupted like a volcanic explosion. As he activated the sun god body to its utmost potential, he transformed into a resplendent golden sun, illuminating the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. An assassination, is it? Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smile as he raised the sunlight sword high. The blade radiated a blinding brilliance, dispersing the darkness enveloping the area. What? This fellow is blinding. Ah, my eyes. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, many hastily raising their hands to shield their eyes. Some were so overwhelmed by the intense light that tears streamed down their faces. In the corners where the light could not penetrate, the solitary shadow's indistinct figure was forced into view. I have found you. A glint of cold light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he shot forward like lightning. The sunlight sword, imbued with the force to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, aimed directly at the solitary shadow's throat. Clang! The solitary shadow hastily raised his sword in defense, and the two blades collided with a thunderous sound. The violent surge of spiritual energy created shockwaves that cracked the ground around them, forcing both combatants to stagger back a few paces. The 11th prodigy of Taiyuan is nothing more than this. Yi Fan steadied himself, disdain evident on his face. Deliberately teasing with the tip of his sword, a provocative air permeated the atmosphere. You have not triumphed, nor have I been vanquished. What do you wish to boast about? Gu Ying's expression was cold. His eyes, akin to venomous serpents, glimmered with suppressed fury. His hand, gripping the sword, trembled slightly, clearly shaken by the recent blow. Heh! Possessing the prowess of a 9th tier in the Xuanhu realm, yet he dares not confront me directly. Yi Fan sneered at Gu Ying, raising his sword to point at him, once more radiating dazzling brilliance. Pray tell, what is there to boast about? Humph! At the Junlin banquet, we shall see who stands superior. Before Gu Ying's words could fully escape his lips, his figure transformed into black smoke, attempting to flee. Did I permit your escape? Yi Fan's voice was cold as he shouted, the Ryu sword suddenly slipping from his grasp, shooting forth like a streak of golden lightning, instantly piercing through the black smoke. A chilling scream tore through the night sky, a line of crimson erupting from the black mist. In the next breath, Gu Ying's form staggered into view, his gaze falling upon the gaping wound in his chest, disbelief etched across his face. You. Gu Ying struggled to lift his head, only to find Yi Fan already before him, his right hand gripping Gu Ying's throat like an iron vice. The sound of cracking bones echoed sharply, causing Gu Ying's pupils to dilate in shock. Yi Fan cast aside the lifeless body, which thudded to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. The foremost talent of Taiyuan, reduced to a mere spectacle as his neck was audibly snapped before everyone. Gu Ying, did he truly perish? Even Gu Ying was no match for this individual. He is merely a 5th-tier warrior in the Xuanhu realm. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into a flurry of commotion, for had been slain, one of whom was Gu Ying himself. Such strength surely rivals the top 10 talents of Taiyuan. Is there anyone else who wishes to fight? Yi Fan's voice resonated like a bell. The previously tumultuous space fell into an abrupt hush. No one dared to challenge. I may take my leave. Observing the silence, Yi Fan smirked disdainfully. He then stepped forward, striding towards the entrance of the royal post station. You all may return to rest. Seeing this, Duan Tianshu gestured to Gu Yi and the others, following Yi Fan with an air of confidence as they exited the royal post station. At this moment, atop the royal post station's stargazing pavilion, 3 figures stood like statues. The night breeze rustled their opulent robes. The central figure, with hands clasped behind his back, possessed piercing eyes beneath sword-like brows. This individual was none other than the foremost among the 3 heroes of Taiyuan, the 9th prince of the Taiyuan dynasty, Qin Xiao. What do you two think of this Yi Fan? Qin Xiao's voice was frigid as he inquired of the 2 figures behind him. The youth in black, his expression grim, was Yao Zhong, the 3rd among the top 10 talents of Taiyuan. The youth in white, with an air of arrogance, was Ming Peng, ranked 9th. His strength is commendable. Ming Peng scoffed, seemingly dismissive of Yi Fan, lamenting that with just the 5th-tier Xuanhu realm prowess, he would undoubtedly fall within 10 moves against me. 10 moves? Qin Zhao's brow furrowed ever so slightly at these words. Ming Peng's boastful declaration appeared to belittle Yi Fan, yet in truth, it bestowed upon him a considerable degree of respect. The 10 talents of Taiyuan, each a prodigy in martial arts. Ming Peng ranks 9th, possessing formidable strength. Many at the 9th level of the Xuanhu realm are no match for him in a single strike. 10 strikes signify an acknowledgement of Yi Fan's prowess. Your Highness intends to eliminate this individual? Yao Zhong keenly perceived the murderous intent emanating from Qin Xiao and inquired softly. He has slain Duan Tianya. Qin Zhao's voice was barely above a whisper, yet it caused the 2 individuals behind him to change color simultaneously. A 5th-level Xuanwu can kill Duan Tianya? Mingping's pupils contracted slightly, harboring doubts about Qin Zhao's words. Yao Zhong similarly found it hard to believe, narrowing his eyes and speculating softly. Perhaps he employed some vile tactic? Regardless of the means he employed, Qin Xiao coldly declared, his handsome visage cast in a chilling shadow by the moonlight. Duan Tianya was my brother. Since no one in the Union Kingdom can avenge him, it is my duty as his brother to seek retribution. I shall take action immediately. Understanding Qin Zhao's intent, Mingpeng responded and turned to depart. Wait. Qin Zhao raised his hand to halt him. If we are to kill, it must be done openly and with integrity. With the Junlin banquet approaching, it would not reflect well if someone were to die in Taiyuan Imperial City the eve before the feast. I require you to eliminate this person at the Junlin banquet in 3 days. Furthermore, I want every individual from the Union Kingdom attending the banquet to return empty-handed, including Duan Tiangong. Yao Zhong raised an eyebrow, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Of course. Qin Zhao's gaze turned toward Yi Fan, filled with an overwhelming murderous intent. For Duan Tianya's demise was inextricably linked to his second imperial brother. Yi Fan and Duan Tiangong exited the royal post station, arriving outside the Wandan Pavilion. Before them stood a 7-story building constructed entirely of crimson spiritual wood, seemingly enveloped by an invisible formation, with a faint medicinal aroma wafting through the air. Merely standing at the entrance, Yi Fan felt his internal spiritual energy circulating more swiftly than usual. The Wan family established their reputation through alchemy, and the Wandan Pavilion not only served as a marketplace for elixirs, but also as an exceptional training ground, rumored to be situated above a vein of spiritual fire. Duan Tiangong led Yi Fan into the Wandan Pavilion, providing introductions along the way. Brother Yi, to meet Wan Miaoyan. You simply need to ascend to the top of the Wandan Pavilion. My strength is insufficient, so I can only accompany you this far. Chapter 81, Wandan Pavilion. The Fire Corridor. This doesn't seem like a place for cultivation, Yi Fan remarked, glancing around in confusion. The first-floor hall was bustling with people. Yet no one lingered to train. The passing warriors either hurriedly selected elixirs or proceeded directly to the second floor. Cultivation is prohibited on this floor. It is solely for the sale of elixirs, Duan Tiangong explained, gesturing toward the staircase leading to the second floor. The cultivation area lies above the second level. But how high you can ascend to train depends on your own capabilities. Oh. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and approached the staircase leading to the second level, ascending step by step, with Duan Tiangong trailing closely behind, maintaining a half-step distance. As he stepped onto the second floor of the Wandan Pavilion, a wave of heat greeted him. Before them lay a corridor of blazing earth, flanked by walls of copper that had long since turned a fiery red. 100 paces away, numerous white jade discs were scattered, each occupied by figures meditating with eyes closed. To practice on the second level of the Wandan Pavilion, one must traverse the 100 paces of this fiery corridor. Duan Tianshu stood behind Yi Fan, sharing a cautionary note. Should one fail to cross and be unable to retreat in time, the peril of the searing corridor awaited, with bodies reduced to ashes by the relentless flames. Stand aside. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed, startling Yi Fan and his companion. A burly bald man forcefully squeezed between them, his tight-fitting dark attire straining against his muscular form. He glared at them, scornfully questioning their hesitation to cross the fiery corridor. Are you merely here to gawk, you worthless cowards? Without waiting for a response, the bald man clenched his fists, releasing a formidable aura of the 7th stage of the Xuanhuan realm. Flames of crimson surged around him as he lunged into the corridor. Boom. The earth fire erupted in response, its fiery tongues greedily licking at the man's protective flames. Gritting his teeth, the bald man strained to push through, his forehead veins bulging as he barely managed to cover the 100 paces. Upon crossing the threshold, he stumbled towards the nearest white jade disc, only to find it occupied. Bah! He spat in frustration, staggering forward another 10 paces before finally locating an unoccupied spot, nearly collapsing onto it. Is it merely a matter of crossing 100 paces? Yi Fan mused, observing the man struggle. Although the white jade discs were limited in size, there remained sufficient space to adjust one's position, potentially allowing further exploration of the fiery corridor. In theory, yes, Duan Tianshu replied with a smile. But it depends on the temperament of the occupant of the white jade disc. If they are uncooperative, one might face dire consequences. He continued, typically, those who choose to practice on nearby discs are not overly powerful. Indeed, Yi Fan nodded in agreement, gazing toward the far end of the corridor, where the last white jade disc was already occupied. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, why has that person not ascended to the 3rd level? Now that they have reached the final disc? Ascending to the 3rd level is easy. Remaining there is the challenge, Duan Tianshu explained, his tone leisurely. The 3rd level of the Wandan Pavilion is also known as the 100 Dan Inferno. Within the alchemy chamber, 100 blazing sun pills float, each detonating every 10 breaths. The explosions release medicinal power to be absorbed, yet proximity to the blast can dangerously injure one's meridians. Self-destructing pills? Yi Fan expressed his astonishment. The third level offered superior training benefits, but to stay there, one required not only strength, but also a measure of luck. Duan Tianshu continued. If you don't linger on the third level, provided your luck isn't too poor, you should reach the fourth level. However, that level is even more treacherous. Home to 9 fire serpents formed from the earth's veins, each possessing peak Xuanhuan realm strength. Survive them, and you may ascend to the 5th level. On the 5th and 6th levels, what lies beyond? As Yi Fan listened to Duan Tianshu's description, he felt a profound sense of awe. To possess such a magnificent Wandan pavilion within the Taiyuan imperial city, the Wan family was undoubtedly no ordinary clan. This Miss Wanyayan of the Wan family must also be an extraordinary individual. The 5th and 6th levels were guarded by formidable protectors of the Wandan pavilion. Duan Tianshu mysteriously shook his head, a meaningful smile gracing his lips, stating that once they arrived there, they would be informed on how to proceed. However, to even contemplate entering the 5th level without the cultivation of the earth martial realm, such thoughts were sheer folly. Just as he spoke, a sharp reprimand suddenly pierced the air. The two turned to see a young man in a purple robe, arms crossed, his face a mask of derision. You two, are you planning to traverse the fire corridor or not? If you lack the ability, then step aside. You're in a hurry, go ahead. It's not as if we're stopping you, Yi Fan replied with a shrug, stepping aside slightly. Useless, the young man in purple scoffed, striding arrogantly between them. The moment he set foot in the fire corridor, a tremendous aura of a 9th-tier Xuanwu realm erupted, surrounded by an eerie purple flame. Boom! The fire surged forth, yet the protective purple flames around him remained unscathed. Pei Yan's purple radiant dragon flame is becoming increasingly powerful, Yi Fan mused. It appears that he is aiming for the 7th level of the Wandan Pavilion. Pei Yan's determination to meet Miss Wan was indeed remarkable. Many martial artists practicing on the white jadestone platform gasped in admiration at the sight of Pei Yan. Duan Tianshu gazed enviously at Pei Yan's receding figure. The purple radiant dragon flame was the true fire of the earth-tier beast, the purple radiant earth-splitting dragon. It was inconceivable that Pei Yan had hunted this creature alone. It was evident that his family had aided him in capturing and refining the flame. Indeed, the purple radiant dragon flame is an impressive beast fire. Yi Fan remarked with a faint smile, deciding not to linger any longer. Behind them, footsteps approached. Several martial artists were growing impatient. If he and Duan Tianshu continued to block the path, it could incite the crowd's wrath. With a slight tremor of his body, he suddenly released the aura of a 5th-tier Xuanwu realm. Hee. Pei Yan, walking ahead, glanced back and couldn't help but laugh derisively. A mere 5th-tier Xuanwu realm cultivator dares to step onto the fire corridor? Within 50 steps, you are doomed. Just as he approached, those following Duan Tianshu also displayed disdain in their eyes. Regular visitors to the Wandan Pavilion knew that the minimum requirement to traverse the fire corridor was a 7th-tier Xuanwu realm cultivation. Occasionally, some fire cultivators might cross 100 steps with a 6th-tier Xuanwu realm, but to think a 5th-tier could manage it was nothing short of a dream. The spiritual fire produced from such cultivation could not withstand even a moment of the fire corridor's flames. 50 steps? They underestimated him greatly. Duan Tianshu was well aware of the fire corridor's might, yet he held absolute confidence in Yi Fan. With the solar divine body, how could Yi Fan fear mere flames? As Yi Fan stepped into the fire corridor, the flames erupted forth immediately. Yet at the moment of brushing against the hem of his robe, the flames retreated as if a loyal subject before his sovereign. Even more astonishing was the fact that the retreating ground fire was not suppressed. Rather, it circled around Yi Fan like a sacred pilgrimage, forming a resplendent golden-red halo around him. How could the ground fire possibly be avoiding him? This was utterly unfathomable. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the gathering. Even the cultivators in the midst of their training opened their eyes wide in disbelief, fixating on this spectacle. Could this individual also be attending the Junlin banquet? Pei Yan, witnessing this scene, felt a sudden chill wash over him. In contrast, his proud purple radiant dragon flame paled in comparison. In the blink of an eye, Pei Yan was already 100 steps into the corridor of ground fire, enshrouded in the purple radiant dragon flame. Yi Fan followed him at a leisurely pace, yet the distance between them continued to diminish. Kill him. Pei Yan's eyes glinted with cold fury as he traversed the jadestone forest. His voice lowered as he issued a deadly command. With those words, he accelerated abruptly, the purple flames erupting beneath his feet, vanishing in a few leaps towards the staircase leading to the 3rd level. The cultivators surrounding the jadestone forest turned their gazes in unison towards Yi Fan, their previously shocked expressions now mixed with complex emotions, greed, hesitation, and even intent to kill. These individuals had no ties to Pei Yan, yet he was the young master of the Pei family from Taiyuan Imperial City. Serving him would undoubtedly yield considerable rewards. Now, Pei Yin sought to eliminate Yi Fan. Yi Fan sensed the shift in the atmosphere, the palpable hostility emanating from the onlookers. He maintained his steady pace, unfazed as his robes remained undisturbed amidst the ground fire. Don't blame me, kid. Blame your unfortunate fate. The earlier bald, burly man succumbed to temptation, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he whispered. As Yi Fan passed by him, he suddenly erupted, his right fist, infused with a fierce gale, aimed directly at Yi Fan's temple, parting the ground fire momentarily in its wake. Yi Fan, watch out. Duan Tianshu's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted a warning. Huh. Yi Fan chuckled lightly, tilting his head slightly. A mere 7th-tier Xuanhuan realm cultivator dared to kill him? In this corridor of ground fire, he was entirely unaffected. To slay him would require more than mere advantage of terrain. It demanded true strength. The bald man, evidently lacking in power, swung his fist, which grazed Yi Fan's hair as he effortlessly sidestepped. Then, he unleashed the solar hand, his right hand radiating brilliant golden light, darting forth like lightning to grasp the bald man's throat with precision. Ugh! The bald man's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of shock. Not only had his ambush failed, but he had also been countered by Yi Fan in a single move. Those who seek to kill must be prepared for death. Yi Fan's eyes held no compassion, the golden light in his hand surging fervently. Without directly snapping the neck of his opponent, he gradually pressed the bald, robust man down onto the ground. What appeared to be a gentle gesture concealed a terrifying force. The moment the bald man's back made contact with the ground, a furious flame violently ensnared his body. The scorching tongues of fire licked at his skin, producing a hissing sound of searing agony. A chilling scream echoed through the corridor as the bald man's visage contorted in the blaze, his skin visibly blackening and carbonizing at an alarming rate. In a desperate struggle, he was firmly held down by Yi Fan, whose grip resembled that of an iron clamp. Young hero, I was wrong, spare me. His hoarse pleas gradually weakened, ultimately dissipating into the air with the last wisp of smoke. The flames gradually receded, leaving only a handful of ashes, swept away by the heat waves, disappearing without a trace. The second floor of the Wandan Pavilion fell into an instant, deathly silence. The martial artists on the jade stone platform collectively held their breath, beads of sweat appearing on their foreheads. Despite his youth, Yi Fan exhibited a ruthless demeanor. He could have granted the bald man a swift end, yet he chose the most brutal method, allowing the man to perish slowly in excruciating torment. Yi Fan slowly straightened up, dusting off the pristine sleeves of his robe. His gaze swept over the crowd, and none dared to meet his eyes. A smirk adorned Yi Fan's lips, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. With a flourish of his sleeve, he turned and ascended the staircase leading to the 3rd floor, disappearing from sight. On the 3rd floor of the Wandan Pavilion lay the 100-Dan Purgatory. Over 100 blood-red Luyang pills floated in midair, rotating slowly like stars. Each pill's surface was marred with cracks, and turbulent spiritual energy surged within. Boom! At that moment, the outermost Luyang pill exploded with a deafening roar. The violent medicinal force spread like smoke, and several martial artists nearby immediately formed hand seals, eagerly absorbing the pure energy. In close proximity to the explosion's center, a martial artist who failed to evade let out a piercing scream as his entire right arm turned charred in an instant. Mechanisms in the dome whirred to life, and a new pill fell precisely into the rotating formation, maintaining the count of pills within the 100-Dan Purgatory. Dozens of martial artists were scattered throughout the area, each fixated on the trajectory of the floating pills, bracing themselves for the next explosion. The air was thick with a peculiar blend of burnt flesh and medicinal fragrance, while the ground bore numerous craters from the blasts. Most alarming were the charred corpses piled in a corner, evidently struck directly by the Luyang pills. Risking their lives in pursuit of cultivation was indeed a unique endeavor. Yi Fan glanced at the tense expressions of the surrounding martial artists and couldn't help but smile. These individuals resembled gamblers, their eyes glued to the overhead pill formation, calculating the proximity to the explosion center to absorb more medicinal power while remaining vigilant against the threat of being obliterated by the blasts. Even amidst peril, some were still willing to remain and cultivate here, a testament to the remarkable efficacy of this place for training. At this moment, Pei Yin had vanished from the 3rd floor of the Wandan Pavilion. It seemed that he had little interest in cultivating in this place. Yi Fan did not dwell on it further and decisively stepped out. As he approached the staircase leading to the 4th floor, a sudden crack echoed above him. Yi Fan abruptly looked up and was taken aback to see a blazing sun pill suspended 3 feet above him. Its surface was marred with cracks resembling a spider's web, and the core glowed a crimson red, pulsating with violent spiritual energy that threatened to burst forth. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the air, and the medicinal smoke surged like a furious tide, engulfing Yi Fan. At such a close distance, that boy was surely doomed. Having just arrived at the 100-pill hell without even settling in, he encountered an exploding pill overhead. His luck was dismally unfortunate. Sighs of regret echoed throughout the pill chamber as many felt pity for Yi Fan. However, several martial artists positioned nearer to the explosion wore expressions of delight, stealthily inching forward to absorb some of the medicinal energy unleashed by the explosion. Something felt amiss. At that moment, the first person to approach suddenly halted, his expression shifting. The others who followed soon sensed something was off, their brows furrowing in concern. Why was the medicinal energy not dissipating from the explosion? How peculiar that it seemed to concentrate at the epicenter of the blast. Was it due to this boy? As the crowd grew increasingly perplexed, their gazes remained fixed on the swirling medicinal smoke. Suddenly, the medicinal energy began to surge towards the explosion's center like rivers converging into the sea. What? In the astonished eyes of the onlookers, Yi Fan was suddenly enveloped in a resplendent golden light. With arms outstretched, he greedily absorbed the surrounding medicinal energy into his body. The spiritual energy coursing through his meridians erupted with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a mighty river. How could this be possible? This boy was single-handedly absorbing all the medicinal energy from the exploding sun pill? No, it was not mere absorption. He was devouring it. The crowd gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. Some even rubbed their eyes, questioning whether they were witnessing an illusion. Chapter 83, Slaying the Fire Serpent, Refining the 9 Dragons' Spiritual Flames. Boom. A colossal aura surged into the heavens as Yi Fan's eyes snapped open. Gradually clenching his fist, he savored the surging new vitality within him. 6th stage of the Xuanhu realm, achieved effortlessly. He advanced. A satisfied smile graced Yi Fan's lips as he savored the moment. The medicinal energy unleashed by the sun pill was exceptionally pure and yang, perfectly attuned to his solar divine body, making absorption as effortless as water flowing. However, this sudden rise to the 6th stage of the Xuanhu realm was rather abrupt. The excessive influx of spiritual energy could destabilize his martial foundation. Even the energy he had just absorbed would require time to properly assimilate. Recognizing the need to temper his gains, Yi Fan swiftly exited the 100-pill hell, leaving behind a throng of martial artists still reeling from the shock. It was only when another sun pill exploded that they regained their composure. Within the 4th floor of the Wandan Pavilion, 9 fiery scaled serpents coiled around the dome, their presence ominous. Crimson scales glistened like blood, and eyes blazed like torches, casting a formidable gaze upon the intruder. In this place, none dared to linger. Amidst the thunderous roar of the dragon's cry, 9 fiery serpents surged forth from the void. Their searing breath distorted the very air, causing the strands of Yi Fan's hair to curl and singe. Indeed, they were at the pinnacle of the Xuanhu realm. Yi Fan's pupils constricted as he brandished the sunblade. Before the blade could rise, 9 pillars of fire hurtled towards him. In an instant, a brilliant golden light cleaved through the sea of flames. Yi Fan propelled himself through the surging inferno, his sun-god body radiating dazzling golden brilliance. Yet it appeared insufficient against the encirclement of the 9 serpents. Suddenly, a flicker of flame leapt from the hem of his garment, its tips exuding a charred aroma. Unable to match their power, Yi Fan retreated several steps, the blade's edge sparking against the ground, his brow furrowing in dismay. How could Peiyan possibly have triumphed? Boom, boom, boom. The 9 fire serpents offered no respite, intertwining to form a fiery formation, unleashing wave after wave of scorching heat. The protective golden light surrounding Yi Fan was reduced to a mere thin veil. Sweat beads emerged on his forehead, only to evaporate into salt frost. To think these abominations born of the earth's fire could be so audacious. An ember of fury ignited within Yi Fan, causing his body to tremble violently. A shadow of the ancient heavenly suppression tablet materialized behind him. The will of the heavens, suppress. Yi Fan bellowed, and the power of celestial oppression surged forth. The entire 4th level of the Wandan Pavilion trembled in response. Roar. The 9 fire serpents emitted agonized cries, their flames dimming at a visible rate. Could it truly be effective? Yi Fan's spirits soared with delight. He had merely wished to test whether the heavenly tablet could subdue the fire serpents. For they were not living beings, and uncertainty lingered. Witnessing their suppression, he decisively swung his sword, cleaving the nearest fire serpent's head. The creature wailed in despair, its massive form crashing to the ground. After a few convulsions, it transformed into a pure essence of Earth's spiritual fire. Enraged, the remaining 8 serpents charged from all directions. Come! Yi Fan laughed heartily, darting forward like a bolt of lightning. With every swing of his sword, a fire serpent met its lamenting demise. The once suppressed serpents, stripped of their Xuanhu strength, fell one by one beneath his relentless strikes. In a mere moment, all 9 fire serpents lay vanquished, their spiritual flames bubbling across the ground, illuminating the entire 4th level like a furnace. Humph. Yi Fan sheathed his sword, still feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. At that moment, the 9 essences of Earth's spiritual fire began to rise of their own accord. Before he could comprehend, they coiled around his right arm like ethereal serpents. Yi Fan's expression shifted slightly, though he remained unfazed. He felt no threat from the spiritual fire. In but an instant, the 9 orbs of spiritual fire converged in his palm, ultimately forming a swirling red-golden imprint resembling 9 dragons entwined. Is this a sign of allegiance? Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback by the unfolding situation. His palm trembled slightly, and flames flickered within it. 9 delicate fire serpents coiled in his hand. How audacious! A voice thundered like a sudden storm. Startled, Yi Fan turned to the source of the exclamation, finding 3 elderly men with white hair, radiating an overwhelming fury. The elder at the forefront, noticing the fire serpents in Yi Fan's palm, erupted with rage, exclaiming, "How dare you seize the 9 dragons' sacred fire without the permission of the Xuanhuan Pavilion? Esteemed seniors, I did not intend to." Yi Fan replied with a hint of grievance, forcing a smile as he opened his palm. Immediately, the 9 dragons' sacred fire joyfully spiraled upwards. "I merely vanquished the 9 fire serpents here, and unexpectedly, this so-called 9 dragons' sacred fire chose to acknowledge me as its master." Absurd, the leading elder scoffed, clearly disbelieving Yi Fan's words. "The 9 dragons' sacred fire voluntarily recognizes you as its master? On what grounds?" Yi Fan shrugged helplessly, pondering the very same question. Humph. The elder, seeing Yi Fan's silence, let out a cold snort. The oppressive aura of the earth martial realm bore down upon Yi Fan like a mountain. "Perhaps it is due to my solar divine body." Yi Fan was acutely aware that without an explanation, he might not be able to leave unscathed. His purpose in coming to the Xuanhuan Pavilion was merely to meet Miss Xuanhuan. The capture of the 9 dragons' sacred fire was never his intention. The suppressive power of the heavenly Tao from the heavenly tablet had already been exhausted. Now, faced with 3 formidable earth martial experts, he stood no chance. The solar divine body. The 3 men exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with skepticism as they scrutinized Yi Fan. Resolutely, Yi Fan activated the solar scripture, channeling the power of his solar divine body. His entire being radiated with a blinding golden light. Indeed, it is the solar divine body. The 3 elders exclaimed in unison, their expressions transforming from anger to astonishment. The other 2 glanced at the leading elder, silently inquiring about his thoughts. Without hesitation, the elder reached out, gripping the back of Yi Fan's neck and lifting him effortlessly. "Come with me to meet the young lady. Esteemed elder, could you be a bit gentler?" Yi Fan protested inwardly as he dangled off the ground, secretly elated. This direct approach saved him the trouble of navigating through 2 more levels. However, the elder's bony fingers were painfully tight around his neck. The elder, ignoring Yi Fan's words, maintained a serious demeanor as he escorted him through a concealed passage within the Xuanhuan Pavilion, ascending to the 7th level. On the 7th level of the Xuanhuan Pavilion, the air was thick with a peculiar fragrance, reminiscent of medicinal herbs and ethereal orchids, tantalizing the senses. To the left stood 3 exquisite purple-gold alchemical furnaces, their flames still flickering, wisps of blue smoke curling upwards. To the right, a soft couch was adorned with shimmering crystal bead curtains. The most captivating sight was undoubtedly the enchanting figure partially reclined on the couch, now resting. "Miss." The elder placed Yi Fan down and respectfully bowed towards the curtain. Yi Fan lifted his gaze, though unable to discern the visage of the individual behind the curtain. The languid yet noble posture, coupled with the grace exuded in every subtle movement, assured him that this must undoubtedly be Miss Xuanhuan of the Xuan family. "Elder Yao, what is your intention in bringing this person here?" Xuanhuan's voice, akin to pure water striking jade, carried a hint of languor and nonchalance as she slowly sat up. Her gauzy attire slipping to reveal a glimpse of her snow-white shoulder, yet she showed no inclination to unveil herself further. The beaded curtain swayed, allowing only a vague view of her slender fingers delicately toying with a crimson pill, a faint ethereal glow shimmering at her fingertips. Chapter 84, Either Death or Marriage. Returning to Miss, this individual has refined the 9 dragons' spiritual fire. Elder Yao, hunched over, responded with deference. "Oh," came Xuanhuan's voice from behind the curtain, laced with a hint of danger amidst her languid tone. With a slight exertion of her fingers, she abruptly crushed the pill she had been playing with. Beads of sweat surfaced on Elder Yao's forehead as he hastily signaled to Yi Fan. Understanding the cue, Yi Fan slowly opened his palm, revealing 9 crimson golden fire dragons that spiraled forth, leaping and dancing upon his hand, intertwining and separating while emitting a series of dragon-like roars. Elder Yao, you may withdraw for now. Xuanhuan waved her hand, her voice suddenly tinged with a ripple of emotion. Yes, miss. Elder Yao bowed and retreated, gently closing the door behind him. With a flourish, Xuanhuan stepped forward, her delicate hands parting the beaded curtain. Clad in a flowing scarlet gown that brushed the ground, she revealed her alabaster shoulder. As she slightly leaned forward, her enticing figure threatened to spill from her attire. Yi Fan's breath caught. Despite having encountered numerous beauties, he found himself momentarily entranced. The woman before him radiated a fierce beauty, akin to a blazing inferno. How bold! Xuanhuan suddenly exclaimed, an aura of chilling authority emanating from her. Apologies, Miss Xuan. Yi Fan, snapping back to reality, awkwardly rubbed his nose, his gaze wandering yet unable to resist stealing glances at her alluring figure. It is simply irresistible, Miss Xuan. The Nine Dragons' spiritual fire is a treasure of the Xuan family. Xuanhuan did not reprimand Yi Fan for his indiscretion, but rather questioned him with feigned ire. To refine the Nine Dragons' spiritual fire without the Xuan family's consent is punishable by death. Yi Fan, expressing helplessness, shrugged and reiterated his explanation to Elder Yao. I did not do it intentionally. Who would have known that upon slaying the 9 fire dragons on the 4th level, they would transform into the 9 dragons' spiritual fire and willingly acknowledge me as their master? Willingly acknowledge you as their master? A glint flashed in Xuanhuan's eyes before she pressed further. Who permitted you to slay the fire dragons? Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. The Wandan Pavilion allows warriors to ascend the tower. If there are fire dragons obstructing the path on the 4th level, how could I reach the 5th level without defeating them? Fool! Xuanhuan suddenly laughed, her smile breathtaking, yet sending chills down one's spine. The path from the 4th level to the 5th level is open. One can circumvent the attacks of the fire dragons to reach the 5th level of the Wandan Pavilion. There is no need to slay the fire dragons. Although there have been individuals in the past who have slain the fire dragons, none have matched your feat of vanquishing all 9. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, realizing how Pei Yan had navigated through the 4th layer. He had assumed Pei Yan's prowess allowed him swift passage to the 5th layer, only to discover that he had merely evaded the fire dragon's onslaught, never truly engaging them, as Yi Fan had. Regarding the matter of voluntarily recognizing a master, Xuanhuan suddenly approached, her delicate fingers lightly touching Yi Fan's chest before gliding upwards, finally resting at his throat. What means did you employ to command the 9 dragon spirit fire? She harbored no doubt regarding Yi Fan's words. Otherwise, Elder Yao would not have brought him here, having long since eliminated him within the 4th layer of the Wandan Pavilion. Anyone capable of making the 9 dragon spirit fire acknowledge them as a master must possess something extraordinary. For that reason, Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smile as the solar scripture surged within him. Instantly, a radiant golden light enveloped him, and an intense aura swept forth like a tidal wave, transforming him into a resplendent sun, too brilliant to behold directly. Xuanhuan was caught off guard, forced to retreat 3 steps by the sudden heat wave. Shielding her eyes with her hand, her scarlet silk dress rustled in the warm breeze. Once she adjusted to the brilliance, she slowly lowered her arm. The solar divine body. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xuanhuan's beautiful eyes, gradually morphing into fervor. No wonder the 9 dragon spirit fire would willingly recognize you as its master. It is well that Miss Xuan understands. Yi Fan smiled gently, the golden radiance receding like a receding tide. However, the 9 dragon spirit fire is a treasured possession of the Xuan family, and you cannot take it away so easily. Xuanhuan's tone shifted as she fixed her gaze on Yi Fan with cold resolve, presenting him with but 2 choices. First, death, leaving the 9 dragon spirit fire behind. I choose the second. Yi Fan interjected without a moment's hesitation, a playful smile adorning his lips. At present, the 9 dragon spirit fire was intricately linked to his bloodline. Unless he were to perish completely, separation was inconceivable. This logic, he trusted, Xuanhuan understood fully. He had no inclination to embrace death. Given the options, he would undoubtedly select the latter. The second option? Xuanhuan's face suddenly lit up with a smile, revealing that this second choice entailed becoming a member of the Xuan family. As long as you become one of us, the 9 dragon spirit fire will remain with the Xuan family. Become a member? Yi Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, instinctively stepping back a half pace, questioning whether he had misheard. Was she suggesting he marry into the Xuan family? How many young ladies does the Xuan family have? The Xuan family has but 1 young lady. Xuanhuan's crimson lips curved into a smile, showing no hint of embarrassment as she corrected Yi Fan. But do not misunderstand. It is not you marrying me, but rather you becoming my husband. Miss Xuan, how domineering. Yi Fan's mouth twitched involuntarily at her words. How so? Xuanhuan narrowed her phoenix eyes, dangerously advancing towards Yi Fan. From your expression, it seems you are somewhat reluctant. Did you not enter the Wan Dan pavilion with the intent of reaching the summit to meet me? Yi Fan awkwardly rubbed his nose, expressing that he had never contemplated marrying Miss Wan. Never thought of it. Wan Miaoyan responded with a hint of displeasure, her cold snort echoing in the air. In Taiyuan Imperial City, the young talents vying for my hand could form a queue stretching out the city gates, and many would gladly enter the Wan family. Yet you seem reluctant? Do you truly believe that marrying into the Wan family would be a humiliation? No, Miss Wan, you misunderstand me. That is not my intention at all. Yi Fan hastily waved his hands, finally mustering the courage to speak candidly. To be frank, I sought an audience with Miss Wan to request your assistance in introducing me to Miss Qin Xiangru of the Moon King's manor. Wan Miaoyan paused abruptly, a flicker of astonishment flashing in her beautiful eyes. Is it Miss Xiangru that has captured your fancy? Not exactly, Yi Fan replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Feeling a chill envelop the room as the temperature seemed to plummet. Though Wan Miaoyan still wore a smile, it sent shivers down his spine. The one I am interested in is Qin Yimo. Marrying into the Wan family was not inherently problematic. However, Wan Miaoyan's status rendered the situation quite delicate. She was a close confidant of Qin Xiangru, Yimo's elder sister. If he were to wed Wan Miaoyan while still harboring feelings for Qin Yimo, how would the Moon King's manor react? They would undoubtedly mete out severe repercussions. No matter how exquisite a beauty Wan Miaoyan was, she could never eclipse Qin Yimo in his heart. In a sense, Qin Yimo was his very lifeline. Qin Yimo? Wan Miaoyan's eyes sparkled as she suddenly recalled something. She gazed at Yi Fan in surprise. Could it be that the young master of Taichu Daozong, Luo Feiyu, is seeking her? Indeed, I believe that would be me. Yi Fan replied with a composed nod, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Since she had already guessed his intentions, it was better to lay everything bare. This would not only deter Wan Miaoyan from pursuing him as a suitor, but might also allow him to achieve his goal. Wan Miaoyan likely inferred that his desire to meet Qin Xiangru was indeed connected to Qin Yimo. Haha, Wan Miaoyan chuckled, her expression filled with intrigue. You truly possess remarkable audacity. You have taken Yimo's virtue yet dare to confess it before me? Are you not afraid I might spread this tale? Previously, Luo Feiyu had wreaked havoc in Taiyuan Imperial City, seeking to uncover who had claimed Qin Yimo's innocence. However, the inquiry had yielded no results and was unlikely to do so. At that time, Yi Fan had been in the Imperial City of Union Kingdom, with no prior connections to the Taiyuan dynasty. With a slight smile and a glimmer of confidence in his eyes, Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, Miss Wan. Since you and Miss Qin Xiangru share a sisterly bond, she must certainly wish to see Yimo not face an early widowhood, correct? Early widowhood. Wan Miaoyan arched her crimson lips. Yimo is currently flourishing within the Taichu Daozong and is soon to be conferred the title of saint. At that time, the sect leader will undoubtedly select a suitable partner for her. How could there be any talk of widowhood? However, I have heard that the Moon King does not seem to wish for Qin Yimo to be conferred as a saint. Yi Fan's brow furrowed slightly as he took a step forward, deliberately lowering his voice to tentatively inquire of Wan Miaoyan. Might Miss Wan be aware of the reason behind this? Wan Miaoyan paused, a flicker of doubt crossing her features. I am not informed, she replied. Did Qin Xiangru not mention it to you? Yi Fan frowned, unwilling to relent. Shouldn't we be considering how to preserve your life first? Wan Miaoyan shook her head, her piercing gaze fixed on Yi Fan, conveying a stern warning. Even if I let you take the 9 dragons' spirit fire, the Wan family would not permit it. The Moon King is aware of her disinclination for Qin Yimo to be elevated to sainthood. Not long ago, she even inquired about this matter with Qin Xiangru. However, Qin Xiangru is equally oblivious to the Moon King's intentions. Yi Fan pondered for a moment, then suddenly his eyes brightened, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he looked toward Wan Miaoyan. Miss Wan, does your esteemed father require a son? What? Wan Miaoyan was taken aback by Yi Fan's unexpected question, her eyes widening in astonishment as if she had heard something utterly absurd. What do you mean by that? I am willing to adopt your father as my godfather, Yi Fan stated with earnest resolve, standing tall. If I were to be regarded as your father's son, then the 9 dragons' spirit fire would effectively remain with the Wan family. Wan Miaoyan couldn't suppress a laugh, hastily covering her mouth with her sleeve. Yet the mirth in her eyes was unmistakable. You certainly know how to exploit loopholes. To call my father your godfather? Dream on. Despite her dismissive words, she couldn't help but acknowledge that it was indeed a clever proposition. Considering the relationship between Yi Fan and Qin Yimo, along with her own connection to Qin Xiangru, she found herself wishing to offer Yi Fan a chance at survival. Yet, ultimately, her father's approval was paramount. I would be grateful if Miss Wan could speak favorably on my behalf to your father, Yi Fan said, instantly donning a flattering smile as he stepped closer. If your father were willing to accept me as a godson, you would gain a brother, the Wan family would retain the spirit fire, and relations with the Moon King's residence would strengthen. Would it not be a trifecta of benefits? Cease this flowery talk, Xuanhuan scoffed, though she couldn't help but scrutinize Yi Fan a few more times. Do you truly believe you are worthy of being accepted as my father's godson? Why not? Yi Fan replied, emboldened, puffing out his chest. Miss Wan, since you are aware of the solar divine body, you must also understand its formidable nature. Is it not fitting for a genius possessing the solar divine body to be considered worthy of your father's acknowledgement? But I have heard that those who possess the solar divine body seldom live beyond 20, Xuanhuan retorted, her eyes flashing with intensity as she gazed intently at Yi Fan. Such notions are the folly of the ignorant, Yi Fan replied with a disdainful smile, unabashedly asserting. I am confident I will surpass the age of 20 without succumbing to death. Even if I were to perish before that age, the Wan family could reclaim the 9 dragons' spirit fire afterwards. After all, it would only be a matter of a year or so. Surely the Wan family can afford to wait that long? As Xuanhuan gently stroked her chin, she fell into deep contemplation. Miss Wan. At that moment, an excited shout suddenly interrupted the two. Haha, I have finally reached the pinnacle of the Wandan Pavilion. With that, the door to the 7th floor of the Wandan Pavilion was thrust open, and Pei Yin, his face flushed with exhilaration, barged in. Upon seeing Yi Fan, he abruptly halted mid-sentence. What are you doing here? Your inquiry is rather amusing, Yi Fan replied with a smile playing on his lips, gazing at Pei Yin with a touch of arrogance. Why shouldn't I be here? Is this Wandan Pavilion solely reserved for you? You were clearly behind me. Pei Yin clenched his fists tightly, his voice rising sharply. I fought my way through the challenges to ascend, yet I did not catch a glimpse of you. When did you manage to surpass me? Your pace was simply too slow, Yi Fan remarked, a glimmer of mockery surfacing in his eyes as he recalled Pei Yin's earlier attempts on his life in the fire passage. I've been here for quite some time. Miss Wan. Pei Yin abruptly turned to Xuanhuan, fury radiating from his gaze. What is the meaning of this? Are you not going to explain? Explain? What is there to explain? Xuanhuan cast a sidelong glance at Pei Yin, amusement evident in her demeanor. Pei Yin's expression fluctuated between disbelief and indignation as he asserted. Who in Taiyuan Imperial City does not know? The Wan family has made it clear. If a Xuanwu realm warrior ascends to the top of the Wandan Pavilion, he may marry Miss Wan. What is going on here? What is going on? Xuanhuan stepped forward with a smile, and in the astonished gaze of Pei Yin, she affectionately linked her arm with Yi Fan's. He has reached the pinnacle of the Wandan Pavilion first, so naturally, I shall marry him. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Xuanhuan in disbelief. She smiled coyly and gave him a knowing glance. Understanding her cue, Yi Fan instinctively wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Xuanhuan stiffened for a moment, yet her smile grew increasingly charming. Previously, he had been unaware that ascending the Wandan Pavilion would grant him the opportunity to marry Xuanhuan. That rascal Duan Tianshu had not provided him with such crucial information. It was evident that Xuanhuan held no affection for Pei Yin, and perhaps even harbored some disdain. Clearly, she intended to use him as a shield. Reflecting on the necessity of Xuanhuan's assistance, he resolved to embrace the role of the shield. Are you toying with the elite of Taiyuan? Pei Yan's forehead bulged with veins as he observed their closeness. I ascended the Wandan Pavilion according to its requirements, yet just as I was about to reach the top, you employed unorthodox means to allow this man to enter. If this information were to spread, would you not fear the ridicule from the noble families of Taiyuan? They would mock the Wan family for their lack of integrity. Who says he ascended through improper means? Xuanhuan, entwined with Yi Fan, raised her delicate lips in a playful smirk, her eyes filled with derision as she regarded Pei Yin. He slayed 9 fire serpents on the 4th floor and refined the 9 dragon spirit fire. Thus, he rightfully possesses the qualification to access the 7th floor of the Wandan Pavilion. What? Pei Yan's pupils constricted, and the muscles in his face twitched involuntarily as he fixated on Yi Fan. Is this true? In the illustrious realm of the Taiyuan Imperial City, who among the nobility is unaware of the legendary 9 dragons spiritual fire? This fire is regarded as a priceless treasure. Yet none of the young heirs from the myriad families have succeeded in mastering it. Consequently, it has been sealed within the confines of the Wandan Pavilion. But to everyone's astonishment, Yi Fan has managed to harness the 9 dragons spiritual fire. It is no wonder that Xuanhuan permitted him direct access to the 7th level of the Wandan Pavilion, and even contemplated marrying him. Confronted by Pei Yan's inquiries, Yi Fan chose not to respond. Instead, he languidly raised his hand. 9 fiery golden dragons erupted from his palm, frolicking joyously in the air. The scorching aura instantly pervaded the entire space. It truly was the 9 dragons' spiritual fire. Pei Yin gazed at the 9 fire dragons in Yi Fan's palm, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. First come, first served, Xuanhuan quipped as she nestled closer to Yi Fan, resting in his embrace. She taunted Pei Yin. You have arrived too late. I am already his, so you may leave now. First come, first served? Pei Yan's expression darkened, his gaze flickering between the two, ultimately fixing upon Yi Fan, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. If he dies, won't you still belong to me? As he spoke, his fist clenched, and the purple blazing dragon flames erupted violently, surging toward Yi Fan with terrifying ferocity. Impudence! Xuanhuan rebuked sharply at Pei Yan's reckless action. At that moment, Yi Fan gently trembled his hand. The 9 fire dragons suddenly let out a resounding roar, their dragon-like cries echoing as they swelled in size. In an instant, they transformed into colossal fire dragons, coiling majestically in the air, their 9 pairs of dragon eyes locking onto Pei Yan like twin suns. To Pei Yan's dismay, his ferocious purple blazing dragon flames appeared feeble and diminished, as if they had encountered their natural nemesis. The intensity of the flames waned, reduced significantly in strength. What? Pei Yan's complexion shifted, his eyes widening in disbelief. The purple blazing dragon flames were being suppressed by the 9 dragons' spiritual fire. How dare this mere beast fire display such audacity? Yi Fan chuckled with pride, not missing the opportunity to taunt. The purple blazing dragon flames originate from demonic beasts, classified as living flames. The 9 dragons' spiritual fire, however, belongs to the realm of extraordinary flames, classified as heavenly flames. Naturally, heavenly flames exert dominance over living flames, rendering the latter's power diminished by at least 30%. In the 7th level of the Wandan Pavilion, the air seemed to solidify. 3 elderly figures with white hair appeared like phantoms. The leader among them was none other than the esteemed medicine elder. Upon seeing Xuanhuan nestled in Yi Fan's embrace, the 3 instantly comprehended the situation. Their gazes swiftly turned, glaring furiously at Pei Yan. Stand down, Xuanhuan commanded, a seductive smile gracing her lips. Yi Fan nodded in understanding and casually waved his hand. The 9 fire dragons promptly transformed into streaks of light, retreating into his palm, ultimately coalescing into a crimson golden mark left upon his hand. Pei Yan. The medicine elder glared at Pei Yan, his eyes radiating a chilling intensity. The Wandan Pavilion does not welcome you. Pei Yan's countenance darkened, the purple dragon flames swirling restlessly around him. He was acutely aware that he could do nothing to Yi Fan today. With a cold snort, he declared, I shall not let this matter rest so easily. With that, he waved his sleeve and departed. Elder Yao. Once Pei Yan had left, Xuanhuan exchanged a knowing glance with Elder Yao. Understanding her intent, he, along with 2 other elderly men, bowed and exited the scene. Miss Wan. Yi Fan awkwardly shifted his arm, which she had grasped, and his fingertips accidentally brushed against her smooth skin, causing him to instinctively withdraw as if shocked. Aren't you going to let go of me? Hee. Xuanhuan chuckled lightly, releasing her grip and nonchalantly adjusting her slightly disheveled gauzy dress. This time, you have assisted me, so allow me to return the favor. Oh. Yi Fan's eyes glimmered with anticipation as he gazed at Xuanhuan. With a smile gracing her lips, she gently lifted his chin with her delicate fingers. But tell me, what is your name? Yining Kingdom, Yi Fan. Yi Fan took a slight step back, composing himself as he responded earnestly. So, you hail from Yining Kingdom. Xuanhuan replied, raising an eyebrow as she confirmed. You have come to Taiyuan Imperial City for the Junlin banquet, correct? Are you currently residing at the Royal Inn? Indeed. Yi Fan nodded affirmatively. You may return now. Xuanhuan suddenly turned, waving her hand gracefully. I shall report the events here to my father. If he is willing to accept you as his adopted son, then all will be well. If not, then I kindly ask you to speak favorably of me. Yi Fan hastily interrupted, bowing with a smile. The head of the Wan family was undoubtedly her father, and if he were unwilling to accept him as his adopted son, it would pose a significant problem. His life might very well be in jeopardy. The only remaining option would be to seek Elder Zhao's mediation. Do your best. Xuanhuan tilted her head, scrutinizing Yi Fan, before suddenly bursting into laughter. Return to the Royal Inn and await my news. Then I shall take my leave. Yi Fan exhaled deeply, once more bowing solemnly. Wait. Xuanhuan recalled Pei Yan, who had just departed, and called out to Yi Fan, be cautious of Pei Yan. Though he is narrow-minded, he is vengeful and possesses considerable strength, ranking 10th among the 10 talents of Taiyuan. When you return, be on your guard. I would not want you to perish before my father has even agreed. 10th among the 10 talents of Taiyuan, Yi Fan scoffed, appearing utterly unconcerned. With his meager strength, he cannot kill me. I hope your strength is as formidable as you claim. Xuanhuan turned away, gracefully waving her hand, causing the beaded curtain to jingle softly. The last trace of her crimson dress vanished behind the curtain, leaving only a lingering fragrance in the air. Yi Fan gazed deeply at the curtain before finally turning to leave. At this moment, Duan Tianshu was pacing outside Wandan Pavilion, awaiting his return. Upon seeing Yi Fan emerge, he quickly approached. How did it go? Did you meet Xuanhuan? Return to the royal inn. Yi Fan merely replied with a terse statement. With a decisive stride, he advanced forward. Observing this, Duan Tianshu ceased his inquiries and hastened to follow. Upon their return to the entrance of the royal post station, the dawn had fully broken. Yi Fan, a sharp reprimand suddenly erupted from behind them, akin to thunder shattering the tranquility of the morning. Duan Tianshu swiftly turned, his expression shifting slightly. Pei Yin? Has he arrived so soon? Seeing Pei Yin, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Amused by the man's impatience, clad in a purple robe, Pei Yin stood amidst the morning mist, his demeanor as dark as the waters. Behind him loomed more than 10 figures, 2 of whom exuded particularly robust auras. You should not have come to Taiyuan Imperial City. Pei Yin advanced slowly, his cold gaze fixed on Yi Fan, the purple flame dragon surging in his palm. Now that you are here, only death awaits. Chapter 87. The dragon's soul ignites the skies. One flame reduces mountains and rivers to ashes. Is he going to kill you? Duan Tianshu's complexion paled, his astonishment directed at Yi Fan, unable to comprehend Pei Yan's intense animosity towards him, leading him to storm the royal post station with his men. He is courting death, Yi Fan retorted, amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth, unfazed by Pei Yan's threat. Do not engage him just yet. Duan Tianshu's brow furrowed deeply as he lowered his voice. Distract him. I will fetch help. Before his words had fully escaped, he dashed towards the post station's entrance like an arrow released from a bow. He recognized Yi Fan's formidable strength, knowing he might not be Pei Yan's inferior. Yet, 2 Earth Martial Realm experts stood behind Pei Yan. If they intervened, how could Yi Fan possibly contend with them? Pei Yan believed Duan Tianshu fled. He laughed heartily, pointing at Duan Tianshu's panicked retreat. Look, your good brother has abandoned you. Pay him no heed. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively, drawing his sword. You just claimed that coming to Taiyuan Imperial City is a path to death? I shall see who possesses the ability to kill me. He had never revealed his name before Pei Yan, yet the latter had called him by it, indicating he had investigated his background. Surely, he was aware of Yi Fan's actions the previous night at the royal post station, where he had slain 4 men. Regrettably, this revelation did not seem to intimidate Pei Yan. With 2 days remaining until the Junlin feast, Yi Fan felt compelled to showcase his true abilities to avoid future complications. Therefore, he decided to establish his dominance by taking down Pei Yan, the 10th most handsome man in the Imperial City, with merely a 5th tier in the Xuanhuan realm. Who granted you the audacity to be so arrogant? Pei Yan's fury intensified upon witnessing Yi Fan's demeanor. As he stepped forward, the purple flame dragon ignited around him. 5th tier in the Xuanhuan realm? Yi Fan's body trembled lightly, his aura surging steadily. Not anymore. Pei Yan noticed Yi Fan's aura had escalated to the 6th tier, and his expression altered slightly. Did you break through in the Wandan Pavilion? Fearful? Yi Fan flicked his wrist, the sword's tip aimed directly at Pei Yan's throat. Fear you? How ludicrous. Pei Yan, consumed by fury, erupted into a mocking laugh, the flesh on his face quivering with rage. Yi Fan subtly adjusted the tip of his sword, directing it towards the 2 middle-aged men behind Pei Yan, tauntingly stating, if you are not afraid, why bring 2 Earth Martial Realm warriors to the royal post station? Are they here to bolster your courage? Rest assured, I won't require their assistance to end your life. In an instant, Pei Yan's body erupted with the ferocious purple dragon flames, causing the blue stone slabs beneath his feet to crack violently. With a powerful punch, the purple flames transformed into a menacing dragon's head, surging towards Yi Fan's face with terrifying heat. The morning mist before the station evaporated instantly, leaving an atmosphere laden with a charred scent. Yi Fan neither flinched nor dodged. Instead, he harnessed the power of the sun, causing the sword to radiate with a brilliant golden light. Just as the dragon's head, formed from the purple flames, was about to reach him, a blinding beam of sword light erupted like the rising sun, effortlessly cleaving the approaching inferno in 2. Is this truly all you are capable of? As the smoke dissipated, Yi Fan stood resolute, casually brushing off non-existent dust from his shoulder, his eyes gleaming with derision. No wonder you rank only 10th. Seeking death. Pei Yan's forehead bulged with veins as he swiftly formed hand seals. Dozens of purple flame serpents surged from all directions, sealing every possible escape route for Yi Fan. Yi Fan's figure swayed like willow fluff, his sword carving 3 golden arcs in front of him. The clash of sword energy against the fire serpents erupted in a deafening roar, sending shockwaves that lifted the blue stone slabs at the station's entrance, resonating with a series of thunderous sounds. Is that Pei Yan? How did he engage in combat with Yi Fan? How is it that Yi Fan can withstand so many of Pei Yan's attacks? It appears I have underestimated him previously. The cacophony of battle stirred the onlookers within the royal post station. The spectators stood at a distance, too intimidated to approach the fray. Pei Yan, a member of the esteemed Taiyuan 10 talents, though ranked last, was undeniably powerful. Few could endure 10 strikes at his hands. As the crowd grew, Pei Yan's expression darkened further. Although he held the upper hand, he could not afford to let Yi Fan escape swiftly. Failure to swiftly eliminate him would be a disgrace. Purple dragon burning the heavens. Pei Yan bellowed, his purple flames surging threefold. The violet fire soared into the sky, transforming into a colossal Tinzhong purple flame dragon in the void. As he pressed down with his palm, the soaring dragon dove towards Yi Fan with lethal intent. Yi Fan sensed the extraordinary nature of Pei Yan's attack, his gaze sharpening slightly. Channeling the full power of the sun, he activated the solar divine body. Suddenly, he leaped to meet the purple flame dragon head-on. The residual sunlight unleashed, the sword traced a blood-red arc through the air. The sword light shimmered like blood, its momentum akin to the setting sun. Boom! The purple flame dragon was cleaved in two, transforming into a rain of fire. Yi Fan seized the opportunity to perform an aerial somersault, landing gracefully with his garments billowing, not a single strand of hair harmed. This is impossible. Pei Yan clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he glared at Yi Fan. How can you, a 6th-stage Xuanhuan realm warrior, possibly withstand my purple flames burning the heavens? Yi Fan observed Pei Yan, who was seething with fury yet found himself at a loss, and could not help but scoff. The sword technique I just executed is called 9 Suns Scorching the Heavens. Among the techniques that incinerate the heavens, it seems to surpass yours by a slight margin. As he spoke, he deliberately extended his pinky finger and gestured a couple of times. Infuriating, Pei Yan's eyes burned crimson, and his palms ignited with roaring purple flames. He then forcefully clasped his hands together, and the purple dragon flames surged wildly in his palms. A fist-sized purple fireball gradually took shape. As the flames danced, his palms slowly united. With each rotation of the flames, the fireball expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it had grown to the size of a human head. Originally, this technique was reserved for the upcoming banquet. Gritting his teeth, Pei Yan fixed his gaze upon Yi Fan, slowly lifting the ever-expanding purple fireball above his head. The surface of the fireball revealed a menacing dragon pattern, and the terrifying heat caused the surrounding air to distort. You shall perish beneath my technique. Purple radiance, celestial ashes. That will be your misfortune. Purple radiance, celestial ashes. This was a profound skill of the Pei family. Could it be that Pei Yan had actually mastered it? No. Could a warrior of the Xuanwu realm truly harness the power of purple radiance, celestial ashes? If he couldn't control it, he might end up injuring himself. The onlookers retreated like a receding tide, with some even taking refuge inside the relay station. Yi Fan sensed the urgency of the situation. Narrowing his eyes to glance at the sky, observing the sun gradually ascending, he raised his left hand, wielding the sunblade high. As the sun circulated, its power converged upon the sword like rivers flowing into the sea. Simultaneously, a faint crimson gold mark appeared in the palm of his right hand. 9 petite fire serpents began to stir quietly. The dragon's soul ignites the heavens, a flame that can incinerate mountains and rivers. Pei Yan's eyes brimmed with ferocity as he bellowed while propelling the fireball forward. It surged forth like a colossal entity, blotting out the sun and hurtling toward Yi Fan. Go! Yi Fan exclaimed softly, his right hand suddenly opening wide, thrusting forward with a palm. Roar! 9 fire serpents erupted from his palm, instantly transforming into 9 colossal crimson gold fire dragons. Chapter 88. The Execution of Pei Yan, the Pei family, in chaos. 9 dragons spirit fire. Is this not the 9 dragons spirit fire of the Wan family? How could the Wan family's 9 dragons spirit fire possibly be in Yi Fan's possession? The 9 dragons spirit fire is a celestial flame capable of suppressing the flames of living beings. Among the onlookers within and outside the royal relay station, there were many well-versed individuals. Upon witnessing Yi Fan release the 9 dragons spirit fire, they could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Do you truly believe I fear your 9 dragons spirit fire? Pei Yan's eyes glowed as red as blood, his voice resonating like thunder. Boom. The 9 crimson gold fire dragons collided with the purple fireball, their roars echoing through the air. Yet, amidst the surging purple flames, the fire dragons were entirely engulfed. The might of the purple fireball diminished by a third, yet it continued to advance toward Yi Fan with a devastating momentum. Flash. Yi Fan had never naively believed that the 9 dragons' spirit fire alone could withstand Pei Yan's purple radiance, celestial ashes. After absorbing sufficient sunlight, the raised sunblade suddenly cleaved through the air, releasing a blinding beam of solar brilliance. Boom. The sword's radiance cascaded like a galactic waterfall, colliding thunderously with the violet fireball. In an instant, a blinding white light engulfed the entire space. A wave of heat surged forth like a tidal wave, causing the bluestone slabs to crack inch by inch. As the intense light dissipated, the onlookers beheld Pei Yin kneeling on one knee, a trickle of fresh blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. It was evident that even in the Xuanhuan realm, his attempt to wield the purple radiance heavenly ashes had proven overly ambitious. After a single exchange of blows, he suffered some backlash. Where is everyone? Pei Yin gasped for breath, scanning his surroundings. The absence of Yi Fan sent a chill through his countenance. The purple radiance dragon flame writhed anxiously around him. Despite his fervent desire for his purple radiance heavenly ashes to obliterate Yi Fan, he was acutely aware that his strike had failed to eliminate him. I am here. The ethereal words suddenly resonated behind Pei Yin. Be careful, young master. Behind you. Those who accompanied Pei Yin caught sight of Yi Fan and hastily warned him. Pei Yin whirled around, only to see a golden sword light approaching his chest. He barely had time to register the mocking curve of Yi Fan's lips before the daylight sword pierced through his heart. How is this possible? Pei Yin looked down at the sword tip protruding from his chest, then gazed at Yi Fan, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Have you not investigated my background? Do you not know my expertise in assassination? Yi Fan deftly twisted his wrist, causing the blade to carve a bloody hole in Pei Yin's heart. Who says assassination techniques can only be employed under the cover of night, utilizing the blinding white light? He concealed himself within its brilliance. To enact assassination techniques in a different form was not beyond the realm of possibility. You. Pei Yin clenched his teeth, struggling to utter more. Yi Fan abruptly withdrew his sword, sending a spray of blood into the air. Pei Yin staggered back 2 steps. The purple radiance dragon flame erupting uncontrollably from his wound, ultimately transforming into fleeting sparks that danced away in the wind. With a thud, Pei Yin's body collapsed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The area fell into a profound silence before erupting into chaos. He's dead. Yi Fan has slain Pei Yin. The 10th prodigy of Taiyuan was no match for Yi Fan. Yi Fan flicked the blood from his sword and turned to face the members of the Pei family who had accompanied Pei Yin. Upon feeling Yi Fan's provocative gaze, the Pei family members were immediately consumed by fury. You insolent fool, roared Pei Yin's uncle, Pei Jin, a middle-aged man of the earth martial realm, his anger reaching a boiling point. Dare to kill Pei Yin? You seek death. With that, his earth martial pressure erupted violently. As he stepped forward, the blue stone slab beneath him shattered instantaneously. His furious punch, infused with wild spiritual power, surged directly towards Yi Fan. If the younger generation cannot prevail, then the older generation must take the stage? Yi Fan scoffed, though he did not dare to confront an earth martial warrior head-on. It had been less than 12 hours since he last employed the heavenly suppression stele, and now, the power of the heavenly Tao suppression was no longer at his disposal. At this moment, he was still not a match for an earth martial warrior. However, when confronted with the lethal advance of Pei Jin, it was impossible to remain passive. The sun, having reached its zenith, propelled the solar deity's power. An extraordinarily blinding radiance erupted from his being, enveloping the space once more in a brilliant glow. Yi Fan's figure flickered, concealed beneath the dazzling light. Boom! Pei Jin's fist struck empty air, creating a deep crater in the ground. As the brilliance diminished, Yi Fan appeared 10 paces away, a smile gracing his lips as he leisurely dusted off his sleeves. Kill him, Pei Jin seethed, turning to the members of the Pei family behind him with a fierce command. Stop! At that moment, a voice rang out from within the post station, Duan Tianqiu. Old Qiu materialized like a phantom, his gaunt form stepping in front of Yi Fan. He could never have envisioned that one day he would be compelled to protect Yi Fan's safety. Yet, he had no choice. If the ones seeking Yi Fan's demise were from the Taiyuan royal family, he would have found a way to delay his appearance, allowing Yi Fan to fall to their hands and incite conflict between the Taiyuan royal family and the Yunnan Kingdom's Tianwu Academy. However, with the Pei family as the aggressor, he could not remain indifferent. Despite the Pei family's considerable power, they were evidently no match for the Tianwu Academy, especially with Elder Zhao's formidable presence. Step, step, step. After old Qiu appeared, Duan Tianqiu hurriedly emerged from the royal post station with the others from Yunnan Kingdom, rushing to Yi Fan's side. Brother Yi Fan, are you unharmed? I am indeed, Yi Fan replied, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he pointed his sword tip towards the gradually cooling corpse of Pei Yin not far away. It was he. Duan Tianqiu followed the direction of Yi Fan's sword, and upon seeing Pei Yan's tragic state, his pupils involuntarily contracted. He understood that Yi Fan was unafraid of Pei Yin, but he never expected Yi Fan to dare to kill him. Previously, Yi Fan had slain 3 individuals at the royal post station without consequence, as they were not from the Taiyuan royal family's lineage and had no backing. However, Pei Yin was different. Ranked 10th among the 10 talents of Taiyuan, he was a prodigy of the Pei family. The ramifications of Yi Fan's actions were monumental. Just you lot? Pei Jin's malevolent gaze swept over Duan Tianshu and the others, finally settling on old Qiu. After a brief pause, the murderous intent in his eyes flared anew. Kill Yi Fan to avenge Pei Yin. Anyone who dares to intervene shall meet the same fate. We are here to attend the Junlin banquet. Duan Tianshu retorted sharply. Do you dare to act in the royal post station? Pei Jin waved his hand, signaling the Pei family members, indicating that this was not the royal post station. The Pei family understood the implication and swiftly surrounded Yi Fan and the others, blocking their path back to the royal post station. It was indeed inappropriate to invade the royal post station to commit murder, as it would be tantamount to disrespecting the White King and the Taiyuan royal family. Yet here, they were merely at the entrance of the royal post station. Kill! Pei Jin commanded coldly, his bloodlust palpable. As soon as the words fell, Qiu Lao's aura erupted with force. The oppressive presence of a 9th-level Earth martial realm was unleashed without reservation. A chilling wind swirled around him, forming a dark vortex. The weight of this terrifying energy caused Pei Jin to tremble, his complexion paling instantly. Upon realizing the situation, Yi Fan suddenly laughed, discovering that Pei Yin had only brought 2 low-level Earth martial realm fighters. In that case, Qiu Sanshi, you may proceed to eliminate them all. Chapter 89, The White Prince, Qin Song. Upon hearing this, Pei Jin and the others' expressions darkened to an inky hue. The onlookers surrounding the royal post station collectively gasped in shock. To kill the members of the Pei family? Surely, they would retaliate fiercely, potentially leading to even more Pei family members storming the royal post station. At that point, even if Yi Fan and his companions sought refuge within, it would be futile. Killing a single Pei Yin could be dismissed as a mere familial feud, but annihilating Pei Jin and the others would be an outright provocation against the Pei family. Qiu Lao's gaunt face twitched slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at Yi Fan, a flicker of disdain evident in his eyes. I am here solely to ensure your safety, not to assist in your murderous endeavors. It was already quite vexing for him to be tasked with protecting Yi Fan, and now he was expected to heed Yi Fan's commands to kill? Duan Tianya would surely die with unresolved grievances. So cowardly? Yi Fan scoffed, his expression laced with contempt. What is there to fear in taking a life? Qiu Lao's apprehension was merely directed at the Pei family. Pei Jin, fully aware of Qiu Lao's presence, knew they could do nothing to Yi Fan and coldly huffed. You little wretch, the Pei family will surely exact revenge today. Just as he spoke, a series of footsteps echoed from the end of the street. The crowd turned to see a group approaching leisurely. The 2 youths leading the procession stood out prominently. On the left, one donned a purple robe, unmistakably the crown prince of the Thunder Sound Kingdom. Lei Mo beside him, a youth in white conversed casually, his demeanor excessively respectful, bordering on sycophantic. This young man was none other than the heir of the White King's residence, Qin Song. Duan Tianshu recognized the young man in white and lowered his voice to caution Yi Fan. The heir of the White King's residence. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, discreetly observing Qin Song. Clad in a moon-white brocade robe, he exuded an innate nobility with every gesture. However, what drew the most attention were his eyes, deep and unfathomable like a cold pool, seemingly gentle, yet concealing a sharp edge. If I am not mistaken, Qin Song must have hosted a banquet for the Thunder Sound Kingdom's delegates last night, reveling with Lei Mo and others until dawn before escorting them back. Qin Song pondered, puzzled by the crowd gathered at the royal post station so early in the morning. However, his expression darkened upon getting closer and spotting Pei Yan's corpse on the ground. Pei Yan? Who did this? It was he. Pei Jin gritted his teeth, his finger pointing accusatorily at Yi Fan like a dagger. Him? As Lei Mo walked alongside Qin Song, a hint of schadenfreude flickered in his eyes. He promptly introduced. Young master, this is Yi Fan, the one I mentioned to you. The solar divine body. Yi Fan? Qin Song narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Yi Fan before taking a measured step forward to question. You possess quite the audacity. Who granted you the right to take a life here? Yi Fan, intrigued by the inquiry, replied with a smile. Do I need anyone's permission to kill here? If I wish to slay, then I shall do so. Impudent. Qin Song, taken aback by Yi Fan's retort, coldly admonished. Open your eyes and comprehend where you stand. This is a royal post station. The entire Taiyuan Imperial City knows that the royal post station belongs to Mai Bai Wangfu. To kill here, you must indeed have Mai Bai Wangfu's consent. Indeed. Yi Fan chuckled dismissively, lightly tapping the tip of his sword against the ground. But this is merely the entrance of the royal post station. Do you think killing at the entrance absolves you of responsibility? Qin Song glared at Yi Fan, his voice icy. Killing at the entrance is no different than killing within the royal post station itself. Would you disregard your family's honor if someone defecated at your doorstep? Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh, That analogy is rather vivid. I find myself momentarily at a loss for a retort. He shrugged, deciding to abandon rebuttal. So, I've taken a life. What will you do about it? Your feud with the Pei family does not concern me. Qin Song's expression remained indifferent as he replied slowly. Since you have committed murder here, I can no longer allow you to stay at the royal post station. You must vacate and seek another inn within Taiyuan Imperial City. Absolutely not. Duan Tianshu's face darkened abruptly, his brows knitting together. Yi Fan's killing of Pei Yin had undoubtedly offended the Pei family. While residing at the royal post station, the Pei family would dare not act. However, should he move out, the Pei family would surely dispatch assassins. Even with the old guard Qiu by his side, it would be of no avail. The strength of old Qiu had already been revealed, and if the Pei family sought to eliminate Yi Fan, they would undoubtedly send even stronger forces. Huh, do you think I cherish residing at this royal post station? Yi Fan scoffed. And suddenly the daylight sword shimmered with golden light. Before anyone could react, he flicked his wrist. With a swift motion, he unleashed a brilliant sword strike that streaked like a meteor. Crack! The plaque on the royal post station's gate shattered in response. Splintered wood scattered, and dust rose from the ground. All present were taken aback, their eyes widening. Yi Fan, you possess audacity. The act of severing the plaque at the royal post station was undoubtedly a provocation against the Bai Wangfu. Duan Tianshu felt his vision darken, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Qin Song had made it clear that he intended to use the Pei family's hand to eliminate Yi Fan. Such madness. Not only had Yi Fan fallen into Qin Song's trap, but he also dared to publicly slap the Bai Wangfu in the face. You truly have guts. Qin Song's pale, jade-like face twitched slightly. It had been a long time since he had encountered someone so brazen before him. Had it not been for the consideration of Yi Fan's formidable capability to slay Pei Yin, he would have been unable to restrain himself from personally teaching Yi Fan a lesson. Nevertheless, Yi Fan nonchalantly flicked his sword and turned to leave, his steps casual, yet exuding an air of elegance akin to that of a carefree departure. Brother Yi Fan, Duan Tianshu exclaimed, hastily stepping forward to grasp Yi Fan's sleeve. Where are you going? I will have Elder Qiu accompany you. No need. Yi Fan shook off Duan Tianshu's grasp, not bothering to look back as he waved his hand dismissively. He was already reluctant to stay with Duan Tianshu and his companions, and now departing from the royal post would spare him the trouble of being schemed against by Duan Tianshu. Just as Duan Tianshu was about to persuade him further, Elder Qiu suddenly spoke in a sinister tone. Since he is unwilling for my company, let him go. Your Highness, there is no need to force him. As long as he can be responsible for his own life, should he perish, he cannot blame me for my inadequate protection. Elder Qiu. Duan Tianshu spun around, glaring at Elder Qiu. Yet, he found Elder Qiu standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent. In that moment of delay, Yi Fan's figure had already receded into the distance. Pei Jin's murderous intent surged as he stealthily followed, with several martial artists from the Pei family. Elder Qiu. Duan Tianshu noticed Pei Jin's movements and quickly urged Elder Qiu, follow him and see where he intends to go. However, Elder Qiu remained unmoved, still standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Enraged, Duan Tianshu glared at Elder Qiu and exclaimed, do you wish for him to perish at the hands of the Pei family? Upon hearing this, Elder Qiu finally grasped the gravity of the situation, and his figure surged forth like a specter. He quickly closed the distance to Yi Fan, maintaining a distance of 3 zhang. Qin Song, watching Yi Fan's retreating figure, could not help but smirk coldly. Leaving the royal post, if you can survive until the Junlin banquet, consider it a testament to your skill. Chapter 90. I fear for your dignity. Elder Qiu trailed behind Yi Fan, his gaunt figure casting a chilling shadow beneath the sunlight. Squinting his murky eyes, he observed Yi Fan halt before an imposing mansion. The sign above the gate prominently displayed the characters Wanfu. Wanfu. Elder Qiu's brow furrowed slightly at the sight of the sign, perplexed as to what Yi Fan intended to accomplish here. Pei Jin, noticing Yi Fan's arrival at Wanfu, vaguely guessed his intentions. With a darkened expression, he gestured for the Pei family members to discreetly withdraw. Yi Fan slowly approached Wanfu, pausing at the entrance. What business do you have? The guards at Wanfu stood firm with their spears, questioning Yi Fan as he approached. Yi Fan remained silent, slowly raising his right hand. The golden imprint on his palm suddenly glimmered, with 9 fiery dragons joyously swirling around. 9 dragons spirit fire. The guards widened their eyes in astonishment, momentarily taken aback. After scrutinizing Yi Fan, they abruptly turned and retreated into the mansion. Before long, Wan Miaoyan emerged from within the mansion, clad in a flowing crimson gown. How did you find your way to Wanfu? Wan Miaoyan inquired, her lips parting in surprise. Were you not instructed to return to the royal post and await my message? Yi Fan scratched his head awkwardly and shrugged his shoulders in resignation. stating that he had encountered some trouble and was expelled from the royal post station. "Oh, what happened?" Xuanhuan asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. With a smile playing on his lips, Yifan responded, "I had just left the Wandang Pavilion and hadn't even entered the royal post station when Pei Yin sought me out. And then?" Xuanhuan pressed. "Then?" Yifan casually replied, "I killed Pei Yin." "You killed Pei Yin?" Xuanhuan's eyes widened in surprise. Although she held a disdain for Pei Yin, she was well aware of his formidable strength. Being the 10th among the 10 talents of Taiyuan, he could not have earned such a reputation without merit. The fact that Yifan could slay Pei Yin was astonishing. Indeed, Yifan said nonchalantly, feeling no particular weight in the act of slaying Pei Yin. Unfortunately, Qin Song, the son of the White King, happened to witness the incident and expelled me from the royal post station. With no other options, I had to seek refuge with my foster father. "Who is your foster father?" Xuanhuan shot him a sidelong glance, reminding him that her father had yet to agree to accept him as a foster son. "Miss Wan, have you not mentioned this matter to your esteemed father?" Yifan raised an eyebrow, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "My father is currently in discussions with the clan elders," Xuanhuan replied, her tone exasperated as she shot him a glare. "Do you think this matter is a trivial jest?" Yifan exaggeratedly opened his mouth wide. "Isn't it enough that I am willing and your father is agreeable? Why must it also involve the elders of the Wan family? Are you feigning ignorance?" Xuanhuan's lips curled in a smirk, her eyes filled with jest. "My father would not take you in as a foster son without reason. It is not merely for the sake of the 9 dragons' spirit fire. Since it pertains to the 9 dragons' spirit fire, it is not a matter that can be settled merely by your and my father's willingness." Yifan feigned a pitiful expression, looking at Xuanhuan. "But I currently have nowhere else to go." "Enough." Xuanhuan rolled her eyes, turning around with her crimson gauze skirt swirling gracefully as she waved her hand. "Come inside with me." Despite her dismissive tone, her pace slowed slightly. "Who is this person? I do not recall seeing him in the Imperial City before. This is the first time the young lady has brought a man back to the Wan residence. I sense that their relationship is rather unusual." As they stepped into the Wan residence, the eyes of those coming and going turned towards them. Many whispered among themselves, and suddenly, a figure blocked their path. "Wan Chun, what are you doing?" Xuanhuan halted her steps, reprimanding the obstructing figure. This person, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, appeared tall and imposing in his azure robe. Unmoved by her words, he fixed his cold gaze on Yifan and inquired, "Miss, who is this person? Does it concern you?" Xuanhuan retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. Wan Chun maintained a stern expression and quietly reminded her, "Miss, your status is noble. You cannot bring ambiguous individuals into the Wan residence. If word gets out, it could have unfavorable repercussions. Are you trying to dictate my actions?" Xuanhuan, upon hearing this, became somewhat impatient. "Wan Chun, do not let a modicum of martial talent cloud your judgment of your own identity. In the realm of martial arts, there are always greater heights beyond the horizon. An individual surpassing oneself. When it comes to martial prowess, Wan Chun ranks among the top 3 of the younger generation in the Wan family. His pride has long been coupled with a secret infatuation for Xuanhuan. Yet, lacking the ability to control the 9 dragons' spiritual fire, he understands the futility of his desires. Nevertheless, witnessing Xuanhuan return to the Yi residence with Yifan incited considerable displeasure within him. From the lady's words, "Does this individual possess martial talents that exceed my own? In the realm of scholarship, none stands above the foremost, and in martial might, none below the second. True strength can only be discerned through battle." Wan Chun, chastised publicly, turned pale with rage, his eyes igniting with combat fervor. The onlookers from the Wan family observed with keen interest, clearly perceiving that Wan Chun was envious. "Are you certain you wish to engage him in combat?" Xuanhuan inquired, her amusement evident. "Is the lady perhaps feeling sympathetic?" Wan Chun retorted with a mocking smile, casting a disdainful glance at Yifan. "Or is it that he dares not fight? If he lacks the courage for even a single battle, he is unworthy to step foot through the gates of the Wan residence." "I fear for your well-being," she replied, waving her hand in jest. "You are overthinking it." Wan Chun responded casually, confidence radiating from him. "In martial training, injuries are commonplace. Moreover, I hardly believe this individual poses a threat to me." "You misunderstand," Xuanhuan smiled, her lips curling into an intriguing arc. "I am concerned he may wound your pride." Wan Chun gazed at her, puzzled. Xuanhuan, deciding against further teasing, candidly explained. "He just killed Pei Yin at the royal post station." "Pei Yin?" Wan Chun's pupils constricted as he mechanically turned to Yifan, only to find him nonchalant, a harmless smile playing on his lips. He appeared nothing like a ruthless character capable of slaying Pei Yin. The surrounding Wan family scions exchanged glances, their whispers abruptly ceasing. Doubtful gazes were cast upon Yifan, yet they could discern no hints of his true nature. "What brings you all here?" A voice, deep and resonant like thunder, suddenly boomed. Yi Fan turned to see a robust middle-aged man striding towards them with an imposing presence. "Father!" Wan Miaoyan exclaimed, rushing towards the man. Her skirts lifted in haste. "Patriarch!" The gathered members of the Wan family hastily bowed in respect, even Wan Chun adopting a deferential demeanor. Undoubtedly, this man was Wan Zhan, the head of the Wan family and Wan Miaoyan's father. Yi Fan, with a quick motion, stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Yi Fan pays respects to my adoptive father." Adoptive father? The declaration struck like a thunderclap, nearly toppling Wan Chun. He jerked his head up to stare incredulously at Yi Fan, disbelief etched across his face. The surrounding Wan family youths stood agape, astonished. When had their patriarch taken an adoptive son? Chapter 91. Host a night banquet. Welcome an adoptive son. "You lad. How effortlessly you call out." As Wan Zhan scrutinized Yi Fan with a glint of amusement in his eyes, he remarked, "This is our first encounter. When did I take you as my adopted son?" The members of the Wan family, upon hearing this, suddenly came to a realization. Yi Fan had been indulging in his own fantasies. A few young disciples could not suppress their laughter, but were quickly silenced by a glance from Wan Zhan. "Humph," Wan Chun scoffed, stepping forward with a fierce glare directed at Yi Fan. "What nonsense are you spouting? I have encountered countless shameless individuals like you, with such audacity." However, Wan Zhan raised his hand, cutting off Wan Chin's words with a gust of wind. He had evidently learned from Wan Miaoyan about Yi Fan's true nature, and found himself intrigued by this individual possessing the Sun divine body. "You will not regret accepting me as your son," Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, casting a curious glance at Wan Chun. The Wan family is currently lacking in talent among the younger generation. This year's Junlin banquet will likely serve as mere decoration. But fear not, with my presence, the Wan family shall shine as the most illustrious clan at the banquet. Such arrogance. Wan Chun, detecting the mockery in Yi Fan's words, trembled with rage, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face. "You dare to act so brazenly after killing Pei Yin? Wait." Wan Zhan suddenly raised his hand, astonished by Wan Chen's statement. His eyes widened as he turned to Yi Fan, asking, "Did you truly kill Pei Yin?" "Indeed," Yi Fan replied calmly, nodding with a smile. Wan Zhan, astonished, recalled what Wan Miaoyan had previously mentioned and sought confirmation from Yi Fan. "I heard from Miaoyan that you are merely at the 6th stage of the Xuanhu realm?" "What?" Wan Chun, struck as if by lightning, turned to Yi Fan, his expression transforming with disbelief. He had presumed Yi Fan was at the 9th stage of the Xuanhu realm. While slaying Pei Yin was impressive, it was not entirely beyond comprehension, but to kill Pei Yin at the 6th stage of the Xuanhu realm was utterly astonishing. "Indeed," Yi Fan remarked, touching his nose with a faint smile. "My cultivation is indeed somewhat lacking. Please excuse my inadequacy, adoptive father." Good, good, good." Wan Zhan, unable to conceal his delight, repeated the word thrice, growing increasingly satisfied with Yi Fan. "Today, I shall definitively take you as my adopted son. Greetings, adoptive father." Yi Fan gracefully bowed, his movements fluid and elegant. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Wan Chen's ashen face and could not help but chuckle inwardly. Becoming Wan Zhan's adopted son not only resolved the issue regarding the ownership of the Nine-Dragon Spirit Fire, but also secured Yi Fan a foothold within Taiyuan Imperial City. Henceforth, should the Pei family wish to target him, they must carefully consider the weight of the Wan family. Do not rejoice too soon. Wan Zhan suddenly suppressed his smile, shifting the conversation. "I just heard your bold claim that as long as you are present, the Wan family will become the most illustrious clan at the Junlin banquet. That is inevitable." Yi Fan responded, standing tall with unwavering confidence. "If you cannot secure a position among the top 10 at the Junlin banquet." Wan Zhan's eyes narrowed meaningfully as he elongated his tone. "What did my adoptive father say?" Yi Fan interrupted Wan Zhan's words with a smile, declaring with firm conviction, "The top 10 at the Junlin banquet? I have no interest in that. I must aim for a top 3 finish." He had indeed experienced the prowess of the top 10 of Taiyuan and could not guarantee first place. However, his ambitions now extended beyond merely the top 10. Although both the top 10 and the top 3 held qualifications to attend the Taichu Daozong for assessment, the different titles might entail varied treatment during the selection process. "The top 3? Huh." Wan Zhan laughed heartily, relishing Yi Fan's audacious spirit. A 6th-level Xuanhu realm attempting to claim a top 3 spot at the Junlin banquet? What a fool's dream. Wan Chun could no longer contain himself, his face etched with indignation. "Though you managed to kill Pei Yin, who only ranks 10th among the Taiyuan's top 10, there are many more formidable individuals within the Taiyuan dynasty. Moreover, with hidden talents in the 4 subordinate nations. Do you truly believe the top 3 is so easily attainable?" "Wan Chun." Wan Zhan barked sharply, casting a sidelong glance at him. Wan Chen's expression darkened instantly, and he fell silent. Wan Zhan then turned his gaze to Yi Fan, a glimmer of danger flashing in his eyes. Once these words are spoken, there is no turning back. Whether you can secure a top 3 finish remains to be seen, but should you bring shame upon the Wan family, I will demand the return of the 9 Dragon Spirit Fire. As Yifan had previously stated, the Wan family was somewhat lacking in strength. Wan Miaoyan had entered the Earth Martial Realm months prior, rendering her ineligible for the Junlin banquet. This year, the Wan family possessed little competitive edge. The fact that Yifan had control over the 9 Dragon Spirit Fire was undeniable. If they could not procure a genius in return, it would undoubtedly be reclaimed. Yifan, never speak empty words. A smile graced Yifan's lips as he met Wan Zhan's gaze, fully aware of the implications of returning the 9 Dragon Spirit Fire. With Wan Zhan's words having reached this point, he would certainly not back down. Excellent! Wan Zhan exclaimed with a booming laugh, then waved his hand, announcing a banquet. Tonight, I will let the entire imperial city know that I, Wan Zhan, have gained a remarkable adopted son. Yifan's lips twitched slightly as he murmured under his breath. Is it really necessary to make such a grand spectacle before the Junlin banquet? Absolutely, Wan Zhan exclaimed, pulling Yifan's shoulder with such force that he stumbled slightly. For me, Wan Zhan, to adopt a son is a significant event. Moreover, if we do not announce this to the imperial city, how will you showcase the might of the Wan family at the Junlin banquet? Yifan scratched his head awkwardly, not particularly fond of such ostentation. The louder the commotion, the harder it would be to manage in the future. This implied that he must secure a top 3 finish without fail. Yifan, Wan Miaoyan, noticing Yifan's displeasure, suddenly leaned in and whispered, "Do you not wish to meet Xiangru? My Wan family is hosting a banquet. She will surely represent the Moon King's residence." Really? Yifan's eyes brightened, looking at Wan Miaoyan with delight. Now, with Wan Zhan having agreed to adopt him as a son, a new chapter unfolded. He was contemplating finding an opportunity to solicit assistance from Wan Miaoyan, arranging for him to meet with Miss Qin Xiangru. Now, having heard Wan Miaoyan's implication, the chance presented itself tonight. What would I gain from deceiving you? Wan Miaoyan replied, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. She then turned to confirm with Wan Zhan. Father, since you are hosting a banquet for your adopted son, a formal invitation should be sent to the Moon King's residence, correct? Naturally, Wan Zhan responded. All the prominent families and royal houses in the imperial city will receive an invitation. As for whether they choose to attend, that is their concern. Did you hear that? A smile lingered on Wan Miaoyan's lips as she winked at Yifan, who understood and involuntarily smiled back. As night fell, the Wan residence was adorned with lights and decorations. The entrance was bustling with carriages and guests clad in splendid attire. Accompanied by Wan Miaoyan, Yifan stood at the front hall in a dark brocade robe. The Wen family, the second elder, has arrived. The Ming family, young Master Ming Peng has arrived. The Gao family, young Master Gao Jin has arrived. The Pei family, the eldest elder, has arrived. The names were called out in succession, and Yifan maintained a gracious smile, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the entrance, awaiting the appearance of the Moon King's eldest daughter. The Pei family? They have someone attending as well? Upon hearing that the Pei family was also present, Yifan's smile abruptly faltered, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes as he turned to Wan Miaoyan beside him. Chapter 92. A secret meeting in the Plum Grove. The crisis of the Saint's Seal. Wan Miaoyan shrugged her shoulders in resignation. The invitation was indeed extended, but I had not anticipated their attendance. As the great elder of the Pei family, Pei Xian, stepped inside, the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. His piercing gaze locked onto Yifan. Yet he made no move to engage him in conversation. Ultimately, he merely snorted coldly before taking his seat, his expression dark, guided by a servant of the Wan family. Miss Qin Xiangru from the Moon King's residence has arrived. Young Master Qin Song from the White King's residence has arrived. The announcements rang out in succession, causing Yifan's spirits to lift. He beheld a woman approaching in a flowing white gown, her features exquisite yet imbued with a cool detachment. That was Xiangru. Wan Miaoyan tugged at Yifan's sleeve and, with a smile, led him to greet the approaching Qin Xiangru. At that moment, a figure in a purple robe suddenly interjected. Yifan turned to see none other than Prince Lei Mo of the Thundersound Kingdom. Yifan, you truly possess remarkable skills, Lei Mo remarked with a sarcastic smile, standing before Yifan. You've only been in the imperial city for a few days, and already you've climbed the heights of the Wan family. Your words are misguided, my friend. Yifan began to respond when young Master Qin Song, clad in a moon-white brocade robe and holding a folding fan, approached and spoke meaningfully. Yifan, it is through your true prowess in vanquishing the formidable Pei Yin of the 10 talents of Taiyuan that you have won the favor of the Wan family. Suddenly, a sharp sound of shattered porcelain echoed through the banquet hall. All eyes turned to see Pei Xian, having crushed his wine cup into fine powder. The overwhelming pressure of his martial prowess surged forth like a tidal wave, silencing the room and capturing the attention of all guests, their expressions shifting to one of intrigue. Pei Xian. In the grand hall, the imposing figure of Xuanhuan suddenly appeared at the main seat, his hand striking the table with force, sending ripples of crimson spiritual energy that instantly dispersed the oppressive atmosphere, warning Pei Xiandao that today marked a momentous occasion for Wan in adopting a righteous son. The old man momentarily lost his composure. Pei Xiandao, gaunt and with a twitching visage, kept his sinister gaze fixed on Yi Fan, his thoughts momentarily clouded by memories of his recently deceased nephew. Elder Pei? Wan Miaoyan's sudden laughter echoed, her eyes glinting with mockery. With the banquet approaching, life and death are but matters of fate. Pei Yan's lack of skill cannot be blamed on others. Miss Wan, that statement is quite incorrect, Mo interjected, raising his voice. Killing in the streets cannot be equated with dueling in the arena. His gaze shifted toward Yi Fan, a flicker of malice in his eyes. Brother Yi, do you not agree? The atmosphere in the hall grew palpably tense, even the candle flames flickering in response. Yi Fan, seemingly indifferent, wore a faint smile upon his lips. Enough standing around. Please take your seats. Xuanhuan's booming voice shattered the standoff. Wan Miaoyan exchanged a glance with Yi Fan, and they seated themselves near the main position. Qin Xiangru, accompanied by maidens, fortuitously sat beside Wan Miaoyan. Brother Yi, Mo, seated next to Qin Song, resumed the earlier topic as soon as he settled in. You have yet to answer my previous question. Answer what? Yi Fan raised his eyes to Mo, seeing his aggressive demeanor, and coldly inquired, with your incessant chatter, are you perhaps seeking to vindicate the Pei family? Indeed, I am most eager for a demonstration, Mo replied, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he slowly rose. He had come to Taiyuan Imperial City as the Prince of Laiyin Kingdom, unlike Duan Tianshu, with intentions to partake in the banquet. Previously dismissive of Yi Fan, he now felt compelled to quell Yi Fan's burgeoning reputation. The flickering candlelight illuminated the tense standoff between the two men. Enough. Xuanhuan abruptly slammed his hand on the table, his voice cold and commanding. Today's banquet is to celebrate my joyful occasion of adopting a son. You shall save your contest for the banquet. Hearing this, Mo's expression soured. Yet he was compelled to take his seat once more. To gain such a righteous son is indeed a moment of great joy for the Wan family. Brother Wan, congratulations. Young Master Yi possesses remarkable strength at such a young age. His future is limitless. May the Wan family shine brilliantly at the banquet. As the first voice of congratulations rang out, the atmosphere in the hall gradually grew lively. Guests took turns toasting, and Xuanhuan drank heartily. Yi Fan navigated through the praises, but his peripheral vision frequently darted towards Qin Xiangru. Noticing this, Wan Miaoyan lightly touched the back of Yi Fan's hand and, leaning in while pouring wine, whispered, the plum grove in the back garden, a quarter of an hour from now. Understanding her cue, Yi Fan excused himself quietly. In the late hours of the night, under the serene moonlight, Yi Fan traversed the winding corridors to a secluded plum grove. Amidst the wafting fragrance, Qin Xiangru had already been awaiting his arrival. Miss Qin. Yi Fan stepped forward, offering a respectful bow, his voice instinctively softening. Qin Xiangru slowly turned, her white gauzy dress fluttering in the night breeze. The sound of her jade steps resonated clearly, reminiscent of a mountain spring, bathed in moonlight. Her delicate visage appeared as though adorned with frost, her cool gaze fixed upon Yi Fan as her red lips parted gently. Young Master Yi Fan, have you traveled far to seek Mo? Indeed. Yi Fan momentarily paused, recalling that he had not exchanged many words with Qin Xiangru earlier. And a puzzled thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Mo mentioned me? Yes. Qin Xiangru nodded, her voice low. On the day Mo returned to the Moon King's residence, my father had already discerned that she was no longer a maiden. Under questioning, she revealed the truth. Yi Fan felt a faint blush creeping to his ears, and he awkwardly touched his nose, recognizing the unexpected nature of the revelation. There is no need for an explanation. Qin Xiangru stepped closer, the adornments in her hair swaying gently. Currently, Mo is confined within the Taichu Dao sect, barred from leaving. Perhaps you could save her. Save her? Yi Fan's brows furrowed slightly as he hurriedly inquired. Is it because she has lost her maidenhood that she is confined by the Taichu Dao sect? Why? Is she in danger now? At present, there is no grave peril. Qin Xiangru shook her head, the moonlight cascading over her exquisite collarbone. The true danger lies on the day of the saint's sealing, or rather, after the sealing. Before she could finish, a sudden crack echoed from deep within the plum grove. Who goes there? Yi Fan whirled around, raising his voice as he stepped protectively in front of Qin Xiangru. A raspy laugh emerged from the shadows, and Pei Xian, a gaunt figure, slowly emerged. I merely took a stroll here, not expecting to overhear such intriguing news. What a fine interest you possess. Wandering through the backyard of the Wan family at such an hour? Yi Fan thought to himself that this was ill-fated, yet he maintained an outward calm. Pei Xian remained silent, his gaze scrutinizing Yi Fan. Who would have thought, Yi Fan, that you possess such prowess? Managing to take the maidenhood of the Moon King's second daughter and the prospective saintess of the Taichu Dao sect. Remarkable. Damn it. A surge of murderous intent surged within Yi Fan's eyes. His gravest fears had materialized. Pei Xian had arrived sooner than he anticipated. The matter between him and EMO must never be divulged, otherwise it would spell significant trouble for them both. Chapter 93. Xuanhuan speaks, offering support for Yi Fan. What? Do you intend to silence me? Pei Xian, sensing Yi Fan's hostility, narrowed his murky eyes into thin slits. If I were to present your head to the young sect master of Taichu Dao sect, Luo Feiyu, how do you suppose he would express his gratitude to me? As he spoke, his hunched figure suddenly straightened. The oppressive aura of a martial realm emanated from him like a tsunami. The surrounding plum trees trembled violently, petals cascading like rain. To kill you and silence you is not out of the question. Yi Fan's expression darkened as he stepped forward decisively. The air behind him twisted abruptly, the phantom of the Zhentian Bei slowly materializing. The Zhentian Bei could once again unleash the power of heavenly suppression. While it would not be easy to eliminate Pei Xian, it was not entirely impossible. Life and soul, Pei Xian beheld the soul of destiny behind Yi Fan. His pupils constricting in surprise. With his profound martial prowess, he had underestimated you. Indeed, you are a true genius. No wonder you could slay Pei Yan. Alas, tonight, such a talent shall perish by my hand. Upon concluding his declaration, he ceased his trivial discourse with Yi Fan. His withered hand, akin to an eagle's claw, reached forth with a spectral grace. The tips of his fingers glimmered with an eerie light, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. The heavenly path. Suppression. As Yi Fan unsheathed the hidden-edged sword, he uttered a low command. The heavenly tablet trembled, unleashing the force of celestial suppression. Pei Xian's figure abruptly faltered, his surrounding spiritual energy waning in an instant. Yi Fan's figure flickered, evading the fatal strike that had seemed inevitable. What is happening? My cultivation? Pei Xian's countenance shifted dramatically, his gaunt features twisting into a visage of terror. He was horrified to find that his cultivation had been forcibly suppressed to the 9th level of the Xuanhuan realm. In the next moment, a chilling sensation surged from behind him. As he turned, he was met with a sudden flash of cold light. Yi Fan's hidden-edged sword, like a venomous serpent striking, aimed directly for his throat. Where the blade passed, the falling plum blossoms were cleaved in twain. Begone! Pei Xian's eyes widened in fury, a hint of panic flashing within. With a thunderous roar, his waning energy surged explosively. The violent spiritual power transformed into a shockwave, propelling both himself and his sword against Yi Fan. Bang! Yi Fan executed a nimble somersault in the air, yet stumbled backward a dozen steps upon landing. His hand, which gripped the hidden-edged sword, trembled slightly, blood seeping from his tiger's mouth. Too slow. Yi Fan licked the blood from the corner of his lips, his expression darkening. Though the power of celestial suppression could restrain Pei Xian's cultivation, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, resulting in a painfully brief suppression. Moreover, his own speed had faltered for a fleeting moment. That was close. Pei Xian's bony fingers brushed against his neck, feeling the warmth of blood. Lowering his gaze to his crimson-tipped fingers, his pupils contracted sharply. Although Yi Fan's strike had not claimed his life, it had indeed breached the surface of his throat. A formidable warrior of the 9th level in the Earth martial realm had been wounded by a mere 6th level Xuanwu boy. You little beast. Pei Xian recalled the earlier scene with trepidation, his cold gaze fixated on Yi Fan, further solidifying his resolve to eliminate him. If you do not perish tonight, you will become an endless source of trouble in the future. With that, he stepped forward once more, launching himself into the fray. Boom. In a moment of dire peril, a crimson palm imprint tore through the air. You old wretch, dare you harm my disciple, Xuanhuan? Xuanhuan's imposing figure loomed like a deity descending from the heavens, his eyes ablaze with wrath. This is bad. Pei Xian hastily altered his stance, the two forces of spiritual energy colliding with a thunderous roar. The entire plum grove quaked violently, shockwaves scattering the fallen blossoms. Pei Xian staggered back a dozen steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, those who had been present in the banquet hall, drawn by the commotion, rushed to the scene. The injury on Elder Pei's neck was inflicted by Yi Fan. Was it not? It is said that Yi Fan is adept in the art of assassination. Could this be the work of a covert strike? Yet, no matter how skilled one may be in the dark arts, can they truly accomplish such a feat against someone several ranks above? The guests gasped in astonishment, and beneath his purple robe, Lei Mo instinctively clenched his fists. Qin Tsang swiftly closed his folding fan, while a flicker of intrigue danced in Wan Miaoyan's eyes. Everyone was unexpectedly fixated on the slender crimson mark adorning Pei Xian's neck. Father, Yi Fan, noticing the crowd gathering, was filled with dread that Pei Xian might speak too much. He suddenly called out to Wan Zhan, Pei Xian dares to commit murder against the Wan family, showing utter disregard for the Wan clan and for you, my adoptive father. I beseech you to take action and avenge me by slaying this old wretch. As he spoke, he knelt on one knee, embedding his concealed sword deep into the ground. Ha ha! Pei Xian cackled sharply, his gaunt form appearing especially sinister under the moonlight. Casting a venomous glance at Yi Fan, you wish to kill me? In your dreams. With Wan Zhan arriving, he had no choice but to abandon his intent to eliminate Yi Fan. Before he could finish his words, he abruptly threw a talisman, igniting it. Boom! As the talisman exploded, a dark mist swiftly engulfed the entire plum grove. Wan Zhan immediately waved his hand, crimson spiritual energy swirling like a tempest. Once the black fog dissipated, Pei Xian's figure had vanished. He escaped again. Yi Fan's gaze darkened as he witnessed Pei Xian's retreat. Fortunately, Pei Xian had not spoken much before leaving, likely intending to leverage this secret to curry favor with Luo Feiyu, fearing that others might discover it first. Fear not, my child. Wan Zhan strode forward with the grace of a dragon, firmly patting Yi Fan's shoulder. His eyes sparkled with intensity, his voice resonating like thunder. Once the banquet concludes, I shall pay a visit to the Pei residence and seek justice for you. The time until the banquet's commencement was short, and it was not prudent to incite conflict between the two great families at this moment. Nevertheless, his satisfaction with Yi Fan was growing ever stronger. Thank you, father. Yi Fan swayed slightly from the force of the pat, yet remained steadfast. He clasped his hands in gratitude towards Wan Zhan, his mind as clear as crystal. Wan Zhan's actions merely reflected his recognition of Yi Fan's capabilities. Were he a worthless individual, such support would surely not be afforded. After all, he was not a true member of the Wan family. Ladies and gentlemen, Wan Zhan smiled contentedly, turning to address the gathered guests when his expression suddenly turned cold. I apologize for the inadequate hospitality this evening. The banquet shall now be adjourned. Brother Wan, you are too kind. The Wan family has produced such a prodigy. It is indeed enviable. It is a pity that we could not witness the talents of young Master Yi Fan. The guests responded, bowing with smiles plastered across their faces. Humph. Wan Zhan had no inclination to engage in pleasantries with them. Suddenly, his eyes flared with intensity, and his crimson spiritual energy surged like flames. Let it be known, since Yi Fan has taken me as his adoptive father, he is now my son. Anyone who dares to act against him shall find themselves at odds with me and the Wan family. I implore you all to heed my words. As Wan Zhan's words echoed in the air, the smiles of the guests froze in place. Lei Mo and Qin Tsang exchanged glances, their eyes clouded with shadows. Chapter 94. Secrets in the Boudoir. The banquet commences. Farewell. With a flick of his sleeve, Wan Zhan turned and strode away. Seizing the moment, Wan Yaoyan entwined her arm with Qin Xiangru's, her voice dripping with sweetness. It is not every day we meet. Do not rush off just yet. Come, let us sit in my room. As she spoke, she cast a sly glance at Yi Fan. Understanding the cue, Yi Fan discreetly followed suit. The trio gradually faded from view, leaving behind a scene of disarray and bewildered guests. Inside Wan Yaoyan's boudoir, the candlelight danced gently. The crimson candles illuminated the gauzy curtains, casting mottled shadows upon the wall. The room, lavishly adorned, exuded a touch of elegance amidst its opulence. Please, converse. I shall wait outside, Wan Yaoyan said with a slight smile, deftly closing the door behind her. Once the door was securely shut, Yi Fan took a deep breath and turned to Qin Xiangru, inquiring, Miss Qin, regarding your earlier mention of the sacred rite at the Taichu Dao sect. Qin Xiangru gazed at the flickering candlelight, her long lashes casting shadows beneath her eyes. From beginning to end, it is merely a ruse, she replied cryptically. What do you mean? Yi Fan leaned forward slightly, urgency flickering in his eyes. Instead of responding directly, Qin Xiangru gracefully brushed her sleeves and approached the window. Turning back, her gaze was as cold as a deep pool. You must have heard from Qin Yimo about the selection of a partner on the day of the sacred rite. I am aware, Yi Fan responded solemnly, his gaze unwavering. He had promised Qin Yimo that he would join the Taichu Dao sect before that day and defeat all contenders to become her partner. Indeed, the sect leader has already predetermined the choice for Yimo's partner. Qin Xiangru continued, her fingertips lightly caressing the window frame. Her voice clear as a mountain spring striking stone. It is that young master of the Taichu Dao sect, Luo Feiyu, am I correct? Yi Fan scoffed lightly, a hint of disdain glimmering in his eyes. And what of this predetermined choice? As long as I defeat Luo Feiyu, Qin Yimo shall still be mine. Yes. Qin Xiangru nodded gently, a resigned sigh escaping her lips. The so-called selection of partners for the entire sect is merely a formality to avoid gossip. When the day of the sacred rite arrives and the selection takes place, who would dare to rival Luo Feiyu? Others may not dare, but I certainly will, Yi Fan declared resolutely, his eyes alight with determination. With over a year until the sacred rite, he was not currently a match for Luo Feiyu. However, a year hence, the outcome remained uncertain. You? Qin Xiangru scrutinized Yi Fan, remaining silent. Miss Qin, even if the Taichu Dao sect has predetermined Yimo's partner, what danger could there be? Yi Fan pondered, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. He then asked Qin Xiangru, from the perspective of the Moon King's residence, would it not be advantageous for Qin Yimo to form a partnership with Luo Feiyu? Instead, I would be the one to disrupt the Moon King's good fortune. In the days of yore, when Emo entered the Xuanhuan realm, she unexpectedly awakened the bloodline of the Moon Goddess, which led the head of the Taichu Dao sect to take her under his wing for rigorous training. Qin Xiangru spoke slowly, suddenly raising his gaze to meet Yi Fan's. And then he shifted the direction of his discourse. However, the Taichu Dao sect had never sought merely an exceptionally gifted martial arts saintess. In truth, they coveted Emo's bloodline to concoct the Taiyin Xiandan. What? Yi Fan's eyes widened, his face a canvas of shock and fury. The conditions for refining the Taiyin Xiandan were exceedingly stringent. It required an individual possessing the Moon Goddess bloodline to be at least 20 years old, have advanced to the Earth martial realm, and have a fully matured bloodline. Moreover, the prerequisites for benefiting from the Taiyin Xiandan were equally severe. Qin Xiangru's expression remained tranquil, yet the worry in his eyes was palpable. It was essential to cultivate with Emo for at least a year to adapt to the powers of the Moon Goddess bloodline, ensuring that when he eventually consumed the Taiyin Xiandan, he would be shielded from its backlash. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's countenance darkened, his gaze brimming with tempestuous wrath. The leader of the Taichu Dao sect was indeed a villain. If the leader was so, how could the sect be any better? Do you comprehend why Luo Feiyu wishes to eliminate you? Qin Xiangru sighed, fixing his gaze on Yi Fan. Because this initial cultivation session is the opportune moment to acclimate to the powers of the Moon Goddess bloodline. With Emo losing her first opportunity, Luo Feiyu will require an additional year to adapt should he cultivate with her in the future. He will have no chance to cultivate with Emo. Yi Fan's tone turned icy, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. At that time, I shall undoubtedly defeat him. Qin Xiangru, rather than disapproving of Yi Fan, found a measure of admiration in his willingness to stand against Luo Feiyu for Qin Emo. What you should contemplate now is securing your qualification to join the Taichu Dao sect. Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smile, brimming with defiance. Surely, there must be numerous slots available for the Taiyuan dynasty to participate in the Taichu Dao sect's assessment. Indeed, there are quite a few, Qin Xiangru acknowledged with a nod. With your capabilities, obtaining a qualification should pose no difficulty. However, your brilliance has drawn attention. Many at the Junlin banquet wish to see you eliminated. If you cannot survive, what use is qualifying? Haha. Yi Fan suddenly laughed heartily, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit yet tinged with a hint of irreverence. I shall not perish. I have no desire to. The hour grows late, Qin Xiangru remarked, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he gazed through the window at the hazy moonlight. I must return to the Moon King's manor. With that, he turned and gracefully walked toward the door. Miss Qin, Yi Fan called out earnestly, halting Qin Xiangru. Might I inquire if your father would consent to my becoming Emo's Dao partner? Qin Xiangru paused and glanced back, a radiant smile suddenly illuminating his face. As long as you can save Emo, how could my father possibly disagree? The sound of the door creaking open startled Xuanhuan, who stood in the corridor. Upon seeing Qin Xiangru emerge, she approached with a cheerful smile. Have you finished your discussion? Xiangru, are you leaving? Allow me to escort you. Without waiting for an answer, she took Qin Xiangru's arm. The two figures, clad in red and white, swiftly vanished from Yi Fan's sight. Stepping out of Xuanhuan's chamber, Yi Fan gazed up at the night sky, lost in a myriad of thoughts. Above the firmament, the Milky Way hangs inverted, casting a chilling brilliance in his gaze. After a brief moment, he turns and returns to his abode. The courtyard is bathed in moonlight, and his consciousness sinks into the realm of tranquility. There remain 2 days until the grand banquet is convened. Yi Fan, unwilling to squander time, dedicates himself to rigorous cultivation. During this period, his name gradually gained notoriety, now rivaling that of the 10 talents of Taiyuan. Chapter 95, the Taiyuan Imperial City, infested with lackeys. On the day of the banquet, the Jingtian Square at the heart of the Taiyuan Imperial City is alive with commotion. As dawn disperses the final shadows of night, the square buzzes with anticipation. Surrounding the square, 9-tiered white marble stands bloom like lotus flowers. The banners of the 4 vassal states flutter in the morning breeze, while the emblems of the prominent families of Taiyuan create a kaleidoscopic barrier around the square. Each designated seating area is adorned with a Zeton wood table, laden with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Today, Yi Fan dons the unique crimson battle robe of the 10,000 families, ascending the platform with Xuanhuan's entourage, making him particularly conspicuous. As soon as he takes his seat, he suddenly senses several piercing gazes. Lifting his eyes, he meets the cold stare of Pei Xian from the Pei family not far away. Further afield, Prince Lei Mo of the Thunder Sound Kingdom engages in hushed conversation with the White King's heir, Qin Song, who occasionally casts meaningful glances in his direction. Prince Feng Wujin of the Wind Whisper Kingdom and second Prince Duan Tianshu of the Cloud Hidden Kingdom also seem to regard him with considerable interest. The ninth prince has arrived. A clear voice suddenly pierces the air. The once raucous square descends into an immediate silence. All eyes converge towards the gilded imperial path to the north. Pay your respects to His Highness the Ninth Prince. The assembly rises, bowing to Qin Shao. He strides to the main seat on the northern platform, his dark cloak billowing behind him. As he takes his seat, his voice, though subdued, echoes clearly throughout the venue. You may rise. With a wave of his hand, 9 silver-armored guards simultaneously raise their horns. A deep, resonant sound reverberates through the sky, heralding the official commencement of the grand banquet. Suddenly, the ground quakes violently as dozens of battle platforms rise slowly from beneath. The 10 foremost platforms tower high, nearly level with the stands. The 30 in the center also reach 6 zhang in height, while the 90 at the rear resemble low hills scattered throughout. Each battle platform is adorned with fearsome beast heads, seemingly roaring in silence. This year's banquet aims to select 130 participants for the Taiyuan rankings. Qin Shao sits calmly at his place, his tone indifferent. As per tradition, those who stand on the platforms shall represent the Taiyuan dynasty at the Taichu Dao sect. This banquet is not the first of its kind held by the Taiyuan dynasty. The attendees are well acquainted with its rules, and thus, Qin Shao merely provides a succinct overview. Let us begin. With a casual remark, he smiles at the various prominent families and individuals from the 4 vassal states. I invite you all to join me in reveling in this grand affair of prodigies, and may you find great enjoyment. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the myriad of seats, momentarily locking onto Yi Fan with a glimmer of subtle mockery in his eyes. Fanner, Wanzhan remarked, sensing Qin Zhao's scrutinizing gaze upon them. His broad hand suddenly rested upon Yi Fan's shoulder as he whispered, Have you ever offended this 9th prince of the Taiyuan dynasty? Offended? Yi Fan clearly noticed the malevolent intent in Qin Zhao's eyes. Since Wanzhan had inquired, there was no reason to conceal the truth. In the Yunnan kingdom, I killed the 3rd prince, Duan Tianya. I wonder if that counts as offending this 9th prince of the Taiyuan dynasty? You killed Duan Tianya? Wanzhan's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Yi Fan. The fact that Yi Fan had slain Pei Yin had already taken him by surprise. He had never expected that he could also eliminate Duan Tianya. What sort of strength does this adopted son possess? Of course, it was with the aid of certain means. Yi Fan added, sensing Wanzhan's skepticism. That would explain it, Wanzhan replied, his expression growing solemn. Duan Tianya had some connections with His Highness the 9th Prince. He may very well seek vengeance for Duan Tianya during this grand banquet. Vengeance? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. As far as I know, isn't Qin Shao at the Earth Martial Realm? He won't even participate in the banquet. How could he seek retribution for Duan Tianya? Wanzhan chuckled wryly. Though His Highness does not attend the banquet, there are plenty in Taiyuan Imperial City willing to act on his behalf. Just a swarm of lackeys, then? Yi Fan smirked, quickly grasping Wanzhan's implication. At that moment, numerous individuals began to ascend the battle platform. Once 2 participants occupied a platform, the divine pattern array would activate, creating a sealed space. Those outside the platform could no longer enter, though those within could still exit. Victory or defeat would be determined by life and death, or if one participant chose to leave the platform. In a mere instant, all 10 platforms had been claimed. Among the contenders, 7 were ranked among the 10 talents of Taiyuan. Of the remaining 3, 2 were formidable figures, while the last was none other than Lei Mo, the crown prince of the Lei Yin kingdom. It seems the ones preparing to strike at you are Yao Zhong and Ming Peng. Wanzhan discerned from the scene before him, his brow knitting into a deep furrow. How did you deduce that, adoptive father? Yi Fan inquired, intrigued by Wanzhan's certainty. The news of your slaying Pei Yin has already spread throughout Taiyuan Imperial City. Presently, those bold enough to attack you fall into one of 2 categories, either fools or those stronger than Pei Yin, Wanzhan explained gravely. Yao Zhong and Ming Peng both rank among the 10 talents of the Imperial City. Notably, Yao Zhong holds the esteemed 3rd position. If he were to ascend the 10-foot platform, none would dare to challenge him, ensuring him a place among the top 10. Yet, he still remains seated. With that, he pointed toward the direction of the Yao family's seating. Yi Fan followed his gesture and locked eyes with Yao Zhong, who wore a serpentine smile, exuding a chilling demeanor. Ming Peng is not to be underestimated either. Xuanhuan continued, although he was merely ranked 9th among the 10 outstanding individuals of the imperial city. At the time this ranking was established, he was merely an 8th-level practitioner of the Xuanwu realm, now having advanced to the 9th level. His ranking among the 10 outstanding individuals could at least rise by 3 places. Ming Peng. Yi Fan mused, the name sounding somewhat familiar. He uncertainly turned to Xuanhuan for confirmation. Wasn't Ming Peng also present at the banquet at the Wan residence that night? Indeed, Xuanhuan nodded, surmising that he had come to gauge your strength. Yi Fan. Wan Miaoyan, realizing Yi Fan's current predicament, leaned in closer and advised. I believe it would be wiser for you to wait before engaging in battle. There's no need to compete for the top 3. Securing a place in the top 10 should suffice. Is there really a distinction? Yi Fan reclined lazily against the chair, a nonchalant expression adorning his face. Certainly. Wan Miaoyan's delicate fingers suddenly grasped Yi Fan's sleeve. According to the rules of the Junlin banquet, one must ascend the 2nd platform before being permitted to climb the 6zhang platform, and only after reaching the 6zhang platform can one aspire to the 10zhang platform. If you wish to contend for a top 10 position, you must engage in 2 battles before reaching the 10zhang platform. It is no easy feat to confront those who rest upon the 10zhang platform while you are fatigued. I suggest you choose the weakest among them. That is only natural. Yi Fan replied with a faint smile, though he still did not fully comprehend the implications of Wan Miaoyan's earlier words. But how does this relate to my contention for a top 10 or top 3 position? Chapter 96. Xuanhuan's regret. Should have borrowed Yi Fan's talent. The Junlin banquet actually comprises 2 rounds. The first round determines the top 10, but there will also be a temporary ranking. This temporary ranking is decided by the number of battles fought by those defending their positions on the 10zhang platform. The fewer battles fought, the higher the ranking. Wan Miaoyan continued, given your situation, once you successfully ascend to the 10zhang platform, you will inevitably face challenges. And the number of battles you engage in will certainly not be few. Consequently, you may likely find yourself temporarily ranked 10th. The final ranking battle will be initiated by the individual in the 10th position, who will sequentially challenge those ranked higher. In other words, if you desire a top 3 position, you must win 7 battles in the 2nd round. What is wrong with my situation? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. A smile that was neither a smile nor a frown gracing his lips. He felt as though Wan Miaoyan held a certain disdain for him. You are merely at the 6th level of the Xuanwu realm. Wan Miaoyan, noticing Yi Fan's lack of seriousness regarding her words, grew somewhat anxious. Achieving 10th place with a 6th level cultivation is already commendable. I believe my father will not be overly harsh on you. Indeed. Xuanhuan gazed at Yi Fan, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. From the very beginning, my only expectation of you was to secure a place in the top 10. As long as you achieve this, the Wan family will undoubtedly bask in the glory of being the most illustrious family at this Junlin banquet. Even if you do not succeed, it shall not matter. I will never hold it against you. With your 6th level cultivation in the Xuanwu realm, aspiring to the top 3 would require a miracle. What of the 6th level in the Xuanwu realm? I have the power to overshadow the proud with a single sword. Yi Fan chuckled lightly upon hearing this, gradually rising to his feet. Sister Miaoyan, uncle, the top 3 positions are already within my grasp. Just watch how I create a miracle. Before he could finish speaking, he had already leaped from the viewing platform. As he landed, the tips of his toes barely touched the ground, stirring not a speck of dust. This young man. Xuanhuan furrowed his brow deeply, a hint of concern flashing in his fierce eyes. He acknowledged that Yi Fan possessed considerable martial talent. However, his approach was rather reckless. Having just taken Yi Fan as his adopted son, he had hosted a grand banquet in celebration. Should Yi Fan spill blood on the battle stage today, the Wan family would likely become the laughingstock of the entire Taiyuan imperial city. As Yi Fan descended onto the arena, he immediately drew the attention of many. Yao Zhong and Ming Peng were eager to act, while Feng Wujing's eyes gleamed with intent. Duan Tianshu wore a complex expression as he gazed at Yi Fan from a distance. Qin Xiao, seated in the main viewing area, chuckled mockingly. At this moment, on the 90 battle stages, fierce combat raged on, with only a few stages hosting a solitary challenger. It is you. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened, suddenly locking onto one of the 2zhang battle platforms. He stepped forward, his figure shooting forth like an arrow released from its bow. As he leapt onto the stage, the divine runes beneath his feet flared to life, sealing the arena and creating a confined space for combat. Did you choose me intentionally? The young man on the stage, upon recognizing Yi Fan, forced a calm smile. This individual was none other than Xuanhuan, a renowned talent from the Thundersound Kingdom. Intentional? Not at all. A smile graced Yi Fan's lips as he raised his gaze, scanning Xuanhuan with an air of disdain. With someone of your caliber, you hardly warrant my attention. You. Xuanhuan's face flushed crimson at these words, veins bulging on his neck as he gritted his teeth and shouted at Yi Fan. Are you underestimating me? Indeed. Yi Fan responded casually, nodding in affirmation. Arrogant. Xuanhuan was thoroughly enraged, bellowing at Yi Fan, a mere 6th-tier Xuanwu realm cultivator. What gives you the audacity to be so brazen before me? I am a 9th-tier Xuanwu realm expert. There was no need for him to emphasize his cultivation level or raise his voice. Observing Xuanhuan's frantic demeanor only amused Yi Fan further. The more he acted this way, the more it seemed as though he was genuinely afraid of me. Afraid of you? Huh. Xuanhuan laughed uproariously, seemingly attempting to mask his own insecurity with laughter. Enough of this chatter. If you wish to fight, then draw your sword. Previously, at the entrance of the royal station, he had clashed with Yi Fan. Although he had not been defeated, he had witnessed Yi Fan's formidable strength. Yet at that time, Yi Fan was merely a 5th-tier Xuanwu realm warrior. Now, having ascended to the 6th tier, he was undoubtedly stronger. Coupled with Yi Fan's recent slaying of Pei Yan, it genuinely unsettled him. Nonetheless, he still did not believe that Yi Fan possessed the capability to kill him. After all, this was the battle stage of the Junlin banquet. If he were to be defeated and leave the stage, Yi Fan could not pursue him. Do you really need a sword to kill me? Yi Fan scoffed, standing tall and proud. In fact, he even turned his back to his opponent in front of the crowd. This fellow is so arrogant. He doesn't intend to use a sword in this battle? A 6th-tier Xuanwu realm cultivator daring to disdain a 9th tier? One might mistake him for being the 9th tier himself. Many spectators began to murmur among themselves, captivated by the unfolding situation. Upon witnessing this, Qin Xiao, Feng Wujin, and others displayed profound interest. Embrace death. Xuanhuan's visage contorted abruptly, and a chilling wind swept across the fighting arena. His emaciated hands formed an eerie seal, and dark green mist seeped from his fingertips. In an instant, it coalesced before him into a swirling vortex of sinister wind, vaguely revealing a grotesque, demonic face that emitted a chilling wail. Netherworld tornado. With a thunderous shout from Xuanhuan, the sinister wind vortex roared forth. Yi Fan remained poised with his hands behind his back until the ominous wind approached his visage. A cold smile suddenly graced his lips, and his right hand, previously concealed, shot forth. Roar. The palm, marked with a brilliant golden emblem, radiated light, and 9 fiery dragons erupted with a deafening roar. The scorching dragon's chant shattered the demonic visage within the sinister wind. The crimson golden flames clashed against the dark green gale in the arena. As Yi Fan gradually closed his fingers, the fiery dragons expanded exponentially. Annihilate. Yi Fan nonchalantly uttered a single word. The 9 fiery dragons simultaneously emitted a thunderous roar. The crimson flames surged forth like a celestial river, instantly dissolving the dark green wind and swiftly engulfing Xuanhuan's figure. Xuanhuan's anguished scream pierced the heavens. Spectators beheld his silhouette thrashing wildly amidst the crimson flames. After 3 breaths, the screams abruptly ceased. Xuanhuan's body was reduced to ashes, scattered by the wind. The divine patterns of light upon the arena dissipated along with the flames. How is this possible? He annihilated Xuanhuan with a single strike. The 9 dragons' sacred fire. It is the sacred fire of the Wan family. The Wan family actually bestowed the 9 dragons' sacred fire upon Yi Fan. No wonder Wanzhan sought to adopt Yi Fan as his son. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the onlookers. Individuals from various prominent families in the stands simultaneously turned their gazes toward the Wan family. Yet at that moment, Wanzhan felt no joy. Father, Wan Miaoyan, unable to contain her excitement, abruptly grasped Wanzhan's arm. Did you see that? Yi Fan's mastery over the flames is extraordinary. He is truly a natural fire cultivator. I find myself regretting it somewhat, Wanzhan replied, his smile faltering slightly as he sighed helplessly. What? Wan Miaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Wanzhan. Father, what do you regret? Shouldn't you be pleased? Yi Fan possesses such monstrous talent in fire cultivation. He is now your adopted son. I regret adopting Yi Fan as my son, Wanzhan lamented. An adopted son is ultimately just that. How much sense of belonging can he truly have toward the Wan family? I should have been more assertive and insisted that he marry you. Wan Miaoyan was momentarily taken aback, her ears slightly reddening. Father, what nonsense are you speaking? If he marries me, will he truly feel a sense of belonging to the Wan family? With his talent in fire cultivation, the Wan family may manage to keep him now through forceful means, but that may not hold true in the future. And if not, Wanzhan replied with a rueful smile. This young man possesses such extraordinary talent. His lineage must be exceptional as well. If you could borrow his seed to bear a child who would inherit his bloodline and gifts, once this child matures, they would undoubtedly lead our family to greatness. If we cannot retain Yi Fan, can we not retain his offspring? This child, having grown up within our clan, will surely possess a sense of belonging. Father, upon hearing Wanzhan's intentions, I find myself at a loss for words. Chapter 97, not bloodthirsty, yet a slayer. It is too late to speak of such matters now. Xuanhuan sighed deeply, his voice laden with regret. I have already accepted him as my adopted son. Should I marry you to him? The noble families of the royal city will undoubtedly mock the Wan family. For now, we must devise another way to keep this fellow here. Seizing the moment while others remained dazed, Yi Fan leaped into action. He departed from the Tuzhong platform beneath his feet, swiftly ascending to a Sixzhong platform nearby. Observing this, Feng Wuji of Fengyi Nation narrowed his eyes slightly. Standing atop the Tuzhong platform was indeed a person from Fengyi Nation, the second sword among their elite, ranked among the top 3 in strength. What a coincidence! The second sword stared at Yi Fan, who had emerged on the battlefield, his gaze freezing the very air. Perhaps it is not mere coincidence. Yi Fan scratched his head and suddenly broke into a grin, noting that among the familiar faces on the nearby Sixzhong platforms, you are the only one I recognize, thus I chose you. Huh. The second sword let out a cold laugh, his frost blade glowing with a ghostly blue light as he pointed it at Yi Fan. To kill me, you wouldn't dare use your sword? My frost blade is unafraid of your 9 dragon spirit fire. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, and the ground of the battlefield was instantly covered in a thick layer of frost. Is that so? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, his right hand slowly opening. 9 fiery dragons spiraled in his palm, the intense heat instantly evaporating the frost on the battlefield. As white mist rose, a glimmer of amusement flashed in his eyes as he provocatively addressed the second sword, declaring, I am not one who relishes in slaughter. If you leave this battlefield now, I shall spare your life. Hee, you wish to conserve your energy for a better challenge against those on the Tinzhong platform, do you? The second sword sneered, mistakenly believing he had deciphered Yi Fan's thoughts. With a sudden chill in his gaze, he declared, I shall not grant you your wish. Whoosh! The frost blade surged forth, leaving a trail of tiny ice crystals in its wake. The blade sliced through the air, forming a chilling ice lotus. Kill! The second sword shouted, and the ice lotus blossomed on the battlefield. Each petal transformed into a razor-sharp ice blade, unleashing a bone-chilling assault. The cold air enveloped the battlefield, and the ground instantly froze to a thickness of half a foot. Are you seeking death? In the face of the oncoming icy threat, Yi Fan merely sighed. He thrust his palm forward, unleashing the 9 dragon spirit fire in a roaring net. Bang! 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 The icy blade struck against the fiery net, producing a series of piercing sounds. Within the mist of ice and fire, the second sword suddenly changed tactics. The frost blade, like a venomous serpent, lunged directly for Yi Fan's throat. Before the blade even arrived, the chilling sword energy had already carved a 3-foot-deep ice trench into the ground. Upon witnessing this, Yi Fan slightly inclined his body, his left hand suddenly reaching out towards the frost sword. You are courting death. The second sword, taken aback by Yi Fan's audacity, exclaimed. Boom. Yi Fan disregarded the second sword's words, channeling his fiery sun technique. His hand transformed into a golden palm, firmly grasping the blade of the frost sword. What? The second sword's eyes widened in astonishment as the sword's edge abruptly shifted. The chilling spiritual energy within surged forth from the frost sword. Yi Fan's golden hand was swiftly encased in frost. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, his solar energy circulating rapidly. The searing force continuously converged upon his left hand, melting the frost in an instant. Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity, the second sword abruptly withdrew the frost sword. Quite intriguing. Yi Fan regarded the second sword with an amused expression, a smile creeping onto his lips. Now it's my turn. With that, he abruptly raised his palm, unleashing a torrent of 9 dragons' spiritual fire. The intense heat vaporized the frost on the battle stage in an instant. White mist billowed forth, enveloping the arena and obscuring vision. Yi Fan executed his assassination technique, vanishing into the mist. Gone. The second sword, unable to perceive Yi Fan, felt a surge of anxiety. Moments later, he sensed a wave of heat approaching from behind. Here it comes. The second sword's eyes widened as he spun around. Yi Fan's menacing palm was almost upon him. This is bad. Realizing the peril, the second sword hastily crossed his sword to defend himself. Boom. Yi Fan's palm, enveloped in 9 dragons' spiritual fire, struck the frost sword. The arena erupted with a deafening roar. As the mist dissipated, the second sword remained in a defensive posture. Yet the frost sword in his hand had shattered into several pieces, scattering across the ground. I gave you a chance. Yi Fan slowly retracted his hand, the golden mark in his palm gradually fading. He turned towards the edge of the stage, each step echoing upon the recently melted ice water. The second sword opened his mouth, emitting a series of strange, wheezing sounds. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, sparks of fire mingling within the crimson foam. Stumbling forward, his body erupted from within, flames surging from his orifices, turning him into a charred skeleton in the blink of an eye. With a resounding crash, he collapsed onto the stage, shattering into countless pieces of charred bone. Witnessing this, Feng Wujing clenched his fists tightly, his eyes igniting with a fierce, murderous intent. Those observing the battle could not help but gasp in shock. This fellow is utterly ruthless. It's akin to slaughtering a beast. What enmity exists between him and that man? Each time, there is nothing left but bones, and yet he claims not to relish in killing? Many on the second level of the arena resolved silently within themselves. If one were to challenge the sixth level, one must avoid Yi Fan at all costs. Yi Fan is far too merciless. Who, then, should they choose? At this moment, Yi Fan stood with an unperturbed expression, hands clasped behind his back. It seemed as though a trivial act had just been performed. His gaze traversed the 10 towering platforms, ultimately fixating on Limer. There was an unspoken challenge in his eyes. Come forth. Limer, now locking eyes with Yi Fan, let out a cold reprimand. As the esteemed prince of the Thunder Sound Kingdom, his prowess surpassed that of other prodigious individuals within the realm. Yi Fan's previous act of incinerating Xuanhuan had already provoked his ire, though both he and Xuanhuan were at the 9th tier of the Xuanwu realm. Limer's strength was vastly superior. Should he wish to eliminate Xuanhuan, a single strike would suffice. Do you think you can? A playful smile graced Yi Fan's lips as he prepared to leap into action. Stop! A commanding voice, as thunderous as a storm, echoed from behind. The divine pattern array suddenly illuminated with blinding golden light, instantaneously sealing off the entire arena. As Yi Fan turned, a wave of heat assailed him. A woman clad in a fiery red gown had appeared at the opposite end of the stage. With a long sword in hand, her flame-like hair danced behind her. The first sword? Yi Fan's eyes flickered, recognizing the fiery-haired woman before him. Among the 4 swords and 3 blades that had journeyed to the cloud-hidden kingdom, she was undoubtedly the most formidable. You must accompany my brother to the grave. The first sword's face had lost its previous languor and nonchalance. Perhaps the recent demise of the second sword had struck a nerve. At this moment, her eyes blazed with fury, more intense than the flames of her sword. That seems unlikely. Yi Fan shrugged nonchalantly, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the red flame sword in the first sword's grasp. If I can sever the frost blade from your brother's hand, I can just as easily sever the red flame sword from yours. These 2 swords are hardly remarkable. Mere scrap metal, and yet you hold them in such high regard? The red flame sword and the frost blade were keys to the dual dragon sentinel bridge within the royal mausoleum of the cloud-hidden kingdom. Although they were of decent quality, they were essentially functional spiritual weapons. The powers of red flame and frost within the swords were indeed formidable, yet the materials themselves were somewhat inferior. Otherwise, Yi Fan would not have been able to effortlessly sever the frost blade moments ago. Only through battle will we ascertain the outcome. The first sword had not anticipated that the Yi Fan, whom she had easily dispatched in the cloud-hidden kingdom mere months prior, had now attained such formidable strength. Suddenly, the red flame sword erupted with blinding crimson light, its patterns illuminating instantaneously. Her figure transformed into a blazing streak, devoid of any embellishment, charging directly towards Yi Fan. Chapter 98. The Fifth Sword, Golden Crow Pursuing the Sun. Yi Fan regarded the advancing first sword with a disdainful smile. With a casual flick of his left hand, the radiant sun technique erupted into a dazzling golden light, striking accurately at the spine of the red flame sword, sending it careening away. The first sword's blade shifted, unleashing a crimson wave of flames. Subtle sword rays whirled within, scorching the air into a distorted haze. Observing this, Yi Fan's right palm thrust forward, a radiant golden mark glowing at its center. 9 fire dragons roared forth, carrying an aura of annihilation. Boom! 2 flames collided violently, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the battlefield. The searing waves of fire engulfed the entire arena, shaking the protective barrier with tremendous force. In an instant, the area where the 2 combatants stood transformed into a sea of flames. The first sword stood amidst the inferno, swaying like an ethereal specter. The ancient patterns on the crimson flame sword in her grasp seemed to awaken, as if they were absorbing the power of the 9 dragons' spiritual fire. With every fraction of flame consumed, the sword's brilliance intensified. Simultaneously, her aura gradually ascended. Though still at the level of the Xuanwu realm, she had evidently grown considerably stronger. Strangely, her eyes had transformed into a vivid crimson hue. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, taken aback by the transformation of the first sword. It was evident that the crimson flame sword in her hand possessed the ability to absorb fiery energy, converting it for her own use. With a deep breath, the first sword drew in the surrounding flames as if they were rivers converging into the sea. When she slowly raised her gaze towards Yi Fan, a wicked smile played upon her lips, and her voice turned low and menacing. Your flames cannot harm me. Suddenly, The flames engulfing the crimson sword surged threefold. As she unleashed a powerful strike, it morphed into a colossal flaming python that lunged toward Yi Fan. He swiftly flickered away, attempting to evade the onslaught. However, the fiery serpent seemed to possess a will of its own, redirecting its course and locking onto Yi Fan with fierce intent, its gaping maw pursuing him relentlessly. Trouble. Yi Fan's brow furrowed slightly as he quickly drew the sunblade. The solar energy surged through his body, infusing the sword's edge with golden spiritual power. With a single stroke, he unleashed the brilliance of the rising sun, the sunblade radiating a light akin to the dawn. As the blade passed through, the fiery python emitted a piercing howl, cleaved in two by the force of the strike. The severed flames twisted and dissipated in midair like drifting weeds without roots. Whoosh! The first sword's movements shifted abruptly, propelling herself skyward. She raised her sword high above her head, preparing to deliver a lethal strike. A terrifying wave of fire cascaded down like an avalanche. The entire battlefield trembled under the might of her attack. Yi Fan dared not underestimate her. He immediately swept his sword across. With a blade that shone like the midday sun, he unleashed a blinding beam of light. Boom! The scorching sword light collided violently with the incoming wave of flames. The resulting shockwave tore the ground of the arena apart, leaving deep fissures in its wake. The intense sword light effectively dispelled the first sword's assault. The overwhelming heat washed over Yi Fan, forcing him to retreat more than 10 steps. When he finally steadied himself, he found himself at the very edge of the battlefield. Is Fan not her match? Observing the battle from the stands, Xuanhuan frowned. From the exchanges thus far, it was clear that Yi Fan was being overpowered by the first sword. Heh! Feng Wujing sneered, a confident composure radiating from his eyes. The first sword was, after all, the most exceptional prodigy of the Xuanwu realm in the entire Wind-Whispering Kingdom. Its power surpasses that of the first blade and the second sword by several magnitudes. Were it not so, the first sword would not have become his most trusted ally. Is that not sufficient? Qin Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of disappointment flickering within. Duan Tianshu involuntarily rose to his feet, his brows furrowing tightly. Wan Miaoyan bit her lip anxiously, her expression fraught with urgency. Death awaits. The first sword, having gained the upper hand, would surely not squander this splendid opportunity. She aimed to slay Yi Fan upon the battlefield, not merely to achieve victory. Fiery hair danced wildly as she brandished the crimson flame sword, charging forward with ferocity. With a single stroke, the red flames coalesced into a colossal fire serpent. Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? Yi Fan met the first sword's advance, his daylight sword already raised. The initial 3 stances of the 9-yang burning heaven sword were mere mystical-level techniques. Faced with the terrifying assault of the first sword, he found himself at a disadvantage. However, from the 4th sword onwards, its might reached the earth level, sufficient to contend with, and even vanquish the first sword. Sunset's afterglow. Yi Fan suddenly shouted, his voice resonating like thunder, though not loud. The blazing sun seemed to respond, as countless beams of light converged upon the daylight sword. The blade transformed into a crimson hue, illuminating the entire battlefield as if it were a sea of blood. Boom! As this sword descended, the heavens and earth dimmed momentarily. The blood-red sword light resembled a river cascading from the heavens. Wherever it passed, the fire serpent emitted a mournful roar. Its vast body gradually disintegrated. The sword's might was thus diminished, yet it still reached the first sword's front. What? The first sword's expression shifted, astonishment crossing her face for the first time. In a moment of urgency, she thrust forth another sword, the patterns on the flame sword flickering wildly. Boom! The sword light collided once more with tremendous force. The first sword felt an unparalleled power assailing her. Her grip shattered, blood staining the sword hilt. Her figure was sent flying like a broken kite, her feet carving 2 charred lines upon the battlefield until she came to a halt at the edge, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Those who had closely observed the battle were momentarily taken aback. Had Yi Fan not revealed his full strength until now? Swish! Without granting the first sword a moment's respite, Yi Fan darted forward like lightning. Humph! The first sword wiped the blood from her lips, rallying her resolve to strike once more. The 5th sword. Yi Fan regarded the first sword's assault with indifference. Each night, he bathed in moonlight, not idly wasting time. His consciousness delved into the celestial realm, where he relentlessly honed his sword techniques. Now, the first 6 forms of the 9-yang burning heaven sword had been perfected. The 5th form, golden crow pursuing the sun. The sword's edge traced a crimson arc, akin to a 3-legged golden crow soaring through the skies. As he approached the first sword, the tip of his blade flickered with the brilliance of 9 stars. Swish! 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 The searing sword energy instantaneously coalesced into 9 miniature blazing suns. From various directions, Multiple attacks simultaneously surged towards the first sword. Alas, the first sword's eyes widened slightly, her complexion drained of color. Clearly, she had not anticipated that Yi Fan possessed such formidable techniques. As she attempted to defend herself, she realized it was already too late. Boom, boom, boom. In a flurry, several swords were struck, and the crimson flame sword conjured a curtain of fire. The sword's edge shattered 3 blazing suns, forcing her to retreat repeatedly. Yet, the remaining 6 suns ruthlessly crashed into her. The protective spiritual energy around the first sword was instantly torn asunder like mere paper. Spurt. Blood erupted violently from her mouth. Severely wounded, she could no longer maintain her footing and knelt uncontrollably on the ground. Nevertheless, she defiantly upheld her body with the crimson flame sword, refusing to fall. Damn it! Feng Wujing could no longer maintain his usual composure. He abruptly rose from his seat, disregarding the gazes of the crowd, and shouted at Yi Fan on the arena. Yi Fan. Chapter 99. Lei Mo, Purple Thunderbody. Yi Fan's ears perked slightly as he turned his head slowly, casting a nonchalant glance in Feng Wujing's direction. Spare her life. Feng Wujing's voice echoed again, now tinged with urgency. The usually composed prince of Fengyin country bore a face wrought with anxiety. Feng Wujing felt Yi Fan's gaze upon him, and, with a sullen expression, uttered a phrase. The battle at the banquet was merciless, disregarding life and death. To plead for mercy for someone on the arena in public was unprecedented at such an event. While this act was not against the rules, it undoubtedly tarnished the dignity of someone of Feng Wujing's stature. Is she your lover? Yi Fan smirked, his eyes devoid of compassion. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the crimson flame sword flying from the first sword's grasp. In a swift motion, he leaped and grasped the sword firmly. Bang! The first sword, deprived of her support, collapsed to the ground. Blood continued to pour from her mouth as she struggled to rise. Yet, she could only futilely claw at the arena floor, leaving 5 trails of blood. According to the rules of the banquet, conceding on the arena was deemed invalid. At this moment, the first sword had no strength left to leave the stage. Her life and death lay entirely in Yi Fan's hands. If you desire this sword, I gift it to you. Upon witnessing Yi Fan seize the crimson flame sword, Feng Wujing seized the opportunity to bargain with Yi Fan, hoping to exchange the sword for the first sword's life. Duan Tianshu, Lei Mo, and others exchanged glances filled with mockery. The illustrious prince of Fengyin country, reduced to such humility for a woman? The dignitaries of the imperial city remained indifferent to this spectacle. They were merely surprised that Yi Fan's swordsmanship was so formidable. It turned out that Yi Fan's prowess extended beyond the 9 dragons' spirit fire. A broken sword was of no consequence. Yi Fan scoffed, and suddenly, a brilliant golden light emanated from his left hand. The sun scripture surged to its zenith, and violent spiritual energy flooded into the crimson flame sword. The sword's patterns flickered wildly, emitting a sound of intolerable strain. Crack! With a sharp crack, the crimson flame sword shattered into countless scarlet fragments, scattering like meteors. Although the crimson flame sword is a profound-grade spirit weapon, it is not particularly resilient. In the hands of the first sword, it was bolstered by spiritual energy, making it less susceptible to breakage. Now, having slipped from the first sword's grasp, it shattered with ease. When Feng Wujia witnessed Yi Fan's actions, his expression darkened instantaneously. If Yi Fan were to claim the crimson flame sword, there might still be room for negotiation. However, to publicly destroy the sword was a blatant act of disdain. Disregarding the crimson flame sword was tantamount to disregarding the first sword's very life. A cold smile crept across Yi Fan's lips as he ignored Feng Wujia's presence and glanced at the first sword, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. The first sword's fiery hair was in disarray, and a faint wheeze escaped his throat, his eyes filled with the despair of imminent death. You just claimed that the 9 dragons' spirit fire could not harm you? Yi Fan's lips curled into a sharp arc. Then let us use this very fire to send you on your way. As the words left his mouth, he spread his fingers wide. The golden red mark in his palm blazed to life, and 9 fire dragons roared forth. The searing flames surged, instantly engulfing the first sword. A horrific wail had yet to escape his lips when his body twisted and charred within the inferno, ultimately turning to ash and scattering with the wind. The divine pattern array gradually dissipated, yet none among the martial artists below dared to step forward and challenge. Yi Fan's methods were exceedingly ruthless. Every opponent left no trace behind. Scoundrel! Feng Wujia glared, his fists clenched tightly. He plopped back down into his seat, the intent to kill gleaming like a blade in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Yi Fan in the arena. In that moment, his murderous resolve was solidified. However, Yi Fan, at this juncture, did not spare him even a glance. His thoughts were solely focused on the upcoming banquet. Scanning the crowd, he once again locked onto Lei Mo. It is your turn. Yi Fan's lips curled into a sinister smile, and without needing a moment's rest, he leaped into action. In a flash, he arrived at the Tinjiang platform where Lei Mo stood. Had it not been for the first sword's interference, he would have already faced Lei Mo in battle. Ultimately, the first sword paid the price for her obstruction. You truly have no sense of cherishing beauty, Lei Mo remarked, looking at Yi Fan with a playful smile. Cherishing beauty? Yi Fan scoffed. In my eyes, an opponent possesses no gender. Do not rush. Your fate will not differ greatly from hers. Is that so? Huh. Lei Mo suddenly burst into laughter. With a cultivation of the 6th level of the Xuanhuan realm, your combat prowess is indeed formidable, and your martial techniques are commendable. But do you know the greatest disparity between a 6th level and a 9th level Xuanhuan realm warrior? What is it? Yi Fan inquired, raising an intrigued eyebrow. The reserve of spiritual energy, Lei Mo replied. The spiritual energy reservoir of a 6th level Xuanhuan realm warrior pales in comparison to that of a 9th level warrior. Moreover, employing formidable martial techniques will merely expedite the depletion of your spiritual energy. After 3 consecutive battles, you finally stand before me. I presume your spiritual energy is running low now, perhaps only at 30%? Or is it merely 20? To slay you would suffice. Yi Fan suddenly chuckled, provoking an inexplicable shiver within Lei Mo. Indeed, the spiritual energy reserves of a 6th-tier warrior in the Xuanhuan realm cannot compare to those of a 9th-tier warrior. His reserves are undoubtedly inferior to Lei Mo's. However, the speed at which he replenishes his energy surpasses that of anyone else, even outpacing the consumption of restorative pills. As long as it is daytime and sunlight graces him, he can restore his energy simply by basking in the sun, although his current reserves are not at their peak. After 3 battles, he still retains an impressive 90%. Confronting Lei Mo would be more than sufficient. Arrogant, you are truly arrogant, Lei Mo retorted with a sardonic smile. His body trembling violently. A violent surge of purple lightning erupted skyward, transforming him into a blinding spectacle of thunder. Countless electric serpents danced around him, scorching the arena floor into a web of charred fissures. Every strand of his hair stood on end, and each inch of his skin pulsed with lethal arcs of electricity. Purple Thunderbody. A gasp echoed like a thunderclap, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the stands. The rumors of the Prince of Thundersound Kingdom possessing a natural purple Thunderbody had reached ears far and wide, and today they witnessed it firsthand. It was said that among various formidable physiques, the purple Thunderbody ranked among the finest. Yi Fan's choice of Lei Mo was undeniably a grave error. In the Taiyuan dynasty, Lei Mo's prowess could easily rival the top 3 among the 10 prodigies. The prominent families within the imperial city exchanged glances, filled with admiration for Lei Mo. Why did Fanner choose this Prince of Thundersound Kingdom? Xuanhuan, who had been in high spirits after witnessing Yi Fan defeat the first sword, now found his mood plummeting upon seeing Lei Mo unleash his purple Thunderbody. Father, why are you so anxious? Wan Miaoyan scoffed lightly, confidence sparkling in her beautiful eyes. After all, Yi Fan possessed the solar divine body. Could it possibly be inferior to the purple Thunderbody? Alas, Xuanhuan sighed, his furrowed brow deepening with concern. Miaoyan, you do not comprehend the might of a physique that remains powerful at all stages. Unlike other physical forms that show greater growth potential, the strength of a dominating body only increases with the elevation of one's cultivation realm. Moreover, Fanner's solar divine body, his words faltered abruptly as he cast a complex gaze towards Yi Fan on the arena. Chapter 100, My Solar Divine Body is Superior. Ancient texts record that those who possess the solar divine body do not live beyond 20 years. Furthermore, the solar divine body is also a growth-type physique. At the current stage of the Xuanhuan realm, it is far from rivaling the might of a dominating body. Trust in Yi Fan, Wan Miaoyan declared solemnly, her eyes fixed ardently on the arena. She recalled Yi Fan's promise to live beyond 20. She had faith that Yi Fan could achieve what others deemed impossible. Moreover, his previous performance had been nothing short of extraordinary. Defeating or even slaying Lei Mo was entirely within the realm of possibility. On the battlefield, the fierce wind swept through Yi Fan's robe, causing it to flutter audibly. In the face of the rampant purple lightning surrounding Lei Mo, his expression remained calm and composed. He slowly raised his right hand, directing the daylight sword straight at Lei Mo's throat. Come forth. A clear call resonated like thunder, startling the spectators. With a sinister laugh, Lei Mo took the initiative. His right foot shattered the ground beneath him as he surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. His right fist, enveloped in violent purple lightning, charged directly at Yi Fan's face with brute force. The air crackled with a stinging burnt scent wherever his punch passed. Yi Fan stood motionless. Suddenly, his left palm radiated a brilliant light. Extending his hand, he met the thunderous strike with his scorching sun technique. The moment their fists collided, dazzling golden light and purple lightning erupted like fireworks. The tremendous force cracked the battlefield beneath them, creating a spiderweb of fissures. Both combatants staggered back 3 steps, shattering the stone beneath their feet. Not using the sword, Mo shook his numbed right fist, his battle intent intensifying. He quickly formed hand seals, and 3 orbs of lightning the size of heads appeared around him, each brimming with apocalyptic energy. Go! He bellowed, launching the 3 lightning orbs in a triangular formation. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened as he stepped forward, unleashing a strike reminiscent of the setting sun. The daylight sword erupted with crimson brilliance, its edge tracing a perfect arc, detonating one of the lightning orbs in an instant. Before the explosion subsided, the remaining 2 orbs whistled toward him. In response, Yi Fan swiftly transferred the daylight sword to his left hand and extended his right palm, where a radiant golden mark glowed intensely. 9 fiery serpents roared forth from his palm, colliding thunderously with the lightning orbs. The deafening explosions created a storm of energy, intertwining thunder and fire, sweeping across the battlefield. The protective barrier trembled violently, emitting a strained hum. As the dust settled, 2 figures stood defiantly on the battlefield. Good. Very good. Mo, believing he could easily subdue Yi Fan, was taken aback by his unexpected resilience, prompting a furious laugh. With a clenched fist, a long spear entwined with lightning materialized in his grasp, its tip crackling with blinding electricity, as if it could pierce the void itself. How many more of my attacks can your remaining spiritual energy withstand? Mo coldly inquired, and as his words fell, his figure blurred, transforming into a purple lightning bolt. Thrusting directly at Yi Fan's throat, the spear shot forth like a dragon, swift as thunder, tearing the air with a piercing shriek. Yi Fan's pupils constricted. In an instant, he positioned the daylight sword in front of him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted, sending sparks flying. Yi Fan felt a numbing sensation in his hands, his body recoiling several steps from the spear's force. Die! Mo, sensing his advantage, altered his assault, enveloping Yi Fan in a tempest of lightning shadows. Each thrust carried devastating thunderous power, marking the battlefield with charred scars. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. Yi Fan uttered a deep roar, and the sunblade erupted with a dazzling golden radiance. Like the sun hanging in the sky, it forcefully tore open a rift amidst the shadows of the spear. The clash of the sword's edge and the spear's tip ignited a burst of blinding brilliance. The 2 figures intertwined, exchanging dozens of strikes in the blink of an eye. Mo's spear technique was domineering and fierce, while Yi Fan's swordplay was steady and profound. The arena was a tempest of thunder and fire, with waves of energy surging. Thunder explodes to the heavens. Mo bellowed. As the purple lightning surged upon his thunder spear, 9 bolts of thunder erupted from the tip, howling towards Yi Fan. Golden Crow pursues the sun. Yi Fan did not dare to be negligent. The blade sliced through the crimson rainbow like a 3-legged golden crow soaring through the void. The sword tip punctured the 9 stars, and the scorching sword aura coalesced into 9 miniature suns. Boom! A terrifying explosion created a vast pit in the center of the arena, smoke billowing into the sky. As the dust settled, Mo was seen kneeling on one knee. His thunder spear shattered in 2, a trickle of fresh blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. In stark contrast, Yi Fan remained standing with his sword in hand. Though his clothing was tattered, his gaze was still as sharp as a blade. Mo had been defeated. He was indeed no match for Yi Fan. This implied that Yi Fan possessed strength ranking among the top 3 of the 10 prodigies of Taiyuan. It was no wonder he had been able to slay Pei Yin, the 10th of the 10 prodigies. Whispers filled the stands, as the spectators were astonished by the unfolding scene. Even though Mo had not yet completely fallen, it was evident to all that he had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Continuing the battle would inevitably lead to his defeat at the hands of Yi Fan. At best, he could only sustain himself for a while longer. From the main viewing platform, Qin Shao cast a cold gaze toward the seats of the Ming and Yao families. Ming Peng and Yao Zhong exchanged knowing glances and almost simultaneously leaped toward the arena like 2 streaks of light. "Father, I told you so," Wan Miaoyan exclaimed excitedly, clutching Wan Zhan's sleeve, her radiant smile particularly dazzling under the sunlight. Yi Fan will surely win. However, being too ostentatious was not advantageous. Wan Zhan's furrowed brow did not relax. Noticing the movements of Yao Zhong and Ming Peng, his expression grew increasingly grim. They were making their move. Oh no. Wan Miaoyan followed Wan Zhan's gaze, her smile instantly freezing on her face. Mo's strength was not to be underestimated. Yi Fan had just fought Mo and barely emerged victorious. How could he possibly have the energy to face Ming Peng and Yao Zhong again? Why? Mo's gaze was fixed on Yi Fan, filled with unwillingness. His voice was hoarse and terrifying. After dozens of exchanges, How could your spiritual power still be so abundant? There were no signs of exhaustion? Heh. Yi Fan chuckled softly, slowly raising the sunblade to point at Lei Mo. Do you think your purple thunder body is formidable? Little do you know, my solar divine body is even stronger. As the sun's energy surged rapidly, the sunlight cascading from the sky was drawn towards Yi Fan, forming a visible golden vortex around him. The fluctuations of his spiritual energy began to rise at an astonishing speed. He was absorbing the sunlight. Lei Mo's pupils constricted sharply, and the color drained from his face. At that moment, he finally comprehended why Yi Fan's spiritual energy would never deplete. As long as it was daytime, Yi Fan could absorb sunlight and replenish his energy at any moment and from any place. Now, you can grasp it clearly. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes, and the daylight sword suddenly erupted with a blinding golden radiance. Do you wish to kill me? Lei Mo suddenly sneered, thrusting his broken spear fiercely into the ground. Utilizing the recoil, he retreated like a phantom, purple arcs of electricity exploding beneath his feet, leaving a trail of charred marks. In the blink of an eye, he had retreated to the edge of the arena. How many more strikes can you endure? Yi Fan's sword momentum continued unabated, ready to pursue his advantage. However, he noticed a strange smile suddenly appear at the corner of Lei Mo's mouth. Chapter 101. The Ninth of the 10 Talents, the Pig That Eats Tiger. In the next instant, Lei Mo surprisingly leapt off the battle stage without hesitation, causing the power of the divine pattern array to dissipate. Is he really running away? Yi Fan's hand, which held the sword, paused slightly, and a rare expression of astonishment crossed his face. The previously arrogant prince of Lei Yin had so decisively conceded defeat to save his own life. At that moment, the dissipated divine pattern array suddenly reformed. Yi Fan sensed this and abruptly turned around. At the other end of the arena stood Ming Peng, clad in a white robe, with his hands clasped behind his back. The sunlight cast a cold silver sheen around him. In his seemingly calm eyes surged a chilling intent to kill. It's my turn now. Ming Peng's expression was proud as he slightly raised his chin, surveying Yi Fan with a hint of mockery. This cannot continue like this. Can it? Yi Fan shrugged helplessly, glancing at Ming Peng with disdain. Aren't you afraid of death? Do you truly believe your strength surpasses that of Lei Mo? Lei Mo? Huh. Ming Peng scoffed, evidently dismissive of Lei Mo, as he drew his long sword and pointed it at Yi Fan. Remember, the one who seeks to kill you is Ming Peng, the ninth of the 10 talents of Taiyuan. Are you certain you haven't made a mistake? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, then exaggeratedly cleared his ears as if he had heard a joke. The 10th, I have already slain. Next, I shall kill you. The 9th, come. Ming Peng, instead of being angry, chuckled, leaving his left hand behind his back while his right hand held the sword, making a dismissive gesture as if inviting Yi Fan. You truly seek death. A cold glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as the daylight sword erupted with blinding brilliance. He moved like lightning, directing the sword's edge straight for Ming Peng's throat. The swiftness of his strike left a series of afterimages in the air. With a cold smirk, Ming Peng suddenly lifted his foot. A violent whirlwind formed abruptly, charging towards Yi Fan. The wind pressure was so intense that it gouged 3 inches off the ground of the battle stage. Yi Fan's advancing form suddenly halted. Focusing his gaze, he noticed countless azure currents materializing around Ming Peng. The swirling currents of air intensified, rapidly coalescing into multiple tornadoes that connected heaven and earth, emitting a chilling, bone-rattling howl. The entire arena was swiftly engulfed by the tempest, with sunlight distorted and severed. Whoosh! A streak of azure light pierced the air. Clang! In a moment of urgency, Yi Fan hastily parried with his sword. Ming Peng's blade struck precisely against the edge of the sunblade. The tempestuous force entwined around the sword erupted with a deafening roar. Crack! The ground beneath Yi Fan's feet fractured in an instant, as the terrifying pressure of the wind propelled him backward. Cough! As he regained his footing, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, the sleeve of his left arm had been shredded to tatters by the slicing winds. His exposed arm was marred with intricate trails of crimson. Is this all you are capable of? Ming Peng taunted from the center of the storm, his long hair dancing wildly in the gale, gazing mockingly at Yi Fan. You can't even withstand a single strike from me. Your only option is to eliminate that useless Pei Yan. Yi Fan, Wan Yayan, from the sidelines, discerned Yi Fan's momentary lapse in caution and urgently cautioned him. Do not underestimate your opponent. Ming Peng previously ranked 9th among the 10 talents of Taiyuan at the 8th level of the Xuanhuan realm. His current strength is comparable to the top 3. Oh! Yi Fan gradually straightened his posture, the golden radiance of the sunblade flickering. He narrowed his eyes, focusing on Ming Peng amidst the storm, sensing a ruse at play. The emphasis on his 9th ranking was not born from pride, but rather a veiled attempt to diminish his opponent. Ming Peng, disinterested in engaging further, was consumed by a murderous intent. As his sword trembled in his grip, the storm on the battlefield surged even more violently. Within the azure currents, countless translucent wind blades flickered in and out of sight, encircling Yi Fan like a pack of ravenous wolves. Die! With a fierce shout, Ming Peng directed the tip of his sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of wind blades were simultaneously unleashed. Yi Fan inhaled deeply, his entire being radiating a blinding golden light. Gripping the sunblade tightly, he raised it high, blazing ember inferno. With a thunderous roar, Yi Fan spun and swung his sword with ferocity. The sunblade traced a flawless arc of golden brilliance. Boom! A terrifying wave of fire erupted, centered around Yi Fan. The scorching sword energy surged forth like a tsunami, engulfing the entire arena. The incoming wind blades were vaporized upon contact, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke. The raging storm was rendered a mere child's play before this overwhelming force, scattering chaotically in retreat. What? Ming Peng's expression shifted to one of astonishment. As he was forced to step back, his once arrogant visage now bore an expression of disbelief. How about this sword? Yi Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, using his sword for support. Blazing Ember Inferno, the sixth form of the Nine Suns Burning Heaven Sword. Its might has reached the upper echelon of the Earth Grade. Executing it with my sixth level of Xuanhuan realm is quite taxing. It is merely the last gasp of a dying bow. Ming Peng swiftly adjusted his mindset, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. With a sudden flourish of his robe, azure spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Around him, dozens of swirling wind blades coalesced, emanating a chilling light from the forest. Come! Yi Fan bellowed, once again raising the sunblade. The sun had reached its zenith, and his pores expanded, greedily absorbing the increasingly scorching sunlight. Since the commencement of the royal banquet combat, the sun had risen higher. Rays of sunlight cascaded down like molten gold, forming a visible halo around him. Yi Fan's robes billowed, and he appeared transformed into a human embodiment of the blazing sun. Humph! Ming Peng snorted coldly, his sword suddenly radiating a brilliant azure light. His form flickered, morphing into 7 afterimages attacking Yi Fan from various angles. Each afterimage carried a sharp wind blade, making it difficult to discern truth from illusion. Break! Yi Fan's eyes erupted with blinding golden light as he unleashed the sun sword. The radiant sword, imbued with the power to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, swept forth with great force. With a thunderous roar, Ming Peng's 6 afterimages disintegrated like bubbles. His true form was also forced back by this terrifying strike. Die! Yi Fan's voice was as cold as ice as he stomped the ground fiercely. The battle platform trembled, and he leaped high into the air, aligning perfectly with the blazing sun above. The piercing sunlight poured down from behind him, blinding Ming Peng. This time, Yi Fan simplified his sword technique, utilizing the sunlight to obscure his fierce strike. The uncomplicated second stance contained the purest essence of solar intent. Not good. Ming Peng sensed imminent danger and raised his sword to block. Bang! As Yi Fan's sword descended, a resounding crash echoed, followed by Ming Peng's agonized scream. The onlookers focused intently, witnessing Ming Peng's sword shatter into 2 pieces. Yi Fan gripped the sun blade firmly, which had deeply embedded itself into Ming Peng's right shoulder. The searing sword energy burned through flesh, emitting a hissing sound. The acrid scent of charred meat instantly filled the entire arena. Bastard! Ming Peng's face contorted in rage as he roared, striking a punch towards Yi Fan's chest, expecting Yi Fan to evade and withdraw the sunblade. The arena resounded with a sickening thud. Yi Fan endured the blow, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His hands, resolute in their grip on the sword, pressed down even harder. Chapter 102. Paving the way for Yi Fan with his life. You. Ming Peng's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. He could hardly comprehend that Yi Fan was so merciless, willing to exchange injury for injury in order to bring about his demise. You must die. Yi Fan squeezed out those 3 words through gritted teeth, each word laced with chilling intent. As he spoke, the sun blade erupted with blinding golden light, the blade plunging downward with ferocity. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as Ming Peng's entire right arm was severed at the shoulder. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the battle platform in vast swathes of crimson. Ah! Ming Peng shrieked in agony, his countenance paling to a ghostly white. Yi Fan immediately raised his right hand, the crimson gold mark upon his palm glowing brilliantly. 9 fiery dragons roared forth, instantly engulfing Ming Peng within the searing blaze of crimson gold. His body carbonized and disintegrated at a visible pace. Ultimately, he transformed into a cloud of ash that scattered into the ether. Ming Peng was no more. Such ruthless incineration. Fortunately, Lei Mo had just fled, Otherwise, the spectators were left in shock at the unfolding scene, gasping in horror. Each individual cast fearful glances at Yi Fan upon the platform, their expressions filled with dread. Even the ninth among the 10 prodigies of the imperial city met a similar fate. To dare challenge me, this is your consequence. Yi Fan turned, his sword pointing where none dared to meet his gaze. His blood-stained robe billowed in the wind, the sound echoing like thunder throughout the square. On the 36-foot platforms, many a soul averted their eyes from Yi Fan, fearful of drawing the attention of this harbinger of death. Desiring vengeance, Yao Zhong clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Just as he prepared to leap onto the platform to avenge Ming Pong, Yi Fan, who was circulating the sun scripture, suddenly erupted in resplendent golden radiance. Sunlight flowed around him like a river, forming a golden cocoon upon his skin. Astonishingly, the injuries sustained from the battle with Ming Pong healed at a visible rate, even the blood at the corner of his mouth rapidly drying. What? Did Yi Fan not just consume a medicinal pill? It must be the solar divine body. His solar divine body allows him to recover not only his spiritual energy, but also his wounds in sunlight. My heavens, during the day, Yi Fan is invincible. A wave of astonished exclamations swept across the arena. Yao Zhong, who had intended to take the stage, stiffened, his sinister gaze shifting towards the main stand. At that moment, Qin Zhao's expression darkened, subtly shaking his head. Yao Zhong understood and abandoned his thoughts of slaying Yi Fan. However, his participation in the Junlin banquet would clearly not be satisfied with just a 6-foot platform. He leaped instead to another 10-foot platform. As for the others on the 6-foot platforms, they dared not challenge Yi Fan any longer. Who would risk annihilation by provoking this deathly figure? This situation is becoming dire. Wan Zhan, seated at the Wan family table, remained visibly troubled as he observed Yi Fan on the platform, his anxiety deepening. What is becoming dire? Wan Miaoyan, hearing this, tilted her head, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, looking at Wan Zhan with confusion. Currently, it seems no one dares to battle Yi Fan again. Is this not a positive development? He can secure a place among the top 10 of this Junlin banquet. Yet, Yi Fan's ambition lies within the top 3. Wan Zhan sighed heavily, his voice low and somber. Today, Fanere's performance is indeed astonishing. Alas, this young man refuses to heed advice, evidently planning to progress beyond this point. Having taken the stage 5 times, in contrast to others who have fought no more than 3, Wan Yaoyan followed Wan Zhan's gaze, her brow furrowing unconsciously. At this moment, the other 9 individuals on the 10-foot platform were either meditating or standing with their hands clasped behind their backs, with the maximum having fought 3 battles and the minimum not having fought at all. According to the rules of the Junlin feast, once this round concludes, Yi Fan's ranking will undoubtedly be the lowest among the 10. To ascend from the last position to the top 3 is akin to reaching for the heavens. Wan Zhan suddenly called out, his voice resonating with authority, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Head of the family, Wan Shun, seated among the Wan family, hastily rose, momentarily bewildered by the sudden summons. Wan Zhan directed him, take a few people and attempt to ascend the 6-foot platform, then challenge the other 9 on the 10-foot platform, excluding Yi Fan. Wan Shun was taken aback, hesitating to comply. As one of the most outstanding prodigies of the Wan family's younger generation, he felt reasonably confident about reaching the 6-foot platform. However, challenging those on the 10-foot platform was a daunting task, for each of the 9, aside from Yi Fan, surpassed him in strength. Do not seek victory. Wan Zhan's piercing gaze bore into Wan Shun's heart. Do not seek victory? Wan Shun froze, his brow furrowing in confusion. If victory was not the goal, why instigate such challenges? Do you not understand? Wan Miaoyan, having grasped Wan Zhan's intent, cast a sidelong glance at Wan Shun and explained, you merely need to ensure that the others engage in several more bouts. Wan Shun comprehended, his expression darkening. So, it was all for Yi Fan. Initially, winning 1 or 2 matches might be manageable, but as the number of encounters increased, they would inevitably draw scrutiny. By then, those on the 10-foot platform would certainly be prepared. No one would tolerate being toyed with. They might strike hard as soon as the challengers stepped onto the stage. Wan Zhan intended to pave the way for Yi Fan at the cost of their own lives. Act within your abilities. Sensing Wan Qin's apprehension, Wan Zhan reiterated. Focus on 1 or 2 individuals, ensuring that their encounters exceed 5. Yes, Wan Qin knelt, his hands trembling as he clasped them in salute. Though unwilling, he had no choice but to comply. With that, he leaped from the viewing platform, accompanied by 4 young talents of the Wan family. They had all intended to participate in the Junlin feast, albeit not so early in the competition. The Junlin feast unfolded with fervor. Yi Fan, seated cross-legged on the 10-foot platform, basked in the sunlight, resembling a war god forged of gold, undisturbed by any challenges. Wan Shun fulfilled his mission, successfully ascending the 6-foot platform. With no time for further adjustment, he unhesitatingly leaped into the higher battleground, choosing as his opponent the recently ascended Yao Zhong. According to Wang Zhan's strategy, he only needed to concentrate on challenging 1 or 2 individuals. Among the 9 individuals who occupied the Tinzhong platform, aside from Yi Fan, Yao Zhong was one of the trio with the most combat encounters, boasting a record of 3 battles. Unlike the others, he did not seize the Tinzhong platform from the outset. Challenging me? A fool's errand. Yao Zhong abruptly opened his eyes, a chilling glint flashing within his pupils. Rising slowly, the spiritual energy surrounding him surged like a tidal wave, scattering the dust upon the battle stage. The rules of the Junlin Banquet, which ranked participants based on the number of battles fought, were designed to allow the celestial talents to determine the temporary rankings post this round. The greater the number of encounters, the more one is perceived as the weakest on the Tinzhong platform in the eyes of challengers. As the third ranked among the 10 luminaries of Taiyuan, Yao Zhong certainly did not consider himself the weakest among the 10. Thus, when Wan Qin issued a challenge, his displeasure was palpable. Chapter 103. How many are there? Enough to kill? With a swift motion, Yao Zhong flipped his right hand, and a shimmering long sword materialized within his grasp. As the blade trembled, a fierce streak of light sliced through the air like lightning, aimed directly at Wan Qin's face. Wan Qin, anticipating the move, lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his figure retreating like a drifting leaf. Just as the blade was about to graze his nose, he executed a sudden backward lean, propelling himself off the battle stage like an arrow released from a bow. Clang! Yao Zhong's blade struck the empty air, leaving a 3-inch deep gash upon the platform. When he looked up in astonishment, he found Wan Qin had landed gracefully on the ground, nonchalantly brushing off the dust from his sleeves. What are you doing? Yao Zhong's forehead throbbed with fury, his hand trembling slightly with the grip on his sword. I made a mistake, Wan Qin shrugged, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Before he could finish his sentence, he leaped onto a nearby 2-zhong platform. For the 6-zhong platform he had just vacated had already been claimed by another. This was a common occurrence at the Junlin Banquet. Made a mistake? Yao Zhong narrowed his eyes, his expression shifting between anger and incredulity. At that moment, the divine pattern array, which had just dissipated with Wan Qin's departure, flared to life once more. Upon turning, he saw another individual appearing at the opposite end of the battle stage. You two made a mistake? Yao Zhong's voice escalated, the long sword in his hand emitting a piercing hum. Laughing in rage, he thought, do you take me for a fool? Is this charade by the Wan family amusing? While it was plausible for one person from the Wan family to err, the appearance of yet another individual from the same family on the stage suggested a deliberate scheme. The Wan family was evidently intent on inflating his battle count. With renewed resolve, Yao Zhong did not hesitate this time. Before the blade even reached its target, the fierce sword energy had carved deep furrows into the ground. However, the young disciple of the Wan family was also prepared. At the instant the blade approached, he executed a nimble somersault, gracefully leaping off the stage, leaving Yao Zhong standing alone, his sword pointed at an empty space. Humph! Yao Zhong, unfazed by this, swiftly turned around after his failed strike. With a sharp gaze, akin to that of a hawk, he scanned behind him. Sure enough, another scion of the Wan family ascended the stage. Without allowing the opponent a moment to steady himself, his figure leapt forth like a specter. The long blade sliced through the air, tracing a mournful arc of light. Alas, the expression of the Wan scion shifted drastically, his retreat faltering by a heartbeat. Boom! The blade's radiance cascaded like a waterfall, blood splattering in all directions. A severed head soared high, while the headless corpse retained its backward stance, ultimately crashing heavily onto the arena floor. Ants! Yao Zhong wiped the blood from his blade, his cold gaze sweeping towards the Wan family's seats. He was curious to see how many from the Wan family remained. Would there be enough for him to slay? Dad! Wan Miaoyan, witnessing the gruesome demise, furrowed her brow and glanced at Wan Zhan. In response, Wan Zhan remained silent. He had foreseen this scene unfolding. Fortunately, by this time, Yao Zhong had already engaged in 6 battles. The Wan family had no further need to challenge him. The tableau on the stage was fully visible to the spectators in the stands. The Wan family's actions, utilizing the rules of the Junlin Banquet, were not without justification. However, they regarded such conduct with disdain. Only Duan Tianshu's eyes glimmered with insight. Gui, a single glance conveyed more than 1,000 words. Gui rose abruptly, surveying the esteemed talents of Yunin Kingdom behind him, his voice resonating like thunder. Esteemed ones, it is time to demonstrate the prowess of Yunin Kingdom to the Taiyuan dynasty. As one of the 4 vassal states, the talents of Yunin Kingdom were not merely spectators at this banquet. Although only 10 top talents would take to the field, their past achievements were remarkable. Nearly all had ascended the Taiyuan rankings, with half reaching the 6-zhong platform, and some even aspiring to conquer the Tinjiang pinnacle. Duan Tianshu evidently intended for Gu Yi and his compatriots to emulate the actions of the Wan family. However, unlike the Wan family's few, Gu Yi and his companions possessed genuine prowess. If they were to battle, it would be a true contest. As the talents of Yunnan Kingdom descended to the stage, the other vassal states no longer remained passive observers. The Junlin banquet intensified, swiftly approaching midday. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Fan sat upon the Tinjiang platform, basking in the fierce midday sun. Suddenly, a thunderous roar, reminiscent of the earth shaking and mountains quaking, interrupted his meditative state. The violent clash of spiritual forces echoed like thunder, causing his brow to furrow slightly. During his time in seated contemplation, although a few challengers had attempted to confront the defenders on the other Tinjiang platforms, most had failed to withstand even 10 strikes. Some, recognizing their inferiority, retreated in time, while others were slain on the spot. Now, hearing this commotion, it was clear that the skirmish was extraordinarily intense. Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes, turning his gaze toward the source of the sound. Upon recognizing one of the combatants on that Tinjiang platform, his eyes involuntarily flashed. This individual, whom he recognized, was none other than the renowned prodigy of the Cloud-Hidden Kingdom, Di Wuming. How could this fellow be so formidable? Yi Fan's expression momentarily froze, instinctively straightening his posture. Astonished by Di Wuming's prowess, clutching a long sword of deep crimson, the blade entwined with an eerie, blood-colored energy, every strike emanated waves of sanguine light. A palpable aura of lethal intent enveloping the arena. His opponent, a prodigy ranked 8th among the 10 talents of Taiyuan, was now being relentlessly pushed back by Di Wuming, his protective energy exhibiting several fissures. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted from another section of the Tinjiang platform. Glancing over casually, Yi Fan's eyes flickered with surprise. Chun-Li? Upon observing Chun-Li more closely, he discerned that this individual was also quite exceptional. In contrast, Gu Yi and Du Rufing's performances appeared somewhat lacking. Once ranked 2nd and 3rd on the Tianbang of Tianwu Academy, they now fell short of Chun-Li's display. Although both had ascended the platform to challenge the defenders, they barely managed to endure 10 exchanges before succumbing, ultimately forced to retreat from the Tinjiang stage. Boom, boom, boom. Moments later, Di Wuming triumphed over his adversary, driving the 8th-ranked prodigy from the Tinjiang platform. Chun-Li's opponent, though not among the 10 talents of Taiyuan, was by no means weak. Yet, under Chun-Li's fierce onslaught, he gradually found himself in a precarious position. Within a mere 30 exchanges, he was bested by Chun-Li. Could it be? A thought flickered in Yi Fan's mind as he raised his brow. Both Chun-Li and Di Wuming had once ventured into the inner space of the Nine-Dragon mysterious coffin array, ultimately escaping the royal tomb of the Cloud-Hidden Kingdom. It was likely that they had acquired the legacies of the royal ancestors within that space. Though their cultivation had not ascended, their combat prowess had surged dramatically, leading to their current supremacy. No wonder Duan Tianshu chose not to bring his confidants, but instead included these two in the Taiyuan imperial city. Another hour passed, and the sounds of combat on the platform gradually diminished. Esteemed guests, Qin Shao remarked, seeing that no one else was stepping onto the stage. A subtle smile graced his lips as he slowly rose, his resonant voice imbued with profound spiritual energy resonating throughout the venue. The first phase of the Junlin banquet comes to a close. All 130 prodigies upon this stage are now entered into the Taiyuan ranking. With a flourish of his sleeve, he cast the Taiyuan ranking into the air. As it unfurled, radiant golden light cascaded down upon the 130 individuals on the platform. Chapter 104. When the moon rises, we shall discuss our standing again. Above, the Taiyuan ranking radiated a brilliant golden glow. A luminous barrier stretched across the void, slowly unfurling. 130 names sparkled like stars upon its surface, each accompanied by a prominent ranking number. I am actually only ranked 40th? How infuriating. The first place, as expected, belongs to him, Emo Lin Yuan, the foremost among the 10 talents of Taiyuan. This time, only 5 of the 10 talents of Taiyuan made it into the top 10. Gazes across the platform and the audience converged upon the Taiyuan ranking. In an instant, a tide of discussions surged throughout the venue. 6th. It is 6th. Wan Yaoyan suddenly grasped Wan Zhan's sleeve, her delicate fingers excitedly pointing towards the luminous screen. Her bright eyes reflected the two characters Yi Fan, and her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. At this moment, Wan Zhan also wore a satisfied grin, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes relaxing. This ranking surpassed his expectations. Ascending from 6th to 3rd was indeed far easier than clawing one's way up from 10th. The efforts of Wan Chun and others had yielded some results, proving not to be in vain. Of course, this was not without the assistance of the people from Yunnan Kingdom. Yao Zhong, witnessing his own position as seventh, fixated his venomous gaze on Yi Fan like a snake ready to strike. The cold gleam of his long knife flickered ominously. He thought to himself, "Do not presume that being temporarily ranked sixth means you are truly sixth. Soon, I shall erase your name from the Taiyuan list." Sixth? Yi Fan languidly stretched, the daylight sword casually resting on his shoulder as he cast a sidelong glance at Yao Zhong, his eyes brimming with mockery. "I certainly do not believe that my current temporary sixth place signifies my true standing, for my aspirations have never been limited to merely sixth. As for your intention to have my name expunged from the Taiyuan list, you might not even have the opportunity." Arrogant. Yao Zhong's blade trembled, radiating murderous intent. Yet, he quickly quelled his anger, opting for silence. Soon enough, he would demonstrate his prowess in battle. Nothing is more persuasive than strength. Heh. Yi Fan spoke not out of arrogance. Di Wuming and Chun-Li ranked 8th and 9th, respectively. Soon, one of them would face Yao Zhong in combat. He sensed that neither of the two was inferior to Yao Zhong. Esteemed guests, the second phase of the Junlin banquet is upon us. Qin Shao's clear voice resonated once more, instantly overshadowing the clamor of the crowd. Everyone turned in unison, their gazes fixating on the main stage, where he gently adjusted the jade belt at his waist, his dark python robe shimmering faintly under the setting sun. The order of the top 10 rankings. Qin Shao wore a knowing smile, his gaze subtly gliding over Yi Fan before he tilted his head up towards the still high-hanging sun. "When the moon rises, we shall discuss the outcomes. Those currently among the top 10 may take a moment to recuperate." This is troubling. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan's expression shifted. It was aimed at Yi Fan. Wang Yaoyan bit her lower lip lightly, her brows furrowing in concern. The time until sunset and moonrise was merely 2 hours. Most of the top 10 had not undergone arduous battles. Why require such a lengthy respite? Allocating 2 hours under the pretense of allowing the 10 to rest was, in reality, a deliberate scheme targeting Yi Fan's solar divine body. As Qin Shao concluded his remarks, the individuals on the battle stage descended one after another. Yi Fan maintained an indifferent demeanor, strolling back to the Wan family's seating area. "Fanner," Wang Zhan pressed his hand on Yi Fan's shoulder upon his return, suggesting, "A sixth-place ranking is quite commendable. If Yao Zhong challenges you later, you may concede. This way, at worst, you can retain seventh." "Seventh?" Yi Fan chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "Do you believe my performance on the battle stage was insufficiently impressive, that I lack the capability to contend for the top 3? No." Wang Zhan suddenly intensified his tone, devoid of any hint of jest, exclaiming, "Your performance is truly remarkable. Were it daylight, I firmly believe you could contend for a top 3 position. But now, the 9th prince has scheduled the ranking battle for the night. What then?" Yi Fan remained unfazed, taking a step forward to seat himself comfortably. Leaning languidly against the back of his chair, a nonchalant smile graced his lips. "What then?" he echoed. Wang Zhan's eyes flickered with anxious fire as he gazed intently at Yi Fan, hoping for a more serious demeanor. "At night, your solar divine body. Do you think that without it, I stand a chance against Yao Zhong?" Yi Fan, sensing Wang Zhan's concern, could not help but chuckle. If Yao Zhong truly possessed the capability to defeat me, he would not have hesitated to challenge me earlier when the opportunity arose. His inability to conquer me in the light of day speaks volumes of his true strength. At night, I can just as easily vanquish him. "Do not be careless," Wang Zhan cautioned, furrowing his brows in thought. He wished to persuade Yi Fan further, but was halted by a raised hand from Yi Fan. "Father." Yi Fan suddenly turned his head, casting his gaze toward the distant seats of the cloud-hidden kingdom. "Just watch. Besides, I sense that Yao Zhong may not even have the chance to challenge me." Wang Zhan's massive frame stiffened as he followed Yi Fan's line of sight. The 8th-ranked Di Wuming and the 9th-ranked Chun-Li occupied their respective positions. Yi Fan elegantly raised his arm, pointing toward the Taiyuan rankings suspended in the air, inquiring, "I wonder if father had taken notice of them?" "Not particularly," Wang Zhan admitted, having focused all his thoughts on Yi Fan, leaving little time to observe others. He had only glanced at Wan Chun and a few others, yet he understood that those two had secured a place among the top 10, indicating their formidable prowess. "They are from the cloud-hidden kingdom," Yi Fan remarked with a light chuckle, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. "Are you suggesting that they will assist you?" Wang Zhan's gaze brightened with hope as he looked at Yi Fan. Previously, he had only known Di Wuming and Chun-Li as illustrious talents of the Taiyuan dynasty. Now, having noticed Yi Fan's focus, he realized the duo hailed from the cloud-hidden kingdom. In past imperial banquets, vassal states often showcased impressive talents. Even securing a position within the top 10 was not unheard of. However, historically, the top 5 spots had remained the exclusive domain of the Taiyuan dynasty's champions. He did not perceive Di Wuming or Chun-Li as threats to Yao Zhong. Yet, if they were to aid Yi Fan, they could undoubtedly wear Yao Zhong down. thereby enhancing Yi Fan's chances of victory in their inevitable confrontation. Perhaps, Yi Fan replied, cautious in his assurance, particularly regarding Chun-Li, whose past entanglements with him left him uncertain. He preferred to avoid trouble with Chun-Li, considering it a blessing if the latter did not seek him out. Yet, should Chun-Li dare to provoke him, he would show no mercy, seeking the man's life. Perhaps, Wan Zhan's brows furrowed with concern once more. Are you not also a citizen of the Cloud-Hidden Kingdom? Will they not assist you? With a casual chuckle, Yi Fan chose not to elaborate further, reclining against the back of his chair and closing his eyes to rest. As Wan Zhan observed Yi Fan's demeanor, his words faltered, and a deeper concern shadowed his gaze. Little did he realize that Yi Fan had already devised a strategy. Qin Shao believed that Yi Fan's combat prowess would falter under the cover of night? How laughable. The solar divine body could absorb sunlight, as well as moonlight. While the absorption of moonlight may not directly enhance combat strength, it could indeed augment his comprehension and perception. These attributes would serve as formidable tools in his nocturnal battles. Chapter 105. Chun-Li, the enigmatic sword technique. The setting sun bled crimson, its final golden rays silently retreating beyond the horizon. Yet, the fervent battle spirit on the Jingtian square showed no signs of waning. Rather, it intensified with the onset of night. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring the remnants of dust upon the combat stage. Attendants, wielding torches, wove through the stands like agile dragons, igniting bronze braziers one by one. The crackling bonfires surged to life, their red tongues licking the darkening sky, casting reflections of anticipation and gravity upon the faces of the onlookers. In the distance, the first sliver of moonlight pierced through the clouds. The silver glow, delicate as gauze, gradually unfurled across the square. The interplay of moonlight and bonfire created a tapestry of flickering shadows upon the combat stage. The hour had arrived. As the bonfire blazed, Qin Shao rose languidly, the golden threads of his black robe shimmering in the firelight. The first match of the top 10 contenders was about to commence, with the 10th-ranked prodigy taking the stage first. With a casual flick of his long fingers, he tossed a gilded talisman into the air. The talisman ignited spontaneously, transforming into myriad golden sparks. The power of the divine patterns rippled outward, enveloping the entire arena. A thunderous rumble shook the earth as 130 combat platforms began to shift. Some sank slowly, while others rose in succession, ultimately merging into a colossal combat stage measuring 100 feet in diameter. The ancient patterns etched into the bluestone surface gleamed with an ethereal blue hue under the moonlight, while 10 beast-headed statues at the edges exhaled spiritual flames. Suddenly, a figure darted through the darkness. Shi Liao stood at the center of the combat stage, hands clasped behind his back. His snow-white battle robe billowed in the night wind. This 5th-ranked prodigy of the Taiyuan 10 brilliance bore a countenance as grim as iron. The temporary ranking of 10th was a profound humiliation for him. Yet, in truth, he was fortunate. Among the 5 prodigies trailing him in the Taiyuan 10 brilliance, 2 had already perished, and the remaining 3 had failed to break into the top 10 at this banquet. To fight? Qin Shao gazed down upon Shi Liao on the combat stage, his voice a mere whisper, yet resonating like ice upon the ground. To battle, Shi Liao replied without hesitation, his voice booming like thunder, echoing throughout the square. I call upon Yunyin Kingdom, Chun-Li. A slight smirk graced Qin Zhao's lips as his gaze sliced through the seats of Yunyin Kingdom. With Shi Liao presently ranked 10th, he could only challenge the 9th. To ascend the ranks, he would have to confront each contender in turn, fully aware that this time, breaking into the upper echelons would prove a daunting task. Even the pursuit of one's 5th title is not without its challenges. Yet, standing upon the battlefield of the Junlin banquet, how could one entertain the notion of retreat? Go forth. Duan Tianshu slightly inclined his head, signaling Chun-Li. The kingdom of Yunying boasts 3 individuals among the top 10 of the Taiyuan rankings. A commendable achievement that pleases Duan Tianshu. However, a higher rank would further enhance the prestige of Yunying. In this battle, Chun-Li must also fight for his own honor. With a swift leap, Chun-Li gracefully landed on the edge of the arena. The competition for the top 10 in past Junlin banquets has been fierce, and today shall undoubtedly be no exception. Qin Shao suddenly raised his voice, seemingly reminding everyone present, including those who would soon take the stage, to exert their utmost efforts and not hold back, to deliver a splendid performance for the audience. The rules remain unchanged. Victory is determined by life and death, or by one party leaving the arena. Shi Liao glanced towards Qin Zhao's direction upon hearing his words. Qin Shao subtly nodded, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent. His implication was clear: kill. Among the top 10 of the Taiyuan rankings, the 4 major affiliated nations occupy 5 seats, leaving only 5 for the prodigies of the Taiyuan dynasty. Qin Shao felt a blow to national pride that he could not tolerate. especially with Yunying claiming 3 of those seats. What does this signify? A challenge to the Taiyuan dynasty? Understanding Qin Zhao's intent, Xi Liao's gaze sharpened, and a chilling light flickered in his eyes. A wave of murderous intent surged from him, causing the blood-red spear in his hand to tremble as if yearning for blood. Do you wish to kill me? Then do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Chun Li's expression darkened slightly as he extended his fingers, grasping his sword. The blade emanated a faint blue glow, radiating a chilling aura. Having already secured a place in the top 10, he had no desire to engage in further bloodshed. For he hailed from the kingdom of Yunying and wished to avoid offending the powerful of the Taiyuan. Yet, at this moment, faced with Xi Liao's unabashed murderous intent, the last remnants of his hesitation dissipated entirely. Ruthless under the sword? Ha! Xi Liao's laughter rang out, laced with sarcasm and disdain, as he pointed the tip of his spear directly at Chun Li's throat. Coldly, he declared, "Do I need you to show mercy?" Before his words had fully settled, he surged forward like a wraith. The spear transformed into a crimson thunderbolt, aiming straight for Chun Li's heart. Clang! Chun Li swiftly positioned his sword, accurately blocking the attack. In the next instant, the momentum of his blade shifted dramatically, his wrist twisted, and the sword spiraled along the spear shaft, its blue glow intensifying. The clash of their weapons sent forth blinding sparks. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, 30 exchanges had passed, with sword chi crisscrossing the arena and spear shadows soaring like rainbows. Chun Li's swordplay became increasingly elusive and inscrutable, each strike enveloped in a sinister chill. Meanwhile, Xi Liao's spear thrusts grew ever more frenzied, the blood-red spear shadows swirling like an enraged dragon, carving grotesque fissures into the arena floor. Damn it! After dozens of exchanges, Xi Liao had yet to gain any advantage, and fury surged within him. What was initially thought to be a simple task of slaying a formidable figure from a vassal state has now escalated into an insurmountable challenge. He finds himself unable even to suppress his opponent, let alone execute a fatal blow. The clash intensifies. With a thunderous roar, Xi Liao abruptly spins around. His spear, akin to a blood dragon emerging from the sea, thrusts forward with a devastating force aimed directly at Chun Li. Instead of retreating, Chun Li advances, expertly directing his sword to pierce precisely 3 inches from the spear's tip. The menacing spear, under the influence of this strike, dissipates like snow under the sun. What? Xi Liao's expression shifts to one of astonishment, nearly losing grip of his spear as he stumbles backward. A glint of cold light flashes in Chun Li's eyes as he lunges toward Xi Liao. Before he can close the distance, a chilling sword energy pierces Xi Liao's heart, sending a sharp pain through his skin. What is happening? Cold sweat beads on Xi Liao's forehead, his chest feeling as though it is being pierced by 1,000 needles. He frantically stomps the ground, retreating swiftly. Suddenly, he finds himself at the edge of the platform. Ah! A cry of pain escapes him as Xi Liao tumbles off the edge. He lands awkwardly, bracing himself with one hand before scrambling to his feet. Realizing his defeat, his face darkens momentarily. As the searing pain in his chest resurfaces, he hastily tears open his clothing. To his horror, he discovers the skin on his chest is marred by a web of blood vessels, as if countless invisible needles have mercilessly pierced him. Having secured victory, Chun Li stands with his sword at rest, coldly observing the disheveled Xi Liao below. How could this happen? How did Xi Liao lose? They appeared evenly matched. So how did it turn so suddenly? Chun Li's swordplay is indeed perplexing. The spectators, unable to comprehend the unfolding events, engage in animated discussions. Fascinating. Yi Fan, seated among the ranks of the Wan family, watches the battle intently, surprised by the scene before him. Although he has not fully grasped the intricacies at play, he has discerned the peculiar nature of Chun Li's sword energy. Incompetent. On the main platform, Qin Shao expresses dissatisfaction with Xi Liao's performance, but quickly regains his composure. He looks down upon Chun Li and declares loudly, "In this battle, Chun Li emerges victorious. Will you continue to fight? If so, your next opponent will be Di Wuming." Chapter 106. Night Battle at Yao Tomb. Is the divine body restricted? I shall not fight. Chun Li simply replies, sheathing his sword and turning away. He approaches the edge of the platform and leaps down. The spectators feel a twinge of disappointment, yet understand the reasoning. Both Chun Li and Di Wuming hail from the Cloud-Hidden Kingdom. With the top 10 already secured, there is no need for internal conflict. Di Wuming. Qin Shao is not surprised by Chun Li's decision. His gaze once again pierces through the crowd towards the section occupied by the Cloud-Hidden Kingdom, summoning the 8th-ranked prodigy to the stage. Once his words are spoken, all eyes turn to Di Wuming, who stands behind Duan Tianshu, his sword held close. His face, shrouded in shadow, is as sharp as a blade. Should he choose to fight, it will be against Yao Zhong. This battle promises to be a fierce contest between the prodigies of the Cloud-Hidden Kingdom and those of Taiyuan. Go. Duan Tianshu subtly inclines his head towards Di Wuming, instructing him to act within his limits and not to seek victory at all costs. Even if he cannot defeat Yao Zhong, he should strive to deplete his spiritual energy as much as possible. Di Wuming temporarily ranks 8th, while Yao Zhong holds the 7th position. In this battle, should Di Wuming face defeat, Yao Zhong will inevitably confront Yi Fan. If Di Wuming can deplete some of Yao Zhong's spiritual energy, it would enhance Yi Fan's chances in their ensuing clash. Yet, he suddenly lifted his head and proclaimed with a resounding voice, as if thunder had struck, startling Duan Tianshu into turning abruptly. Why refrain from battle? A fleeting glimmer of rare fury crossed Duan Tianshu's eyes. With your strength, you might not be unable to defeat Yao Zhong. Moreover, I have stated that victory is not imperative. Your Highness, Di Wuming's expression darkened as he coldly reminded Duan Tianshu. Have you forgotten the Emperor's decree? You. Duan Tianshu glared at Di Wuming, astonishment evident in his gaze. Duan Jiuxiao hopes for Yi Fan's demise within the Taiyuan imperial city, preferably at the hands of the Taiyuan royal family. Yet, at this moment, Duan Tianshu harbored no such intentions. He sought to utilize Yi Fan's momentum to preserve his own life, even to usurp the throne of the Yunnan kingdom. He was currently astonished that Di Wuming was also aligned with his father. Yao Zhong, under the orders of the 9th prince of the Taiyuan dynasty, would find it most advantageous to eliminate Yi Fan. Why should I expend my energy against Yao Zhong? Di Wuming's piercing gaze fixated on Duan Tianshu as he questioned. Does your Highness wish to defy the Emperor's command, to protect Yi Fan and secure the top position at the Junlin feast? Your Highness. Elder Chio's murky eyes gleamed with a cold light, his voice deep and thunderous, reminding Duan Tianshu. If Yi Fan perishes on the Junlin feast's arena, that would be his ultimate fate. His arrogance has drawn the ire of the Taiyuan prodigies, but that is of no concern to us. Indeed, Chun Li's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he nonchalantly remarked, if he wishes to survive, he could simply concede to Yao Zhong later. However, I suspect his penchant for seeking death will prevent him from yielding. Huh? Duan Tianshu remained silent, merely sneering coldly. If Yi Fan were to die, his own fate would be sealed, for he was the one who had brought Yi Fan to the Taiyuan imperial city. The Tianwu Academy would hold him accountable, and his father would surely place the blame upon him. Yet, he felt powerless to act. With Di Wuming disregarding his orders, what could he do? He could only hope that Yi Fan might surprise him. Fanner, Wan Zhan, seated at the Wan family's position, furrowed his brows due to Di Wuming's refusal to fight. Glancing at Yi Fan, why does Di Wuming not assist you in exhausting Yao Zhong? Not a concern. Yi Fan shrugged with a smile, glancing at the Yunnan kingdom's representatives. He was well aware of their desire for his demise within the Taiyuan imperial city. Thus, Di Wuming's choice to abstain from battle did not particularly astonish him. I still recommend, Wan Zhan began, but was abruptly cut off by a thunderous shout. Yi Fan. Yao Zhong's figure materialized in the center of the arena like a specter, his long blade aimed directly at the Wan family's position, its edge gleaming with a chilling light under the moon. Are you not coming down to fight? Are you so eager to meet your end? Yi Fan shrugged with a smile, rising leisurely. Walking leisurely towards the battlefield, each step was taken with unhurried grace, as if one were merely strolling through a familiar garden rather than approaching a life-and-death struggle. What is ink? With a tremor of his blade, Yao Zhong unleashed a surge of murderous intent, causing the ground beneath the arena to fissure ominously. If you fear death, you need only refuse to ascend the stage. There is no need for such delays. At this rate, you won't even witness the dawn. Do you truly wish for your demise? Yi Fan halted at the edge of the arena, gripping the daylight sword, its tip gently touching the ground, his voice calm to the point of eeriness. I believe I harbor no grievances against you or the Yao family, do I? Is it not permissible to simply dislike you? Yao Zhong snorted coldly, his murderous intent unabated. It is utterly unworthy to perish due to heeding erroneous commands. Yi Fan had already surmised that Yao Zhong acted under the orders of Qin Shao. Slowly lifting the daylight sword, he pointed it at Yao Zhong, ultimately warning him, before I strike, you still have a chance to survive. Otherwise, once this battle commences, suddenly, Yao Zhong interrupted, his long blade enveloped in an inky dark power, slashing down with ferocity. A vicious fissure, 3 yards long, instantaneously spread beneath Yi Fan's feet. Yi Fan's form moved with the lightness of willow fluff, the daylight sword carving a golden arc in the air. Nightfall's 10,000 layers. Yao Zhong grinned wickedly, pivoting to change his stance, his long blade weaving a tapestry of afterimages before him. In an instant, dozens of inky blade energies surged from all directions, each accompanied by a piercing wail, as if vengeful spirits from the netherworld were lamenting. Break. Yi Fan's wrist flicked, and the sword's momentum abruptly transformed into unyielding strength. One sword. As the sun rises, its light akin to dawn's first blush. The fierce clash of brilliant sword light against ominous blade shadows erupted into a cascade of sparks, illuminating the arena in a flickering dance of light and dark. Suddenly, Yao Zhong's figure trembled slightly, dark mist seeping from every pore of his body. It spread swiftly, as if alive, soon enveloping most of the battlefield. Only within a 5-step radius around Yi Fan remained a faint golden glow, steadfastly resisting the encroaching darkness. Your solar divine body. Yao Zhong's voice echoed menacingly from all directions. Laced with mockery, how much of its might can remain in the night? No sooner had he spoken than a dark blade energy pierced through the mist. To kill you is more than sufficient. Yi Fan deftly adjusted his sword, effortlessly dispelling the incoming blade energy. His stance remained unyielding, with only the fabric of his robe fluttering in the fierce wind. Such brazen words. The black mist churned violently, and Yao Zhong appeared like a specter, his long blade aiming directly for Yi Fan's throat. Dark erosion slash. Where the blade passed, even the moonlight was devoured, creating an eerie vacuum. Twilight's afterglow. Observing this, Yi Fan's sword intent shifted abruptly. The daylight sword erupted with a sanguine radiance, sweeping outward like a bleeding sunset. As the sword light passed, the black mist melted away like spring snow, tearing open a breach. Yet, mere moments later, more black mist surged from every direction, swiftly closing the gap once more. So it is. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened as he held the daylight sword across his chest. The golden radiance flowing along the blade appeared particularly dim amidst the encroaching black mist. No wonder Qin Shao chose the rise of the moon as the time for the top 10 contest. Not only to diminish his power, but also to enhance the strength of Yao Zhong. Under the cover of night, Yao Zhong, who cultivated dark powers, thrived like a fish in water. Chapter 107. Sword against Yao Zhong, the decisive battle at the arena. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several streaks of dark blades surged from the black fog. Though their might was not overwhelming, they were insidiously unpredictable. Yi Fan's wrist flicked adeptly, the sword's edge precisely parrying. The clashing of metal rang sharply through the darkness. Clang, clang, clang. Yao Zhong's relentless assault came like an unending tide, yet it maintained a peculiar rhythm, seemingly unhurried. Patiently awaiting an opportunity. Yi Fan. After a dozen exchanges, Yao Zhong's cold voice again echoed from the mist. This arena shall be your tomb. I shall grant you no chance of escape. Do you truly believe you can elude me? Yi Fan's expression remained casual as he suddenly stomped the ground. The sun's power surged, and the solar divine body was activated. A blaze of intense radiance erupted from him, transforming him into a torch igniting the night. Yet, the dense black mist writhed as if alive, gradually engulfing the dazzling light. In an instant, the brilliance surrounding Yi Fan was confined to a mere span of 10 feet. Unable to disperse the encroaching darkness. Haha. Yao Zhong's mocking laughter reverberated through the mist, brimming with the confidence of victory. In the dead of night, devoid of sunlight to absorb, your solar divine body is but a jest. Within my domain of dark erosion, it holds no significance. As he spoke, the black mist on the arena surged violently, as if a terrifying presence was awakening. Is that so? Yi Fan's lips curled slightly, golden light swirling in his eyes. Although the brilliance around him was suppressed by the mist, it had not been extinguished. The cool moonlight filtered through the gaps in the darkness, illuminating him. Yi Fan suddenly closed his eyes, concentrating as he began to absorb the moonlight cascading around him. In an instant, his awareness surged, rendering everything around him strikingly clear. The flow of the black mist, the quivering of the blades. Even the subtle sound of Yao Zhong's breath echoed like ripples within his consciousness. Found you. Yi Fan's eyes snapped open, his form darting forward like lightning, thrusting his sword towards a specific point in the mist. Where the sword passed, the dense darkness was rent asunder like fabric. What? Yao Zhong, hidden within the black fog, felt his pupils constrict as he hastily raised his blade to defend. Yet, this strike was too swift, too precise, leaving him no time to fully guard against it. Swish. The sword's edge grazed Yao Zhong's left shoulder, sending forth a spray of crimson. In agony, the black mist around him trembled violently, then retreated like a receding tide. The silvery moonlight once again bathed the arena, illuminating Yao Zhong's face, which was twisted in horror. Yi Fan has surprisingly shattered the abyssal erosion domain of Yao Zhong. How did he manage to locate Yao Zhong amidst the swirling black mist? Surely it cannot be mere fortune. The spectators in the stands wore varied expressions, each one astonished. Yao Zhong is the third among the 10 talents of Taiyuan, renowned for his formidable strength known throughout the royal city of Taiyuan. The abyssal erosion domain is particularly terrifying. Even the first and second of the 10 talents would struggle to breach it. In confronting Yao Zhong, one could only rely on sheer strength to gain a slight advantage. Yet, Yi Fan has directly dismantled the abyssal erosion domain. How is that possible? Yao Zhong gripped his shoulder wound tightly. Blood seeping through his fingers as he stared at Yi Fan, disbelief etched across his face. Who told you that the sun god body can only absorb sunlight? Yi Fan taunted, the tip of his sword flicking with a mocking curve at the corner of his mouth. Before the words had fully escaped him, the daybreak sword surged forward once more. Damn it! Yao Zhong gritted his teeth and swung his blade, attempting to counter Yi Fan's onslaught. However, with his shoulder injured, his combat effectiveness had significantly diminished. His strikes slowed, and the dark power he wielded became chaotic due to his injuries. As the sun rises, Yi Fan declared softly, the daybreak sword bursting forth with blinding golden light. The sword glimmered like the dawn breaking, aiming straight for Yao Zhong's heart. Clang! Yao Zhong barely managed to parry the strike, yet was thrown back, his palms cracking from the impact. His long knife nearly slipped from his grasp as he stumbled backward several paces. Before he could regain his footing, Yi Fan's second strike was already upon him. With the blazing sun overhead, the searing light of the sword loomed like a great sun in the sky, exerting overwhelming pressure that rendered Yao Zhong breathless. He hastily dodged, yet was still grazed by the sword's energy on his right leg, blood erupting like a fountain. Yao Zhong groaned, falling to one knee, cold sweat beading on his forehead. As he lifted his gaze to Yi Fan, fear finally glimmered in his eyes. Wait. Seeing Yi Fan raise his sword once more, Yao Zhong's bloodied hand shot forward in desperation, struggling to rise. However, his severed leg rendered him powerless, and he could only drag his wounded body backward. I concede. I can leave the arena. Now seeking mercy? Yi Fan halted the sword's edge, the moonlight casting a chilling shadow on his stern visage. His footsteps echoed through the desolate square like a death knell. Too late. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword's edge suddenly shifted. The daybreak sword fell like a shooting star, aiming directly for Yao Zhong's throat. No. Yao Zhong's pupils contracted as he instinctively raised his blade to block. Yet, Yi Fan's wrist twisted lightly, and the sword's tip slithered past the blade like a cunning serpent. It deftly evaded Yao Zhong's defense, plunging precisely 3 inches into his heart. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the night, as Yao Zhong clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground. Yi Fan withdrew his sword coldly, a crimson rain splattering forth, cascading in the moonlight like blooming red plums. You shall not die well. Yao Zhong howled in a distorted visage, his knees crashing heavily onto the arena floor. Yi Fan scoffed disdainfully, the daybreak sword sweeping outward. Yao Zhong, unable to withstand the blow, saw his head soar high into the air. As it fell upon the arena, it left behind a glaring trail of crimson. In an instant, the atmosphere became eerily silent. Only the night breeze, tinged with the scent of blood, brushed past the nostrils of every onlooker. Yi Fan, with his sword poised, allowed droplets of blood to fall from the blade, their brilliance heightened under the moonlight. After casting a cold glance at the corpse of Yao Zhong, he turned and strode towards the center of the arena. Next, Yi Fan directed his gaze towards Qin Xiao in the main spectator's stand, softly uttering a challenge. His voice, though not loud, cut through the air like a chilling wind, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Qin Xiao clenched his fists, a tempest of fury brewing within him. Yet, his countenance remained inscrutable. In stark contrast, those seated in the Yao family section gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with rage, unable to conceal their murderous intent. Remarkable. Qin Xiao applauded lightly, a smile gracing his lips, his voice as refined as jade. In this battle, Yi Fan triumphs. Will there be another? Are you deaf? Yi Fan showed no deference to Qin Xiao, suddenly exclaiming with a thunderous challenge. The audience erupted into an uproar at this audacity. How could Yi Fan speak so brazenly to His Highness, the Ninth Prince? Was he not provoked by the prince? Such insolence. It was as though he had a death wish, mistaking the Ninth Prince for the heirs of their own Yunnan kingdom. Amidst the clamor, Wan Zhan felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At this moment, he too believed Yi Fan was being excessively arrogant. Having just dispatched Yao Zhong, how could he dare provoke Qin Xiao? This was the Taiyuan dynasty. The royal family were the lords of Taiyuan. As the sole prince, Qin Zhao's esteemed position should not be trifled with. Chapter 108. Another victory, securing the top 5. What do you propose? Qin Xiao raised a hand to quell the noise, his smile unwavering. I have spoken next. Yi Fan's demeanor was defiant, his voice sharp enough to pierce the air. What do you mean? Do you not understand? Asking me if there will be another battle is superfluous. A hollow chuckle escaped Qin Xiao, though beneath his facade lay a heart encased in ice. I invite the current 5th-ranked prodigy, Qianmo from the Thunder Sound Nation. Among the 4 subordinate nations, 5 prodigies occupied the top 10, with 3 hailing from Yunnan Nation. The remaining 2 were Qian Mo of the Thunder Sound Nation and Yin Zhu from the Crimson Flame Nation. On paper, Qian Mo was the second genius of the Thunder Sound Nation, with the title of first genius belonging to Lei Mo. Yet, in truth, Qian Mo's prowess surpassed that of Lei Mo, who was lauded more for his status as the prince of the Thunder Sound Nation than for his true strength. Kill him. Lei Mo growled, his face twisted with rage from his seat within the Thunder Sound Nation. It was Yi Fan who had robbed him of a position in the top 10. Had he not fled the arena in time, he might have perished at Yi Fan's hands. Qian Mo offered no response to Lei Mo, descending onto the arena like a specter. He stood as still as a pine tree, his black robe undisturbed by the night breeze. When he finally lifted his gaze, he emanated the formidable aura of a 9th-tier Xuanhuan realm practitioner. The oppressive aura of demonic power surged forth like a tidal wave, causing the air above the arena to stagnate. Does Limer wish for you to kill me? Yi Fan inquired, regarding Qian Mo with keen interest. He had previously encountered the individual at the royal post station, silent and reserved, lacking the flamboyance of Xuanhuan. This subtlety led him to believe that Qian Mo was far from ordinary. Indeed, Qian Mo's voice emerged, raspy as gravel, his words succinct to the point of discomfort. As he slowly raised his hand, 5 fingers emanated an eerie, purplish-black, demonic energy. I shall show no mercy to those who seek my demise. Are you certain? Yi Fan asked with a smile, though a sense of curiosity stirred within him. He detected no murderous intent from Qian Mo. Was it that he bore no intent to kill, or was it merely concealed? Qian Mo offered no reply, instead lifting his foot lightly onto the battlefield. Suddenly, the ground beneath them was etched with arcane purple-black demonic runes. With a gentle push of his right palm, the demonic energy transformed into 9 chains that sliced through the air. Wherever the chains passed, even the moonlight appeared twisted and corrupted. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly raised his sword, his form moving like lightning as he swept the blade in a horizontal arc, golden crow pursuing the sun. The fierce sword energy manifested as a 3-legged golden crow, crashing violently against the demonic chains. The clash produced a piercing shriek, as the demonic and sword energies dissolved into one another. Devil's celestial phenomenon. A glint of demonic light flashed in Qian Mo's eyes as his palms came together in prayer. The ground's runes blazed with intensity, and a colossal demonic apparition arose behind him, its 6 arms descending like razor blades. Setting sun's afterglow. Yi Fan advanced rather than retreating, his sword intent shifting abruptly. The sanguine light of his blades spread like the evening glow, colliding fiercely with the demonic figure. The resulting shockwave fractured the arena's surface like spiderwebs. Both combatants staggered back 3 steps, their garments rustling in the aftermath. The audience held their breath, captivated by the duel, unable to discern a clear victor. Yi Fan's prowess had been demonstrated in previous battles, and Qian Mo's ability to contend with him revealed his substantial skill. His position among the top 5 was no mere stroke of luck. All present eagerly anticipated the third exchange between the two. At that moment, Qian Mo abruptly withdrew, the waves of demonic energy receding like a tide. I concede. His gravelly voice resonated clearly throughout the arena. Yi Fan, poised to unleash a third strike, hesitated at the unexpected declaration. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Qian Mo's lips, yet he offered no further explanation. Before Yi Fan could process the turn of events, Qian Mo turned and leapt from the stage. Is he conceding just like that? Yi Fan gazed at Qian Mo's departing figure, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. With this victory, he had solidified his place within the top 5, while Qian Mo was relegated to 6th. It seemed Qian Mo did not particularly care about the rankings, preferring not to expend energy competing against him. Why did he not eliminate him? Rage simmered in Limer's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the returning Qian Mo. The voice, suppressed to a near whisper, could not conceal the fury within. You cannot kill him. Qian Mo's expression remained indifferent, not even sparing a glance at Lei Ma. You haven't even exerted your full strength. Lei Ma seized Qian Mo by the collar, his tone sharp with reprimand. He understood well that Qian Mo's prowess would not allow for an easy defeat. Even if I give it my all, I cannot slay him. Qian Mo allowed Lei Ma to grip his collar without resistance. If I cannot kill him, depleting his spiritual energy is still advantageous. Lei Ma, filled with discontent at Qian Mo's demeanor, gritted his teeth and declared, at night. His solar divine body cannot absorb sunlight to recover spiritual energy. If you can exhaust enough of his strength in this battle, he will surely perish in the next. Suddenly, Qian Mo smiled, though faint. It sent an inexplicable chill down Lei Ma's spine. What are you laughing at? Lei Ma's frustration intensified upon witnessing Qian Mo's amusement. Unhurriedly, Qian Mo retorted. Has it not occurred to you, Your Highness, that if I drain too much of his spiritual energy in this battle, he may choose not to fight again? Lei Ma's gaze darkened as he loosened his grip on Qian Ma's collar. He began to perceive the validity in Qian Ma's words. Yi Fan held the initiative as the challenger. Should he expend too much spiritual energy, he would lack the capacity to continue fighting. Perhaps he would refrain from challenging those who ranked above him. Seated in the main spectators area, Qin Zhao's expression fluctuated between shadow and light. Behind him stood a tall figure, unnoticed until now. Mo Linyuan. Qin Zhao's voice emerged. Soft as a whisper. Your Highness. Mo Linyuan inclined his head slightly, his profound gaze reflecting Yi Fan's figure on the arena. He had anticipated Qin Zhao's intentions upon his summons to this place. Help me kill him. Qin Zhao's eyes remained fixed on Yi Fan, as if he were observing a doomed soul. Perhaps. Mo Linyuan's lips curled into a knowing smile. He has no opportunity to challenge me. Currently, he ranks 5th. To contest with me, he must win 3 battles. I have instructed Yanyu. He will clear the way. Qin Zhao slightly turned his head, a flicker of ruthlessness glimmering in his eyes. Yanyu, ranked 4th among the 10 talents of Taiyuan. This time at the Junlin banquet, he is also 4th. Yi Fan possesses the strength to slay Yao Zhong. Qin Zhao believed that Yanyu would not be Yi Fan's match. Thus he had not prepared to summon Yanyu to kill. Mo Linyuan raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what of Xiaohua and the man from the Qiyan kingdom? Yanju from the Qiyan kingdom is also unlikely to be Yi Fan's opponent. Qin Zhao redirected his gaze to the arena, his tone growing chillier. As for Xiaohua, it would be best if he could slay him. If not, it falls to you. Mo Linyuan asked again. But if he secures a spot in the top 3 and chooses not to continue challenging, what then? I do not believe he would relinquish the challenge while still possessing the strength to fight. Qin Zhao's eyes darkened. After a pause, he continued. Should he truly abandon the challenge, I will have no choice but to eliminate him outside the Junlin banquet. After this, there is no need for your intervention. You merely need to inform me whether you can assist me in eliminating him at the grand banquet. Chapter 109. Seizing the top of the Taiyuan list, a trivial task. If he dares to challenge me, I shall surely slay him. Mo Linyuan understood, a smile gracing his lips, his voice laced with chilling intent. That's splendid. The white jade wine cup in Qin Zhao's fingers caught the moonlight, the scarlet liquid swirled within. He tilted his head back and drained the cup, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he swallowed. In this battle, Yi Fan triumphed. In the next battle, setting down the white jade cup, Qin Zhao rose slowly to announce, his gaze sweeping towards the Yin family's seats. Yanyu, do you accept the challenge? Hey, Yi Fan suddenly called out, the tip of his sword lightly tapping the ground. This exclamation was casual to the point of nonchalance, as if beckoning a passing servant. What? Qin Zhao turned to him, forcing a smile onto his face. Have you made an error? Yi Fan tilted his head, a playful smirk adorning his lips. You haven't even inquired whether I intend to continue my challenge. Instead, you ask if Yanyu is prepared to fight? Is it that you do not comprehend the protocols of the grand banquet? If you are unable to host properly, perhaps someone else should take your place. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those in the stands shifted to one of peculiarity. Yi Fan's reluctance to leave the stage was evidently a declaration for another battle. His deliberate provocation was aimed at humiliating Qin Zhao. What grudge could possibly warrant such disdain? Huh? Qin Zhao, enraged to the point of laughter, suppressed the fury boiling within. Gazing at Yi Fan, his voice turned disturbingly gentle. Then may I inquire, do you wish to fight again? Yes. Yi Fan pivoted his sword, producing a piercing sound against the ground. Excellent. Despite knowing that Yi Fan was merely toying with him, Qin Zhao maintained his composure, casting his gaze once more towards the Yin family's seats. And you, Yanyu? 4th, I concede. Yanyu, seated within the Yin family, slowly opened his eyes. His voice as cold as ice. Haha, don't even mention conceding. Yi Fan mocked, directing his sword at Yanyu. I have already slain Yao Zhong, the 3rd of the Taiyuan 10. Do you think I require your concession as the 4th? The children of the Taiyuan imperial family are so obsessed with their pride. If you fear death, just admit it, don't speak of concessions. It's laughable, impudent, utterly impudent. Just because you possess a modicum of skill, you dare to act with such arrogance? Xuanhuan, is this the disciple you have taught? As these words left his lips, the stands erupted in a cacophony of outrage. Yi Fan's remarks had insulted the esteemed families of Taiyuan Imperial City, particularly the Yao and Yin families, who were seething with fury. Xuanhuan's face turned ashen, unable to respond to the barrage of accusations. This fellow, Wan Miaoyan, wore a look of exasperation, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. There is no need for a war of words. Qin Zhao waved his sleeve, his profound spiritual energy quelling the tumultuous clamor. Yanyu's decision to abstain from combat was his prerogative. With Yanyu opting out, Yi Fan would ascend to 4th place if he were to battle again. It would be against the prodigy of the Qihuan nation, Yanju. Yanju of the Qihuan nation? At the mention of this name, Yi Fan's eyes involuntarily glimmered. Suddenly, His gaze swept towards the seats occupied by the people of the Crimson Flame Kingdom. It was none other than the formidable figure named Yin Feng from the Crimson Flame Kingdom, who had stealthily infiltrated the Yi family in the imperial city of Yun'an at midnight to harm his father. Yi Hai. Now, this Yin Ju, sharing the same surname and hailing from the same kingdom, could very well be related to that Yin Feng. Countless eyes in the stands were fixed upon the Crimson Flame Kingdom's seats. Members of various prominent families clenched their fists, their eyes ablaze with fervent anticipation. They fervently hoped that someone would step forward to teach Yi Fan a lesson, even if that individual were a prodigy from the Crimson Flame Kingdom. Wan Zhan and Wan Miao Yin equally awaited the next battle. Should Yi Fan emerge victorious, he would secure a place among the top 3. According to the prior agreement, Yi Fan was expected to withdraw. The pivotal third contest was to be against the prodigy of the Crimson Flame Kingdom. This scenario was certainly preferable to battling against the prodigies of the Tai Yuan dynasty. Not fighting, slowly lifting his head, Yin Ju, clad in a crimson robe, extinguished the flames dancing at his fingertips as he uttered those 2 words. The action was decisive, as if he had reached a firm resolution. Not fighting? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. As his gaze shifted to the other side, he noticed Duan Tianshu from the Yun'an kingdom wearing a serene smile. Seemingly unsurprised by Yin Ju's refusal, it appeared that Duan Tianshu had a significant connection with the Yin family of the Crimson Flame Kingdom. Yin Ju's abstention from the fight was likely a result of Duan Tianshu's directive. Good, good, good. Wan Zhan suddenly burst into hearty laughter, his previously tense body finally relaxing as he leaned back against his chair. Yi Fan, you may return now. Wan Miaoyan abruptly rose, calling out to Yi Fan on the battle stage. With Yin Ju's refusal to engage, Yi Fan had effectively secured 3rd place. Achieving this rank with a cultivation level at the 6th stage of the Xuanhuan realm was indeed a remarkable feat at this moment. Yi Fan still stood on the battle stage, sword in hand, as if he had not heard Wan Miaoyan's call. What are you still doing standing there? Wan Zhan, witnessing Yi Fan's apparent desire to continue fighting, grew anxious and stood up, glaring at him. 3rd place is sufficient, more than enough. Foster father. Yi Fan turned, a playful smile gracing his lips as the tip of his sword lightly touched the surroundings. Look around, aside from the Wan family. How many eyes are eagerly anticipating my continuation? They are hoping for your demise. Wan Zhan shouted in anger at Yi Fan's playful demeanor. His broad chest heaved violently, as if he would charge onto the battle stage at any moment. How could that be? Yi Fan chuckled softly, surveying the crowd, taking in every astonished or furious expression. The Junlin banquet was, after all, a ground for prodigies to clash. The various families from the Tai Yuan and the 4 affiliated nations had gathered here to witness the true battle of prodigies. If I were to leave now, would I not be betraying the expectations of the starlit heavens and the hopes of all present? Do you still aspire to claim the top spot in Tai Yuan? Wan Zhan's voice trembled with a mix of surprise and anger. Yi Fan, truly growing increasingly greedy. What? Do you believe that attaining the 3rd position in the Junlin band was too effortless? The pride of the Tai Yuan dynasty is nothing remarkable. Yi Fan smiled nonchalantly. Yet within the depths of his eyes ignited a chilling battle intent. Seizing the pinnacle of the Tai Yuan list would be but a mere formality. I propose that we take this top position with ease. On the path of martial arts, the strong grow stronger while the weak grow weaker. Unless a fortuitous opportunity arises. Change is arduous. Being listed on the Tai Yuan list grants one the qualification to partake in the examinations of the Taichu Dao sect. However, differing rankings yield varying treatment during these evaluations. The higher the ranking, the more favorable the treatment. Excelling in the examination leads to superior resources upon entering the sect. His true opponent was never those on the Tai Yuan list, but rather the current vice sect master of the Taichu Dao sect, Luo Feiyu. Thus, it is imperative to strive for a higher ranking. Arrogant. Outrageous. Do you truly think that the Tai Yuan dynasty has no one? Yi Fan's brazen words provoked a tidal wave of scornful retorts. Suddenly, a figure clad in white, like a startled swan, swept across. Xuanhuan gracefully landing on the opposite end of the arena. His pristine white robe remained unblemished, yet his handsome features were now shrouded in a somber expression. He had initially intended to wait for Qin Xiao to inquire before making his appearance, but he could no longer contain himself. Chapter 110, 7th Stage of Xuanwu Realm. Solar Sword Intent. You still wish to claim the top position? Xuanhuan pointed his sword skyward, and the autumn water-long sword erupted with a blinding cold light. Today, let me show you what true heights and depths entail. As he spoke, the air within a 3-zhang radius crystallized into intricate ice shards. Under the moonlight, it refracted a spectrum of cold brilliance. His form moved like lightning, and his sword strikes were relentless. Each sword aimed directly at Yi Fan's vital points. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Fan wielded the sunlight sword, his movements as light as willow fluff, effortlessly evading Xuanhuan's lethal strikes. The sparks from their blades colliding illuminated the night like shooting stars. Is this all you are capable of? Yi Fan's lips curled into a smirk, easily navigating through Xuanhuan's tempestuous onslaught. Humph! Xuanhuan scoffed, and behind him, sword energy surged like a tidal wave. In an instant, the sword energy solidified into hundreds of icy long swords, each tip exuding a biting chill. Go! Xuanhuan directed his sword forward, and the multitude of ice swords soared through the air, accompanied by a piercing whistle. Where the sword rain passed, even the moonlight seemed to freeze into icicles. Quite interesting. Yi Fan smiled slightly, as the sunlight sword radiated a dazzling golden glow. With a nimble leap, he soared into the air like a dragon. Blazing inferno. As the sunlight sword swept across, a fan-shaped wave of flames erupted. The scorching sword energy collided with the icy sword rain, instantaneously generating a billowing mist. Within the storm of intertwining ice and fire, Xuanhuan's fierce visage became vaguely discernible. He never anticipated that the deadly technique he had painstakingly cultivated could be so effortlessly countered. Boom! The remnants of the fiery wave surged forward, violently crashing against the hastily erected ice shield of Xuanhuan. The shield shattered, and Xuanhuan staggered back, retreating 7 steps. Each step left deep, icy footprints upon the stage. At this moment, Yi Fan gracefully descended, the tip of his sword lightly touching the ground. The scorching sword energy melted the surrounding frost entirely. Amidst the rising vapor, a smirk of derision played upon his lips. Who truly underestimated the heavens and the earth? Do not rejoice too soon. Xuanhuan barked coldly, his right sleeve bursting as he gripped his sword. Blood-red patterns emerged upon his arm, blood flowing forth and converging towards the sword he held. The once clear autumn water longsword instantly transformed into an eerie blood-red hue. Frost Heaven's fatal sword. Xuanhuan thrust the sword into the ground with both hands, and the entire arena was swiftly enveloped in a thick layer of ice. Countless ice spikes erupted from beneath Yi Fan's feet, each radiating a sinister crimson glow. With a whoosh, Yi Fan leaped back urgently, yet one of the ice spikes still grazed the hem of his garment. In an instant, the torn fabric froze into shards that cascaded down. Now, that is more like it. A surge of battle intent ignited in Yi Fan's eyes, but he soon saw Xuanhuan's figure vanish into the icy mist. In the next heartbeat, 7 streaks of blood-red sword light assailed him from various angles simultaneously. The chilling aura reached him even before the blades did, slowing his movements considerably. Clang! Yi Fan barely managed to parry the first strike with his sunblade, but his palm was immediately injured. The second and third strikes followed in quick succession, forcing him to retreat step by step. The barrier at the edge of the arena vibrated ominously, as if on the verge of shattering. Thud! The fourth strike finally breached his defenses, leaving a gaping wound on Yi Fan's left shoulder, deep enough to see bone. Before the blood could flow, it was frozen into a blood crystal, the biting cold rapidly spreading through his veins. Kill him, kill him. Let him understand the might of the Tianjiao of Taiyuan. I am eager to see how this fellow continues to be arrogant. The spectators in the stands were filled with pent-up frustration. Previously, they had fumed at Yi Fan's advantage. But now, with his injury, they erupted in cheers. Now do you comprehend the disparity? Xuanhuan's figure flickered in the icy mist, his voice dripping with cruel delight. The sword tip turned lightly, and the final 3 streaks of sword light suddenly converged into one, transforming into a blood-red ice sword, lunging straight for Yi Fan's heart. Humph! Yi Fan let out a cold snort, a flash of crimson light flickering in his eyes. The scarlet glow upon the sun blade abruptly transformed into a blood-red sunset. As the blood-red ice sword charged toward him, the sword unleashed the brilliance of a setting sun. Boom! With a terrifying roar, ice crystals scattered through the air. Before they could touch the ground, they were incinerated into swirling mist by the intense heat. At that moment, Yi Fan's aura became erratic. The frozen blood crystal at his shoulder began to melt rapidly. Transmuting into wisps of crimson mist, it was gradually absorbed by his body. At this moment, Xuanhuan, seated among a multitude, abruptly rose, his tiger-like eyes gleaming with joy. Suddenly, a resounding roar akin to a surging river erupted from within Yi Fan, whose previously depleted spiritual energy now boiled over, radiating a blinding golden light from every pore. Qin Xiao, possessing the striking countenance of a 7th-tier Xuanwu realm warrior, wore a face as dark as water, his eyes swirling with barely contained fury. The shockwave generated by the breakthrough crashed forth like turbulent waves, causing Xuanhuan to be unexpectedly pushed back 3 steps. At this juncture, the brilliance of the daylight sword seemed to recede significantly. Yet, the latent sword might was akin to the blazing sun at noon, seemingly tranquil, yet harboring the terrifying power capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas. As Yi Fan brandished his sword, an eerie silence enveloped the entire battle platform. The daylight sword emitted a melodious hum, unleashing a fierce and pure sword intent from within Yi Fan, rising like the sun at dawn, unstoppable in its momentum. Xuanhuan, with her delicate fingers pressed to her crimson lips, reflected in her beautiful eyes a scene that sent shivers down one's spine. Within a 3-meter radius around Yi Fan, the space began to warp as countless tiny golden specks materialized from the void, encircling him like stars worshipping the sun. Sword intent. Mo Linyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his icy gaze. Despite his own breakthrough, he was still merely at the 7th tier of the Xuanwu realm. How could he comprehend sword intent? Sword intent represents a manifestation of willpower, which is a prerequisite for achieving the Earth Martial realm. Typically, only practitioners at the 9th tier of the Xuanwu realm could grasp the concept of willpower. This was no ordinary sword intent. Qin Shao murmured, his gaze fixated. The sword intent emanating from this individual was the sun's sword intent. Attribute sword intent? A murderous intent flashed in Mo Linyuan's eyes, as tumultuous waves surged within him. To comprehend attribute sword intent at the 7th tier of the Xuanwu realm, such talent surpassed his own. Willpower is divided into fundamental willpower and attribute willpower. It is not that attribute willpower is inherently superior to fundamental willpower, but it offers far greater possibilities. Many martial artists initially grasp only fundamental willpower, gradually refining it into attribute willpower during their training. Cases like Yi Fan S, who comprehends attribute willpower right from the start, are relatively rare. To possess the sun's sword intent, this individual's talent is truly formidable. Xuanhuan is now utterly incapable of contending with Yi Fan. Who could have anticipated that he would comprehend attribute sword intent at this moment? The spectators erupted in gasps of astonishment, their voices swelling like a tide. Xuanhuan's lips twitched in discontent, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness in the face of Yi Fan. Chapter 111. The Soul Choice, Strive for the Top. Xuanhuan. Mo Linyuan's figure shot forth like a blade unsheathed, instantly appearing below the battle platform. Coldly addressing Xuanhuan, he commanded, "You are no match for him. Step aside and allow me to take over." At this moment, Xuanhuan had yet to depart from the arena. The entire arena remained shrouded in a mystical array. Mo Linyuan could only stand by, awaiting Xuanhuan's descent. Am I not his match? Xuanhuan seemed to feel the sting of Mo Linyuan's words on his pride. His previously trembling arms suddenly tensed, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes. Who dares to declare me unworthy? Only through combat can one ascertain the truth. With a roar, he abruptly slashed his right arm. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, pooling once more around the sword in his grasp. The autumn water longsword erupted with a blinding crimson light. Frost Sky's deadly sword. Xuanhuan bellowed as he plunged the blood-soaked sword into the ground. Intent on repeating his previous feat, "You shall not escape. Your chance has slipped away." Yi Fan slowly raised his sword, his movements appearing languid. Yet, an inescapable pressure emanated from him. Empowered by the sun's sword intent, the brilliance of the daylight sword suddenly retracted. As Yi Fan swung his sword, it transformed into a delicate, blood-colored beam of light. Wherever the sword light passed, the ice spikes that were about to erupt from the ground suddenly melted away. No, this is impossible. Xuanhuan's eyes widened, disbelief flooding his expression. His ultimate technique had not even been successfully unleashed, yet Yi Fan's seemingly casual swordplay had effortlessly neutralized it. Huh. Yi Fan glanced at Xuanhuan, scoffing as he shook his head. Even now he dares to be dazed? The dying rays of the sun erupted into a blood-red sword light, striking with lightning speed. Xuanhuan barely had time to react before a startled cry escaped his lips. Lowering his gaze, he found that his chest had been pierced by the sword light. More terrifying was the searing pain radiating from the wound. "You." Xuanhuan struggled to lift his gaze, meeting Yi Fan's mocking stare. In that moment, he finally comprehended the formidable power of will. "Perish." Yi Fan uttered coldly, the sword's edge shifting. The searing sword energy surged forward, crashing into Xuanhuan. His body was instantly torn apart, transforming into a torrential downpour of blood that fell upon the arena. With a thud, Xuanhuan's head landed at Mo Linyuan's feet. His expression darkened, and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified like never before. As he slowly raised his head to meet Yi Fan's gaze, the air momentarily froze. Another has fallen. In the stands, one spectator stared vacantly at the glaring bloodstain on the arena, muttering softly. This unconscious whisper rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up waves of shock. Damn it. Is Yi Fan specifically targeting the prodigies of my Taiyuan dynasty? First Pei Yan, then Ming Peng, Yao Zhong, and now Xuanhuan. For out of the 10 outstanding figures of Taiyuan have perished at his hands. Members of various noble families either wore ashen faces or seethed with rage. Glances brimming with murderous intent shot toward Yi Fan on the arena, like arrows piercing the air. Qin Xiao, seated at the main viewing platform, was engulfed in an icy aura of vengeance. Whether it was Ming Peng, Yao Zhong, or Xuanhuan, their fates were all intertwined in this moment of reckoning. All actions were executed under his command, aimed at eliminating Yi Fan. Yi Fan's slaying of these individuals was clearly a demonstration of his power. While Xuanhuan was astonished by Yi Fan's prowess, a sense of unease crept over him. The celestial beings Yi Fan had vanquished were backed by formidable families that could rival the Wan clan. Xia, Ming, and Yao families were all esteemed lineages, equally powerful as the Wan clan. Wan Yaoyan also recognized this reality, her delicate fingers twisting the fabric of her sleeve. Do you think that after the Junlin banquet, the Xia, Ming, and Yao families will? Xuanhuan interrupted her, sighing deeply. At this juncture, Fanner has but one choice. What choice? Wan Yaoyan inquired, her face still etched with concern. To secure the first place at the Junlin banquet and ascend to the pinnacle of the Taiyuan list. Xuanhuan's voice was low, his eyes glinting with determination. Only by attaining the top position at the Junlin banquet will the illustrious families of Taiyuan regard him with caution. The Taiyuan dynasty is one of the 3 great dynasties under the influence of the Taichu Dao sect. Each Junlin banquet draws the attention of the Taichu Dao sect, and the individual ranking first on the Taiyuan list will inevitably come under their scrutiny. An unexpected demise could provoke the ire of the Taichu Dao sect. However, the second place on the Taiyuan list does not enjoy such privilege. The world remembers only the first. The second is often forgotten, regardless of how closely their strength resembles that of the first. Wan Yaoyan followed Xuanhuan's gaze to the figure of Mo Linyuan standing at the edge of the battle platform, who was currently observing Yi Fan with an expression of cold detachment, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Xuanhuan sighed again, stating, even if he secures the top spot on the Taiyuan list, it will merely instill fear among the families of the imperial city, preventing them from taking overt action. Yet, secretly, are you not coming up here? Yi Fan's voice boomed across the battle platform, akin to a thunderclap, sending a tremor through the hearts of the onlookers. He stood with the sun blade in hand, pointing it directly at Mo Linyuan below the platform, his every gesture rife with provocation. In the face of this taunt, Mo Linyuan remained surprisingly calm, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. He floated up gracefully, as if bearing an immense weight with ease. His toes barely grazed the surface of the battle platform, leaving not a speck of dust disturbed, his hands clasped behind his back, embodying an air of arrogance. Let me see how much stronger you, the first among the 10 elites, are compared to the second. Yi Fan lightly adjusted his sword, keenly observing his opponent before him. He had sensed the intent to kill emanating from Mo Linyuan even when he was on the platform's edge. As he had stated earlier, he would show no mercy to those who sought his life. The only response he would offer was death. I can eliminate you in 3 moves. Mo Linyuan's right hand slowly extended forward, and a pitch-black long sword materialized out of thin air. The blade bore no embellishments, yet it radiated an unsettling aura of lethal intent. With a whoosh, the dark sword energy surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly enveloping the majority of the battle platform. Subsequently, a pure essence of sword intent began to coalesce around him. Sword intent. Yi Fan sensed the sword intent emanating from Mo Linyuan, and his eyes involuntarily flickered. At last, he comprehended the source of Mo Linyuan's unwavering confidence. Among the 10 talents of Taiyuan, he was the sole individual to grasp the power of will. However, unlike Yi Fan, he had comprehended the fundamental sword intent. First move, Shadowless. Mo Linyuan's voice emerged, tranquil as a cold pool. In an instant, his pitch-black long sword surged forth, vanishing with astonishing velocity. The moment the sword's edge pierced the air, the entire space seemed to be cleaved apart. There was no flamboyant display of sword light, only a line of purest blackness. Incredibly swift, Yi Fan's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately swept his daylight sword across. Empowered by the essence of solar sword intent, the flames roared forth with even greater ferocity than before. The fan-shaped inferno surged, yet upon contact with that black line, it was abruptly bisected. A sudden shock gripped Yi Fan's heart, compelling him to evade sideways. The sword's edge grazed his cheek, drawing forth a trail of blood. Chapter 112. The outcome of this battle remains uncertain. Good. Kill him. Ha ha ha. This brat has finally reached his limit. Let him be arrogant for a while longer. Mo Linyuan can take his life with a single strike. As Yi Fan sustained injuries, the cheers from the stands surged like a tidal wave. The spectators fixated on the arena, as though they could already envision Yi Fan's blood spilling on the ground. Mo Linyuan had grown even stronger. Wan Zhan's expression darkened. His gaze locked onto Mo Linyuan's sword tip, filled with deep concern. Wan Miaoyan's face turned ashen as she anxiously turned to Wan Zhan, her voice trembling slightly. Father, will Yi Fan? Right now, we can do nothing. Wan Zhan sighed heavily, a flicker of struggle crossing his eyes. He could only hope that Yi Fan would timely recognize his deficiencies and retreat from the arena. Yet, should he do so, he would inevitably settle for second place in the Taiyuan rankings. To settle for second place might invite retribution from the great families of Taiyuan. But if he continued to fight, Mo Linyuan's sword would truly claim his life. Before Yi Fan stood what seemed like a deadlock. On the arena, he raised his hand to gently touch his cheek. His fingertips brushed against the warm blood. As he lowered his gaze, a sudden smile broke forth. In his laughter, there was neither fear nor panic. Instead, it carried a hint of perilous mockery. You dare. Yi Fan's wrist flicked, and the daylight sword resonated with a vibrant hum, the sword light swirling like a blazing inferno. You dare to mar this handsome face of mine. Now, you have truly provoked my ire. Second move. No return. Mo Linyuan's expression remained impassive, showing no intention of acknowledging Yi Fan. The sword's momentum shifted abruptly, the pitch-black longsword tracing a perfect arc in the air. Wherever the sword's edge passed, the air was brutally severed, leaving behind a shadowy crescent. This strike appeared slow, yet it harbored an oppressive force that could suffocate. It was as if even time itself had come to a standstill beneath the sword's edge. Yi Fan focused intently, daring not to exhibit even a hint of carelessness. He suddenly stepped forward, the sword's edge carving a crimson rainbow through the air. As the three-legged golden crow spread its wings, it clashed violently against the dark arc of the sword. A blinding radiance erupted, and a torrent of air surged across the entire arena. The spectators instinctively squinted, raising their hands to shield their eyes. Amidst the tumultuous waves of energy, Yi Fan was forcefully propelled backward, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground. Struggling to regain his balance, he noticed the gash in his palm had burst open, blood gushing forth and dripping onto the arena's surface. The sunblade slipped from his grasp, embedding itself deeply into the earth, its blade still trembling with residual energy. Without even a sword, how can he fight? If he doesn't flee, he is surely doomed. The crowd erupted in laughter at the sight of Yi Fan's injury and the loss of his weapon. The expressions of Wan Zhan and Wan Miao grew increasingly grim. Third strike. Lifeless. A murderous intent flickered in Mo Linyuan's eyes as he stepped forward, his figure seemingly merging with the sword. Pure sword intent spread like a tide. A mere straightforward thrust sent chills down Yi Fan's spine. Yi Fan gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and thrust his right palm forward. The golden mark in his palm radiated brilliantly as 9 fiery dragons roared forth. Boom! The blazing 9 dragons' spirit fire instantly engulfed Mo Linyuan, only to explode violently, transforming the entire arena into a sea of flames. In the next moment, numerous sword lights emerged from the inferno, wreaking havoc and extinguishing the fierce flames. As the smoke dissipated, Yi Fan was seen kneeling on one knee, his robes tattered and his body drenched in blood. Yet, the fierceness of battle in his eyes burned even brighter, akin to a star set ablaze. In contrast, Mo Linyuan remained standing, hands clasped behind him, though a fine crack now marred the dark long sword hidden at his back. Yi Fan was nearing death. On the Union Kingdom's seat, Xuanhuan wore a cold smirk, his eyes glinting with malicious delight. Indeed, Mo Linyuan was formidable. Di Wuming's expression was inscrutable, his gaze sharp as daggers fixed intently on Yi Fan. Should Yi Fan perish beneath Mo Linyuan's sword, it would be no disgrace. Such an end could be deemed his finest fate. What nonsense about a finest fate? Chun-Li scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. Dead is dead. No matter how extraordinary Yi Fan's talent, once he is gone, he is nothing. Whether he dies at Mo Linyuan's hand or another's, there is little distinction. Not just these few, everyone was convinced of Yi Fan's inevitable demise. Mo Linyuan was indeed the foremost among the 10 talents of Taiyuan, wielding an unadulterated sword intent and a return to basic swordsmanship. Any prodigy of the Xuanhu realm would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. The outcome of this battle remained uncertain. Suddenly, Duan Tianshu spoke. His voice soft yet resonant like thunder. His profound gaze never wavered from Yi Fan's figure. Oh, Xuanhuan turned his head, a mocking smile etched upon his wrinkled visage. Does His Highness truly believe that Yi Fan still possesses a path to survival? With no sword in hand and unable to stand firm, how could he possibly claim victory? Duan Tianshu let out a cold laugh, slowly pivoting his head, his sharp gaze piercing like a blade directed at Xuanhuan. When my third brother met his demise, was not old Xiu present? Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan's smile abruptly froze. Duan Tianshu's gaze returned to the arena, and he murmured, Yi Fan killed my third brother by harnessing the power of his life soul. Yet, as the banquet of dominion progresses, he is yet to unleash his life soul. Life soul? Qiu Sanqi's brow furrowed deeply, a flicker of dread flashing across his murky eyes. Unconsciously, he cast his gaze towards the blood-soaked figure on the stage. The scene of Duan Tianya's tragic demise resurfaced in his mind. Duan Tianya was a practitioner of the Earth Martial Realm, his prowess undoubtedly surpassing that of Mo Linyuan. Yet, on that day, he still fell at Yi Fan's hands. Yi Fan's life soul is peculiar, capable of suppressing his opponent's cultivation. Qiu Sanqi had experienced this life soul power firsthand. In battles between masters, victory or defeat often hinges on a fleeting moment. Even a brief moment of suppression could enable Yi Fan to turn the tide. You are no more than this. Mo Linyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his chin slightly raised, eyes glimmering with condescension. Yi Fan slowly straightened, his blood-stained robe billowing in the wind. Suddenly, he extended 3 fingers, his voice hoarse yet resolute. 3 moves. What? Mo Linyuan's expression faltered, a hint of perplexity flashing in his eyes. Yi Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a grin tinged with iron. Who is it that assuredly proclaimed they could slay me in 3 moves? Now 3 moves it shall be. Huh. Mo Linyuan's pupils constricted, followed by a disdainful sneer. As he gradually lifted his ebony sword, pointing it directly at Yi Fan's throat. Your strength indeed exceeds my expectations. To withstand 3 moves from me is commendable. However, can you endure the 4th? The 4th move? Haha. Yi Fan suddenly erupted into laughter, then abruptly ceased, his gaze turning razor-sharp as he declared, Now, it is my turn, is it not? Chapter 113. Tell me, who is the foremost on the Taiyuan list? Just based on you? Mo Linyuan's eyes swept over the sword embedded at the foot of the arena, shaking his head in derision. You currently possess no sword. Or do you intend to rely on the 9 dragons' spiritual fire under your command? This fire, though potent, ultimately does not make you a true fire cultivator. Sword cultivators wield the power of sword intent, while fire cultivators command the strength of fire intent. Yi Fan comprehended the sun's sword intent. His prowess as a sword cultivator is not to be underestimated. However, he has yet to grasp the essence of fire intent. How formidable can he be using the 9 dragons' spiritual fire? Without a sword, I can still defeat you. Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smirk as he coldly articulated his words. As his declaration lingered, his body suddenly trembled. The power of his life soul surged forth from within him. The phantom of the heaven-suppressing monument gradually materialized behind him. Life soul. Mo Linyuan's expression shifted dramatically, his grip on the sword tightening involuntarily as he fixated on the ethereal image of the Xintian Bei. A look of astonishment emerging in his eyes for the first time. You are merely in the Xuanhuan realm, yet you have awakened your life soul. This is indeed your true trump card. The realization struck him, and Xuanhuan realm warrior had astonishingly awakened a life soul. The prowess of Yi Fan's martial talent was undeniably formidable, having concealed his life soul until this very moment. The audience on the viewing platform gasped as they beheld Yi Fan's life soul manifest. Qin Zhao's brow furrowed, a sense of concern for Mo Linyuan creeping in. Wan Zhan and Wan Miaoyan exchanged glances, a flicker of anticipation gleaming in their eyes. The suspense that had been lost suddenly returned. Mo Linyuan was destined to fail. Duan Tianchu's lips curled into a slight smile as he reclined leisurely against his chair. Qiu Sanqi remained silent, his furrowed face a canvas of fluctuating emotions. On the battle stage, Yi Fan did not respond to Mo Linyuan's words. He slowly spread his right hand, revealing a brilliant scarlet gold mark that flared to life. 9 fiery dragons danced upon it, emanating a terrifying power of flame. Mo Linyuan's brow furrowed deeply as his pitch-black sword emitted a faint hum. He paid little heed to the 9 dragons' spirit fire. His gaze fixed intently on the Xintian Bei. Heavenly Dao. Suppress. Yi Fan roared, his voice resounding like thunder. The Xintian Bei behind him trembled violently, its inscriptions lighting up in succession. A formidable pressure descended, momentarily freezing the very space of the battle stage. Mo Linyuan's eyes darkened, feeling an invisible force pressing down upon him. The surging spiritual power within him abruptly stagnated, the aura of the 9th stage of the Xuanhuan realm receding like a tide. Not good. Mo Linyuan's complexion paled, revealing a look of terror. The veins in his sword-wielding hand bulged, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Before Yi Fan made his move, Mo Linyuan had envisioned countless possibilities. He could never have anticipated that the Xintian Bei could suppress his cultivation level. At that moment, Yi Fan unleashed a devastating palm strike. The sound of a dragon's roar reverberated as 9 fiery dragons, engulfed in flames, surged forth. The searing heat instantly scorched the ground of the battle stage to a fiery red. Damn it! Without hesitation, Linyuan leaped backward, slashing his sword to conjure a dark barrier before him. The fiery dragons collided with the barrier, erupting in a deafening roar, their momentum undiminished. They continued to surge toward Linyuan with ferocity. Utilizing the rebound force, Linyuan retreated like a wraith, narrowly escaping the edge of the battle stage at the last possible moment. Onlookers in the stands stood up nervously, their eyes fixed on the scene. Once they focused, they saw Yi Fan standing solitary on the battle stage, while Linyuan had fallen off, his sword deeply embedded in the ground to support his body. Half of his robe had been incinerated by the flames, revealing charred scars upon his exposed skin. Linyuan had been defeated. One strike had reversed his fortunes. How peculiar that Linyuan had suddenly faltered. The crowd, perplexed, knitted their brows in confusion. The intricate array of divine patterns on the battle stage isolated the inside from the outside. The crowd in the stands felt the immense pressure of the heavenly Tao suppression, rendering them incredulous at the scene before them. Qin Xiao squinted, acutely aware of the abrupt decline in Linyuan's spiritual power, a shadow flickering in his gaze as he realized it was a suppression of cultivation. Wan Miaoyan's beautiful eyes were filled with shock and confusion as she turned to Wan Zhan beside her, her voice trembling with inquiry. What just happened? Fanner's life soul is quite peculiar. Wan Zhan's thick brows furrowed, his intense gaze fixed on Yi Fan's proud figure standing on the battle stage. Complex emotions flashing in his eyes. Is it because of his life soul? Wan Miaoyan's lips parted slightly, disbelief etched across her exquisite features. Regardless, Wan Zhan suddenly broke into a smile, his tense shoulders relaxing as a look of relief illuminated his eyes. This outcome is indeed favorable. Ah, you actually let him escape. In the center of the battle stage, Yi Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, tilting his head slightly, a playful smile gracing his lips. The ethereal image of the heavenly suppression monument spun slowly behind him, emanating an oppressive aura. He looked down at Linyuan from a lofty height, his eyes brimming with mockery. Though he had failed to eliminate Linyuan, he felt a tinge of disappointment. If he were to blame anyone, it would be himself for having played too carelessly. Sustaining some injuries had caused him to be slightly slower in his attack. Had he used his sword earlier, Linyuan would undoubtedly have met his demise. Nevertheless, the act of killing Linyuan was not of utmost concern to him. Never mind. Yi Fan chuckled softly, shaking his head, and suddenly his gaze shifted toward the main stand, a broad smile appearing as he addressed Qin Xiao amidst the crowd's attention. Hey, what are you waiting for? Qin Xiao's expression stiffened, his brow furrowing involuntarily. You still dare to preside over the Junlin banquet? How unprofessional. Yi Fan exaggeratedly spread his arms, then stood tall, his voice booming like thunder, resonating throughout the venue. Linyuan has been defeated. Tell me, who is the champion of the Junlin banquet? Who tops the Taiyuan list? As the audience listened to Yi Fan's brazen proclamations from the battle stage, their lips twitched uncontrollably. Indeed, Yi Fan's martial talent and strength were formidable, yet his demeanor was excessively arrogant. With a grim expression, Qin Xiao, despite Yi Fan's provocation, could only gradually rise to announce, the champion of this Junlin banquet is. Suddenly, a shadow darted across like a specter, appearing instantaneously in the center of the battle stage. Yi Fan's expression shifted slightly as he instinctively took a half-step back. The audience exchanged glances, unfamiliar with this unexpected guest. Who are you? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes at the unfamiliar young man in black robes, sensing the dangerous aura emanating from him, his expression growing serious. He had just employed the power of heavenly Tao suppression, and he had no more trump cards left. The one who intends to kill you. The young man in black smirked, exuding murderous intent. As his words fell, a terrifying pressure from the Earth Martial realm surged toward Yi Fan. Qin Zhao's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, yet he chose to remain silent. Impudent. With a sharp rebuke, Wan Zhan swiftly positioned himself before Yi Fan as he departed from the combat platform. His imposing figure stood like an unyielding bastion, absorbing the oppressive force directed towards them. The youth in the black robe cast a disdainful glance at Wan Zhan, raising an eyebrow as if to question his audacity to obstruct him. Do you dare to stop me? Do you even know who I am? Chapter 114. The Luo Clan, the foremost among the 13 clans of Taichu. Bah! Yi Fan poked his head out from behind Wan Zhan and unabashedly retorted. You ask who I am without revealing your own identity, and now you question my guardian? How amusing. The black-robed youth possessed formidable skills, having reached the third stage of the Earth Martial realm. Yet, before Wan Zhan, he was utterly incapable of stirring any turmoil. My name is Luo Xinhao, proclaimed the youth with a proud chest, deliberately slowing his speech as if anticipating the astonished reactions of the crowd. I haven't heard of you, Yi Fan remarked, digging into his ear with a look of disdain, tilting his head in feigned contemplation. Where did you emerge from? Some remote valley. Luo? Xuanhuan's brows suddenly knitted together, a flicker of astonishment crossing his fierce eyes as he scrutinized Luo Xinhao. Could it be that you hail from the Luo family of Luotian City? Ah, it seems you are not entirely uninformed, Luo Xinhao replied with a mocking smile, lifting his chin in triumph. Indeed, I am from the Luo family of Luotian City. But why would a member of the Luo family seek to harm Yifan? Has Yifan offended them? As the identity of Luo Xinhao became clearer, a ripple of agitation spread through the stands. Xuanhuan's expression shifted to one of deep concern. His brow furrowed. Oh no. In the stands, Wan Miaoyan's eyes widened in shock, her lips trembling slightly. As one of the few privy to Yifan's past involving Qin Yimo, she quickly deduced the intruder's intentions. He was undoubtedly sent by Luo Feiyu. What does the Luo family of Luotian City want? Yifan sensed the atmosphere shift, gently tugging on Xuanhuan's sleeve, confusion clouding his gaze. He failed to connect Luo Xinhao with Luo Feiyu, simply assuming they coincidentally shared a surname. After all, one was from the Luo family of Luotian City, while the other was the young master of the Taichu Dao sect. They seemed unlikely to intersect. The Luo family is one of the 13 clans of Taichu. Xuanhuan's rough hand instinctively clenched, lowering his voice as he explained to Yifan. The leader of the Taichu Dao sect is also from the Luo family of Luotian City. Really? Yifan's brows shot up, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He abruptly turned, his sharp gaze slicing towards Luo Xinhao. If the leader of the Taichu Dao sect is indeed from the Luo family, then the young master Luo Feiyu must also belong to them. It follows that Luo Xinhao is undoubtedly sent by him. Is it that old coot? Yifan thought, his icy gaze sweeping across the stands, finally fixing on Pei Xian, who was seated with a sinister smile. Only a select few were aware of his past with Qin Yimo, and Wan Miaoyan had remained tight-lipped, never mentioning it even to Xuanhuan. Qin Xiangru. It is inconceivable that he would divulge this matter to Luo Feiyu. The only possible source of this leak is Pei Xian. Knowing who I am, why do you not leave? Luo Xinhao arrogantly raised his chin, his black robe billowing without wind. Xuanhuan's thick neck revealed veins as he frowned and inquired of Luo Xinhao. My adopted son should not have offended the Luo family of Luo God City, correct? Is he your adopted son? Then you have found yourself in a predicament, Luo Xinhao scoffed, flicking his sleeve and casting a disdainful glance at Xuanhuan. Fortunately, he is merely an adopted son. Now, sever your ties with him, and the Luo family shall not pursue past grievances. Xuanhuan's brows knitted tightly, his expression fluctuating between dark and light, his broad back slightly hunched, as if suddenly burdened by an immense weight. Yifan had just claimed the top position on the Taiyuan ranking at the Junlin feast, showcasing formidable talent and potential, bringing glory to the Wan family. As long as he lives, he is bound to grow and perhaps assist the Wan family in ascending to new heights. Must one truly abandon such an opportunity now? Luo Xinhao, lacking patience, narrowed his eyes at Xuanhuan, a cold smile gracing his lips. You should think carefully. Yifan's gaze remained fixed on Xuanhuan's silhouette, choosing silence. He was neither intimidated by Luo Xinhao nor the Luo family. He merely wished to witness the choice his adoptive father would make. Father. Wan Miaoyan's red lips trembled, her eyes brimming with anxiety and hope. Fully aware that if Xuanhuan did not protect Yifan today, Yifan would be in peril. Xuanhuan breathed heavily, each inhalation seemingly draining his entire strength. Finally, after a suffocating silence, he slowly raised his head. Yifan has already sworn allegiance as my adopted son. Xuanhuan's grave expression met Luo Xinhao's mocking gaze. His voice was hoarse yet resolute. Therefore, I cannot abandon him. To dare to stand against the Luo family of Luo God City, you truly possess audacity, Luo Xinhao remarked, momentarily taken aback before erupting in a piercing laugh. Huh? Do you truly believe you can protect Yifan? Just as his words fell, 3 piercing sounds broke through the air from the heavens. 3 figures streaked across the sky like meteors, hovering above the battle platform. The heavenly martial realm? Yifan's gaze sharpened upon seeing the trio. To traverse the sky is a skill only attainable by those in the heavenly martial realm. Xuanhuan's complexion turned ashen, his fists clenched tighter. As the head of the Wan family, his cultivation was not low. However, he was merely at the first tier of the heavenly martial realm. Against 3 heavenly martial realm warriors, he stood no chance. It seemed too late to seek aid from the Wan residents now. To assassinate Yifan, the Luo family had dispatched 3 formidable heavenly martial warriors. What had Yifan done to provoke such a grand display? I fear today Yifan is doomed. The crowd in the observation area stirred restlessly, many gazing at Yifan as if regarding a corpse. The Luo family of Luo God City was not merely one of the 13 families of Taichu. It can even be said that he is the head of the 13 clans of primordial beginnings, the foremost among them. From a familial perspective, He is the paramount family in the southern region. Who would dare offend him? On the main viewing platform, Qin Shao sat with composure, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. As long as Yi Fan could be eliminated, he did not care who was responsible for the deed. Numerous aristocratic families had long harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yi Fan, eagerly wishing for Luo Xinhao to strike and take his life. If he could not protect him, then who could? At that moment, a chilling voice pierced the heavy atmosphere, startling everyone present and leaving them perplexed. In Taiyuan Imperial City, was there truly someone bold enough to confront the Luo clan of Luotian City? At the end of the long street, a middle-aged man in a white robe approached slowly. Each step he took seemed to resonate heavily in the hearts of those present, inducing a sense of suffocating pressure. Following closely behind him was a woman in a white dress, her flowing hem swaying gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a blooming white lotus. Why has he come? Upon seeing the middle-aged man in the white robe, Qin Shao abruptly rose to his feet. Yi Fan was equally curious. In this Taiyuan Imperial City, apart from Wan Zhan and his backing, was there anyone else willing to extend a helping hand? When he turned to look, he found the middle-aged man's face unfamiliar. However, upon recognizing the woman in the white dress trailing behind him, he immediately deduced the identity of the approaching figure. Chapter 115. My father-in-law is quite impressive. The woman in the white dress had a cool, frosty beauty. She was none other than Qin Yimo's sister, Qin Xiangru. As for the middle-aged man in the white robe, he was undoubtedly Qin Luan, the Moon King of the Taiyuan dynasty and the father of Qin Yimo and Qin Xiangru. With Qin Luan's appearance, the previously noisy discussions on the platform came to an abrupt halt. Who are you? Luo Xinhao, unfamiliar with Qin Luan, furrowed his brow in annoyance. In his eyes, he likely regarded him as yet another fool unaware of his own peril. Qin Luan ignored Luo Xinhao and strode directly toward the battle platform. Upon ascending, he slightly turned his head and exchanged a glance with Wan Zhan. Wan Zhan's body tensed, though he did not comprehend why Qin Luan had suddenly chosen to assist. He quickly understood and whispered to Yi Fan, "Fanner, come down with me." "Stop." Luo Xinhao would not permit Yi Fan to leave, bellowing fiercely. Qin Luan cast a sidelong glance at Luo Xinhao, as if observing a noisy insect. With a casual flick of his sleeve, a terrifying tempest suddenly arose from the ground. Bang! Luo Xinhao had no time to react as he was hurled backward like a kite with its string cut. Young Master Xinhao. In the air, 3 members of the Luo clan's Tianwu swiftly appeared. One firmly caught the staggering Luo Xinhao, while the other 2 positioned themselves protectively in front of him. From Qin Luan's earlier move, all 3 had already assessed his cultivation level. Clearly, he possessed strength that surpassed theirs by a significant margin, reaching at least the 4th tier of Tianwu. Yi Fan had not anticipated that Qin Luan's strength would be so unfathomable. A 4th tier in the heavenly martial realm is indeed among the elite of the Taiyuan Empire. Who on earth are you? Luo Xinhao, struggling to regain his composure, glared at Qin Luan and roared in disbelief, unable to accept that someone dared to confront him within the Taiyuan Imperial City. Uncle. Qin Shao was taken aback by Qin Luan's actions and immediately called out to him, urging him to refrain from intervening in the conflict between Yi Fan and the Luo clan of Luo God City. Is this the grand banquet you preside over? Qin Luan slowly turned his gaze towards Qin Shao, his eyes sharp as blades. Indeed, Qin Shao nodded instinctively, though he did not fully grasp the implications of Qin Luan's question. This lad, he is the one who claimed first place in the grand banquet and now stands at the pinnacle of the Taiyuan rankings, correct? Qin Luan's expression turned icy as he questioned Qin Shao. Have you permitted others to slay the victor of the grand banquet, the foremost genius of the Taiyuan rankings? During the banquet's concluding phase? How do you conduct this grand banquet? That is, after all, the Luo clan of Luo God City. Qin Zhao's expression stiffened, his face growing slightly awkward. In recent years, the Moon King's residence had indeed fallen from grace. Yet, the might of Moon King Qin Luan remained formidable. Qin Shao harbored more apprehension towards Qin Luan than any other princes of the Taiyuan royal family. Similarly, the other princes dared not offend Qin Luan, for he had no heirs, rendering the Moon King's residence incapable of threatening the throne. The princes, the heirs, would only seek Qin Luan's favor. Even as the 9th prince, Qin Shao was no exception. The Luo clan of Luo God City. Qin Luan suddenly raised his voice, his sleeves sweeping dramatically as a tempestuous surge of spiritual energy coalesced around him, creating a visible vortex that made his white robe flutter fiercely. When has the Taiyuan royal family ever needed to act according to the whims of the Luo clan? His booming voice resonated through the space, plunging the entire square into stunned silence. As Qin Shao faced Qin Luan's interrogation, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The royal family of the Taiyuan Empire was indeed not as formidable as the Luo clan of Luo God City. Yet, as the 9th prince, how could he publicly acknowledge such a truth? That would not only humiliate Xuanhuan, but also the Taiyuan royal family itself. My father-in-law is rather imposing, Yi Fan, who was retreating towards the stands, remarked with a glint of surprise in his eyes. Such audacity. Luo Xinhao forcefully pushed away the Luo warrior supporting him, staggering forward a few steps. Adjusting his disheveled robe, he wore a look of disdain, questioning how a mere prince of the Taiyuan Empire could be so arrogant. Do you dare to tell me which prince you are? Can you withstand the wrath of the Luo clan? Xuanhuan turned slowly, fixing his cold gaze upon Luo Xinhao, and spoke with an icy tone. You do not even know who I am, yet you dare to come to the Taiyuan Empire and address me in such a manner? Why should I not? Luo Xinhao scoffed, unable to fathom where Xuanhuan derived his confidence. Then listen closely. Xuanhuan's voice was as chilling as ice. I am the Moon King of the Taiyuan Empire, Xuanhuan. I am also the father of Qin Yimo, the prospective saintess of the Taichu Dao sect. You are the Moon King? Luo Xin was momentarily taken aback, his voice subconsciously lowering a few notches. As his gaze flickered, he finally comprehended why Xuanhuan had intervened. With narrowed eyes, Xuanhuan's piercing stare seemed capable of penetrating the depths of the soul as he coldly inquired of Luo Xin. Your visit to the Taiyuan imperial city is not on behalf of the Luo family patriarch, nor is it at the behest of the Tai Chu Dao sect's leader. It is, rather, the intent of that young upstart, Luo Feiyu, is it not? Upon being exposed by Xuanhuan, Luo Xin's eyes involuntarily darkened. To leverage the influence of the Luo family and the cloud of Luo Feiyu are two entirely distinct notions. The Luo family desires to eliminate Yi Fan, while safeguarding Yi Fan merely positions one against the Luo family. Conversely, if Luo Feiyu wishes to eliminate Yi Fan, protecting Yi Fan only places one in opposition to Luo Feiyu. Presently, Luo Feiyu is merely the junior leader of the Tai Chu Dao sect. Whether he will ascend to the position of sect leader or become the head of the Luo family in the future remains uncertain. In essence, he is but a promising young talent of the Luo family. The future is unpredictable, and anything is possible. Offending Luo Feiyu could incur retaliation when he rises to power. However, at this moment, it is evident that Luo Feiyu cannot pose a threat to Xuanhuan. Why do you not answer when I address you? Xuanhuan, noticing Luo Xin's silence, suddenly barked sharply. At this juncture, the various prominent families in the stands began to understand the implications. Luo Xin's silence had already provided the clearest answer. The crowd, which had previously been hushed into silence, began to murmur among themselves. Luo Feiyu aimed to eliminate Yi Fan, while Xuanhuan sought to protect him. Coupled with the prior rumors circulating within the Taiyuan imperial city, speculation inevitably arose. Did Qin Yimo bestow her maidenhood upon Yi Fan? And if so, what does it matter? Suddenly, Luo Xin straightened his posture, his demeanor shifting to one of resolute defiance, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Today, I shall not rest until Yi Fan is dead. Do feel free to try, Xuanhuan replied, his tone chillingly calm, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. He merely cast a casual glance at the three heavenly martial realm warriors behind Luo Xin, his gaze akin to that of a predator surveying three lambs awaiting slaughter. Young Master Xin, one of the Luo family's heavenly martial warriors, leaned closer to Luo Xin, whispering, "This Xuanhuan is exceedingly formidable, even united. The three of us can only hope to delay him for a fleeting moment." Luo Xin furrowed his brow upon hearing this, clenching his fists tightly. The implication was clear. The three of them were unable to assist in eliminating Yi Fan. If he were to kill, it must be by his own hand. And time was limited. Yet, with Wan Zhan by Yi Fan's side, how could he accomplish this? Why not give it a try? Suddenly, Xuanhuan stepped forward, an aura of terror erupting from him. A tempest of violent spiritual energy surged forth, instantly engulfing Luo Xin and his companions. The three Luo heavenly martial warriors, sensing the impending danger, frantically summoned their spiritual energy to erect barrier after barrier in front of them, yet they remained inexorably pushed back by the overwhelming pressure. Retreat! Luo Xin shouted in a sudden frenzy, his voice laced with unprecedented panic. He staggered backwards several paces, his eyes filled with dread. He truly did not anticipate that Xuanhuan would dare to take action against him. The three warriors of the Luo family, upon hearing this, did not hesitate. One seized Luo Xin by the shoulder, lifting him into the air, while the other two worked in unison to momentarily withstand Xuanhuan's assault. In the instant their barrier shattered, they fled the arena. This matter shall not be so easily forgotten. From the horizon, Luo Xin's venomous roar echoed, gradually dissipating as he retreated into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the four figures vanished entirely into the clouds. They escaped just like that? Qin Shao stood rooted in place, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Luo Xin had arrived with boundless arrogance, yet now he fled in a panic like a lost dog. Yi Fan's gaze remained fixed on Xuanhuan, an unprecedented longing surging within him. Qin Luan's overwhelming dominance stemmed from his absolute strength. Indeed, strength is the sole undeniable truth. Qin Xiao. Qin Luan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his white robe fluttering gently in the breeze. Slowly turning, his profound gaze fell upon Qin Xiao in the main viewing platform. A mere utterance from him sent a shiver down Qin Xiao's spine. During this banquet, upon deciphering Qin Luan's intent through his eyes, Qin Xiao inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "Yi Fan has secured first place, ranking at the top of the Taiyuan list." With a flourish of his sleeve, he revealed the Taiyuan list once more. The crowd focused intently on the luminous sky above. Yi Fan's name boldly appeared in the top position, while Mo Linyuan, Yin Zhu, Yin Yu, and Xian Mo occupied the 2nd to 5th spots. Originally, there were 130 names on the list, now reduced to 128. Xia Wuhua and Yao Zhong, both of whom were celebrated talents in the Taiyuan 10, had been removed. Witnessing such a transformation on the Taiyuan list, the crowd murmured in astonishment. Qin Luan appeared utterly unfazed by the events. Having already turned and strode leisurely away from the Jingtian Square, Yi Fan, a cool voice emerged near Yi Fan. Qin Xiangru had appeared at the seat of the Wan family. "My father requests your presence at the Moon King's Manor." "The Moon King's Manor? Very well." Yi Fan responded without hesitation, then turned to Wan Zhan. Wan Zhan's expression was complex, but he ultimately nodded solemnly. In the grand hall of the Moon King's Manor, candle flames flickered. Qin Luan sat at the head of the table, his sharply defined features shifting in the candlelight. Qin Xiangru led Yi Fan into the hall, but did not remain, turning to leave as the heavy wooden door closed silently behind her. "Sit." Qin Luan's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. Yi Fan, feeling somewhat apprehensive, took a deep breath and respectfully cupped his hands in salute, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, Your Highness, during the earlier encounter." Qin Luan remained silent, merely raising his hand to gesture toward a seat beside him. Understanding the implication, Yi Fan cautiously took his seat, sitting up straight. "Your prowess, having reached the 7th tier of the Xuanhu realm, allowing you to seize the top position on the Taiyuan rankings during the Junlin banquet, is indeed remarkable. Emo, you have not misjudged him." Qin Luan finally lifted his gaze, his calm eyes fixated upon Yi Fan's countenance. "On the day of Emo's sanctification, the head of the Taichu Dao sect shall select a partner for her. According to Xiangru, do you possess the determination to defeat Luo Feiyu in this contest for companionship?" "It is imperative," Yi Fan replied resolutely, a fierce battle spirit igniting within his eyes. "Do you comprehend what this entails?" Qin Luan's expression remained largely unperturbed, but after a brief pause, he inquired further. "The head of the Taichu Dao sect intends to utilize Emo's bloodline to concoct the Tianxian Dan. Xiangru must have informed you of this as well, correct?" "Indeed." Yi Fan swallowed hard, nodding with difficulty. "Should you genuinely vanquish Luo Feiyu?" Qin Luan's tone turned slightly frosty. "You would not only offend Luo Feiyu, but also the head of the Taichu Dao sect. At that time, the entire southern region will offer you no refuge. Then I shall depart the southern region." Yi Fan's response was crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Witnessing Yi Fan's unwavering resolve, a flicker of surprise danced in Qin Luan's eyes. "Are you willing to incur the wrath of the head of the Taichu Dao sect and embark on a path of exile for Emo? Your Majesty, would you like to hear the unvarnished truth?" Yi Fan met Qin Luan's gaze, his eyes steady and resolute. "What I do is not solely for Emo. It is also for my own sake." As he spoke, the sun scripture surged within him, causing a resplendent golden radiance to erupt from his being. A fervent heat enveloped the hall, causing even the flickering candle flames to falter. The sun god body. Qin Luan's eyes narrowed slightly, his demeanor remaining tranquil. It was evident that he had already learned of Yi Fan's possession of the sun god body. This sun god body was awakened with Emo's assistance. Yi Fan's voice softened. "Your Majesty must have heard the legends. Those who possess the sun god body seldom live beyond 20. Yet Emo is my sole hope, the one who can guide me through this critical juncture of youth. Thus, I comprehend." Qin Luan's tense expression finally relaxed, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "Currently, you are still far from Luo Feiyu's level, but fortunately, you still have time." Having said this, he slowly rose, his voluminous sleeves casting dancing shadows in the candlelight. He then placed a weathered slip of paper upon the table, pushing it toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan, perplexed, unfolded the paper to reveal 4 names inscribed clearly upon it. These 4 individuals are all disciples of this king. Qin Luan's slender finger lightly tapped the aged paper, his profound gaze as tranquil as an ancient well. "Upon reaching the Taichu Dao sect, should you encounter difficulties, you may seek their assistance." As he spoke, he retrieved a luminous white token and offered it to Yi Fan. "This is the Moon King's token. Upon seeing this token, the 4 will undoubtedly extend their aid to you. Your Majesty is most considerate." Yi Fan accepted the token from Xuanhuan, feeling its icy chill. He promptly rose, offering a respectful bow once more to Xuanhuan. Suddenly, Xuanhuan fell silent. After a long pause, he slowly spoke in a voice so low it was nearly inaudible. If the day of Emo's consecration draws near, and you still lack the strength to confront Luo Feiyu, you might consider taking Emo and fleeing far away. Previously, he had mentioned that defeating Luo Feiyu on the day of Emo's consecration to become her Dao companion would offend the sect leader of the Tai Chu Dao sect, leaving Yi Fan with no refuge in the entire southern domain. However, that was not entirely accurate. The Tai Chu Dao sect was not the same as the Luo family's Tai Chu Dao sect. The internal factions were intricate, mutually balancing one another. Offending the sect leader did not equate to offending the sect itself. Nonetheless, fleeing with Qin Emo would be tantamount to inciting the prospective saintess to betray her sect. A capital offense. At that point, both Yi Fan and Qin Emo would be truly on the run. What was Luo Feiyu's current cultivation level? Yi Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing Xuanhuan's apparent lack of confidence in him. He could not help but raise his gaze toward Xuanhuan, curious about Luo Feiyu's prowess. Chapter 117. If Yi Fan does not perish, the Yi family will be annihilated. Fifth stage of the Earth Martial Realm. Xuanhuan gazed intently at Yi Fan and answered immediately. Fifth stage of the Earth Martial Realm? Yi Fan's heart jolted, and his lips involuntarily quivered. Luo Feiyu's ascension to the position of deputy sect master of the Tai Chu Dao sect was not solely due to his lineage as the sect leader's son. His innate martial talent was unparalleled among his peers, coupled with a lifetime of martial training and abundant resources. It was no surprise he had attained such a level of cultivation. This was merely his current state. Xuanhuan reminded Yi Fan. There remains just over a year until Emo's consecration. By then, Luo Feiyu will likely reach at least the 6th stage, if not the 7th. Yi Fan forced a smile, feigning ease as he shrugged. In his present condition, he felt no different from an ant before Luo Feiyu. Fortunately, he still had ample time. With the sun god body, his cultivation speed was commendable. Go, Xuanhuan said, offering no further words as he gently waved his hand. As a father, he had done all that he could. Now, he was entrusting Qin Emo entirely to Yi Fan. Farewell, senior. Yi Fan took a deep breath and performed a solemn bow. Outside the hall, Qin Xiangru stood still as a pine tree. As Yi Fan stepped out, he spoke. The Wan family has been waiting outside for a while. The Wan family? Yi Fan's eyes flickered as he quickly comprehended the situation. Countless eyes in the Tai Yuan imperial city were undoubtedly fixed upon him. Even walking down the street felt perilous. Wan Zhan, concerned for his safety, had dispatched someone to escort him. Accompanied by Qin Xiangru, Yi Fan walked slowly out of the Moon King Manor. Outside the manor, a host of powerful figures from the Wan family had already lined up in anticipation. After meeting with Yi Fan, they returned to the Wan Manor. Fan Air. Wan Zhan emerged to greet him, his rough hand heavily resting on Yi Fan's shoulder. There are still several months until the Tai Chu Dao sect's assessment. The 9th Prince has decreed that all those listed on the Taiyuan ranking shall embark towards the Tai Chu Divine sect in 2 months. In my opinion, you should devote the next 2 months to cultivating at the Wan residence and refrain from venturing elsewhere. Yi Fan. Before Yi Fan could respond to Wan Zhan, a sudden voice emerged from the street corner. The crowd turned in unison, and there appeared Duan Tianshu accompanied by several individuals from the Yunnan kingdom, approaching briskly. How did you find your way here? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with undisguised chill, as his gaze swept over Qiu Sanshi and the others. A glimmer of coldness sparked within his eyes. Surely, those who wished for his demise were now utterly disheartened? I bear unfortunate news, Duan Tianshu, aware of Yi Fan's discontent towards him, nonetheless endeavored to curry favor. What is it? Yi Fan replied dismissively, not even casting a glance at Duan Tianshu. Duan Tianshu's expression grew grave as he lowered his voice. I have just received word that Luo Xinhai has gone to the Yunnan kingdom. Yi Fan abruptly fixed his gaze upon Duan Tianshu, suddenly realizing the implications. Luo Xinhai's visit to Taiyuan Imperial City was to eliminate him. Now, having failed his mission, instead of returning to the Tai Chu Dao sect or Luotian City, he had chosen to go to the Yunnan kingdom? From where did you obtain this information? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Duan Tianshu, harboring doubts about the veracity of the news. It could very well be yet another of Duan Tianshu's schemes. Previously, Luo Xinhai had fled in haste alongside 3 others from the Luo family. How could Duan Tianshu possibly know their whereabouts? Duan Tianshu fell silent, merely handing over a letter. Yi Fan snatched it open, and his countenance turned ashen. What does it say? Wan Zhan, noticing Yi Fan's distress, seized the letter from his hands. Upon reading its contents, his brows knitted tightly into a frown. This letter originated from Luo Xinhai. It contained but a few words, yet they pierced like daggers. If Yi Fan does not perish. The Yi family shall be annihilated. Xuanhuan's gaze shot up to meet Yi Fan's, fierce determination igniting within his eyes. Fanner, Luo Xinhai seeks not merely to destroy the Yi family. He aims to lure you back to the Yunnan imperial city. His intent to kill you remains unbroken. I am aware. Yi Fan's voice was remarkably calm, but the whiteness of his knuckles betrayed the tempest of fury within. You must not return to the Yunnan imperial city. Xuanhuan nearly shouted this, his rugged features contorted in anxiety as he clutched Yi Fan's sleeve tightly. Luo Xinhai is accompanied by 3 formidable warriors. If you go back, you will surely perish. Yi Fan gently pried Xuanhuan's fingers apart, fixing his gaze upon him. His voice, though barely a whisper, bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. I must return. Though Luo Xinhai claims he will eradicate the Yi family, his true aim is to compel me back to the Yunnan imperial city. If I do not return, the entire Yi family will face annihilation. How could I forsake my kin for my own safety? Is it absolutely necessary to return? Xuanhuan's brow furrowed deeply, etched with concern, still wishing to persuade him further. Indeed, Yi Fan's gaze was piercing, his posture erect as he spoke deliberately, adoptive father. If I were to forsake the Yi family today, would I not also be compelled to remain indifferent when the Xuan family encounters peril in the future? Do you wish for me to become such a heartless and ungrateful person? With a deep sigh, Xuanhuan's face bore a bittersweet smile. After taking a deep breath, he responded, very well, since you have made your decision, I shall not hinder you. However, you must wait for me a moment. Wait for what? Yi Fan was burning with impatience, unwilling to delay even for a heartbeat. Only by witnessing the Yi family in safety could he find peace of mind. Xuanhuan turned and strode purposefully toward the Xuan residence, his broad shoulders exuding an undeniable authority. I will summon all the formidable members of the Xuan family currently in Taiyuan Imperial City to accompany you to the Imperial City of Yunnan. Adoptive father. Yi Fan's throat tightened, a sensation akin to a blockage in his chest. Watching Xuanhuan's retreating figure, warmth surged within him. At the previous banquet, when confronted by Luo Xinhao's threat, Xuanhuan had resolutely refused to sever ties. In that moment, Yi Fan had already accepted him as his adoptive father. Now, seeing Xuanhuan mobilizing the Xuan family's strength to ensure his safety, Yi Fan inhaled deeply, ultimately choosing not to oppose Xuanhuan's goodwill. He understood that relying solely on himself would indeed render him incapable of contending with Luo Xinhao and the 3 formidable warriors of the Luo family. With this thought, he silently followed into the Xuan residence. Approximately half an hour later, upon hearing commotion, Yi Fan emerged from the conference hall. He beheld Xuanhuan striding toward him with the grace of a dragon and tiger, followed by dozens of Xuan family warriors, their synchronized steps causing the ground to tremble. Fanner, we may set forth. Xuanhuan heartily clapped Yi Fan's shoulder, pride shimmering in his eyes. Including myself, we have 4 celestial warriors and 30 earth warriors. As a premier family within Taiyuan Imperial City, the Xuan family possessed formidable strength. Counting Xuanhuan, there were as many as 8 celestial warriors. For Yi Fan's sake, Xuanhuan had mobilized half of them. The remaining 30 Earth warriors were equally impressive, the weakest among them being at the 4th tier of Earth warrior rank. Is this many really necessary? Yi Fan was taken aback by the display, his voice slightly trembling. Isn't this a bit excessive for dealing with just Luo Xinhao and his 3 companions? Suddenly, Xuanhuan burst into hearty laughter, throwing an arm around Yi Fan's shoulders, his expression brimming with triumph. Silly boy, do you think this assembly is solely for confronting Luo Xinhao and his companions? At the banquet, you brought honor to the Xuan family. Now, returning to the imperial city of Yunnan as the first on the Taiyuan rankings. The Xuan family must also create momentum for you, to elevate the prestige of the Yi family. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. But soon a smile unconsciously graced his lips. Let us depart, Xuanhuan exclaimed, gesturing grandly as he and Yi Fan strode purposefully toward the gates of the residence. Outside the Xuan residence, dozens of spirited steeds stood in neat rows, their nostrils exhaling white mist that stood out vividly against the cold night air. As Yi Fan stepped out of the gates of the Xuan residence, his gaze collided with that of Duan Tianshu and the others who had been waiting for some time. Why are you still here? He inquired. Duan Tianshu shrugged and smiled. We came together. Naturally, we shall return together. Suit yourself, Yi Fan replied with a casual dismissal, nimbly vaulting onto his steed. The formidable members of the Xuan family emerged in succession from the estate, uniformly mounting their war horses. Such a multitude? Duan Tianshu was taken aback by the sight. Just moments ago, he had pondered the purpose of the Xuan family's numerous horses. It turned out that many were indeed bound for the imperial city of the Yunnan kingdom. Charge! With a commanding shout, Xuanhuan surged forward, riding alongside Yi Fan. Dozens of fine steeds lifted their hooves in unison, shattering the stillness of the night. The thunder of hooves kicked up a cloud of dust as Duan Tianshu and his companions hurriedly urged their mounts to keep pace. The grand procession galloped past under the moonlight, drawing the attention of passers-by along the way. What business did the Wan family have? It seemed they were heading out of the city, possibly towards the Yunnan kingdom, where renowned talents awaited. The night wind howled as Yi Fan's group raced out of the Taiyuan imperial city, just a dozen miles beyond the city limits. The sudden sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed from behind. Growing ever closer and more frantic, Yi Fan sensed something amiss, instinctively tightening his grip on the reins. Listening intently, he discerned that the hoofbeats were indeed directed at them. Move quickly, Xuanhuan, sensing danger, barked as he sharply lifted his whip. The steed beneath him bolted forward like an arrow, spurred by pain. The other members of the Wan family followed suit, hastening their pace. At that moment, shadowy figures swooped down like phantoms from above. In the next instant, elders landed with precision before Yi Fan and his entourage, an aura of terror enveloping them, forcing the group to a halt. Who goes there? Yi Fan reined in his restless horse, squinting at the figures ahead. Bathed in moonlight, the 4 elders stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, their chilling expressions starkly visible. The foremost among them, Xia Baimei, had his white brows standing on end, his eyes glinting with a chilling malice. His grandson, Xuanhuan, had met a tragic end at Yi Fan's hands. The other 3 bore equally menacing visages. Yao Zhentian of the Yao family, clad in a billowing black robe, was enshrouded in a peculiar black mist. Pei Long of the Pei family had ghostly blue flames flickering between his bony fingers. Ming Songhai of the Ming family wielded a sword in his left hand that emitted an ominous gleam. The urgent sound of galloping hooves echoed from all directions. In the blink of an eye, over 40 martial artists had encircled Yi Fan and his companions. The glinting blades and swords were particularly striking under the moonlight. The 4 great families of Taiyuan had united with the intent to kill Yi Fan. Damn it! Wan Zhan's expression darkened like the depths of water as he swiftly rode in front of Yi Fan, shielding him. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Xia Baimei cast a glance at Yi Fan, then sneered coldly at Wan Zhan. The Wan family is indeed extravagant to escort a single Yi Fan. They have dispatched so many people. Yi Fan is the foremost on the Taiyuan ranking. Do you dare to kill him? Wan Zhan gripped the reins tightly, glaring at the 4 with eyes ablaze, his voice booming like thunder. No one will ever know that we have slain the top of the Taiyuan ranking. A sinister smile crept across Xia Baimei's gaunt face as he slowly raised his right hand, a blinding orb of white light coalescing in his palm. His tone grew icy. Tonight, none of you shall escape. With that, he launched himself forward, the white light transforming into a razor-sharp blade that tore through the night sky, aimed directly at Yi Fan's throat. Boom! Wan Zhan's towering figure stood like an iron fortress in front of Yi Fan, his fists surging with violent spiritual energy as he met the oncoming attack. The collision of their powers unleashed a shockwave that toppled several warhorses nearby. Kill! Yao Zhentian shouted fiercely, dark mist slithering from his sleeves like venomous serpents. The 4 great families' warriors surged forward like a tide, scattering the Wan family's ranks. Damn it! Had I known, I would never have accompanied Yi Fan. Di Wuming cleaved through the incoming blade with his sword, blood already soaking his left shoulder. He glared venomously at Duan Tianshu not far away, his eyes filled with malice. In that moment, they were no longer mere spectators. They had become targets marked for extermination. What use is it to say such things now? Duan Tianshu cowered behind Qiu Sanshi, his face as pale as a sheet. He had never anticipated that the 4 great families would unite to ambush Yi Fan. Stay close to me. We must break through first. Forget about Yi Fan. Qiu Sanshi's emaciated frame suddenly radiated an astonishing aura, his hands, resembling eagle claws, gleaming with a chilling light as he seized Duan Tianshu by the nape, tearing a gap through the chaos of blades and swords. The Wan family, including Wan Zhan, had 4 warriors of the Earth martial realm protecting Yi Fan as they battled fiercely against Xia Baimei and his companions. Confronted by the formidable warriors of the 4 great families, Qiu Sanshi, being one of the elite in the Earth martial realm, found it manageable, though the challenge lay in also safeguarding Duan Tianshu and the others. By the time he successfully carved a path, only 5 remained with him, including Duan Tianshu. The others had already fallen to the blades of the 4 great families in the melee. Even the powerful Di Wuming and Chun Li were not unscathed. Wan Zhan, today, you cannot protect Yi Fan. Xia Baimei's hair stood on end, his palms transforming into a flurry of shadows. Each strike he delivered was accompanied by a piercing sound as the surrounding air warped and twisted. In just a few exchanges, Wan Zhan's right arm was charred black. Yet he stood unwavering like a mountain. Blood continuously seeped from the corners of his mouth, yet he remained resolutely in front of Yi Fan. Foster father. Yi Fan watched Wan Zhan's injuries worsen, his grip on the sword tightening as veins bulged. With the escape of the Yuan Kingdom's people, he found himself the weakest among those remaining. In the fierce clashes between the Earth and Heaven martial realms, he had no qualifications to intervene. At that moment, 3 blazing lights pierced the night sky. The 3 elders of the Yuan family were enveloped in crimson flames, their energy surging dramatically. Their skin visibly dried and cracked at an alarming rate, yet they exuded an astonishing might. The Yuan family's rage Xuanhuan. Xie Baimei noticed this, and his pupils constricted, his face betraying shock. Have you all gone mad? To consume rage Xuanhuan and sacrifice your lifespans for an outsider? Chapter 119. The Yuan family will not die in vain. You intend to eradicate us entirely. What do you fear about lifespan depletion? The leading elder of the Yuan family was furious, his withered hand enveloped in blood-red flames, as he struck Yao Xintian back more than 10 paces. He then shouted to Wang Zhan, "Quickly take Yi Fan and leave this place. We 3 old fools will hold them off." As he spoke, he moved like a specter, instantly positioning himself between Wang Zhan and Xie Baimei, his fiery fist crashing towards Xie Baimei's face. "Go!" Without hesitation, Wang Zhan seized Yi Fan by the collar and swiftly retreated from the battle. The 3 elders of the Yuan family simultaneously roared, their flames surging, forming a wall of fire that temporarily blocked the formidable forces of the 4 great families. "Stop them!" Xie Baimei's eyes were filled with fury, his white hair dancing wildly in the heat wave. He desperately urged his spiritual power to break through, but the elder of the Yuan family held him firmly at bay. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Wang Zhan propelled Yi Fan into the air and sped away. The night wind howled, and the anguished cries behind them pierced Yi Fan's heart like a dagger. Cough, cough. After flying for a short distance, Wang Zhan suddenly erupted into a violent cough. Blood sprang from his mouth. His bronze complexion gradually turned ashen, and his form wavered in the air. "Father, are you all right?" Yi Fan called out softly. Concern etched in his eyes. "I am fine," Wang Zhan grunted, struggling to stabilize himself, yet his speed remained unwavering. The 3 elders of the Yuan family. Yi Fan turned to look back, his brow furrowed. "They will be fine." Wang Zhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his rough hand, his voice hoarse. "The rage Xuanhuan is potent enough to last half an hour. They will break through before its effects wear off. Moreover, I do not believe the 4 great families would wish for mutual destruction against my Yuan family. Their goal is merely you." The Yuan family of Taiyuan Royal City was indeed a lineage of alchemists. The rage Xuanhuan was unique to the Yuan family, and only warriors of the Tianwu realm with Yuan blood could consume it. At the cost of their own lifespans, they could amplify their combat prowess for half an hour. The 3 elders consuming the rage Xuanhuan would be sufficient to contend with Xie Baimei and his companions. Though the 4 great families had slightly more Earth martial realm warriors than the Yuan family, annihilating the Yuan family would come at a grave cost. In Wang Zhan's view, the 4 great families would not pursue such a path. Their aim is only me. Yi Fan's eyes gleamed with cold light, a cloud of suspicion forming between his brows. Indeed, Wang Zhan asserted confidently, earlier, Xie Baimei had threatened to eliminate everyone present to ensure that the plot to ambush you tonight would remain undisclosed. However, when those from the Yuan Kingdom broke through the encirclement, neither Xie Baimei nor his companions issued a pursuit order, indicating they had no intention of silencing anyone. Moreover, with only a handful of individuals from the 4 great families present, Xie Baimei and his compatriots could not possibly be arrogant enough to believe they could annihilate the entire Yuan family. Thus, their true target was merely you. Indeed, upon reflection, this matter is rather peculiar, Wang Zhan murmured, furrowing his brow. Even if you had slain Xuanhuan and the others, Xie Baimei and his faction should not have been incensed to the point of such recklessness, ambushing you immediately after the Junlin banquet. There must be someone orchestrating this behind the scenes. Could it be the 9th prince? Wang Zhan's sturdy frame trembled slightly as he speculated. It is unlikely. Li Fan shook his head, his gaze growing colder. Qin Shao, a prince of the Taiyuan dynasty, would hardly possess the influence to incite the elders of the 4 great families to undertake an ambush against the top of the Taiyuan rankings, thus provoking the Taichu Dao sect. So what you imply is, Wang Zhan's bronzed visage appeared particularly grim under the moonlight. Luo Xinhai. Li Fan recalled the previous incident involving Luo Xinhai, sending a message to Duan Tianshu, resolutely concluding that it must be Luo Xinhai, under the guise of Luo Feiyu, who solicited the 4 great families to ambush me midway. Only in this manner would the 4 great families remain unconcerned about the leakage of information. To exterminate the top of the Taiyuan rankings would be to offend the Taichu Dao sect. However, Luo Feiyu is the young master of the Taichu Dao sect, the son of its leader. He would have no reason to fear repercussions from the Taichu Dao sect for killing Li Fan. With Luo Feiyu as their backing, the 4 great families would share the same lack of apprehension. Sighing heavily, Xuanhuan cast a worried glance towards the direction of the Yunin Kingdom. Do you still intend to return to the Yunin Kingdom? Alone, I am no match for the 3 celestial martial realm warriors by Luo Xinhai's side. Besides, Li Fan interrupted resolutely, his eyes filled with determination. I will not allow the Wan family to perish in vain. Luo Xinhai must pay a price. Xuanhuan looked at Li Fan in astonishment, bewildered by his newfound audacity. Nevertheless, he ultimately nodded gravely, choosing to lend his support. The royal city of the Yunin Kingdom, shrouded in mist before dawn, witnessed the two silently scale the city wall, landing in a shadowy alley. Father, Li Fan suddenly lowered his voice, urging, please help me investigate the current situation at the Leaf residence. Xuanhuan paused, asking, where are you headed? Li Fan, consumed with urgency, replied, I must return to the royal city of the Yunin Kingdom. Shouldn't I go to the Leaf residence first? The Tianwu Academy. A cold glint flickered in Li Fan's eyes as he spoke in a hushed tone. Without waiting for Xuanhuan's response, he turned and strode away swiftly. At this moment, the morning mist had yet to dissipate within the inner courtyard of the Tianwu Academy. The students passing by halted in their tracks upon seeing Li Fan, their faces filled with astonishment. Some instinctively took a step back, while others murmured amongst themselves. Li Fan, Yi Fan has returned. Why has the second prince not yet made an appearance while he has? Could it be that he returned early due to matters concerning the Yi family? Amidst the whispers, Yi Fan walked straight into the depths of the inner courtyard, his footsteps echoing distinctly on the stone path, each step seeming to resonate within the hearts of the onlookers. Yi Fan, a familiar voice called from behind him. Turning around, he saw Xuanhuan approaching swiftly. Director Xuanhuan. Yi Fan greeted with a slight bow, his voice hoarse, his eyes harboring a tempest of suppressed rage. Have you come to find Elder Xiao? Xuanhuan, aware of the current situation of the Yi family, understood Yi Fan's intent upon seeing him at the Tianwu Academy. Without waiting for a response, she gestured for him to follow. The two traversed the inner courtyard and eventually halted before a secluded thatched cottage. Morning dew clung to the grass that adorned the roof, dripping down rhythmically. Elder Xiao. Yi Fan bowed deeply towards the cottage, his voice trembling slightly. Come in, came the languid reply from within, as if Elder Xiao had been expecting his arrival. Go on. Xuanhuan encouraged with a nod, her eyes filled with support. Yi Fan inhaled deeply and pushed the door open. Inside, Elder Xiao lay on a couch, barefoot and reclined, his disheveled white hair framing eyes that sparkled like the stars. He yawned lazily. Come to seek my assistance? Yi Fan's throat tightened, words caught in his mouth. His clenched fists relaxed and then tightened again. Ultimately, he bowed deeply, acknowledging the trouble he was about to impose on Elder Xiao, uncertain of whether the elder would consent to assist him. Always seeking help from others is not the mark of a strong individual. If I were to assist you without discretion, it would only lead to your downfall. So, Elder Xiao shifted his feet, a half-smirk playing on his lips. Before changing the subject, what is it that you require my assistance with? Chapter 120. Today, I shall indulge in some madness with you. Yi Fan's pupils contracted, his body momentarily stiffening. He had thought Elder Xiao might refuse him. Speak. Elder Xiao tilted his head, his eyes glinting mischievously beneath his unruly white hair. I need you to help me eliminate a few individuals. Yi Fan's tone turned icy, his gaze darkening. The people of the Luo family in Luotian City? Elder Xiao suddenly grinned, revealing a few yellowed teeth. He was well aware of the current circumstances surrounding the imperial city of Yunying. Indeed, Yi Fan nodded emphatically, his eyes fixed intently on Elder Xiao's reaction. Well, the Luo family in Luotian City is indeed a formidable force in the southern region. Elder Xiao remarked leisurely as he straightened his posture and brushed off his tattered robe. Does Elder Xiao fear the Luo family? Yi Fan's brows knitted tightly, a hint of skepticism flickering in his eyes. He could ascertain that Elder Xiao was at least at the Tianwu realm, but the extent of his power remained a mystery. Fear? Nonsense. Old Xiao glared at Yi Fan, his mustache quivering with indignation. What I mean is, you have offended the Luo family of Luotian City. Even if I assist you in resolving this trouble today, your days at Taichu Dao sect will undoubtedly be tumultuous. It is not I who provoked the Luo family. Rather, it is they who initiated the conflict with me. Yi Fan replied with a bitter smile, his gaze sharpening. Even if I were to beg for mercy now, they would not spare me. Thus, there is only one path: unyielding persistence. What a magnificent resolve for unyielding persistence. Old Xiao suddenly laughed heartily. Today, I shall indulge in your madness. With that, he sprang from his seat like a fish leaping from water, donning his worn straw sandals as he made his way outside. Yi Fan hurriedly followed, only to realize that Old Xiao walked at a leisurely pace, hands clasped behind his back, ambling along the path of Tianwu Academy. Occasionally, he would pause to inhale the fragrance of the wildflowers by the roadside, causing Yi Fan to break into a sweat from anxiety. Upon exiting the gates of Tianwu Academy, Yi Fan could no longer restrain himself. He noticed old Xiao veering sharply to the right, completely away from the direction of Yi Manor. You are heading the wrong way. Yi Fan rushed forward, gesturing to the left. Yi Manor is over there. Indeed, old Xiao replied, shaking his head, narrowing his eyes as he flashed Yi Fan a cryptic smile. The ones you seek to eliminate are not at Yi Manor at present. Excuse me? Yi Fan's gaze sharpened at these words. Your parents, as well as the elderly members of the Yi family, are currently not at Yi Manor, old Xiao stated leisurely, turning his head to nod toward the resplendent palace to the right. They are all in the royal palace. The royal palace? Yi Fan's body trembled, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he fixed his stare upon the towering palace walls. The royal family of Yunin has also become involved? Old Zhao's wrinkled face curled into a smirk. Ah, descendants of Duan Yunin. It seems each generation doth grow less capable. With that, he sauntered leisurely toward the palace. Luo Xinhai had come to the royal city of Yunin with 3 formidable warriors of Tianwu realm, taking the members of the Yi family hostage as bait to force Yi Fan into revealing himself for slaughter. Meanwhile, Duan Jiuxiao, that foolish emperor, believed this was an unprecedented opportunity, thinking Yi Fan would surely enlist old Zhao's aid, allowing him to eliminate old Xiao under the pretense of the Luo family. Such simplistic calculations, how could old Xiao not see through them? Initially, he had intended to allow Duan Jiuxiao to linger a while longer. However, it appeared this oblivious emperor was eager to meet his demise. His previous inaction was merely a waiting game for Yi Fan to return to the royal city of Yunin. Thus, even if Yi Fan did not come to summon him today, he would still intervene. Is it Yi Fan? Someone murmured amidst the crowd. Is he accompanied by that figure from Tianwu Academy? Are they heading toward the royal palace? Did you not know? Not long ago, the Imperial Guard captured many members of the Yi family. As the crowd on the street caught sight of Yi Fan and old Xiao, whispers erupted. And as old Xiao maintained his leisurely pace, more and more people began to follow. As the 2 individuals arrived at the gates of the palace, a dense throng of onlookers followed closely behind. The young man, Xiao Lao, halted abruptly, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Fan and signaling him with a subtle nod. Today, Yi Fan was the protagonist, and this old fellow had no intention of overshadowing him. Understanding the cue, Yi Fan was about to take a step forward when a resonant voice called out from behind, Fanner. Turning around, he beheld Wan Zhan striding toward him with great urgency. Upon arriving in the imperial city of Yunin, he had gone to the Yi residence and, after some inquiries, discovered that a significant member of the Yi family had been captured and taken to the palace. Assuming that Yi Fan would head there, he had pursued him to this very spot. Who is this? Wan Zhan inquired as he drew closer, his gaze irresistibly drawn to Xiao Lao. Although Xiao Lao currently exuded an aura of complete tranquility, resembling an ordinary elder, his keen perception at the Tianwu realm caused Wan Zhan's hair to stand on end. The seemingly unremarkable elder emanated an unfathomable depth, akin to gazing into an infinite expanse of starry sky. This is Xiao Lao from the Tianwu Academy, Yi Fan succinctly introduced, before turning to Xiao Lao to present Wan Zhan. Xiao Lao, this is my adoptive father, Wan Zhan, the head of the Wan family in Taiyuan Imperial City. I owe my safe return to the imperial city of Yunin to my adoptive father and the Wan family. The Wan family of Taiyuan Imperial City? Xiao Lao cast a sidelong glance at Wan Zhan, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Ah, the Wan family certainly seems to have broadened their path. Wan Zhan's sturdy frame stiffened momentarily, confusion flickering in his eyes. Just as he was about to inquire further, Xiao Lao waved his hand dismissively, urging Yi Fan. Hurry along now. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan strode towards the palace gates. However, after only a few steps, he sensed something unusual. The once heavily guarded gates now stood completely unoccupied. As Yi Fan stepped through the gates, Xiao Lao and Wan Zhan followed closely behind. Upon crossing the threshold, a blinding golden light greeted them. Thousands of imperial guards stood in formation on either side, their golden armor glinting under the scorching sun. Their long halberds were like a forest, exuding a chilling gleam. A straight path led directly to the stone steps before the main hall. At that moment, Luo Xinhai lounged lazily on the dragon throne, while 2 maidservants diligently massaged his shoulders and legs. 3 Tianwu warriors from the Luo family stood like statues behind him. Meanwhile, the ruler of Yunin, Duan Jiuxiao, appeared as a humble attendant, his countenance ashen. Stop right there. Suddenly, a booming voice shattered the atmosphere. The new commander of the Imperial Guards, Jiang Qi, stepped forward, positioning himself in the center of the pathway, drawing his sword and pointing it at Yi Fan. Why do you not kneel before Lord Luo? Kneel before him? Yi Fan cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Qi, his eyes brimming with contempt. Beside him, Xiao Lao observed. Wondering how this minor commander dared to act so brazenly, perhaps emboldened by the presence of the Luo family's Tianwu warriors. Chapter 121. I choose, you die? Yi Fan ignored Jiang Qi entirely and continued to advance forward. Presumptuous. As Jiang Qi perceived his insignificance, his eyes widened with fury. With a sharp flick of his blade, he bellowed, "Seize him!" Thousands of Imperial guards echoed his command, their long spears forming a forest, glinting with cold light. The atmosphere of impending doom swiftly enveloped the entire palace square. The cacophony was deafening. Yi Fan's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he discreetly signaled to Xuanhuan, his adoptive father. A figure like Jiang Qi scarcely warranted the intervention of the venerable Shao. Xuanhuan, a first-tier warrior of the celestial martial realm, was more than capable of dealing with him. When he first arrived at the imperial city of Yunnan, he had felt a twinge of uncertainty, for he was to confront the three formidable warriors of the Luo clan. Yet, after meeting Shao, he now brimmed with confidence, fully aware that the elder was Yi Fan's greatest support. With a resounding thud, Xuanhuan stepped forward, causing the ground beneath the blue bricks to shatter. Fiery flames coiled around his right arm like a serpent, crackling through the air. Jiang Qi's pupils constricted, and his sword hand trembled uncontrollably. He had presumed that only Shao stood as a celestial martial warrior behind Yi Fan. To his astonishment, the unfamiliar Xuanhuan was also a being of that caliber. Suddenly, with a flash, Xuanhuan closed the distance, unleashing a thunderous punch at Jiang Qi. Reacting instinctively, Jiang Qi raised his sword to block, but with a resounding crack, the blade shattered. The fiery fist continued unabated, surging towards Jiang Qi's face. A chilling sound of searing flesh echoed as his head was instantaneously reduced to ashes in the flames. Strangely, the fire had only consumed his head with precision, leaving the headless body still poised with the sword. After a few moments of eerie stillness, it collapsed to the ground, showcasing Xuanhuan's unparalleled mastery over fire. A collective gasp arose as thousands of Imperial guards instinctively retreated, the sound of their astonishment echoing throughout the square. The once formidable military formation instantly disintegrated, with many lowering their spears slightly. Duan Jiuxiao's eyes twitched as he furtively glanced at Luo Xuanhuan. Upon seeing Luo still languidly reclined on the dragon throne, a smirk playing at his lips, Duan's tense body finally relaxed a fraction. "Master Wan, your aura remains undiminished," Luo Xuanhuan quipped, his eyes glimmering with mockery. "It seems that Xie Bai Mei and his ilk are truly inept, failing to eliminate you." "Indeed, it is you." Xuanhuan's fist clenched tightly, rage almost spilling forth. Previously, he and Yi Fan had merely speculated. Now, hearing Luo's words, the truth was undeniable. It was Luo Xuanhuan who had orchestrated the demise of so many from the Wan family. Yi Fan stepped forward, his robes billowing in the wind. Xuanhuan inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury, and silently retreated behind Yi Fan. "What are my parents?" Yi Fan halted at the bottom of the steps, gazing directly at Luo Xuanhuan. His voice, though soft, pierced like ice. With a light chuckle, Luo Xuanhuan deliberately sidestepped Yi Fan's inquiry, leisurely remarking, "Have you received the letter I asked the second prince of Yunnan Kingdom, Duan Tianshu, to deliver to you?" Yi Fan, sensing the underlying meaning, felt a heaviness settle in his gaze. "If you do not perish, the Yi family shall be annihilated." Luo Xuanhuan abruptly ceased his mirth, articulating each word with deliberate precision, as though every syllable were a dagger piercing Yi Fan's heart. "Where are they?" Yi Fan thundered, his voice reverberating powerfully enough to compel the surrounding guards to involuntarily retreat. "Where are they?" Luo Xuanhuan, unfazed, glanced at Duan Jiuxiao, standing nearby. "Bring them forth." Duan Jiuxiao immediately understood and bellowed in response. The side hall's doors swung open with a resounding crash, and a multitude of figures stumbled forth under the escort of the guards. Yi Hai appeared in tattered garments, Yi's hair disheveled, and Yi Yao's face was pale, while several elders of the Yi family bore gruesome wounds. "Fanner, you must flee," they shouted hoarsely, their eyes filled with despair and urgency. "You need not concern yourself with us. You cannot contend with them." Despite their ignorance of Luo Xuanhuan's true identity, they were acutely aware of his formidable background. Otherwise, Duan Jiuxiao, the ruler of Yunnan Kingdom, would not exhibit such deference. At that moment, they fervently wished for Yi Fan to abandon the notion of rescuing them. Yet, Yi Fan had still chosen to come. Duan Jiuxiao raised his hand, signaling the guards behind Yi Hai and the others to subdue them. "Kneel," the guard shouted, their powerful hands exerting force simultaneously. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Hai grunted as his knees struck the cold stone floor. As he was forcibly pressed down, her hairpin fell, and her hair cascaded around her. "Yi Fan." Luo Xuanhuan relished the scene, a glint of cruel pleasure sparkling in his eyes. "I am quite accommodating. I now grant you the privilege of choice." He elongated his tone, savoring Yi Fan's taut expression. Is it your demise, or the extinction of the Yi family? I choose your demise. Yi Fan clenched his fists, resolutely unwilling to yield. He turned sharply to glare at Duan Jiuxiao, his voice booming like thunder. Duan Jiuxiao, release the members of the Yi family. Otherwise, you shall accompany Luo Xinhai to the grave. Duan Jiuxiao scoffed, too apathetic to even lift his eyelids. He was content to serve as a mere backdrop for the events of the day. Whether Yi Fan lived or died was of little concern to him. His primary desire was to see the three martial warriors beside Luo Xinhai eliminate Old Xiao. My lord. Duan Jiuxiao leaned closer to Luo Xinhai. Lowering his voice in a sycophantic whisper, the elder behind Yi Fan is the one I previously mentioned, the martial realm expert. He shares a profound bond with Yi Fan and is his pillar of support. As long as this support remains, Yi Fan is unlikely to submit. Oh, this old fool, is Yi Fan as support? Luo Xinhai was in no rush to eliminate Yi Fan. He relished the thrill of manipulating him, longing to witness Yi Fan bow before him, or even kneel in supplication. Now, with Duan Jiuxiao's introduction, he finally regarded Old Xiao with interest, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. So, you have a supporter, do you? As Luo Xinhao spoke languidly, he rose to his feet and gestured toward the figure of Xiao behind Yi Fan, declaring that he would first flatten this formidable support. The three members of the Luo family Tianwu immediately understood, their figures soaring into the air simultaneously. An overwhelming pressure descended upon Yi Fan and his companions, akin to a mountain crashing down. Wang Zhan's muscles tensed, his fists igniting with fierce flames, ready to strike at any moment. Yet, Yi Fan remained utterly still, his austere countenance revealing no trace of fear, only a flicker of cold light in his eyes. Just as the oppressive force was about to engulf them, Elder Xiao casually lifted his foot and lightly pressed down. This seemingly indifferent action caused the entire palace to tremble. The ground rippled with dust, and an invisible shockwave surged forth instantaneously. With a resounding boom, the terrifying pressures from the three Tianwu dissipated under this casual gesture. The faces of the three Luo Tianwu changed dramatically, abruptly halting their ascent in midair. They exchanged bewildered glances, each recognizing the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. Form the formation, the leading Tianwu commanded, and the trio swiftly dispersed, arranging themselves in a triangular formation to encircle Yi Fan and his companions. Their hands flew through intricate seals, their spiritual energy surging like a tidal wave. Chapter 122. The Phantom Claw shreds the void. Two Tianwu collide into dust. The triad of absolute kill formation. The three Luo Tianwu roared in unison, their voices reverberating through the heavens. Three resplendent beams of light shot upwards, weaving together in the void to form a colossal golden net that obscured the sky. The runes upon the net shimmered, each line imbued with devastating power. Descending upon Elder Xiao. Elder Xiao lazily lifted his eyelids, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his murky eyes. He slowly raised his withered hand, and a dark radiance erupted from his fingertips. Break, he uttered nonchalantly, and the dark gleam pierced through the golden net like an arrow. With a thunderous explosion, the seemingly indestructible net shattered like thin paper. A violent shockwave swept outward, sending the Imperial guards reeling, even causing the distant palace walls to tremble. What? The pupils of the three Tianwu constricted, their faces draining of color. The combined technique they prided themselves on was rendered utterly ineffective before Elder Xiao. What wretched creatures dare to act recklessly before me? Elder Xiao scoffed, casually waving his sleeve. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly, coalescing into a colossal palm print that blotted out the sun. The gray-robed Tianwu, positioned at the forefront, was seized by terror, attempting to evade. Boom. As the palm print descended, the gray-robed Tianwu could not even let out a scream. In an instant, he was crushed into a mist of blood, akin to an insignificant insect. The residual shockwaves caused half of the palace behind to collapse, clouds of dust soaring into the sky. The remaining two Tianwu trembled, their eyes filled with despair. At this moment, they seemed to finally comprehend the magnitude of the entity they were facing. How could this be? The once haughty visage of Luo Xinhai now contorted grotesquely. His pupils constricted sharply, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. Leave. The remaining two warriors of the Luo clan appeared pallid as death, exchanging a glance of despair. In an instant, two figures shot forth like arrows released from a bow, fleeing in opposite directions, leaving Luo Xinhai behind as they vanished, their speed leaving ephemeral shadows in the air. Think you can escape? Elder Xiao scoffed, slowly raising his emaciated hands. The void suddenly warped, and two immense, shadowy claws materialized from thin air, each claw tip entwined with a disquieting dark energy. One of the Luo warriors emitted a piercing scream as the sinister claws clamped around his waist. The other fared little better, ensnared by the monstrous talons gripping his legs. With a resounding crash, Elder Xiao's hands formed an ethereal grip as the claws forcefully slammed the two warriors together. The horrific impact obliterated their flesh, transforming them into a cloud of crimson mist. Bones and entrails rained down like droplets, staining the steps before the main hall in a blinding scarlet hue. As this gruesome scene unfolded, the entire palace fell into a deathly silence. Luo Xinhai slumped upon the dragon throne, his legs trembling uncontrollably. His three martial guardians had, in an instant, turned to dust. Duan Zhuoxiao's face drained of color, and his legs buckled beneath him, collapsing to the ground. He finally comprehended the magnitude of the entity he had provoked. Elder Xiao leisurely brushed off his sleeves, casting a knowing glance at Yi Fan. Release them. Yi Fan stepped forward, issuing a cold command. Luo Xinhai was but a mere martial artist devoid of the power he once wielded. Without his three warriors, he could no longer stir the waters of conflict. Even a single warrior of Xuanhuan's caliber would suffice to instill fear. Let them go. Luo Xinhai remained composed. But Duan Zhuoxiao was the one who panicked first. His face turned ashen, his legs trembling involuntarily. He frantically gestured for the Imperial Guards to release them. The terror of Elder Xiao surpassed all expectations. Only the foremost stronghold of the Luo clan could hope to contend with him. What nonsense! Luo Xinhai suddenly erupted in fury, drawing his sword in a flash. He appeared behind Yi Hai in an instant, the sharp blade pressed firmly against Yi Hai's throat. A trickle of blood began to seep along the edge of the sword. Duan Zhuoxiao staggered back, nearly tripping over his own dragon robe. It seemed he sought to convey to Yi Fan that this matter did not concern him. He desired their release, but it was Luo Xinhai who refused. How did you even become the ruler of the Union Kingdom? Luo Xinhai discerned the fear in Duan Zhuoxiao's eyes and coldly rebuked him. Do you believe that by releasing the Yi family, Yi Fan will spare your life? To release them will only hasten your demise. Upon hearing Luo Xinhai's words, Duan Zhuoxiao's gaze darkened ominously. He fixed his stare on Yi Hai, whose throat was pressed by the blade, a flicker of struggle igniting in his eyes. Luo Xinhai was correct. The members of the Yi family were their final bargaining chip. Having placed these chips, he now lacks even the qualification to converse with Yi Fan. A soft chuckle escaped from old Xiao as he stroked his disheveled white beard, observing Luo Xinhai with great interest. Indeed, one hailing from a noble family remains remarkably composed in the face of adversity, not entirely losing his wits. Is it of any use? Yi Fan murmured coldly, already regarding Luo Xinhai and Duan Zhuoxiao as if they were dead. Order them. Luo Xinhai suddenly barked, pressing the edge of his sword against Yi Hai's neck, leaving a trail of blood. With a chilling gaze fixed on Duan Zhuoxiao, he commanded, let the Imperial Guards kill Yi Fan. I refuse to believe that with so many of us, we cannot eliminate a single individual. The Imperial Guards, numbering in the thousands, surged forward, threatening chaos in the vicinity. Amidst the turmoil, he saw a chance to flee. Unless old Xiao disregarded Yi Fan's life and came to slay him directly, he was confident that in their hearts, Yi Fan's life held greater value than his own. Kill Yi Fan. Duan Zhuoxiao's voice was hoarse, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Through Luo Xinhao's gaze, he discerned the latter's intentions. The only path to survival lay in escaping with Luo Xinhai amidst the chaos. If Luo Xinhai could return to Luotian City, where could he possibly flee? Moreover, relinquishing the throne was far more unbearable than death itself. Kill. Seeing Duan Zhuoxiao still hesitating, Luo Xinhai bellowed once more. Like a death warrant, the command jolted Duan Zhuoxiao into action. Imperial Guards, heed my command. Duan Zhuoxiao suddenly roared, his visage twisted in fury, trembling as he raised his hand toward the poised Imperial Guards. Slay. Kill. Yi Fan. As the last word fell, Duan Zhuoxiao staggered back, as if drained of all strength. His dragon robe soaked with cold sweat. Kill. 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 The battle cry of the Imperial Guards resonated like thunder, shaking the palace walls. Despite their hands gripping the spears trembling slightly, they held their chests high and advanced in unison. The sharp tips of their weapons glinted coldly in the sunlight. Resembling a moving forest of steel, Yi Fan stood proudly in the center of the square, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Should these guards reach him, they would indeed be most capable. His eyes, sharp as those of a hawk, were locked onto Luo Xinhai and Duan Zhuoxiao. These two instigators would not escape amidst the chaos, truly seeking their own demise. With a cold snort, Wan Zhan's eyes brimmed with disdain. With a mighty shake of his arms, flames roared around him. The martial artist's cultivation had ascended to the realm of Tianwu, entering an entirely new dimension. To him, Xuanhuan and Diwu were no different from ants. Thousands of Imperial Guards were merely thousands of insects, their numbers only requiring a bit more effort to exterminate. Just as Wan Zhan prepared to unleash a massacre, Old Xiao nonchalantly lifted his eyelids, his frail hand waving gently. Boom! An invisible wave of energy erupted suddenly, akin to a hurricane sweeping through. In an instant, thousands of Imperial guards were thrown into chaos, their bodies tumbling and their finely forged spears twisting and distorting in the air, while their heavy armor was flung aside as if made of mere paper. The entire square erupted into disarray, with screams echoing in a cacophony of despair. As the dust settled, the scene revealed the guards sprawled in disarray upon the ground, each one seemingly devoid of the strength to rise, as if an invisible mountain pressed down upon them. Upon the high platform, Luo Xinhao's expression shifted dramatically. His hand, which held Yi Hai captive, began to tremble uncontrollably. The blade at Yi Hai's neck carved deeper into his flesh, drawing forth more crimson lines. Duan Jiuxiao turned pale as death, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. They both contemplated escaping amidst the turmoil, but chaos had not truly ensued. With a mere wave of Xiao Lao's hand, they were given no chance to turn and flee. Martial King Realm. Wan Zhan looked at Xiao Lao in astonishment, his face etched with shock. Previously, he had believed Xiao Lao to be at the pinnacle of the heavenly martial realm, only now realizing the enormity of his error. The move Xiao Lao had just executed transcended the heavenly martial level. Yi Fan took a deep breath, stepping onto the stone steps. The sound of his boots meeting the ground resonated crisply, a deliberate cadence that struck like a death knell in Luo Xinhao's heart. Wan Zhan, fearing an unforeseen mishap, hurried to follow Yi Fan. Meanwhile, Xiao Lao remained nonchalantly standing in place, appearing utterly unfazed, even idly cleaning his ears. Stop right there. Luo Xinhao's voice suddenly rose as he watched Yi Fan ascend. Yi Fan appeared oblivious, maintaining his measured pace. If you take another step, I shall immediately slay your father. Luo Xinhao bellowed in a fit of hysteria, veins bulging on his forehead. Witnessing Yi Fan's unwavering advance, madness flickered in his eyes. He raised his sword with the intent to strike at Yi Hai's hand. However, a piercing scream erupted from Luo Xinhao as his sword descended but an inch. His eyes widened in terror as he felt his entire skeleton creaking under an unbearable weight. Looking down, he saw a dark, colossal claw gripping him tightly, its 5 inky talons deeply embedded in his flesh. Let go of me. Luo Xinhao struggled desperately, only to realize he could not even move a finger. In that moment, he finally understood the despair that had engulfed the 2 heavenly martial warriors before their demise. Clang! The guards escorting the Yi family were utterly terrified, abandoning their weapons and fleeing in all directions. The sound of heavy armor clashing and frantic footsteps filled the air, some even stumbled over their own blades, rolling and scrambling to escape. Yi Fan regarded the fleeing guards with indifference, continuing his ascent at a leisurely pace. Fanner, Yi Hai, witnessing Yi Fan approach, trembled as he struggled to prop himself up. Just as he managed to rise, his legs buckled once more. Father! In a flash, Yi Fan darted across more than 10 steps, catching Yi Hai's faltering form, feeling nothing but frail bones beneath his touch. Yu, with Yi Yao's support, trembled as he stood, his face streaked with tears. Father, mother, it's all right now? Yi Fan's voice cracked as he tightly embraced Yi Hai and Yu. Feeling his father's frail body shudder and witnessing his mother's haggard visage, his heart aching like a knife. All of this was brought upon by him. This is not your fault. Rather, it is ours. Yi Hai's calloused hand gently patted Yi Fan's back, his eyes filled with remorse. An ordinary person striving for success in the martial arts world inevitably incurs the wrath of the powerful. It is my inadequacy, and the Yi family has failed to provide you support. Instead, we have become a burden to you. Yu, trembling, reached out to caress Yi Fan's cheek. Her lips quivered, yet no words escaped her mouth. Only hot tears flowed incessantly. You fool, you fool. Yi Fan was about to retort to Yi Hai when a frenzied roar erupted from above. Everyone looked up to see Luo Xinhai still ensnared in the clutches of a dark, monstrous hand. His once handsome visage was grotesquely contorted, his luxurious robe drenched in cold sweat, resembling a drowning dog in a desperate struggle for life. With a resounding crash, the roar subsided, and the monstrous hand suddenly vanished. Luo Xinhai fell heavily onto the stone steps, curling into a painful ball, emitting intermittent groans. Father, mother, wait for me a moment. Yi Fan gently released Yi Hai and Yu, and as he turned, his gaze was as cold as steel. He drew the sunblade, which emitted a resonant hum. He understood that old Xiao was granting him the opportunity to take Luo Xinhai's life. With each step, the sound of his boots echoed on the stone steps. With every advance, Luo Xinhai retreated an inch until his back pressed against the frigid palace wall, with nowhere left to flee. You can't kill me. Luo Xinhai's voice trembled with fear as he pointed a shaking finger towards the sky. I am from the city of Luoshan. In a flash, the blade gleamed, and Luo Xinhai's voice was abruptly silenced. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his severed right hand, which had been pointing skyward, now lying forlorn in a pool of blood. Yi Fan slowly bent down, lifting Luo Xinhai's chin with the sword's tip, his voice soft as a whisper. Why not continue? You bastard. Luo Xinhai gripped his bleeding stump tightly, his face as pale as a sheet, yet he forced himself to meet Yi Fan's gaze. Fully aware of Yi Fan's intent to kill him, no longer pleading for mercy, his eyes burned with vengeful fire. Aren't you just relying on that old fool's backing? What are you so arrogant about? Go ahead. Kill me. I'll be waiting for you in the underworld. And what of you? Yi Fan scoffed, the cold light of the sunblade illuminating his stern profile. You two rely solely on the Luo family of the city of Luoshan. Without your family's backing, scum like you should have perished long ago. Huh. Luo Xinhai suddenly erupted, only to be forcefully pressed back down by Yi Fan's foot. Without the Luo family, I could easily slaughter vermin like you, even if you are at the Xuanhuan realm. Without the Luo clan of Luoshan City, could you have attained your current prowess? Yi Fan pivoted his sword, its icy blade pressing against Luo Xinhai's neck. Birth signifies a beginning, not an end. Today, your life reaches its conclusion. Luo Xinhai suddenly trembled violently, the fierceness in his eyes gradually replaced by terror. He opened his mouth, but only gasping sounds emerged. Ah, indeed. Yi Fan abruptly withdrew his sword, and just as Luo Xinhai was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he swiftly plunged it down again. You may not wait for me in the underworld, but you can certainly await Luo Feiyu. In due time, I shall send him down to meet you. With a splatter, blood sprayed onto the ground, resembling blooming red plums. Luo Xinhai widened his eyes, witnessing Yi Fan coldly retracting his sword. His body could no longer support itself and toppled to the side. Yi Fan turned, casting a frigid glance at Duan Zhouxiao, who knelt nearby, trembling all over. At this moment, there was not a trace left of the majesty befitting a sovereign. Chapter 124. Some paths are destined to be traversed without discretion. Duan Zhouxiao sensed Yi Fan's gaze upon him, trembling violently as he knelt on the ground, lifting his pale face, filled with entreaty. Regarding today's events, I was coerced by Luo Xinhai. How could I dare oppose the Yi family? Coercion? Huh. Yi Fan let out a cold laugh, looking down at the ruler of Yunnan Kingdom with eyes devoid of warmth. If you were coerced by Luo Xinhai, did you ever seek Elder Zhao's assistance? Duan Zhouxiao's Adam's apple bobbed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I did not dare. Did not dare? Were you afraid Elder Zhao would refuse? Humph. Yi Fan shifted the blade, the cold light reflecting Duan Zhouxiao's distorted visage. Seeking Elder Zhao's help and being refused is one matter. Failing to seek his help while aiding Luo Xinhai in holding my parents hostage is another. Originally, Elder Zhao intended to let you live a while longer. But in my view, you deserve to die now. I deserve to die? Duan Zhouxiao's expression froze, then suddenly erupted into frenzied laughter, the cowardice in his eyes transforming into malice. Since I have no way to survive today, even if I die, I shall drag you down with me. With that, he surged forth, his dragon robe billowing like bat wings. His withered hand, infused with all his spiritual power, aimed directly for Yi Fan's throat. Unbridled, Wan Zhan glared fiercely, his fiery palm imprint arriving first. A searing wave of flames instantly engulfed Duan Zhouxiao's right arm. The flesh sizzled with a piercing sound, turning to charcoal. Ah! Duan Zhouxiao let out a wretched scream, staggering backward. Before he could regain his footing, a cold gleam had pierced through his chest. Puff! The daybreak sword protruded from his body, droplets of blood falling from the tip, refracting a sinister light in the sunlight. Duan Zhouxiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the blade emerging from his chest. His lips trembled, seemingly wishing to utter something. Yi Fan coldly withdrew his sword, watching as this ruler of Yunnan Kingdom collapsed to the ground like a broken doll. Those eyes, once filled with disdain for the world, were now rapidly losing their luster. Father, mother, let us return home. Yi Fan sheathed his sword and turned to support the trembling arm of Yi Hai. Yi Hai nodded emphatically, his expression charged with excitement as he grasped Yi Fan tightly. The death of Duan Zhouxiao was undoubtedly a monumental event for the Yunnan Kingdom. Yet, what relevance did it hold for the Yi family? The members of the Yi family descended the stone steps. The disheveled imperial guards on either side of the square dared not approach as they witnessed the Yi family's approach. Their fearful glances frequently darted towards the shabby old man not far away. If Elder Zhao wished, he could easily take their lives. The head of the family has returned. A keen-eyed member of the Yi family exclaimed in delight as they reached the entrance of the estate. The once silent residents erupted into fervor. Members of the Yi family poured out from every corner, many with tears glistening in their eyes. It is young Master Yi Fan who has brought the head of the family back. How wonderful. Head of the family, you have suffered. Yi Fu hurriedly stepped forward, trembling as he took Yi Hai from Yi Fan's grasp. His calloused hands gently supported Yi Hai as they made their way to the conference hall. He Yu, meanwhile, accompanied by Yi Yao, retreated to rest in his chambers. Fanner, who is this behind you? Yi Hai, seated in the main seat of the conference hall, weakly fixed his gaze on Xuanhuan. He had witnessed Xuanhuan's prowess within the royal palace, a memory that remained vivid. Although not as terrifying as Elder Shao, Xuanhuan was certainly comparable to the head of the Tianwu Academy. Such strength was undoubtedly esteemed among the members of the Yi family. This is my adoptive father. Xuanhuan, the head of the Wan family from the Taiyuan imperial city. Yi Fan promptly introduced Xuanhuan, explaining that his adoptive father had come to assist the Yi family during their time of crisis. Although many strong members of the Wan family were unable to accompany them due to unforeseen circumstances on the journey. I see. I am grateful. Yi Hai struggled to rise and pay his respects, but faltered due to his lack of strength. There is no need for such formalities, Brother Yi. Xuanhuan stepped forward to support Yi Hai, laughing heartily. You are Yi Fan's biological father, and I am his adoptive father. Thus, we are brothers. Ha ha ha, between brothers. There is no need for such ceremony. To be able to call Xuanhuan a brother was indeed a great fortune for Yi Hai. Supported by Xuanhuan, he gradually took his seat, a long-lost smile illuminating his wrinkled face. Xuanhuan waved his hand, turning to Yi Fan, his eyes filled with pride. I am truly fortunate to have such a son as Yi Fan. Brother Yi, are you not aware? Fanner has just participated in the grand banquet of the Taiyuan Empire and has secured first place, topping the Taiyuan rankings. What? Yi Hai's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Yi Fan, his lips trembling slightly. Fanner, is this true? Yi Fan smiled faintly and nodded gently. The top of the Taiyuan rankings is merely the beginning. Far away in the Taichu Dao sect, there are even stronger opponents awaiting. Father, Yi Fan addressed Yi Hai. This time, I will stay at the Yi residence for 2 months. After that, I will depart for the Taiyuan imperial city and proceed to the Taichu Dao sect with others from the Taiyuan rankings. Good. Excellent. Yi Hai grasped his son's hand fervently, yet a shadow of worry clouded his expression. Fanner, you must take good care of yourself within the Taichu Dao sect. Maintain a low profile and avoid provoking formidable enemies. Only by surviving can your martial journey extend further. Father, rest assured, Yi Fan replied, understanding that this was his father's earnest counsel. He recognized that his safety was paramount in Yi Hai's heart. However, some paths are destined to be walked without subtlety. He had already entangled himself with a formidable foe, Luo Feiyu. Even if he attempted to remain inconspicuous, troubles would inevitably abound. To diminish these troubles, one could only rely on strength to instill fear. Young master. As they spoke, Yi Fu hurriedly approached from outside the hall, stopping before Yi Fan to report, someone from Wanbao Tower seeks you. Wanbao Tower. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened, a captivating figure flashing through his mind. Yet he surmised that the visitor was certainly not Su Meinyang. Had it been her, she would have barged in without hesitation. Before departing from the imperial city of Yunin, he had asked Su Meinyang to look after the Yi family. Nevertheless, the family had ultimately been unable to evade disaster. He bore no ill will towards Su Meinyang. After all, Wanbao Tower's strength was limited, unable to contend with the 3 formidable Luo family warriors by Luo Xinhao's side. Father. Adoptive father, I shall go take a look. Yi Fan bowed respectfully to Yi Hai and Xuanhuan before striding purposefully outside. At this moment, 2 figures stood like statues outside the Yi residence. One was clad in white robes, while the other donned black. They were the pinnacle warriors of Wanbao Tower, the Xinming 2 ghosts. Young Master Yi. Upon seeing Yi Fan, both men clasped their fists in greeting. Yi Fan, puzzled, glanced between the two. What brings you here? Did my sister send you? Indeed. The Xian ghost stepped forward with a piece of jade in hand, extending it towards Yi Fan. The Tower Master has received a directive and has proceeded to the headquarters of Wanbao Tower in the central domain. Before leaving, he entrusted us to deliver this to you. What is this? Yi Fan accepted the warm jade, his brow furrowing. It felt slightly heavy, and he could faintly sense the surging energy within. This is a Ryu stone, replied the Xian ghost, hands clasped before him. Could it be? A sudden spark of inspiration ignited within Yi Fan, and he swiftly withdrew the Ryu sword. As he held the Ryu stone, it erupted with dazzling golden brilliance. Precisely. The Xian ghost noted Yi Fan's realization regarding the connection between the Ryu stone and the Ryu sword, and continued. Integrating the Ryu stone into the Ryu sword can elevate its grade. Oh. Yi Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he eagerly inquired. Must I seek a blacksmith to fuse the Ryu stone into the Ryu sword? There's no need for such complications, the Xian ghost replied, shaking his head. By channeling spiritual power, you can directly merge the Ryu stone into the Ryu sword. Is it truly that simple? Yi Fan was skeptical yet resolved, promptly beginning to circulate his internal spiritual energy. A faint golden aura flickered at his fingertips, gradually infusing the sunstone. With utmost care, he brought the sunstone close to the spine of the sunblade. A resonant hum vibrated through the air. The sunstone seeped into the blade at a visibly rapid pace, akin to melting ice and snow. Golden veins flowed and spread across the blade, as if gilding the sword in a layer of gold. Once the sunstone was fully absorbed, the sunblade emitted a melodious hum. Dazzling golden light erupted from the sword's edge, dispelling all surrounding shadows. Earth rank, low grade. Yi Fan's wrist trembled slightly as he felt the surging power emanating from the blade, his eyes betraying an unmistakable excitement. With a hint of playful reproach, he remarked, "Such a remarkable treasure. Why did my sister wait until now to present it to me?" Any family of considerable standing could produce a mystical weapon of the profound rank. However, weapons of the Earth rank were relatively rare. The noble families of Taiyuan Imperial City undoubtedly possessed Earth rank weapons, yet their numbers were limited and not readily available to the young elites. After all, these prodigies had not yet matured, and possessing an Earth rank weapon could easily make them targets for theft. If he were to possess a heavenly rank weapon by the time of the Imperial Banquet, his journey to claiming the title of the Banquet Champion would surely be much smoother. This was a request made by the owner from headquarters. Xuanhuan explained. The owner applied for this sunstone from headquarters 6 months ago. After many months, it has finally arrived and is now bestowed upon you. Oh, I see, Yi Fan replied, a smirk gracing his lips. My sister has certainly kept this under wraps. Not a whisper was let slip. Now that the item has been delivered, my brother shall take his leave. Xuanhuan stepped back, his white robe billowing without wind. The silent shadow, Ming Gui, nodded slightly in agreement. Wait. Yi Fan suddenly raised his hand, glancing at the two with curiosity. Now that my sister has gone to the headquarters of the Wanbao Tower in the central domain, will there be a new owner for the Wanbao Tower in the Imperial City of Yunin? There will not. Xuanhuan shook his head. According to headquarters, establishing a Wanbao Tower in the diminutive Yunin nation yields almost no profit. Thus it is deemed unnecessary to continue its existence. Will you two also be heading to the Wanbao Tower in the central domain? Yi Fan inquired, feeling a tinge of regret. The purpose of the Wanbao Tower is to amass wealth and resources. Yunin, being a mere vassal state of the Taiyuan Empire, is resource poor. Setting up a Wanbao Tower in the Imperial City of Yunin would be less beneficial than in Taiyuan. My brother and I are not originally from the Wanbao Tower. Xuanhuan clarified. We are grateful to the owner for their generosity in providing us resources to aid our cultivation. It is out of gratitude that we serve the owner. Then, I would like to invite you both to be guest elders of the Yi family. Yi Fan declared earnestly, his eyes glinting with determination. The Yi family, situated in the Imperial City of Yunin, was merely a second-rate family, consistently overshadowed by 4 prominent families, which had hindered its development. If the two specters, Xian and Ming, could become guest officials, given time, they would undoubtedly ascend to the status of the 5th great family. Guest officials? Upon hearing this, Xian's gaunt face momentarily stiffened. He exchanged glances with Ming, hesitating to respond. Just 2 years. Seeing their uncertainty, Yi Fan stepped forward, solemnly pledging, after 2 years. Should you escort me back from the Taichu Dao sect, I shall reward you both handsomely. Xian and Ming shared a meaningful look, and after a pause, a smile unexpectedly blossomed on their faces. Very well, my brother and I have grown accustomed to a carefree existence. Residing at the Yi family for 2 years would not be a burden. However, will the Yi family be able to provide us with the necessary cultivation resources? Haha. Yi Fan laughed heartily, his anxieties finally alleviated. He feared not the negotiations of the two specters, but rather their refusal. With their presence, how could the Yi family not flourish? The provision of resources would naturally be assured. Thus, it is splendid. Xian clapped his hands in delight, while Ming nodded in agreement. Please, enter the residence. Yi Fan, beaming with joy, gestured for their entrance. Upon learning of the two specters' willingness to serve as guest officials, Yi Hai was overjoyed. Due to his ill health, he could only delegate the arrangement to Yi Fu. That very night, the Yi residents held a grand banquet to celebrate Yi Fan's return, to express gratitude to Xuanhuan, and to welcome the two specters into their home. After several rounds of toasts, Yi Fan quietly left the table, treading upon the silvery light that filled the ground, returning to his courtyard. Once he dispelled the effects of the wine, his consciousness immediately sank into the realm of heaven. Now, although his cultivation had reached the 7th stage of the Xuanwu realm, this level was still insufficient within the Taichu Dao sect. However, progress in cultivation could not be rushed. It required a steady and methodical approach. In contrast, the refinement of martial skills could more effectively enhance his combat prowess. He had already mastered the first 6 forms of the 9 Suns Burning Heaven Sword technique. The 7th form, Shiha Commands the Chariot, had reached the lower tier of the heavenly grade. It was even more formidable, yet challenging to practice. After training under the moonlight for over 10 days, he finally achieved some modest success. Young master. One day, just as dawn broke and the morning mist lingered, Yi Fu's voice pierced through the courtyard walls, rousing Yi Fan from his slumber. Come in. Yi Fan lazily stretched, gradually rising from his reclining chair. Creaking, Yi Fu bowed as he entered. Hastening to stand before Yi Fan, someone from the Tianwu Academy has come, saying the headmaster requests your immediate presence at the royal palace. The headmaster? Asking me to the royal palace? Yi Fan's expression stiffened, puzzled as he looked at Yi Fu. It was no surprise for the headmaster to summon him to the Tianwu Academy, but a request to the royal palace was rather unusual. Did they mention the purpose? Yi Fan inquired, intrigued. The old servant inquired repeatedly, but the visitor did not disclose any details. Yi Fu replied, shaking his head. A contemplative expression surfaced on his face, and he lowered his voice. However, in recent days, I have noticed many royal offspring hastily returning to the capital. Rumor has it that a new monarch is to be proclaimed. A new monarch? Duan Tianshu. Yi Fan's gaze momentarily sharpened before he rose to his feet. Without allowing Yi Fu another word, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing out of the courtyard. Chapter 126. The new monarch ascends. The Yi family stands firm as a rock. As dawn broke gently, a thin mist enveloped the palace of the cloud-hidden kingdom. The imperial guard stood in formation on either side of the square, their halberds reflecting the chill of the morning light. The officials stood in solemn silence, no one daring to utter a word. In front of the main hall, the head of the Tianwu Academy stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His figure stood tall like a pine tree, his white robe remaining motionless in the morning breeze. Behind him, 6 deans stood still, each bearing a different expression. At the foot of the steps, 6 elegantly dressed youths stood side by side, all of them princes of the cloud-hidden kingdom, adorned in resplendent garments. They appeared regal and magnificent. Yet, at this moment, none could maintain their composure. Since the demise of Duan Jiuxiao, the kingdom had been without a ruler. The throne left vacant. Today, one among them would ascend to that exalted, yet perilous position. The head of the Tianwu Academy cast his gaze downward, his expression indifferent. From this day forth, although the throne of the cloud-hidden kingdom would still be inherited by the royal family, the true power had silently shifted. Yi Fan has arrived. The sharp voice of the attendant sliced through the silence, like a blade piercing the still air. A subtle stir rippled through the imperial guard. Some instinctively straightened their spines, gripping their halberds tightly. The scene of Yi Fan slaying Duan Jiuxiao with a single sword strike lingered in their memories like a haunting nightmare. The officials fell silent, their gazes surging toward the palace gates like a tide. The 6 princes also turned to Yi Fan, their eyes filled with complex emotions, apprehension, reverence, gratitude, and reluctance intertwined. They had previously been unconnected to the throne, but it was Yi Fan who had afforded them this opportunity. Yi Fan stepped forward, draped in his black robe, his stride steady and resolute. His expression was calm as his gaze swept over the gathered assembly, ultimately resting upon the 6 princes. Duan Tianshu is absent? The low voice of the head of the academy resonated from the high platform, interrupting Yi Fan's thoughts. Yi Fan, taken aback by the absence of Duan Tianshu, was momentarily stunned. Today, the head was to establish a new monarch, yet the ambitious Duan Tianshu was inexplicably missing. Yi Fan, the head's voice called out, drawing Yi Fan's attention. He looked up to see the head standing at a distance, gently beckoning him with a wave of his wide sleeves. Fluttering slightly in the morning breeze, Yi Fan suppressed his lingering doubts and ascended the steps of the white marble platform. As he passed through the ranks of the 6 princes, they instinctively took a half step back, clearing a path for him. A kingdom cannot be without a ruler for even a day. The head's voice was steady and powerful, echoing across the expansive square. If the transition of power was mishandled, it would inevitably incite internal strife, bringing calamity to the common folk. With that, his gaze slowly swept across the assembly, finally settling on Yi Fan. Now that all the princes are gathered, in your opinion, who should be established as the new monarch? Upon hearing these words, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yi Fan's eyes. The matter of appointing a new prince is a significant one, and the head of the academy should make such a determination independently, without needing to seek my opinion. This is the intention of my esteemed great-uncle, the head of the academy remarked, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he lowered his voice. Xiaolao? Yi Fan's pupils constricted slightly, and he instantly grasped the implication. Among the 6 princes present, not all were from the Yunnan kingdom. The head of the academy had merely selected suitable candidates, leaving the final decision in Yi Fan's hands. For the head of the academy, it was inconsequential whom he chose. However, for Yi Fan, the implications were profound. The ascension of the new monarch would undoubtedly foster a sense of gratitude for today's favor. Thus, The Yi family's standing in the imperial city would be as solid as a rock for the duration of the new ruler's reign. No one would dare to infringe upon the Yi family's interests. Yet, I know little of these princes. A faint smile graced Yi Fan's lips as his gaze flitted over the 6 princes like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Come. The head of the academy flipped his right hand, revealing a jade slip that glimmered faintly with spiritual light, which he extended towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan accepted the jade slip and slowly unfurled it, observing the radiant light swirling upon it, revealing a dense array of golden characters. Every detail, from the birth origins of each prince's mother to their daily conduct and martial prowess, was laid bare with meticulous precision. The head of the academy's consideration was indeed thorough. Yi Fan chuckled softly, his gaze swiftly scanning the jade slip, when suddenly it paused at a particular section, and his smile deepened. The 7th prince, Duan Tianlin. This prince hailed from a humble background and had no connections with the prominent families of the imperial city. Although his martial skills were not remarkable, he occupied a mid-tier position among the 6 princes. More importantly, his gentle demeanor and lack of political foundation in court made him an ideal candidate. Should such a person ascend to the throne, it would undoubtedly provoke dissatisfaction among various factions. Yet, precisely because of this, he was the best choice. With the Tianwu Academy backing him, he would be able to quell any dissent. Moreover, a ruler with such a tenuous foundation would inevitably lean more heavily on the Yi family in the future. Have you made your decision? The head of the academy's voice broke through Yi Fan's contemplation. Yi Fan nodded gently, slowly closing the jade slip. The 6 princes straightened their backs in unison, holding their breath. The eyes of the officials in the square were all directed at Yi Fan like arrows. The 7th prince, Duan Tianlin. Yi Fan's voice rang out clearly, echoing across the square. The gazes of several princes instantly shifted to Duan Tianlin, their expressions a complex tapestry of jealousy, resentment, and barely concealed shock. Duan Tianlin himself appeared as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. His pale lips quivered slightly, and his hands involuntarily clenched and relaxed, clearly unable to believe that such immense fortune would fall upon him. Duan Tianlin. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the head of the academy's voice resounded once more. Duan Tianlin stumbled forward a step, his knees buckling as he nearly collapsed to the ground. Struggling to maintain his composure, a faint, unnatural flush appeared on his pale face. With a wave of his sleeve, the head of the court summoned a gilded imperial edict that materialized out of thin air, proclaiming the 7th prince, Duan Tianlin, as the new sovereign of the Yunnan kingdom, effective immediately. The golden patterns on the decree shimmered under the sunlight, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. We pay our respects to the new sovereign. As the newly appointed commander of the imperial guards knelt, a chorus of uneven kneeling resonated throughout the square. Yet, Yi Fan remained motionless, merely nodding slightly. The ceremony concluded hastily, and the head of the court, accompanied by 6 other chancellors, departed first. The officials dispersed in pairs, their hushed discussions echoing against the palace walls. Young Master Yi. At that moment, a timid voice emerged from the side. Yi Fan turned to find Duan Tianlin awkwardly standing at the foot of the steps, his lips trembling as if struggling to articulate a multitude of thoughts. Ultimately managing to utter only, "Thank you." Yi Fan descended the steps, lightly patting Duan Tianlin on the shoulder. "Your Majesty need not express gratitude. Simply remember who elevated you to this position today." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind the sound of Duan Tianlin's hurried breaths and a nearly inaudible promise. I shall never forget. Upon exiting the palace gates, Yi Fan caught sight of the head of the court and the 6 chancellors receding into the distance. He quickly called out, "Head of the court, hold on." Hearing his voice, the head of the court halted and turned to face Yi Fan. "Elder Xiao, is he still at the Tianwu Academy?" Yi Fan hurried forward, closing the distance to inquire. Chapter 127. The Return Journey. The Old Dog Lurks. Haha. The head of the court smiled knowingly at Yi Fan's question. Though no words were exchanged, Yi Fan gleaned the answer from the expression. Indeed. Yi Fan murmured to himself, gazing at the retreating figure of the head of the court. Elder Xiao has likely long since departed from the Yunnan kingdom. Having been trapped for so many years, Elder Xiao must have had intentions to leave. Assigning him the task of selecting the new sovereign was likely the last arrangement he made before his departure, paving the way for the Yi family and allowing him to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts without distraction. Only after the head of the court's silhouette had completely vanished did Yi Fan retract his gaze. He then turned and returned to the Yi residence. With the establishment of the new sovereign, the entire nation rejoiced. Joy permeated the imperial city, yet it could not mask the resentment brewing within certain noble families. The gates of the Gu and Du families stood resolutely closed, their courtyards unusually deserted. Both families had placed their hopes squarely on Duan Tianxiu. Now, With Duan Tianshu absent and the new sovereign installed, this was evidently not the outcome they desired. However, the new sovereign had the backing of the Tianwu Academy, leaving them powerless in the face of such support. Time passed swiftly, and 2 months had slipped by in the blink of an eye. During these 2 months, Yi Fan paused his training to spend time with his family, only stealing moments at night to refine his martial skills. On this day, the Yi family gathered to bid him farewell, accompanying him to the outskirts of the imperial city. Take care. Yi Fan turned, facing Yi Hai and the others, uttering 2 simple words. Though brief, those words carried the weight of 1,000 burdens. Having spoken, he turned his gaze to Wan Zhan at his side. The sound of hooves began to rise, stirring up a cloud of dust. Fanner, as you journey to the Taichu Dao sect, you must exercise utmost caution. On the return trip, Wan Zhan maintained a stern expression, and after a prolonged silence, he could no longer restrain himself from speaking to Yi Fan. Previously, your grievances were merely with Luo Feiyu. However, in the royal city of Yunnan, you have slain Luo Xinhai. The Luo family of Luoshan City will undoubtedly seek retribution. I am aware, Yi Fan replied, nodding slightly, a fleeting glimmer of cold light appearing in his eyes. The entrance examination of the Taichu Dao sect is of paramount importance. Wan Zhan cautioned Yi Fan. If you excel in the examination, astonishing all, and catch the eye of a certain elder of the Taichu Dao sect, you may be accepted as a disciple and secure your position within the sect. Ideally, this elder should also hail from one of the 13 esteemed families of Taichu. The 13 families of Taichu are the mightiest clans in the entire southern region. In many respects, the Taichu Dao sect is an alliance formed by these 13 families. Among the elders, 6 parts are from the Taichu 13 families. Foster father. After a moment of silence, Yi Fan suddenly spoke, his voice eerily calm. Could you elaborate on which 13 families constitute the Taichu 13? Though he was audacious, he was not blindly reckless. In this world, strength is but one aspect. Influence plays an equally crucial role. Relying solely on power makes it exceedingly difficult to ascend to the pinnacle of strength. Yet failing to leverage influence can lead to untimely demise. Without a formidable backing within the Taichu Dao sect, his current predicament could end tragically. Wan Zhan's deep voice resonated clearly in the twilight as he enumerated the Xian family of Xuanhuan City, the Yin family of Jinhui City, the Yu family of Mingshu City, the Gongsun family of Tiangong City, the Xing family of Shinyi Prison City, the Yin family of Lingzhou City, the Huang family of Xuejiao City, the Hua family of Huanshan City, the Long family of Longyan City, the Chun family of Xingshi City, the Yao family of Yaochen City, the O family of Bingzhong City, and the Luo family of Luoshan City. With each surname mentioned, a spark of intensity flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. Noted, Yi Fan uttered softly, his gaze sharp with determination. He truly wished to encounter the prodigies of the Taichu 13 families. How much stronger would they be compared to the 10 talents of Taiyuan? Several hours later, they approached Taiyuan Imperial City. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, causing the withered grass to whirl. Something was amiss. Wan Zhan's rough hands tightened around the reins, and the warhorse snorted anxiously. His face tensed abruptly, his eagle-like gaze scanning the surroundings. Before his words could fully escape, the sky darkened ominously. A colossal palm print tore through the clouds, descending with the might of thunder. Be cautious, Wan Zhan shouted urgently at Yi Fan. Reacting swiftly, Yi Fan yanked the reins, leaning back sharply. The warhorse reared, narrowly evading the palm print that crashed down, creating a pit several feet deep in the ground. Shards of stone flew past his cheek, leaving a scarlet trace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For figures descended like phantoms from the sky, their garments billowing in the fierce wind. At the forefront stood an elder with snow-white eyebrows, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. It is you. Upon sighting the 4 individuals, Wan Zhan's eyes widened with astonishment. Xia Baimei, Yao Jintian, Pei Long, and Ming Songhai. Last time, I allowed you 2 to escape. Today Xia Baimei's emaciated fingers caressed his long brows, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You shall surely perish. Have you been lurking here all along? Yi Fan's gaze glimmered with coldness as he suddenly spoke. With Luo Xinhao already meeting his demise, how loyal you old hounds remain, still stationed here. To slay you is to avenge my grandson. Xia Baimei bellowed, his white brows standing on end, and his frail body emanating an astonishing pressure, causing the surrounding flora to bow down. He then added with a chilling laugh, bringing your head to Luoshan City to claim credit also seems like a splendid choice. No need to waste words on him. Yao Jintian roared, his piercing gaze fixed firmly on Wan Zhan. Wan Zhan, leave him to me. Which of you 3 shall take on Yi Fan? It matters not who strikes the blow. Pei Long spoke coldly, a ghostly blue flame suddenly igniting in his palm. The merit of slaying Yi Fan shall be shared among us 4. There is no need for rivalry. Fanner. Wan Zhan's robust figure trembled. his bronze-hued face appearing particularly resolute beneath the setting sun. You must flee. I will hold them off. Foster father, can you truly withstand these four? Yi Fan remained unmoved, turning to Xuanhuan with a calm demeanor. It is difficult. Xuanhuan's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat, blood vessels prominent in his eyes. But if I stake my life, I can buy you some time to escape back to the imperial city. It would not be in vain for you to call me foster father. Even if foster father sacrifices his life, it won't last long. Yi Fan slowly shook his head, his gaze suddenly sparkling as if filled with stars. Today, I shall not perish, nor shall my foster father. It is they who shall meet their end. What did you say? Xuanhuan looked at Yi Fan in bewilderment, scarcely believing his ears. At such a time, Yi Fan dared to utter such absurdity. Ha ha. Xie Baimei laughed heartily upon hearing this, his snow-white brows quivering violently. When his laughter abruptly ceased, his face contorted into a ghastly mask. Yi Fan, have you lost your wits? It will be we four who die? How ludicrous. Boom. As he spoke, four terrifying pressures erupted simultaneously, descending from all directions. The ground fractured inch by inch, and the flora within a Tinjiang radius was reduced to dust. The four from the Earth Martial Realm could not be matched by Xuanhuan. But what of the four from the Heaven Martial Realm? Amidst this cataclysmic pressure, Yi Fan slowly straightened his back, a peculiar smile playing at the corners of his lips as the void behind him began to warp. Buzz. The phantom of the Zhentian Bay manifested from thin air, the inscriptions shimmering with a golden light. In an instant, it obliterated the four from the Heaven Martial Realm. Destiny Soul. Xuanzhan's eyes widened, the confusion he had felt moments ago suddenly lifting. During the last battle at the Junlin banquet, Yi Fan had unleashed his Destiny Soul. He had suppressed Mo Ling Yuan's cultivation with the Zhentian Bay, defeating him in one strike. Yet, he only wondered if the Zhentian Bay could suppress even a warrior of the God King level in the Heaven Martial Realm. Upon seeing the Zhentian Bay, the expressions of Xie Baimei and the others grew more solemn. Even though the grand banquet was held that day, the four of them were absent. However, the formidable power of Yi Fan's soul had been spoken of in hushed tones. At this moment, facing the town restraining monument, they inexplicably felt a shiver of trepidation. Foster father. Yi Fan suddenly bellowed, his arms spreading wide like the wings of a great rock, his eyes ablaze with unwavering resolve. The opportunity was fleeting. Xuanhuan trembled, nodding solemnly. His fists clenched tightly, flames of fervor erupting from his arms. Although the power of the heavenly Tao suppression was immense, its duration was limited. With the town restraining monument, Yi Fan could at most suppress the cultivation of Xie Baimei and the others to the Earth Martial Realm. As a 7th-tier Xuanwu realm practitioner, Yi Fan still lacked the capability to vanquish Xie Baimei, whose cultivation had been restrained. Thus he had no choice but to rely on Xuanzhan's intervention. Heavenly Tao, suppress. With a low roar, Yi Fan unleashed the phantom of the town restraining monument, which surged dramatically behind him. The inscriptions glowed brilliantly, and the power of the heavenly Tao surged outward. Not good. Xie Baimei's countenance turned pale as he bore the weight of the heavenly Tao suppression. His formidable spiritual energy dissipated like receding tides. Yao Zhentian's surrounding dark mist suddenly solidified, transforming into wisps of azure smoke. Pei Long's palm, engulfed in a ghostly blue flame, extinguished with a hiss, leaving only faint trails of acrid smoke. The blade of Ming Songhai's sword, once sharp and icy, now emitted a mournful wail under the unbearable pressure. At this moment, the cultivation of all four was uniformly suppressed to the Earth Martial Realm. Now is the time. Xuanzhan's eyes flared crimson, flames surging around him. He shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, leaving a trail of scorched earth in his wake. Bang! His first punch struck Yao Zhentian. The fiery fist pierced through the dissipating dark mist, crashing violently into his chest. Yao Zhentian's eyes widened, blood mist erupting from his 7 orifices. This is impossible. Pei Long's heart skipped a beat as he witnessed Xuanzhan's second punch approaching. Before the ghostly blue flames could ignite, his head exploded like a ripe melon. Damn it! Ming Songhai hastily retreated 7 steps, attempting to evade Xuanzhan's ferocious onslaught. Yet Xuanzhan, with flames of destruction enveloping his fist, was an unstoppable force. Boom! Ming Songhai fell to the ground, his internal organs reduced to cinders. Bastard! Xie Baimei screeched, his white brows curling under the searing heat. At that moment, the phantom of the town restraining monument trembled violently. Foster father, quickly! Yi Fan grunted, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The time for the heavenly Tao suppression had elapsed. Continuing the suppression would result in a backlash from the town restraining monument. Die! Xuanzhan, unwilling to delay, lunged forward like a ferocious tiger once more. His right fist, enveloped in flames, aimed directly at Xie Baimei's face. The air crackled with explosive force as his punch approached. Xie Baimei, in a state of panic, retreated, his emaciated hands barely raising to shield his chest. The chaotic depths of his gaze reflected the ever-closer fiery fist. Boom. In the instant that Xuanhuan's punch struck, the phantom of the town-restraining monument suddenly shattered into a myriad of luminous particles. Yi Fan let out a muffled groan, his body collapsing to one side, blood seeping from all 7 orifices. Xie Baimei trembled violently, sensing a resurgence of vitality within his waning aura. Resolutely, he thrust his palms forward, conjuring a barrier of spiritual energy before him. Bang! Xuanhuan's fist, engulfed in flames, struck the spiritual barrier with tremendous force. Cracks spread like a spider's web, and Xie Baimei was sent flying through the air as if tossed like a rag doll. His right arm twisted grotesquely, the white bone shards piercing through flesh. Regrettably, Xuanhuan staggered to a halt, his right fist a bloody pulp. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly felt his opponent's cultivation recovering. Had it not been for the dissipating suppression, this blow would have surely shattered the opponent's heart. Kill him. Yi Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, struggling to rise from the ground. Stumbling forward, his eyes radiated a murderous intent that pierced the distance. No. Xie Baimei lay in a pool of blood, his aged face as pale as parchment. Trembling, he lifted his withered arm, the last flicker of spiritual energy at his fingertips flickering like a candle in the wind. Boom. Xuanhuan's gaze turned cold, and he swiftly advanced towards Xie Baimei. His bloodied palm descended with the force of thunder. Ah! Xie Baimei let out a scream, collapsing into the sanguine pool. Bang! At that moment, a dull thud echoed from behind. Xuanhuan's heart jolted, and he turned abruptly. There lay Yi Fan, devoid of color, crumpled on the ground. Fanner! Xuanhuan lunged forward, his rough hand trembling as he reached for Yi Fan's pulse, feeling the chaotic rhythm within. Hastily, he retrieved a crimson pill the size of a longan and placed it in Yi Fan's mouth. As the pill entered his abdomen, a faint golden glow enveloped Yi Fan, and his convulsing limbs gradually stilled. I am fine. Yi Fan managed to open his eyes with great effort, his voice a mere whisper. This time, he had truly underestimated the backlash of the heavenly suppression monument. While the power of heavenly restraint was formidable, it should not be misused. Extended suppression easily led to severe injuries. We should not linger here. Without further ado, Xuanhuan hoisted Yi Fan onto his back, soaring into the air like a great rock, leaving a fleeting shadow in the void. We must find a safe place to recuperate for a time. Will we miss the time? Yi Fan lay weakly on Xuanhuan's back, his voice barely audible above the wind. Given your current condition, I cannot allow you to accompany the 9th prince and his entourage to the Taichu Dao sect, Xuanhuan replied, his brow furrowed, swiftly weaving through the clouds. The wind rustled his robes. If we miss the time, I will personally escort you to the Taichu Dao sect. The Taichu Dao sect did not stipulate that candidates must travel with the imperial entourage. As long as they arrived at the mountain gate before the assessment day, they would be eligible to participate. After flying for over 20 miles, Xuanhuan found a secluded valley and descended slowly. Yi Fan sat cross-legged, channeling the solar scriptures, a faint golden halo radiating around him. The sunlight cascaded like a flowing river, enveloping him in a warm cocoon of light. Xuanhuan stood with his arms crossed 3 zhang away, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings incessantly. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the luminous cocoon gradually dissipated. Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. That breath coalesced in the air, forming a white ribbon that lingered for an extended moment. Father, it is sufficient now. Yi Fan's voice had regained its clarity as he turned to face Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan strode forward, placing his hand on Yi Fan's wrist, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Your recovery is indeed swifter than I anticipated. He had previously assessed Yi Fan's injuries, knowing that even with medicinal assistance, full recovery would take at least 2 days. Yet, Yi Fan had healed remarkably well within mere hours. I wonder if we can still catch up, Yi Fan murmured softly, rising to his feet and casting an apologetic glance at Xuanhuan. With no horse to ride, he could only rely on Xuanhuan to carry him through the skies. A cultivator at the heavenly martial realm could fly at incredible speeds, yet it consumed a significant amount of spiritual power. Chapter 129, The Taichu Mountain Range. Day of the assessment. Brat, why be so polite with me? Xuanhuan, discerning Yi Fan's apprehension, clasped him around the waist tightly. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the two soared into the sky like arrows released from a bowstring. By the time they arrived outside the Taiyuan imperial city, night had fallen. The imposing silhouette of the city loomed, partially obscured by the moonlight. The road outside the city gates was sparsely populated, with only a few solitary lanterns swaying in the night breeze. Indeed, they did not wait for us. Yi Fan sighed softly, his gaze sweeping over the empty city gates. Inadvertently, he noticed a slender figure standing in the shadows of the city wall. It was Miao Yan, Xuanhuan's face broke into a smile as he swiftly swooped down with Yi Fan. They landed gracefully, stirring up a small cloud of dust. Father, Yi Fan. Wan Miaoyan, clad in a flowing gown of flames, rushed over, inquiring, why did you arrive so late? Did something happen on the way? Indeed. There were some unexpected developments. Xuanhuan nodded, his eyes shimmering with pride as he deliberately lowered his voice, unable to conceal the tone of boastfulness. Those 4 old dogs from the Xie family ambushed us midway. The Xie family? Wan Miaoyan gasped. Her lips slightly parted in disbelief as she scrutinized the unscathed duo before her. How is this possible? If those 4 joined forces to ambush you, how did you return unscathed? 2 months prior, the Wan family had escorted Yi Fan to the imperial city of Yunnan, where they had faced a brutal onslaught from the 4 great clans. Ultimately, 3 clan elders and a handful of Earth Martial Realm warriors had returned to the Yi residence, bloodied and battered. Wan Miaoyan had been deeply concerned for Yi Fan and Xuanhuan, promptly sending someone to the Yunnan imperial city to establish contact with Xuanhuan. Upon learning that Xuanhuan and Yi Fan would return today, she had awaited their arrival since early morning. Hee. Xuanhuan grinned widely. Of course, we dispatched those 4 old dogs, which is why we are back. Who was the one who killed them? A flicker of astonishment crossed Wan Miaoyan's almond-shaped eyes, as she speculated the possible assistance of a formidable ally. As the daughter of Xuanhuan, she was acutely aware of the disparity in strength between the 2 parties. Although Xuanhuan was powerful, facing the united front of Xie Baimei and his 3 companions, merely escaping with his life would be a stroke of fortune. Father, let us join forces with Yi Fan to vanquish them, Xuanhuan proclaimed, his voice resonating like a bell. Wan Miaoyan's crimson lips parted slightly, followed by a playful roll of her eyes. With a delicate finger, she tapped her chin, tilting her head to scrutinize her father. If you're not comfortable sharing, you need not say anything. Why boast in front of your daughter? Boast. Xuanhuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he exchanged a glance with Yi Fan. They both chuckled in unison, absent-mindedly touching their noses. The notion of them collaborating to eliminate the 4 formidable warriors was indeed hard to fathom. Sister Miaoyan, where are the others? Yi Fan inquired, clearing his throat to shift the subject. At this hour, who would still be waiting for you? Wan Miaoyan pouted, retrieving a jade flute from her waist pouch. Only I would remain to await your arrival. With that, she raised the flute to her lips, producing a series of melodious notes. Suddenly, the night air was pierced by several sharp cries. 3 streaks of crimson light sliced through the darkness, as the flaming tail eagles spread their blazing wings and swooped down. Let us depart. Wan Miaoyan gracefully leaped onto the back of a flaming tail eagle, casting a charming smile over her shoulder. If we delay any longer, we shall miss the assessment of the Taichu Dao sect. Sister Miaoyan, are you also going? Yi Fan expressed his confusion upon witnessing her actions. Of course, Wan Miaoyan replied with a smile, revealing 2 faint dimples. I, too, wish to participate in the assessment of the Taichu Dao sect. You? Yi Fan's bewilderment deepened. Isn't it only those ranked on the Taiyuan list who can partake in the assessment? That applies to Xuanwu realm warriors, Wan Miaoyan clarified. For those in the Earth Martial realm, as long as they meet the age requirements, they may participate in the assessment of the Taichu Dao sect. Moreover, those who pass will begin as inner disciples. A spark of realization flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. So, does this mean Qin Shao and the others might also join the assessment of the Taichu Dao sect? Initially, he had thought Qin Shao merely led the group to the sect. Now, understanding that Earth Martial Realm warriors could also participate, he began to ponder possibilities. Given that Qin Zhao's age was similar to Wan Miaoyan's, he too would likely qualify for the assessment. Indeed, Wan Miaoyan affirmed, nodding. Do not worry. The assessments for Earth Martial Realm warriors and Xuanwu Realm warriors are conducted separately, with no overlap. We should hasten our pace. Fanner, Xuanhuan's voice boomed like distant thunder. He had firmly taken his place atop the flaming tail eagle, waving his arm to create a gust of wind. What are you still dawdling for? Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan cast aside his thoughts and lightly sprang onto the back of the flaming tail eagle, with a simultaneous flap of their wings. The 3 flaming tail eagles stirred up a whirlwind, swirling the fallen leaves into a vortex. They raced forward, heading towards the direction of the Taichu Dao sect. The biting wind struck their faces, causing Yi Fan to squint. The Taichu Dao sect is established in the heart of the southern domain, nestled within the majestic Taichu mountain range. 13 towering ancient cities encircle it like stars surrounding the moon. After a night of relentless travel, the peaks of Taichu Mountain came into view for the trio. The principal summit, soaring into the sky, resembled a sword piercing the heavens, its formidable body piercing through the roiling sea of clouds, casting a shadow that obscured the sun in the morning light. A rainbow bridge encircled the mountain, its vibrant colors flowing like rippling water, illuminating the peak as if it were a crystal paradise. Before the mountain gate, a vast white jade square capable of accommodating thousands. Unfolded. In the center of the square, a 3-zhang-tall ancient stele stood majestically, the primordial inscriptions on its surface gleaming softly with a golden hue in the morning light, as if imbued with life, flowing gently. At the entrance, 2 towering stone statues, guardians of the mountain, overlooked the throng. To the left, a qilin stood upon flames, every scale vividly detailed. To the right, a black tortoise bore a celestial tablet, the patterns on its shell remaining impeccably distinct after millennia of storms. At that moment, the morning mist enveloped the square like a delicate veil, yet it could not muffle the clamor of over 1,000 people present. The crowd naturally divided into 17 factions, standing apart. Among them, the 3 great empires each sent approximately 150 representatives. The other 13 factions comprised the illustrious talents of the 13 clans of Taichu, with some boasting over 100 members, while others numbered merely in the dozens. The final faction comprised wandering talents, a smaller group that had arrived through additional selection. Was Yi Fan not intending to come? Lei Mo, fidgeting within the crowd, frequently glanced towards the direction of the Taiyuan imperial city. Yi Fan. Perhaps he would never arrive. Qin Shao, standing at the forefront of the Taiyuan imperial dynasty's contingent, couldn't help but sneer at Lei Mo's mutterings. He had already received word that Xie Baimei and his companions had departed the Taiyuan imperial city to intercept Yi Fan. It was certain that Yi Fan, with only Wan Zhan by his side, would meet his demise at the hands of Xie Baimei and his companions. Unfortunately, a dark voice, laden with displeasure, emerged from behind Qin Shao, Mo Linyuan, who lamented not being able to personally rend Yi Fan into pieces. Suddenly, Yin Yu's keen gaze pierced through the morning mist, as if he had noticed something. His sharp eyes scanned the horizon, as if searching for the Wan family's flame-tailed eagle. Is it Wan Yaoyan? Qin Shao whispered, not paying it much heed. But who could the other 2 be? Could it be that the Wan family had other eligible talents in the Earth Martial Realm? The Wan family had several Xuanhuan realm prodigies on the Taiyuan ranking, all present in the assembly. If others were arriving at this time, they must be here to participate in the assessment for Earth Martial Realm talents. However, apart from Wan Yaoyan, Qin Shao could not think of any other talents from the Wan family in the Earth Martial Realm. It was Yi Fan. As the flame-tailed eagle drew closer, Lei Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Qin Zhao's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze on the increasingly clear figure. Upon recognizing Yi Fan's face, his expression darkened like ink. How could this be? How was he still alive? Qin Shao furrowed his brow tightly, murmuring softly to himself. Could it be that Xie Baimei and his companions had missed their chance to eliminate him? Meanwhile, on the other side of the square, within the ranks of the Luo clan, the prominent members of the Luo family turned their gazes skyward upon hearing the name Yi Fan. Could it be that he had slain Luo Xinhai? A young man clad in purple, Luo Xinjian, narrowed his eyes into slits, an aura of murderous intent subtly emanating from him. He was a prodigy of the Luo clan, possessing the strength of the Earth Martial Realm, and was also the twin brother of Luo Xinhai. How audacious to dare venture into the Taichu Dao sect. Beside him stood another prodigy, Luo Feng, arms crossed and a cruel smile playing upon his lips as he regarded the approaching Yi Fan, as if he were gazing upon a corpse. How could the young master Xinhai, a being of the Earth Martial Realm, perish at the hands of someone in the profound martial realm? It was rumored that the young master was gravely injured by a warrior of the heavenly martial realm prior to his demise. To dare employ such means to slay a member of the Luo clan was tantamount to courting death. The surrounding Luo prodigies began to whisper among themselves. There existed an unwritten rule among the 13 clans of Taichu. When a prodigy is slain by an opponent of equal realm, no retribution shall be sought. To prevent the abuse of power among the clans gifted and to encourage their cultivation. However, the death of Luo Xinhai clearly did not fall under this category. Having been first grievously injured by a heavenly martial realm warrior and subsequently struck down by Yi Fan, the Luo clan would undoubtedly seek vengeance for this affront. If he could advance to the 3rd round of this assessment, Luo Xinjian suddenly raised his hand, and the surrounding chatter ceased immediately. His voice, though soft, compelled all members of the Luo clan to straighten their backs involuntarily, find an opportunity, and eliminate him. Understood. Luo Feng was the first to respond, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust as he licked his lips and muttered, daring to slay the young master Xinhai, if we allow him to join the Taichu Dao sect. Wouldn't the Luo clan become a laughingstock among the 13 clans of Taichu? A total of 112 prodigies from the Luo clan participated in this assessment, including 22 from the Earth Martial Realm and 90 from the Profound Martial Realm. The rules governing entry into the Taichu Dao sect were well known among them. In the 3rd round, the participants would have the opportunity to engage in combat with one another. Thus, this round would serve as the optimal moment to eliminate Yi Fan. Just as they were contemplating this, in the void above, Wan Zhan, riding the flame-tailed eagle, descended towards the square, halting first. According to the regulations of the Taichu Dao sect, no outsiders were permitted to intrude upon the examination grounds. Father, you should return first, Xuanhuan said, her red lips parting as she cast a glance towards Yifan. The flame-tailed eagle let out a melodious call as it swooped down. At a distance of 3 zhang from the ground, Yifan gracefully landed, akin to a falling leaf. Xuanhuan, like a dancing butterfly, alighted softly without stirring a speck of dust. Miss. In the camp of the Taiyuan dynasty, Wan Chun and the others hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Yifan accompanying Xuanhuan, they all bowed in greeting. Initially, they had looked down upon Yifan, believing themselves to possess considerable talent. However, after the banquet, only reverence remained for Yifan. Silence. At that moment, a voice resounded like thunder. A middle-aged man in a purple robe descended from the void, each step creating ripples in the air. As his wide sleeves billowed, an overwhelming pressure cascaded down like a tidal wave. The once boisterous square fell into an eerie silence. Even the birds in the mountain stream ceased their chirping. Pay respects to Elder Zhu Zheng. The prodigies of the 13 houses of Taichu bowed in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized. Among the crowd, Luo Xinjian and Luo Feng exchanged glances, a flicker of trepidation evident in their eyes. Zhu Zheng, the middle-aged man in purple, was responsible for the annual assessments of the Taichu Dao sect. Though he hailed from humble beginnings, he was renowned for his unwavering impartiality. Even the direct descendants of the 13 houses of Taichu dared not act recklessly in his presence. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back in the void, his chiseled features betrayed no sign of emotion. His penetrating gaze swept across the 1,000-odd prodigies below, briefly lingering on Yifan before subtly shifting away. Those of the Earth Martial realm stepped forward. Elder Zhu Zheng's voice boomed like a bell, his wide sleeves cutting through the air in a sharp arc, pointing towards the distant flying cloud waterfall suspended in the 9 heavens. You shall first traverse the flying cloud waterfall and proceed to the Wushang Valley for the assessment. The crowd turned their eyes towards the torrential waters cascading from a height of 1,000 feet, refracting rainbows in the sunlight amid its thunderous roar. As Elder Zhu Zheng concluded his words, several individuals began to leave the ranks. From the Taiyuan dynasty, Qin Xiao, Qin Tsang, and Feng Wuju stepped forward. Yifan, be careful, Xuanhuan turned to remind him before striding away. Her red dress unfurled in the wind like a blossoming flower as she joined the other Earth Martial Realm prodigies, racing towards the flying cloud waterfall. The first round of the assessment is the soul power test. Once the Earth Martial Realm prodigies departed, Elder Zhu Zheng's sleeves billowed, and with a slender finger, he pointed into the air. The soul-testing monument at the center of the square suddenly illuminated, its mysterious runes flowing like water, casting a spectrum of colors in the sunlight. Let the soul guide you. Touch the monument to assess your soul power. Elder Zhu Zheng's voice resonated like thunder, causing the audience's eardrums to ache. Soul power is the strength of one's life soul. The higher the grade, the stronger the life soul awakened after entering the Earth Martial Realm. However, some martial artists can still become extraordinary powerhouses without relying on their life soul. Thus, this round of soul power testing does not eliminate participants, but merely ranks them. Grades 1, 2, and 3 are categorized as D rank, 4, 5, and 6 as C rank, 7 and 8 as B rank, and 9 and 10 as A rank. The first to step forward was a young man in black, trembling with apprehension. As his fingertip barely touched the monument's surface, it quivered violently. The soul-testing monument glowed a murky green, flickering like a candle in the wind. 4th grade soul power, C rank. Elder Zhu Zheng did not even lift his eyelids, yet his voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The young man's face turned pale, his heart filled with unwillingness as he stumbled back to the side. The soul power is divided into 10 grades by strength, and the green light emanating from the monument corresponded to the 4th grade, undoubtedly deemed weak. The test progressed like a flowing river, with some igniting an orange light into the sky, earning a 2nd-class evaluation, while others flickered dimly like fireflies, barely achieving a 3rd-class rating. Mo Linyuan, clad in a black robe, strode forward, his fingers clawing at the surface of the monument like an eagle's talons. Buzz, a brilliant golden light burst forth, compelling the onlookers to squint. 9th grade soul power, 1st class. In an instant, gasps of astonishment spread like a tidal wave. Mo Linyuan turned with pride, casting a challenging glance at Yifan in the lineup, his lips moving slightly, signaling, it's your turn. The square remained in a flurry. Yet many eyes were drawn to Yifan, especially those from the Taiyuan dynasty, who were filled with curiosity. Chapter 131, Purple Gold Divine Light, the soul testing monument shatters. Yifan, at the Xuanhu realm, awakened his life soul. Many had already witnessed his life soul, the heavenly pillar, during the Junlin banquet, where he had triumphed over Mo Linyuan. However, the true extent of his life soul's power remained a mystery to the crowd. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he slowly approached the soul-testing stone. At that moment, he too was filled with curiosity. The heavenly pillar was not his true life soul. He believed that upon stepping into the earth martial realm, he would awaken his genuine life soul. What strength would this true life soul possess? He was indeed Yi Fan, wasn't he? It was said that he had slain Luo Xinhao of the Luo clan. How could that be? Luo Xinhao was at the earth martial realm, while he was merely at Xuanhuan. It was rumored that Luo Xinhao had been gravely injured before his demise. So, this was the reason. Did he still dare to come to the Taichu Dao sect? Whispers spread through the square like a rising tide. Yi Fan seemed oblivious to it all as he stood before the soul-testing monument. Elder Zhu Zheng's scrutinizing gaze fell upon Yi Fan, his eyes sharp as blades, as if he sought to dissect him. Clearly, he had heard of Yi Fan's feat against Luo Xinhao and was intrigued by this audacious youth. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Fan slowly extended his palm to touch the monument's surface. One breath, two breaths, silence enveloped the soul-testing monument, offering no response. The crowd was momentarily stunned, followed by an uproar. What was happening? Mo Linyuan's brows furrowed slightly, sensing something amiss. Luo Feng was initially taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, believing it to be a result of Yi Fan's lack of soul power. A person devoid of soul power, regardless of their attainment in the earth martial realm, would not awaken a life soul. Moments later, Luo Feng quelled his laughter, ready to unleash a taunt. Suddenly, a rumbling disturbance erupted. The soul-testing monument trembled violently. Crack! A hairline fracture appeared quietly on the monument's surface. Following this, the monument erupted in resplendent golden radiance, the brilliance intensifying. In an instant, the entire square was enveloped in a sacred glow. Boom! A pillar of light shot skyward, piercing the heavens. The clouds within a 100-mile radius were stained in brilliant hues. And amidst the rolling sea of clouds, the echoes of profound melodies reverberated. The ancient runes on the soul-testing monument illuminated one by one, suspended like stars around the luminous pillar. Golden, remarkably also of the 9th grade. No, this gold differs from Mo Linyuan's. The square erupted with waves of exclamations. Deep within the golden light, a noble purple radiance distinctly flowed. The two colors intertwined and surged, coalescing into exquisite patterns in the void. The purple-gold divine light signified a 10th grade soul force. Elder Zhu Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of intrigue crossing his gaze. A 9th grade soul force could already be classified as superior, while a 10th grade was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. In previous assessments, those achieving a 9th grade soul force rarely exceeded a mere handful. Attaining a 10th grade was an occurrence that might only arise once in several years. Yet, Yi Fan astonishingly possessed a 10th grade soul force. Impossible, how could this be? Luo Feng's smile froze, his distorted features appearing particularly menacing under the purple-gold glow. Mo Linyuan fixated on that figure, the flames of jealousy in his eyes nearly bursting forth. He understood better than anyone the terror of the monument. It was this very soul that had led him to his first defeat at the Junlin banquet. Yet, while understanding this, jealousy gnawed at his reason like a venomous serpent. Suddenly, the soul-testing monument emitted a mournful cry, unable to bear the weight. Cracks spread across its surface like a spider's web. This is bad. Elder Zhu Zheng sensed something amiss, his pupils contracting sharply. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the ancient soul-testing monument shattered. Countless fragments flew in all directions, causing the onlookers to hastily raise their spiritual energy shields. Elder Zhu Zheng swiftly waved his sleeve, conjuring an invisible barrier to protect everyone in time. As the dust settled, Yi Fan stood still at the center. His robes were now stained with dirt. The remnants of the monument turned to powder at his feet, scattering with the wind. In an instant, the entire square fell silent. All expressions were frozen on their faces, as if time itself had halted. Yi Fan had shattered the soul-testing monument. At that moment, a whisper emerged from the crowd. Though faint, the voice resonated clearly in the stillness of the square. In an instant, countless gazes shot toward Yi Fan at the center, sharp as arrows. Yi Fan, how dare you? The brilliance in Luo Feng's eyes surged as he stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Fan and shouting, "The soul-testing monument has stood here for 1,000 years, and you dare to destroy it. Before even entering the sect, you audaciously damage its treasures. You must be executed. To dare to ruin the soul-testing monument is a blatant affront to the dignity of Taichu Daozong. Elder Zhu Zheng, please execute Yi Fan on the spot." The Luo faction instantly stirred, with dozens of prodigies echoing in agreement. Mo Linyuan and the others were momentarily stunned, then erupted into gleeful laughter. Yi Fan seemed to have landed himself in grave trouble. A millennium? Yi Fan, with a resigned shrug, could not fathom the situation. He glanced at his palm and then at the scattered debris on the ground. Could it be that the soul-testing monument was simply too antiquated to function? Absurd. Luo Feng interjected sharply, asserting that the monument was reinforced by divine runes. It could withstand not just a millennium, but even 10,000 or 100,000 years, provided the divine runes were regularly maintained. Indeed, Yifan suddenly displayed a knowing smile, questioning whether the monument could be so easily damaged. Some individuals could unleash their full power against it and still leave no more than a mere crack. Luo Feng's expression shifted slightly, leaving him momentarily speechless. The onlookers in the square exchanged glances, also coming to this realization. It was no simple task to destroy the soul-testing monument. Even a warrior of the heavenly martial realm would find it exceedingly difficult. Yet, Yifan had accomplished it with apparent ease. Elder Zhuzhong, Luo Feng, unwilling to concede, looked up at Elder Zhuzhong, his voice tinged with urgency. The Taichu Dao sect possesses a backup, soul-testing monument. Elder Zhuzhong spoke in a calm tone, his voice quiet yet compelling enough to silence everyone present. A few waiting attendants in the distance immediately bowed and retreated upon hearing this. Was the elder not planning to? Seeing that Elder Zhuzhong showed no intention of reprimanding Yifan, Luo Feng's expression darkened. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, a mere glance from Elder Zhuzhong silenced him. That undeniable gaze compelled his words to vanish before they could escape his lips. As Luo Feng lowered his head, Elder Zhuzhong's attention shifted back to Yifan. Elder. Yifan met Elder Zhuzhong's gaze and suddenly raised his voice, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Are you aware of the rank of my soul power? Arrogant. Grade A. And you are not the only one. Luo Feng muttered through clenched teeth, his displeasure palpable. The scene just before the monument shattered was vividly etched in everyone's mind. A surge of purple-gold radiance dyed the clouds above. Yifan's soul power had indeed reached the 9th grade. The 9th grade, still classified as Grade A. Chapter 132, The Solar Sword Intent, Threefold Realm. Super Grade A. Elder Zhuzhong fell silent for a moment before suddenly proclaiming a phrase. It reverberated like thunder across the square, lingering in the air. Those simple 3 words seemed to carry immense weight, causing pain in the eardrums of all present. Super Grade A? Luo Feng was taken aback, staring incredulously at Elder Zhuzhong. He vigorously rubbed his ears, doubting his own hearing. He had never heard of such a classification as Super Grade A. It was not just him. The entire square fell into an eerie silence. Expressions froze on everyone's faces as if they were under a spell. Super Grade A? Could it be that Yifan's soul power exceeded even the 9th grade? The 9th grade soul power manifested as purple gold light. Yifan should undoubtedly be of the 9th grade. Could it be that Yifan's shattering of the soul-testing monument was the cause? After a brief silence, the crowd in the square began to stir. Thud, thud. At this moment, the rhythmic sound of footsteps shattered the commotion. Several attendants, bearing a small soul-testing monument, approached with steady resolve. They reached the center of the square and securely placed the monument at a distance. The assessment continues, Elder Zhuzhong declared, his sweeping gesture silencing all discussions. His fathomless gaze gradually scanned the crowd, lingering for a fleeting moment on Yifan before nonchalantly shifting away. The assembly, now roused from their stupor, resumed their formation, though many minds had strayed from the evaluation. Occasionally, glances were cast towards Yifan, mingled with admiration and envy. Standing in place, Luo Feng's fists cracked ominously as he fixated on Yifan's silhouette, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. By the time the sun reached its zenith, the first round of soul power testing finally concluded. Over a dozen individuals were assessed as A rank, while the majority fell into B and C ranks, with several relegated to D rank. Prior to participating in the Tai Chu Dao Zong assessment, all had undergone a preliminary selection. The Tai Yuan dynasty boasted the Junlin ban, akin to similar lists in other dynasties. Those who stood here were undoubtedly martial prodigies, having triumphed through multiple layers of selection. Even those rated as D in the soul power test possessed formidable combat prowess. The second round of assessment commenced, the willpower test. With a sweeping motion, Elder Zhuzhong commanded the ground at the center of the square to suddenly fracture. 9 pitch-black enlightenment stones slowly emerged from the depths. Each stone bore cryptic ancient inscriptions that, upon mere observation, left the onlookers dizzy. Meditate on the essence of the inscriptions for the duration of an incense stick. Elder Zhuzhong's voice resonated like a bell. Ultimately, those who grasped the power of will would pass this round, while the uncomprehending would be eliminated. Before his words had fully settled, dozens in the crowd displayed haughty expressions. They had already comprehended the power of will prior to this evaluation. However, the majority wore faces marked by tension and anxiety. The first round of soul power testing merely classified individuals without elimination, but from the second round onward, dismissals would ensue. Grasping the power of will was no simple feat, even with the enlightenment stones providing an opportunity for the illustrious. Suddenly, Elder Zhu Zheng shifted his tone, stating that those who had already comprehended the power of will could also approach to gain further insight. Oh, Yi Fan's previously serene gaze ignited with fervor. He had already grasped the essence of the solar sword, albeit at the first stage of comprehension. Should he gain insights from the enlightenment stones, his combat strength would undoubtedly ascend. Regrettably, the time for contemplation was limited to the length of an incense stick, leaving him uncertain if it would suffice for a breakthrough in willpower. Anticipation surged within him. Commence. Elder Zhu Zheng waved his hand, casting a sidelong glance. Beside him, a steward ignited a gilded incense burner, releasing tendrils of fragrant smoke that spiraled upward. Witnessing this, the crowd surged like a tidal wave towards the 9 enlightenment stones. Yi Fan approached one of the stones at a measured pace and seated himself in a cross-legged position. As he focused on the stone, the ancient runes inscribed upon its surface began to shimmer faintly in his eyes, swirling like fish upon the water's surface. Not far away, a young man clad in black suddenly clutched his head, letting out an anguished cry, veins bulging upon his forehead. Others around him appeared pallid, beads of sweat cascading down their faces. Yet, Yi Fan's eyes grew ever brighter, golden flames flickering within his pupils. As his breathing deepened into a rhythm, his consciousness unfurled into a resplendent, celestial dome. Countless golden specks danced and intertwined, gradually forming the ethereal silhouette of a colossal sword that spanned the galaxy. The blade flowed with the true fire of the sun, each flicker of flame embodying the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. The intent of the solar sword. Yi Fan's heart raced as his awareness plunged entirely into the sea of consciousness. Different martial artists would glean varying insights from the enlightenment stones. What remained for everyone was to discover the path that suited them best. Yi Fan's path was indeed the solar sword path. The fragrant agarwood within the burner smoldered gently, while time slipped away unnoticed. The visions within Yi Fan's sea of consciousness grew ever clearer as the golden sword transformed from an ephemeral shimmer into a tangible form. The intricate patterns upon the sword's surface became vividly discernible, harmonizing with the colossal sword's ethereal silhouette in the starry expanse. As the final wisp of ash fell, Yi Fan's eyes flew open. 2 piercing golden rays shot forth from his gaze. Threefold, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, elation swelling within him. In the brief span of a single incense stick, he had shattered 2 barriers of the solar sword intent. Such progress left even him in disbelief. The time of the incense stick had concluded. Elder Zhu Zheng's voice suddenly resonated once more, commanding indifferently that those who had not comprehended the willpower may leave. In the plaza, individuals gradually roused from their trance. The successful ones beamed with joy, while the unsuccessful appeared ashen. Elder, will you not verify the willpower? Before the failed could exit, a voice emerged from the crowd. Upon hearing this, the departing failures halted in their tracks. If Elder Zhu Zheng did not conduct an assessment, could they not slip away unnoticed? Being eliminated without a chance to prove themselves, who would accept such a fate? There was no need for such deceit. Elder Zhu Zheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice calm and devoid of tremor. In the forthcoming 3rd round of practical evaluations, there would be an opportunity to demonstrate your willpower. Those who have not comprehended the willpower shall not participate in the battle, even if they narrowly escape. I shall personally eradicate them. The Taichu Dao sect does not require dishonest disciples. The price for deceit is death. Those who had held on to a glimmer of hope turned pale at his words. Ultimately, nearly 40% of the participants, dejected, made their way toward the edge of the plaza. They then departed, concluding their assessment at the Taichu Dao sect. Could it be that so many had comprehended the enlightenment stones and grasped the willpower? Yi Fan was somewhat astonished to see so many individuals remaining. Prior to the examination of the Taichu Dao sect, merely a few dozen had mastered the power of will. Yet now, following the 2nd round of assessments, there were as many as 600 or 700 participants left. Hundreds had grasped the essence of willpower by comprehending the Dao stones. Chapter 133, 9 Arenas Unleashed, Random Selection. Suddenly, the ground of the plaza trembled violently. 9 bronze battle platforms slowly emerged from the earth. At each diagonal corner of the platforms stood a dark iron staff. The practical assessment commenced, with all 9 arenas opening simultaneously and participants being selected at random. Elder Zhu Zheng's voice resonated in everyone's ears, declaring that any participant who conceded, perished, or vacated their platform would be deemed defeated. Those who achieved 3 victories would advance to the 4th round, while those who accumulated 3 defeats would be eliminated. Upon hearing such rules, the crowd exhaled in relief. After all, Random matchmaking meant that a battle determining life or death could inadvertently lead to a talented individual being prematurely eliminated due to bad luck. However, if one were to lose 3 times, it would ultimately reflect their own inadequacy and strength. With a flash, the dark iron staff suddenly radiated a blinding white light, shooting into the crowd like an arrow. Those chosen were enveloped in a hazy glow. Some displayed expressions of joy, while others turned pale. Nevertheless, all hesitated not and leaped onto their respective platforms. Boom. The battles erupted instantaneously. The 9 platforms surged with spiritual energy, and various manifestations of willpower collided in the air. In the first bout, all 18 participants engaged in tentative exchanges. Upon realizing their inferiority, several chose to concede swiftly. Buzz. After half a stick of incense, the staff on platform 1 once again blazed with brilliant white light. A beam of light shone directly upon Yi Fan, causing a smile to curl at the corners of his mouth. Finally, it was my turn. Yi Fan resolutely leaped onto the platform. Almost simultaneously, a towering figure crashed heavily onto the opposite side. It was Xuanhuan from the Taiwan dynasty. The burly young man grinned at Yi Fan, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth, and with his robust arms, he struck his chest with a thunderous sound. Kid, it's not too late to concede now. Yi Fan. Yi Fan chuckled lightly as he drew the sunblade. The moment his words fell, the temperature on the platform surged dramatically. What nonsense, Yi Fan. I've never heard of you. Xuanhuan bellowed, his fists colliding with a resounding clang. With a sinister grin, he took a step forward, causing the entire platform to tremble violently, the ground rippling like waves. Crush the mountain. With that fierce roar, Xuanhuan's earthy yellow spiritual energy surged. The force of his punch conjured an illusory mountain, descending upon Yi Fan with tremendous might. Before the fist even arrived, the violent pressure had already left web-like cracks on the surface of the platform. Within what seemed to be a simple punch lay an overwhelming force of Earth's will. Never heard of me? Yi Fan's expression stiffened, a hint of helpless amusement gracing his lips. He had thought himself sufficiently renowned in this arena. Even if the opponent had not heard of his slaying of Luo Zhenhe, he had previously achieved an extraordinary rank in the soul power assessment. Yi Fan stood resolute as Xiaoman's fist came crashing towards him. In the fleeting moment before impact, a streak of golden sword light flashed across the battle platform like lightning. Xiaoman's fist froze midair, his pupils dilating in shock. As he slowly lowered his gaze, he discovered that Yi Fan's sword had somehow found its way to his throat. The blade pierced his skin, a drop of crimson blood trickling down his neck. Xiaoman's Adam's apple bobbed nervously, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had not even caught a glimpse of how Yi Fan had drawn his sword. Yield, or face death. Yi Fan's expression remained indifferent, his voice chillingly calm. Xiaoman's face turned ashen, his clenched fist creaking under the pressure. Ultimately, he bowed his head in defeat. I concede. Luo Feng observed Yi Fan's decisive strike, narrowing his eyes slightly. While Xuanhuan had failed to perceive the speed of Yi Fan's blade, he had witnessed it clearly. He had to admit that Yi Fan's martial prowess far surpassed his apparent cultivation. With a single move, he had defeated Xuanhuan without even resorting to willpower. Being merely at the 7th stage of the Xuanwu realm, he could only triumph over someone as foolish as Xuanhuan. It was a mere stroke of luck. Yi Fan was not to be feared. Luo Feng, why do you look so pale? Have you been frightened? A few of Luo Feng's peers from the Luo clan were also observing the duel. Upon learning of Yi Fan's cultivation level, they couldn't help but snicker. They regarded Yi Fan's retreating figure with disdain. Rank does not equate to combat strength. Luo Feng, however, disagreed with their assessment, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he cautioned them. If you face Yi Fan later, do not underestimate him. Haha, Luo Feng. Do you think so highly of Yi Fan? At the 7th stage of the Xuanwu realm, how formidable can he truly be? Just 3 moves, and I could take his life. The others scoffed, their contempt unabated. To them, Luo Feng's concern seemed overly dramatic. Moments later, a brilliant white light erupted from the 9th battle platform. Yi Fan's figure was once again enveloped in radiance as he leaped onto the stage. Luo Feng sensed something and abruptly turned to look beside him. The individual selected from the 9th platform stood right next to him. Luo Li, another prodigy of the Luo clan. Luo Li realized he was to battle Yi Fan and erupted into a maniacal laugh, licking his lips, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty glow. Heaven truly favors me, granting me this opportunity for glory. The news of Yi Fan's slaying of Luo Zhenhe had already stirred a tempest within the Luo clan. The elders, infuriated, had issued a kill order. To eliminate Yi Fan would be a significant achievement within the clan. Do not be careless. Luo Feng frowned at Luo Li's bravado. Luo Feng, when did you become so timid? Luo Li cast a disdainful glance at Luo Feng, admonishing him not to bolster others' ambitions while undermining his own authority. Are you still unaware of my prowess? Do you think I, Luo Li, am incapable of slaying a 7th-stage Xuanhuan. With that, he forcefully stamped the ground, propelling himself like a crimson bolt of lightning towards combat platform number 9. Upon landing, he stirred a wave of energy that resonated through the entire platform. Members of the Luo clan? Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. Although he was unfamiliar with Luo Li, his emergence from the Luo clan's ranks provided ample clues. Huh. You are fortunate. Luo Li taunted Yi Fan, relishing the ease of his initial victory against a fool. Alas, your luck runs out in this second round, where you are destined to taste defeat. Your practical assessment will conclude with 1 win and 1 loss. Oh, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Are you implying that you intend to kill me? A single win and a loss in this practical assessment did not equate to elimination. If the assessment were to end in such a manner, it could only mean death in this encounter. Astute. Luo Li chuckled sinisterly, drawing forth a blood-red long blade. A gust of bloody wind surged forth, the crimson spiritual energy pouring out like a tidal wave. The air thickened under the blade's direction. His comprehension of willpower was rooted in the Tao of the blade, imbued with the attributes of bloodthirsty intent. Without further ado, Luo Li lunged forward. With each step, the surface of the platform bore the charred imprint of his foot. The blood-red blade flashed like a ravenous specter, reeking of iron and death, aimed straight for Yi Fan's throat. Chapter 134. Slay Luo Li, terrify the talents of the Luo clan. Yi Fan regarded the oncoming Luo Li with a calm demeanor, merely shifting his body slightly. The daybreak sword spun lightly in his palm, its edge glimmering with the light of dawn. With a swift motion, he unleashed the technique known as Rising Sunday. The sword light erupted like the first rays of morning, precisely striking the blade at its weakest point. Clang! A piercing sound erupted as the blade's momentum crumbled. Luo Li felt an overwhelming force surge from the blade, rendering his entire right arm numb. He staggered backward, his palm bursting open, blood dripping from the hilt. How is this possible? Luo Li's pupils dilated in shock, the arrogance draining from his face. Staring incredulously at his trembling right hand, he could hardly believe that his fierce attack had been so effortlessly neutralized by Yi Fan. The blazing sun hung high. Yi Fan seized the moment, launching himself into the air. The daybreak sword carved a flawless arc in the sky, its fierce light akin to the blazing sun at noon. Empowered by the sun's sword intent, each strand of sword energy radiated with the might to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Humph! Luo Li's expression contorted into a grimace, yet he quickly regained his composure. He swept his long blade horizontally, its light resembling a roaring river of blood surging upwards. Boom! At the moment of collision between sword and blade, the entire platform trembled violently, chaotic surges of spiritual energy fracturing the ground like a spiderweb. The intertwining gleams of blades and swords engulfed the entire arena. Below the stage, Luo Feng instinctively clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the 2 figures crossing paths within the shimmering veil, an overwhelming sense of unease surging within him. He was indifferent to Luo Li's fate. However, should Luo Li perish in this battle, it would tarnish the prestige of the Luo clan. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the lingering haze. As the spectators regained their focus, they beheld the 2 figures standing opposed. Yi Fan wore a faint smile, confidently holding his sword. The daylight sword in his hand emanated a subtle golden glow. 3 paces away, Luo Li knelt on one knee, his right arm, clutching the blade, reduced to a bloody pulp. Blood dripped continuously from the twisted edge, pooling into a small crimson puddle on the arena floor. Is Luo Li still unwilling to concede? Luo Feng's thunderous voice resonated, laced with unprecedented urgency. The brief exchange of blows had already revealed the disparity in their strengths. Luo Li was no match for Yi Fan. Continuing the fight would only lead to inevitable demise. Silence! Luo Li retorted coldly, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Yi Fan, a hoarse growl escaping his clenched teeth. Yi Fan, I shall tear you into 1,000 pieces. As his roar faded, a thick blood mist erupted around him, swirling as if alive, entwining his form. Sinister crimson patterns formed upon his skin. With a decisive step forward, he unleashed a merciless strike. The dying sun bleeds. Yi Fan murmured, his voice as frigid as ice. He slowly raised the daylight sword, which transformed from gold to a deep crimson, strikingly vivid as if steeped in blood. As the sword's momentum surged, the light in the arena dimmed, reminiscent of the last rays of a setting sun. Boom! The 9th arena was shrouded in crimson. With a single blow, Luo Li's blood mist dissipated. He stood frozen at the center of the stage, his eyes wide in disbelief. A fine line of blood gradually appeared at his throat. Fool! Luo Feng cursed inwardly, his fists clenched tightly. Luo Li had indeed been defeated. Bang! In the next heartbeat, Luo Li collapsed to the ground, blood slowly spreading across the arena. He was dead. Luo Li was dead. How on earth did this happen? A seventh tier of the Xuanwu realm defeating a ninth tier so effortlessly? The onlookers, astonished by this battle, could hardly comprehend the spectacle. The Luo clan's proud descendants, initially anticipating a spectacle, now wore expressions of shock. Luo Li's strength was certainly not at the pinnacle among the Xuanwu elite of the Luo clan, being a ninth-tier adept wielding the blood slaughter blade intent. There was no reason for him to be subdued by Yi Fan, a mere seventh-tier. Sword intent. Luo Feng had already discerned the truth, his voice dry with disbelief. Sword intent. Several Luo clan prodigies nearby glanced at Luo Feng in astonishment. The essence of the sun, sword wielded by this individual undoubtedly transcends mere layers of mastery. Luo Feng fixated intently on Yi Fan's action of sheathing his sword, his eyes shimmering with a myriad of complex emotions. Furthermore, the martial arts he cultivated appeared to be exceptionally robust, seemingly surpassing all the techniques within the Luo family. The ability to suppress and vanquish a seventh-tier Xuanwu realm practitioner with one of the ninth tier is not without justification. Although Luo Li had grasped the blood slaughter blade intent, it was merely a recent revelation after contemplating the Dao Stone. This blood slaughter blade intent, while potent, pales in comparison to the sun sword intent that Yi Fan had just unleashed, which evidently surpassed the first layer of mastery. The techniques cultivated by Yi Fan evoked a palpable sense of trepidation. The potency of one's martial arts directly influences the strength of their spiritual energy, which in turn affects their combat prowess. Despite being merely a seventh-tier Xuanwu realm practitioner, Yi Fan's spiritual energy was superior to that of Luo Li. After vanquishing Luo Li in battle, Yi Fan descended from the arena with an air of composure, having secured 2 victories thus far. With one more win, he would advance in this round of assessment. Who could possibly defeat him? A fellow prodigy from the Luo family, standing beside Luo Feng, suddenly voiced his concern, his voice trembling. The once arrogant and domineering members of the Luo family now wore pale expressions, clearly intimidated by Yi Fan's formidable abilities. Indeed, Luo Li was not the most exceptional among the Xuanwu realm elites of the Luo family. Yet among them, no one had managed to eliminate Luo Li in just 3 moves. Even if someone could, that individual would likely be Luo Feng himself. Should he face me, I would surely eliminate him. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with a hint of malice as he cautioned the surrounding Luo family prodigies, advising them to concede early should they encounter him. There was no need to throw away their lives unnecessarily. This time, the members of the Luo family refrained from retorting. A heavy silence enveloped the group as they gazed at the pool of blood gradually solidifying upon the arena floor, a lesson bought with life itself. However, the practical assessments involved random selections. With hundreds of participants present, the probability of Luo Feng confronting Yi Fan was exceedingly slim. On the 9 battle platforms, blades and swords clashed incessantly. Individuals departed dejectedly, while others advanced with pride. Before Luo Feng could engage Yi Fan, he had already secured his 3rd victory, thereby forfeiting any chance to eliminate Yi Fan in this round. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted from the 5th battle platform, a beam illuminating Yi Fan directly. At last, it is my turn, Yi Fan mused, a slight smile gracing his lips as he leapt onto the platform. Yet, when his opponent revealed themselves at the opposite end of the stage, his pupils contracted in surprise, momentarily taken aback. What a twist of fate, Yi Fan chuckled, recognizing his old acquaintance, Chun-Li. Previously, Chun-Li had mingled within the crowd of the Taiyuan dynasty, and Yi Fan, preoccupied with his own affairs, had not paid much attention. Now, seeing Chun-Li again, memories began to stir within him. On that day, they departed from the Taiyuan imperial city, returning to the imperial city of Yunnan country. En route, they were ambushed by the formidable forces of the 4 great clans led by Xie Baimei, resulting in their separation. However, Duan Tianshu, Chun-Li, and the others never returned to the imperial city of Yunnan thereafter. Chun-Li lingered in the imperial city for 2 months, receiving scant news of anyone. Chapter 135, The End of Grudges. In this battle, your defeat is inevitable. The fire of battle ignited in Chun-Li's eyes as he coldly uttered these words. Like Yi Fan, he had secured 2 victories thus far. Defeating Yi Fan in this battle would ensure his advancement. Although he understood the difficulty of vanquishing Yi Fan, he was consumed by a desire to prove himself. Where had Duan Tianshu gone after that day? Yi Fan dismissed Chun-Li's presence entirely and inquired about Duan Tianshu instead. How would I know? Chun-Li's gaze turned frosty, his hand trembling slightly as he gripped his sword. The dismissive attitude of his opponent incited a fury within him more profound than any insult. You don't know? Yi Fan remained unfazed by Chun-Li's demeanor, a faint smile dancing at the corners of his lips. That day, did you not flee alongside Duan Tianshu? How could you not know where he went? Do I need to know? Chun-Li's sword tip pointed directly at Yi Fan's throat, his voice as frigid as ice. The conflicts of Yunnan country are of no concern to me. Is that so? Yi Fan chuckled lightly, his gaze suddenly sharp as a sword. Does that also mean it is of no concern to your Qin family? Chunli, participating in the Taichu Dao sect assessment as one of the top 10 on the Taiyuan rankings, undoubtedly stood out among the candidates regarding martial prowess. Currently, he was fixated on martial strength, disregarding the disputes of Yunnan country. Yet, the Chun family to which he belonged was still embroiled in the power struggles of Yunnan country. With the new monarch's ascension, the Chun family, previously close to Duan Tianya, could very well face retribution. Would Chunli truly abandon his family? Huh. Chunli suddenly laughed coldly, evading Yi Fan's words. This avoidance sparked a flicker of understanding in Yi Fan's eyes. With Duan Tianshu's temperament, how could he willingly relinquish his claim to power? At this moment, he might be clandestinely colluding with certain families. However, upon further reflection, with the Tianwu Academy overseeing matters, what chaos could these clowns possibly incite? Chun Li's breath became long and frigid, his eyes shimmering with a chilling depth akin to a bottomless abyss. He slowly raised his sword, which erupted with an extremely sinister aura. The blade glimmered with a ghostly green light, as though forged in the depths of a netherworld. Yi Fan sensed the sword intent emanating from Chun Li and raised an eyebrow slightly. As a sword cultivator, it was normal for Chun Li to comprehend sword intent. However, the sword intent he wielded was the netherworld's sword intent, which, to some extent, countered the solar sword intent. Whoosh! Chun Li's figure suddenly blurred, leaving an afterimage in his wake. In the next instant, the sword's edge was merely 3 inches from Yi Fan's throat. Yi Fan furrowed his brow, shifting his foot to evade. The blade whistled past his neck, severing a strand of hair in silence. Such swiftness in the sword. Luo Feng, who had been observing Yi Fan, instinctively straightened his spine at this sight. Realizing Chun Li's formidable strength, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. Since he could not eliminate Yi Fan himself, allowing Chun Li to take on the task was not a bad alternative. Guide to the Yellow Springs. Chun Li's face was etched with coldness, the momentum of his sword unrelenting. In an abrupt shift, the sword light turned as chilling as the waters of the Nether River. Where the blade passed, a gust of ominous wind arose. Sunset's afterglow. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened, the daylight sword fiercely striking forth. The sword's radiance, stained with the color of blood against the setting sun, surged forward with the fervor capable of incinerating all. Clang! Sparks erupted upon the 5th battle stage. The searing essence of the solar sword clashed with the frigid aura of the nether sword, creating a shockwave that rippled across the stage, fracturing the ground beneath. I shall see how many of my blows you can withstand. Chun Li spoke coldly, his eyes glinting with ferocity. Before his words faded, he moved again, the sword's momentum becoming erratic and unpredictable. He flickered like a phantom on the stage, the blade striking from the left one moment, then thrusting from behind the next. Shrouded in enigma, horde of 100 ghosts. As Chun Li's roar echoed, a tempest of chilling winds surged across the stage. Countless ethereal sword shadows surged forth like hellish specters, each blade carrying a bone-chilling cold, as if to freeze his very soul. Burning the wilderness. Yi Fan's gaze darkened, and the daylight sword in his hand erupted with blinding golden brilliance. As he swept the blade, a fan-shaped wave of flame surged forth like a volcanic eruption. The scorching sword aura collided with the spectral sword shadows, gradually incinerating them into oblivion. Puff! Chun Li let out a muffled grunt, stumbling back several paces. A trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Your swordplay still leaves much to be desired. Yi Fan remarked with a smug smile, his tone laced with disdain. Is that so? Then what of this sword? Chun Li wiped the blood from his lips, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Suddenly, an even colder sword intent erupted explosively. The aura of the nether surged violently around Chun Li. The realm of sword intent, under the gaze of all, broke through to the 2nd level. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened slightly. Did you comprehend this sword intent only after observing the Dao Stone? What do you think? Chun Li scoffed. Do not think that just because you secured first at the Junlin banquet and topped the Taiyuan rankings, you truly deserve that title. That first place was merely granted to you. Yi Fan shrugged with a chuckle, instantly grasping Chun Li's implication. During the Junlin banquet, Chun Li had already comprehended the nether sword intent. After observing the Dao Stone, he had elevated it to the 2nd level. Given Chun Li's strength at the Junlin banquet, he might have contended for a top 3 position. To claim that the first was given to him was somewhat absurd. No matter how formidable Chun Li may be, can he withstand the oppressive might of the heavenly Tao embodied in the Zhentian stele, the depths of the 9 hells, and the Yellow Springs? Chun Li's sword tip suddenly lunged forth, causing the temperature of the entire battle platform to plummet. A ghastly phantom, resembling a monstrous visage, emerged from the blade, emitting a chilling, sinister wail. This strike encapsulated the true essence of the Netherworld's power. Is the second level of sword intent truly formidable? Yi Fan slowly raised the daylight sword, finally adopting a serious demeanor. As the sword tip was fully elevated, the solar sword intent erupted in its entirety. What? The third level? Luo Feng, standing beneath the platform, felt this and was struck with astonishment. He had long discerned that Yi Fan's mastery of the solar sword intent extended beyond a single level. Yet, he had not anticipated it would reach the third level. With a resounding surge, the golden radiance of the daylight sword intensified, resembling a blazing sun rising in Yi Fan's grasp. Its form abruptly ascended, delivering a decisive strike. The sword light swept across the platform like a chariot of the sun. 7 successive arcs of sword energy cascaded down, unleashing a devastating force capable of shattering armor and melting weaponry. This strike was the 7th form of the 9 Suns' scorching heaven sword technique, Shihi's chariot. Boom. At the moment of collision between the two immense forces, blinding white light engulfed the entire 5th battle platform. Those below instinctively closed their eyes, and the fierce battles on surrounding platforms came to an abrupt halt. Such a commotion. Who could be engaged on those two platforms? The sword techniques wielded by these two individuals are astonishingly powerful. Both are prodigies of the Taiyuan dynasty. Terrifying. The 5th battle platform instantly captivated the attention of all present. Elder Zhu Zheng squinted, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. As the blinding light dissipated, the scene on the platform gradually came into focus. Yi Fan stood resolutely with his sword, the golden radiance of the daylight sword still ablaze. In contrast, Chun-Li knelt on one knee, his long sword embedded in the ground, barely supporting himself. His right sleeve lay in tatters, his skin marred with burn marks, and blood continuously trickled from the corner of his mouth. Chun-Li struggled to lift his gaze, his eyes a tumult of shock and unwillingness. He had never imagined that despite mastering the 2nd level of sword intent, he would still suffer such a comprehensive defeat. Let our grievances end here. Yi Fan's voice was soft, yet it sent a tremor through Chun-Li's entire being. Upon catching a glimpse of the murderous intent flickering in Yi Fan's eyes, he immediately understood the gravity of the situation. His bloodied lips quivered as he attempted to utter, "I concede." Swish. Yi Fan's sword light flashed like lightning, preempting Chun-Li's final words. A slender crimson thread materialized at his throat, silencing the concluding syllable forever. Chapter 136. High Intensity, Intersect Disciples. As Yi Fan sheathed his sword, the delicate crimson thread at Chun-Li's throat suddenly burst open. Blood gushed forth like a breached dam, tracing a tragic arc in the sunlight. Bang! Subsequently, Chun-Li's lifeless body collapsed heavily to the ground, his expression frozen in disbelief until his last breath. The entire plaza fell into a brief, profound silence. Elder Zhu Zheng. Suddenly, Luo Feng erupted in fury, pointing at the lifeless body of Chun-Li on the 5th battle stage, directing his gaze towards Elder Zhu in the void above, and exclaimed, "Chun-Li clearly conceded defeat. Yet Yi Fan insisted on taking his life. This is a blatant violation of the assessment rules, a provocation to your authority. Will you allow this to go unpunished?" Elder Zhu's expression remained impassive as he glanced at Luo Feng before his penetrating gaze settled on Yi Fan, slowly inquiring, "Why did you choose to kill him?" "Personal grievances." Yi Fan replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, his tone nonchalant. The enmity between him and Chun-Li had a long history, and the specifics of their discord were unnecessary to elaborate upon. Is this the place to settle personal vendettas? Elder Zhu's questioning was an attempt to provide Yi Fan an opportunity, yet the latter's response fell short of his expectations. He conceded defeat. You killed him. Luo Feng suddenly raised his voice, interrupting Elder Zhu, his clear tone echoing across the square. Did he ever utter the word defeat? I did not hear it from his lips. I asked, did anyone present? This line of questioning thickened the atmosphere in the square, as the onlookers exchanged awkward glances. Some bowed their heads in silence, while others hesitated to speak. It was true that Chun-Li never explicitly uttered the word defeat, but it was evident to all that he was prepared to concede. Your reasoning is fallacious. Luo Feng trembled with rage, rebuking Yi Fan. Before you delivered the final strike, the outcome was already determined. You had secured your victory. There was no need to slay Chun-Li, especially since he was on the verge of conceding. Oh, how do you know he intended to concede? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a playful smile surfacing. He may have said he wanted to acknowledge me, but that does not necessarily mean he wished to admit defeat. Perhaps he intended to recognize me as his father? You accuse me of killing him at the moment of his intended concession. Yet I assert that I merely silenced him before he could provoke me. You scoundrel. Luo Feng's face turned ashen, rendered speechless by Yi Fan's convoluted reasoning. He suddenly turned to Elder Zhu, his eyes pleading. Elder Zhu, please see the truth. Elder Yi Fan. Elder Zhu had already made up his mind. casting a cold glance at Yi Fan. In an assessment, if one has the capacity to spare their opponent, they ought to do so. Your intent to kill is excessive. Considering that Chun-Li did not explicitly concede, I will mark this as a transgression, but you may leave the battle stage. Luo Feng's expression darkened, his lips moving as if to argue. However, a single glance from Elder Zhu made him tremble, forcing the words back down his throat. Yi Fan, on the other hand, smiled calmly and gracefully leaped down from the battle stage. In the realm of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. The assessments of the Taichu Dao sect prioritize martial talent. Exceptional martial prodigies are granted greater leniency by the sect, a practice commonplace in any sect. Moreover, Yi Fan's actions did not strictly contravene the rules. Elder Zhu's admonition was merely an attempt to quell the rising ire of the crowd. As Yi Fan departed from the fifth battle platform, the assessment continued. The combat on the platform grew increasingly intense, with participants leaving in despondence. Once the final battle concluded, only a little over 250 individuals remained in the square. At that moment, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from the direction of the Taichu Dao sect. 100 young men and women positioned themselves at the northern side of the square. Some stood with swords in hand, while others gazed contemplatively at the sky. Each individual exuded an extraordinary aura. Were these the inner disciples of the Taichu Dao sect? What could their purpose be? Surely, they weren't merely here to spectate. Their demeanor suggested otherwise, and the onlookers exchanged whispers, some displaying admiration while others nervously swallowed hard. Even the likes of Luo Feng and the other 13 prodigies of Taichu were perplexed. This practical assessment was unlike any before. Elder Zhu Zhang's voice rang out, instantly quelling all discussions. To ensure the quality of the new disciples, the assessment would be divided into 2 parts. You 258 individuals have already passed the first portion. With a flourish of his sleeve, he gestured towards the row of inner disciples, stating, "This second part entails a battle against the 100 inner disciples of the Taichu Dao sect before you. What? How can we possibly engage in such a formidable contest? How could we stand a chance against the inner disciples of the Taichu Dao sect? Indeed, the inner disciples are all at least at the earth martial realm." As Elder Zhu Zhang's words settled, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. The assembled participants were merely at the Xuanhuan realm, while the inner disciples were all at the earth martial realm. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. They will suppress their cultivation to match your realm and will not utilize their soul powers. Elder Zhu Zhang's gaze was sharp as he quelled the unrest, explaining to the crowd that, within the same realm, if you can withstand 3 of their strikes, you will pass the assessment. However, this statement did little to alleviate the crowd's anxiety. Instead, it furrowed more brows in concern. Even if the inner disciples suppressed their cultivation and refrained from using their soul powers, their mastery over willpower far surpassed that of the participants. Furthermore, these inner disciples had trained in the Taichu Dao sect for at least a year, with some having trained for several years, possessing superior techniques and martial skills. In such circumstances, the assessors remained undeniably at a disadvantage. Elder Yi Fan suddenly spoke, directing his gaze towards Elder Zhu Zhang above, and inquired, "What if one cannot withstand 3 strikes? If you cannot, then you will be eliminated. During this period, you may concede at any time within the 3 strikes." Elder Zhu Zhang replied indifferently, his keen gaze sweeping over the crowd as he continued, "But those who insist on being obstinate shall bear the consequences." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the square grew tense. Many participants unconsciously tightened their bodies. At that moment, the expressions of the inner disciples of the Taichu Dao sect varied. The 9 individuals standing at the far left suddenly sprang into action. With a swift movement, they each landed on a separate battle platform. The scepter on the battle platform erupted with a blinding white light, precisely targeting 9 contestants amidst the crowd. Has it come to me so soon? Enveloped in the radiant glow, Yi Fan could not help but smile slightly. The notion of advancing by being the first to fight suited him perfectly. Luo Feng noticed the white light surrounding Yi Fan and turned his gaze towards the corresponding battle platform. Upon recognizing the inner sect disciple on the stage, he was instantly filled with joy. With a leap, Yi Fan elegantly landed on the designated 7th battle platform. Luo Feng exclaimed excitedly, calling out to the inner sect disciple on platform 7. Coincidentally, this individual was also from the Luo clan of Luo God City. Chapter 137, A Sneak Attack? This is Tactics. Within the Tai Chi Dao sect, there are numerous disciples from the Tai Chi 13 clans. Among the 100 inner sect disciples present, 5 belonged to the Luo clan. Given this, it was quite probable that Yi Fan would encounter one of them. Now, with Luo Feng's shout, it was hardly surprising. With Luo Feng's call, Luo Mo glanced over in annoyance. Although they both belonged to the Luo clan, he was not well acquainted with Luo Feng. At this moment, he was puzzled as to why Luo Feng had suddenly called out to him. As for Yi Fan, he simply shrugged in resignation. This person is Yi Fan. Luo Feng pointed at Yi Fan, his voice barely containing his excitement. He merely needed to declare Yi Fan's identity, without further elaboration. Yi Fan. Luo Mo's eyes flickered as his hawk-like gaze swept over Yi Fan from head to toe. You were the one who killed Luo Xuanhuan not long ago? Indeed. Yi Fan saw no reason to deny it and responded calmly. You possess remarkable boldness. Luo Mo suddenly grinned. If you indeed killed Luo Xuanhuan with your own strength, I would respect you somewhat. Unfortunately, you did not. Do you understand the consequences of relying on others to slay a member of the Luo clan? I have no desire to know. Yi Fan shrugged, drawing out his daylight sword. You will die? Luo Mo's voice abruptly turned icy, a murderous aura enveloping him. Oh. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, inquiring of Luo Mo. Are you seeking to avenge Luo Xuanhuan? Avenge? Luo Mo scoffed, brandishing his sword. I was not close to Luo Xuanhuan and have no interest in avenging him. However, your name is on the Luo clan's kill list. To slay you is the duty of every Luo disciple. You have 3 chances. Yi Fan calmly took his stance, a slight smile playing on his lips. But do seize the opportunity well. While he was aware that Luo Mo was of the Earth Martial realm, in this battle platform, the opponent's cultivation must be suppressed, and they could not utilize their soul powers. In this realm, who has he ever feared? 3 chances? A mocking smile crept across Luo Mo's lips as he slowly raised a finger. To kill you, 1 strike is sufficient. With that, a violent aura suddenly erupted from him. His spirit energy surged, firmly suppressed at the 9th stage of the Xuanwu realm. Wait. Yi Fan suddenly raised his hand, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Are you considering surrender? Luo Mo scoffed, raising his sword and drawing a chilling arc in the air. You have violated the rules. Unperturbed, Yi Fan pointed at himself, asserting, according to the regulations, you should suppress your cultivation to the 7th level of the Xuanwu realm to match my level. As he spoke, he deliberately exuded the aura of the 7th level of the Xuanwu realm. Although the energy fluctuation was not particularly startling, it was terrifyingly refined. The 7th level of the Xuanwu realm? Luo Mo's pupils constricted, his sword momentum faltering as he gazed incredulously at Yi Fan. With merely the cultivation of the 7th level of the Xuanwu realm, you have managed to reach this point? The first 2 rounds of assessment did not impose any special requirements regarding cultivation. The distinction between the 7th and 9th levels of the Xuanwu realm was negligible. However, in the 3rd round, higher cultivation conferred greater advantages. Achieving 3 victories with merely the 7th level of the Xuanwu realm would be no small feat. Do you think I would deceive you? Yi Fan spread his hands, a mischievous smile illuminating his eyes. Luo Mo cast a doubtful glance at Luo Feng below, who nodded grimly in response. You truly possess skill. Luo Mo snorted coldly, his aura fluctuating once more. The energy surrounding him was restrained, ultimately stabilizing at the 7th level of the Xuanwu realm. Whoosh! Just as Luo Mo's aura stabilized, Yi Fan suddenly sprang into action. With a move reminiscent of a blood-red sunset, the sunblade shot forth like crimson lightning. The sword's edge sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. This strike was astonishingly swift, aimed directly at Luo Mo's throat. Bang! Luo Mo reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly crossing his sword to block the attack. The sparks that erupted from the collision lit up his ashen face, revealing a pair of fiery eyes. A sneak attack? Luo Mo spat the words through clenched teeth. Fury etched across his features. Is this all you can do? This is called strategy. Yi Fan replied with a radiant smile, leisurely stepping back 2 paces and deliberately wiggling his fingers. 1 move down, 2 to go? Humph. Luo Mo ceased his banter, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupting around him. The long sword in his hand vibrated incessantly, and faint blood-like patterns emerged along the blade. His sword intent was one of slaughter. The sword embodies the essence of killing. Although the slaughter sword intent is a type of attribute sword intent, it is the most commonly encountered among them. Yet, it only reached the 3rd level. Yi Fan smirked disdainfully, his sunblade trembling lightly in his grasp. I expected something more formidable. Before his words faded, the sunblade suddenly burst forth, radiating a brilliant golden light. The intense solar sword intent erupted like a volcano, standing in equal measure against the slaughter sword intent. Kill. Luo Mo was the first to strike, his long sword transforming into a blood-red comet aimed directly at Yi Fan's heart. This strike was astonishingly swift. Where the sword passed, it left behind a lingering trail of crimson that refused to dissipate. Shihi's chariot. Though Yi Fan harbored no fear, he remained cautious. He leapt into the air, the sword light advancing like a solar chariot, crashing forward. 7 consecutive arcs of sword energy converged, slicing forth with tremendous force. With a deafening roar, the 2 swords clashed in the center of the arena. As the brilliance dimmed, 2 figures were seen simultaneously being propelled backwards. Upon landing, They staggered several steps before regaining their balance at the edge of the stage. The fact that they could withstand a strike from Luo Mo was astonishing. Luo Feng in the audience felt his pupils constrict and instinctively took a step forward. You still have one move left, Yi Fan remarked, shaking his slightly numbed right hand. A provocative smile gracing his lips. Despite the sharp pain radiating from his hand, his gaze remained as piercing as a blade. The seventh technique of the nine-yang burning heaven sword art, Shi He's Imperial Chariot, already possessed the might of a low-grade heavenly tier martial skill. Given that Luo Mo's cultivation was suppressed to the same realm, it was remarkable that he had not gained the upper hand. This indicated that the deadly technique Luo Mo had just unleashed must also have reached the heavenly tier. You truly are full of surprises. Luo Mo suddenly chuckled softly, recognizing Yi Fan's deliberate provocation, which allowed him to regain his composure. It was astounding that a mere 7th tier of the Xuanhuan realm could hone a low-grade heavenly tier martial skill to such a degree. To be frank, you are already qualified to enter the Taichu Dao sect. Is that so? Yi Fan replied with a faint smile, continuing to taunt. Are you afraid? Looking for a way to back down? Luo Mo's cold laughter resonated with an icy chill. With your mere 7th tier, Xuanwu cultivation. Using this heavenly tier martial skill must have depleted over half of your spiritual power, right? After this, you certainly will not be able to employ the same sword move again. How will you withstand my third strike? You think too highly of yourself. Yi Fan suddenly burst into laughter, casually resting the daylight sword on his shoulder. I'm not afraid to tell you that I had already executed this move before battling you. Look, I'm using it again. Do you believe that I can perform the same sword move once more? Perhaps even 2 or 3 times. Chapter 138, Violation, Sent to the Black Prison. The other participants had already undergone 3 battles prior to this one, their spiritual power somewhat depleted. However, Yi Fan's consumption was nearly negligible. Between these 3 battles, there had been sufficient intervals for recovery under the sun. By the time he engaged Luo Mo, his spiritual power had restored to its peak. With the sun still high in the sky, his internal energy was rapidly replenishing. The more Luo Mo spoke, the more robust Yi Fan's spiritual power became. Is that so? A flicker of doubt crossed Luo Mo's eyes as he slowly raised his sword once more. Regardless of the truth behind Yi Fan's claims, today he would take his life. This third strike would be his strongest, killing prison sword. With a thunderous shout, a surge of overwhelming murderous intent erupted around Luo Mo. The blood patterns on his sword ignited, transforming into a translucent blood jade. The terrifying aura of slaughter enveloped the arena, causing those nearby to instinctively hold their breath. Boom. With a single step, Luo Mo's foot crashed down, causing the ground of the arena to collapse beneath him. This sword, infused with the intent of slaughter, wields the might of purgatory to strike down foes. As the blade sweeps through the air, an eerie vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood faintly materializes. Yet, Yi Fan merely chuckles lightly, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. The golden radiance of the sun's sword retracts, igniting a layer of otherworldly flames. Heart of fire, inquisition of the soul. The moment the sword is drawn, the temperature of the battlefield soars, and the very heavens lose their hue. There is no earth-shattering spectacle, only a finely honed crimson thread. Where the sword light traverses, the fabric of space subtly warps like rippling water. Heart of fire, the 8th form of the 9 suns incinerating heaven sword technique. The power of the sword has already reached the mid-tier of the celestial realm. Though Yi Fan has yet to cultivate this strike to its pinnacle, he still wields it with a degree of strain. Nevertheless, this battle is to be resolved in 3 moves. Regardless of the outcome, both parties shall cease their efforts, free from psychological burdens, and give their all. Hiss. In the fleeting moment when 2 beams of sword light intersect, time appears to freeze. Boom. In the next instant, a terrifying storm of spiritual energy sweeps across the arena. The blood-red sword light unleashed by Luo Mo is violently torn apart. Impossible. Witnessing the approaching crimson blade, his countenance changes dramatically. In that moment, he can no longer suppress his cultivation. The aura of the earth martial realm erupts explosively from his being. With a step, he retreats in disarray. The entire square falls into a deathly silence. Everyone stares wide-eyed, mouths agape, yet no sound escapes. In 3 moves, Luo Mo not only fails to defeat Yi Fan, but is compelled to unleash his full cultivation under Yi Fan's relentless assault. How could this be? Luo Feng, standing beneath the arena, trembles uncontrollably. His gaze is fixated on Yi Fan, his pupils constricting sharply. Though merely a spectator, he feels a tension that surpasses that of the 2 combatants above. Sweat soaks through his back, yet he remains oblivious to it. Damn it! A voice of fury suddenly shatters the silence. Luo Mo abruptly raises his head, his sword erupting with blinding crimson light. The aura of the earth martial realm surges forth like a volcano. I shall kill you. Before the words fade, the blood-red sword light roars forth like an enraged dragon, hurtling towards Yifan. This strike comes too swiftly, too unexpectedly, aimed directly at Yifan. The few attendants guarding the arena barely have time to react. Has he lost his mind? Yifan's eyes widen slightly, as he hastily retreats by leaping back. With his current level of cultivation, executing Heart of Fire is an immense strain. This last strike nearly drains him of all spiritual energy. Faced with Luo Mo's lethal move, he can only rely on the power of the Celestial Tablet. By harnessing the celestial might of the tablet, he seeks to suppress Luo Mo's cultivation just to have a slim chance of survival beneath Luo Mo's onslaught. Boom. In a moment of dire peril, a colossal palm imprint descends from the heavens. Luo Mo's forward momentum halts abruptly, his entire being slammed down onto the arena. Amidst the swirling dust, blood oozes from his 7 orifices. The sword in hand shattered piece by piece, fragments embedding deeply into the arena floor. During the assessment, who granted you the audacity to act so recklessly? Elder Zhuzhing's voice resonated like the thunder of the heavens, causing everyone to wince in pain. As the crowd looked up, they beheld this elder, typically stoic in demeanor, now ablaze with a fierce and intimidating wrath. His wide sleeves billowed as spiritual energy surged, creating a haunting sound. The square once again fell into a heavy silence. Even the inner disciples present dared not utter a word, fully aware of Elder Zhuzhing's unwavering integrity. Even if members of the 13 esteemed clans of Taichu transgressed, he would not hesitate to impose severe punishment. After 3 moves, Luo Mo was liberated from his restrictions, yet proceeded to slay Yifan. This act was undoubtedly a direct affront to Elder Zhuzhing's authority. Take him away. Elder Zhuzhing commanded with a chilling tone, and confine him in the dark prison for 3 months. During this time, no one is permitted to visit. Several attendants swiftly approached, roughly seizing the ashen-faced Luo Mo. The dark prison, a place of dread within the Taichu Dao sect, was devoid of sunlight year-round, completely severed from spiritual energy, rendering any form of cultivation impossible. For cultivators who viewed martial arts as life itself, 3 months of confinement was akin to a torturous ordeal, enough to leave their peers far behind. Yifan. Elder Zhuzhing's voice snapped everyone back to attention as he focused on Yifan, a rare glimmer of approval gracing his typically stern visage. You have performed admirably. You have successfully passed this round of assessment and need only to conquer the final challenge to formally join the Taichu Dao sect. Your praise is unwarranted, Elder, Yifan replied, a rebellious smirk playing on his lips as he bowed slightly to the void, expressing his gratitude for the life-saving intervention. Though often prideful and unrestrained, he maintained the necessary decorum. While he still had trump cards to play, Elder Zhuzhing had indeed aided him in upholding the integrity of the assessment, a duty he was bound to fulfill. Elder Zhuzhing waved his hand dismissively. Now, you may leave. Understood, Yifan responded lightly before leaping down from the arena. The battles on the other 8 platforms were still ongoing. Thus, Yifan became the first to advance in this round. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds of spiritual energy colliding echoed throughout the arena as the assessment continued. One by one, individuals departed in disappointment, eliminated from the competition, while others gritted their teeth, having endured 3 moves, leaping down from the arena with the joy of survival. Although Yifan had advanced, he did not remain idle during this interval. Standing in the square, his gaze swept across the 9 platforms. The power exhibited by the inner disciples of the Taichu Dao sect left him secretly astonished. Without the aid of the Zhuntian stele, with his current cultivation level, he would likely struggle against even the weakest among them. After all, these inner disciples had undergone rigorous selection prior to joining the Taichu Dao sect. Even those from the 13 esteemed clans did not rely solely on connections to enter the sect. What would the next round of assessment entail? Yifan looked up at the setting sun, his brow slightly furrowed. At present, this round of assessment had only reached its midpoint. Although he had regained a considerable amount of spiritual energy after basking in the sun for so long, he was still far from reaching his peak condition. If he were to engage in further battles, it would pose a disadvantage to him. Chapter 139. The Final Challenge, The Path of Heart. Boom. On the final battle platform, 2 figures intertwined before one stumbled and fell to the ground, marking the conclusion of this round of assessment. The night had long enveloped the square, and the bright moonlight cast a silvery sheen upon the shattered battle platform. The once bustling crowd had dwindled, leaving only about 180 individuals scattered across the square. Among the Taiyuan dynasty, there were still over 10 people standing, including Yifan, most of whom were ranked within the top 30 of the Taiyuan list. Among the Wan family, only Wan Shun remained, having not yet been eliminated. With a flourish of his sleeve, Elder Zhuzhing summoned dozens of bonfires that suddenly ignited around the square. The flickering flames elongated the shadows of the gathered individuals, distorting them upon the ground. Congratulations to all of you for passing this round of assessment. Elder Zhu Zheng's voice resonated clearly in the night. You have one final challenge before formally joining the Taichu Dao sect, the Path of Heart. Now follow me. As he spoke, he turned and led the group toward the mountain gate. After passing through an archway shrouded in mist, a winding stone staircase appeared before them. Ancient stone statues flanked the staircase, appearing both present and elusive under the moonlight. Some had fierce expressions, while others portrayed a sense of compassion. Each statue emanated an aura of antiquity. The end of the staircase was shrouded in fog, obscuring what lay beyond. This path consisted of 999 steps, with each ascent increasing the mental pressure manifold. Elder Zhu Zheng's voice sounded once more, reminding everyone that illusions would interfere along the way, and those who succumbed to them would be immediately eliminated. Yi Fan gazed upward at the serpentine staircase reaching into the clouds, a spark of eagerness gleaming in his eyes. Curiously, he inquired of Elder Zhu Zheng, "Is it necessary to reach the summit of the Path of Heart to pass this final assessment?" His question instantly attracted a multitude of peculiar glances from those around him. Huh. The sharp sound of Luo Feng's derisive laughter pierced the air as he curled his lips into a mocking smile. "Who do you think you are? Aspiring to reach the summit of the Path of Heart? Do you possess that capability? To participate in the Taichu Dao sect's assessment without doing any homework at all? Indeed, a complete fool, daring to dream of reaching the summit of the Path of Heart." It seemed that throughout the history of the Taichu Dao sect, only one person had ever succeeded in reaching the summit of the Path of Heart. As Luo Feng took the lead in mocking, many others joined in, ridiculing one after another. Yi Fan, however, remained unfazed by the taunts, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Elder Zhu Zheng. "No need to reach the summit." Wan Chun, noticing Yi Fan's seemingly foolish question, leaned in closer and whispered in a low voice, "As long as you ascend 200 steps, you will qualify to join the Taichu Dao sect. According to the circumstances of previous sessions, those who have reached this stage have a success rate of 90% in the final round." 200 steps? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards the mist-shrouded peak and smirking. If merely ascending 200 steps grants entry into the Taichu Dao sect, then what purpose does the lengthy path of reflection serve? Merely for show? Hee. Elder Zhu Zheng was amused by Yi Fan's remarks and patiently explained, "The path of reflection consists of 999 steps. Ascending 200 steps allows one to enter the Taichu Dao sect, but if one only ascends to 200, they are likely to become a mere servant disciple. Ascending 400 steps grants the status of an outer disciple, while 600 steps elevate one to an inner disciple." Likely? Yi Fan keenly seized upon that word, becoming even more puzzled. Disciples of the Taichu Dao sect are categorized into core, inner, outer, and servant ranks. Elder Zhu Zheng had just stated that ascending 200 steps grants entry into the Taichu Dao sect. Yet he also mentioned that one who only ascends 200 steps would mostly become a servant disciple. Could there be some special circumstances? Indeed, Elder Zhu Zheng nodded, continuing his explanation. "Many elders of the Taichu Dao sect have been monitoring your assessments. Once you successfully join the sect, if an elder takes a liking to you, they may personally accept you as a disciple. If you become a direct disciple of an elder, even if you have only ascended 200 steps on the path of reflection, you could still enter the outer sect. Is that so?" Yi Fan's gaze flickered as he began to understand. In the Taichu Dao sect, the hierarchy among disciples is distinct, yet shrouded in intrigue. Direct disciples can transcend the ranks of outer, inner, and core disciples, while servant disciples remain perpetually at the bottom. Typically, core disciples hold a higher status than inner disciples, who in turn rank above outer disciples. Yet this is not absolute. An outer disciple favored by an inner elder could even surpass an ordinary inner disciple in status. Of course, in this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, the so-called status is ultimately a mere facade. True strength is the foundation of one's worth. Now let us begin. Elder Zhu Zheng, seeing that Yi Fan comprehended, ceased further discourse, his voice resonating like a mighty bell through the mountains. "If you find it too arduous, you may withdraw at any time along the side path, ending your journey on the path of reflection." As his words faded, the crowd eagerly stepped onto the path of reflection. Luo Feng and the other 13 prodigies of the Taichu family forged ahead, swiftly ascending to the 100th step. Only at this point did their movements begin to reveal a hint of sluggishness. Yi Fan took a deep breath and placed his foot upon the first step. In an instant, an intangible mental pressure surged towards him like a tidal wave. "Is that all?" Yi Fan swayed slightly but quickly steadied himself, a smile gracing his lips. He then took 3 steps as if they were 2, swiftly surpassing several dozen steps. Ahead, several participants appeared to be in a frenzy. Some were clutching their heads and howling, veins bulging. Others knelt weeping, tears streaming down their faces, while some wildly swung their swords at the void, as if battling invisible foes. As Yi Fan reached the 100th step, the surrounding scene suddenly transformed. The ancient stone statues flanking the stone steps suddenly came to life, transforming into familiar yet grotesque visages. Xie Baimei's long brows stirred without wind, blood tears streamed from Luo Xinhai's eyes, and a chilling smirk adorned Duan Tianya's lips. Is this all? Yi Fan scoffed, his eyes shimmering with golden light. Without a hint of hesitation, he strode straight through these phantoms. The moment those illusions made contact with his form, they instantly melted away like snow under the sun. Have you caught up? At this moment, Luo Feng, who had ascended 200 steps, paused briefly to catch his breath. Upon turning, his expression shifted drastically. Yi Fan had surprisingly closed the distance. Now merely a dozen steps away from him. Among the more than 180 individuals climbing the path of heart, he currently occupied the 7th position. The 6 individuals ahead of him were all outstanding prodigies from the 13 clans of Taichu. Are you waiting for me? Yi Fan raised his gaze, locking eyes with Luo Feng, a teasing smile gracing his lips. You. Luo Feng noticed Yi Fan's casual demeanor, his lips twitching involuntarily. Was he completely unaffected by the illusions? Are you any different? Yi Fan shrugged nonchalantly, countering Luo Feng's query. Humph. Luo Feng abruptly turned away, his robes whipping up a gust of wind. Clenching his teeth, he continued to ascend, though turmoil brewed within him. After months of intensive training in the city of Luo, he had only just managed to remain composed in the face of the illusions on the path of heart. The other prodigies from the 13 clans of Taichu were in similar circumstances. But why was Yi Fan so unfazed? Whoosh! Just as Luo Feng climbed another 10 steps, a figure suddenly darted past him. What? Luo Feng looked up in astonishment, only to see Yi Fan had reached a higher point on the path of heart. In the blink of an eye, he had distanced himself by another 10 steps. How are you? Luo Feng's face turned ashen, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 140. 2 lives, twice the spirit. On the path of heart, an intangible mental pressure surged like a tidal wave, accumulating with each step taken. With every ascent, the weight of this pressure intensified. Only by fully adapting to the current strain could one continue to rise. Yet, observing Yi Fan's ascent, he showed no signs of adaptation. This indicated that the mental pressure had not yet reached a level requiring his acclimatization. Curse it! Luo Feng glared at the receding figure of Yi Fan, gritting his teeth. He longed to pursue, but feared being overly reckless. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan had reached the 300th step of the path of heart. Here, the pressure surged dramatically, causing him to momentarily falter. However, after a brief adjustment of his breath, he resumed his pace. Though his speed had slightly diminished, he was still steadily closing the gap with the 6th individual ahead. Yi Fan. As Yi Fan passed by the 6th figure, the individual suddenly spoke. His voice was clear yet tinged with gravity. What is it? Yi Fan glanced at him, responding casually. The young man was strikingly handsome, clad in a crimson robe. He was Hao, a prodigy from the City of Weapons, one of the 13 clans of Taichu. Hao gazed upward at the mist-laden heights, cautioning Yi Fan. In your current state, you cannot ascend the path of inquiry for much longer. 400 steps may well be your limit. Oh, Yi Fan continued his ascent, a playful smile gracing his lips as he retorted, what leads you to that conclusion? The higher you climb, the greater the mental pressure you will face. Hao's voice floated on the mountain breeze. If you do not gradually acclimate to the pressure at lower elevations and stubbornly push forward, you may encounter an unbearable mental force at some point, and you will be shattered in an instant. By then, it will be too late to adapt. Thank you for the warning, Yi Fan replied dismissively, not bothering to look back, his tone laced with nonchalance. His steps remained unyielding, and in the blink of an eye, he had ascended another 10 steps. Such a show-off. Hao watched Yi Fan's retreating figure, shaking his head in disdain. The more he seeks to display his prowess now, the more wretched he will be when he cannot withstand the mental pressure. Those few are remarkably swift. Yi Fan paid no heed to Hao's words, but instead lifted his gaze to the heights. Before him, 5 individuals had already surpassed the 400 steps. According to the rules, they were eligible to become outer disciples of the Taichu Dao sect. Yet, their ambitions evidently extended beyond mere outer discipleship. The 5 figures, elegantly attired, ascended with unyielding momentum. One hailed from the Gongshu clan of Tiangong City, another from the Yin clan of Lingzhou City. The remaining 3 were prodigies from the Huanshan City. The Hua clan. Yi Fan pressed onward, striving to match their pace. Upon reaching the 400th step, the mental pressure intensified once more. Not far behind, Hao and Luo Feng ascended steadily, each step methodical, clearly well-versed in the trials of the path of inquiry. Those 3 Haven T slowed down at all. Yi Fan squinted, observing that the 3 prodigies from the Hua clan had yet to decrease their speed. They were gradually widening the gap between themselves and the prodigies of the Gongshu and Yin clans. What's this? Do you still intend to catch up with them? Gongshu Ji, positioned at the 430th step, paused momentarily, a curious smile playing on his lips as he overheard Yi Fan's mutterings. At a greater height, Yin Ruyu glanced back, her white gown swirling in the mist like a butterfly. Her icy gaze swept over Yi Fan, and with a slight parting of her ruby lips, she remarked, on the path of inquiry, it is better to compete with oneself than to vie with others. Are those three truly beyond reach? Yi Fan pressed on, his eyes fixed on Gongshu Ji and Yin Ryu. His words carried a hint of jest, yet were laced with an underlying challenge. How can we compare ourselves with those of the He clan? Gongshu Ji raised a hand, pointing upward, a tinge of bitterness in his voice. The He clan possesses innate spiritual strength far superior to that of ordinary individuals. They can challenge not only the 600 steps, but even the 800. Yet, when it comes to martial prowess, they cannot surpass me. Oh, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, quickening his pace. Upon reaching the same height as Gongshu Ji, he turned his head with a smile and said, is 800 steps the only challenge? I had thought they could reach the pinnacle of the path of inquiry. You are deluding yourself. Gongshu Ji cast a disdainful glance at Yi Fan, his face betraying his contempt. In the annals of the Taichu Dao sect, only one individual had ever reached the pinnacle of the heart-seeking path with the cultivation of the Xuanhuan realm. Among the three of them, their utmost limit barely exceeded 800 steps. However, the existence of someone who had ascended to the summit proved that conquering the heart-seeking path was not beyond the realm of possibility. A glint of brilliance flickered in Yi Fan's eyes, and a deeper smile graced his lips as he spoke with a leisurely tone. How amusing. Gongshu Ji scoffed coldly, seemingly unwilling to waste further words on Yi Fan. Perhaps it was his displeasure at being caught up to by Yi Fan that spurred him to exert force beneath his feet, hastening his ascent. Yin Ryu, perched high above, listened quietly, her expression thoughtful. She turned to Yi Fan and suddenly chuckled. Your earlier words were not directed at the Hua family trio, but rather at yourself, were they? Yi Fan chuckled softly, neither affirming nor denying her insinuation. Of course, he was indeed referring to himself. The question of whether the Hua family trio could reach the summit held no significance for him. Noticing Yi Fan's silence, Yin Ryu understood and regarded him with keen interest. She remarked, I observe your steady ascent, each step deliberate, your aura unwavering. You have shown no signs of exhaustion, suggesting that your spiritual strength is quite remarkable. Spiritual strength? It's passable, I suppose. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of contemplation crossing his gaze. Previously, he had not considered this aspect. Now, with Yin Ryu's mention, it stirred something within him. On the heart-seeking path, the spiritual pressure cascading from the mountain's peak surged like a tidal wave. With each step climbed, the burden grew heavier. Ordinary martial artists needed to channel their techniques and focus their minds to advance steadily. Yet, he moved with ease, employing no methods whatsoever. His progress thus far relied entirely on his innate spiritual strength, indicating that his spiritual prowess was not to be underestimated. At the very least, it surpassed that of the individuals trailing behind him. Logically, given his Xuanwu realm 7th stage cultivation, his spiritual strength should not surpass that of those at the 9th stage of the Xuanwu realm, particularly since he had never trained in spiritual strength before. Could it be that? Yi Fan pondered, as a realization dawned upon him. He was an otherworldly traveler, not originally from this realm. Upon his arrival, his spirit had merged with that of his former self, thus amplifying his spiritual strength to twice that of an ordinary person. They have reached 600 steps. At that moment, Gongshu Ji's somber voice disrupted Yi Fan's thoughts. Looking up, he beheld the Hua family trio standing proudly like verdant pines amidst the swirling mists at the 600th step, their garments fluttering elegantly, exuding an air of superiority. Two of you. A spark of competitive spirit ignited in Yi Fan's eyes. With a sudden light chuckle, he turned to Gongshu Ji and Yin Ryu, saying, I shall not wait for the two of you. I will proceed ahead. Wait. Gongshu Ji abruptly turned to glare at Yi Fan. His eyes ablaze with fury as he retorted, who said anything about waiting? Do you still possess the energy? Yin Ryu displayed a look of astonishment, scrutinizing Yi Fan from head to toe, her expression rife with disbelief. Chapter 141, The Heavenly Tablet, Capable of Commanding the Soul. Yi Fan offered no reply, merely lifting the corners of his mouth into a knowing smile that hinted at profound meaning. In the next moment, his figure flickered and surged towards the mountain's peak like an arrow released from its bow. In the blink of an eye, he left Gongshu Ji and Yin Ryu far behind. This fellow, Gongshu Ji abruptly halted his steps, his pupils constricting sharply, his gaze fixed in astonishment on the direction where Yi Fan had vanished, unable to utter a single word. What an intriguing individual. Yin Ryu's eyes sparkled as a smile crept upon her lips. Such a display only served to reinforce her belief that Yi Fan's spiritual prowess surpassed that of ordinary individuals. 570 steps, 580 steps, 590 steps, 600 steps. With a sigh of relief, Yi Fan reached the 600th step. Having distanced himself from Gong Shuji and Yan Ruyu, who were still progressing slowly at around 530 or 40 steps. Yet, as he gazed upward towards greater heights, his eyes regained their sharpness. Although the speed of the Ho family trio had notably diminished, a considerable gap of several dozen steps remained between them. Among them, the swiftest, Huaxiyin, had already ascended to the 700th step. Not fast enough, Yi Fan murmured to himself, his tone resolute and unwavering. With a sudden lift of his foot, he decisively advanced to the 601st step. Buzz. The moment he set foot on the 601st step, an unprecedented mental pressure surged towards him. Yi Fan felt a piercing buzz resonate in his mind, and the world before him spun violently. His form swayed slightly, forcing him to crouch down. Above, Huaxiyin maintained a steady pace, showing no signs of pausing. The other two Ho family disciples halted, turning to look down at Yi Fan with mocking smiles. Among them, Huaming deliberately slowed his speech, articulating in a tone just audible to Yi Fan. Some individuals simply do not comprehend the concept of moderation. On the path of introspection, the difference between the 600th step and the 601st step, though seemingly a mere step apart, was indeed a chasm. Here, the true beginning of the path of introspection lay. Reaching the 600th step qualified one as an inner sect disciple. For most, the 600th step represented the ultimate goal, whether it was Gong Shuji, Yan Ruyu, or even O Hao and Luo Feng. Their aspirations had always been confined to the 600th step. Boom. As Yi Fan stood at the 601st step, his mind momentarily blanked. After a few breaths, the towering monument within his consciousness radiated with golden light, shimmering slightly and dispelling the encroaching mental pressure entirely. Yi Fan's unfocused eyes suddenly regained clarity, his thick eyelashes fluttering gently. Recalling the moment when his spirit had nearly shattered, a cold sweat broke out upon him. It seemed he had indeed underestimated the terror of the path of introspection. Had it not been for the towering monument, the previous mental pressure could have inflicted severe damage upon his spirit. So, the towering monument can also fend off mental pressure? As Yi Fan gradually regained his composure, an involuntary smile graced his lips. Once more, I lifted my gaze upwards, only to find my eyes locking with those of the two members of the Hua family. Huaming noticed the glimmer of surprise in Yi Fan's eyes. Could it be that this fellow had adapted to the mental pressure of the 601st tier in mere moments? Perhaps he, like us, had cultivated some form of spiritual defense. Huoliang squinted slightly, muttering under his breath before signaling to Huaming to disregard him and continue our ascent. As members of the Hua family, being overtaken on the path of introspection would be a source of ridicule. With that, the two of them exerted their efforts simultaneously. Yet their pace noticeably slowed, gradually widening the distance from the foremost Huaxiyin. Perhaps I can quicken my pace. Yi Fan chuckled softly, suddenly straightening his back. Throughout the climbing process, he had refrained from utilizing the power of the Zhentian monument. Now, with the monument aiding against the mental pressure, the task would be significantly easier. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan rolled his neck, and in the next moment, he bounded up more than 10 tiers, as if traversing level ground. What? He can still move this quickly? His speed appears even swifter than before. Was he merely strolling earlier? Numerous candidates, upon reaching the 400th tier and earning the qualification to become outer disciples of the Taichu Dao sect, chose to depart from the path of introspection. However, their attention remained fixed on the few individuals at the higher elevations, eager to discern how far they could ascend. Upon witnessing Yi Fan's agile progress at over 600 tiers, they could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Spiritual defense techniques. How could he have cultivated such methods? Meanwhile, Luo Feng was situated at the vicinity of the 480th tier, striving towards the 600th tier. Observing Yi Fan's climbing speed, he surmised that Yi Fan must indeed possess some form of spiritual defense technique. It puzzled him how a person of no remarkable background could wield such abilities. Such techniques were, in the southern region, exclusive to the Taichu Hua family. Even within the Hua family, only the direct lineage was permitted to cultivate them. It seemed I had underestimated him previously. Yan Ruyu gazed at Yi Fan, her interest intensifying. Just a tier behind her, Gong Shuji stood in astonishment, his parched lips moving soundlessly, struggling to articulate coherent syllables. Could it be that he truly meant to? Huaming and Huoliang, hearing the commotion behind them, turned in confusion. Upon noticing Yi Fan only a few tiers away, they froze in place. What are you two dawdling for? Yi Fan called out to the stunned Huaming and Huoliang, his eyes glinting with a provocative light. If you keep staring, I might just surpass you. As he spoke, he moved gracefully, gliding past the two. Huoliang, Huoming snapped back to reality, casting a fierce glare at Huoliang, a flicker of determination crossing his brow. Huoliang understood the unspoken message, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. As members of the Taichu Hua family, they held their pride dearly. No one outside the ranks of the Hua family is permitted to surpass those ahead of them on the path of reflection. Hey, suddenly, Huoliang called out, deliberately infusing his voice with a touch of spiritual energy, causing echoes to resonate along the path. Yi Fan instinctively glanced back, once again locking eyes with Huoliang. At that moment, a strange, white light burst forth from Huoliang's eyes, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. A terrifying force manifested as an invisible sword, aimed directly at Yi Fan's eyes. Yi Fan's body froze abruptly, his once vibrant gaze losing focus. Swaying slightly as he remained in a turned position, frozen in place. A soul attack. Yen Ruyu sensed something was amiss, her expression shifting dramatically. These two are utterly despicable. Though Gong Shuji harbored disdain for Yi Fan, Huoliang's underhanded tactics still ignited an indescribable fury within him. Luo Feng, however, wore a triumphant smile, relishing the fact that Yi Fan was subjected to Huoliang's soul attack on the path of reflection. If he didn't perish, he would surely be reduced to a fool. Chapter 142, Rebounding the Soul Attack, inflicting heavy damage on Huoliang. On the path of reflection, time seemed to freeze at that instant. All climbers halted in unison. The mountain wind ceased abruptly, enveloping the stone steps in an eerie silence. Only the distant rustle of pine trees served as a reminder of the passage of time. Hee. Huoming chuckled ominously, his eyes glinting with a serpent-like coldness. In his view, Yi Fan was already a broken man. Huoliang's soul attack, while not lethal, would at most leave him momentarily dazed. However, this was the path of reflection. A moment of distraction, under the assault of overwhelming mental pressure, would be insurmountable for even the strongest soul. As the crowd held their breath, a peculiar smirk began to form at the corners of their mouths. Huoming noticed this subtle movement, his smirk instantly freezing. Before he could react, Yi Fan's lowered eyelids suddenly lifted. Within his dazed eyes, two bizarre beams of white light flickered. Then, a terrifying force surged forth, transforming into an invisible sword. Be careful, Huoming shouted in alarm, his voice cracking. He hastily reached out to grasp Huoliang, but it was too late. At that moment, Huoliang still bore a smug expression. With no time to react, the invisible sword pierced his eyes. His body, like Yi Fan moments before, stiffened abruptly. The onslaught of mental pressure crashed over him, rendering him unable to stand. His body fell backward like a marionette with severed strings. Huoliang, Huoming cried out hoarsely, rushing toward his tumbling form. Yet, on this path of reflection, maintaining his own balance was a considerable challenge. He could only watch helplessly as Huoliang rolled and crashed down the stone steps, finally coming to a halt after a heavy thud on the 600th step. Huoliang awakened. As Huoming arrived beside him, he trembled while attempting to lift him up. However, at this moment, Huoliang's eyes remained tightly shut, rendering him unconscious. A coarse exclamation shattered the silence along the path of reflection. In an instant, the entire mountain trail was abuzz with commotion. Yi Fan not only thwarted Huoliang's soul attack, but also inflicted harm upon him. Could he also wield soul attacks? Could he perhaps be an illegitimate child of the Hua family? What a fanciful thought. An illegitimate child would hardly possess the qualifications to cultivate the Hua family's soul attack techniques. As the scene unfolded, murmurs spread like a tide. Gong Shuji and Yen Ryu wore expressions of disbelief. Oh Hao and Luo Feng stared wide-eyed in astonishment. How could this be? Huoming suddenly lifted his gaze toward Yi Fan, who stood resolute at the summit of the path of reflection, incredulity etched in his eyes. You too can perform soul attacks? Ah, what a statement. Yi Fan languidly stretched and tilted his head, revealing an innocuous smile. If only I could indeed wield soul attack techniques, but alas, I do not possess such abilities. I have never practiced them. Techniques for soul attacks and defenses are exceedingly rare. The difficulty of mastering either surpasses that of ordinary martial arts, with soul attack techniques being notably more challenging. Throughout the southern region, only the Hua family of illusory Shuncheng possesses soul attack and defense techniques, and only the direct descendants of this family are qualified to cultivate them. Many prodigies of the Hua family have mastered soul defense techniques, yet those who have succeeded in mastering soul attack techniques are exceedingly few. You have not practiced them? Huoming's countenance darkened, his brow furrowed. Upon reflection, it was indeed unlikely for Yi Fan to possess soul attack techniques. But how then to explain that recent soul attack? Are you certain you wish to leave him there? Yi Fan suddenly retracted his smile, directing his gaze toward the unconscious Huoliang, his tone laced with amusement. In a moment, even if his soul remains intact, he is likely to become an imbecile. He did not, in fact, unleash a soul attack. It was merely the Zhentian Bei that reflected Huoliang's own soul attack back upon him. In other words, Huoliang was injured by his own soul attack. Humph. Huaming snorted derisively, bending down to lift Huoliang. Without a backward glance, he strode toward a side path, departing from the path of reflection. He could withstand the mental pressure of the 600th step of the path of reflection. In a conscious state, Huoliang could similarly endure it. However, with Huoliang in a state of unconsciousness, the circumstances were decidedly unfavorable. Remaining any longer might indeed lead to the fate Yi Fan suggested, turning him into a fool. After all, neither of them had any real chance of reaching the pinnacle of the path of reflection. Having already secured their qualifications to become inner disciples of the Taichu Dao sect, there was no need to linger. Huh, Yi Fan scoffed disdainfully, turning his gaze toward the higher reaches of the path of reflection. At this moment, Huasiyuan's ethereal figure was seated gracefully upon the 800th step. With her legs gracefully crossed and delicate hands resting lightly upon her knees, she appeared like a statue of a noble woman carved from white jade, subtly emerging from the swirling mists. Could it be that she is awaiting my arrival? A hint of amusement flickered in Yi Fan's eyes as he raised his brows slightly. Without further contemplation, he proceeded with steadfast steps. The towering stele guarded the sea of consciousness, warding off the pressures of the spirit. In the blink of an eye, he approached the position of the 800 steps. As the distance diminished, Huasiyun's visage became increasingly distinct. At that moment, her previously closed eyes slowly opened. In the instant their gazes met, Yi Fan's steps faltered ever so slightly. Huasiyun did not launch a psychic attack. He was merely captivated by her stunning beauty. Two contrasting essences harmoniously merged within her. She exuded a tranquil elegance akin to orchids in a secluded valley, yet possessed an enchanting allure that was utterly mesmerizing. Her snow-white skin appeared almost translucent under the moonlight, and her crimson lips were naturally alluring. She resembled a fairy stepping out from a painting. Yet, what captivated him most were her dual pupils. The inky black irises were encircled by a mesmerizing silvery halo. Such disparate sensations manifested within a single individual. Apologies. Huasiyun gazed at Yi Fan, her red lips parting to articulate her words. Pardon? Yi Fan blinked in surprise, then chuckled. What role are you playing? What do you need to apologize for? I feel remorse for the actions of Huaming and Huoliang, Huasiyun replied, her long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow upon her face, her tone sincere to the point of being impeccable. There is no need for that. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively, continuing his ascent. You are you, and they are they. Their mistakes do not require your apology. Regardless, we are all members of the Hua family. Upon hearing this, Huasiyun's finely sculpted brows gently furrowed. Rising slowly, she bowed respectfully before Yi Fan, who regarded her with a teasing glimmer in his eyes. I hope you can accept my apology on their behalf. The motion caused her collar to part slightly, revealing a segment of skin as smooth as congealed fat. Yi Fan's gaze inadvertently swept by, a deeper smile playing at his lips. Since you are so earnest, Yi Fan deliberately elongated his tone, a mischievous glint in his eyes. I shall reluctantly forgive them. As he spoke, he firmly positioned himself at the 800 steps. Wait, just as he prepared to ascend further, Huasiyun suddenly called out. What is it? Yi Fan turned back languidly. I have already forgiven them. What more do you desire? Should I draft a written agreement? Are you sure you do not require any adjustments? Huasiyun delicately raised her slender finger, pointing towards the heights of the worry-free path, advising Yi Fan, beyond this point, not only will the spiritual pressure intensify, but there also exists a hallucinatory force. A hallucinatory force? Yi Fan's eyes flickered as he casually turned his gaze back along the path he had traversed. The power of illusion seemed to linger amidst the hundreds of steps he had ascended. What was so remarkable about that? It was fundamentally not a comparable notion. A glimmer of complexity flashed in the of Huasiyun, her ruby lips parting as if to speak, yet ultimately, she merely sighed softly. Your words ignite my eagerness to experiment, Yi Fan remarked suddenly, a broad smile illuminating his features, his interest intensifying. Having said this, he ceased further conversation with Huasiyun and took a decisive step forward. Boom. In an instant, a weighty mental pressure akin to a mountain descended upon him. Within Yi Fan's consciousness, the Zhentian Bei emitted a deep, resonant hum, effortlessly dissipating the encroaching force. His steps remained firm, even laced with a hint of leisure, as though he were not scaling a perilous peak, but rather strolling through his own garden. Yet, as he ascended, the scenery before him began to distort. The stone steps beneath his feet gradually blurred, ultimately vanishing from sight. Yi Fan blinked, only to find himself standing in the familiar courtyard of the Yi residence. A piercing scream suddenly shattered the silence. Yi Fan whipped around to witness several Yi family warriors sprawled in pools of blood, their eyes wide open, seemingly unable to find peace in death. Father! In that instant, the figure of Yi Hai materialized before him. Before he could rush forward, A glistening long sword had already pierced through Yi Hai's chest. No, Yi Fan roared, attempting to surge forward, only to discover his body ensnared by invisible chains, immobile. He could only watch helplessly as he dashed from the corridor and collapsed onto Yi Hai. In the next moment, a flash of brilliant sword light cut through the air. Mother! Yi Fan's knees crashed to the ground, his fingers digging deep into the earth. His eyes reddened, tears mingling with blood trickling from the corners. In his line of sight, Yi Fu and Yi Yao fell one after another. The entire Yi residence transformed into a hellish nightmare, a heavy stench of blood saturating the air. The anguished cries of the Yi family echoed in his ears as they faced their final moments. False. Realization dawned upon Yi Fan, and he bit down on his tongue. The sharp pain pierced through his mind, causing the visions before him to recede like a tide. However, when his gaze refocused, he found himself standing in an elegant courtyard. With green bricks and dark tiles, bamboo shadows danced in the breeze, carrying the familiar fragrance of herbs. Where's this? Yi Fan surveyed his surroundings, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Memories flashed through his mind like lightning. He recalled, this was the residence of Mu Qingcheng at Tianwu Academy. They had shared many cherished moments here. Inside the bedroom, traces of their affection lingered in the air. Qingcheng, Yi Fan murmured, uncontrollably moving toward the bedroom. As he pushed open the door, a waft of delicate fragrance enveloped him. A familiar silhouette stood with her back to him, her long hair cascading like a waterfall down to her waist. Is it you, Qingcheng? Yi Fan's voice trembled as he stepped forward, gently resting his palm on Mu Qingcheng's shoulder. The touch was chilling, devoid of warmth, causing his heart to constrict painfully. Mu Qingcheng slowly turned her head, her once cold gaze now streaming with crimson tears, her pale lips curling into an eerie smile, her voice resonating as if from the depths of hell. You have finally arrived. You are not Qingcheng. Yi Fan gasped as if struck by lightning, stumbling back several steps until his back collided heavily with the doorframe. His eyes fixated on that familiar yet alien face, his chest heaving violently. It is I. Have you forgotten me? Suddenly, Mu Qingcheng broke into a wide grin, her mouth nearly splitting to her ears. In an instant, she lunged towards Yi Fan, her fingers transforming into chilling bones. Get away! Yi Fan bellowed, retreating swiftly. The scene before him twisted once more, the courtyard dissipating like smoke. When he regained his composure, he found himself in an opulent loft. Beaded curtains swayed. Fragrant incense wafted through the air, and a graceful silhouette could be glimpsed behind the veil. Yi Fan, you have come? The sultry voice drifted through the beaded curtain. Miao Yinjie? Yi Fan recognized the voice, momentarily taken aback. He instinctively took 2 steps forward but abruptly halted. Something felt amiss, far too amiss. The beaded curtain swayed without a breeze, revealing the scene within. Wan Miao Yin reclined languorously on a brocade bed, her fiery red gown partially slipped off, exposing her jade-like shoulders. She rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Yi Fan with enchanting eyes. You have refined the 9 dragons' spiritual fire. Wan Miao Yan's crimson lips parted, her breath fragrant as orchids. If you wish to live, you must marry me. I shall offer myself to you. As she spoke, her delicate finger beckoned, and her flowing robe fell away. Her flawless body shimmered under the candlelight, radiating a pearlescent glow. You tempt me. Yi Fan's eyes widened at the intoxicating scene before him. With a swift motion, he grasped the sun's sword, resolute in his intent to strike. The blade sliced through the air, yet as it grazed Wan Miaoyan's skin, crash. All imagery shattered like a mirror. Standing firm with his sword, Yi Fan realized he was now engulfed in a realm of pure white. There was no sky, no earth, only an endless expanse of blinding whiteness. What place is this? Yi Fan scanned his surroundings warily, the tip of his sword trembling slightly. Yi Fan, a gentle voice, like a whispering breeze, drifted from the void. Yi Fan turned abruptly, his gaze locked on the far end of the white abyss. There, a graceful figure was stepping lightly through the air. 1 step. 2 steps. As the distance closed, the silhouette became clearer. When the visage of unparalleled beauty came into view, Yi Fan felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. EMO, Yi Fan's voice emerged, hoarse and barely recognizable. In the next moment, he dashed towards her, enveloping Qin EMO in a fervent embrace. Is it truly you? Yi Fan buried his face in the familiar fragrance of hair, his voice muffled, even though reason clearly informed him that this was merely an illusion. The palpable warmth in his embrace and the gentle breath by his ear rendered him willingly submerged in this moment. As he released the person in his arms, he trembled while cautiously extending a finger to caress Qin Yimo's face. The warmth radiating from his fingertips instantly brought tears to his eyes. He gazed greedily at the visage he had longed for day and night, unable to bear even the thought of blinking. On the path of reflection, silence reigned like death. All eyes were firmly fixed on Yi Fan, who was steadily ascending the treacherous steps. In that instant, Yi Fan's eyes were hollow, his movements mechanical. Resembling a marionette under control, yet he surged upward with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed 900 steps. If you cannot escape from this illusion. Xuanhuan halted at the 800th step, a rare flicker of concern passing through her heterochromatic eyes. She understood better than anyone that the illusions at greater heights on the path of reflection were increasingly lethal. Those who fell deep within them either became soulless husks or succumbed to complete madness. Chapter 144. Escape the illusion and reach the summit of the path of reflection. Yi Fan. A thunderous roar erupted within the illusion. Yi Fan's heart jolted as he abruptly turned to gaze into the distance. At the far end of his sight, a dark figure approached with measured steps. Clad in a black robe, each footfall sent ripples through the ground. Although his features remained obscured, the chilling aura emanating from him made Yi Fan's hair stand on end. Who are you? Yi Fan instinctively shielded Qin Yimo behind him. Confronting the young man in the black robe. He is Luo Feiyu, came Qin Yimo's soft voice from behind. Luo Feiyu? Yi Fan's countenance darkened like ink, a fierce blaze of fury igniting within his eyes. With a swift motion, he drew the sunlight sword, its brilliance flashing with blinding golden light. Heh! Luo Feiyu had yet to draw near, but his sinister laughter reached Yi Fan's ears first, sending chills down his spine. You, a mere waste, dare to compete with me for a woman? Seeking death. Yi Fan spat the words through clenched teeth, his figure darting forward like a bolt of lightning. The sunlight sword, imbued with the power to rend the heavens, aimed directly at Luo Feiyu's throat. Ant. Luo Feiyu casually lifted his right hand and waved it dismissively. In an instant, a dark, ink-like palm print surged forth with a ferocious roar. Boom. The moment the sword met the palm, Yi Fan felt an overwhelming force coursing through the blade. His grip shattered, blood trickling down the sword's hilt. He was propelled backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground. Coughing violently, blood splattered from Yi Fan's mouth, staining his chest. Struggling to rise, he found every bone in his body protesting in agony. Come here. Luo Feiyu beckoned to Qin Yimo with a curl of his finger, his voice imbued with an unyielding authority. Qin Yimo trembled, akin to a marionette, stepping forward against her will. Yimo no? Yi Fan's eyes were bloodshot, his anguished roar resonating with heart-wrenching pain. Desperately propping himself up with his elbow, he could only watch helplessly as Qin Yimo approached the demon step by step. Qin Yimo glanced back, crystalline tears cascading down her pale cheeks. Her trembling lips barely forming the words, "You shouldn't have come to the Taichu Dao sect." Before her sentence could finish, Luo Feiyu had already enveloped her in his embrace. The juxtaposition of his black robe and her white dress created a striking contrast. Scoundrel! Yi Fan gritted his teeth, using the tip of his sword to support himself as he struggled to rise. Blood dripped continuously from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze was sharper than ever. The sunblade seemed to sense its master's fighting spirit, emitting a clear, resonant hum. You love him? Luo Feiyu regarded Yi Fan with a teasing glint in his eyes, suddenly breaking into a grin as he playfully lifted Qin Yimo's chin. Mockingly, he remarked to Yi Fan, "The treasure you cherish is merely a resource for me to exploit." With that, his palm rose abruptly, gathering a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. Qin Yimo appeared to lack the will to defend herself, her long lashes casting a shadow of despair across her face. No. Yi Fan's eyes widened in fury as he let out a heart-rending scream. His voice echoed within the illusion, causing ripples to spread through the surrounding space. Boom. The force of Luo Feiyu's palm descended, wielding a destructive momentum. Qin Yimo's delicate form swayed like a broken kite, a blinding crimson flower blooming on her snow-white dress. Subsequently, her figure began to fade, gradually transforming into specks of starlight. Ultimately, she coalesced into a translucent elixir, suspended in midair. Ha! Luo Feiyu cackled as he reached out, grasping the elixir in his palm, casting a triumphant glance at Yi Fan. Do you see? This is her worth. Beast. Yi Fan's eyes instantly filled with blood, veins bulging on his forehead. With a fierce push against the ground, the sunblade erupted in an unprecedented brilliance. Wherever the blade passed, the space was torn asunder with fine cracks. Boom. A flash of cold light sliced through, cleaving Luo Feiyu in half. Yet, that bisected form dissipated like mist, leaving only a chilling laughter reverberating in the air. Think you can kill me? In the next breath, Luo Feiyu's voice echoed from behind. Yi Fan spun around abruptly, only to find Luo Feiyu standing unharmed at a distance. His fingers delicately caressing the elixir, his eyes filled with mockery. Illusion. Yi Fan bit down hard on his lip, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain his composure. the flames of his fury gradually transforming into a cold, killing intent. I will certainly kill you. Just you? Luo Feiyu laughed heartily, his voice laced with disdain. A waste who cannot even escape an illusion? Boom. Yi Fan ceased his words, an astonishing aura erupting from his body. Behind him, a towering phantom of a celestial monument slowly emerged. The golden runes flowed across the surface of the monument, emanating an overwhelming power that could suppress the ages. The heavenly path. Suppress. With a thunderous roar from Yi Fan, an invisible force of suppression surged towards Luo Feiyu like a tidal wave. However, Luo Feiyu remained utterly unmoved. Not even the hem of his garment fluttered. Kill. Without hesitation, Yi Fan leapt into the air, the daylight sword slicing through the air, aimed directly at Luo Feiyu's throat. Crack. Just as the sword's edge was about to make contact, the entire world shattered like a mirror. Yi Fan felt a blur before his eyes, and upon regaining clarity, he found himself standing on the stone steps of the Heart's Inquiry Path, sweat soaking through the back of his clothes. Looking up, the end of the Heart's Inquiry Path was tantalizingly close. Only 10 steps remained. The mist at the summit seemed almost within reach. A gentle breeze caressed his skin, bringing with it a refreshing coolness that dispelled the lingering murderous intent from the illusion. He awakened. A sudden gasp erupted from someone on the side path of the Heart's Inquiry, and all eyes turned towards Yi Fan, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment, jealousy, and disbelief. Yi Fan's once vacant eyes now sparkled like stars. His towering figure, though still rooted in place, unmistakably radiated the presence of a reclaimed soul. This fellow had emerged from the illusion, and now only a mere 10 steps lay before him. Ascending the Heart's Inquiry Path was now a foregone conclusion. Waves of admiration rippled through the crowd. Even though Yi Fan had yet to truly step onto the final stair, everyone understood that they were destined to witness the birth of a miracle today. Those who had previously managed to escape the illusion had always been left in a state of mental disarray, stumbling and falling. Yet Yi Fan had not. At this moment, he only needed to withstand the final 10 steps of mental pressure. Remarkably, he had succeeded. Suddenly, Xuanhuan let out a light laugh, a flicker of relief shining in her unique eyes. She then elegantly turned and walked down the side path, leaving the Heart's Inquiry. Initially, she harbored a desire to compete, but at this moment, she found it all rather dull. There were still more than 10 steps left. Luo Feng ground his teeth in frustration, feeling deeply resentful. Although reason told him that the outcome was already determined, a malicious hope still flickered within him. Perhaps, just perhaps, in the next moment, Yi Fan would collapse in a resounding crash. Chapter 145. A body of rebellion, soon to disturb the sect. Thud. A dull sound echoed along the Heart's Inquiry Path. Yi Fan lifted his foot, landing steadily on the next stone step. His movements were slow, almost deliberate. Each footfall seemed to resonate with a certain rhythm, striking heavily upon the hearts of the onlookers. 998. Someone involuntarily uttered this number, their voice trembling uncontrollably. Yi Fan paused before the final step. With a slight tilt of his head, the morning light atop the mountain enveloped him in a golden aura. The pause, though brief, rendered everyone breathless. Boom. Moments later, Yi Fan finally lifted his foot once more. The entirety of the heart-seeking path trembled in response. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, no anticipated obstacles. He ascended with an air of tranquility, stepping confidently onto the pinnacle of the heart-seeking path. He had reached the summit. He truly had. He was the second person in the annals of the Taichu Dao sect to conquer the heart-seeking path. How remarkable! Yi Fan is truly remarkable. Waves of astonishment echoed, rising and falling like the tide. The envious gazes that had once shot daggers now transformed into fervent admiration. How infuriating! Luo Feng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes fixed on Yi Fan at the summit. The chorus of admiration pierced his heart like daggers. Silence! Luo Feng roared inwardly. Yet he was compelled to continue his ascent. At this moment, he remained at the 580 steps. With each step he took, the pressure upon his spirit intensified. The distance of merely a dozen steps, once considered trivial, now felt like an insurmountable chasm. Yi Fan stood at the pinnacle of the heart-seeking path, the mountain winds swirling around him. Suddenly, he felt the spiritual energy within him surging like a tidal wave. As it flowed and churned, a rapidly spinning vortex formed at his dantian. Had he broken through? Yi Fan murmured, sensing the newfound vitality coursing through him. With a sudden shift in his aura, the air around him began to quiver. At this moment, his cultivation evidently reached the 8th tier of the Xuanhuan realm. However, before he could fully savor the joy of his breakthrough, a series of piercing sounds echoed from the direction of the horizon. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of figures approached from the direction of the Taichu Dao sect, descending upon the summit in an instant, illuminating the sky with a radiant glow. It was the elders of the Taichu Dao sect. The elders had arrived. Surely, they could not all be here for Yi Fan? The crowd gazed upward, mouths agape in sheer astonishment. Ha! Excellent. Accompanied by a thunderous laughter, a red-haired elder was the first to land, scrutinizing Yi Fan before nodding in satisfaction. I am Qi Yangzi, the master of Qi Shao Peak. Young man, do you wish to join my ranks? The daylight leisure technique I cultivate would perfectly complement your sun sword intent. Humph. Qi Yangzi, your daylight leisure technique is nothing but a fragment. A woman in white descended gracefully, her presence surrounded by an icy sword aura. Her gaze was as frigid as ice, yet tinged with admiration. I am Xuanhuan, the master of Hanyu Peak. Yi Fan, should you choose to join me, I can bestow upon you the Xianbing body refining pill, aiding you in further enhancing your physical prowess. Nonsense. A mere pill is hardly comparable to the heavenly fire secret realm of my Tianhua Peak. Another elder in black robes sneered as he appeared. Yi Fan, I am Fun Tian, the master of Tianhua Peak. Should you enter my tutelage, I shall grant you access to the heavenly fire secret realm at any time, assisting you in perfecting your sun sword intent. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 elders appeared in succession, promising an array of rare resources and techniques. Some even directly produced high-tier spiritual treasures, suspending them in midair for Yi Fan to choose from. Yi Fan stood rooted to the spot, momentarily rendered speechless by this unexpected spectacle. As his gaze swept over these formidable figures, who were seldom seen, he noted the unusual urgency and anticipation in their eyes, as if he were some unparalleled treasure. The 7 peaks of the Taichu Dao sect resolutely refused to accept disciples from the 13 families of Taichu. Each peak possessed a depth of heritage sufficient to stand toe-to-toe with the influence of the 13 families within the sect. Each peak could contend with the power of the 13 families in the Taichu Dao sect. For a disciple like Yi Fan, who lacked any background, joining one of the 7 peaks was undoubtedly the optimal choice. As Yi Fan pondered which elder to take as his master, a voice as cold as a venomous snake sliced through the air, bringing an eerie silence to the assembly. The crowd turned to the source of the voice, where a purple-robed elder strode forth, his countenance severe as he coldly surveyed the gathered elders. His piercing gaze finally settled on Yi Fan as he declared ominously, "This boy has slain my clan's disciple, Luo Xinha, and is now on the must-kill list of the Luo clan. Are you certain you wish to take him as your disciple?" As his words fell, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Yi Fan's expression shifted dramatically as he clearly observed the once enthusiastic elders now furrowing their brows, hesitation flickering in their eyes. Qi Yangzi, his fiery red hair billowing, stepped forward with a commanding presence, waves of scorching energy radiating from him. "This is the Taichu Dao sect. Who dares to kill my disciple?" Luo Lianshan, the elder in the black robe of the Burning Heaven sect, roared, a blazing inferno manifesting behind him. "Do you truly believe the Luo clan can dominate the Taichu Dao sect? The sect rules explicitly state that personal grievances prior to entering the sect shall not be subject to punishment within its confines." Xuanhuan waved her sleeve, icy energy spreading beneath her feet. "Moreover, how incompetent must Luo Xinha be to be slain by one without any background?" Luo Lianshan, witnessing the unwavering support for Yi Fan from the 3, suddenly erupted in a wild laugh. Abruptly stopping, he cast a chilling glance at them and said, "What if I told you that it is the sect leader who desires his death?" Qi Yangzi's thick red brows furrowed sharply, his large hands unconsciously clenching into fists. Absurd. The expression of Elder Burning Heaven darkened ominously, fury igniting in his eyes. Is that truly the case? Xuanhuan narrowed her ice-blue eyes slightly, suspicion flickering across her features. If it were merely the Luo clan seeking to eliminate Yi Fan, they could easily dismiss it. However, if it involved the decree of the sect leader, the situation would be vastly different. In the absence of the Grand Elder's intervention in worldly matters, the sect leader held the power of life and death. The Council of Elders, composed of merely 20 members, could counterbalance the sect leader's authority. Although the 3 were among them, their combined influence was insufficient to sway the sect leader's decision. Esteemed elders, Yi Fan discerned the trepidation towards the sect leader in Qi Yangzi and the others. He boldly stepped forward, radiating confidence. "As the master of one of the peaks of the Taichu Dao sect, must I still seek the sect leader's approval to take on disciples?" Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the 3 elders immediately darkened ominously. "Impudent!" Luo Lianshan suddenly barked, his bony finger pointing directly at Yi Fan, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. A mere disciple who had just passed the assessment to join the Taichu Dao sect dared to show disrespect to the elders. What does it matter if he possesses great talent? Such rebelliousness will inevitably bring calamity to the sect. It would be better to eradicate the threat in its infancy. As soon as he finished speaking, a suffocating aura of malice surged forth, instantly enveloping Yi Fan. Yi Fan felt as though 1,000 weights pressed upon his chest, making his breath grow increasingly labored. Chapter 146. Disrespecting the Elders, Punished as a Servant Disciple. At that moment, a gentle breeze unexpectedly swept across the mountaintop. Like an invisible blade, it sliced through the oppressive pressure surrounding Yi Fan, relieving the weight on his chest and allowing his breath to flow freely again. As the pressure dissipated, Yi Fan felt a wave of lightness wash over him. Elder Zhu Zhong, clad in a plain robe, silently appeared behind him. His seemingly tranquil stance exuded a profound sense of gravitas akin to a mountain. Luo Lianshan's piercing gaze narrowed sharply as he fixed his stare upon Zhu Zhang. You wish to protect the one I have taken in? You intend to kill him? Zhu Zhang's voice was calm and unhurried, yet carried an undeniable authority. His deep-set eyes met Luo Lianshan's with unwavering composure, his sleeves fluttering gently in the wind. Your chosen disciple is unworthy. Luo Lianshan suddenly flicked his sleeve, bony fingers once again pointing at Yi Fan. Did my words not convey my meaning clearly enough? This boy's rebellious nature will surely bring chaos to the sect. If that day truly arrives, you, Zhu Zhong, shall bear the consequences. How can you speak so decisively about events that have yet to transpire? Zhu Zhong gently shook his head, fully aware that this was merely Luo Lianshan's pretext for wanting to eliminate Yi Fan. Luo Lianshan let out a chilling laugh, confronting Zhu Zhong with a question. So, you are resolutely determined to protect him? Or do you intend to personally take him as your disciple? I have no intention of taking him as my disciple, Zhu Zhong denied, his voice suddenly turning somber. However, he has successfully passed the rigorous assessments of the Taichu Dao sect, and it is now time for him to become a disciple of the sect. Unless, of course, he himself chooses not to join. Oh, Luo Lianshan's eyes narrowed into slits as he scrutinized Yi Fan. The murderous intent within them could not be concealed, as if issuing a warning. Should Yi Fan join the Taichu Dao sect without a sufficiently powerful backing, the Luo family could easily claim his life. Yi Fan. Zhu Zhong stepped forward, confronting Yi Fan directly. You have now passed all assessments of the Taichu Dao sect. Will you join the sect and become one of its disciples? Yi Fan's expression was grave, and he did not respond immediately. His choice to participate in the assessments was, of course, driven by his desire to join the Taichu Dao sect. If he did not join, how could he hope to rescue Qin Yimo from peril? Initially, he had hoped to be favored by a certain elder, to become that elder's disciple and gain their protection, ensuring his foothold within the Taichu Dao sect. Yet now, with Luo Lianshan invoking the authority of the sect leader to threaten the elders, even Qi Yangzi and the others had abandoned the thought of taking him as their disciple. Even now, he possesses the qualifications to become an inner disciple of the Taichu Dao sect. However, merely ascending to the status of an ordinary inner disciple does not guarantee his survival. I, Yi Fan, took a deep breath, my chest heaving violently, as if I could once again see Qin Yimo's tear-filled eyes and hear her despairing farewell. In that fleeting moment, all hesitation transformed into resolute determination. Willing. These two words resounded powerfully, echoing across the mountain peak. Yi Fan straightened his back, flames igniting within his eyes. Since retreat was no longer an option, he resolved to fight with his back against the wall. He was determined to wade through the murky waters of the Taichu Dao sect. Good. Zhu Zhang's voice reverberated like a thunderclap atop the mountain, a subtle glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. Since you are willing to join the Taichu Dao sect, from this moment on, you are already a disciple of the sect. As he spoke, the tone shifted abruptly. According to the assessment regulations, you should have been directly promoted to the inner sect. However, due to your previous disrespect towards your elders, there must be a penalty. At this point, his keen gaze swept across Luo Lianshan's sullen countenance. You shall be punished by being assigned as a miscellaneous disciple. Miscellaneous disciple? Yi Fan's expression froze, and he abruptly looked up at Zhu Zhang. Zhu Zhang's previous actions had clearly been in his favor, yet he could not comprehend the reasoning behind this demotion. Though a miscellaneous disciple could progress towards becoming a core disciple, the path to ascension required time. Even with unwavering dedication, 3 years were necessary to attain the status of a core disciple. Luo Lianshan seemed to perceive Zhu Zhang's intentions and couldn't help but sneer. Do you think that making him a miscellaneous disciple will ensure his survival? Inner disciples of the Taichu Dao sect are predominantly martial artists of the earth martial realm. With Yi Fan's current abilities, he would find it nearly impossible to contend against any of them. For within the inner sect, there are countless individuals capable of ending his life. However, among the miscellaneous disciples, Yi Fan could be deemed invincible. Fate decides life and death. Zhu Zhang, with a flourish of his ample sleeves, enveloped Yi Fan in an invisible force. Before Yi Fan could react, he was swiftly transported to the foot of the Wuxin Road. At this moment, at the base of the mountain, 99 inner disciples stood in neat formation, awaiting further instructions. They had previously assisted in the practical assessments at the square, with the exception of the rule-breaking Luo Mo, who was absent. Su Xiaoro. Zhu Zhang's gaze swept over the inner disciples, ultimately landing on one young woman among them. Su Xiaoro. Upon hearing this name, Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't Su Mingyang's daughter named Su Xiaoro? As he focused his attention, a young girl leisurely emerged from the crowd. Clad in a light yellow gauze dress, she stood out distinctly among the inner disciples. So this is Su Xiaoro? Yi Fan mused, scrutinizing the approaching girl. With an exquisitely shaped face, her skin was as fair and radiant as freshly fallen snow. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with liveliness, the outer corners slightly upturned, exuding an innate charm. This girl was, without a doubt, a youthful version of Su Mingyang. It merely lacked a touch of enchantment, yet brimmed with innocence and vivacity. What are you staring at? Su Xiaoro approached, suddenly glaring fiercely at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, feeling awkward, quickly averted his gaze, realizing that this petite girl could appear quite fierce despite her delicate demeanor. Zhu Zheng timely interjected, informing Su Xiaoro that from this day forth, Yi Fan would be a disciple of the Taichu Dao sect, tasked with assisting her in the spirit herb garden. Oh, Su Xiaoro elongated her response, reluctantly acknowledging the instruction. She cast a sidelong glance at Yi Fan before turning to leave. Go on, Zhu Zheng signaled to Yi Fan, his eyes brimming with significant meaning. Heeding the words, Yi Fan hastened to follow Su Xiaoro. The two traversed the towering gates, making their way to the spirit herb garden. As a disciple of the Taichu Dao sect, Yi Fan was obliged to perform duties in exchange for cultivation resources. The spirit herb garden was the sacred ground for cultivating spiritual herbs, and Yi Fan was assigned to assist in its management. After a brief period of walking behind Su Xiaoro, Yi Fan prepared to broach the subject of Su Mingyang. However, Su Xiaoro abruptly pivoted, halting her steps. Hands on her hips, she glared at Yi Fan with an indignant expression, demanding, You, a mere novice disciple, dare to call me by my name? Here, you shall refer to me as Sister Su or Sister Xiaoro. With that, she proudly raised her chin, exposing a delicate neck, reminiscent of a peacock full of pride, compelling Yi Fan to stifle a chuckle. Call you sister? Yi Fan pondered, a playful smile gracing his lips, with a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. If he were to comply, the hierarchy would surely be thrown into disarray. What? Su Xiaoro's eyes widened in surprise, her head tilting in confusion. Your mother is Su Mingyang, right? Yi Fan inquired, observing the girl who stood a head shorter than him. Why, you know my mother? Su Xiaoro stuttered, clearly taken aback, her rosy lips parting slightly. I hail from the imperial city of Yunnan. What do you think? Yi Fan replied with a subtle smile, his tone laced with an air of mystery. Humph. Su Xiaoro lifted her chin defiantly, feigning disdain. Many know my mother. Who do you think you are? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, casually flipping his wrist, and in an instant, the daybreak sword materialized in his grasp. The blade shimmered with a scorching brilliance under the sunlight. What do you intend to do? Su Xiaoro, far from intimidated, stepped forward with hands on her hips, attempting to appear more imposing. With your mere Xuanhuan realm cultivation, do you think you can challenge me? Are you unaware of your own limitations? How could I dare lay hands on an inner sect disciple? Yi Fan feigned trepidation, retreating a half-step, horizontally positioning the daybreak sword. Do you not recognize this sword in my hand? This sword? Su Xiaoro furrowed her brows and leaned in, her amber eyes darting with curiosity. The sunlit sword. Yi Fan pronounced each word with emphasis, observing Su Xiaoro's reaction intently. The sunlit sword? Su Xiaoro abruptly looked up, her delicate face reflecting shock as she rubbed her eyes in disbelief, leaning closer to scrutinize it. How is this possible? How could this sword be in your possession? Your mother gifted it to me, Yi Fan replied with a grin, lowering his voice playfully. Your mother addressed me as her younger brother, logically speaking. Shouldn't you call me uncle? You're lying. Su Xiaoro's rosy cheeks flushed with indignation as she clenched her small fists and waved them in the air. You expect me to call you uncle? You can't be much older than I am. Age is inconsequential. It's the lineage that matters, Yi Fan smiled gently, retracting the sunlit sword. Are you leaving or not? Su Xiaoro, exasperated, did not wish to prolong this conversation, suddenly turning to continue her journey to the medicinal herb garden. Hey, don't be angry, Yi Fan called as he caught up with her, walking side by side at a leisurely pace. If you don't want to call me uncle, that's fine. However, addressing you as senior sister is out of the question. He had no intention of actually having Su Xiaoro call him uncle. That would age him unnecessarily. Who cares? Su Xiaoro shot him a glare. Don't you realize you're merely a dying man? I refuse to be associated with you. A dying man? Perhaps not. Yi Fan chuckled lightly, fully aware of Su Xiaoro's insinuation. Perhaps not? Su Xiaoro cast a sidelong glance at him, pouting. Surely you don't believe that becoming a mere servant disciple will spare you from the troubles brought by the Luo family? I certainly am not that naive, Yi Fan replied. a knowing smile gracing his lips. But if I were indeed a dying man, why would Elder Zhuzheng go to such lengths to protect me? Elder Zhuzheng is precisely that kind of person. He cannot tolerate any injustice, Su Xiaoro retorted dismissively. His protection stems solely from the rules of the Taichu Dao sect, and his disapproval of Elder Luo Lianshan's actions, nothing more. Is that so? Yi Fan's eyes glimmered with intrigue, choosing not to elaborate further. Destiny, after all, is always in one's own hands. Elder Zhuzheng had secured a slim chance of survival for him, and he would grasp that opportunity tightly. Not only did he wish to survive, but he also aspired to thrive. Should the Luo family provoke him again, he would ensure they paid a hefty price. As their conversation unfolded, they passed through a stone archway. A rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped them like a tidal wave. Yi Fan inhaled deeply, invigorated as the essence coursed through him. Before them lay an expansive field of medicinal herbs, cascading down the mountainside in layers. Multicolored spiritual mist wove through the fields, sometimes coalescing into the form of cranes taking flight, and at other times dispersing like flowing clouds. In the distance, ancient trees towered, entwined with thick spiritual vines that bore flowers as translucent as glass. As Yi Fan approached, he discovered that the soil at his feet shimmered with a faint golden glow. Rows of spiritual herbs swayed gently in the breeze. The jade-green leaves of the nine-heart lotus, the blood-red stalks of the fire spirit ginseng, and the tricolor ghost orchid, which exhaled moonlight. Remarkably, these herbs seemed to possess sentience. When a shadow passed by, they would shyly curl their leaves. Just as Yi Fan reached out, the nearest cluster of star-patterned grass suddenly withdrew into the earth with a swift motion, leaving only a few small mounds on the surface. Don't touch that. Su Xiaoro hurriedly grasped Yi Fan's sleeve, warning him that these spiritual plants were older than he was and were indeed sentient. She gestured towards a distant field shrouded in purple mist. Do you see those soul-eating vines? Last month, a servant disciple died simply because he accidentally touched one. The mention of the soul-eating vines made Yi Fan gasp. The servant disciples of the Taichu Dao sect were at least of the Xuanhu realm. The soul-eating vines before him could indeed kill a Xuanhu realm warrior? By the way, Su Xiaoro continued, seemingly unfazed. She pointed towards a humble thatched cottage by the stream. Your residence is over there. Suddenly, she fell silent. Following her gaze, Yi Fan noticed a stooped old man standing at the far end of the herb field. The old man, holding a copper smoking pipe, exhaled a bluish-purple smoke that coalesced into chains, binding a writhing thousand-year blood ginseng tightly. That is Elder Kumu, Su Xiaoro whispered, instinctively shrinking back behind Yi Fan. He despises loud talkers in his presence. Abruptly, Elder Kumu's murky gaze shifted towards them. When it landed on Yi Fan, a strange glint flickered in his eyes. Newcomer? His gravelly voice sent chills down the spine. Seeing that Yi Fan did not respond, Su Xiaoro tugged at his sleeve, urging him in a hushed tone, what are you waiting for? Quickly pay your respects. Disciple Yi Fan pays respects to Elder Kumu. Yi Fan finally came to his senses and bowed respectfully. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming intensity radiating from the elder, more formidable than several peak masters combined. Humph. The elder scoffed, lightly tapping his smoking pipe. The bound thousand-year blood ginseng emitted a piercing shriek before vanishing into a flash of blood light, absorbed into his sleeve. Elder Kumu. Su Xiaoro, noticing the elder's disregard for Yi Fan, quickly bowed deeply and cautiously added, Yi Fan has just reached the pinnacle of the heart-questioning path. What did you say? Elder Kumu appeared intrigued, turning back towards them. He reached the pinnacle of the heart-questioning path? Such skill. Yet he comes to the spiritual herb garden as a servant disciple? Don't those old geezers compete to take this lad as their apprentice? Chapter 148, Tending to the Xianbing Grass, a Thankless Task. Thus, Su Xiaoro quickly stepped forward, instinctively softening her voice while occasionally glancing at the somber countenance of the old wood elder. He harbored some grievances with the Luo family, but was spared from death thanks to the protection of Elder Zhuzheng, who had arranged for a disciple to escort him to the spiritual herb garden. Oh, is that so? The old wood elder lazily surveyed Yi Fan, suddenly revealing a grin that displayed several yellowed teeth. You shall be the one to tend to the missing caretaker of the Xianbing grass in District B7. Before his words fell silent, his hunched figure dissipated like a wraith into the depths of the medicinal fields, leaving only wisps of azure and violet smoke twisting in the air. Xianbing grass? Su Xiaoro gasped, her face turning pale in an instant. Is there a problem with the Xianbing grass? Yi Fan furrowed his brows, observing Su Xiaoro's unusual reaction. A sense of foreboding swelling within him. The survival rate of Xianbing grass is exceedingly low. Su Xiaoro lowered her voice and rapidly explained to Yi Fan. It requires daily nurturing with spiritual energy to ensure its survival. Any negligence could lead to widespread death. The previous caretaker of the Xianbing grass was executed after hundreds of plants withered due to a moment of carelessness. What? Yi Fan's pupils constricted, disbelief etched upon his face. If one fails to care for the Xianbing grass, they must die? Do you think so? Su Xiaoro pouted. In the eyes of the Taichu Dao sect, the lives of servant disciples are worth less than a few stalks of Xianbing grass. Yi Fan's frown deepened, murmuring complaints. From this perspective, working in the spiritual herb garden seems to be a laborious task. Is Elder Jujing helping me or harming me? Whether it is a laborious task or a rewarding one depends on which section of the fields you are responsible for, Su Xiaoro shrugged, raising her hands in a gesture of helplessness. I suspect Elder Jujing didn't foresee that the Oldwood Elder would assign you to care for the Xianbing grass in District B7. Aside from the herbs in District A, the Xianbing grass in District B7 is the most critical. The Taichu Dao sect's spiritual herb garden spans an extensive area, divided into 10 major districts and 100 minor sections. The A district is personally overseen by the Oldwood Elder, while the remaining 9 districts, comprising 90 plots of medicinal fields, are entrusted to servant disciples. Are you saying? Yi Fan's gaze sharpened as he recalled Su Xiaoro's earlier mention of his grievances with the Luo family, doubts creeping into his mind. Is the Oldwood Elder targeting me? Could it be that he has connections with the Luo family, deliberately assigning me to District B7 to tend to the Xianbing grass? Not at all. Su Xiaoro quickly interrupted Yi Fan, then playfully patted him on the shoulder with a sage-like demeanor. You don't need to overthink this. Ultimately, death is inevitable. Being executed by the sect for poor care of the Xianbing grass at least offers a swift end. You little girl. Yi Fan abruptly turned his head, glaring at Su Xiaoro. Could you not hope for me a little? Blah blah blah. Su Xiaoro stuck out her tongue and made a face, then cautiously navigated through the medicinal fields. Stop dawdling. I shall take you to meet the steward of District B. Yi Fan watched Su Xiaoro's receding figure with a helpless shake of his head, then lifted his feet to follow her. A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through me as I began to contemplate how to confront this perilous task. Su Xiaoro led Yi Fan through several patches of medicinal fields, swiftly arriving at a modest wooden cabin. Without a hint of hesitation, she rapped sharply on the door, demanding, "Open up, open up." The wooden door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man with a round, slightly plump face, his expression beaming with warmth. Ah, isn't this junior sister Su? What brings you here? As a steward of the Taichu Dao sect, he had previously been a disciple of the same sect. Now, having crossed the threshold of 40 without attaining the Tianwu realm, he remained within the sect as a steward, thereby securing cultivation resources through his service. Hence, the middle-aged man still addressed Su Xiaoro as his junior sister, exuding a familiarity. Here is the newcomer, Su Xiaoro announced, lifting her thumb to indicate Yi Fan beside her, her delicate nostrils slightly wrinkling in disdain. I've already met Elder Kumo. He assigned me to take care of the Xianbing grass in the B7 zone. B7 zone? The man's small eyes widened in astonishment, his chubby cheeks quivering with excitement. He stepped forward eagerly, grasping Yi Fan's sleeve with enthusiasm. Come in, junior brother. You must be exhausted from the assessment. I've just harvested some zhu fruit here. It's brimming with spiritual energy. Yi Fan, taken aback by the unexpected warmth, instinctively took a step back, his brow furrowing in confusion. He glanced at Su Xiaoro, his eyes questioning. Why not join us inside for a moment, junior sister? The middle-aged man inquired with a smile. What is there to sit for in this shabby place? Su Xiaoro peered into the wooden cabin, dismissively waving her hand. I've delivered him. You ensure he becomes acquainted with the B7 zone. As she turned to leave, she suddenly tugged at the corner of Yi Fan's garment, lowering her voice to caution him. Be mindful of yourself. The middle-aged man watched Su Xiaoro depart, then turned his attention back to Yi Fan, his round face once again adorned with a cordial smile. I am Zhao Da. You may call me Brother Zhao or Old Zhao. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed? Yi Fan, he replied. Ah, so you are Brother Yi Fan. Zhao Da rubbed his hands together, his eyes narrowing into slits of delight. Come, allow me to show you the B7 zone. The two of them traversed several corridors, arriving at a section of medicinal fields enveloped in a gentle mist. Yi Fan instinctively squinted, catching glimpses of hundreds of vibrant blue spiritual herbs that appeared to dance within the haze. This is the B7 zone, Steward Zhao pointed ahead. There are over 300 Xianbing grasses here. Each day at dawn, you are to come here and infuse your spiritual energy to nurture these herbs. The condition of these Xianbing grasses seems rather poor, Yi Fan observed, his brow furrowing slightly as he surveyed the shimmering medicinal field before him. The leaves, though still sharp, exhibited signs of decay, with some roots appearing blackened and rotten. Haha, Zhao Da chuckled awkwardly, wiping the sweat from his brow as he hurried to explain. The previous disciple in charge was rather negligent, preferring idleness, which led to the wilting of many Xianbing grasses. However, Although these remaining ones may appear withered, they can still be salvaged. As long as you, Brother Yi Fan, diligently channel your spiritual energy to nurture the Xianbing grass each day, there should be no issues. The hour of Chun is approaching, isn't it? Yi Fan glanced at the sky, murmuring to himself. The entrance examination of the Taichu Dao sect had lasted a full day and night. As the crowd ascended the path of inquiry, it was already late at night. With dawn having broken for a while now, it was nearly the hour of Chun. Hence, they say that arriving early is not as fortunate as arriving at the right time. Zhao De, with an earnest demeanor, moved closer and said with a smile, Brother Yi Fan, you can now attempt to channel your spiritual energy to nurture these Xianbing grasses. I will oversee your efforts. Yi Fan scrutinized the medicinal field before him, feeling a sense of unease. Suddenly, he turned to Zhao De, locking eyes with his flickering gaze. Brother Zhao De, I have heard that the previous disciple who tended this place met a dreadful fate. That is not true. Zhao De's face jiggled with a quick denial, hastily waving his hands. Yes, a disciple did perish, but it was not in a terrible manner. I believe their departure was rather peaceful. He even clasped his hands together in a gesture of prayer. Yi Fan's lips twitched as he fought the urge to roll his eyes. Was it truly so that one could die merely for failing to tend the Xianbing grass adequately? After all, the Xianbing grass was the sect's property. Any damage to it would surely invoke the sect's regulations. Zhao De rubbed his plump hands together, chuckling awkwardly. Brother Yi Fan, as long as you regularly channel your spiritual energy to nurture the Xianbing grass, there will certainly be no problems. Moreover, the sect is aware that the survival rate of Xianbing grass is low. As long as fewer than 10 plants wither each quarter, the sect will not hold you accountable. Is that so? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, deeply skeptical of Zhao De's words. When it comes to matters of life and death, he did not believe that the previous caretaker of the Xianbing grass would have been negligent. With over 300 Xianbing grasses here, the allowance for withering was 40 plants per year. By this calculation, the survival rate would be nearly 90%. A survival rate close to 90% seems acceptable. Yet he recalled Su Xiaorou's earlier remarks indicating it was unlikely to be that high. Could Brother Zhao De possibly deceive you? Zhao De suddenly thumped his chest in assurance. Winking at Yi Fan, this entire Y-shaped area is under my jurisdiction, and my pressure is far greater than yours. There is absolutely no need for me to jeopardize you. If you can care for the Xianbing grass well, it benefits you, me, and everyone else. Truly a win-win situation. Yi Fan regarded Zhao De's shiny face for a moment before breaking into a smile. Then I shall give it a try. With that, he cautiously stepped forward. As he approached the medicinal field, the temperature plummeted. The breath he exhaled instantly crystallized into tiny ice shards on his eyelashes. Yi Fan gradually bent down, gently brushing aside the frost at the edge of the medicinal field. Gazing at the wilted Xianbing grass before him, a glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes. The solar meridian within him began to circulate quietly, and strands of pure golden spiritual energy surged forth from his meridians, coalescing into a brilliant orb at his fingertips. Be careful, brother. Zhao De rubbed his plump hands, his small eyes gleaming with anticipation. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he occasionally wiped them away with his sleeve. Zhao De, his small eyes glimmering with anticipation, spoke up. He was not deceiving Yi Fan. He genuinely hoped that Yi Fan could nurture the Xianbing grass properly. After all, if Yi Fan failed in this task, it would fall upon him to shoulder the burden. Who knows how long they would have to wait for additional labor disciples to arrive. As Zhao De's mind wandered, Yi Fan suddenly flipped his palm and forcefully pressed it against the ground. What are you doing? Zhao De's expression changed drastically, and his corpulent body lurched forward. He extended his stubby fingers in a futile attempt to intervene, but it was too late. Buzz! The entire medicinal field began to tremble. The golden spiritual energy emanating from Yi Fan's palm spilled forth like the first rays of dawn. The radiant golden light flowed along the icy crystal ravines, swiftly enveloping the entire field. It's over, it's over. Zhao De's face turned ashen, his legs trembling. The Xianbing grass required careful nurturing, and such a violent infusion would likely devastate the entire field. If 100 plants perished, the sect would only punish Yi Fan. But if over 300 died, Zhao De's own life would be at stake. In the next instant, Zhao De's thoughts were abruptly halted. The wilted Xianbing grass suddenly straightened its roots. The azure leaves unfurled as if revived. Even more astonishingly, the originally darkened roots shed their deadened aura and regained a shimmering blue glow. One by one, over 300 Xianbing grass plants danced like awakened crystalline spirits in the morning light. This is impossible. Zhao De's round, plump cheeks twitched violently as he stumbled back a few steps, nearly tripping over his own garment. Rubbing his eyes vigorously to confirm he was not hallucinating, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. After a brief moment, Yi Fan slowly withdrew his palm, the outward flowing spiritual energy converging back into his body like a multitude of rivers returning to the sea. He then turned to look at the stunned Zhao not far away, a triumphant smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Brother Zhao, was my care adequate? The strength of spiritual energy largely depended on the martial artist's cultivation method. Yi Fan practiced the sun scripture, which endowed him with powerful energy that perfectly complemented the Xianbing grass. Zhao De, as though awakening from a dream, rushed into the medicinal field, trembling fingers gently caressing the vibrant Xianbing grass. Suddenly, he turned and embraced Yi Fan tightly. My precious, you are truly a divine gift bestowed upon me. Brother Zhao, please calm down. Yi Fan struggled to breathe under the tight grip, afraid to resist recklessly. The two stood in the center of the medicinal field, where even a slight misstep could trample the Xianbing grass. Come, let us speak outside. Zhao De released Yi Fan, but still clutched his sleeve tightly. However, as they stepped out of the medicinal field, the joy on Zhao De's round face suddenly froze, and his brows knitted involuntarily. What's wrong? Noticing Zhao De's expression, Yi Fan felt puzzled. Brother Zhao, could it be that I did not perform adequately? Zhao De did not respond immediately. Instead, he squinted and scrutinized Yi Fan from head to toe. Suddenly lowering his voice, he inquired, Yi Fan, my junior, be honest with me. During the sect entrance examination, did you ever slack off? When climbing the path of reflection, did you exert yourself fully? Surely, you did not give up after reaching merely the 200th step, did you? Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback by his seemingly nonsensical questions. Why was Zhao Shixiang suddenly asking this? Although his cultivation was not high, merely at the 7th level of the Xuanhuan realm, Zhao De's expression turned serious. His small eyes gleamed with a spark of insight. However, your spiritual energy is remarkably pure, and your mastery over it is nothing short of exquisite. With such martial arts talent, it is inconceivable that no elder would wish to take you as a disciple. How is it that you have been reduced to a mere servant disciple, relegated to this position? Well, that's a long story. Perhaps it is best left unsaid. Yi Fan replied, scratching his head and averting his gaze, unwilling to divulge the truth. Observing Zhao De's timid demeanor, he surmised that he was likely a minor character within the Taichu Dao sect. If he were to reveal his grievances with the Luo family, Zhao De would probably faint on the spot. Enough of that. Zhao De sighed heavily, his corpulent figure slumping as if deflated. With a furrowed brow, he lamented, given your capabilities, I doubt you will remain here for long. At most, within a year, you are certain to ascend to the inner sect. At these words, Yi Fan could not help but chuckle. It seemed this rotund fellow was not concerned about why he was there, but rather when he would depart, fearing that once he left, no one would tend to the Xianbing grass. Although new servant disciples would be assigned after a year, none would possess Yi Fan's talents. Zhao Shixiao, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to rest, Yi Fan stated, stretching lazily and turning to depart. After taking a couple of steps, he suddenly recalled something of importance and returned. Servant disciples of the Taichu Dao sect should be able to receive sect resources, correct? I wonder how much one can claim monthly and when it can be collected? What resources? Zhao De feigned mystery, his jowls jiggling with his smile. Can servant disciples not collect sect resources? Yi Fan inquired, his brow furrowing in skepticism as he stared at Zhao De. Other servant disciples can indeed receive sect resources. Zhao De replied nonchalantly, his hands clasped behind his back. However, those in the spiritual herb garden cannot. Not only you, but even I, as the steward of the spiritual herb garden, am similarly deprived. What? Yi Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. If there were truly no resources to claim, why was Zhao De still smiling, working for the sect without compensation and risking his life at that? Could it be that this rotund fellow was a bit unhinged? Hee. Zhao De suddenly leaned in closer, his small eyes sparkling with cunning. Remaining in the spiritual herb garden is, in fact, the best resource. Have you not noticed how rich the spiritual energy is here? He inhaled deeply, his eyes closing in bliss. Yi Fan's pupils constricted as realization dawned upon him. From the moment he stepped into the spirit herb garden, he sensed that the spiritual energy here far surpassed that of the outside world. Absorbing the spiritual energy for cultivation yielded results far superior to refining spirit stones. Even more remarkable was that this area was off limits to outsiders, making it an exceptional sanctuary for the disciples of menial tasks. Understanding this, Zhao De smiled with satisfaction and turned to Yi Fan for confirmation. Understood, Yi Fan shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. After parting ways with Zhao De, he returned to the thatched cottage by the creek. Most inner disciples were at the earth martial realm. He too needed to break through to that level soon. Yi Fan pondered as he settled cross-legged on the azure stone in front of the cottage. He wasn't in a rush to ascend to outer or even inner disciple status. With his current cultivation, becoming an outer disciple was sufficient, but clearly, he was not yet ready for the inner circle. As the sun's essence circulated within him, golden spiritual power flowed through his meridians, merging with the dense spiritual energy surrounding him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the spirit herb garden gradually succumbed to twilight. At that moment, a chilling wind suddenly swept in from behind Yi Fan. Feeling the coldness, he abruptly opened his eyes. Rising to look behind him, he found the Elder of Withered Wood standing there, having appeared without notice. The Elder's stooped figure cast a distorted shadow in the moonlight. Elder of Withered Wood, when did you arrive? Yi Fan felt a twinge of apprehension and quickly inquired. The old man, with his ghostly presence, sent shivers down his spine. I heard from Zhao that you managed to revive all the frost ice herbs at once. The Elder of Withered Wood stepped forward, fixing an unwavering gaze upon Yi Fan. You know about that? Yi Fan, realizing the Elder had come for this matter, offered an awkward smile. Let me take a look. Without further ado, the Elder's bony hand suddenly pressed onto Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan felt himself being restrained as a frigid spiritual power forcefully invaded his meridians, slithering through his body like a venomous serpent. Good, good, good. Moments later, the Elder of Withered Wood withdrew his hand, breaking into a wide grin. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. From this day forth, you shall be my closed-door disciple. You wish to take me as your apprentice? Yi Fan was taken aback, scrutinizing the Elder before him. What is the matter? The Elder's smile abruptly stiffened, his eyes narrowing, revealing a hint of displeasure. Is it a grievance for you to be my closed-door disciple? You must be aware that I have offended the Luo family, Yi Fan muttered, closely observing the Elder's reaction. The Luo family? The Elder of Withered Wood scoffed. What are they worth? A spark of realization ignited in Yi Fan's eyes. The Elder was evidently unafraid of the Luo family. Seizing the opportunity, he inquired, May I ask, Elder of Withered Wood, do you belong to the inner or outer elders of the Taichu Dao sect, or perhaps you are a member of the Elder Council? The Elder of the Taichu Dao sect is categorized into several tiers. At the pinnacle stands the Supreme Elder, undoubtedly the most esteemed. Following this, there are 20 members of the Elder Council. Beneath them are the inner sect elders and outer sect elders. Despite being direct disciples, the status of their master varies, resulting in differing identities and access to resources within the Taichu Dao sect. Yi Fan aspired to catch up with Luo Feiyu, but lacking sufficient martial resources would hinder his progress. At the very least, he needed to possess resources comparable to those of inner sect disciples. Thus, he hoped that his master would be at least an inner sect elder. However, the withered old man shook his head in response to Yi Fan's hopeful gaze. Yi Fan felt a pang of disappointment, taking a deep breath and, with a resolute demeanor, clasped his hands before the old man, stating, Since you are not even an outer sect elder, I must decline the honor of becoming your disciple. Do you dare to refuse me? The old man chuckled heartily, his bony hand suddenly pressing down on Yi Fan's shoulder. Then tell me, what rank of elder do you wish to take as your master? At least an inner sect elder, Yi Fan replied through gritted teeth, feeling a sharp pain radiating from his shoulder. Very well. The old man, having received his answer, released his grip and turned, his robes swirling like night mist. Tonight, rest well. I shall return tomorrow to accept you as my disciple. Before his words could fully dissipate, his figure transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into thin air. Tomorrow? Yi Fan stared at the dissipating smoke, momentarily taken aback. Today, the old man was not even an outer sect elder. Was it possible that by tomorrow he would become an inner sect elder? Advancement among the elders of the Taichu Dao sect was no simple feat regardless. He resolved to focus on his cultivation. Yi Fan shook his head and settled back on the bluestone. Though the night offered no sunlight, the surrounding spiritual energy remained abundant. At this moment, he was not in a rush to practice martial skills. Instead, he would take advantage of the night to continue absorbing spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation. The martial skills he currently mastered were already formidable, yet without the support of adequate cultivation, their execution would be hindered. The pressing matter was to break through to the earth martial realm. The night passed in the blink of an eye. By dawn, Yi Fan returned to the designated area in Zone 7. As a servant disciple, his training time was inevitably interrupted by chores. He was obliged to fulfill his daily tasks without exception. Fortunately, nurturing the Xianbing grass was not a challenging endeavor for him. Arriving punctually at the appointed hour each day was essential. Yi Fan halted, just as he had the previous day, channeling his spiritual power into the medicinal field. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The azure leaves of the Xianbing grass began to tremble violently. Its roots, resembling venomous serpents, swiftly coiled around his wrist. Yi Fan felt his internal spiritual power surge forth like a dam bursting. Damn it! Yi Fan exclaimed, immediately shaking off the constricting roots and retreating hastily. As he steadied himself upon departing from the medicinal herb field, a tremor coursed through his heart at the sight before him. The once vibrant Xianbing grass now bore roots as dark as ink, and its sharp leaves were visibly withering at an alarming rate. Chapter 151, Surprise Inspection? Open frame up. How could this be? Yi Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, rooted in place as his mind went blank. The method he had employed to nurture the Xianbing grass had been identical to that of the previous day. How could the once flourishing plants now be so utterly lifeless? Their half-dead appearance seemed even worse than before he had tended to them. Suddenly, the urgent sound of footsteps approached like a relentless drumbeat. Yi Fan, a thunderous voice erupted, jolting Yi Fan back to reality. As he turned, he was met by 5 figures clad in purple robes, rushing towards him like a tempest, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. The leader, bearing a fierce expression, was none other than Luo Mo. As they came to a halt, the 4 individuals behind him fanned out in perfect synchronization. "It's you?" Yi Fan was taken aback upon recognizing Luo Mo. "Aren't you confined to the Black Prison? How did you emerge so swiftly? Can the Black Prison truly hold me?" Luo Mo laughed heartily. Then his gaze turned icy as he raised a hand to stroke the emblem on his chest, barking at Yi Fan. "Open your eyes and see clearly." Yi Fan squinted, directing his attention to the emblem gleaming with a cold light on Luo Mo's chest. The words law enforcement were etched with a blade-like precision, radiating an unmistakable authority. He glanced at the other 4, noting that their purple robes also bore equally brilliant emblems. Yi Fan began to piece it all together. The Black Prison was under the jurisdiction of the Law Enforcement Hall, and Luo Mo was a disciple thereof. It appeared that an elder from the hall had intervened to extricate Luo Mo. A smug smile curled at the corners of Luo Mo's mouth as he gazed past Yi Fan towards the desolate medicinal herb field, a cruel grin slowly forming. "Yi Fan, you truly possess audacity. To dare ruin an entire field of spiritual herbs right after entering the Taichu Dao sect? There must be over 300 plants here. Did you tamper with them?" Yi Fan's expression darkened as realization struck him. The Xianbing grass had only just begun to falter when Luo Mo and his entourage arrived. What an uncanny coincidence. He could not believe that this incident was unrelated to Luo Mo. However, he was perplexed as to how Luo Mo had interfered. The last servant disciple who cared for the Xianbing grass had been executed for negligence when over 100 plants perished. And now, Luo Mo claimed that Yi Fan had ruined over 300. Ignoring Yi Fan's words, Luo Mo continued to sneer, a glint of cruel satisfaction flashing in his eyes as he declared, "You are likely to face dismemberment for this." With that, he abruptly raised his arm, pointing at Yi Fan and commanding the 4 law enforcement disciples behind him, "Seize him. Bring him back to the law enforcement hall for trial." "Yes." The 4 disciples responded in unison, closing in on Yi Fan in a menacing formation. "Wait." At that moment, an urgent shout pierced the atmosphere thick with tension. As the crowd turned, they beheld Zhao De, breathless and hastening towards them. Upon discerning the desolate medicinal field, his expression froze momentarily. The flesh on his face quivered uncontrollably. Luo Mo, junior brother, Zhao De, regaining his composure in an instant, took a swift step to shield Yi Fan, forcing a strained smile as he hurriedly wiped the beads of sweat rolling down his forehead with his sleeve. "What brings you here?" "A word in advance would have allowed me to prepare some tea for your arrival." "It's merely a routine inspection," Luo Mo retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao De. Despite Zhao De's position as a steward and his superior cultivation, Luo Mo, being an inner disciple of the law enforcement hall, felt no obligation to show deference. "Routine inspection?" Zhao De swallowed hard, chuckling awkwardly, murmuring, "I believe today is not designated for such inspections, is it? Then it is an unannounced inspection. Is that a problem?" Luo Mo glared fiercely at Zhao De, his hostility palpable. He leaned forward, nearly pressing against Zhao De's plump, shiny face. "Yi Fan has destroyed over 300 Xianbing herbs. This is a capital offense. If you continue to prattle, do you believe I would not hold you accountable as well?" "There is something amiss here," Zhao De sputtered, his face speckled with spittle, yet he dared not wipe it away, merely retracting his neck and smiling nervously. "Yesterday, I was observing junior brother Yi Fan nurturing the Xianbing herbs, and everything seemed fine. Now, they have all withered suddenly. There must be an underlying reason. How can we punish Yi Fan without a thorough investigation? Does the enforcement of the law hall require your unsolicited guidance?" Luo Mo interrupted sharply. "For now, I am merely taking him back to the law hall. They will conduct a thorough investigation in due course. You need not concern yourself with this matter." "No." Zhao De's face twitched violently, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Does anyone in your law hall understand medicinal herbs? If a thorough investigation is to be conducted, must I not assist? Your incessant chatter is tiresome, is it not?" Luo Mo, losing his patience, swiftly drew his sword, pointing it menacingly at Zhao De's throat. "Speak another word, and I shall take you along to the law hall." Zhao De, startled, stumbled back a step. Yet, he remained positioned in front of Yi Fan, showing no inclination to move aside. Although his cultivation surpassed Luo Mo's, he dared not provoke him, for he lacked power and influence compared to Luo Mo, who was backed by the Luo clan. Possessing mere cultivation, he could not afford to confront Luo Mo directly. Brother Zhao, do you not see it yet? Yi Fan, wishing to alleviate Zhaoda's predicament, gently patted his shoulder. Luo Mo is clearly trying to frame me. It is quite possible that he is the one who has caused the demise of all these Xianbing herbs. Surely not. Zhaoda turned sharply to gaze at Yi Fan. Disbelief etched across his features. Yi Fan offered no further explanation, striding confidently to stand beside Zhaoda, straightening his back to confront Luo Mo. Was it not I who nearly killed you during the practical assessment? Is it necessary for you to resort to such measures? Destroying over 300 Xianbing herbs merely to entrap me? What? Luo Mo had yet to respond to Yi Fan's words when Zhaoda was taken aback. Junior brother Yi Fan, what did you just say? You nearly killed Luo Mo during the Taichu Daozong assessment? How could that be? Did Luo Mo also participate in the assessment? No, that can't be possible. How could the two of you? The information was overwhelming, leaving his mind in a state of confusion. Unable to comprehend the situation, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. During this assessment of the Taichu Daozong, a new element was introduced, allowing the assessors to challenge the inner disciples. Yi Fan's gaze remained fixed on Luo Mo as he spoke calmly. According to the rules, an assessor can pass the evaluation by receiving 3 strikes from an inner disciple who has suppressed their cultivation to the same realm. However, Luo Mo nearly failed to withstand my 3 strikes. Had he not unsealed his cultivation at the last moment, he could have perished. Have you said enough? Luo Mo's face turned ashen upon hearing the embarrassing incident mentioned. He suddenly swung his sword, creating a dazzling arc of cold light in the air. Seize Yi Fan. If he dares to resist, execute him on the spot. With that, his fierce gaze bore down on Zhaoda, who still stood beside Yi Fan, coldly warning, Zhaoda, you would do well to step aside quietly. Do not bring trouble upon yourself. Chapter 152. Killing Luo Mo. Things have escalated. Wait. Zhaoda hastily waved his hands. Drenched in sweat. Junior brother Luo Mo, let us not resort to violence just yet. Allow me to reason with junior brother Yi Fan. Before Luo Mo could respond, he urgently turned to grasp Yi Fan's arm, lowering his voice. Junior brother Yi Fan, why not visit the law enforcement hall first? Just for a stick of incense. No? Half a stick of incense. I will surely uncover the truth behind the withering of the Xianbing grass and rush to the law enforcement hall to rescue you. Yi Fan gazed at Zhaoda's earnest expression, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. Do you truly think I can survive long enough to reach the law enforcement hall? As he spoke, his eyes swept over Luo Mo's furious visage. It was clear that Luo Mo had schemed to frame him, wishing for his demise. There would be no time to allow Zhaoda to investigate. It was likely that upon leaving the spirit herb garden, Luo Mo would act decisively. Zhaoda's corpulent form trembled, his mouth agape, but no words emerged. At that moment, Yi Fan gently pushed Zhaoda aside and faced Luo Mo, cold light flashing in his eyes. During the Taichu Daozong assessment, you were fortunate to escape with your life. Today, however, luck is not on your side. Oh, Luo Mo was momentarily taken aback before erupting into a piercing laugh. What did you say? I must have misheard you. You still wish to kill me? How absurd. Here, I need not suppress my cultivation. Heh, you need not suppress your cultivation? A cold smile crept across Yi Fan's lips, and he ceased his words. His body trembled slightly as a formidable life, soul energy, surged forth around him. The ethereal image of the Zhentian Bei began to coalesce behind him. Here, Luo Mo might not have to actively suppress his cultivation, but the Zhentian Bei could certainly restrain Luo Mo's powers, and with even greater intensity. Life soul? Luo Mo's expression shifted slightly, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. Life soul? Zhaoda staggered back in astonishment. His gaze fixed upon the ethereal silhouette of the Town-Suppression Stele behind Yi Fan, his small eyes wide with disbelief. Could a warrior of the Xuanhuan realm truly awaken their destiny soul? How could this be possible? The heavens. Suppress. A fierce glint of murderous intent surged in Yi Fan's eyes as he uttered a thunderous command. Boom. The silhouette of the Town-Suppression Stele suddenly erupted in a dazzling golden radiance. The terrifying pressure of the heavenly Tao cascaded down like a torrential tide, enveloping Luo Mo in an instant. Luo Mo sensed something amiss, his expression shifting abruptly. Instinctively, he attempted to retreat, only to realize his legs felt as heavy as lead. In a state of panic, he could only watch helplessly as Yi Fan's figure approached like a specter. A fiery red hand surged toward his chest. Get away, Luo Mo bellowed, just as he summoned his spiritual energy. To his horror, he discovered that his internal energy was draining away uncontrollably. Struggling to swing his sword, he found its blade suspended in the air, as if weighed down by 1,000 burdens. Boom! The 9 dragons' spirit fire roared forth from Yi Fan's palm. The searing waves of flame distorted the very air around them. In an instant, Luo Mo's purple robe was reduced to ash. His piercing scream was swallowed by the inferno. Within the blink of an eye, all that remained was a pile of smoldering crimson embers. Xiaoda's plump lips quivered incessantly, each wrinkle on his round face etched with terror. He stared blankly at the wisp of green smoke carried away by the wind, rendered speechless for an eternity. Yi Fan retracted the town suppression stele and turned, his icy gaze slicing through the 4 law enforcement disciples. You 4, do you still wish to confront me? Why you dare kill senior brother Luo Mo? One of them paled, his voice trembling. Having already committed the act, why waste further words? Yi Fan glanced at the speaker, slowly extending his palm. 9 fire serpents danced eagerly upon his hand. Leave. The 4, hearts racing, dared not linger any longer. They immediately turned and fled in panic. Though they were all inner disciples, their strength paled compared to Luo Mo's. Even knowing that Yi Fan was merely of the Xuanhuan realm, they no longer dared to engage him. Who could say whether Yi Fan could slay them as easily as he had Luo Mo? Zhao Shixiao. Once the 4 law enforcement disciples had fled, Yi Fan turned his attention back to the still stunned Xiaoda. Xiaoda jolted awake as if from a dream, his plump lips parting and closing, yet he could not articulate a coherent sound. Are you frightened? Yi Fan observed Xiaoda's state, unable to suppress a smile. In truth, Xiaoda's martial prowess was not insignificant. At the 9th tier of the Earth martial realm, he was considered a formidable figure even in the Union Kingdom. Yet, Xiaoda's timid demeanor betrayed no semblance of a true warrior's presence. Yi Fan, dear junior brother, you have truly landed yourself in deep trouble this time. Xiaoda finally regained his voice, yet it trembled noticeably. He could hardly admit the fear that had gripped him. Forcing himself to compose, he grimaced and said, how could you have killed Luo Mo? Taking the life of a disciple from the law enforcement hall, especially during the execution of their duties, is far more serious than slaying an ordinary inner sect disciple. I merely eliminated a traitor of our sect, one who sought to frame fellow disciples and had destroyed over 300 stalks of Xianbing grass, Yi Fan replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he shrugged nonchalantly. He was acutely aware that the situation had spiraled out of control. Yet, under the circumstances, he had no choice but to kill Luo Mo. If Luo Mo lived, it would surely be his own demise. What? Xiaoda vaguely grasped the implications of Yi Fan's words, his brow furrowing in confusion. Are you so certain that it was Luo Mo who framed you and destroyed the Xianbing grass in the medicinal field? What good is my certainty alone? Yi Fan shook his head with a wry smile, his gaze sweeping over the desolate medicinal field. We need evidence. Indeed, we require proof. Xiaoda nodded in agreement, although his face bore a troubled expression. At this point, your only path to survival is to ascertain that the Xianbing grass was indeed destroyed by Luo Mo. But how can we prove that? Isn't that where you come in, Brother Zhao? Yi Fan suddenly leaned in closer, his clear eyes locking onto Xiaoda's. Me? Xiaoda pointed at himself, utterly bewildered. His mind was a chaotic swirl, akin to a muddled paste. Yes, and we must act swiftly. Yi Fan lowered his voice, his pace quickening. Did you not say moments ago that you could uncover the truth behind the withering of the Xianbing grass within half a stick of incense? Those 4 disciples from the law enforcement hall will certainly report back upon their return. If a large contingent of law enforcement disciples arrives, it will be too late to act. At this juncture, he gently patted Zhao Da on the shoulder, expressing his heartfelt sentiment. Brother Zhao, my very life now rests entirely in your hands. I will do my utmost, Zhao Da replied, his lips twitching unnaturally as he swallowed hard. He then turned abruptly, dashing toward the medicinal field in a comically exaggerated manner. As for clarifying the circumstances surrounding the withering of the Xianbing grass, he held no absolute confidence. Not only did he need to uncover the truth, but he also had to establish a connection to Luo Mo, elevating the difficulty of the task to an entirely new level. Entering the medicinal field, Zhao Da bent down to inspect, immediately noticing something amiss. He swiftly thrust his hand forward, uprooting a withered stalk of Xianbing grass. Chapter 153, Defying the Law Enforcement, a Justified Killing. At this sight, Yi Fan's gaze sharpened, and he took a decisive step forward. In the small pit left by the Xianbing grass, a creature, entirely black and glistening with an eerie metallic sheen, writhed grotesquely. His instincts told him that the withering of the Xianbing grass was undoubtedly linked to this insect, the soul-eating insect. Zhao Da seemed to have discerned something, his eyes suddenly sparkling with clarity. He swiftly turned to Yi Fan and inquired, was the withering of the Xianbing grass within the medicinal field a result of your infusion of spiritual energy? Indeed, Yi Fan replied with a firm nod, his eyes gleaming with insight. Zhao Da's breath quickened as he sought confirmation from Yi Fan once more. Did you feel that your spiritual energy dissipated at an alarming rate? Absolutely, Yi Fan affirmed, sensing that Zhao Da had uncovered something significant. He promptly asked, Brother Zhao, what exactly is going on? Zhao Da, rubbing the stubble on his chin, furrowed his brow and explained, The spirit-eating worm itself does not cause the Xianbing grass to wither. It was your infusion of spiritual energy that was devoured by the worm. The overwhelming amount of energy exceeded what the Xianbing grass could withstand, ultimately leading to its demise. How much spiritual energy can such a tiny spirit-eating worm consume? Yi Fan crouched down, gathering a thread of spiritual energy at his fingertip and bringing it near the worm. The spirit-eating worm immediately lifted its head and opened its mouth, consuming the energy entirely. There must be more than just this one, Zhao asserted, pointing to the medicinal field beneath them. There are at least hundreds, if not more, of these worms here. Someone must have introduced them into the field before your arrival this morning. Luomo, has he been here? Yi Fan's gaze turned icy as he muttered. It seems unlikely, Zhao said, stroking his double chin, his flesh jiggling as he shook his head. It must be the work of the steward of the medicinal garden or the servant disciples. The medicinal garden is off-limits to outsiders unless they have received specific orders. Previously, Su Xiaoro came here on the orders of Elder Zhu Zhang. The disciples from the law enforcement hall came under the command of their elder as well. Without any orders to enter, it is impossible to sneak in unnoticed. If Luomo had come at night, he would have been discovered already. Hence, it must have been someone from within the medicinal garden. There are 9 stewards and 90 servant disciples within the medicinal garden. Although this area falls under your jurisdiction, other stewards and servant disciples can also access it. Is there a way to identify the culprit? Yi Fan asked, his brow furrowed with uncertainty. Today marked merely his second day in the medicinal garden, and he was far less acquainted with its workings than Zhao De. Yes, it is possible to investigate and at least narrow down the suspects, Zhao De replied, his expression laden with worry as he gazed at Yi Fan. However, this will require time that you do not have. His voice dwindled to a near whisper, almost becoming a soliloquy. Before Yi Fan could confront Luomo, it was merely a matter of destroying the Xianbing grass. Zhao De could have possibly maneuvered to buy some time. But now the situation had escalated with Yi Fan having killed Luomo. The law enforcement hall would not grant him any time to reckon with the crime of murder. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps echoed like distant thunder, growing ever closer. Zhao De's corpulent body trembled, his small eyes widening in terror. In the distance, over 20 disciples clad in purple robes of the enforcement hall surged forth, instantly surrounding the entire expanse of the medicinal field, rendering escape impossible. This is bad, Zhao De stammered, his lips trembling as the flesh on his face quivered uncontrollably. Just as he was pondering the situation, a sharp sound sliced through the air. A middle-aged man descended from the sky, landing firmly before the gathered disciples. Draped in a purple-gold robe, his countenance was severe, emanating an oppressive aura that rendered the air heavy. Elder Meisu. Zhao De's knees buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. He hastily bowed, his back soaked with cold sweat. The imposing figure before him, the middle-aged man in purple robes, was none other than Elder Meisu of the enforcement hall, and more crucially, the mentor of Luomo. Without even casting a glance at Zhao De, Meisu's icy gaze pierced through to Yi Fan like a sword. He waved his sleeve and commanded coldly, "Seize him." "Hold on," Zhao De suddenly screamed, his corpulent body lunging inexplicably toward the pit, desperately clawing at the soil to unearth the writhing spirit-eating bug. Elder Meisu. Zhao De trembled as he raised the bug, shielding it before Yi Fan. The widespread withering of the Xianbing grass is due to someone secretly placing the spirit-eating bug in the medicinal field last night. It is not Yi Fan's fault. Meisu interrupted coldly, his eyes flashing with cold light. However, this child has defied the law and murdered disciples of the enforcement hall. The evidence is irrefutable. Seize him. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that surged forth like a raging tide. Zhao De's hefty form was sent flying, crashing heavily against the edge of the medicinal field, stirring up a cloud of dust, while the spirit-eating bug slipped from his fingers. When he raised his head, he saw several enforcement disciples advancing toward Yi Fan with their swords drawn. "Brother Zhao, thank you." Yi Fan glanced back, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. With that, he gently trembled his palm, grasping the sunblade. The sword's tip angled toward the ground, as his spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave. In that moment, he appeared ready to fight to the death. "Yi Fan, my junior brother, don't act impulsively." Zhao De, seeing Yi Fan's actions, struggled to rise from the ground, brushing off the dust that clung to him, and extended a trembling hand. "Can't you just surrender?" Perhaps holding a sword is seen as resistance to the law. Resistance to the law can lead to death. Meisu was pleased to see Yi Fan wielding the sword, denying him any chance of retreat. His voice was icy as he issued the execution order to the assembled disciples. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The disciples of the enforcement hall charged toward Yi Fan, trampling the withered Xianbing grass beneath their feet. As Yi Fan prepared to engage in battle, a strange plume of black smoke suddenly seeped from the ground. coiling around the legs of the enforcement disciples. All movement abruptly halted, as if they had been ensnared by a binding spell, standing frozen in place. Withered wood. Meisu sensed something amiss, his pupils constricting as he sharply turned his gaze skyward. Yet, the expected figure did not materialize. Instead, a slow and heavy footfall echoed from behind. Step, step, step. The surroundings fell into silence, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Elder Kumu had arrived. Zhaoda's despondent visage suddenly lit up, hope rekindling in his small eyes. Meisu stiffened, abruptly turning around. To his astonishment, Elder Kumu was standing 10 paces behind him, hands clasped behind his back. His stooped figure seemed to meld with the surrounding environment, and his gaunt face betrayed no emotion. Little Meisu, have you come to summon this old man for enforcement? Elder Kumu spoke slowly, his gaze fixated on Meisu. His voice raspy like the rustling of dry leaves. Was this spectacle intended to eliminate the old man's closed-door disciple? Chapter 154. Unworthy, allow me to reopen the bloodshed. Does the enforcement hall require a specific venue for its duties? Meisu raised his chin slightly, his eyes gleaming like the edge of a blade. He deliberately straightened his posture, presenting himself as taller than the hunched Elder Kumu. Yi Fan defied the law, taking the life of a disciple from the enforcement hall. Such a crime warrants 1,000 deaths. Do you, an elder in charge, wish to shield him? Absurd. He emphasized the phrase elder in charge with deliberate weight. Within the hierarchy of the Taichu Dao sect, an elder in charge was merely the lowest tier. Some deacons, upon advancing to the celestial martial realm, could ascend to the position of elder in charge, overseeing mostly trivial matters. Although Meisu was also an elder responsible for enforcement, he dealt with the penalties of the Taichu Dao sect, wielding actual power. His rank as an intersect elder was 2 tiers above that of an elder in charge. Little Meisu, your backbone has certainly hardened. Elder Kumu's wrinkled face suddenly broke into a peculiar smile. Slowly stroking his sparse beard, he rasped, now, take your people and leave my medicinal garden. I may choose to overlook this transgression. Presumptuous. Meisu bristled at being addressed as Little Meisu and was further incensed by the audacity of being told to leave. Old fool, do not take advantage of your age. Yi Fan has violated sect rules, and the evidence is irrefutable. If you dare to shelter him, do you believe I won't hold you accountable for that crime? In terms of tenure within the Taichu Dao sect, Meisu could not rival Elder Kumu, given their significant age difference. Yet, in the sect, age bore little relation to strength or status. Oh, you dare to accuse this old man? Elder Kumu chuckled at the remark, his wrinkles unfurling into a playful expression. He then shook his head, completely disregarding Meisu's threat. With hands clasped behind him, he strode directly towards Yi Fan, standing in the medicinal fields. The disciples of the enforcement hall, blocking his path, dared not obstruct him and swiftly made way. Elder Kumu. Upon seeing the elder's leisurely approach, Yi Fan sheathed his sword, clasping his hands in a deep bow. Aren't you going to address me as master? The elderly figure known as the Withered Wood Elder was somewhat displeased by Yi Fan's address of him. A sly smile crept across his wrinkled face. Yi Fan straightened up, his brows instinctively knitting together. The previous night, the Withered Wood Elder had indeed mentioned returning today to take him as a disciple. But was he now planning to seize the moment and compel him to submit? Yet, upon reflection, with his life hanging by a thread, what did it matter? Becoming the disciple of the Withered Wood Elder might just offer him a glimmer of hope. Just as he was about to change his words, the elder suddenly produced a token from his sleeve. Under the sunlight, the gilded token shimmered brilliantly, with the words Intersect Elder elegantly inscribed upon it. Meisu's countenance shifted at the sight of the token in the elder's hand. She stepped forward, her voice sharp as she confronted him. Old man, where did you steal that Intersect Elder token? The token in the elder's possession was undoubtedly the Intersect Elder's insignia. She possessed a similar one herself, denoting the rank of an elder, an Intersect Elder. An Intersect Elder token? Yi Fan's heart jolted, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had indeed expressed a desire to take an Intersect Elder as his mentor. He never expected the Withered Wood Elder to procure such a token so swiftly. But was it lawful? Was the elder truly an Intersect Elder now? Could he genuinely take on disciples? The Withered Wood Elder paid no heed to Meisu, his sole focus on accepting Yi Fan as his apprentice. With a smile, he waved the token in his hand, his eyes radiating an undeniable authority that brooked no refusal. Disciple Yi Fan, pay your respects to the master. Without hesitation, Yi Fan knelt heavily on both knees, bowing deeply to the Withered Wood Elder. He was now certain that the elder had never been an ordinary managing elder. The ability to acquire an Intersect Elder token so effortlessly was beyond the capabilities of a mere managing elder. Perhaps the Withered Wood Elder had previously disregarded such superficial titles, choosing instead to remain low profile within the medicinal herb garden. Haha, good disciple. The Witheredwood elder laughed heartily, stepping forward to assist Yi Fan to his feet. Meanwhile, Zhao stood dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. His gaze flitted back and forth between Yi Fan and the Witheredwood elder, his face a canvas of disbelief. Even amidst such tumult, the two were preoccupied with the matters of mentorship. Old man, Mei Su, frustrated by the elder's indifference, flung her sleeves and again demanded, "Did you not hear my question? Where exactly did you steal this intersect elder token from?" "Steal?" The Witheredwood elder slowly turned, a smile gracing his lips. "It was not stolen. Was it perhaps borrowed?" Mei Su's pupils constricted, followed by a series of cold laughs. Which intersect elder would be audacious enough to lend out their token? You are utterly disrespecting the sect's regulations. With that, she stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of oppressive force towards him. "Are you never satisfied?" The elder of the Witheredwood absent-mindedly dug at his ear, dismissively waving his hand with a look of impatience. "Today, I am in a good mood to accept disciples. You may leave now." As he spoke, he dissipated the oppressive aura pressing down upon them. "You seek death." Mei Su felt his authority as an elder of the law enforcement hall challenged, and his patience wore thin. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his spiritual energy like a volcano erupting. His right hand thrust forward, creating a terrifying palm print that tore through the air, aimed directly at the heart of the elder of the Witheredwood. "Beware, master," Yi Fan instinctively called out. "Good disciple. It is wise of you to show concern for your teacher." The elder of the Witheredwood regarded Mei Su's lethal strike with indifference, smiling at Yi Fan. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Mei Su's palm print inexplicably halted 3 feet in front of the elder. A thick, inky black mist materialized out of thin air, completely swallowing the destructive force of the attack. "You dare to strike at me? You possess no understanding of decorum." The elder finally turned his gaze, his eyes suddenly gleaming with intensity. He casually uttered, "You, as an elder of the law enforcement hall, should not be so bold." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, his bony finger gently pointed forward. A dark light instantaneously pierced through the black mist and entered Mei Su's body. "Ah!" Mei Su let out a chilling scream, his form hurtling backward. He landed unsteadily, tumbling to the ground in a disheveled heap. The once surging waves of his spiritual energy visibly waned at an alarming rate. "What have you done to my cultivation?" Mei Su trembled as he raised his hands, staring in disbelief at the dimming glow of his spiritual energy in his palms. He abruptly lifted his head, bloodshot eyes wide. His previously imposing visage twisted into a grotesque expression. "For your earlier actions, I ought to take your life," the elder of the Witheredwood said, narrowing his eyes slightly as he spoke slowly. "However, I have not killed anyone in over a century. You are not worthy of my return to bloodshed. Thus, I shall merely render you powerless." Chapter 155, Luo Lianshan, Acting Law Enforcement Hall Enforcer. W. Watt. Mei Su trembled violently, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Desperately attempting to channel his energy, he was horrified to find his dantian akin to a leaking vessel, unable to retain even a trace of spiritual power. The realization rendered his face ashen, his lips trembling uncontrollably. "This," Yi Fan was shocked by the elder's words, involuntarily gasping. It appeared he had underestimated his newly appointed master. A casual move had incapacitated Mei Su. It must be noted that Mei Su was indeed a formidable warrior at the heavenly martial realm. Zhao De, nearby, was equally astounded, his round form quaking incessantly. Having served in the spirit herb garden for several years, he was aware of the elder's prowess, yet he had not fathomed its extent. The surrounding disciples of the law enforcement hall wore expressions of terror. Even though the black mist beneath their feet had long dissipated, their bodies were no longer under control. Yet at this moment, they remained as still as wooden carvings. "Why are you not leaving?" The old man of Witheredwood gradually lost his patience and coldly uttered another command. "You old fool," Mei Su suddenly bellowed, his eyes turning crimson like blood, foam seeping from the corners of his mouth, resembling a madman. "You dare to incapacitate me. You are doomed. I will ensure your death, leaving not a single whole piece of you." The old man of Witheredwood sighed lightly, shaking his head, and then cast his gaze over the surrounding disciples of the law enforcement hall, who were as silent as the grave. "You all, take him away from me, quickly." Yes, yes, the disciples of the law enforcement hall, having witnessed the old man's formidable power, did not dare to defy him. If he could incapacitate Mei Su, they were certainly no match for him. Trembling, the law enforcement disciples complied, with a few bold ones cautiously approaching Mei Su. They bent their bodies, moving as if they feared to disturb some fearsome beast. "Get away." Mei Su suddenly swung his arm, knocking the assisting disciples to the ground, staggering to regain his footing. His purple-gold robe was in disarray, resembling a mad beggar at that moment. The old man of Witheredwood frowned in displeasure, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. "Do you truly wish to die? Do you think I am afraid to kill you?" "Master." Yi Fan, observing Mei Su's frenzied demeanor, stepped forward, clasping his hands together. Since Master deems it beneath him to kill him, perhaps it would be better if I were to do it. Oh, the old man turned his head, scrutinizing Yi Fan for a moment before breaking into a grin. You, young lad, possess quite the audacity. Very well, you may proceed. But do ensure the medicinal garden remains untainted. To the old man of withered wood, incapacitating Mei Su and killing him were indistinguishable acts. His reluctance to kill stemmed not from fear, but rather from weariness of bloodshed. Yi Fan's bold offer to slay Mei Su took him by surprise. Even in his current state of powerlessness, Mei Su was still an elder of the law enforcement hall. How many disciples would dare to kill a fallen elder in public? Disciple obeys. Yi Fan smirked coldly, and in the palm of his hand, the 9-dragon spirit fire surged to life. He then turned and walked slowly towards Mei Su. You dare. Mei Su glared at Yi Fan as he approached. Do you doubt my courage? Yi Fan retorted, without further ado, thrusting his right palm forward. The 9-dragon spirit fire instantly transformed into 9 fiery dragons, roaring as they charged toward Mei Su. Boom. Just as the flames were about to engulf Mei Su, a figure materialized out of thin air. The newcomer merely stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, and an invisible barrier formed around him, effortlessly deflecting the violent 9-dragon spirit fire. The old man of withered wood observed this and swiftly pulled Yi Fan behind him. Yi Fan peered out, his pupils constricting sharply. The newcomer, clad in a black robe, was none other than Luo Lianshan, a member of the Elder Council of the Taichu Dao sect. If one were to exclude the sect's leader, he was the most powerful figure of the Luo family within the Taichu Dao sect. The appearance of this individual today indicated that everything happening was inextricably linked to him. Master. Mei Su saw a glimmer of hope as he tumbled to the foot of Luo Lianshan, his trembling fingers pointing towards the withered old man. His voice, twisted with extreme fury, exclaimed, That old wretch has ruined my cultivation. Master? Yi Fan's heart jolted, a flicker of understanding illuminating his eyes. He then realized that Mei Su was not merely Luo Mo's master, but also a direct disciple of Luo Lianshan. No wonder the law enforcement hall had been so antagonistic towards him. He had unwittingly fallen under the control of the Luo clan. Waste. A glint of malevolence flashed in Luo Lianshan's eyes as he abruptly raised his hand, a blinding cold light coalescing in his palm, mercilessly striking towards Mei Su's crown. Boom. Mei Su's eyes widened, his face frozen in disbelief. His emaciated form collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Even in death, he could not close those eyes filled with resentment. In Luo Lianshan's eyes, Mei Su, whose cultivation had been destroyed, was now of no use. Yet, Yi Fan could not kill him. If anyone were to end his life, it should be Yi Fan, for dying at his hands would tarnish the reputation of his master. How ruthless. The withered old man raised an eyebrow at Luo Lianshan's actions. A failure to enforce the law deserves no sympathy. Luo Lianshan slowly withdrew his hand, his gaze shifting to the withered old man, a terrifying cold light suddenly erupting in his eyes. Now, let me represent the law enforcement hall in executing justice. Is the punishment of the Taichu Dao sect merely a farce? Standing behind the withered old man, Yi Fan deliberately lowered his voice. Yet it was just loud enough for Luo Lianshan to hear. Anyone, even a mere stray cat or dog, could represent the law enforcement hall? Impudence. Luo Lianshan's piercing glare shot towards Yi Fan as he coldly retorted, I am a member of the Elder Council of the Taichu Dao sect. I have the authority to represent the law enforcement hall. How intriguing. The withered old man, hands clasped behind his back and hunched over, observed Luo Lianshan with keen interest. Very well, I shall see what kind of tricks you can conjure. I have 3 inquiries. The first question pertains to you, withered one. Luo Lianshan's voice boomed like thunder as he interrogated the withered old man. From where did you acquire this inner sect elder token? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, you may be charged with contempt of sect laws and the crime of forging sect tokens. Oh, such a grave accusation. The withered old man remained unperturbed as he produced the inner sect elder token, waving it before Luo Lianshan's eyes. This token was just granted to me by the sect master. Granted by the sect master? Luo Lianshan's expression darkened, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. If you do not believe it, go and ask. The withered old man chuckled derisively, casually tucking the token back into his robe. Is there such great power beyond the sect master within the Taichu Dao sect? Luo Lianshan pondered, his expression shifting between contemplation and unease. The law enforcement hall lacked the authority to punish the inner sect elders of the Taichu Dao sect. Only the sect master and the elder council held such qualifications. He alone could not represent the elder council. His initial inquiry regarding the inner sect elder token was intended to strip the withered old man of his status before addressing the matter of Mei Su's ruined cultivation. Now, He had no choice but to set that aside for the time being. In the second inquiry, inquire of Yi Fan. As Luo Lianshan lifted his gaze, his cold and piercing eyes fixed upon Yi Fan, his voice icy as he spoke, "You have defied the law, ruthlessly slaughtered the enforcement disciple Luo Mo, and incinerated the evidence. Do you confess to your crimes?" Chapter 156. Luo Mo is dead, with no witnesses to testify. "I confess nothing." Yi Fan stood tall, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. With the presence of the old man of withered wood beside him, he felt emboldened. "Ah, my dear disciple, how can you speak to an elder of the elder council in such a manner?" The old man of withered wood feigned displeasure, shaking his head. Yet, as he turned his gaze to Luo Lianshan, his eyes sparkled with cunning. "However, that young lad Luo Mo truly deserved his fate. No wonder my disciple took action." Deserved his fate? Upon hearing this, Luo Lianshan's expression darkened. "Look at this medicinal field." The old man of withered wood slowly gestured around him. "Such fine Xianbing grass. All ruined by that lad. Do you believe he should not be punished?" "Absurd." Luo Lianshan laughed in fury, incredulous that Yi Fan, the true destroyer of the medicinal field, was being framed for the crime. How ridiculous. The old man of withered wood narrowed his eyes, observing Luo Lianshan with a knowing expression. "Are you genuinely unaware? Or merely feigning ignorance?" "What?" Luo Lianshan's pupils constricted, a flicker of unease crossing his face. However, he quickly regained his authoritative demeanor. "Huh." The old man of withered wood astutely detected the momentary fluster in Luo Lianshan's eyes, a knowing smile curling at his lips. He then beckoned to the portly Zhao De. "Come here, you rotund one." "Me?" Zhao De's chubby face quivered, and upon realization, he hurriedly approached, his round belly jiggling with each step. "Go fetch Zhang Ding and bring him here," instructed the old man of withered wood, nonchalantly. "Zhang Ding." Zhao De's small eyes brightened, the flesh on his face relaxing in understanding. "I shall do so at once." With that, he turned and swiftly departed from the scene. Zhang Ding, also a menial disciple in the spiritual herb garden, was under Zhao De's supervision. "Is this the Zhang Ding you speak of?" Yi Fan's eyes shimmered with insight. Comprehending the situation, it seemed the soul-devouring insects in the medicinal field were indeed instigated by this Zhang Ding, as directed by Luo Mo. However, he was puzzled as to how the old man of withered wood had identified the suspect in such a brief span. Before long, Zhao De's rotund figure reappeared, accompanied by a lean young man clad in simple garb, none other than Zhang Ding. Initially, Zhang Ding followed Zhao De closely, but upon witnessing the chaos in the medicinal field, his legs suddenly felt as heavy as lead, and he trembled uncontrollably. "What are you dawdling for?" Zhao De turned to see Zhang Ding's state, swiftly gripping the back of his neck and dragging him before the old man of withered wood, as if he were a mere chick. Upon releasing him, Zhang Ding collapsed to the ground, his legs refusing to cooperate, quaking in disarray. "What is the meaning of bringing this individual here?" Luo Lianshan narrowed his eyes, his cold gaze sweeping over Zhang Ding. The fingers curled slightly within the sleeve, clearly having anticipated something. Raising his head, the old man of withered wood spoke in a calm, yet deliberate manner. His voice, though soft, caused Zhang Ding, who was slumped on the ground, to shudder involuntarily. With great difficulty, Zhang Ding tilted his head back, his eyes brimming with terror. His lips trembled, yet no words escaped. "I ask you," the old man leaned closer, fixing his gaze upon Zhang Ding, the soul-biting insect, "did you place it in the medicinal fields?" No. Zhang Ding babbled incoherently, shaking his head as cold sweat trickled down his cheeks. Though paralyzed by fear, he understood that if he confessed, it would lead to certain death. Denying it might still leave a sliver of hope for survival, even if that hope was exceedingly slim. Suddenly, the old man chuckled, a sound as grating as dry branches scraping together. "With so many labor disciples in the medicinal garden, why did I summon you specifically? Naturally, I possess evidence. Now, I am granting you the opportunity to speak the truth. Once I present the evidence, you shall have no words left. Great elder, spare my life." Zhang Ding, as if struck by lightning, collapsed at the old man's feet, his forehead striking the ground with a dull thud. "The disciples are merely following orders." "Oh." The old man raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his face. "So, you are admitting it?" "I admit it," Zhang Ding replied, his body limp as a rag, his voice barely above a whisper. The soul-biting insect was indeed surreptitiously released into Zone B7 by a disciple last night. A sudden, chilling intent to kill erupted, sending a shiver down Zhang Ding's spine. Luo Lianshan raised his hand, a blinding cold light gathering in his palm, mercilessly aimed at Zhang Ding. The old man's eyes flashed with sharpness as he swiftly pulled the limp Zhang Ding behind him. Simultaneously, his other hand pushed forward, a dense black mist coalescing instantly in front of him. Boom. The two forces collided, producing a thunderous explosion. In such a hurry, the old man leisurely withdrew his hand, casting a glance at Luo Lianshan, amusement dancing in his eyes. Of course, it's to silence him. Yi Fan scoffed, stepping forward to stand alongside the old man. This man released the soul-biting insect, leading to the death of over 300 Xianbing grasses. He deserves death. Luo Lianshan's expression darkened, his chilling voice echoing above the medicinal garden. I am now acting on behalf of the law enforcement hall. What is wrong with executing him? Didn't he say he was following orders? Yi Fan retorted with a smirk, mercilessly exposing the truth. Are you so eager to kill him because you fear that he will reveal you were instructed by the Luo family? If he is following orders, does that mean he should not die? Luo Lianshan's eyes glinted with cold fury, deliberately emphasizing his words. This statement, while seemingly a rebuttal to Yi Fan, was, in fact, directed at Zhang Ding. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ding trembled, a flicker of struggle crossing his face. Indeed, if death was inevitable, why expose the mastermind behind it? Perhaps he need not die? The old man, resembling a withered tree, suddenly spoke. His voice, though soft, reverberated like thunder. Stooping slightly, he gazed at Zhang Ding with a smile that tightened Luo Lianshan's heart. Zhang Ding abruptly raised his head, and his bloodshot eyes sparkled with the light of survival. Could he truly escape death? Absurd. Luo Lianshan barked sharply, his spiritual energy surging. Was there ever a decree in the Taichu Dao sect that allowed one to evade punishment simply by acting under someone else's command? What the old man claims is immunity from death, not from punishment. The old man leisurely stroked his beard and leaned toward the kneeling Zhang Ding, whispering, if you were coerced into releasing the soul-devouring insect, I can spare your life. However, you can no longer remain in the Taichu Dao sect. It's Luo Mo. Zhang Ding nearly screamed, his voice piercing and tremulous, as he leaned forward, gripping the hem of the old man's robe tightly, to preserve his life. Even if it meant being cast out from the sect, felt like an immense blessing to him. Oh, it is Luo Mo then? The old man's lips curled into a knowing smile as he turned slowly to Luo Lianshan. Luo Lianshan's face was already as dark as stormy waters. He abruptly flicked his sleeve and barked at Zhang Ding. Luo Mo is dead, with no witnesses to confirm your claims. Do you think such a clumsy lie can deceive anyone? Chapter 157, The Shadow Stone, Irrefutable Evidence. Is this an attempt to deny responsibility? Yi Fan furrowed his brow and instinctively glanced at the old man. While he understood that Zhang Ding spoke the truth, the fact that Luo Mo was deceased made substantiating the claim exceedingly difficult. Elder Kumu, I swear every word I utter is true. Zhang Ding, in a state of desperation, crawled forward on his knees, his voice tinged with anguish. How could a mere servant disciple like me possibly acquire such a rare creature as the soul-devouring insect? It was truly entrusted to me by Luo Mo himself. Naturally. I believe you, the old man replied, leisurely stroking his beard, though his gaze held a significant weight as it flicked toward Luo Lianshan. However, it seems our elder Luo is somewhat skeptical. If you wish to preserve your life, you must provide some tangible evidence. Tangible evidence? Zhang Ding trembled violently, his face growing paler by the moment. What tangible evidence could he possibly present now? Luo Mo had tasked him with a mission, fearing betrayal. He had received benefits, yet none had been realized. Humph. Luo Lianshan observed the unfolding scene with a cold smile, looking down at Zhang Ding as he coldly declared, without tangible evidence. You are merely slandering. Your crime is compounded. As his words fell, a piercing cold light coalesced in his palm once more. No, Zhang Ding screamed in despair, casting a pleading glance at the old man. But this time, the old man did not intervene. Boom. The gust of the palm wind swept past, and Zhang Ding's head burst like a watermelon. Blood mixed with brain matter splattered, staining the surrounding withered ice grass a vivid crimson. His mangled body swayed before crashing heavily to the ground. His death was of no consequence. Luo Lianshan cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Ding, his eyes brimming with contempt. His disdain was not directed at Zhang Ding's transgression of sect rules, but rather at Zhang Ding's audacity to accuse Luo Mo moments ago. Now, what further words do you have? He challenged, as he prepared to eliminate Zhang Ding. The old man of withered wood taunted Yi Fan, provokingly. Yi Fan furrowed his brow and turned to face the old man, only to see a mysterious smile playing on his lips as he leisurely retrieved a translucent stone from his robes. What is this? Yi Fan mused, intrigued by the peculiar stone he had never encountered before. A recording stone? Luo Lianshan's pupils constricted, his smug expression abruptly stiffening. The recording stone possessed the capability to capture both images and sounds. Though it was a precious item, it was not particularly rare within the Taichu Dao sect. Nonetheless, lacking concrete evidence, the old man of withered would slowly infuse the stone with a surge of spiritual energy, declaring, but I do possess it. As the energy flowed into the stone, it erupted in a dazzling radiance, projecting two distinct figures into the void, Luo Mo and Zhang Ding. The scene appeared to be situated just outside the spirit herb garden. Zhang Ding, at midnight tonight, you must release these spirit-eating insects into District B7. Luo Mo's cold voice emanated from the recording stone as he handed a small, dark vial to the trembling Zhang Ding. Luo, senior brother, this is a grave crime. Zhang Ding's voice quivered with evident fear. Silence. Luo Mo seized Zhang Ding by the collar, his tone menacing. Once the deed is done, you shall receive no less than 100 true spirit pills. Should you dare to speak of this. He made a slicing motion across his throat. In the recording, Zhang Ding nodded frantically, his hands trembling as he accepted the vial. Luo Lianshan's complexion turned ashen at this revelation, mentally cursing the deceased Luo Mo. How could he divulge such crucial information right outside the spirit herb garden? Had he chosen a more discreet location, it would not have been captured by the recording stone. Well, the old man of Withered wood leisurely stowed the recording stone away, regarding Luo Lianshan with a knowing smile. Haha, Luo Lianshan chuckled awkwardly, his facial muscles twitching unnaturally as he suppressed the malice in his eyes, feigning calmness. I never anticipated you would place a recording stone right at the entrance of the spirit herb garden. There are always some ignorant fools who intrude without permission. The old man stroked his sparse beard, his smile laden with meaning. I merely took precautions, not expecting to stumble upon such unexpected evidence. Master, Yi Fan couldn't help but facepalm, a hint of exasperation in his voice. With this evidence, why did you not present it sooner? This recording stone is sufficient to clarify everything. In fact, there is no need to summon Zhang Ding at all. My intention was to observe, the old man replied, turning to lock eyes with Luo Lianshan. How this elder Luo administers justice on behalf of the law enforcement hall. Haha, Yi Fan responded with an amused smile, his gaze playfully shifting to Luo Lianshan. Earlier, did you not mention there were 3 inquiries? Now regarding the third question, HM. Luo Lianshan's countenance darkened, and with a swift flick of his sleeve, his spiritual energy surged, propelling him into the air. He then transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Originally, he had 3 inquiries. However, with the withered elder presenting the recording stone, what more could he possibly ask? HM. The withered elder watched Luo Lianshan depart before leisurely surveying his surroundings. The disciples of the law enforcement hall, sensing the elder's gaze, fled in a panic, some colliding in their haste. Zhao De finally breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. Get up, you old fool. The withered elder suddenly bellowed at Zhao De. Zhao De jumped in fright, bewilderedly blinking his eyes, puzzled as to how he had angered the elder. Previously, he had been advocating for Yi Fan. While the Xianbing grass had been crushed beneath him, the withered elder glared at Zhao De, irate, pointing at the ground. At your weight, you ought to lose some pounds. Zhao De glanced down to see that he had indeed squashed 2 Xianbing grasses. However, upon surveying the entire medicinal field, he noticed that nearly all the spiritual herbs were withered. His fall seemed inconsequential in comparison. Master, Yi Fan realized something, his eyes brightening, and uncertainly inquired of the withered elder, could it be that these Xianbing grasses can be saved? Perhaps, the withered elder murmured, lightly tapping his right foot. The entire medicinal field trembled slightly as hundreds of soul-biting insects emerged from the soil. With a swift wave of his sleeve, all the insects were instantly reduced to ashes. Immediately after, an eerie black mist emanated from the elder's frail form, swiftly enveloping the entire medicinal field. Miraculously, the withered Xianbing grasses straightened their stems, their leaves gradually regaining their luster. Heavens! Zhao De's eyes widened in astonishment, his face quivering with excitement. Elder Ku Mu, your miraculous rejuvenation technique is truly astonishing, capable of moving heaven and earth. Just look at these Xianbing grasses. They were drooping just moments ago, and now, thanks to your divine touch, they are revitalized. He crouched down carefully, tenderly caressing one of the rejuvenated Xianbing grasses, his face contorting into an exaggerated, sycophantic smile. With such skill, it would be an understatement for you to merely be an inner sect elder. You could easily be the supreme elder of our Tai Chu Dao sect. Seeing the withered elder remain unperturbed, Zhao De hastily added, you, esteemed elder, are usually so unassuming, yet your actions now are earth-shattering. When Luo Lianshan left, did you see his expression? TSK. It was as if he had eaten a dead fly. If you ask me, all right, enough? The withered elder finally interrupted, waving his hand in disdain. Your mouth, aside from chattering, seems only capable of consuming. Speak again, and I shall make you taste the bitterness of being rendered powerless. The elder warned. Zhao De, upon hearing this, chuckled awkwardly and took a couple of steps back, making a gesture as if to seal his lips. However, his small eyes continued to dart about, seemingly brimming with unspoken flattery. 287 plants had perished. The withered tree elder surveyed his surroundings and, after a thorough count, shook his head in disappointment. He could only revive those withering xianbing grass that had succumbed to the overwhelming spiritual energy, while those that had been utterly trampled were beyond salvation. To have saved this many was already commendable. Yi Fan was astounded by the elder's prowess, further convinced of his master's exceptional abilities. Yet, the elder suddenly turned, gazing at Yi Fan with a smile. I have merely suspended their life force temporarily. To truly revive them, the effort lies with you. With me? Yi Fan was taken aback, confusion evident on his face. Indeed, the elder affirmed with a nod. The growth of spiritual herbs is inextricably linked to sunlight. Through the absorption of sunlight, they convert it into spiritual energy, enabling them to thrive. Currently, the xianbing grass is withered, unable to absorb sunlight and convert it into spiritual energy, rendering them incapable of sustaining life. Only the solar spiritual energy you command can breathe new life into them. Photosynthesis? Upon hearing the elder's explanation, Yi Fan suddenly grasped the concept, realizing that the spiritual energy he wielded possessed such remarkable utility. With a mysterious smile, the elder continued, otherwise, why do you think I assigned you to the District 7 to oversee the xianbing grass? Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with understanding as he eagerly inquired. Does Master mean that I merely need to irrigate the herb garden with my spiritual energy, as usual to revive these xianbing grass? Not quite, the elder shook his head. These xianbing grass are akin to infants recovering from a grave illness, requiring careful nurturing, one by one. Daily nourishment for 30 consecutive days is essential to ensure their revival. Yi Fan's brow furrowed in concern. That sounds quite time-consuming. Does this mean I must remain in the herb garden for an entire month? Unable to enter the outer sect? According to the regulations of the Taichu Dao sect, he was now a direct disciple of an inner sect elder, no longer a mere servant disciple, and could directly ascend to outer sect disciple status. Once his cultivation reached the earth martial realm, he would naturally progress to inner sect disciple. What? Do you look down upon this herb garden of mine? The elder was displeased by Yi Fan's words. Disciple would never dare. Yi Fan replied awkwardly, hastily clasping his hands in explanation. I merely feel that becoming an outer sect disciple might grant access to greater resources. You are already an outer sect disciple. Whenever you have the opportunity, go to the clothing office to collect a set of outer sect disciple robes, the elder stated. At that time, you can enjoy all the resources available to outer sect disciples. However, the outer disciples possess scant resources, rendering them inferior to the miscellaneous disciples of the spirit herb garden. You are my cherished apprentice. Would I ever treat you unfairly? Oh, Yi Fan's eyes glimmered with anticipation. He was well aware of the benefits enjoyed by the miscellaneous disciples of the spirit herb garden. What additional advantages could there be in becoming the direct disciple of the Elder of Withered Wood? Be on your way. Elder Withered Wood waved his hand casually, his form dissipating into a wisp of black mist. Haha, junior brother Yi Fan, I shall not intrude any longer, Zhao chuckled, covering his ample lips, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. He winked at Yi Fan, his rotund figure spinning nimbly before he hurriedly dashed away. Sighing, Yi Fan surveyed the garden filled with the awaiting xianbing grass, a wry smile tugging at his lips. He could not shirk the task assigned by Elder Withered Wood. Resigned, he crouched down, channeling solar spiritual energy into each and every xianbing grass. In the blink of an eye, 30 days had passed. On this particular day, as the sun inclined westward, he infused the final spirit herb with energy, beads of sweat soaking his tousled hair. Standing upright, he gazed at the rejuvenated xianbing grass in the garden, exhaling a long sigh of relief. For 30 days, he had arrived punctually at the herb garden at dawn, nurturing each spirit herb with the care one would afford an infant, only returning to his quarters to cultivate in the evening, weary from his labors. At last, it is complete. Yi Fan stretched languidly, the sound of his bones cracking echoing in the air. Just as he turned to leave, he noticed Elder Withered Wood standing behind him. Master, when did you arrive? Yi Fan took a startled step back, hastily performing a respectful bow. Just arrived. Elder Withered Wood squinted his aged eyes, leisurely surveying the herb garden. Upon seeing the vibrant xianbing grass, a satisfied smile graced his face. Very good indeed, Master. It has been a month. Yi Fan, rarely encountering Elder Withered Wood, could not help but voice his grievance. Did you not promise that you would not treat your disciples unfairly? Is there nothing you wish to bestow upon your disciple? Look at you, so eager. Elder Withered Wood said, his hands clasped leisurely behind his back, showing no intention of producing anything. He scrutinized Yi Fan with a half-smile. What? Do you feel that I have wronged you over this past month? How could I dare? Yi Fan pouted, his displeasure evident on his face. He thought to himself, does he not realize the injustice of not providing anything for an entire month? Moreover, he had to toil endlessly, his time for cultivation severely curtailed. Although the spirit herb garden offered an excellent environment for cultivation, the time he could actually enjoy was rather limited. Each day, he spent nearly 5 hours merely working. How disingenuous. Elder Withered Wood, perceptive to Yi Fan's inner grievances, grinned and said, "Why not attempt to break through the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm?" Now, upon hearing the words, Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, expressing his bewilderment. "I feel I am still far from a breakthrough. Just a month ago, he had only recently ascended to the 8th level of the Xuanwu realm. In the past month, he had not devoted much time to cultivation, and the pace of his progress had noticeably slowed. The transition to the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm seemed a distant prospect. Should you be tested? Then you shall be tested." The old man of the withered tree suddenly glared, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. With a reluctant sigh, Yi Fan sat cross-legged and activated the Sun Sutra. As the spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, his eyes widened in astonishment. Deep within his dantian, a long-dormant surge of formidable spiritual power was awakened. Chapter 159. Too low-key, no one recognizes him? Before he could ponder further, he immediately guided this surge of power to break through his bottleneck. Sunlight enveloped him, transforming into visible golden motes that surged into his being like rivers converging into the sea. The spiritual energy in the surrounding air began to stir, forming a small whirlpool. With a soft exhalation, Yi Fan felt his aura suddenly ascend. Is this truly a breakthrough? He blinked in disbelief at his own hands. What do you think? The old man of the withered tree replied, hands clasped behind his back, shaking his head with pride. What is happening? Yi Fan, feeling the tumultuous waves of spiritual energy within him, was filled with confusion. For every time you infused spiritual energy into the xianbing grass over the past month, a portion of sun essence settled within you, the old man explained with a smile. Now, that essence has been activated all at once, allowing you to absorb it, naturally facilitating your advancement to the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm. Ah, I see. Yi Fan's heart leaped with joy, igniting a fervent flame in his eyes. He was now but a step away from the Earth Martial realm. Achieving this level would grant him the status of an inner disciple, providing access to superior resources and the opportunity to strive for even greater heights. At that point, he would have the chance to defeat Luo Feiyu. By the way, the old man of the withered tree suddenly leaned closer, speaking leisurely. At sunset today, the soul-washing mountain will open its gates for the 3rd time this month. You should consider visiting. Soul-washing mountain. What is that place? Yi Fan inquired, scratching his head in curiosity. At the summit of the soul-washing mountain lies a soul-washing pool, where one can bathe to enhance their soul force, the old man explained unhurriedly. Both outer and inner disciples are granted one opportunity to bathe in the soul-washing pool. Most individuals choose to go right after advancing to the Earth Martial realm. Yi Fan frowned upon hearing this. Advancing to the Earth Martial realm? But I am currently only at the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm. That is secondary. The old man replied. The most crucial aspect is awakening your soul. Hasn't your soul already awakened? You could have visited the soul-washing pool long ago. Is that so? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, nodding with a smile. The elderly figure of the withered tree gently reminded Yi Fan that before embarking on his journey to the soul-washing mountain, he should first visit the garment division to collect the outer sect attire, thereby avoiding any unnecessary complications. With that, the figure turned, conjuring a swirling gust of shadowy wind. After taking a couple of steps, he transformed into wisps of black smoke, dissipating into the air. Yi Fan took a deep breath and promptly departed from the spiritual herb garden. Within the Taichu Dao sect, there exists no distinct demarcation between the inner and outer sects. Only the training and living quarters of core disciples are relatively autonomous. As Yi Fan inquired along his way, he soon located the garment division. Before him stood a building adorned with gray tiles and white walls. The 3 gilded characters spelling garment division above the entrance had begun to fade with time, while the stone lion statues flanking the sides bore the marks of age. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, he beheld rows of sandalwood racks, upon which hung various disciples' garments in meticulous order. The most eye-catching display showcased the moon-white robes of the inner disciples, their lapels embroidered with cloud patterns that shimmered silver under the sunlight. In contrast, the indigo attire of the outer disciples appeared rather plain, with only a golden thread embellishing the cuffs. A faint scent of incense wafted through the air, mingling with the unique fragrance of new fabric. Yi Fan lingered momentarily over the splendid garments before finally approaching the weathered counter at the front. Behind it, a middle-aged man, with his head tilted, dozed off, a suspicious droplet of saliva marring the open registration book before him. In the Taichu Dao sect, attire serves as a symbol of one's identity. The outer disciples don indigo, while the inner disciples are clad in moon-white robes. The miscellaneous and core disciples enjoy more freedom in their choice of clothing, with core disciples utilizing the Taichu token to validate their status. Meanwhile, miscellaneous disciples possess no such identification and, in strict terms, cannot be regarded as disciples of the Taichu Dao sect. Senior brother, Yifan gently rapped on the counter, his tone courteous and respectful. The dull sound roused the slumbering man, who, startled, lifted his head and squinted at Yifan with a look of impatience. Who is your senior brother? He retorted, his annoyance palpable. Yifan hesitated slightly, realizing that the man before him, judging by his attire and age, was likely a steward akin to Zhao Da, with whom Yifan had previously shared the brotherly bond. What are you dawdling for? The middle-aged man frowned, uninterested in Yifan's explanation, his voice abruptly rising. State your business. I have come to collect the attire for outer sect disciples, Yifan replied, cupping his hands in respect. Outer sect attire? The man narrowed his eyes in suspicion, rummaging through the roster while muttering, it has been quite some time since the miscellaneous disciples promotion assessments concluded. His rough fingers glided over the registry, then suddenly paused. All newly promoted outer disciples have already collected their garments. Are you here to exchange? No. Yifan shook his head, clarifying, I was accepted as a personal disciple by an elder of the inner sect, and I have come to retrieve the outer sect attire. Oh. The middle-aged man abruptly rose to his feet, his hands pressed against the counter, leaning forward as the drowsiness in his eyes vanished. A sudden smile spread across his harsh visage, softening his voice. Pray tell, which esteemed elder possesses such discerning vision? As he spoke, he discreetly wiped the sweat accumulating in his palms. To be chosen by an elder from the inner sect is not a guarantee of soaring success. Yet it undeniably presents the possibility of great advancement. Such individuals are not to be trifled with by a mere steward like him. Should misfortune strike and they seek retribution in the future, it would spell disaster for him. Elder Kumu. Yifan straightened his back, responding with a commanding voice. Kumu? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, the smile on his face instantly fading. Tilting his head in contemplation, doubt clouded his eyes. Is there such an elder in the Taichu Dao sect? Do you not recognize him? Yifan widened his eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. He wondered if this old fellow was simply too low-key for anyone to know him. Perhaps Elder C, you would be familiar with him? Yifan tentatively inquired, his gaze following the shifts in the man's expression. Elder C.E., the steward elder, should surely know him, just like the previous Elder Kumu, right? Wait. The middle-aged man suddenly pivoted and hurriedly disappeared behind the curtain of the inner chamber. Shortly after, he emerged, accompanied by an elderly man with graying hair and beard. This man was Elder Du-Mu, the steward elder of the CE department. You are Kumu's disciple? Du-Mu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his hawk-like gaze sweeping over Yifan. His gray-white eyebrows arched high, his face etched with scrutiny. Yes. Yifan exhaled deeply, allowing his tense shoulders to relax slightly. Since the other party recognized Elder Kumu, matters would be easier to resolve. Return for now. Du-Mu abruptly waved his hand and turned to leave. Yifan quickly stepped forward, almost grasping Du-Mu's sleeve in his urgency. Elder, what do you mean by that? Your outer sect attire has yet to be prepared. Du-Mu replied curtly, a flicker of disdain in his eyes, without turning back. But Yifan hastily maneuvered to stand in front of Du-Mu, pointing to the neatly hung indigo garments on the adjacent display. Is there not a ready-made option? With my standard physique, must it be custom-made? Are you bothersome? Du-Mu glared at Yifan, his tone suddenly turning icy. Those outer sect garments are merely samples. Moreover, Elder Kumu's status as an inner sect elder is still to be verified. Why the rush? Chapter 160. Luo Xinhai, is he not dead? Has it really taken this long to verify? Yifan narrowed his eyes, skepticism creeping into his thoughts regarding Du-Mu's words. Elder Kumu had explicitly instructed him to collect the outer sect garments, which surely indicated he had already communicated his identity to the CE department. It had been a month since Kumu's elevation to inner sect elder. Any verification should have been completed by now. The peculiarities surrounding Kumu's promotion to inner sect elder certainly warranted thorough investigation. Du-Mu stroked his graying beard, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. Elder Yifan suddenly stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon Du-Mu. Surely, you do not harbor any grievances against my master and are deliberately making things difficult for me? Preposterous. Du-Mu retorted sharply, raising a hand to point accusingly at Yifan. Are you implying that I am seeking personal vengeance? You should know better than I. Yifan muttered softly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Du-Mu's vehement reaction only served to corroborate his suspicions. Very well. A master who fosters such insubordination in his disciples is indeed blind. Du-Mu, enraged, forced a laugh and with a swift motion of his sleeve commanded, throw him out. If he wishes to don the outer sect attire, let him return next year. At this, a middle-aged man nearby immediately rolled up his sleeves, preparing to advance. No need for you to do the honors. I shall take my leave. Yifan, sensing the deliberate provocation, saw no reason to linger. He turned, taking 2 steps towards the exit, but suddenly halted at the threshold. Why do you tarry? Depart at once. Dumu barked, showing no leniency. With a cold smirk, Yi Fan resumed his stride towards the entrance, yet paused at the threshold, turning back with an enigmatic smile. Are you certain you will not grant me the outer sect attire? Have you considered the consequences? They may be beyond your capacity to bear. Begone! Dumu shouted furiously, a tempestuous swirl of spiritual energy erupting from his sleeve. In an instant, Yi Fan was hurled out the door, crashing heavily onto the stone pavement. Coughing, Yi Fan pushed himself up, leisurely brushing off the dust from his robes, and gazed at the imposing gate of the sea hall, shaking his head in resignation. Oh, some are intent on courting death. There's no stopping them. Dumu was merely a managing elder. How could he possibly surpass the likes of Meisu? His master, Old Man Kumu, was no ordinary figure. He had even dared to incapacitate Meisu, let alone Dumu. Should he choose to lodge a complaint, Dumu would be finished. However, with the opening of the soul-washing mountain imminent, returning to the spirit herb garden to file a grievance would undoubtedly be too late. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting another 3 months. Worse still, he might face a scolding from Old Man Kumu upon his return. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Fan turned and strode towards the direction of soul-washing mountain. The dying rays of the setting sun gilded the mountain's peak. From a distance, Yi Fan observed a gathering of individuals at the foot of the mountain. They congregated in small circles, forming a lively assembly. As he approached, Yi Fan noted that most of the waiting disciples were clad in deep blue outer sect garments, with only a few wearing moon-white robes of the inner sect standing at the forefront of the crowd. Yi Fan. A sharp voice suddenly pierced the tranquility at the mountain's base. Instantly, dozens of gazes shot towards him like arrows. What brings you here? Luo Feng emerged from the crowd, striding purposefully towards him. What else would I come for? Yi Fan replied, casting a sidelong glance at Luo Feng, a faint smile gracing his lips. His hands casually clasped behind his back. Could it be? Luo Feng suddenly halted his steps, squinted his eyes, and scrutinized Yi Fan. That you have ascended to the earth martial realm? Among those present, there were both inner and outer disciples, yet all of them, without exception, possessed the cultivation of the earth martial realm. Some had only recently advanced, while others had entered the Taichu Dao sect with their earth martial cultivation. All were qualified to ascend to the summit of soul-washing mountain and bathe in the soul-washing pool. Earth martial realm? Yi Fan chuckled lightly, casually shrugging his shoulders. Not yet. Not yet. Luo Feng exaggeratedly widened his eyes, then erupted into a cacophony of laughter. If that's the case, what are you doing here? Are you merely here to watch the commotion? There's nothing to see at the foot of this mountain. Haha. He looked around, prompting a chorus of laughter from those nearby. Is it true that one cannot ascend to soul-washing mountain without being in the earth martial realm? Yi Fan replied unhurriedly, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Of course. Luo Feng abruptly ceased his laughter, his expression darkening. That's the rule of soul-washing mountain. Washing souls? What souls are to be washed? Yi Fan interjected, intrigued. Naturally, it's the life soul. Luo Feng waved his hand impatiently. Bathing in the soul-washing pool at the peak of soul-washing mountain can enhance one's life soul power. Don't you know this? Well, that's just it. Yi Fan stepped forward, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. I possess a life soul as well. You have a life soul? Luo Feng burst into laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke. How could a practitioner at the Xuanhuan realm possibly have a life soul? Don't believe me? Yi Fan pointed towards a nearby gathering. Why not ask them? Luo Feng followed Yi Fan's gesture and noticed a group of people, all unmistakably from the Taiyuan dynasty. At the forefront stood the 9th prince of the Taiyuan royal family, Qin Shao, accompanied by Feng Wujin and Qin Song. Yi Fan had not unleashed his life soul during the Taichu Dao sect assessment, yet at the Junlin banquet, he had defeated Mo Linyuan with it. This was common knowledge among the young prodigies of the Taiyuan dynasty. He awakened a life soul with his Xuanwu realm cultivation. Luo Feng's brows furrowed, his gaze sharp as a blade directed at Qin Shao and his entourage. Qin Shao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his handsome features revealing no discernible emotion. He slightly raised his gaze and spoke in a detached tone. Why not ask him to unleash his life soul for you to see? Indeed. Luo Feng abruptly turned, fixing his gaze intently on Yi Fan. You claim to have awakened a life soul. Then why not demonstrate it for me? A ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd. Dozens of curious eyes now fixed upon Yi Fan. Do you think you are worthy to see? Yi Fan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Luo Feng, as if regarding a mere clown. His life soul, the heavenly stele, was not meant for the amusement of those before him. When the time was right for him to reveal it, it would naturally come forth. Such pretentiousness. Luo Feng's complexion darkened, and he scoffed. What is there to conceal about a mere soul? As if anyone lacks a soul. From Qin Zhao's earlier demeanor, he had already surmised that Yi Fan indeed possessed a soul. Otherwise, had Qin Shao uttered such words, he would have outright denied it. For a warrior at the Xuanhuan realm, awakening a soul grants a tremendous advantage among peers. However, as one ascends to the earth martial realm, this advantage dissipates. For nearly every warrior at this level can awaken a soul. The only distinction lies in the strength of the awakened souls and the varying levels of soul power. But even with a soul, what difference does it make? At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly emerged from the direction Luo Feng had come. A young man, accompanied by a group, approached Yi Fan. Luo Xinhai? Yi Fan gazed at the figure, momentarily frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. You're not dead? Chapter 161. If not, I would wish to die? He was not Luo Xinhai. Just as Yi Fan was engulfed in uncertainty, a familiar female voice reached his ears. Wan Miaoyan, clad in a flowing moon-white gown, stepped through the crowd towards Yi Fan. Miaoyan, you're here too? Yi Fan's lips involuntarily curved into a smile upon seeing Wan Miaoyan. Previously, she had always donned a fiery gown, standing out no matter where she was. Now, adorned in the moon-white attire of an inner disciple of the Taichu Dao sect, she exuded an ethereal quality, making it no wonder he had failed to recognize her among the throng. Yes, Wan Miaoyan approached Yi Fan, casting a wary glance at Luo Xinjing in the distance, and whispered, "This person is Luo Xinhai's twin brother, Luo Xinjing." Oh. Yi Fan's brows arched slightly as his gaze returned to Luo Xinjing. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that while the other's appearance bore a striking resemblance to Luo Xinhai, there was an unsettling malevolence in his eyes that sent shivers down one's spine. Unlike Luo Xinhai's brashness, this demeanor was far more ominous. Not everyone who awakens a soul is entitled to ascend the soul-washing mountain. Luo Xinjing halted 10 paces from Yi Fan, scrutinizing him with a bewildered expression. As a servant disciple, regardless of your cultivation, you have no right to ascend the soul-washing mountain. You should focus on obtaining the status of an outer disciple first. Do you think it's impossible that I am already an outer disciple? Yi Fan replied with a slight smile, his interest piqued as he addressed Luo Xinjing. You are an outer disciple? Luo Xinjing sneered, shaking his head. If you are indeed an outer disciple, why are you not wearing the outer disciple's attire? I've been quite occupied lately and haven't found the time to collect it. Yi Fan shrugged, responding with an easy demeanor. He was indeed an outer disciple. But the delay in acquiring the attire was not due to a lack of time. Rather, it was because Elder Du Mu, the head of the garment department, had deliberately made things difficult for him. Is that so? A glint of cold light flickered in Luo Xinjing's eyes, revealing his skepticism. However, at that moment, he had no intention of engaging in a dispute with Yi Fan. As several individuals engaged in conversation, the sky gradually darkened. Suddenly, a streak of light traversed the night sky, heralding the arrival of an elderly man with white hair who descended gracefully before the washing soul mountain. Salutations, Elder Yuhua. The disciples present bowed deeply, their voices resonating in unison. Those among them who were unfamiliar with the elder hastily followed suit, offering respectful gestures. Wan Miaoyan noticed Yi Fan still in a daze and discreetly tugged at his sleeve. Understanding her cue, Yi Fan mimicked the others and performed a respectful bow. Yuhua acknowledged with a nonchalant tone, his keen gaze sweeping across the crowd. Upon noticing Yi Fan standing beside Wan Miaoyan, his snowy brows furrowed slightly. You are a servant disciple? He inquired. I have been promoted to an outer sect disciple, interjected Luo Xinjian with an icy tone, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Promoted to the outer sect? Yuhua's gaze sharpened, a flicker of doubt crossing his aged features. Then why do you not wear the attire of an outer sect disciple? The disciple has yet to receive the garments. Yi Fan stepped forward, respectfully clasping his hands. As the washing soul mountain is about to open, I do not wish to miss this opportunity, and I hope the elder can show some leniency. Are you certain you are an outer sect disciple? Yuhua stroked his long beard, his piercing eyes fixed on Yi Fan. He was not a harsh man. If Yi Fan's claim held truth, granting him some leeway would be reasonable. Absolutely, Yi Fan stood tall, his gaze unwavering as he met Yuhua's scrutiny. Since that is the case, Yuhua was about to acquiesce when Luo Xinjian interrupted with a cold laugh, fixing his gaze on Yi Fan. What if it is later discovered that you are not an outer sect disciple, but have deceived Elder Yuhua? Yuhua's brows knitted together, evidently displeased at being interrupted. However, the question was indeed worth considering. He scrutinized Yi Fan anew, awaiting a response. Yi Fan smiled faintly, aware that Luo Xinjian was attempting to ensnare him. Nevertheless, as he was indeed an outer sect disciple, he felt no fear. If I am not an outer sect disciple, Yi Fan declared boldly, I would willingly perish at Elder Yuhua's hands. This proclamation caused Luo Xinjian and the others to cast doubtful glances at one another. Could it be that Yi Fan truly had become an outer sect disciple? I believe you. Yuhua's face broke into a smile as he turned towards the washing soul mountain. With a flick of his hand, a gilded talisman materialized out of thin air. He then lightly flicked his fingertip, igniting the talisman spontaneously, which transformed into a beam of golden light that soared towards the mountain's peak. In an instant, the protective barrier enveloping the washing soul mountain rippled like water. Go! Xuanhuan waved his sleeve, gesturing towards the summit, his fingertips still glowing faintly with the remnants of the burning talisman. The first to reach the peak of Washing Soul Mountain may be the first to bathe in the Washing Soul Pool. With that, dozens of figures shot forth like arrows released from a bow. The sound of their garments slicing through the air echoed relentlessly, and under the moonlight, fleeting shadows raced along the mountain path. Yifan, hurry! Wan Miaoyan seized Yifan's wrist with a grip as firm as iron, her slender fingers clasped tightly. With a light step, her moon-white gown fluttered in the night breeze, pulling Yifan forward. Hey, slow down! Yifan stumbled, nearly losing his balance, and looked at Wan Miaoyan's anxious profile with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. The soul-cleansing pool wouldn't sprout legs and run away. What was the rush? Fool! Wan Miaoyan shot him a glare without breaking her stride. Her hair, once neatly tied, now billowed in the wind, shimmering silver under the moonlight. Do you know why the soul-cleansing mountain opens only once every 3 months? Why? Yifan adjusted his pace to keep up, curiosity piqued. The cleansing power of the soul-cleansing pool is consumed during the bathing process and requires time to regenerate. Wan Miaoyan spoke rapidly, her voice slightly fragmented by the wind. 3 months is sufficient for the cleansing power to reach saturation. The first person to bathe in the soul-cleansing pool can enjoy the most refined essence, resulting in the best effects. The later one bathes, the less effective it becomes. I see. Yifan's eyes gleamed with understanding as he glanced ahead, noticing the throng of people racing forward, some employing martial techniques to create fleeting afterimages along the mountain path. It was no wonder everyone was clamoring to be first. Almost frantic, disciples of the Taichu Dao sect had only one chance to bathe in the soul-cleansing pool, and each aspired to harness the purest essence to enhance their soul power. Meanwhile, the Luo clan had already forged ahead. Luo Xinjian's figure flickered like a specter along the mountain trail. Upon catching sight of Yifan and his companion in pursuit, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Luo Feng. Once we reach the halfway point, you, Luo Qi, and Luo Zhao will intercept Yifan and ensure he arrives last at the summit. What? Luo Feng's brow furrowed slightly as he exchanged glances with the equally troubled Luo Qi and Luo Zhao, discomfort brewing within him. Why was it up to the three of them? Chapter 162. You won't leave without your legs. The trio found it no challenge to block Yifan and his companion. Even with Wan Miaoyan by their side, they held a considerable advantage in numbers. However, if they lingered, they would inevitably become among the last to bathe in the soul-cleansing pool. Seeing Luo Feng dare to question his orders, Luo Xinjian's eyes gleamed with cold light, and an icy aura suddenly emanated from him. During the assessment, I tasked you with taking his life. Did you accomplish that? Now is your chance to redeem yourself. Luo Feng's expression darkened at the words. At that time, even the suppressed Luo Mo had nearly fallen to Yifan. If he truly engaged in combat with Yifan, certain death awaited him. It wasn't that he was unwilling to fight. Rather, the evaluation system had denied him that opportunity. We'll go. Luo Feng swallowed hard, lowering his gaze to mask his discontent. He glanced at Luo Qi and Luo Zhao, noticing their expressions mirrored his own sense of helplessness. After all, they were from the Luo family's collateral branch, deemed inferior. In the face of the direct descendant Luo Xinjian, there was no choice but to submit, especially considering his superior strength. With a cold snort, Luo Xinjian continued to ascend the mountain alongside the other members of the Luo clan. Meanwhile, the figures of Luo Feng and his companions came to a halt, standing side by side to form a barrier on the mountain path. Something feels amiss. Wan Miaoyan suddenly grasped Yifan's sleeve, her delicate brows furrowing. Are they trying to obstruct us? Upon recognizing Luo Feng, Yifan instantly understood the trio's intentions. As others passed by, the three remained indifferent. When Yifan and Wan Miaoyan approached, Luo Feng abruptly raised his sword, pointing it at Yifan with a chilling tone. Yifan, it is truly regrettable that we did not have the opportunity to duel during the Taichu Dao sect assessment. Today, why not seize this chance for a spar? A spar? Yifan's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his eyes brimming with disdain, well aware that this was merely a clumsy pretext by Luo Feng to hinder them. I am not one for sparring. It holds no interest for me. That is not for you to decide. Luo Feng's sword trembled as he stepped closer, though he deliberately maintained a safe distance. Behind him, Luo Qi and Luo Zhao also subtly spread out, positioning themselves to encircle Yifan and Wan Miaoyan. Yet they prudently refrained from making an immediate move. After all, killing fellow disciples within the Taichu Dao sect was a grave offense. Miaoyan, you should go ahead, Yifan said, glancing at Wan Miaoyan and subtly gesturing. With a slight lift of his hand, The daylight sword appeared in his grasp, its blade emanating a faint golden glow, particularly striking against the night. To be honest, he was not particularly interested in the soul washing pool. During the soul power assessment, he had been rated as Super A class. Was there really any room for improvement even after bathing in the soul washing pool? His visit to the pool was merely to honor the wishes of the old man of withered wood. If he could gain some enhancement, it would be splendid. If not, it was of little consequence. However, for Xuanhuan, this was her sole opportunity. He did not wish to cause her any loss due to his presence. Go ahead first. Xuanhuan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Yi Fan. Are you mad? Those three are all at the Earth Martial Realm. You are no match for them. I will stay to help you. They merely seek to impede me, Yi Fan insisted, gently pushing Xuanhuan away with just the right amount of force to place her outside the encirclement. He then turned to face Luo Feng and his companions, saying, "Ngan, you should leave first. Once I deal with these three, I will come find you." Deal with us three? Huh? Luo Feng erupted into a raucous laugh, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. He turned to Luo Qi and Luo Zhao, dramatically spreading his arms. Did you hear that? A mere Xuanwu realm trash dares to claim he will resolve us three? What a joke, a tremendous joke. Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Yi Fan's displeasure ignited. He pointed his sword at the trio, declaring, "You three have barely been in the Earth Martial Realm for less than a month, and yet you have become so arrogant? The Xuanwu realm is but a pile of refuse. Yet, were you not also deemed worthless just a month ago? That was merely a month past." Luo Feng's expression darkened instantaneously, the smile on his face fading away. Luo Feng. Luo Qi gazed at the multitude of individuals overtaking them on the mountain path, all heading towards the soul cleansing pool atop the mountain. Suddenly lowering his voice, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Why not cripple his legs and depart? By the time he reaches the summit, he will surely be the last, perhaps even missing the final opportunity to bathe in the soul cleansing pool. Commanded by Luo Xinjian to intercept Yi Fan, the three of them harbored grievances. Clearly, they were unwilling to accept the outcome of the last few opportunities at the soul cleansing pool. Luo Feng abruptly turned to Luo Qi, a look of sudden realization crossing his face. He smacked his forehead, producing a sharp sound. What a brilliant idea. Why hadn't I thought of this before? As his gaze returned to Yi Fan, his expression grew cold. As long as I am here, none of you shall succeed. Xuanhuan suddenly darted forward, positioning herself once again in front of Yi Fan. A wave of intense heat surged around her, and her hair took on a faint crimson hue. The dry grass beneath her feet turned a scorched yellow, forcing Luo Feng and the others to instinctively retreat a step. Earth Martial Realm, second stage? Luo Feng's expression changed drastically. In a flurry, he exchanged glances with Luo Qi and Luo Zhao, speaking sternly. You two, hold off Xuanhuan while I incapacitate Yi Fan. Understood. Luo Qi and Luo Zhao responded in unison, their forms flickering like phantoms as they split apart. They drew their blades simultaneously, a web of light from their weapons intermingling. Now both at the first stage of the Earth Martial Realm, they knew they could not contend with Xuanhuan one-on-one. However, united, they felt confident in their ability to resist her. Yi Fan, run, Xuanhuan commanded sharply, unleashing a series of fiery palm strikes. Her figure danced between Luo Qi and Luo Zhao, trembling with intensity. Run? Luo Feng grinned malevolently as he approached Yi Fan, his sword dragging across the ground, creating a piercing sound. You shall not escape unscathed today. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he lunged forward, his sword infused with a hint of blood, aimed directly at Yi Fan's knee. Huh. Yi Fan regarded the assault with a derisive smile. In an instant, he leaped upward, his sword emitting a blinding golden light. Shihi's imperial chariot. With a thunderous shout, he evaded Luo Feng's strike and executed an uncanny aerial flip. 7 arcs of scarlet gold sword energy layered upon one another, coalescing in midair into a blazing solar war chariot. As the wheels turned, the scorching sword radiance distorted the surrounding air. Luo Feng halted and turned, his malevolent grin freezing on his face as the encroaching light of death reflected in his widened eyes. This is not good. Luo Feng's expression shifted sharply, and he hurriedly raised his sword to defend. Yet, the moment his sword made contact with the sword energy, it melted into molten iron. No. The piercing scream that escaped his lips was swiftly engulfed by the searing wave. The sword energy, reminiscent of a solar chariot, ruthlessly swept over Luo Feng's body. In an instant, it cleaved him in two. Before his charred remains could touch the ground, the residual force reduced him to a cloud of ash. Chapter 163, Silencing Witnesses. Is that not a solution? What? Just as Luo Qi was entangled in battle with Xuanhuan, Luo Zhao turned in horror, witnessing the final moment of Luo Feng's transformation into dust. The grip of their weapons trembled uncontrollably, the blades scratching chaotic lines upon the ground. Xuanhuan stood frozen, the fiery energy in her palm forgotten. As Yi Fan descended slowly, the moonlight illuminated his figure wielding the sun blade, resembling a solar deity emerging from ancient mythology. With a single strike, he had slain Luo Feng, a first-tier warrior. If it were her, could she have achieved such a feat? You dare to kill. Luo Qi's voice rose to a piercing pitch, stumbling back a few steps, nearly losing his balance. The arrogance that once filled him had dissipated, leaving only a visage of terror. And what of it? Yi Fan smiled casually, finding no fault in his actions. Murder was not a first for him. Luo Feng was not the first prodigy of the Luo clan to perish by his hand. Compared to the significance of their identities, could Luo Feng truly rival Luo Xinhao? Having slain Luo Xinhao had already incurred the wrath of the Luo clan. He had little to fear in offending them further. Wan Miaoyan, she approached Yi Fan closely. Her brow furrowed as she whispered, "The regulations of the Taichu Dao sect dictate that killing a fellow disciple under the circumstances of a life-and-death contract is a capital offense." Oh really? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed. Suddenly, he feigned a look of grievance. Truth be told, I never intended to kill Luo Feng. Who would have known he was so inept, unable to withstand even a single strike? And thus, he perished. You are insufferable. Luo Qi trembled with rage. Yet he clung tightly to Luo Zhao, who was eager to charge forward. Their strength was not significantly greater than that of Luo Feng. If Yi Fan could slay Luo Feng with a single strike, it would not be too difficult for him to do the same to them. Miaoyan. Yi Fan surveyed the empty mountain path, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his lips. It seems the only ones aware of my killing Luo Feng are the two of you. Do you think that silencing you would ensure my safety? Huh. Wan Miaoyan's lips parted in surprise, taken aback by Yi Fan's murderous intent. Killing Luo Feng was not enough. He intended to eliminate Luo Qi and Luo Zhao as well. If the prior slaying of Luo Feng was an accident, then killing Luo Qi and Luo Zhao would be a deliberate act. With a swift turn of his blade, Yi Fan's intense gaze fell upon Luo Qi and Luo Zhao. Without waiting for Wan Miaoyan's counsel, he advanced towards them, leaving charred footprints with each step. The murderous glint in his eyes sent shivers down Luo Qi and Luo Zhao's spines. Run. They exchanged terrified glances and decisively retreated. Trying to escape? As Yi Fan was poised to pursue, he was firmly grasped by Wan Miaoyan's sleeve. Have you lost your mind? Wan Miaoyan's fingertips trembled. Even if you were to kill them to silence them, it would be futile. There were witnesses to our confrontation with those three. If they were to perish, it would be evident that we were responsible. Miaoyan, do not worry, Yi Fan replied with a faint smile, his intention not to implicate her. Should the situation unravel, I shall bear the burden alone. My concern is not for myself. Wan Miaoyan shook her head, devoid of any jest. Currently, with Luo Feng deceased, there remains a chance for redemption. However, if you were to eliminate the other two, matters would become exceedingly complicated. I am genuinely concerned for your well-being. Yi Fan cast a glance at the distant figures of Luo Qi and Luo Zhao, realizing that the opportunity to eliminate them had slipped away. He turned back to Wan Miaoyan, his murderous intent dissipating, revealing a playful grin. Miaoyan, you are truly kind to me. In Taichu Daozong, if I do not treat you well, who will? Wan Miaoyan shot him a look, puzzled by his levity in such a dire moment. I am your sworn sister. Is it not my duty to care for you? Mutual care, Yi Fan responded with a slight smile, his gaze shifting towards the mountain peak, his expression suddenly turning serious. We have delayed long enough. We must hasten. If we tarry, the power of soul cleansing will dissipate. Indeed, Wan Miaoyan nodded, her moon-white gown billowing in the wind. The two surged forward towards the mountaintop, their silhouettes elongated beneath the moonlight. At the summit of Xuanhuan Mountain, the azure Xuanhuan pool lay serenely under the moon's glow. The pool measured 100 feet on each side, bordered by smoothly polished basalt, capable of accommodating over 100 individuals simultaneously without feeling crowded. The water was no ordinary liquid but a spiritual essence that shimmered with a mother-of-pearl luster, with tiny golden specks occasionally surfacing, resembling a cascade of stars. At this moment, over 100 individuals were bathing in the Xuanhuan pool. The most striking figure was undoubtedly Luo Xinjian, at the center of the pool, surrounded by visible pale golden currents. These currents seemed to penetrate his crown, causing the mark on his forehead to flicker erratically. In contrast, those near the pool's edge were in a dire situation. The surrounding cleansing energy was thin as mist, with some desperately flailing their arms in a futile attempt to grasp more golden specks. As time passed, the water grew increasingly murky, the edges beginning to turn a grim gray. Trouble. A sharp voice suddenly shattered the tranquility atop the mountain, startling everyone in the pool. They opened their eyes to see the disheveled figures of Luo Qi and Luo Zhao rushing towards them in panic. Silence. Luo Xinjian's golden aura roared like an enraged dragon as he abruptly rose from the pool, glaring coldly at Luo Qi. What are you fussing about? You're making a spectacle of yourself. Luo Qi collapsed to his knees at the water's edge, gasping heavily against the basalt with both hands. Luo Zhao fared even worse. Collapsing to the ground, his face as pale as parchment. Where is Luo Feng? Suddenly, Luo Xinjing narrowed his eyes, a chilling gaze sweeping over the two behind him. Luo Feng, his voice trembled as he stammered, the words seemingly lodged in his throat. His fearful eyes darted towards the direction from whence they came, as if something monstrous lurked there. He is dead, Luo Zhao exclaimed, striking the rock beside him with a fist, bitterly spitting out those words. At the utterance of this declaration, a multitude of gazes converged upon Luo Qi and Luo Zhao. The expressions of those relishing the power of the soul cleansing pool varied greatly. What? Luo Xinjing's voice rose sharply, sending ripples across the lake's surface as he glared at Luo Qi and Luo Zhao, demanding, was it Wan Yaoyan who killed Luo Feng? The audacity of Wan Yaoyan to defy the sect rules for Yi Fan was truly madness. TSK, it had long been rumored that the two had an affair. What a pity, such a beauty destined for an early demise. Within the soul-cleansing pool, many conversed casually, nearly all subconsciously believing that Luo Feng had met his end at Wan Yaoyan's hands. No, it wasn't Wan Yaoyan, Luo Qi stammered, trying to clarify amidst the misunderstandings. As the crowd continued their discussions, they fell silent almost in unison, their focused gazes fixed on Luo Qi, confusion etched across their faces. If it wasn't Wan Yaoyan, then who could it be? Yi Fan, a warrior of the Xuanhuan realm, capable of slaying one of the earth martial realm? Chapter 164, Draining the Power of the Soul Cleansing, Time Constrained? Yes, it was Yi Fan. Luo Qi's expression grew increasingly pained, his voice barely a whisper. His bloodshot eyes lowered, unable to meet Luo Xinjing's gaze. Yi Fan. Luo Xinjing's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of skepticism dancing within them. Yi Fan, a mere warrior of the Xuanhuan realm, capable of killing Luo Feng of the earth martial realm? He must have resorted to some insidious means. I suspect Luo Feng underestimated him. With Luo Qi's answer, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of chatter. Qin Xiao and Feng Wujing exchanged knowing glances, both fully aware of Yi Fan's lethal capabilities, having witnessed the terrifying nature of his soul. The Zhuntian Bei could suppress an opponent's cultivation, albeit with certain limitations in its application. Luo Qi and his companion grew increasingly distressed as they overheard the crowd's conversations, sensing lingering doubts about their claims. However, they had yet to reveal that Yi Fan had dispatched Luo Feng with merely a single strike. If they divulged this, the crowd would likely be even more incredulous. Suddenly, Luo Zhao heard hurried footsteps and turned sharply to the mountain path. The individuals in the soul-cleansing pool followed his gaze. There appeared Yi Fan and Wan Yaoyan, their garments billowing as they sprinted towards them. Here, Yi Fan appeared oblivious to the tense atmosphere surrounding him, gesturing towards the soul-cleansing pool. Sister Miaoyan, hurry and take a bath. With a light step, Wan Miaoyan glided across the lake's surface like a white egret. Upon entering the pool, she created not a single splash. Golden specks of light within the pool surged towards her as if moths drawn to a flame. What are you dawdling for? You should join me. Wan Miaoyan wiped the droplets from her face and beckoned to Yi Fan on the shore. The moonlight cast a silvery glow upon her, and her drenched garments accentuated her graceful curves. All right, Yi Fan replied, extending his tone lazily as he stepped forward. Yi Fan. Luo Xinjian's thunderous shout reverberated like a clap of thunder, sending ripples across the pool's surface. Such a loud voice. What's the matter? Yi Fan turned his head, casually digging at his ear. Did you kill Luo Feng? Luo Xinjian's fury intensified at Yi Fan's nonchalance. The gaze of those in the pool converged upon Yi Fan, eager to ascertain whether he truly possessed such capability. Indeed, Yi Fan showed no intention of denial, chuckling lightly as he nodded. Luo Xinjian clenched his fist, suppressing his anger, and questioned Yi Fan. Do you understand that in the Taichu Dao sect, the murder of a fellow disciple is a death sentence? I wasn't quite aware before, but now I am, Yi Fan replied honestly, tilting his head to counter. So what now? Are you going to kill me to avenge Luo Feng? Kill you? Luo Xinjian scoffed coldly, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. Killing you would only soil my sword. Instead, I shall take you to the law enforcement hall. With that, his figure surged forth, soaring across the lake like a golden-winged rock. The rising mist trailed behind him, creating a striking white arc, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Huh? Yi Fan sneered dismissively, his form flickering like a wraith. The onlookers were momentarily dazzled, only to refocus and find Yi Fan leisurely submerged in the water, precisely occupying the spot Luo Xinjian had just vacated. Do you still wish to bathe in the soul washing pool? Luo Xinjian's spiritual energy surged, instantly drying his robes. Is that not permissible? Yi Fan reclined comfortably in the soul washing pool, languidly addressing Luo Xinjian. The Taichu Dao sect must have rules against disturbing others while they bathe, right? Luo Xingjian's countenance darkened, his fists cracking ominously. Indeed, there existed such a regulation regarding the soul washing pool of the Taichu Dao sect. Haha. Yi Fan gleaned the answer from Luo Xingjian's sour expression and chose to ignore him, closing his eyes to relish the power of the soul cleansing. Luo Xingjian seethed with rage, but, constrained by the rules of the Taichu Dao sect, suppressed his fury and merely squeezed out a threat through gritted teeth. You wait for it. Among the gathered, he was the first to enjoy the benefits of the soul washing pool, having absorbed its purest essence to enhance his own soul. By the time Yi Fan arrived, Luo Xingjian had already completed his bathing. Otherwise, he would not have left the pool with intentions to confront Yi Fan. Hence, he settled by the pool's edge, while Yi Fan remained ensconced in the soul-washing pool, luxuriating in the myriad golden specks that surged toward him, awakening a delightful tingling sensation upon his skin as each pore seemed to breathe in ecstasy. Comforting indeed. Initially, he harbored little interest in the soul-cleansing pool, believing that his soul power had reached its zenith. However, after a brief immersion, his perspective shifted. He found that indulging in such an experience was rather pleasant. Faced with imminent peril, this fellow still chose to revel in his enjoyment? Such a mindset. TSK. Just look at him. He is quite infuriating. The others in the soul-cleansing pool observed this spectacle, shaking their heads in disdain. After muttering a few words, they turned their attention away from Yi Fan, continuing to absorb the cleansing energy within the pool. At that moment, the heavenly pillar deep within Yi Fan's sea of consciousness suddenly trembled violently. Golden motes surrounding him seemed to respond to an unseen summons, coalescing into a visible vortex. Yi Fan was startled to discover that the power of his life soul began to operate autonomously. In quick succession, the ethereal image of the heavenly pillar appeared behind him uncontrollably. Boom! The entire soul-cleansing pool erupted into a frenzy. All golden motes surged towards the phantom of the heavenly pillar like rivers converging into the sea. The surface of the water, centered around Yi Fan, visibly lost its color. The once viscous murkiness transformed into crystal-clear clarity, as if all its essence had been drained away. How could this be? Luo Qi, who had only recently entered the soul-cleansing pool, was astonished to find that the cleansing energy had vanished. Trembling, he cupped the clear water, watching as golden motes dissipated like flowing sand. The others around also opened their eyes, each furrowing their brows in confusion. It was Yi Fan. Luo Xingjian, standing at the edge of the pool, bellowed, fixating intently on Yi Fan at the center, realizing he had absorbed all the cleansing energy. At his exclamation, everyone's gaze instantly converged upon Yi Fan. Upon observing the ethereal image of the heavenly pillar behind him, they were taken aback. Is that his life soul? A mere broken stone tablet? What kind of life soul is this? It must be of celestial rank. It has undoubtedly reached celestial levels. At this moment, Yi Fan's consciousness had plunged deep into the realm of the heavenly pillar. He looked up in astonishment at the heavenly pillar suspended above him, its runes flashing wildly, radiating brilliant golden light. This scene was strikingly reminiscent of the first time he cultivated alongside Mu Qingqing. During that encounter, the heavenly pillar awakened the power of heavenly suppression. Buzz. Before he could ponder further, an invisible ripple suddenly spread out. Yi Fan felt his entire being freeze, as if time around him had come to a standstill. Yet, in just a fleeting moment, everything returned to normal. Time confinement. A memory surfaced within his consciousness. Yi Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, a surge of ecstasy washing over him. Chapter 165. A displeasure, a breach of sect rules. Though time confinement implies a stasis of time, it does not truly halt time in the conventional sense. Instead, it alters the flow of time experienced by the opponent for a limited duration. The greater the extent of the alteration, the shorter the duration it can be maintained. To achieve a complete standstill of time for an opponent likely cannot last even a breath's length. To merely slow the passage of time for his opponent by a fraction would suffice to prolong the encounter for 10 breaths, or even longer. In the realm of skilled combatants, the distinction between victory and defeat often hinges on the slightest nuances. A subtle shift might well alter the outcome significantly. That is enough. A faint smile graced Yi Fan's lips as he withdrew his consciousness from the celestial realm. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered the soul-washing pool was utterly devoid of any presence. Everyone had retreated to the shore, their gazes laden with hostility, fixated upon him. Yi Fan awkwardly rubbed his nose, leisurely rising from the center of the pool. As he ambled towards the bank, he spread his hands innocently. Do you believe this was an accident? In truth, he had not intended for this to happen. Who could have anticipated that the celestial steel possessed such formidable power, draining the entirety of the soul-washing energy in an instant? Yi Fan. Qin Zhao's cold voice pierced the air before Yi Fan could step out of the pool. You were the last to arrive at the soul-washing pool. yet you have drained it completely. You truly show no restraint. This statement ignited the ire of the onlookers like a spark in a pool of oil. As a mere dying individual, what purpose do you have in absorbing such vast amounts of soul-washing energy? It is nothing short of wasteful. A person like you is unworthy of life. Curses surged forth like a tidal wave, with a few even brandishing their weapons. Yi Fan, however, merely dug into his ears, appearing utterly indifferent. Yi Fan. Once he reached the shore, Luo Xinjing unsheathed his sword, exuding a chilling aura as he slowly advanced towards Yi Fan. By draining the soul-washing energy, you have incurred the wrath of the masses. They may not dare to teach you a lesson, but I shall. What do you intend to do? Wan Miaoyan's figure flickered, her moon-white gown blossoming in front of Yi Fan. Fear not, I shall not kill him. Luo Xinjing cast a sidelong glance at Wan Miaoyan, his voice icy. The primordial Dao sect has its own rules. Unlike him, I do not dare to flout the sect's regulations. My only aim is to incapacitate him and leave him to the law enforcement hall. Suddenly, Wan Miaoyan burst into laughter, her delicate hand covering her rosy lips, tilting her head as she regarded Luo Xinjing with a look of incredulity. Do you think I fear your intent to kill him? I fear that he might take offense and eliminate you, thereby violating the rules of the primordial Dao sect once again. Fear him killing me? Huh. Luo Xinjing was momentarily taken aback before erupting into a cacophony of laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in existence. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, regarding Wan Miaoyan as if she had lost her senses. This woman, could she be dazed by the soul-washing energy? Luo Xinjing was no mere Luo Feng. He possessed the cultivation of the third stage of Earth Martial Realm, and he stood but a step away from the fourth stage. Should he desire to slay Yi Fan, the latter would be unable to withstand even a single strike. Qin Shao furrowed his brow, exchanging a meaningful glance with Feng Wuji beside him. Initially, they had been certain that Yi Fan had utilized the Celestial Steel's heavenly suppression power to defeat Luo Feng, yet now they found themselves wavering. Could it be that Yi Fan had achieved such a feat solely through his own strength, overcoming the challenge of the Earth Martial Realm's Luo Feng? Your laughter is more unpleasant than the cawing of a crow. Yi Fan disdainfully dug at his ears and casually draped his arm over Wan Miaoyan's shoulder. Wan Miaoyan glanced back, her autumn-like eyes filled with concern. Sister Miaoyan, fret not. Yi Fan winked at her, his smile radiant as the afternoon sun. I assure you, I shall not slay him, unless he willingly signs a life-and-death pact with me. Really? Wan Miaoyan regarded Yi Fan with suspicion, her crimson lips pressed together. She certainly did not believe that Yi Fan would be so obedient. Impulsive acts of murder were not unfamiliar to him. Seeing her doubt, Yi Fan shrugged helplessly and said, Why would I concern myself with an ant I could easily crush? Arrogance. Luo Xinjian trembled with rage at the exchange between Yi Fan and Wan Miaoyan, pointing his sword menacingly forward. Wan Miaoyan, step aside. All right. Wan Miaoyan pouted, elegantly spinning to one side, leaning against the rocky wall with her arms crossed. She truly assumed the posture of a spectator. Yi Fan grasped the sunblade, carving a dazzling arc of gold in the moonlight. The sword's tip pointed menacingly at Luo Xinjian, a provocative smile tugging at his lips. I shall not let you off easily, Luo Xinjian bellowed, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that surged toward Yi Fan, an oppressive force of the third stage of martial prowess bearing down upon him. The sword sliced through the air, tearing it with a piercing shriek. Heaven's way, suppress. Yi Fan's gaze turned icy as the ethereal shadow of the Heaven-Suppressing Stele manifested behind him. The inscriptions glimmered, radiating blinding golden light. The terrifying force of suppression descended upon Luo Xinjian in an instant, causing the surging spiritual energy around him to recede like a tide. What? Luo Xinjian was struck with terror as he realized his cultivation was plummeting rapidly. Third stage of the Earth Martial Realm, second stage, first stage. Ultimately, he was forcibly suppressed to the Black Tortoise Realm. Indeed, Qin Shao's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of coldness flickering within them. To kill Luo Feng, he had not even summoned his life soul. Feng Wujing murmured under his breath, his brow furrowing. Both realized they must reassess Yi Fan's strength. This sword is for you. Yi Fan uttered softly, the sun blade transforming into a blinding streak of golden light. The ferocious strike from Luo Xinjian was effortlessly neutralized. The hastily gathered protective spiritual energy shattered like thin ice beneath the sword's edge. Boom. Blood mist erupted as Luo Xinjian was sent flying, crashing heavily against the rocky wall, creating a spiderweb of cracks. A gaping wound, revealing bone, marred his chest, and blood flowed incessantly. In an instant, the arena fell into a hushed silence. Gulp. Luo Qi swallowed hard, the sound piercing through the stillness. What manner of life soul is this, so formidable? A life soul capable of suppressing an opponent's cultivation is simply invincible. Same realm. No, Even if there were a few stages of difference, who could possibly stand against him? After a brief moment of silence, the stunned crowd erupted into chaos. As Yi Fan cast a glance, the crowd fell silent. His commanding presence was terrifying. Who would dare oppose him? It was inconceivable. At that moment, a hoarse roar echoed from the rocky wall. The onlookers turned to see Luo Xingjian struggling to rise, each step unsteady as he moved forward. The ghastly wound on his chest spewed forth blood with every breath, staining half of his moon-white robe. His life force was indeed formidable, capable of suppressing his adversary's cultivation. A glint akin to a venomous serpent flashed in Qin Zhao's eyes as he deliberately raised his voice, ensuring each word reached Luo Xingjian's ears. However, I suspect this suppression can only be employed once in a short span, and as you can see, the duration cannot last for long. Upon hearing this, Luo Xingjian's pupils constricted, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as he gripped his sword. Qin Zhao's words seemed to erode his last vestiges of reason. Given Luo Xingjian's current condition, Feng Wuji had grasped Qin Zhao's intent and timely interjected, chuckling softly. To incapacitate a Xuanhu realm warrior is hardly a challenge, is it? Chapter 166. Or perhaps, you would like to try it yourself? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, shifting his gaze between Qin Zhao and Feng Wuji. He then shrugged nonchalantly, coldly inquiring, "Are you so certain that my heavenly Dao suppression can only be employed once in a brief period? Is that truly the case?" Qin Zhao smiled faintly, a cunning glimmer in his eyes. The power of the heaven-suppressing monument is utterly terrifying. If it could be utilized frequently, why would Yi Fan often conceal it? Wouldn't it be simpler to directly suppress his opponent's cultivation and defeat them in a single move? Or perhaps, Yi Fan pouted, visibly displeased, and suddenly stepped toward Qin Zhao, challenging, "Why don't you try it yourself?" Not interested, Qin Zhao replied with a smile, discreetly stepping back. Had he been able to eliminate Yi Fan, he would have acted long ago. However, this was the Taichu Dao sect, and killing was against the sect's rules. He was unwilling to invite trouble. Moreover, at this moment, Luo Xingjian was more than capable of doing the job. Heavy breaths echoed from the side. There stood Luo Xingjian, hunched over. A phantom of a blood-red sword was slowly coalescing behind him, its blade entwined with a bizarre blood mist, writhing as if alive. The life force. This was Luo Xingjian's life force, the bloodthirsty sword. Given this display, was he truly intent on slaying Yi Fan? Surely, Yi Fan's earlier actions had provoked him. As the crowd witnessed Luo Xingjian unleashing his bloodthirsty sword life force, they began to whisper among themselves. Qin Zhao and Feng Wuji exchanged knowing smiles, retreating to the periphery of the gathering. Can he still fight? Yi Fan squinted slightly, assessing the grievously injured Luo Xingjian not far away. Despite being drenched in blood, the aura emanating from him remained fearsome. "Leave it to me." Wan Yaoyan suddenly darted forward, positioning herself in front of Yi Fan. The flames dancing at her fingertips illuminated the surroundings in a fiery red, the tips of her hair tinged with crimson. Previously, she was aware of Yi Fan's formidable trump card, the Town Sky Monument, and felt no fear. However, how could she allow Yi Fan to confront Luo Xingjian directly now? "Sister Miaoyan, you should not involve yourself in this matter." Yi Fan gently pressed down on Wan Yaoyan's delicate shoulder, pulling her behind him once more. "A mere injured mad dog cannot harm me. Do not be overly confident," Wan Miaoyan replied, her slender brows furrowing. "A third-tier martial artist in the Earth martial realm, even at 50% strength, could easily take your life. After all, you are merely in the Xuanhu realm." "Oh, Sister Miaoyan, do you underestimate me?" Yi Fan said, scratching his head helplessly. "Why not watch the spectacle for a while? If it becomes dire, then lend your assistance." "Very well." Wan Miaoyan pondered briefly before reluctantly taking a step back. Previously, she had witnessed Yi Fan slay Luo Feng with a single sword. She thought that even against the gravely injured Luo Xingjian, he would not be easily killed. Rustling sounds echoed as Luo Xingjian dragged his bloodied sword across the ground, producing a jarring noise. With each step, the bloodthirsty sword's spirit grew denser. By the end, he was enveloped in a crimson mist, his eyes turning blood red as they fixated on Yi Fan. Suddenly, the sword tip erupted with dazzling bloodlight, thickening the surrounding air. Faint wails of vengeful spirits reverberated along the blade, sending chills down one's spine. "Yi Fan," Luo Xingjian bellowed as he approached, his roar akin to the howl of a hellish demon. "I will make you wish for death." With that, he lunged forward, unleashing a torrent of blood-red sword energy that cascaded like a waterfall, staining the moonlight a deep scarlet. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened as the daylight sword radiated with brilliant golden light. Stepping forward, he instantly engaged Luo Xingjian in combat. Boom, boom, boom. The sword light danced like a dragon, weaving a net of death across the night sky. Each clash ignited blinding sparks, carving deep ravines into the ground. Empowered by potent sword intent, the two forces roared fiercely. Is he still that strong? After a dozen exchanges, Yi Fan found himself forced to retreat. The skin at the base of his right thumb split open, blood dripping down the sword handle. He had thought he could easily handle the gravely injured Luo Xinjian. Yet the latter's unleashed power remained formidable. If he were at his peak, Yi Fan feared he could not withstand even 3 strikes. Yi Fan could not hold out much longer. To last over a dozen exchanges against Luo Xinjian was already an achievement. Would Luo Xinjian kill Yi Fan directly? The onlookers murmured among themselves, instinctively retreating several paces. Qin Xiao and Feng Wujing noticed Yi Fan's apparent disadvantage, their smiles growing increasingly profound. Wan Miaoyan's spiritual energy rippled around her, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Die? You will die? Luo Xinjian appeared crazed, each swing of his sword imbued with the intent of mutual destruction. His chest wound continued to split open, seemingly impervious to pain. All he could see was Yi Fan. It was imperative that he kill him. Is he so intent on taking my life? Yi Fan suddenly let out a light laugh, his face betraying no hint of panic. How could this fellow still find amusement? Qin Xiao noticed the smile on Yi Fan's face, his gaze momentarily sharpening. Boom. Another clash of swords erupted, and Yi Fan was once again forced to retreat. Once he steadied himself, the phantom of the Zhentian Bei behind him suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Feng Wujing's pupils contracted sharply, his expression shifting. Could it be that he truly could unleash his suppressive power once more in such a short span of time? Impossible. Qin Zhao's smile instantly froze, disbelief widening his eyes. If Yi Fan could indeed release his suppressive power again so quickly, why had he engaged in over 10 exchanges with Luo Xinjian? Feng Wujing, bewildered, fixed his gaze on the phantom of the Zhentian Bei behind Yi Fan. Time. Confinement. Yi Fan murmured softly, as the ancient runes on the Zhentian Bei illuminated one by one. The power of time confinement wafted over to Luo Xinjian like a gentle breeze. Following this, his sword-wielding figure lunged forward once more, the sun blade tracing a path of golden light. Boom, boom, boom. The clashing sounds of metal rang incessantly, sparks flying. Just moments ago, Yi Fan had found himself at a disadvantage. Now, he had swiftly turned the tide of battle. With a few simple moves, he had firmly suppressed Luo Xinjian. Strange. Qin Zhao's sharp gaze remained fixed on the unfolding battle. As he discerned some clues, he muttered to himself, why does it seem that Luo Xinjian's speed has diminished? Could it be? Feng Wujing also took note of this, glancing at Qin Xiao with a puzzled expression. Is it because Luo Xinjian's injuries have worsened? That should not be the case. Qin Xiao shook his head, involuntarily directing his focus back to the phantom of the Zhentian Bei behind Yi Fan. Something was amiss with his life soul. Are you saying? Feng Wujing's eyes widened slightly, a glimmer of astonishment flashing through them. Is it his life soul that has caused Luo Xinjian's speed to slow? Damn it. Luo Xinjian's eyes burned crimson as he wildly swung his blood sword. Though he could clearly see each of Yi Fan's moves, his body felt as though it were mired in a swamp, his actions lagging behind his thoughts, creating a bizarre sense of delay that rendered his once proud sword techniques riddled with flaws. Coupled with the agonizing pain from his wounds, it only fueled his fury further. Chapter 167. An excuse for self-preservation, a counterstrike. How? Is it over? Yi Fan regarded Luo Xinjian's disheveled appearance, a look of triumph blooming on his face. If you're finished, just admit your mistake and call me grandpa, and I shall spare your life. He was merely employing the power of time confinement to slightly diminish Luo Xinjian's speed. This reduction was minimal and would last a considerable duration. Even so, it was sufficient to keep the gravely injured Luo Xinjian firmly under control. However, he did not intend to prolong this battle. Should Luo Xinjian adapt to the rhythm, he could pose a renewed threat. Admit my mistake? In your dreams. Luo Xinjian roared, his eyes ignited with a frenzied, killing intent. Seizing the moment while Yi Fan had shown a hint of restraint, he launched a fierce counterattack. Seeking death, are we? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, a subtle smile graced the corners of his mouth. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the clash of their swords, Yi Fan suddenly stumbled. The radiant sword aimed at Luo Xinjian inadvertently veered off by a fraction. This minuscule flaw ignited a fierce glimmer in Luo Xinjian's crimson eyes. Die. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Xinjian's sword surged forward, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. The blood-red blade swiftly closed in, mere inches from Yi Fan's heart. Clang. At the critical moment, Yi Fan's wrist twisted oddly. The radiant sword, arriving post-haste, carved a golden arc through the air. The sword tip grazed the blood-red blade, producing a blinding spark, and then swept toward Luo Xinjian's throat. Sizzle. A line of crimson blossomed under the moonlight, reminiscent of a suddenly blooming red plum. Luo Xinjian's advance abruptly halted, and his long sword clattered to the ground. In disbelief, he clutched his throat, warm blood gushing through his fingers. You. Luo Xingjian staggered back, the madness in his eyes gradually giving way to terror. After retreating a few steps, he collapsed heavily to the ground, splattering blood. Witnesses gasped in astonishment. Luo Xingjian was dead. Yi Fan had publicly slain Luo Xingjian. You almost killed me. Yi Fan patted his chest, feigning a state of shock as he sighed deeply. Yet, a glint of cunning amusement flickered in his eyes. This fellow had done it deliberately. Qin Zhao's gaze turned icy, instantly grasping the previous scene. How could Yi Fan, who had clearly subdued Luo Xingjian, suddenly reveal such a blatant flaw? That stumble, that diverted sword tip, was evidently a meticulously crafted trap, designed to lure Luo Xingjian into striking and then counterattacking with overwhelming force. Yi Fan. Wan Yaoyan stared blankly at the lifeless Luo Xingjian in a pool of blood until the pungent scent of iron invaded her nostrils, jolting her back to reality. She hurried to Yi Fan's side, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Why did you kill him? I didn't want to. Yi Fan maintained a nonchalant smile, tilting his head as he feigned helplessness and explained, if I hadn't struck, he would have killed me. I killed him purely for self-defense. Wan Yaoyan's eyelashes fluttered, momentarily at a loss for words. Was killing in self-defense a violation of sect rules? Yi Fan turned his face and winked at Wan Yaoyan. This left her lips twitching, momentarily unsure of how to retort. Strictly speaking, the sect permitted killing in self-defense. But was Yi Fan's action truly justifiable as mere self-defense? Yi Fan, you truly possess remarkable cunning. Qin Zhao suddenly clapped his hands and sneered, his voice laced with a chilling undertone, his gaze locking onto Yi Fan like a venomous serpent. You deliberately feigned a flaw for Luo Xingjian, enticing him to strike, only to then rightfully counterattack. What a clever excuse for self-defense. At this declaration, the surrounding onlookers changed their expressions in shock. Upon careful reflection of the preceding scene, I increasingly perceive the veracity of Qin Zhao's words. What are you talking about? I don't understand, Yi Fan lazily remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Qin Zhao. Don't understand? Huh. Qin Zhao scoffed, a hint of derision glimmering in his eyes as he leaned slightly forward and lowered his voice. You can't genuinely believe that this will allow you to escape unscathed, can you? Without waiting for Yi Fan's response, he turned and strode directly onto the winding mountain path. The others, witnessing this, hurriedly averted their gazes and departed with quickened steps. Although they had not absorbed sufficient cleansing energy from the soul-cleansing pool, this journey bore its own rewards. As the crowd gradually dispersed, only Wan Yaoyan and Yi Fan remained atop the mountain. The night breeze swept through, rustling a few fallen leaves, which twirled momentarily near a pool of blood before drifting away silently. Miaoyan, I sincerely apologize, Yi Fan said, sheathing his daylight sword and awkwardly scratching his head. Apologize? For what? Wan Yaoyan was momentarily taken aback, her lips slightly parted, her eyes still reflecting traces of astonishment. Yi Fan sighed softly. Raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness, I inadvertently drained the soul-cleansing pool, leaving you with little cleansing energy to absorb. Oh, that? Wan Yaoyan suddenly broke into a radiant smile, her eyes curving like crescent moons as she delicately brushed aside her wind-tossed hair. With a light-hearted tone, she replied, It's no great matter. However, she suddenly stepped closer to Yi Fan, a glimmer of mischief flashing in her eyes. If you feel guilty, consider it a debt. In the future, when the opportunity arises, you can repay me with something else. Yi Fan momentarily faltered, then chuckled and shook his head. He had merely been making a polite gesture, yet Wan Yaoyan took it to heart and even pushed her advantage. This left him scratching his nose, a bemused expression gracing his features. Let us descend the mountain, Wan Yaoyan said, turning her gaze towards the winding path. The laughter that had adorned her face gradually faded, and her delicate brows furrowed instinctively. That fellow Qin Zhao will undoubtedly report you to the law enforcement hall. If we delay our descent, the enforcers may already be waiting for us below. If he wishes to report me, it would be futile to descend early, Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. As long as I remain at the Tai Chu Dao sect, the enforcers will inevitably seek me out. Indeed, Wan Yaoyan replied, gently biting her lower lip, refraining from countering Yi Fan's words, though her brow furrowed deeper with concern. After a brief hesitation, she whispered, though killing Luo Xingjian was satisfying. You truly should not have done that. Having killed him, it is done. Yi Fan thought to himself, feeling no remorse for his actions against Luo Xingjian. Not to have acted would only convey a sense of fear. Regardless of whether he had slain Luo Xingjian or not, troubles from the Luo family were unavoidable. A decisive strike would at least instill a sense of caution among others. It is preferable to deal with the woes of the Luo family rather than face a multitude of troubles. Sigh, Wan Yaoyan breathed out, her lips parting slightly to emit an almost inaudible sigh. Miaoyan, after we descend the mountain, I must ask for your assistance. Yi Fan suddenly wore a sly smile, as if everything was well within his grasp. What is the urgency? Wan Miaoyan abruptly turned her head, her beautiful eyes wide open. Upon noticing Yi Fan's composed demeanor, a thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that this fellow had already devised a countermeasure during the time he was eliminating Luo Xingjian? Chapter 168. The Slayer will always be slain. After descending the mountain, I must promptly visit the Spirit Herb Garden and summon my master. Yi Fan slightly raised his head, his gaze piercing as he stared intently at Wan Miaoyan. A confident smile graced his lips, and he exuded an aura of assuredness. Your master? Wan Miaoyan's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. In her memory, the Spirit Herb Garden seemed to be overseen solely by an elder known as the Old Man of Withered Wood. Yi Fan gently nodded, a mysterious smile dancing at the corners of his eyes. Can he be of assistance? Wan Miaoyan could not help but step forward, her brows tightly knitted. He. Yi Fan let out a low chuckle, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Sister Miaoyan, have you forgotten that I am no longer a mere servant disciple? I have ascended to the outer sect. Have you not wondered how I achieved this promotion? Wan Miaoyan's pupils constricted, her red lips slightly parted as she scrutinized Yi Fan thoughtfully. Could it be that this elder of Withered Wood is an intersect elder? Typically, elders managing the Spirit Herb Garden are merely caretakers. Yet, the possibility of an intersect elder overseeing such a place cannot be dismissed. Indeed, Yi Fan affirmed with satisfaction. Turning to gaze at the winding mountain path, he waved his hand nonchalantly. Let us not keep them waiting. He was certain that Qin Xiao and the others would soon capitalize on his actions against Luo Xingjian, since it was an inevitable confrontation. Facing it sooner rather than later would be beneficial. The sooner they descended the mountain, the sooner Wan Miaoyan could invite the Old Man of Withered Wood. Wan Miaoyan stared blankly at Yi Fan's retreating figure, her lips slightly parted as if she wished to say something. Ultimately, she merely sighed softly and hastened to follow the departing Yi Fan. At the foot of the mountain, the crowd that should have dispersed had not only remained but had gathered even more figures. Yi Fan's gaze swept over the throng, swiftly locking onto the group of disciples from the law enforcement hall clad in purple robes. Although these disciples were also intersect members, their attire set them apart, signifying their unique status. Before the group of law enforcement disciples stood an elderly figure with his hands clasped behind his back, dressed in a dark purple robe. His expression was stern. He was none other than Elder Xuanhuan, the second elder of the law enforcement hall. At this moment, Xuanhuan, who presided over the Washing Soul Mountain, appeared as a mere backdrop. Yi Fan. Xuanhuan's sharp gaze pierced through the air like a hawk as he thundered. Do you acknowledge your crimes? As his words fell, the surrounding atmosphere grew tense. The Law Enforcement Hall is one of the most crucial departments of the Tai Chi Dao sect. The elders of the Law Enforcement Hall hold significant authority, and there is more than one of them. The earlier Mei Su was merely the seventh elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. As the second elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, Xuanhuan serves as the deputy leader. His aura is markedly different from that of Mei Su. When confronted by Xuanhuan, Yi Fan did not respond immediately. He slightly turned his head and exchanged a knowing glance with Wan Miaoyan, who quietly withdrew from the side. The onlookers showed no intention of intervening. Neither the death of Luo Xingjian nor that of Luo Feng had any connection to Wan Miaoyan. Once Wan Miaoyan's figure disappeared from sight, Yi Fan stood tall, taking a steady step forward to meet Xuanhuan's gaze. His voice resonated clearly and powerfully. Disciple. I do not know. Xuanhuan's expression grew increasingly solemn, his aged eyes narrowing slightly, the etched lines on his face exuding an undeniable authority. Did you kill Luo Xingjian? Indeed. Yi Fan replied succinctly, without a hint of hesitation. He straightened his posture, raising his voice. The disciple killed Luo Xingjian in self-defense. At that time, it was Luo Xingjian who sought to kill me. Had I not struck him down with that sword, I would surely have fallen victim to his hand. Many present had witnessed the events unfold. His gaze gradually swept over those who had been atop the soul-washing mountain, pausing momentarily as it passed over Qin Xiao and Feng Wujing. Excuse. Qin Xiao had anticipated this and stepped forward respectfully, cupping his hands in salute. His expression tinged with urgency. He spoke rapidly. Elder, please discern. At that moment, Yi Fan deliberately feigned a weakness to provoke Luo Xingjian into attacking, only to counterattack. This is clearly a premeditated act of murder, not mere self-defense. Ridiculous. Yi Fan suddenly scoffed, cutting off any further words from Xuanhuan as he confronted Qin Xiao. What? Did I place my sword at Luo Xingjian's throat, threatening him to kill me? If he had no intent to kill, why would he strike at me? Qin Xiao's countenance darkened as he suddenly realized the implications. Ultimately, it was Luo Xingjian who first sought to kill Yi Fan. If Luo Xingjian had never harbored any intent to slay Yi Fan, no matter how Yi Fan might have feigned vulnerability, He would not have found an excuse for self-defense and retaliation. A murderer is always hunted. Xuanhuan grasped the situation and a glimmer of intelligence flickered in his deep-set eyes. He then waved his sleeve dramatically, proclaiming in a voice that echoed like thunder. Yi Fan's act of killing Luo Xingjian was provoked by Luo Xingjian's murderous intent first. Yi Fan, you are innocent. At this, Yi Fan involuntarily smiled, a hint of relief crossing his features. It seemed there were still elders in the law enforcement hall who understood reason. And what of Luo Feng? Qin Shao suddenly stepped forward, his expression dark as storm clouds, raising his voice to question Yi Fan. What do you have to say regarding the death of Luo Feng? At that time, Luo Feng harbored no intent to kill you. As he spoke, his peripheral vision flicked towards Luo Qi, subtly nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, Luo Qi abruptly leapt forward, his fists clenched, veins bulging. I can attest that Luo Feng did not intend to kill Yi Fan at that moment. He merely wished to engage in a sparring match. Spar? Yi Fan cast a sidelong glance at Luo Qi, his eyes brimming with disdain. With a derisive snicker, he raised a finger towards Elder Chu Xin of the law enforcement hall. Do you still dare to speak such nonsense in front of Elder Chu? At that time, was Luo Feng truly seeking to spar with me? He was clearly intent on breaking my legs. And even if he wished to break your legs, what of it? Luo Qi's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, yet he defiantly shouted, he never intended to kill you, nor did he ever make a move to do so. But you took his life. By the end of his statement, his voice trembled slightly. Sighing, Yi Fan offered no rebuttal, merely expressing his helplessness. What? Have you nothing to say? Qin Shao observed, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I am quite helpless. Yi Fan spread his hands, adopting an expression of innocence. With a slight tilt of his head, a glimmer of cunning danced in his eyes. Helpless? Qin Shao snorted derisively, rebuking, you murdered someone, and yet you claim to be helpless? With another long sigh, Yi Fan's body quivered gently, and in an instant, a formidable aura erupted from within him, revealing his cultivation at the 9th level of the Xuanhuan realm. Chapter 169. As one crisis averts, another arises. What do you intend to do? Qin Shao narrowed his eyes, a smirk forming within. Could it be that Yi Fan still harbored intentions to break free from the encirclement? Elder Chu Xin. Yi Fan disregarded Qin Shao, turning to face Elder Chu Xin. His tone was earnest yet tinged with a hint of grievance. You must have seen my cultivation level. I am merely at the 9th level of the Xuanhuan realm. Pausing momentarily, he suddenly raised his voice. But what of Luo Feng? He was at the 1st level of the Earth Martial realm. And so? Elder Chu Xin's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze hawkishly fixed on Yi Fan, as if eagerly anticipating his forthcoming explanation. The others present exchanged glances, confusion etched across their faces. If Luo Feng, at the 1st level of the Earth Martial realm, sought to cripple my legs, how could I allow myself to be bullied? I had no choice but to rise in resistance. Yi Fan's gaze swept across Qin Shao and the others, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Who would have thought that Luo Feng was so inept that he could not withstand even a single strike from me and met his demise? What? He killed Luo Feng with a single strike? How is that possible? It must be false. A murmur of disbelief erupted among the crowd. Some gasped in shock, while others appeared utterly stunned. Jaws agape. All eyes turned towards Luo Qi and Luo Zhao, the two who had been present at the scene, fully aware of the circumstances. Qin Shao and Feng Wujing exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment and skepticism reflected in each other's eyes. They were certain that Yi Fan had not employed the power of the heavenly Tao to suppress Luo Feng. In such a scenario, could he truly have slain Luo Feng with a single stroke? Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Luo Qi and Luo Zhao appeared visibly uneasy. The hesitation in his demeanor undeniably corroborated Yi Fan's assertion. With a single strike, you have slain Luo Feng? Chu Xian, too, harbored doubts regarding Yi Fan's words, fixing his gaze on him for confirmation. Indeed, Yi Fan surveyed the astonished faces around him, and with a sudden light chuckle, remarked, I understand, Elder, that you are quite taken aback. Surely, everyone present shares in this astonishment. To be frank, I am astonished myself. I even question whether Luo Feng sought his own demise, attempting to utilize the sect's regulations to bring about our mutual destruction. Shameless. Qin Shao could not restrain himself from vehemently cursing upon hearing Yi Fan's statement. Yi Fan, you are overly conceited. Would Luo Feng really choose to meet his end just to kill you? Impossible. That would imply Luo Feng is utterly incompetent. With a casual shrug and an open palm gesture, he continued, despite possessing merely the cultivation of the Earth Martial realm, his combat prowess fails to rival even that of a 9th level Xuanhuan realm practitioner. I am baffled as to how such a person passed the assessments of the Taichu Dao sect. Surely, he did not take a shortcut? Humph. Qin Zhao's face darkened, his teeth gritted in frustration. Enough. After a moment of contemplation, Xuanhuan regarded Yi Fan solemnly, stating, "Though your slaying of Luo Feng was an accident, you shall be spared the death penalty. However, as you have taken a life, according to sect regulations, you are to be penalized with 3 months deprivation of sect resources." "I accept the penalty," Yi Fan responded readily, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. While martial resources are indeed significant, he could acquire far superior ones from the old man of the withered tree. Such a master is not to be taken lightly. At that moment, a figure hurriedly wove through the crowd. Out of the corner of his eye, Yi Fan recognized the newcomer, Yin Yu, one of the 10 talents of Taiyuan. Ranked 4th in the Junlin banquet, Yin Yu swiftly approached Qin Shao's side and whispered a few words. Qin Shao's previously sullen expression suddenly brightened, and a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. "Elder Xuanhuan." Just as Xuanhuan was about to depart with the disciples of the law enforcement hall, Qin Shao called out forcefully, stepping forward with a commanding presence that startled everyone around him. "I have another matter to report." "What is it?" Xuanhuan glanced back, his beard fluttering slightly in the wind, exuding an air of authority without anger. "Yi Fan, he is a servant disciple." Qin Shao abruptly pointed at Yi Fan, his booming voice reverberating throughout the area. "He masqueraded as an outer sect disciple, deceiving Elder Yu Hua and ascending to the soul-washing mountain to bathe in the soul-washing pool. Has he not violated sect regulations?" Yu Hua, who had remained silent until now, paled at these words and quickly stepped forward to interrogate Qin Shao. "Do you have any evidence?" As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily flicked toward Yi Fan, filled with uncertainty. He recalled Yi Fan's fervent declarations, claiming that if he were not an outer disciple, he would willingly perish at Yu Hua's hands. Now, with Qin Zhao's unwavering confidence, doubts began to creep in. Could it be that Yi Fan had truly deceived him? The reality that Yi Fan was not an outer disciple yet had ascended the soul-washing mountain posed a problem that, if pursued, would implicate the elder himself. Yin Yu had just come from the Elder of Garments, where he had sought verification. Qin Shao cast a sidelong glance at Yi Fan, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with a triumphant light. The name of Yi Fan was conspicuously absent from the roster of outer disciples of the Department of Clothing. "Is it true?" Yu Hua suddenly turned, his piercing gaze directed at Yin Yu. A subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy enveloped him, betraying his inner fury. Xuanhuan also fixed his gaze on Yin Yu, the mounting pressure causing Yin Yu to instinctively retract his neck. "It is indeed true." Just as Yin Yu was about to speak, a resounding voice echoed from above. The crowd looked up to see an elderly man, his hair white as snow, descending gracefully through the air. Moments later, he landed firmly before Yin Yu. This was none other than Elder Du Mu of the Department of Clothing. His words carried far more weight than those of Yin Yu. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished by Yi Fan's audacity. "This old man is trying to destroy me." Yi Fan had not anticipated that Du Mu would personally intervene, pondering to himself that there must be a deep-seated conflict between him and his master. He had never crossed paths with Du Mu, yet the elder's demeanor was decidedly unfriendly. If it were not for the influence of the Luo family, it could only be due to his master's connection. Otherwise, a dignified elder of the Department of Clothing would have no reason to bear animosity towards him. Yi Fan, upon witnessing Du Mu's arrival as a witness, Yu Hua's expression darkened like stormy waters. He abruptly turned to face Yi Fan, demanding to know, "Do you recall the words you spoke earlier?" "Elder, what do you refer to?" Yi Fan feigned confusion, scratching his head and subtly distancing himself from Yu Hua. Yu Hua's eyes blazed with fury as he fixed his intense gaze on Yi Fan, enunciating each word. "You stated that if you were not to perish as an outer disciple, you would willingly die at my hands." "Indeed, I did say that." Yi Fan nodded, yet his face betrayed no signs of panic. Standing tall, he met Yu Hua's gaze with calm assurance. "Since you acknowledge it, then you are prepared to meet your demise now." Yu Hua slowly raised his right hand, terrifying spiritual energy coalescing in his palm. The murderous intent in his eyes was palpable, clearly indicating his genuine rage. "Hold on." Yi Fan quickly gestured with his hands, a resigned smile gracing his face. "I am indeed an outer disciple. You cannot dismiss my status based solely on the words of an elder from the Department of Clothing. Elder Du Mu's words cannot be false." Yu Hua's spiritual energy surged like a raging tide, his anger reaching a boiling point. In that moment, he was beyond hearing any of Yi Fan's defenses, his right hand already swirling with a terrifying vortex of spiritual power. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Yu Hua suddenly thrust his palm forward. An extraordinarily fearsome imprint of spiritual energy tore through the air, distorting the atmosphere and carving a deep chasm into the ground as it aimed directly for Yi Fan's heart. Good heavens! Yi Fan's pupils constricted, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. With a swift push of his toes against the ground, he moved like a specter, retreating rapidly. At this critical juncture, a formidable handprint was unexpectedly enveloped by a swirling mass of enigmatic black smoke. The smoke writhed as if it possessed a life of its own, swiftly engulfing the spiritual energy handprint and transforming it into sparkling motes of light that dissipated into the air. Who is Dumu? A hoarse, aged voice abruptly resonated, laced with profound disdain. The onlookers turned in astonishment to see the withered old man approaching with hands clasped behind his back. Though his hunched figure appeared frail, he emanated an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Xuanhuan followed closely behind, her delicate face etched with tension. Who is this person? Qin Zhao's expression darkened as he watched Yi Fan on the verge of being slain by Yu Hua. The sudden turn of events cast a shadow over his countenance. He squinted, scrutinizing the withered elder, and upon noticing the residual black spiritual energy at the elder's sleeve, his pupils constricted sharply. That previous strike from Yu Hua had been effortlessly neutralized by this old man from afar. Such prowess was not to be underestimated. Master, you have arrived. Yi Fan's eyes brightened, and a radiant smile blossomed on his face as he rushed forward, kneeling before the elder and grasping his robes with a pitiful plea. You were away, and I have been so dreadfully bullied. Is this Yi Fan's master? Feng Wujing's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao's fists clenched involuntarily, his countenance dark and brooding. You, young man, who causes trouble and takes lives, dare to claim you have been bullied? Do not feign innocence before me. The withered elder snorted coldly, his wrinkled face betraying disdain. He kicked Yi Fan aside, evidently already informed of the events from Xuanhuan. This is an entirely different matter, master. Yi Fan muttered under his breath, his gaze sharpening as it fixed upon Dumu. Rising, he brushed the dust from his knees. For the current inquiry was not about his transgressions, but rather questioning his identity as an outer disciple. Step aside. The elder waved his hand impatiently and sauntered toward Yu Hua. Yi Fan and Xuanhuan exchanged glances and obediently followed behind the elder, though the mischievous grin on Yi Fan's lips was impossible to conceal. Just now, were you attempting to kill my disciple? The elder's eyes narrowed slightly, his calm tone concealing a hidden edge. His frail form radiated an oppressive force, his gaze sharp as a blade directed at Yu Hua. Yu Hua felt an immense weight settle upon his shoulders, as if an invisible mountain were pressing down on him. Straining to maintain his composure, he replied, We had an agreement. Why should I not be allowed to kill him? What agreement? The elder inquired indifferently. It was Yi Fan himself who stated it. Yu Hua raised his voice, seemingly attempting to bolster his courage, declaring that should Yi Fan not be an outer disciple, he would willingly perish under the elder's hand. He is. The elder suddenly bellowed, his voice crashing like thunder, as he revealed a gleaming inner sect elder token that shimmered in the sunlight. A direct disciple of an inner sect elder could not possibly be a mere servant disciple. You are an inner sect elder? Yu Hua's pupils constricted sharply as he fixated on the elder's token. He suddenly turned his head, glaring furiously at Du Mu in the distance. Had he been deceived? Du Mu's expression darkened instantaneously, his fists clenched so tightly within his sleeves that they turned white. Beside him, Xuanhuan's eyes gleamed with a flicker of insight as he stroked his beard thoughtfully. Yi Fan was the direct disciple of an inner sect elder? So this was how he ascended to the outer sect. It was peculiar that any inner sect elder would still dare to take Yi Fan as a direct disciple. Did this old man not know the enmity between Yi Fan and the Luo family? Among the disciples present, many had only recently entered the Tai Chu Dao sect after passing the Tai Chu assessment. During the final moments of that assessment, Luo Lianshan had appeared, expressing the sect leader's intent for Yi Fan to perish. Many elders who had initially vied to take Yi Fan as their direct disciple subsequently withdrew, including notable figures like Qiangzi, Xuanhuan, and Fenshin. Now, one inner sect elder dared to oppose the Luo family and the sect leader by taking Yi Fan as a disciple. As an elder, to act without verifying the situation and to take lethal action against a sect disciple warranted punishment. The withered old man suddenly barked a command, stomping his foot upon the ground. Instantly, a bizarre black smoke emanated from beneath him, slithering along the ground like a venomous serpent, swiftly ensnaring Yu Hua's legs. What? In terror, Yu Hua attempted to retreat, only to find the black smoke, as if animated, climbing up his robes. Soon, his entire form was enveloped in the smoke, leaving only a face twisted in fear. The surrounding disciples stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. A cultivator of the Tianwu realm, Yu Hua, was subdued merely by a stomp? What power did Yi Fan's master possess? Master, wait. Yi Fan, seeing Yu Hua's complexion turning ashen, quickly stepped forward, hands clasped in a gesture of respect, a flicker of compassion in his eyes. Elder Yu Hua has also been misled by the villain. Perhaps it would be best to let this go? With Yi Fan's words, the black smoke coiling around Yu Hua suddenly dissipated. Yu Hua exhaled in relief, his legs giving way as he knelt down, gasping for breath. His robes were already drenched in cold sweat, presenting a pitiful sight. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to my obedient disciple? The withered old man cast a sidelong glance at Xuanhuan, his voice laced with coldness. No, no. Yi Fan quickly waved his hands, a polite yet awkward smile on his face. He stepped forward to assist Xuanhuan, only to have the elder evade him. Elder Xuanhuan, you have been misled by a villain, leading to some misunderstandings. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, it is sufficient. Xuanhuan's face remained dark, offering no response. He trembled as he stood, too afraid to meet the gaze of the withered old man. His averted eyes were filled with terror and dread. The withered old man chose to ignore Xuanhuan, shifting his gaze to Du Mu, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Du Mu, you are the villain my disciple spoke of, are you not? Humph, a villain? Du Mu let out a cold snort, straightened his back, and harshly admonished, indeed. You are a disciple trained by the withered tree, utterly disrespectful and lacking in decorum. Suddenly, the withered old man chuckled darkly. Although I have only recently ascended to the position of inner door elder, it is excusable for others to be unaware of this matter. However, you should certainly know better. Ignorance is no excuse. Du Mu held his head high, his face flushed with indignation, his lips stubbornly pursed. The withered old man's smile broadened, his stooped form straightening with a menacing glint in his eyes. I wonder if your physical resilience matches your obstinacy. Chapter 171. Is this behavior inappropriate? What do you intend to do? Du Mu's expression darkened, instinctively retreating a step. The scene from earlier, where the withered old man effortlessly subdued Xuanhuan, lingered vividly in his mind, the suffocating aura sending chills down his spine. Though both were elders, he was acutely aware of his inferior strength compared to Xuanhuan. What do you want? The withered old man's lips curled into a chilling smile as he suddenly spread his arms wide. In an instant, a torrent of black smoke erupted from his back, swirling violently within the confines of the space. With an almost sentient quality, it rapidly encircled Du Mu, ensnaring him in an impenetrable shroud. The withered old man reached out with his frail hand, and Du Mu felt an invisible grip tighten around his throat, lifting him off the ground, suspending him in midair. Let go of me. Du Mu struggled desperately, kicking wildly, his face shifting from red to purple. Only now did he truly comprehend the terror of the withered old man. It was not that Xuanhuan was weak. Rather, the withered old man was overwhelmingly powerful. Is your resolve still so steadfast? The withered old man regarded Du Mu with an indifferent gaze, as though observing a dying insect in its final throes. Xuanhuan. Du Mu, with great difficulty, turned his eyes to the side, seeking help, his voice hoarse as he shouted, as an elder of the law enforcement hall. Will you stand idly by while this old man runs amok? The withered old man's brow furrowed, and he tightened his grip further. Du Mu's eyes bulged, his tongue involuntarily lolling out, his entire face turning crimson, resembling a hen caught by the neck. Withered, Xuanhuan could no longer contain himself, stepping forward with a grim expression to intervene. Is this conduct not somewhat against the rules? Rules? The withered old man cast a sidelong glance at Xuanhuan, his laughter laced with scorn. While Du Mu stirs trouble, you, as an elder of the law enforcement hall, choose to ignore it. Thus, I must take matters into my own hands. The law enforcement hall will investigate this matter thoroughly. Xuanhuan's expression fluctuated, his mind already concocting a plan. He scrutinized the withered old man, growing increasingly alarmed. The withered old man's strength far exceeded his expectations, and should he choose to pursue this matter, he could readily obtain the position of inner door elder at any moment. This sudden promotion, I fear, is merely a means to pave the way for Yi Fan, allowing him to acquire the status of an outer sect disciple at the earliest opportunity. As an elder of the law enforcement hall, Xuanhuan is intimately acquainted with the sect's regulations. Whenever someone ascends to the rank of inner sect elder, news should reach the garment office within a day at most. If Du Mu claims ignorance, it might be seen as negligence. However, his deliberate appearance here today, insisting that Yi Fan is not an outer sect disciple, reveals a depth of intrigue worth pondering. Spare him. The elder of the withered would let out a cold snort, a glimmer of icy light flashing in his eyes. With a mere flick of his frail fingers, a torrent of black smoke surged violently into Du Mu's orifices. Du Mu emitted a heart-wrenching scream that reverberated through the air. His body convulsed violently, his fingers twisting into grotesque shapes. Those surrounding him turned pale, terror gripping their hearts. Master, truly an impressive technique. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, observing Du Mu's contorted visage with keen interest, noting how every muscle on his face spasmed, the veins beneath his skin writhing like worms. Qin Xiao and Feng Wuji stood among the crowd, their expressions dark as they dared not even breathe. I'll speak. blood gushed from Du Mu's orifices, leaving glaring red streaks across his ashen face. At this moment, he finally broke down, his voice hoarse beyond recognition. Is your resolve wavering? The elder of the withered wood smirked with satisfaction, lifting his finger slightly to allow the black smoke to recede just a bit, and then casually inquired. Is my disciple truly an outer sect disciple, and when did he attain this status? A month ago. Du Mu clung to this revelation as if it were a lifeline, his words tumbling out in a rush, nearly causing him to bite his tongue. The garment office received the notification that you had been promoted to inner sect elder a month ago, and Yi Fan also ascended to outer sect status at that time. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan's brow twitched slightly, while Yu Hua's eyes widened in fury, his anger nearly boiling over. It became evident that today's events were a deliberate ploy by Du Mu to ensnare Yi Fan. The elder of the withered would remained expressionless, his tone icy as he continued to press. Since you received the notification a month ago, why then did you choose to provide false testimony today? Because. Du Mu's gaze flickered, his lips trembling, struggling to articulate a single word. Now, speak. Who instructed you to act in this manner? The elder of the withered wood smiled, a glint of shrewdness dancing in his eyes. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, inwardly astonished. He had assumed Du Mu targeted him due to past grievances with the elder of the withered wood. However, the elder's inquiry suggested otherwise. Was Du Mu's behavior the result of someone manipulating him from the shadows? Faced with the elder's questioning, Du Mu clenched his teeth, his gaze wavering, refusing to speak. The elder of the withered wood's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. With a languid flick of his emaciated fingers, the swirling black smoke immediately rose like a venomous serpent, hovering ominously around Du Mu's orifices, poised to invade once more. I say. Du Mu's face contorted in terror, his voice hoarse and echoing through the mountains. It was Elder Luo. Elder Luo commanded me to do this. Which Elder Luo? The withered old man smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed by the inquiry. At these words, Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, already grasping the answer within his mind. Luo Lianshan. Elder Luo. Du Mu's voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly dissolving into mutterings, as if he had aged a decade in an instant, no longer daring to meet the old man's gaze. Indeed, Yi Fan's expression turned icy, a chill creeping into his heart. This old wretch was truly a lingering specter. It seemed that until he was vanquished, peace would elude me within the Tai Chu Dao sect. He ought to have anticipated that Luo Lianshan was among the first to learn of the withered man's ascension to inner sect elder, one of the few who had become outer sect disciples. Presumably, after leaving the spirit herb garden that day, he had proceeded to the garment office, hadn't he? Quite obedient. It seems you may live after all. The withered old man suddenly grinned, his skeletal hand clenching into a fist. The black mist entwined around Du Mu surged violently, akin to boiling water. My cultivation. Du Mu realized something, his eyes widening in terror. At this moment, he could distinctly sense his spiritual energy ebbing away rapidly, akin to a receding tide. The chilling wails echoed horrifically, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Just then, the withered old man waved his sleeve, and the black mist dissipated instantly. Bang! Du Mu plummeted from midair, crashing heavily to the ground. Curled up, the former elder's majestic demeanor had vanished entirely. At this juncture, he was but a frail old man nearing his end. Chapter 172. No need to show me face. Heavy punishment is required. What? Is that not permissible? The withered old man shot a sidelong glance at Xuanhuan, who appeared increasingly agitated, feeling no sense of impropriety. You are acting beyond your authority. Xuanhuan's brow furrowed deeply, suppressing his fury. His voice rumbled like distant thunder. As the managing elder, Du Mu should have been subject to the law enforcement hall, even if he violated sect rules. Enough of this chatter. The withered old man waved his hand impatiently, hunched yet exuding a stifling pressure. If you disapprove of my actions, take it directly to the Elder Council. The law enforcement hall of Tai Chu Dao sect could only restrain managing elders and outer sect elders. Only the Elder Council had the power to sanction inner sect elders. Xuanhuan's complexion darkened, his teeth gnashing, his gaze fixed intensely upon the withered old man. Ultimately, he could only force out through clenched teeth, I will report this matter truthfully to the Elder Council. Do as you please. The withered old man nonchalantly dug at his ear, then turned to glance disdainfully at the curled-up, wailing Du Mu, wrinkling his nose in disgust. Stop your wailing and get lost. You're an eyesore. Du Mu's face turned pale as he slowly lifted his head. Upon meeting the old man's icy gaze, he trembled all over. Then, trembling, he averted his gaze, yet a flicker of deep-seated resentment flashed in his eyes as he looked towards Yi Fan. Ultimately, he could only drag his battered form away, stumbling and vanishing from the sight of the crowd. All right, The elder of the withered tree suddenly slapped his forehead, as if recalling something of great significance, turning to look at Xuanhuan, his eyes glimmering with a playful light. Did my disciple kill someone on the soul-cleansing mountain? Indeed. Xuanhuan furrowed his brow, watching the elder warily, uncertain of his intentions, and cautiously replied, "This matter has been thoroughly investigated, and Yi Fan has received the appropriate punishment. Yi Fan was innocent for the murder of Luo Xinjian, yet guilty for the killing of Luo Feng. However, the penalty was merely a deduction of resources for 3 months. Could it be that the elder of the withered tree was still dissatisfied? What was the punishment?" The elder inquired with a slight smile, his interest piqued. Yi Fan's killing of Luo Feng can barely be considered a case of mistaken murder. Xuanhuan stated in a low voice, "Mistaken murder warrants a lighter sentence. Thus, he was only fined 3 months' worth of sect resources." "What? Do you believe the punishment was too severe?" "No, no, no." The elder of the withered tree waved his hands repeatedly, narrowing his eyes, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I believe your punishment was far too lenient. There is no need to spare my feelings. It should be a heavier penalty." "A heavier penalty?" Xuanhuan's brows knitted together in confusion. What was this old man scheming? Qin Xiao and Feng Wuji, who had been lingering at the back of the crowd, suddenly lifted their heads, their eyes shimmering with uncertainty. They had initially thought that with the elder of the withered tree backing Yi Fan, he would emerge unscathed, yet now it seemed the punishment was to be intensified. "Master, what are you doing?" Yi Fan couldn't help but step forward, equally perplexed by the elder's unexpected maneuver. Although he trusted that the elder would not harm him, this sudden turn of events left him baffled. Could it be that he wished to use a heavier punishment to temper him? There was no need for that. Then tell me, how should the punishment be intensified? Xuanhuan, unable to fathom the elder's thoughts, refrained from voicing his opinion. According to the rules of the Taichu Dao sect, a 3-month deduction of martial resources for Yi Fan's mistaken murder of Luo Feng was already considerable. Any further punishment left him uncertain in terms of its appropriateness. "Cast him into the heavenly fire secret realm," the elder of the withered tree declared, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "What?" Xuanhuan's expression changed abruptly as he gazed incredulously at the elder. "Without the cultivation of the earth martial realm, entering the heavenly fire secret realm is tantamount to a death sentence. Are you sending him to his doom?" The heavenly fire secret realm was located on Heavenly Fire Peak, overseen by the peak's master, Burning Heaven. Every 3 years, Burning Heaven would open the heavenly fire secret realm, allowing disciples of the earth martial realm to enter for training, thus enhancing their martial prowess. However, each expedition into the heavenly fire secret realm often resulted in numerous fatalities. Master, at first, Yi Fan was unaware of the perils that the heavenly fire secret realm posed. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, he found himself at a loss for words regarding his master. He had surmised that his master intended to temper him, but he never anticipated such a harsh method. Did his master truly believe he could emerge alive from the heavenly fire secret realm? The elder of the withered wood stood with an impassive demeanor, his hands clasped behind him, his eyes betraying no hint of emotional fluctuations. Should this waste of a disciple perish within the heavenly fire secret realm, he would simply consider himself devoid of such a pupil. Elder Xuanhuan bit her crimson lip, hesitating for a long while, concerned that the elder of the withered wood was unaware of the situation within the heavenly fire secret realm. Cautiously, she leaned closer and whispered, "Disciples of the heavenly fire peak always carry the fire-repelling pearl when entering the heavenly fire secret realm. If you wish for Yi Fan to undergo trials there, surely I am not the only one who knows this." The elder of the withered would cast a sidelong glance at Xuanhuan and abruptly raised his hand to interrupt her. Carrying the fire-repelling pearl into the heavenly fire secret realm would render the experience rather meaningless. Xuanhuan furrowed her delicate brows, her lips parting slightly, but she was at a loss for words. She pondered that with the elder of the withered wood's unfathomable strength, it would not be difficult for him to consult with the heavenly fire peak's master, Elder Fentian, to allow Yi Fan to bring along the fire-repelling pearl into the secret realm. What she had intended to say was precisely this matter. However, observing the elder's demeanor, it was clear he was resolute in forcing Yi Fan into a dire predicament. "Are you certain you wish to cast him into the heavenly fire secret realm?" Xuanhuan, apprehensive that the elder of the withered wood was jesting, fixed his gaze on him for confirmation. "Indeed, there are a few slots available for entry into the heavenly fire secret realm from the law enforcement hall. Typically, only disciples guilty of near-fatal offenses are sent there. Unlike the disciples of the heavenly fire peak, those dispatched by the law enforcement hall do not possess the fire-repelling pearl. The absence of the pearl diminishes the chances of survival in the heavenly fire secret realm by an additional 30%. If the heavenly fire peak disciples enjoy a 70% survival rate with the fire-repelling pearl, those sent by the law enforcement hall are left with only a 40% chance. I never jest. A smile graced the elder of the Withered Wood's lips. His voice husky yet resonant. Since you are so insistent, then let Yi Fan be cast into the Heavenly Fire's secret realm. Xuanhuan inhaled deeply and turned to a disciple from the law enforcement hall, inquiring, when will the Heavenly Fire's secret realm open next? In 10 days. The disciple promptly responded after consulting the jade slip in his hand. In 10 days? Xuanhuan shook his head with a sigh and then turned towards Yi Fan. His expression complex. Yi Fan, in 10 days, someone from the law enforcement hall will come to summon you. Yi Fan opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, and could only helplessly support his forehead. Chapter 173. In 10 days, the Heavenly Fire's secret realm. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to Elder Xuanhuan? The elder of the Withered Wood observed Yi Fan in a daze and glared at him. Express gratitude? Yi Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes and turned away, unwilling to engage with this master who was putting him in such a predicament. The punishment was clearly self-inflicted by the old man of the Withered Wood, and now he is expected to express gratitude? There is no need. Xuanhuan quickly waved his hand, a look of resistance etched on his face. Stealing a glance at the old man of the Withered Wood, he muttered softly, if Yi Fan were to perish in the Fire's secret realm, do not say that the law enforcement hall was too severe. Without waiting for a response, he hastily waved his hand and departed with the disciples of the law enforcement hall. Disciple, come with me, the old man of the Withered Wood said with a smile, his hunched figure slowly turning. Xuanhuan called out to Yi Fan, her voice tinged with hesitation. Her beautiful eyes were filled with concern, her lips parted. Yet she could not find the words to express her worries about Yi Fan's impending journey to the Fire's secret realm in 10 days. Hearing her voice, the old man turned back, surveying Xuanhuan for a moment before suddenly winking mischievously at Yi Fan. Disciple, is this your little sweetheart? She seems quite concerned for you. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan's previously worried expression was instantly suffused with a rosy hue. Flustered, she lowered her head, her long lashes trembling, her ears turning crimson. Master, you've misunderstood, Yi Fan said, helplessly rubbing his forehead. He pointed at Xuanhuan and explained, Sister Xuanhuan is my sworn sister. It's only natural for her to care about me. As he spoke, he could not resist teasing the old man. Unlike you, Master, who, as a mentor, not only fails to provide benefits for your disciple, but also pushes them into the fire pit. Haha. The old man of the Withered Wood waved his hand nonchalantly, continuing to regard Xuanhuan with an ambiguous gaze. A sworn sister is not the same as a biological sister. It could develop into something more romantic. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked with a serious expression, I find this girl quite admirable. Senior, Xuanhuan felt so embarrassed she wished to burrow into the ground, her earlier intentions evaporating into thin air. Bowing her head, she unconsciously twirled a strand of her hair around her fingers, a blush creeping up her neck. Master, why are you worrying about such things? Yi Fan sighed deeply, his temples throbbing slightly. Observing the old man's unseemly demeanor, he felt a growing irritation. This old man, neglecting serious matters, seemed to delight in trivialities. I can see it clearly, the old man of the Withered Wood suddenly turned around, a glint of mischief in his eyes as he said meaningfully, you are indifferent towards her, but she harbors feelings for you. Ha! Before his laughter faded, he had already floated away, leaving behind a trail of hearty laughter echoing through the mountains. Xuanhuan, my master is rather indecorous. Do not take it to heart. Yi Fan said awkwardly, scratching his head as he cautiously observed Xuanhuan's reaction. He saw her cheeks flushed, her long lashes lowered, casting shadows over her eyes. Taking a deep breath, Xuanhuan struggled to regain her composure. However, when she lifted her gaze again, her brow was furrowed with worry. Biting her lip, she said, compared to all this, I am more concerned about what will happen in 10 days. Upon mentioning this, Yi Fan could not help but sigh. The matter had reached this point, and all he could do was brace himself to venture into the Fire's secret realm. However, upon reflection, considering the temperament of the withered old man, his consent must surely harbor profound significance. Should one manage to exit the Heavenly Fire secret realm alive, considerable advantages would undoubtedly be gleaned from the experience. At that moment, I shall accompany you, shall I not? Xuanhuan suddenly interjected, her voice soft yet resolute. Raising her gaze, she fixed her ardent eyes upon Yi Fan. You? Yi Fan abruptly turned, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes as he scrutinized Xuanhuan from head to toe, inquiring, could it be that you are a disciple of Heavenly Fire Peak? Indeed. Xuanhuan nodded slightly, a strand of her azure hair dancing in the breeze across her delicate profile. Were she not a disciple of Heavenly Fire Peak? How could she possess such profound knowledge of the secret realm? Very well then. Yi Fan's face broke into a smile, his eyes rekindling with brilliance as he gently patted Xuanhuan's shoulder. Together we shall enter the Heavenly Fire secret realm. It would be advantageous for us to look out for one another. Agreed. We shall meet in 10 days. Wan Miaoyan's lips curled into a faint smile. Until then, Yi Fan waved his farewell, his gaze sweeping over the distant, nearly vanishing silhouette of the withered old man, hastening to catch up. The Heavenly Fire's secret realm? Qin Shao squinted, his sinister gaze fixated on Yi Fan's departing figure, murmuring under his breath, Pei Ji, is he not at Heavenly Fire Peak? You wish to enlist Pei Ji's aid to eliminate Yi Fan within the secret realm? Feng Wujia's eyes sparkled with sudden understanding. Pei Ji, the prodigy of the Pei clan from Taiyuan Imperial City, had joined the Taichu Dao sect 2 years prior. More crucially, this individual was the very cousin of Pei Yan, who fell at Yi Fan's hands. Perhaps it is worth a try? Qin Shao lowered his voice, muttering as if to himself. Do you believe Pei Ji has the capability to kill him? Feng Wujia's brow furrowed, instinctively shaking his head. Yi Fan has already slain Luo Xinjian, and sending Pei Ji against him would merely amount to a death wish. Has Pei Ji made more than 3 or 5 friends during his 2 years at Heavenly Fire Peak? Qin Shao turned, grasping Feng Wujia's shoulder forcefully, a cold smirk gracing his lips. If one individual cannot slay Yi Fan, what is to prevent 3 or 5 from joining forces? You may decide for yourself. Feng Wujia gently brushed aside Qin Zhao's hand, straightening his rumpled garment, a hint of detachment in his expression. I shall not involve myself in this matter. With that, he turned to leave, leaving behind a solitary remark. For now, prioritizing one's own cultivation is paramount. Watching Feng Wujia's retreating figure, Qin Zhao's expression shifted between light and shadow. The camaraderie once shared by the 3 prodigies of Taiyuan has now dwindled like a flickering candle in the wind. Following Duan Tianya's demise, both harbored a desire for vengeance. Yet, it was evident that Feng Wujia had chosen a different path upon witnessing Yi Fan's strength and backing, decisively withdrawing from the fray. Huh? Qin Shao scoffed coldly, his clenched fist cracking ominously. His intent to kill Yi Fan was no longer merely to avenge Duan Tianya. The provocation at the sovereign feast had long since pushed him to the brink of endurance. Since Feng Wujia has opted to withdraw, he shall confront this alone. On the winding mountain path, the elderly figure of the withered would ambled leisurely, occasionally glancing back. Upon noticing that Yi Fan had finally caught up, a smile blossomed on his wrinkled face. Have you finished conversing with your little lover? I told you, she is my sister-in-law. Yi Fan rolled his eyes, his pace unbroken as he strode past the old man, unwilling to engage in banter with his disrespectful master. With only 10 days remaining until their entry into the Heavenly Fire secret realm, he intended to devote himself to rigorous training in the Spirit Herb Garden, hoping to enhance his chances of surviving the ordeal. Relying on a master who could not be depended upon left him with no choice but to rely on himself. Why are you in such a hurry, my obedient disciple? The withered elder called out, leisurely trailing behind. Noticing Yi Fan's hurried steps, he suddenly raised his voice. Haven Tea, you been complaining that Haven Tea bestowed any benefits upon you? What? Now you don't want them. Chapter 174, A Barbaric Breakthrough. Master protects the path. Benefits? Yi Fan halted abruptly, his eyes widening with excitement as he swiftly turned to face the old man, his breath quickening involuntarily. What benefits? Come with me. The elder squinted mysteriously, a sly grin spreading across his face as he deliberately strolled past Yi Fan. Why all this mystery? Yi Fan, unable to contain his eagerness, rubbed his hands together and hurried to catch up with the elder. Before long, they had returned to the Spirit Herb Garden. Yi Fan, brimming with anticipation, leaned forward. A flattering smile plastered on his face. My esteemed master, what benefits are you preparing to bestow upon me? The elder's lips curled slightly as he produced an object from his storage ring. A flash of crimson light illuminated the air, filling it with a rich herbal fragrance. A millennium blood ginseng. Yi Fan gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. He distinctly remembered witnessing the elder subdue this very ginseng during his first visit to the Spirit Herb Garden. Was he truly about to gift it to him? Find a place and gnaw on it. The elder winked at Yi Fan, clutching the ginseng tightly, showing no intention of handing it over. Gnaw on it. Yi Fan nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment, incredulously pointing at the ginseng. Such a precious item, why not refine it into a pill? Can't you wait until it's transformed into a medicinal elixir before giving it to your disciple? Consuming it raw must taste dreadful. Refining it into a pill? That would be a waste. The elder scoffed, his white brows arching high. Huh. Yi Fan looked utterly bewildered, utterly unable to grasp the reasoning. How does refining it into a pill constitute waste? With a sigh, the elder regarded Yi Fan with the expression one might reserve for a simpleton. An alchemist with insufficient skill inevitably loses some potency of the spirit herb during the refining process. It is far better to consume the herb directly, absorbing its essence to maximize its benefits. Yi Fan was astonished by the words of the old man of the withered tree, scratching his head and murmuring softly. Are you implying that the alchemical path is entirely without merit? I did not assert such a thing, replied the old man, gesturing dismissively. He elaborated slowly. It is the inadequacy of an alchemist's skills that leads to the depletion of the medicinal potency of the spiritual herbs. Had their mastery been sufficiently profound, such issues would not arise. Is it possible that the Tai Chu Dao sect lacks alchemists of that caliber? Yi Fan, understanding the old man's implication, felt a twinge of curiosity. Although he had not delved into the alchemical arts himself, he had encountered several proficient alchemists in the past, notably Elder Qi Lian from the Tianwu Academy and Su Meinyang from the Wanbao Building, both of whom possessed commendable expertise in alchemy. Certainly not. The old man scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. He gestured with his fingers, stating, to achieve zero loss in the potency of spiritual herbs, one must at least be a 7th-tier alchemist. Are there no 7th-tier alchemists in Tai Chu Dao sect? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress his intrigue. There are many 6th-tier alchemists within the sect, and indeed, a few 7th-tier ones as well, the old man replied, wrinkling his nose in distaste. However, those individuals are insufferably arrogant, making it a cumbersome task to solicit their services. Is it truly that rare? Yi Fan pondered aloud, his gaze drifting as he recalled Su Meinyang. He was uncertain of her precise level of mastery in alchemy. Yet he remembered that she had once gifted his father a 7th-tier medicinal pill, the discontinuous pill. Perhaps that pill was not crafted by her own hands. Listening to the old man's description now, the value of the discontinuous pill seemed to be on the rise. In this light, he felt he owed Su Meinyang a considerable debt of gratitude. Do not dawdle, the old man interrupted Yi Fan's reverie. Turning to venture deeper into the medicinal herb garden, let us find a spot to consume the Millennium Blood Ginseng, lest we be disturbed. Master, why not attend to your matters first? Yi Fan suggested, his eyes glinting with anticipation as he hurried to keep pace. Just give me the Millennium Blood Ginseng, and I shall find a place to consume it myself. Give it to you? The old man chuckled coldly, shaking his head. You could not handle this Millennium Blood Ginseng. If you're not careful, it may very well escape. Escape? Yi Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the Millennium Blood Ginseng. It was difficult to fathom that this entity could possess the ability to flee. Hurry now, the old man called, already striding away without a backward glance. The Millennium Blood Ginseng has begun to exhibit a semblance of sentience. For now, it remains subdued under my control, but once it is freed from my grasp, there is a genuine possibility it could run away. Oh, Yi Fan replied, hastily jogging to catch up. A few steps later, they arrived at the humble hut where Yi Fan resided. The old man kicked open the creaking wooden door and, with a flourish of his sleeves, commanded, sit. Yi Fan, bewildered, settled cross-legged on the floor, his hands instinctively resting on his knees. Gazing up at the ancient wooden elder, confusion filled Yi Fan's eyes. I shall feed you. Suddenly, the elder squatted down, his wrinkled visage almost touching Yi Fan's face, with his right hand raised, holding a millennium-old blood ginseng, and his left hand poised to pry open Yi Fan's mouth. He declared, open your mouth. Yi Fan's lips twitched as his body instinctively recoiled. How could a dignified man of stature be fed like a mere child? This is utterly absurd. Without further ado, the elder delivered a resounding slap to Yi Fan's head, impatience flickering in his gaze. Open your mouth, he insisted, grasping Yi Fan's chin firmly. Yi Fan felt a sharp twinge in his jaw, involuntarily parting his lips. Before he could protest, the vibrant red ginseng was forcefully thrust into his mouth. An intense herbal aroma erupted in his mouth, accompanied by an indescribable bitterness that nearly made him retch. Chew, the elder commanded, pressing his hand upon Yi Fan's head, a surge of profound spiritual energy flowing into him. Yi Fan fought against the nausea, biting down hard. In an instant, a scalding liquid burst forth from the ginseng, rushing down his throat and straight to his dantian. His internal organs felt as if they were being scorched by fierce flames, his entire meridian system twisting in agony. Channel your energy, the elder's voice thundered in his ears. Yi Fan dared not hesitate, immediately activating his solar meridian. The spiritual energy within him surged forth, propelled by the potency of the ginseng, akin to a flood breaking through a dam. Suddenly, a muffled sound erupted from within Yi Fan. A brilliant golden light radiated from his body, his aura soaring. The constraints of the earth martial realm shattered under the onslaught of this ferocious power. But it was not over. The elder's eyes gleamed with intensity as he transformed his palm into a claw, deeply embedding his fingers into Yi Fan's crown. An exquisitely pure stream of spiritual energy cascaded down his fingertips, akin to the Milky Way pouring forth from the heavens. With a long, resounding cry, Yi Fan's previously subdued energy surged once more, climbing to the pinnacle of the first tier of the earth martial realm before gradually stabilizing. The golden light surrounding him began to retract, forming a translucent jade-like sheen upon his skin. Enough. The elder, satisfied, stroked his beard as his stooped figure slowly straightened. As he prepared to withdraw, a sudden furrow appeared on his brow. A peculiar crimson glow enveloped Yifan, and the power of his soul surged forth like a volcanic eruption, instantly raising the temperature within the humble abode by several degrees. The second soul, the elder, with eyes wide in astonishment, comprehended the situation in an instant. Upon entering the earthly martial realm, a warrior may awaken their own soul. The newfound soul force emanating from Yifan differed drastically from his previous soul, the soul-subduing monument, exuding a ferocious aura capable of incinerating the very heavens. A piercing cry, akin to the shattering of gold and stone, rent the air, obliterating the humble dwelling. A radiant crimson gold halo emerged behind Yifan, illuminating the entire medicinal herb garden as if it were daylight. At the center of this halo, a three-legged divine bird, engulfed in golden flames, spread its wings and let forth a resounding cry. Each feather radiated a solar brilliance, while its tail trailed a magnificent blaze. In an instant, the entire sky was suffused with a crimson gold hue, resembling the presence of 10 suns. The three-legged golden crow? The elder staggered back, his aged face twitching under the golden light, his eyes filled with disbelief. This young man's second soul was, astonishingly, that of an ancient divine beast. Within the medicinal herb garden, disciples at work lifted their heads to gaze skyward. Heavens! What is that? Look at the sky. An extraordinary phenomenon has appeared. The assorted disciples and stewards gaped in astonishment, transfixed by the spectacle. Is it junior brother Yifan? Zhao De squinted his small eyes, his corpulent form jolting in surprise. He instinctively took a couple of steps forward, only to halt abruptly, his face quivering as a complex expression flickered in his eyes. Atop the lofty peak of Taichu Daozong, the three-legged golden crow, Luo Lianshan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his sinister visage appearing even more menacing under the golden light. His robes billowed in the fierce wind, and an uncontrollable surge of spiritual power erupted around him. This wretched creature, across various peaks of Taichu Daozong, including Qian Peak, Hanyue Peak, and Tianhua Peak, the gazes of elders and disciples alike converged upon the medicinal herb garden. Some gasped in awe, others clenched their fists in jealousy, while many revealed deep-seated apprehension in their eyes. In the medicinal herb garden, Yifan's figure levitated, seated in meditation. His eyes were tightly shut, and a golden flame pattern appeared on his forehead. The phantom of the three-legged golden crow circled around him, each flap of its wings sending forth waves of intense heat. The ground beneath him began to melt, transforming into molten lava with a sizzling sound. This is bad. The elder suddenly awoke, hastily producing a talisman, rubbing his fingertips. The talisman ignited spontaneously, transforming into a streak of light that encircled Yifan, establishing a protective barrier around him. Yet, despite this, a torrent of fervent energy continued to escape, sending ripples across the barrier. After a considerable time, the restless power within Yifan gradually subsided. The surrounding heat receded like the tide, and the awe-inspiring image of 10 suns in the sky dissipated. With a long exhale, Yifan slowly opened his eyes. Golden light danced within his pupils, and his lips involuntarily curled into a smile, his face radiating an unmistakable sense of pride. You little rascal. Elder Ku Mu's lips twitched as he couldn't help but curse under his breath. He raised his hand as if to strike, but a flicker of uncontainable relief passed through his eyes. What happened, master? Yifan blinked innocently, spreading his hands in a gesture of feigned ignorance. His lips slightly drooped, resembling a wronged child, yet the mischievous glint in his eyes betrayed his true thoughts. What was all that commotion about? Elder Ku Mu's anger made his beard bristle, as he repeatedly poked Yifan's forehead with his finger. If I hadn't intervened in time, you would have nearly destroyed the entire medicinal herb garden. That is the sect's property, the fruit of my labor. Yifan scratched his head, feigning realization, and then shrugged helplessly. I had no idea that the awakening of my second soul would cause such a stir. He furtively glanced at the charred earth around him, instinctively retracting his neck in guilt. In truth, he had long anticipated the awakening of his second soul. After all, the town-subduing monument was not his true soul. Now that he had broken through to the earth martial realm, awakening his own soul was a natural progression. He just hadn't expected the upheaval to be so monumental. Perhaps it is because you previously drained the soul-washing power on Soul-Washing Mountain, Elder Ku Mu mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Yifan's eyes sparkled with understanding as he nodded. The soul-washing power inherently enhances the strength of one's soul. The power he had absorbed in the soul-washing pool had been due to the town-subduing monument. However, as it drained the soul-washing power, it also replenished him. Thus, his second soul likely received unprecedented enhancement as a result. Let us set that aside for now. Elder Ku Mu suddenly waved his hand, interrupting Yi Fan's reverie. You can no longer stay in this grass hut. I shall find you another place to reside, right beside me from now on. What grass hut? Yi Fan glanced around, unable to suppress a grimace. All that surrounded him was a barren expanse, devoid of even a single blade of grass, leaving only scorched earth and scattered embers. Come. Elder Ku Mu, uninterested in further discussion, clasped Yi Fan's shoulder and lifted him into the air, swiftly arriving at the northernmost corner of the medicinal herb garden. Is this where I will stay? Yi Fan surveyed the area upon landing, unable to hide his disappointment. Although the environment was slightly better than before, it was hardly an improvement. A few dilapidated thatched cottages and a small patch of medicinal herbs exude an air of desolation. Chapter 176. Farewell, Disciple Yi Fan. Feel free to choose a cottage to reside in. The Elder of Witheredwood gestured towards the nearby huts, then suddenly turned serious. Having just ascended to the Earth Martial realm, you must focus on solidifying your foundation. There is no need to hasten your progress to the second tier of the Earth Martial realm. Understood, Yi Fan replied with a grin, gesturing affirmatively. According to the rules of the Taichu Dao sect, you have now been promoted to the inner sect. Shortly, I shall assist you in completing the necessary formalities. The Elder of Withered Wood, upon witnessing Yi Fan's exuberant demeanor, widened his eyes in disbelief. As for you, remain here obediently. You are not permitted to wander until the Heavenly Fire secret realm opens. Very well. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled as he quickly donned a smile in agreement. Suddenly realizing that this seemingly unreliable master was, in fact, quite dependable. Once the elder's figure vanished from sight, Yi Fan stretched lazily, not rushing into the cottage, but instead leisurely finding a flat piece of ground to sit upon. He then began to channel the solar scripture, allowing the warm sunlight to wash over him. As his breathing steadied, the turbulent spiritual energy within him gradually calmed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, his consciousness once again sank into the Zhentian realm. With his advancement into the Earth Martial realm, his reservoir of spiritual energy had significantly increased, sufficient to execute the 8th and even the 9th moves of the 9 Suns Burning Heaven Sword technique. However, time was of the essence. With less than 10 days remaining before the journey to the Heavenly Fire secret realm, the likelihood of mastering the 9th move seemed slim. Thus, he resolved to first perfect the 8th move. Within the Zhentian realm, Yi Fan murmured to himself, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. The solar divine body absorbed the moonlight, greatly enhancing his comprehension. In the subsequent days, he diligently solidified his cultivation during the day and practiced sword techniques tirelessly at night. Before long, 10 days had elapsed. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps outside the medicinal garden interrupted Yi Fan's training. Yi Fan, a robust voice called from beyond the garden. Emerging from his meditative state, Yi Fan opened his eyes and turned towards the source of the sound. He beheld 2 disciples clad in purple robes standing at the entrance of the garden, their expressions tense, as if their feet were nailed to the ground, hesitant to step inside for fear of transgressing some taboo. Is it time already? Yi Fan inquired, a slight smile gracing his lips as he stood up leisurely. Moving with a calm demeanor towards the garden's exit, his gaze sweeping lightly over the 2 disciples. Upon noticing his approach, the 2 disciples instinctively took a step back, respectfully sidestepping to make way, performing a standard gesture of invitation. Please. Strictly speaking, these 2 were there to enforce the sect's laws, to escort Yi Fan to Tianhua Peak, where he would be cast into the Heavenly Fire secret realm as punishment. However, both were acutely aware that this punishment had been requested by Yi Fan's master. Thus, the so-called punishment was merely a nominal one. There is no need for such formality, Yi Fan remarked, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise as he waved his hand dismissively. Yet his footsteps did not falter as he strode directly between the 2 individuals. Junior brother Yi Fan. After only a few steps, a familiar voice, tinged with urgency, reached his ears from the side. Yi Fan turned his head to see Zhao De, his rotund figure bobbing as he hurriedly approached. By the time he reached Yi Fan, he was panting heavily, needing to brace himself on his knees to catch his breath. Old Zhao, are you here to see me off? A flicker of warmth crossed Yi Fan's eyes as he smiled, taking in the sight of this old friend. Since returning from the soul-washing mountain, he had not attended to the Xianbing grass. The herbal garden had since assigned new disciples to take over. Indeed, it had been quite some time since he had last seen Zhao De. Not entirely. Zhao De wiped the sweat from his brow, straightened up after regaining his breath, and produced a moon-white robe from his hand. Here, this is your intersect attire. Oh, Yi Fan's eyes brightened, and his smile deepened. Did Master send you to fetch this for me? Of course. Zhao De nodded matter-of-factly, glancing around before lowering his voice. Elder Ku Mu specifically instructed me to tell you to dress appropriately for the Tianhua secret realm. That old rascal. Yi Fan shook his head with a chuckle, deftly donning the moon-white robe. As he adjusted his attire, His gaze inadvertently drifted into the distance. Elder Ku Mu had mentioned attending to his formalities, yet he had vanished for 10 days without a trace. Even his inner sect attire had to be delivered by Zhao De. One could only wonder what pressing matters had kept him away, leaving not a single sight of him. The two disciples from the law enforcement hall exchanged glances, unable to suppress their amusement as one of them cleared his throat and stepped forward. Yi Fan, time is of the essence. Old Zhao, I must take my leave. Yi Fan clapped Zhao De's sturdy shoulder before turning to step away. The two disciples from the law enforcement hall immediately followed suit, maintaining a respectful distance. Junior brother Yi Fan, safe travels. Zhao De called out suddenly, his voice rising as he gazed at Yi Fan's receding figure, his chubby face etched with concern. What the heck? Yi Fan stumbled slightly, nearly tripping over his own robe. Once he steadied himself, the veins on his temple throbbed. Although the Tianhua secret realm was perilous, he was certainly not venturing forth to meet his demise. Zhao De's words sounded ominously akin to a funeral dirge, far too inauspicious. Did he not have faith in Yi Fan's ability to return alive from the Tianhua secret realm? This rotund fool. Yi Fan ground his teeth, turning back to retort, only to find that Zhao De's plump figure had already vanished from sight. This fellow. Yi Fan helplessly shrugged, continuing on his path. The two disciples behind him stifled their laughter, their shoulders quaking with mirth. Upon reaching the foot of the fire mountain, the scorching mountain breeze, laden with the scent of sulfur, assailed the senses. In the distance, crimson lava meandered across the mountain's surface like veins. The entire peak resembled a slumbering behemoth of flame, poised to awaken and erupt at any moment. Led by two disciples from the enforcement hall, Yi Fan arrived at the fire square of the fire mountain. At that moment, the square was teeming with people, all draped in moon-white robes, unmistakably disciples of the inner sect of the fire mountain. However, their moon-white garments bore a slight distinction from Yi Fan's. Across their chests, the words Fire Mountain were embroidered in a blood-red hue, signifying their identity as disciples of the Fire Mountain. Is that Yi Fan? He seems rather unremarkable, one voice remarked. One should not judge a book by its cover. This fellow, with his Xuanhuan realm cultivation, was able to slay Luo Xinjian, and is certainly not to be underestimated. By the way, have you heard? Yi Fan seems to have an affair with our Wan Miaoyan from the Fire Mountain. Such a person dares to pursue Miaoyan? It appears necessary to teach him a lesson about humility within the Fire secret realm. The discussions among a few individuals were unabashed, dripping with evident hostility. Other disciples of the Fire Mountain cast either curious or disdainful glances in his direction. In an instant, Yi Fan became the focal point of the gathering. Chapter 177. A man, how can he say no? Yi Fan. A clear voice pierced through the clamor of the crowd. Wan Miaoyan emerged from the throng, her presence akin to a refreshing breeze sweeping over the heated square. She approached Yi Fan rapidly, her hair gently swaying with each step, catching the sunlight with a soft glow. Miaoyan, are you in such a hurry to meet your pretty boy? Just as Wan Miaoyan reached Yi Fan, a sharp voice rang out. Lian Cheng, with his crimson hair standing on end, crossed his arms with an audacious grin, his gaze flitting between Wan Miaoyan and Yi Fan. Lian Cheng, what nonsense are you spouting? Wan Miaoyan whirled around, her fair cheeks flushing an instant crimson as she glared at him, her beautiful eyes aflame with indignation. Huh, did I say something wrong? Lian Cheng exaggeratedly spread his arms, feigning innocence while surveying Yi Fan with a look of disdain, but your taste seems questionable. This pretty boy looks feeble and incapable of satisfying you. Perhaps I should take his place? With his words, a wave of laughter erupted across the square. Several disciples clutched their bellies in exaggerated mirth, while others whistled in amusement. Seeking death, Wan Miaoyan clenched her fists and suddenly shouted coldly. Just as she was about to step forward, Yi Fan gently placed his hand on her shoulder. When she turned to look, Yi Fan had already stepped forward, striding toward Lian Cheng. Oh, getting anxious? Lian Cheng raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise as he took a half step back. His companions, seeing this, edged closer to him, seemingly ready to support him. You claim that I am incapable? Yi Fan stood a mere 3 paces away from Lian Cheng, his eyes narrowing slightly. His voice, though soft, silenced the surrounding laughter instantly. How could a man say he cannot? Lian Cheng's words were a profound humiliation to him. Yi Fan, momentarily taken aback, felt the heat rise in his cheeks. He had anticipated Yi Fan would act immediately, yet after a long pause, he could only muster such a retort. What was he attempting to prove here? Lian Cheng was momentarily stunned by the question, then burst into exaggerated laughter. What? Do you think you are capable? You, a mere novice in the outer sect for barely a month, are putting on such airs? Technically, you should refer to me as senior brother, do you understand? Recently promoted to the outer sect? Yi Fan scoffed, his fingers lightly brushing the hem of his moon-white robe. With a mocking tone, he inquired of Lian Cheng. Do you not find my robe to be quite splendid? Splendid, my foot. Lian Cheng had just opened his mouth when a sudden realization struck him. His eyes widened in astonishment. You are now an intersect disciple. And what if I am? Yi Fan shrugged, an unmistakable pride illuminating his face as he adjusted his collar. Impossible. Lian Cheng's brows knitted together, disbelief saturating his voice. Just 10 days ago, you were still an outer sect disciple. How could you have possibly ascended to the inner sect so swiftly? The disciples of Tianhua Peak behind him mirrored his incredulity. To advance to the inner sect, one must attain the earth martial realm. Yi Fan spoke leisurely, a glint of mockery in his eyes. You have been at Taichu Daozong for some time, have you not? And yet, you remain unaware of this? Earth martial realm? Lian Cheng's expression shifted, his gaze darting across Yi Fan's form. Indeed, Yi Fan took a deliberate step forward. His interest peaked as he fixed his gaze on Lian Cheng. I wonder, how does your strength compare to Luo Xinjian's? What business is that of yours? Lian Cheng scoffed, a cold huff escaping his lips. His martial prowess was comparable to Luo Xinjian's, reaching the pinnacle of the third stage of Earth martial realm. However, to determine who was stronger remained uncertain, as he had never faced Luo Xinjian in combat. I could have slain Luo Xinjian even when I was in the Xuanhuan realm. Noting Lian Cheng's evasiveness, Yi Fan's smile deepened. Now that I have advanced to the Earth martial realm, do you think I cannot defeat you? Humph. Lian Cheng forced another disdainful snort. Yet he averted his gaze from Yi Fan's penetrating stare. Although he had never regarded Yi Fan in the Xuanwu realm as a threat, facing Yi Fan now, who had reached the Earth martial realm, instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Why so silent? Yi Fan tilted his head, feigning confusion, a teasing smile gracing his lips. His voice rose suddenly. You were so arrogant just now, yet now you dare not utter a word. With a sudden clap of his hands, as if struck by a revelation, he exclaimed, could it be that you are indeed incapable? Lian Cheng's fists clenched tightly, his complexion flushed. Veins bulged on his forehead, and the fury in his eyes threatened to erupt. Yi Fan was publicly humiliated by his words, leaving him unable to endure such indignity. At that moment, as the atmosphere grew tense, a deep voice emerged from the rear of the crowd. Everyone turned to see a young man in black hair walking slowly towards them. As he passed, the crowd parted like the sea. The once noisy square fell into an immediate silence. Yi Fan. Wang Miaoyan hastily waved at him and whispered, come back. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, leisurely stepping back to Wang Miaoyan's side, surveying the newcomer with curiosity. Who is this person? You all seem quite fearful of him. This is Pei Ji. Wang Miaoyan leaned closer to Yi Fan, whispering the introduction. Pei Ji. Yi Fan scoffed, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Pei Yan. Do you remember? Wang Miaoyan's voice dropped lower, nearly inaudible. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, recalling the one who wielded the purple flame dragon, narrowing his eyes. Could this Pei Ji also be from the Pei family of Taiyuan Imperial City? Indeed, Wang Miaoyan nodded gently, and he is also Pei Yan's cousin. I see. Yi Fan's eyes glimmered with understanding, and as he looked back at Pei Ji, his gaze turned more scrutinizing. Pei Ji had now approached Lian Cheng and his companions. Senior brother Pei Ji, Lian Cheng and the others bowed respectfully, their demeanor almost obsequious. What are you disputing with a dying man? Is it not beneath your dignity? Pei Ji's words were icy, his contemptuous gaze sweeping over Yi Fan. He suddenly let out a cold laugh. Though I come here for the same reason as you, to enter the secret realm of heavenly fire, I am escorted by the law enforcement hall, our fates diverging. Senior brother Pei Ji speaks wisely, Lian Cheng exclaimed, a smile of enlightenment spreading across his face, his anger swiftly replaced by schadenfreude. As disciples of the heavenly fire peak, they all possessed the fire-dispelling pearl necessary for entering the secret realm. Yi Fan, as a punished disciple, was devoid of such a treasure. Pei Ji ignored Lian Cheng and the others, slowly advancing towards Yi Fan. Upon standing before him, he abruptly shifted his gaze to Wang Miaoyan, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Pei Yan mentioned to me that he was quite fond of you. What? Wang Miaoyan was taken aback, questioning her own hearing. Unfortunately, Pei Yan is no more. Before Wang Miaoyan could regain her composure, Pei Ji suddenly sneered, leaning slightly to whisper in her ear. Just loud enough for Yi Fan to hear. As your cousin, I will take good care of you. Chapter 178. The secret realm yet to open. Turbulent currents already surge. Get away. Yi Fan, seeing this, forcefully pushed Pei Ji aside, stepping forward to shield Wang Miaoyan. Sister Miaoyan needs your care? Who do you think you are? Haha. Pei Ji stumbled back 2 steps, but instead of anger, a smile crept upon his face. Adjusting his robe, a sinister gaze swept back and forth between the 2 individuals. Without uttering a word, he turned and strode back to join Lian Cheng and the others. However, the lingering, meaningful glance he cast as he departed sent a chill down one's spine. Amidst their conversation, a group of Enforcer Hall disciples emerged at the edge of the square, escorting 4 figures. Each of the 4 donned moon-white robes, yet the embroidered patterns on their chests varied distinctly. All were inner disciples of the Taichu Dao sect, evidently hailing from different peaks. Like Yi Fan, they had transgressed the sect's regulations and were cast into the heavenly fire secret realm. Those who emerged alive from the realm would have their prior transgressions absolved. Failure to do so would mean their lives would be eternally ensnared within the realm. Suddenly, a scorching wave of heat swept across the square. The crowd looked up to see an elder clad in black robes descending from the sky. Moments later, he plummeted like a meteor to the center of the square. Salute to the Peak Master. The disciples of the Heavenly Fire Peak collectively shouted, bowing in respect. The square fell silent, save for the sound of the surging heat waves. Yi Fan. Wan Miaoyan hastily tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve, signaling with her eyes. Yi Fan understood and likewise cupped his hands in greeting. He recognized the elder before him, the Peak Master of the Heavenly Fire Peak, Fan Tian. All rise. Fan Tian waved his hand dismissively, his gaze then fixating on Yi Fan. Yi Fan, it seems fate has intertwined our paths. Though I could not take you as my disciple that day, I am surprised to see you here at the Heavenly Fire Peak. Senior, I am currently a criminal. Yi Fan shrugged, showing indifference to the matter of discipleship. Admittedly, he had felt some indignation back then, having briefly contemplated taking Fan Tian as his master. However, in the end, Fan Tian had faltered under the pressure from the sect leader. Yet, he had ultimately found fortune in misfortune, becoming a disciple of the ancient tree elder. That old fellow appeared unreliable, yet he treated him fairly well. A criminal? Fan Tian shook his head, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Now that you have joined the ranks of the ancient tree, I shall not vie with him for disciples. However, I am curious, would you be interested in joining the Heavenly Fire Peak? This proposition caused Yi Fan's eyes to flicker momentarily, instinctively touching his nose. He caught a glimpse of Wan Miaoyan, who wore a face of astonishment. This matter must be discussed with the ancient tree elder first. To be honest, he found little allure in joining the Heavenly Fire Peak. Fan Tian's initial offer to take him as a disciple had been predicated on the promise of entry into the Heavenly Fire secret realm. Now that he could enter the realm himself, what further appeal did the Heavenly Fire Peak hold? Peak Master. Pei Ji suddenly stepped forward, his voice laced with evident dissatisfaction, barely suppressing his anger while maintaining a facade of respect. What need does a man on the brink of death have to join the Heavenly Fire Peak? He cast a disdainful glance at Yi Fan. A man on the brink of death? Perhaps not. Burning Heaven did not even turn his head, casually waving his hand as if to shoo away a fly, still wearing a cheerful smile as he looked at Yi Fan. So what do you think? Have you made up your mind about joining the Heavenly Fire Peak? Senior, perhaps we should discuss this after I emerge alive from the Heavenly Fire secret realm? Yi Fan replied with a slight smile, maintaining a respectful yet assertive demeanor. Haha, indeed. Burning Heaven laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He never doubted that Yi Fan would perish within the Heavenly Fire secret realm. It was not merely confidence in Yi Fan, it was his understanding of the old man. The withered tree. Since that old fellow dared to send his only disciple into the Heavenly Fire secret realm, he must have complete assurance of his survival. Peak Master. Pei Ji, noticing the jovial exchange between the two, felt his own countenance darken with suppressed anger. His voice betrayed a hint of urgency. Isn't it time to open the Heavenly Fire secret realm? The hour grows late. Just a moment longer. There are others yet to arrive, Burning Heaven replied, his gaze drifting to the horizon, his tone devoid of emotion. Others? Pei Ji furrowed his brow slightly, glancing around before inquiring further, who else has not arrived? Burning Heaven maintained his faint smile, ignoring Pei Ji's question. Although he displayed no overt signs of impatience, a flicker of annoyance shone in his crimson eyes. Were it not for Pei Ji's commendable talent and his connection as his disciple's relative, he would have silenced him long ago. Sister Miaoyan, noticing Burning Heaven's reluctance to initiate the secret realm, leaned closer to Wan Miaoyan, her curiosity piqued. What is so special about the Heavenly Fire secret realm? The realm is scattered with heavenly fire crystals, Wan Miaoyan replied, her slender fingers idly twirling a lock of hair. For those adept in fire cultivation, refining these crystals can enhance one's fiery willpower. However, she glanced at the four individuals apprehended by the law enforcement hall, noting that they did not appear to be fire cultivators. Their entry into the Heavenly Fire secret realm will be of little benefit. It remains to be seen if they can endure for 7 days. 7 days? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, gazing quizzically at Wan Miaoyan. The Heavenly Fire secret realm is only accessible for 7 days, she confirmed with a nod, continuing her explanation. After 7 days, everyone still alive within the realm will be transported out. Ah, I see. Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully, beginning to grasp the situation. Though not a pure fire cultivator, he wielded the sword intent of the sun and the 9 dragons' spirit fire. It seemed that the heavenly fire crystals would indeed prove beneficial for him. The withered tree must have intended this when he allowed him entry. Suddenly, Xuanhuan recalled something and cautioned Yi Fan, by the way. There are many flame beasts within the heavenly fire secret realm, so be careful. Flame beasts? Yi Fan's eyes glimmered with alertness as he pressed for more information. What level of power do they possess? They are all Earth-level demonic beasts, comparable to those in the Earth martial realm, Xuanhuan whispered. It is said that the strongest among them has reached the 7th tier of Earth-level demonic beasts. We call him the Flame Beast King. If you encounter it, do not be reckless. Flee at once. A 7th-level Earth demon? Yi Fan's pupils constricted, and his gaze inadvertently swept over the assembly, including Pei Ji and the other disciples of the Celestial Fire Peak, puzzled as he remarked. It seems there is no one here at the 7th level of the Earth martial realm, is there? Xuanhuan rolled her eyes in annoyance and replied matter-of-factly. Only those at the 7th level of the Earth martial realm can ascend to the ranks of core disciples. Naturally, they would not appear here. Is it true that only those at the 7th level of the Earth martial realm can be considered core disciples? Yi Fan furrowed his brow, recalling Luo Feiyu. A few months prior, the Moon King Qin Luan had mentioned him. At that time, Luo Feiyu was merely at the 5th level of the Earth martial realm. Yet, as far as he knew, Luo Feiyu had always been among the core disciples. Could it be that Qin Luan's information was erroneous? Chapter 179. The Royal Family of the Crimson Flame Kingdom, the Yin Clan's branch. It is not entirely absolute. Xuanhuan shook her head and explained, her red lips parting slightly. Cultivation level does not solely represent strength. The Taichu Dao sect holds an internal assessment each year. As long as one passes the evaluation, regardless of their cultivation level, they can be promoted to core disciples. However, practitioners at the 7th level of the Earth martial realm can typically pass with ease. If one cannot even achieve that level, how utterly useless they would be. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully, yet his gaze drifted unconsciously towards the horizon. It seemed that Luo Feiyu's strength was likely greater than he had anticipated. At the very least, he possessed the ability to defeat foes of higher ranks, just like himself. They're coming. After a brief moment of waiting, Finchen suddenly lifted his head and looked towards the side. The crowd turned to follow his gaze and saw 19 figures making their way along the mountain path. The leader appeared elderly, and the 18 individuals behind him were all clad in moon-white robes. However, emblazoned prominently on their chests was a striking character for Yin. It is the Yin Peak. Xuanhuan recognized the identity of this group at a glance, feeling a wave of curiosity. Could it be that the people from Yin Peak are also entering the Celestial Fire Secret Realm this time? This Yin family is not to be confused with the Yin family of Yinhuang City. The Yin family of Yinhuang City is also one of the 13 clans of Taichu. Most disciples of the Yin family who enter the Taichu Dao sect join Yin Peak, while a few enter various functional departments, such as the Alchemy Hall or the Refining Hall. Yin Peak? Is it the Yin Peak of the Yin family? Yi Fan muttered, squinting his eyes as he surveyed the approaching group. Suddenly, his figure trembled slightly as he fixated intently on one figure among them. Was that Yinju? Yinju? It truly is him. Xuanhuan followed Yi Fan's line of sight, her lips slightly parted in surprise. There was Yinju, walking amongst the group. His face as resolute as ever. He is also a member of the Yin family? Yi Fan's brow furrowed deeply, his fingers unconsciously stroking his chin. At the Juning feast, Yinju had secured 3rd place, trailing only behind him and Demo Linyuan. Though he was not a prince of the Crimson Flame Kingdom, he belonged to its royal lineage. It appears the rumors were indeed true. Xuanhuan nodded thoughtfully, a flicker of understanding crossing her eyes. What? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan turned his head and looked at Xuanhuan with a puzzled expression. Drawing closer, Xuanhuan whispered to Yi Fan. It is said that the founding monarch of the Qi Yin kingdom was a powerful figure expelled from the Yin clan. In a sense, the royal family of Qi Yin is a branch of the Yin lineage. The recent alliance between Yin Zhu and Yin Feng suggests that the relationship between the Qi Yin royal family and the Yin clan has warmed in recent years. A branch of the lineage? How intriguing. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, casually shrugging as if unconcerned. Elder Yin Xiong, you have arrived a bit late. As the members of the Yin clan approached, Fen Tian greeted them with a hearty laugh and stepped forward. At that moment, the disciples of Tianhua Peak exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion. They whispered among themselves, clearly taken aback that Fen Tian was waiting for the people of Yin Peak. They were puzzled as to why the disciples of Yin Peak were allowed to enter the Tianhua secret realm during this opening. Was this not simply inviting more formidable rivals in their quest for the Tianhua crystals? I apologize for the delay and for keeping the master of Fen Tian waiting. In response to Fen Tian's warm welcome, Yin Xiong also greeted him with a smile. After bowing in apology, he turned to his disciples and sternly commanded, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and pay your respects to the master of Fen Tian. Thank him for granting you the opportunity to enter the Tianhua secret realm." "Thank you, Master Fen Tian." The 18 disciples from Yin Peak responded in unison. bowing in a synchronized manner. The Tianhua secret realm was under Fan Tian's control. Without his permission, no one could enter. No need for formality. Fan Tian smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Upon learning that Fan Tian had permitted the disciples of Yan Peak to enter the Tianhua secret realm, Pei Ji's eyes flickered with a hint of malice. However, sensing Fan Tian's annoyance, he refrained from questioning and subtly signaled to Lian Sheng. Master. Lian Sheng understood the cue. Steeling himself as he stepped forward to respectfully bow to Fan Tian and inquired, "Why have the disciples of Yan Peak been allowed entry this time?" He stole a glance at Fan Tian's expression and quickly added, "I am merely curious. We are all disciples of the Taichu Dao sect. Why the distinction?" Fan Tian glanced at Lian Sheng with a smile that was both enigmatic and amused. Observing that the other disciples were all ears for an explanation, he simply smiled mysteriously and said, "With the presence of the esteemed members of Yan Peak, this journey into the Tianhua secret realm will undoubtedly be more entertaining." "Will it not? Entertaining?" Lian Sheng's expression stiffened, and his lips involuntarily twitched. Turning to look at the members of Yan Peak, he saw that each of them exuded a calm and formidable presence. All 18 were clearly the cream of the crop among the inner disciples of Yan Peak. This was hardly entertaining. It was evidently an increase in troublesome competitors. Seeing that Fan Tian was unwilling to elaborate further, Lian Sheng could only retreat dejectedly into the crowd. Upon noticing Pei Ji's dark expression, he instinctively shrank back, fearing he might become the target of Pei Ji's frustrations. "Your master? Wouldn't he be taking advantage of Yan Peak?" Yi Fan suddenly leaned closer to Wang Miayan, teasingly whispering in a low voice. With a hint of playful amusement at the corners of her mouth, her gaze flitted back and forth between Wen Tian and Yin Xiong. Wang Miayan was taken aback for a moment by the words, but then a flicker of realization danced in her beautiful eyes. Indeed, there was a possibility. After all, they were all disciples of the Tai Chu Dao sect. Such distinctions were mere trivialities. If the separation was not so clear-cut, why were only the disciples of Yan Peak present? Among the 13 clans of Tai Chu, the Yao, O, and Gongshu clans were not lacking in fire cultivators. Most disciples of Qiyang Peak among the 7 peaks excelled in the path of fire cultivation as well. Yet, why had none of these individuals arrived? At this moment, it was getting rather late. Yin Xiong exchanged a knowing glance with Wen Tian, looked up at the sky, and cheerfully proposed, "Master Wen Tian, shall we commence the heavenly fire secret realm now?" It seemed appropriate. Wen Tian nodded slightly, then suddenly raised his hand and grasped the air. A long spear, entirely crimson, materialized out of nowhere, its body adorned with 9 vividly lifelike dragon patterns, while the spear tip flickered with an eternal crimson flame. The entire spear exuded a terrifying pressure, as if it contained the might to incinerate the heavens and earth. Boom! Wen Tian brandished the spear and leaped, tracing a perfect arc in midair. The spear, propelled by an immense force, shot straight toward the center of the square. Sizzle! The moment the spear tip struck the ground, a brilliant ring of fire erupted like ripples. The onlookers focused their gaze, witnessing a fire vortex with a diameter of 3 zhang emerge at the center of the square. Scalding magma churned and roared within, and the searing waves of heat distorted the surrounding air. The heavenly fire secret realm had been activated. Standing firm with the spear, Wen Tian's expression turned grave, and his sharp gaze swept over the disciples of Tianhua Peak as he solemnly commanded, "Disciples of Tianhua Peak, proceed first." Yes, the disciples of Tianhua Peak responded in unison, rushing toward the vortex. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared one after another into the searing whirlpool. Yi Fan, Wang Miayan, sensing Wen Tian's urgent gaze, dared not delay any longer. She quickly turned to call out to Yi Fan, "We shall meet again within the heavenly fire secret realm." Having said that, her delicate feet lightly touched the ground as she gracefully leaped into the vortex, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 180, The Blazing Beast, Earth Demon Tier 3. Although the inner disciples of Tianhua Peak were entitled to enter the heavenly fire secret realm each year, the inherent dangers deterred many. Even with the protection of fire-dispelling pearls, there were still disciples who remained forever within the secret realm each year. Consequently, many lacking in strength, particularly the newly promoted inner disciples, often chose to forego this opportunity. At this moment, approximately 100 disciples from Tianhua Peak had gradually entered the secret realm. This number constituted less than 30% of the total inner disciples of Tianhua Peak. Once the last disciple vanished into the fiery vortex, Wen Tian turned to Yin Xiong and said, "Elder Yin Xiong, the disciples of Yan Peak may enter now. Go ahead." Yin Xiong waved his sleeve, issuing a calm command. 18 disciples from Yan Peak sprang into action, uniformly rushing toward the vortex. Why was there still a division in their entry? Yi Fan scratched his head. A look of confusion etched across his face as he muttered to himself. He and the 4 penalized disciples were assigned to enter last. However, It appeared that the other four were also reluctant to step into the heavenly fire secret realm. Entering in batches was a measure taken for your protection, Fan Tian explained, having overheard Yi Fan's murmurs. With so many individuals rushing into the realm simultaneously, it was inevitable that conflicts might arise. Really? Yi Fan scoffed, disbelief evident in his expression. To him, only disputes over interests could incite conflict. What profit could there possibly be at the onset of this expedition? You five may proceed now, Fan Tian said, wishing to say no more, merely gesturing with a wave of his hand. Before the words had fully left his lips, Yi Fan shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. His moon-white robe billowed in the heat, and he was the first to vanish into the searing vortex. The moment he emerged into the heavenly fire secret realm, a wave of scorching heat enveloped him. Yi Fan instinctively squinted, taking a considerable time for his vision to regain clarity. Before him lay a world painted in crimson. The sky appeared stained with blood, roiling with dark red flames. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur, each breath igniting a fiery sting in his lungs. The ground beneath was cracked with countless fissures, tongues of flame occasionally leaping forth from within. Not far away, a lake of lava bubbled violently, golden bubbles bursting incessantly. The sparks that erupted traced brilliant arcs in the air, only to vanish in an instant. Is this truly the heavenly fire secret realm? Yi Fan whispered to himself, feeling as though his spiritual power was being suppressed. Even more discomforting was the oppressive heat that made his breathing laborious. What a sweltering place. 7 days here will feel like an eternity. At that moment, pained groans reached his ears from behind. Turning, he saw the 4 penalized disciples struggling to wipe the sweat from their faces, one of them even beginning to tear at his collar. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance. Yi Fan's head snapped up to see a volcano erupting, a towering column of fire shooting into the sky, with countless burning fragments streaking across the heavens like meteors. Amidst the fiery rain, he discerned several figures moving swiftly, likely disciples of the heavenly fire peak who had entered before them. Please tell me Sister Miaoyan isn't among them, Yi Fan thought anxiously, just as the ground beneath him began to tremble violently. With a resounding crash, the earth nearby collapsed, and a colossal beast, wreathed in azure flames, burst forth from the ground. Its eyes, the size of fists, locked onto Yi Fan and the others, molten lava dripping from its fangs and scorching the earth below. A flame beast? Yi Fan's pupils constricted as he grasped the sunblade firmly in his hand. With a furious roar, the flame beast, disturbed from its slumber below, lunged toward Yi Fan and his companions. With a sudden glimmer of cold light in Yi Fan's eyes, he leaped into action, his sword slicing through the air, leaving a brilliant trail of golden radiance. The 4 companions behind him each summoned their weapons, moving with an ethereal grace to encircle their foe. The fiery beast let out a thunderous roar, its massive form surging forward, enveloped in a searing wave of heat. Its razor-sharp claws swept out, forcefully blocking the initial assault from the 5 warriors. The gusts generated by its claws stirred a tempest of flames, compelling the group to momentarily retreat. Yet Yi Fan was undeterred. He pressed forward, his movements fluid like a dragon, swiftly positioning himself beneath the fiery beast. The dying sun cast a crimson arc as his blade found its mark, piercing the creature's soft underbelly with precision. The guttural sound of steel meeting flesh resonated alongside the beast's anguished howl. Seizing the moment, the other 4 sprang into action. One warrior wielding a blade soared into the air, his sword gleaming with a chilling brilliance as he aimed for the beast's left eye. Another, brandishing a spear, unleashed a strike aimed directly at its throat, while a third brought down a heavy hammer with the force of 1,000 pounds upon the beast's back. The final warrior, employing a cunning maneuver, flanked the creature and thrust his sword at a precarious angle into its rear. Boom, boom, boom. Their fierce onslaught struck true, causing the mighty beast to momentarily stiffen in midair before crashing down to the ground. The azure flames that surrounded it began to fade, ultimately yielding to a charred carcass. Is it truly dead? The young swordsman stood in disbelief, his sword still poised as if to strike again. He had anticipated a fierce battle, yet it had been resolved in mere moments. It was merely a 3rd-tier earth demon, after all, the spear-wielding youth remarked coldly, flicking the tip of his weapon to dislodge a few drops of beast blood. His expression remained impassive as he surveyed the others, an enigmatic glint flickering in his eyes. Gentlemen, Yi Fan, contemplating his next words, sheathed his sword and addressed the 4, stating that they all lacked the fire separation pearls, and that only by joining forces could they enhance their chances of escaping the fiery secret realm. Huh, the knife-wielding youth sneered, pointing his blade at Yi Fan. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. You wish to exploit us to gather the celestial fire crystals, do you not? The celestial fire crystals hold no value for us. The hammer-wielding youth scoffed, hefting his weapon onto his shoulder. instead of wandering aimlessly. We would be better off finding a secure location to hide for 7 days. Second, we should leave. With that, the two turned to depart. Yi Fan shrugged in resignation, showing no inclination to insist upon their company. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked through the air. Without warning, the spear-wielding youth struck, his weapon piercing the chest of the hammer-wielding youth. What the hell are you doing? The knife-wielding youth's eyes widened in rage as he slashed at the spear-wielder with a piercing roar. The latter, expressionless, withdrew his spear as the hammer-wielding youth collapsed to the ground. Subsequently, the young man wielding the gun gave a slight tremor to his weapon, deftly deflecting the incoming blade. In an instant, he pivoted and executed a piercing thrust. The tip of his gun, crackling with vibrant lightning, pierced directly through the throat of the knife-wielding youth. The latter's eyes widened in disbelief, and a gurgling sound escaped his throat. The gunman, with an air of indifference, retracted his long gun, allowing his adversary to collapse into a pool of blood. Yi Fan was taken aback by the gunman's actions, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he recognized the gunman's singular intent to eliminate both the knife-wielding youth and the hammer-wielding youth. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, "Even if the two of them inadvertently joined forces, must you resort to murder? Such a volatile temper." Chapter 181. Ren Xingtian, the medicine that cannot be killed. They deserve to die, the gunman declared with a stoic expression, his voice barely a whisper. Do you have a grudge against them? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, observing the gunman with keen interest. No, the gunman replied tersely, seemingly disinterested in providing further explanation. Indeed, they truly deserve death. Suddenly, the sword-wielding youth approached with a playful grin, kicking each of the lifeless bodies before glancing back at the gunman with a hint of satisfaction. Ren Xingtian, well done. Yi Fan, upon hearing the sword-wielding youth's words, felt his curiosity deepen. All 5 of us were sent to the Heavenly Fire secret realm as punishment for our transgressions. The sword-wielding youth turned towards Yi Fan, pointing his sword at the corpses on the ground. Do you know what these two did? It certainly can't be anything good. Yi Fan shrugged, refraining from making any hasty assumptions. His gaze remained fixed on the sword-wielding youth, awaiting further elaboration. They violated an outer sect female disciple. The sword-wielding youth's voice dropped to a whisper, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. The disciple, unable to endure the humiliation, leapt to her death. Yi Fan's pupils constricted sharply, but he soon regained his composure, nodding thoughtfully. Surely, that does not warrant a death sentence. He then looked towards Ren Xingtian and the sword-wielding youth. And what about you two? What transgression led to your punishment in the Heavenly Fire secret realm? There must still be a chance for survival. In the Taichu Dao sect, this is almost considered a third-tier punishment. The only more severe punishments are execution and the crippling of one's cultivation. After all, they did not directly kill anyone. The sword-wielding youth sighed, casting a glance at Ren Xingtian before continuing. As for us, we truly did not commit a grave offense. Take Ren Xingtian, for instance, he merely severed another's arm. Was this person from the 13 clans of Taichu? Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with understanding, realizing that only by offending someone from the 13 clans of Taichu could one face such severe punishment. Hey. The sword-wielding youth, upon hearing Yi Fan's remark, was clearly displeased. Do not hold such a biased view of the 13 clans of Taichu. Not everyone among them is a bully. Is that so? Yi Fan replied, now noticing the character for medicine embroidered on the youth's chest. Indeed, the sword-wielding youth straightened his posture, feigning a sense of grievance as he pouted. Just take me as an example. I too hail from the 13 clans of Taichu, yet I find myself sent to the secret realm of Heavenly Fire. What a wretched fate. Yi Fan scrutinized the jovial young man before him, having already formed a judgment in his heart, yet he feigned curiosity and inquired, are you of the Yao clan from Yaochen City? In the Taichu Dao sect, there is no Yao clan from Yaochen City, only Yao Peak. The sword-wielding youth waved his hand dismissively, a flicker of helplessness crossing his face. My name is Yao Buddy, though I am of the Yao clan. I am merely a distant branch. I committed a minor transgression, and now no one stands to protect me. Alas, a minor transgression? I find that hard to believe. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes suspiciously, scanning Yao Buddy's form, recalling the ruthless manner in which he had ambushed the flame beast's rear. He could hardly regard him as a model of restraint. It truly was a minor matter, Yao Buddy insisted innocently, blinking his eyes. I simply knocked over the alchemical furnace of an elder while delivering herbs to the apothecary hall, ruining an entire batch of elixirs. Yi Fan chuckled lightly, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. He regarded Yao Buddy with a meaningful gaze, clearly skeptical that matters were as simple as he claimed. To enrage an elder of the apothecary hall, the value of that batch of elixirs must have been considerable. Are you not seeking to collect heavenly fire crystals? Ren Xingshan gazed intently at the distant volcano spewing flames, suddenly interrupting the dialogue between Yi Fan and Yao Buddy. I can assist you. Assist me? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, following Ren Xingshan's line of sight. Within the secret realm of heavenly fire, over 90% of the heavenly fire crystals are found within the Fire Mountain. Ren Xingshan withdrew his gaze and focused on Yi Fan. If you wish to gather heavenly fire crystals, you must venture into the Fire Mountain. Otherwise, in 7 days' time, you may not even collect 10. Why would you help me? Yi Fan did not immediately acquiesce. His interest piqued as he questioned further. He was no naive greenhorn. He understood that there are no unmotivated acts of kindness in this world. Ren Xingshan's proposal must surely have its ulterior motives. I want you to assist me in eliminating someone within the secret realm of heavenly fire. Ren Xingshan stated unabashedly, his voice as frigid as ice. Who? Yi Fan's gaze sharpened, suspicions forming in his mind. Although Ren Xingshan had not responded directly to him earlier, he could surmise that he had offended the 13 clans of Taichu prior to arriving here. Now, he sought his aid in slaying someone within the secret realm. A person undoubtedly of the Yin clan. Yin Haochen. Ren Xingshan pronounced the name slowly, his hand gripping the gun tightening with tension. You want me to gather heavenly fire crystals in exchange for helping you kill Yin Haochen? That sounds like I would be the one at a disadvantage, Yi Fan mused, stroking his chin with a contemplative expression. Moreover, Yin Haochen is of the Yin clan. His prowess is likely formidable. Even if I wish to assist, it may not be feasible. Do you think someone who dares to kill Luo Xinjing would fear the Yin clan? Ren Xingshan scoffed, meeting Yi Fan's gaze directly. His voice low. As for the help, I do not require you to take action directly. I merely wish for you to invoke the power of your soul to lend me a hand. How is it that you know so much about me? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. What is the big deal? Suddenly, Yao Busi interjected with a cheeky grin, winking at Yi Fan as he continued. You, Yi Fan, are now a renowned figure within the Taichu Dao sect. Before joining, you eliminated Luo Xin, and since entering, you have slain several members of the Luo clan. TSK, you've truly made a powerful enemy of the Luo family. Such audacity deserves my admiration. He then gave a thumbs up before leaning in conspiratorially, lowering his voice. And that soul of yours, it's remarkably potent, capable of suppressing your opponent's cultivation. I would gladly label you as the strongest support. Offending the Luo clan is not such a grave matter. Yi Fan humbly waved his hand, casting a sidelong glance at Ren Xingshan, implying that he too was embroiled in similar circumstances. Look at the murderous intent radiating from him. Isn't he also intent on antagonizing the Yin clan? The Yin clan pales in comparison to the Luo clan. Yao Busi scratched his nose, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. After all, our sect leader is also affiliated with the Luo family. Upon finishing, he made a gesture for silence. Will you assist me? Ren Xingshan suddenly barked, his eyes glinting coldly, clearly having lost his patience. My soul is my safeguard. Though formidable, it cannot be recklessly employed. Yi Fan casually remarked, his gaze steady as he met Ren Xingshan's stare. Upon hearing this, Ren Xingshan's expression darkened ominously. However, Yi Fan swiftly shifted the conversation, a spark of mischief lighting his eyes as he smiled playfully. Helping you is not out of the question. But tell me, what benefits can I derive from this? The entirety of the heavenly fire crystal stones we acquire shall belong to you. Ren Xingshan replied without hesitation, his voice as unyielding as iron. What? Yi Fan chuckled, tilting his head at Ren Xingshan. After all the trouble I'd go through to assist you, that's the extent of your offer? Such a meager benefit hardly qualifies as a reward. What do you propose? Ren Xingshan's brow furrowed slightly, impatience flashing in his eyes. Yi Fan stroked his chin, feigning deep contemplation as his gaze roamed over Ren Xingshan. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. How about this? I help you, and you owe me a favor. A favor? Ren Xingshan's pupils constricted, silence enveloping him for a moment before he nodded gravely. Very well. Yi Fan's lips curled into a satisfied grin before he turned to Yao Busi. And what about you? Me? What do you mean? Yao Busi looked up, bewildered, blinking innocently. Are you joining us? Yi Fan gestured towards the volcano, a playful smile gracing his features. You two certainly can't leave me behind. This place is perilous. Yao Busi immediately sprang to his feet, then suddenly grew serious. However, let me make it clear, I will not partake in the endeavor to kill Yin Haochen. With a knowing smile, Yi Fan exchanged a meaningful glance with Ren Xingshan. The two, in perfect harmony, set off at a brisk pace towards the distant Xuanhuan mountain. Although Yao Busi claimed he would not participate, he followed closely behind, his steps unyielding. Within the Xuanhuan secret realm, there existed more than one Xuanhuan mountain, each possessing the potential to nurture Xuanhuan crystals. Soon, the trio arrived at the foot of their target mountain. which had recently concluded an eruption, emitting wisps of blue smoke. The lava that had surged forth was now solidified, creating a landscape of jagged crevices. The figures they had previously observed had vanished into the depths of the Tianhua mountain, likely having entered its caldera. Wait! Yi Fan suddenly raised a hand to halt Ren Qingshan, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the direction of the volcano's mouth, a frown creasing his brow. What is it? Ren Qingshan abruptly stopped, turning to Yi Fan, his eyes filled with confusion. If we delay any longer, the Tianhua crystals within the mountain will surely fall into the hands of others. They will have to emerge eventually, won't they? Yi Fan remained fixated on the volcano's mouth, slightly tilting his head as he explained to Ren Qingshan. There are only 3 of us, yet they are numerous. If a confrontation ensues, we would undoubtedly suffer. He gestured toward the smoking caldera and continued. Furthermore, the situation inside remains unclear. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait. Brother Yi makes a valid point. Yao Busi quickly nodded in agreement, raising both hands in affirmation. Wiping the sweat from his brow, a glimmer of relief flickered in his eyes. The less trouble we invite, the better, such is my philosophy. When do you intend to wait until? Ren Qingshan, his expression as cold as ever, questioned Yi Fan. What if they simply remain within the Tianhua mountain, refusing to come out? Surely they cannot remain inside indefinitely? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow in surprise, looking at Ren Qingshan with bemusement. Could they have perished within the mountain? If that were the case, we must not enter. They could wait until 7 days have elapsed. Ren Qingshan replied. Once the 7 days are up, regardless of their location within the Tianhua secret realm, everyone will be transported out. Is that so? Yi Fan murmured, glancing up at the crimson sky. Then we shall wait until evening, when the temperature cools slightly. As the flames within the Tianhua secret realm diminish, the influence of spiritual pressure upon us will lessen as well. Though there is no day or night within the realm, temperatures do fluctuate with time. During the so-called night, the scorching waves of heat would indeed abate. The 3, armed with their fire-repelling beads, would possess greater strength at night than during the day. Agreed. After a moment of contemplation, Ren Qingshan nodded. He sheathed his spear and rested against a cooled volcanic rock, closing his eyes to recuperate. His interest lay not in the Tianhua crystals, but rather in eliminating Xuanhuan. Yet he remained uncertain whether Xuanhuan resided within this particular Tianhua mountain. The journey through the secret realm of heavenly fire lasted 7 days. There was no need to rush at this moment. Yao Busi, upon assessing the situation, immediately sought a flat rock to recline upon. With his hands clasped behind his head, he began to hum a tune, relishing every moment of delay. Yi Fan, on the other hand, sat cross-legged, the daylight sword resting on his knees. He closed his eyes to regulate his breath, feeling the surrounding heat gradually diminish. After several hours had passed, the searing atmosphere finally lessened somewhat. It appeared that for the time being, no one intended to emerge. Yi Fan brushed off the volcanic ash clinging to his robe and slowly rose to his feet. Shall we go? Ren Qingshan, unable to contain himself any longer, cast a questioning glance at Yi Fan. Let us go, Yi Fan replied with a nod, grasping his sword as he stepped forward. The 3 of them then began to scale the steep volcanic wall. As they reached the edge of the crater, a pungent sulfurous scent assailed them. Peering down, Yi Fan discovered that the interior of the volcano was not the pool of magma he had envisioned, but rather a vast, hollow chamber that seemed to descend into the depths of the earth. Fortunately, the uneven rock walls provided ample footholds for their descent. Upon reaching the depths, they found that the interior of the heavenly fire mountain was a colossal underground cavern, with winding passages that led to unknown destinations. Over there, Ren Qingshan suddenly lowered his voice, pointing his spear toward a passage on the left. From that direction, a faint aura of battle permeated the air. The trio cautiously made their way, soon arriving at a spacious grotto. Scattered around were a dozen corpses, both from the heavenly fire peak and the flame peak. Nearby lay several carcasses of flame beasts, and the ground was marked with charred remnants, clearly the aftermath of a fierce battle. In the center of the cavern, 3 figures sat cross-legged, recuperating. Yanju? Yi Fan recognized one among them, his gaze sharpening slightly. At that moment, Yanju was drenched in blood, yet the fighting spirit in his eyes remained undiminished. The other 2 also bore the embroidered character for flame on their chests, undoubtedly disciples of the flame peak. Most striking were the hundreds of heavenly fire crystals scattered behind them, emanating a crimson glow that bathed the entire cavern in an ethereal light. So many heavenly fire crystals. Yao Busi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he instinctively licked his lips. Though he was not a fire cultivator and found no use for the crystals, their potential value in trade would yield a considerable amount of spirit stones. Are you 3 the ones responsible? One of Yanju's companions suddenly rose, brandishing a long knife at Yi Fan and the others, barking, "This is not a place for you. Leave." Tell us to leave? Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. Then, as if he had heard a great joke, A sardonic smile crept across his lips. Given their current predicament, it was absurd that they would not only seek no mercy but also dare to order them away. What a laugh. Chapter 183. Useless at everything, champion of corpse touching. Huh. The disciple of Flame Peak scoffed disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at Yi Fan and his companions. Straining to maintain his posture despite his injuries, he declared, "You three lack the fire suppression pearls, and your spiritual power is suppressed within the heavenly fire secret realm. Even if we are wounded, subduing you will be a mere trifle. Depart at once, or what? Or what?" interrupted Yao Busi, a mocking smile gracing his features as he toyed with 3 crimson pearls in his hand. Fire suppression pearls. The expressions of Yanju and his companions shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. Yao Busi casually tossed 2 of the pearls towards Yi Fan and Ren Qingtian. They had indeed entered the heavenly fire secret realm without any fire suppression pearls, but the corpses of the several individuals sprawled on the ground each possessed one. Now that these individuals were deceased, the pearls had become available. With a swift motion, Ren Qingtian tucked the fire suppression pearl into his pocket. Immediately sensing the release of his previously suppressed spiritual power, his gaze sharpened, and with a piercing sound, he thrust his spear towards the Flame Peak disciple. Seeking death, the disciple roared, channeling his remaining spiritual strength to meet the attack with his blade. However, in his severely injured state, he was no match for Ren Qingtian. Before his weapon could rise, the spear's tip had already pierced his throat. Blood splattered against the cave walls, emitting a hissing sound. Seeing this, Yanju and another individual simultaneously surged into action. One conjured a swirling flame, while the other brandished a sword like a streak of light, both launching their assaults on Ren Qingtian. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Fan wielded the sun's sword, drawing a magnificent arc of golden light that effortlessly deflected Yanju's attack. Simultaneously, Ren Qingtian spun his spear, its tip crackling with lightning, piercing the chest of the other assailant with blinding speed. Wait! Just as Ren Qingtian prepared to strike down Yanju, Yi Fan unexpectedly stepped in front of him. The sun's sword poised between them, its brilliance illuminating Yi Fan's profound smile. What do you intend? Ren Qingtian's spear trembled slightly, his murderous intent unwavering as he glared at Yanju, who seized the opportunity to retreat. He coldly cautioned Yi Fan, "Killing without silencing a witness. Are you not concerned that sparing him might allow him to become a future threat? Do you not wish to eliminate Yanhaoyan?" Casting a sidelong glance at Yanju's pallid face, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Rather than expending effort to hunt down Yanhaoyan, it would be far more expedient to let Yanju do the work for him. With that, he suddenly advanced, the tip of his sword halting a mere 3 inches from Yanju's throat. Yanju's pupils constricted sharply, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. Noticing this, Yi Fan's eyes glimmered with amusement. "I spare your life not out of mercy. Deliver a message to Yanhaoyan. If he desires the heavenly fire crystals within this place, he must come himself. Of course, if he is afraid, then so be it." Having spoken, he slowly sheathed the sun's sword. "Humph," Yanju scoffed, turning sharply and stirring up a gust of wind. "Stop." At that moment, Yi Fan issued a sharp command once more. Yanju's footsteps suddenly froze. His shoulders noticeably tensed as he turned to face Yi Fan, his brows knitting into a tight frown. "Have you changed your mind? You may leave, but the items must remain." Yi Fan scrutinized Yanju, tilting his head to reveal a cunning smile. "Before our arrival, did you not secretly hide a portion of the celestial fire crystals in your spatial ring?" The corners of Yanju's mouth twitched, a flicker of reluctance flashing in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and forcefully removed the spatial ring, slamming it onto the ground. Without a backward glance, he dashed down the corridor, his figure swiftly engulfed by darkness. Yao Buji's silhouette flickered, immediately picking up the spatial ring that Yanju had discarded. Upon returning to Yi Fan and the others, he produced a dozen more spatial rings from his sleeve. Cradling this pile of spoils in his hands, his eyes narrowing into slits with delight. "With so many items, how shall we divide them among the 3 of us?" "Your movements are quite swift," Yi Fan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Just when he was engaged in combat with Ren Qingtian, Yao Buji had already begun rummaging through the bodies, skillfully collecting all the spatial rings. "I don't want any," Ren Qingtian replied, his expression indifferent, barely lifting his eyelids. Yao Buji's heart leaped with joy at his words, eagerly gazing at Yi Fan. "I only desire the celestial fire crystals." Yi Fan was amused by his demeanor and couldn't help but laugh aloud. "All right then." Yao Buji instantly perked up, deftly maneuvering his hands. In no time, he had consolidated all the celestial fire crystals into a single spatial ring, presenting it to Yi Fan with a flourish, not forgetting to wink. "Brother Yi Fan, please accept this offering. The quantity is considerable." Yi Fan accepted the spatial ring and examined its contents, his smile deepening. Inside were no fewer than 400 celestial fire crystals. Coupled with those scattered on the ground, the total approached 1,000. Should he manage to refine them all? He wondered what enhancements he might gain. As Yi Fan gathered the last of the scattered celestial fire crystals into the spatial ring, the cave's illumination dimmed significantly, leaving only a few embers flickering upon the rock walls. Just as he prepared to sit on the ground and attempt to refine the celestial fire crystals, Ren Qingtian's voice broke the silence. Yi Fan, are you certain that Xuanhuan will come? I'm not sure, Yi Fan replied, turning to Ren Qingshan, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. Isn't it still early? Rather than floundering about aimlessly, we should seize the time to enhance our strength. Wouldn't you agree? He was aware that if they were present, Xuanhuan would not come alone. A hint of seriousness flashed in Ren Qingtian's eyes as he lowered his voice. What is there to panic about? Yi Fan dares to let Yanzhu go. He must not fear being outmatched by Xuanhuan and his group. There are a total of 18 individuals from Yanfeng who entered, 5 of whom have already perished here. Therefore, he can bring at most 12 others with him. Including Xuanhuan, that makes 13? Ren Qingtian furrowed his brow slightly at these words. The 18 members of Yanfeng who entered the Celestial Fire Secret Realm were all formidable. Moments ago, he effortlessly dispatched 2 individuals. But this was only possible due to their grievous injuries. Had they been at their peak strength, he could still have claimed their lives. Yet it would undoubtedly not have been as facile as it was just now. What's the matter? Yi Fan inquired with a chuckle upon noticing Ren Qingtian's furrowed brow. Ren Qingshan, a formidable martial artist, had attained the 5th stage of the Earth martial realm. From his previous displays, his combat prowess was indeed formidable, and thus far, he had yet to exert his full strength. He remained patient, confident in resolving the matters concerning Yanfeng and his companions. Moreover, he doubted that Xuanhuan could muster 13 individuals. Fear? Huh? Ren Qingtian scoffed in response, leaning against his spear with an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, Yao Busi was engrossed in counting the items within his spatial ring, completely oblivious to the exchange between the two. Yi Fan shook his head in amusement and settled down in a lotus position, clutching the heavenly fire crystal. As he absorbed the fiery essence, a tumultuous energy surged within him. Chapter 184, The Will of Flames, 4th level. With gritted teeth, Yi Fan felt the veins in his neck throb. As the sun scripture spun rapidly within him, strands of pale golden spiritual energy enveloped the turbulent flames. The two forces clashed and intertwined within him, each collision causing his muscles to spasm. Time passed, and after 2 hours, 10 shards of pulverized heavenly fire crystal lay scattered at his feet. Suddenly, a fiery pattern manifested on his brow. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered flickers of crimson gold flames dancing within their depths. So that's how it is, Yi Fan rasped, enlightenment dawning upon him. Amidst the excruciating agony, the shattered flames had reassembled within his consciousness. He could distinctly sense the surrounding fire elements joyfully converging towards him. Relishing this newfound power, he wasted no time in retrieving another heavenly fire crystal. Over the next 3 days, the cave was suffused with a scarlet glow. His pores exuded flames, and each strand of hair shimmered with a golden-red luster. Yao Busi had retreated 10 yards away, fanning himself against the scorching air. When the 140-something shards of heavenly fire crystal had turned to ash, Yi Fan suddenly let out a triumphant roar. Fiery rings erupting from his body and scorching the rock walls into a spiderweb of charred marks. 4th level of the Will of Flames. Ren Qingtian murmured, sensing the powerful energy emanating from Yi Fan. Are these heavenly fire crystals truly this formidable? Yao Busi, hiding behind Ren Qingtian, muttered, had I known, I would have chosen fire cultivation back in the day. I could have refined more heavenly fire crystals and become formidable as well. It's not merely the strength of the heavenly fire crystals. Ren Qingtian, more discerning than Yao Busi, observed Yi Fan with a glimmer of astonishment. In less than 4 days, he had progressed from nothing to the 4th level of the Will of Flames. This fellow is truly a monster. Curiously, Yi Fan retracted the aura he had unleashed. His brow slightly furrowed as he began to murmur softly to himself. He recalled that Xuanhuan once said that entering the sacred fire realm could aid him in mastering the solar sword intent. Even if there was an element of exaggeration in those words, he had refined the heavenly fire crystal but gained not a shred of enhancement in his solar sword intent. Instead, he had unexpectedly developed a 4-fold flame, well from nothing. Where had he gone awry? Yao Bus observed Yi Fan's expression with disdain, nudging Ren Qingtian beside him with his elbow. Is this fellow taking advantage and then feigning innocence? Brother Yi Fan, Ren Qingtian inquired, striding forward with his spear. What puzzles you? Nothing much. Yi Fan shrugged, showing no desire to elaborate. Mastering a 4-fold flame was indeed a fortunate development. As for other matters, He would inquire further with Finchen once they were outside. At that moment, distinct footsteps echoed from the depths of the corridor. Yi Fan's expression sharpened as he gestured to Rin Qingtian and Yao Bus. The two understood immediately and concealed themselves in the shadows. Shortly after, Yin Zhu's figure appeared at the corridor's entrance, his steps heavy and his complexion slightly pale. Where's everyone else? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, gazing over Yin Zhu's shoulder, searching the dim corridor for Yin Haochen and the others. They want tea come. Yin Zhu's voice was dry, and his gaze darted uncertainly. Oh, why is that? Is Yin Haochen uninterested in the heavenly fire crystals? Yi Fan chuckled lightly, then narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone growing colder. Or perhaps you haven't found Yin Haochen at all. He asked me to convey a message to you. Yin Zhu shook his head and swallowed hard. What message? Yi Fan's expression darkened, sensing something amiss. It seemed Yin Zhu had indeed encountered Yin Haochen. Yet, Yin Haochen was rather cautious. Was he afraid of an ambush here? Yin Zhu's brow furrowed tightly. After a long hesitation, he finally squeezed out a few words. To save Wan Miaoyan, you must exchange for her with the heavenly fire crystals. His voice was barely audible, yet it detonated like thunder within the cave. What? Yi Fan's eyes widened suddenly as he stepped forward. Yin Zhu, startled by the sudden surge of killing intent, stumbled back 3 paces. He had anticipated that the message from Yin Haochen would incite Yi Fan's wrath. Is Sister Miaoyan in Yin Haochen's hands? Yi Fan inhaled deeply, attempting to calm himself before asking. Yes, Yin Zhu nodded, glancing at Yi Fan's reaction. They are currently at the Heavenly Fire Mountain, about 10 miles north of here. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately regretted it. For at that moment, Yi Fan suddenly smiled, a smile that sent chills down his spine. Understood, Yi Fan's voice was barely a whisper. In the next breath, he unsheathed his sword and surged forth. I am merely the messenger. The roar of Yin Zhu suddenly echoed within the cavern. Then, in a frantic motion, he raised his blade to block, only to witness a golden sword light cleave through the darkness like lightning. Before the sparks from the clash of blades could dissipate, his head was already soaring high. When it landed, his face bore an expression of disbelief. Are you going? As Yi Fan turned, Rin Qingtian had emerged from the shadows. Yi Fan gazed up at Rin Qingtian, a dangerous fire flickering in his eyes. Why not go? Did you not intend to kill Yin Haochen? I wish to kill him. Rin Qingshan frowned, clarity eluding him. They were waiting here for Yin Haochen to arrive, hoping to set a trap. However, if they ventured to Yin Haochen's side, he might have devised a trap of his own. Reason dictated that they should not proceed. Moreover, Yin Haochen possessed Wan Miaoyan in his grasp. Yi Fan's desire to rescue her would undoubtedly hinder his efforts. I am certainly going to save her. Slowly lowering his eyelids, Yi Fan spoke calmly, returning to his previous position to sit cross-legged. His voice was eerily tranquil, yet he was not in a hurry. As he spoke, a block of crimson sky fire crystal had already appeared in his hand. Are you intending to? Rin Qingtian was momentarily taken aback by Yi Fan's actions. How could he maintain such composure in the face of Wan Miaoyan's uncertain fate? Could it be that Yi Fan did not care for her as much as he appeared to? If that were true, it might not be so bad. The elixir of immortality was of little concern. He welcomed Yi Fan's cultivation in this place. 7 days could pass in the blink of an eye. He would prefer if the two of them remained docile until the 7-day limit arrived. 3 days elapsed in silence. As the 160th sky fire crystal turned to powder, a crimson golden fire ring suddenly surged around Yi Fan. Too slow. Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes, the flames within gradually subsiding. He rose and turned to face the shadows, where Rin Qingtian stepped forth. Are you preparing to leave? In Yi Fan's gaze, Rin Qingtian perceived a murderous intent, which ignited his own fighting spirit. Yi Fan's lips curled into a chilling smirk. Do you think I would allow Yin Haochen to leave this secret realm alive if you provoke me? Within the sky fire secret realm, killing was beyond the jurisdiction of the Taichu Dao sect. Once they left this place, it would be difficult for the two of them to kill Yin Haochen again. Wait. The elixir of immortality scrambled frantically to his feet, anxiously wringing his hands. It has been several days. Are you sure Yin Haochen is still at that northern sky fire mountain? What if he has left?